bound to an invincible system at the start. Chen Mu inquired, "What functions do you possess?" System. Upon completing tasks, this system grants a plethora of rewards, cultivation techniques, wealth, divine artifacts, everything imaginable, rendering the host invincible. Cultivation techniques. My uncle is the foremost creator of such techniques. With a mere stroke of his pen, he crafts the most superior methods in existence. Wealth. My elder sister's merchant association spans the entire Great Cang World, possessing riches that rival nations. Divine artifacts. My cousin, at the tender age of 14, has already gained renown as a master craftsman. After briefly introducing my formidable background to the system, I wave my hand dismissively. My family is so invincible. Tell me, what use do I have for you? Unbind yourself. I've been exhausted from my previous life. Having been reborn, I wish to avoid the grind. I expected the system to relent, but to my surprise, it became self-deprecating and began to upgrade itself automatically. System upgrade successful. Added sign-in module. System upgrade successful. Added infinite wealth module. System upgrade successful. Added idle leveling module. System upgrade successful. Added lottery module. Young master, please place your hand upon the testing stone to undergo a talent assessment. Startled by the voice of the elder beside me, Chen Mu snapped back to reality. My formerly dull eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Have I been reborn? Surveying my surroundings, I noted the stark contrast to the bustling metropolis of my past life. At this moment, I realized I stood upon a stone platform, facing a colossal stone tablet inscribed with intricate runes. Beneath the platform, a throng of onlookers whispered excitedly, speculating on what talents they might awaken. This scenario was all too familiar to me, a classic tale of a once useless individual rising to prominence. It was highly probable that I would awaken a meager talent, perhaps even an abysmal constitution, rare in a century, and be met with ridicule. The thought made me unable to suppress my sarcasm. Having struggled through life, I had finally been reborn, only to face the grind once more. Youth master? The elder's expression shifted to one of confusion. It's nothing, I just need to place my hand on it, right? Chen Mu thought no more of it and resigned himself to the situation. Even if I possessed a naturally poor body, I could simply disregard the script, indulge in life's pleasures, and if there was nothing to enjoy, I could sleep my days away. Indeed, the elder nodded in affirmation. Very well, Chen Mu responded, raising his hand and placing it on the stone tablet. Immediately, a blue light emanated, revealing the words yellow-grade, low-rank spirit root. Upon seeing these words, rather than feeling anger, Chen Mu chuckled, realizing, so it is. Internally, he mused, bring it on, I am prepared for your ridicule. Do not lose heart, young master. Our Tianyuan Holy Land is vast and prosperous. There are surely ways to enhance your spirit root. Indeed, since the heavens do not favor you, we shall defy fate. I believe in you, young master of spirit root, is merely a starting point, not a conclusion. Exactly. There are those who began with a low spirit root, yet achieved great heights later. If memory serves, our family head was once a natural waste, a rarity in a century. Yet within a mere 100 years, he defied the odds, skyrocketing in power to reach the threshold of quasi-emperor, single-handedly slaying 100,000 foes, earning the title of the Butcher. Young master, we stand behind you. We shall always believe in you. Hearing this, Chen Mu frowned, utterly perplexed. Why are you all deviating from the script? As he pondered, an unfamiliar yet immense memory flooded into Chen Mu's mind. It belonged to his former self, the Tianyuan Holy Land, one of the 3 premier sanctuaries in the Great Cang World, teeming with powerful figures and boasting disciples numbering in the millions. Their presence felt across all domains. And I am the second son of the current family head, Chen Tianlin, the sole and designated heir to the Tianyuan Holy Land. Reflecting on the experiences of his family members, each was more protagonist-like than he. Take Chen Tianlin, for instance. At the age of 16, during the awakening ceremony, he had no spirit root, a rare occurrence. Yet, within a mere century, he defied the heavens, his strength soaring, successfully entering the quasi-emperor realm, single-handedly defeating hundreds of thousands, earning the moniker of the Butcher. His elder sister, Chen Juixin, while not as monstrous in cultivation speed as Chen Tianlin, possessed astonishing talent in commerce. Her merchant association spans the entire Great Cang World, accumulating wealth at a speed that even empires envy. Truly, she is rich enough to rival nations. If memory serves, many kings have borrowed money from my elder sister. Such prodigious talents abound in the Tianyuan Holy Land. The background is overwhelmingly formidable. Chen Mu harbored serious doubts about whether they were secretly using cheats behind his back. Yet this was also good. The more powerful they were, the more he could indulge and savor life. The position of family head? Chen Mu would not mind relinquishing it to Chen Juexin. Managing a vast family of millions? The mere thought exhausted him. Descending from the testing platform, amidst the chorus of consolation from the crowd, Chen Mu appeared to depart in despondency, but inwardly he was elated. Initially, he thought a low-grade spirit root talent would be insignificant. Unexpectedly, fate had bestowed upon him an invincible family background. Most importantly, the Tianyuan Holy Land was remarkably united. Chen Juexin, his sister, spoiled him to no end since birth. She had been a veritable protective sister. She even entrusted him with the highest-tier gold card of the Merchant Association. With this card, Chen Mu could procure anything from the Chen family shops without spending a dime. Whatever he desired, he could take with abandon. Spirit stones? Just ask. More terrifying than the black card of his past life. Before long, he returned to the residence assigned to him, named Qinyan. Chen Mu headed straight for the recliner, lying back with a content expression. Rise from the ashes. Let others aspire. I simply wish to indulge in life's pleasures and enjoy a carefree existence. As soon as he finished speaking, a synthetic voice resonated in his mind. Name: Chen Mu. Gender: male. Age: identity verification successful. The Invincible Rise system is binding now. Invincible Rise system binding successful. A system? Chen Mu was all too familiar with this concept. Yet, at this moment, he felt no stir of emotion regarding the binding of the system. Would you like to accept the novice quest? Completing it will yield substantial rewards. I decline. Chen Mu waved his hand lazily. After a few moments of silence, the system's voice spoke again. Do you truly wish to live as a waste, looked down upon and trampled upon for a lifetime? System, allow me to enlighten you. Is it necessary to care about others' opinions throughout life? Life is my own as long as I find joy and freedom. Is that not sufficient? Their regard for me, whether positive or negative, means nothing. This time, the system remained silent for a full minute. It had intended to impart profound life lessons to ignite Chen Mu's fighting spirit, only to be unexpectedly schooled in return. Host, even if you disregard others' opinions, a mere 100 years is but a fleeting moment for an ordinary person. Only by becoming stronger can you ascend to the pinnacle and seek eternal life. Why live that long? Noticing that the system had fallen silent for an unusually long time, Chen Mu found the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Thus, he took the initiative to break the silence and asked, what functions do you have? Merely seeking to alleviate the boredom. System, upon completing tasks, this system grants a plethora of rewards, cultivation techniques, wealth, divine artifacts, everything imaginable, rendering the host invincible. Cultivation techniques? If memory serves, my uncle is the foremost creator of such techniques. With a mere stroke of his pen, he crafts the most superior methods in existence. Wealth? My elder sister's merchant association spans the entire Great Cang World, possessing riches that rival nations, earning her the title of the Golden Empress. Divine artifacts? My cousin, at the age of 14, is already a renowned master craftsman. This toothpick here was forged by him, a top-tier heavenly grade, said to be gentle on teeth while providing exceptional cleaning. Initially, I thought perhaps I could keep the system around for occasional amusement to pass the time. But upon further reflection, this system seemed entirely superfluous to me. My family behind me is simply too formidable. Keeping you around serves no purpose. How about you unbind yourself? I've worked hard enough in my past life, having been reborn. I truly wish to avoid the grind. Long live understanding. Chen Mu expressed his true feelings. Why toil to complete tedious tasks for rewards when I could simply bask in the sun? The system is attempting to unbind. Warning: a severe error has occurred within the system. System unbinding failed. Failed to unbind? Chen Mu furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had inadvertently shattered the system's morale with his words? Chapter 2. The system's automatic upgrade. My son is so understanding. Hey. You're not planning to explode, are you? If you must, could you please unbind yourself first? I'd rather not be dragged down with you. Chen Mu thought to himself, as his promising life was just beginning. The last thing he wanted was for the system to ruin it all. That would be utterly ridiculous. Little did he know, the system's psychological resilience was remarkably weak. He merely expressed a couple of truths, and it was ready to darken and self-destruct. What a spectacle! System encountered a data error, attempting automatic upgrade. Automatic upgrade? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity etched on his face. System attempted upgrade for the 12th time, failure. System attempted upgrade for the 45th time, failure. System attempted upgrade for the 88th time, failure. As he gazed at the incessantly popping system notifications, Chen Mu let out a long sigh and reclined back in his chair, quietly observing the unfolding drama. He found the system rather amusing. Instead of unbinding, it seemed determined to push its own limits and upgrade itself. This reminded him of a certain type of person, those who, the less you expect from them, the more they feel compelled to prove themselves. Well, as long as it doesn't self-destruct and harm itself, that's acceptable. System attempted upgrade for the 543rd time. Data successfully acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Sign-in module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Divine sign-in. System, host. This system has upgraded and added the divine sign-in function. No tasks required. You can sign in once daily for divine rewards. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, Chen Mu muttered, flipping over to sunbathe on his back. He lay on a lounge chair infused with a faint, refreshing bamboo fragrance, an expression of contentment on his face. System. Does the host wish to sign in? The sun was so comforting that Chen Mu had already drifted into a dream state. Slipping into sleep almost instantly, his sleep quality reminiscent of his previous life. System. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the sacred divine weapon, God-slaying sword. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knock at the door startled Chen Mu awake. Who is it? Your father. Hey. Chen Mu's temper flared instantly. Who dares to call themselves his father? This is outrageous. Just as he was about to explode, the door swung open, revealing none other than his own father, Chen Tianlin, his expression grave. Chen Mu swallowed hard, wondering if his father was displeased with his lackluster awakening talent and had come to reprimand him. Would he cast him out of the heavenly origin sacred land, severing their father-son bond? Father, what brings you here? Chen Mu stood to face Chen Tianlin. One could hardly argue that he was a formidable figure, exuding immense pressure befitting a quasi-emperor. Noticing the beads of sweat on Chen Tianlin's forehead, Chen Mu couldn't help but wonder, was it that hot today? Then, a sudden realization struck him. Chen Tianlin should be far away, battling demons in the vast wilderness. How could he have returned so abruptly? You arrogant boy. I worry that you might take drastic measures due to your talent. That's why I rushed back to check on you. Listen, you must not seek death. Do you hear me? I will find a way to resolve the issue with your spiritual roots. I, your father, was once deemed a once-in-a-century waste of talent. And yet here I am, a quasi-emperor. Chen Tianlin patted his chest confidently. In truth, father, there's no need to worry. I think having subpar spiritual roots isn't so bad. After all, I have little interest in cultivation or slaughter. It's quite nice to have time to enjoy life. Chen Mu candidly expressed. Chen Tianlin was taken aback. Chen Mu, in turn, was startled, thinking to himself, surely this quasi-emperor father wouldn't be angry at his laid-back attitude? However, Chen Tianlin's subsequent words immediately eased Chen Mu's concerns. My dear child, it's wonderful that you think this way. I was truly afraid you might take a turn for the worse. If your sister finds out, she would surely tear me apart. Good. Enjoy life. Whatever you desire. Feel free to mention it at home. Who would dare refuse? If someone does, just come to me. I'll personally ensure you get it. Chen Tianlin said, clapping Chen Mu on the shoulder, his smile somewhat forced. Chen Mu saw through his facade, but said nothing. By the way, Chen Tianlin continued, I've arranged for a bodyguard for you. This way, if you wish to go out, you won't have to worry about anyone plotting against you. Before Chen Mu could respond, Chen Tianlin clapped his hands. In the next moment, a young woman clad in a flowing light purple silk robe, wielding a sword, stepped into Qingyan Mansion. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with skin as fair as snow and an exquisite beauty that was simply breathtaking. Chen Mu would not have doubted her status as a sectes saintess. Father, you've brought her to be my bodyguard? Chen Mu asked, seeking confirmation. What? Are you looking down on her? Though young, she is the saintess of the heavenly sword sect, possessing the strength of a martial master. Chen Tianlin seemed to misunderstand Chen Mu's intent. By the way, her name is Yi Qingqing. Ah, she really is a saintess, Chen Mu mused. The heavenly sword sect, if memory served, was a powerful sect affiliated with the heavenly origin sacred land, specializing in swordsmanship. Father, while the heavenly sword sect is allied with us, is it really appropriate to have their saintess serve as my bodyguard? What would the heavenly sword sect think? Chen Mu was concerned about the potential fallout that could disrupt his tranquil life. Do not worry about that. She was already cough. Chen Tianlin suddenly seemed to recall something, and he quickly changed his words. My son, let us do as you say. You stay at home and enjoy life. There are still matters to address in the wilderness, so I'll take my leave. Hey, before Chen Mu could voice his thoughts, Chen Tianlin had already vanished in the blink of an eye, the door closing behind him along with Yi Qingqing. Outside, Chen Tianlin covered his mouth, tears glistening in his eyes. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows, never having imagined that such a formidable figure could shed tears. Why? Then she heard him speak with a quivering voice. My son is so understanding. To comfort me, he even pretends to be indifferent, saying he wants to enjoy life. Qingqing, I'm counting on you. I'm here. Yi Qingqing stepped forward. You must protect him at all costs. He must not seek death, understand? Otherwise, in that moment, Yi Qingqing felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern, her delicate frame shivering. She had never seen such a terrifying gaze. To her, Chen Tianlin resembled a god of death standing atop a mountain of corpses. Rest assured, esteemed master, I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of the young master. I pledge my life to this. Yi Qingqing knelt, placing her hands before her and bowing her head. When she looked up again, Chen Tianlin had already vanished, leaving behind an atmosphere of dread that clung to Yi Qingqing. Impossible to dispel. Goodness. Has the young master come under attack? Bang. Hearing an exclamation from within the courtyard walls, Yi Qingqing's expression shifted in alarm. She hurriedly broke through the door, drawing her sword. Chapter 3. The 14-year-old master craftsman cousin as she beheld the icy cold visage of Yi Qingqing. Her sword radiating with a dazzling light and her spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Chen Mu quickly interjected, Nothing happened, don't be tense. I just stretched and accidentally sprained a bone. Yes, sprained a bone. He hastily concocted an excuse. In truth, he had discovered something peculiar in the system records. He had never signed in, yet the system had automatically done so, placing the sacred divine weapon into his system backpack. So that is how it is it? The system explained. To save the host's time and energy, the system can automatically sign in daily, acquiring a plethora of divine rewards to assist the host in rising against the heavens. What could Chen Mu say? All he could express was, as long as you're happy. Yet he truly had no interest in rising against the heavens, sprained a bone. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chen Mu's explanation, Yi Qingqing immediately sheathed her sword and approached him. Let me see. Oh, all right, Chen Mu replied affirmatively, allowing Yi Qingqing to examine his body. Once assured of his well-being, she exhaled a sigh of relief. For added precaution, she retrieved a white jade vial from her spatial ring, pouring out a healing pill. Young master, please consume this healing pill. Chen Mu hesitated momentarily, but swallowed his words. He realized that without consuming it, Yi Qingqing would surely remain unsettled. Very well. He pinched the pill between his fingers and placed it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, releasing a powerful aura of spiritual energy that coursed through his body's meridians, nourishing his limbs and internal organs. He felt invigorated. What grade is this pill? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, skeptical that an ordinary healing pill could produce such effects. 4th grade, Yi Qingqing responded. 4th grade. A pill capable of reviving a near-death person. And you? Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that Yi Qingqing was squandering a precious resource. The grading of pills ranges from low to high, with a total of 9 grades. 4th grade is already considered a precious tier. As long as the young master was unharmed, a solitary 4th grade pill was insignificant. Yi Qingqing shook her head, urging Chen Mu not to take it to heart. With such concern from Yi Qingqing, what could Chen Mu possibly complain about? A dignified sex saintess was going to such lengths for him. What had her father concocted to persuade her? Or was it by force? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. I'll go answer the door. Yi Qingqing promptly moved, gliding towards the crimson courtyard door. Chen Mu, meanwhile, inspected his system panel, noting a significant increase in his spiritual energy, suggesting an impending breakthrough. After all, it was a 4th grade pill, abundant in spiritual energy. And considering his own cultivation was not particularly high. In the Great Cang World, cultivation levels ascend from low to high as follows. Martial apprentice, training the flesh. Martial disciple, training the tendons. Martial warrior, training the skin. Martial master, training the bones. Innate martial master, training the organs. Grand master, training the bone marrow. Martial sage, blood transformation. Human immortal, training the apertures. Each major realm is further divided into 9 layers. As for the quasi-emperor realm achieved by Chen Tianlin, it transcends the human immortal level, training the spirit, and upon reaching a certain threshold, one could become the emperor of a realm. Currently, the position of emperor in Chen Mu's realm remained vacant. Chen Tianlin was also striving towards that lofty goal. Outside, upon seeing the courtyard door open, a young man was about to speak, but the excitement on his face suddenly morphed into confusion. How could such an extraordinarily beautiful woman appear at Qingyan Manor? He wondered. Could it be? Cousin. Hello, sister-in-law, he exclaimed with a radiant smile. Little rascal, what are you shouting for? At the sound of that voice, even without seeing the person, Chen Mu instantly recognized it was his 14-year-old cousin, Jiang Sheng, who had become a master craftsman. Oddly enough, Jiang Sheng was utterly obsessed with crafting. He showed little interest in anything else, yet had the closest relationship with Chen Mu in the entire Tianyuan sacred land. Others had to schedule appointments to have him craft items, but for Chen Mu, he would drop everything at a mere word. Whenever he acquired something valuable, it was promptly sent to Chen Mu, free of charge. Compliment him a couple of times, and he would be over the moon. Cousin. Jiang Sheng strode over. Yi Qingcheng closed the courtyard door and followed closely behind. A blush crept onto her previously cold cheeks. Cousin, when will you get married? I could craft a few divine weapons as your betrothal gifts, Jiang Sheng said excitedly. Chen Mu smacked Jiang Sheng's head lightly, utterly speechless. Little rascal. I told you to stop talking nonsense. She is my personal guard arranged by my father, the saintess of the heavenly sword sect, Yi Qingqing. The saintess of the heavenly sword sect, Yi Qingqing. You know her? Chen Mu probed. No, Jiang Sheng shook his head. Then why the excitement? Chen Mu rolled his eyes. She sounds impressive, Jiang Sheng chuckled innocently. So what brings you here? Are you here to mock me? How could that be? Jiang Sheng said earnestly. Even if you were a complete waste, you would still be my good cousin, a lifelong good cousin. When everyone thought I was a fool and doubted my ability to become a craftsman, only you believed in me, sneaking me into the crafting room and helping me steal the techniques. In short, I, Jiang Tian, will protect you from now on. Jiang Sheng pounded his chest proudly. All right, Chen Mu agreed, feeling deeply touched. He recalled Jiang Sheng's childhood when he was a bit slow-witted, perpetually drooling and fond of eating his boogers. Yet, despite this, he was genuinely interested in crafting, declaring his ambition to become a craftsman. Learning to craft was trivial. The family primarily worried about him accidentally melting himself. As for why his predecessor had helped Jiang Sheng learn crafting, it was merely for amusement, to see what a fool could achieve. Little did he expect to inadvertently cultivate a 14-year-old master craftsman. In fact, Chen Mu had traversed into this world 16 years ago, with his memories previously sealed. Reflecting on his former self before his consciousness awakened, he found it rather amusing. If there's nothing else, go back and continue crafting. I have faith in you, Chen Mu said, reclining in a lounge chair and gently rocking. The sun was just right, and he wished to indulge in a bit more rest. Cousin, don't rush me off. I'm here specifically to bring you treasures, Jiang Sheng explained. Treasure? What treasure? Chen Mu inquired calmly, following his lead. To be honest, I've just crafted a holy-grade divine weapon. Chen Mu's response was interrupted by the system. Chapter 4 System. I suspect you are messing with my mentality. In the Great Cang World, the levels of weapons and magical treasures ascend from low to high, categorized as yellow grade, Xian grade, earth grade, heaven grade, holy grade, and divine grade. Each major grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Divine grade weapons have long been lost for thousands of years. Currently, the holy grade is widely recognized as the strongest. Chen Mu understood that Jiang Tian possessed unparalleled talent in crafting. It was astonishing that at only 14 years old, he could forge a holy grade weapon, something that many could only dream of. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too surprising. Jiang Tian had been able to craft heaven-grade weapons effortlessly at the age of 13. In just a year, achieving the holy grade was not insurmountable. At this pace, Chen Mu had every reason to believe that the long-lost divine-grade weapons might once again grace the world. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the foremost craftsman in our Tianyuan sacred land. Chen Mu praised, giving a thumbs up. Of course, Jiang Tian's face gleamed with pride, clearly eager for compliments. Chen Mu could not ignore his enthusiasm. More importantly, with such a devoted little cousin, Chen Mu had no reason not to foster a good relationship, allowing him to enjoy a more leisurely life. You flatter me. Though he said that, Jiang Tian's smile had nearly reached the sky. Yi Qingcheng, while maintaining a composed demeanor, felt a tempest of emotions within her. It was astonishing to discover that the rumors were true. There indeed existed a prodigious talent for crafting in the Tianyuan sacred land, one whose potential was unmatched in millennia. Crafting a holy grade weapon at 14 was even more remarkable than the tale suggested. What surprised Yi Qingqing even more was how this remarkable individual behaved like an awestruck fan in front of Chen Mu, beaming at his casual praise. Unable to contain his joy, was this truly something a cultivator with a low-grade spirit root could achieve? The young master must possess a formidable side that she had yet to witness. So what weapon did you forge? Chen Mu casually asked. Eager to expedite the conversation so Jiang Tian could return from whence he came, allowing him to bask in the sun in peace. Jiang Tian no longer hesitated, teasingly swiping his right hand across the spatial ring on his left hand. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted. Bang! A heavy sword box clattered to the ground. Known as the God-slaying sword box, signifying its capacity to vanquish even deities. Within this box lay 12 sacred-grade divine weapons, manipulable through mental prowess. The notion of the God-slaying sword box, the God-slaying sword, although it may be deemed a coincidence, it did not deter Chen Mu from feeling that Jiang Tian was targeting the system. Unfortunately, his system had a rather fragile psychological endurance. As if the name God-slaying sword box was not enough, it also contained 12 sacred-grade divine weapons. How could the system save face? System. 12 sacred-grade divine weapons. Yi Qingqing's expression shifted slightly, nearly unable to maintain her composure. Cousin, I shall gift you this God-slaying sword box. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Chen Mu interjected, if you were to present it to the family, you would earn considerable honor points and praise from the elders. Handing it to me yields you nothing. I am not lacking in honor points. The elders? They cannot possibly compare to you. Cousin, Jiang Tian declared without hesitation. Enough, cousin. The furnace is still burning. I must return. Once I have crafted a new protective treasure, I shall bring it to you. Before Chen Mu could respond, Jiang Tian waved and dashed away. Hey! Chen Mu gazed at the God-slaying sword box, originally intending to express that with his inferior yellow-grade aptitude, he had no use for such a treasure. Where would he draw the spiritual energy from? However, Jiang Tian had sprinted away too swiftly for Chen Mu to voice his thoughts. System. Special reminder. The various treasures and artifacts rewarded by this system can be utilized by the host regardless of level disparities or spiritual energy consumption. As Chen Mu viewed the system's prompt, his preconceived notions about it were thoroughly shattered. Was it not reminiscent of a wronged little wife? Subsequently, noticing Yi Qingqing's eager gaze fixed upon the God-slaying sword box, an idea sparked in Chen Mu's mind. If you desire it, it is not impossible. Should you perform well in the future, perhaps I might bestow it upon you in a moment of goodwill. Drawing the blueprint first, as a reborn individual, Chen Mu had witnessed his fair share of grandiose dreams. He flipped over, basking in the sun. Then, he hinted, my waist seems a bit sore. Young master, if you do not mind, allow me to massage it for you. Yi Qingqing stepped forward. Very well, Chen Mu eagerly agreed. Courtesy? What is that? At present, he merely wished for someone to alleviate his fatigue. Indeed, she was a genius of the Tianjin sect, possessing remarkable aptitude even in this regard. Oh, how delightful. Yi Qingqing's technique exceeded Chen Mu's expectations. In his previous life, aside from her beauty, her skill alone could have made her the star attraction, fully booked with appointments. Moreover, while massaging, she utilized spiritual energy to invigorate Chen Mu's meridians. The comfort was exponentially heightened. If this scene were to be witnessed by those from the Tianjin sect, they would undoubtedly be left aghast. In his memory, the cold beauty, the #1 female prodigy of the sect, who was once aloof and untouchable, now knelt beside a man, earnestly and meticulously massaging his shoulders and back. Surely, this was not a jest? How they perceived it mattered little to Chen Mu. What mattered was his own enjoyment. He had initially believed he was destined for a hellish beginning, yet awakening a mediocre aptitude had surprisingly led him to a smooth path. Lacking self-defense capabilities? His imperial father had directly summoned a sect saintess to serve as his protector. His little cousin had promptly presented him with a sacred-grade divine weapon. Even if he did not use it, merely possessing it was enough to instill fear and awe in many. Furthermore, he was bound to a fragile-hearted system. This system's fragility was unlike any other. The more delicate it was, the greater his benefits. His heart resonated with 2 words, steady. Life was increasingly promising. Young master. Is my strength excessive? Am I causing you pain? Yi Qingqing's cool yet gentle voice reached his ears. No, it feels wonderful. Continue, Chen Mu replied lazily. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, heavy eyelids growing weighty. Just when he felt a hint of drowsiness, the incessant knocking resumed. Is this Qingyun mansion now a tourist attraction? Chen Mu exclaimed helplessly. As the guest approached, one could not deny them entry. Yi Qingqing stood to greet them. With a creak, the door opened. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It was Li Xianyuan, the top talisman master of the Great Song. Confusion washed over her. Why would he appear here? To seek the young master? Chapter 5. This adoptive father is both powerful and affectionate. While the system remains delicate, Li Xianyuan, Chen Mu was exceedingly familiar with this individual. Though not a member of the Chen family, he shared a profound bond with Chen Tianlin, akin to soulmates. Due to this connection, Li Xianyuan was exceedingly indulgent toward Chen Mu and had even adopted him as a son after he came of age. Every few days, Li Xianyuan would take Chen Mu to his secluded bamboo grove, spending several days in companionship, exploring mountains, and savoring various rare spiritual delicacies. As an adoptive father, Chen Mu could feel the affection he received was no less than that of his biological father, Chen Tianlin. As a top-tier talisman master, even imperial factions had to show utmost respect in his presence. In the vast realm of Great Cang, one could scarcely find anyone capable of making him bow. To outsiders, Li Xianyuan was an unrivaled powerhouse, decisive in battle and aloof in demeanor. Yet, in Chen Mu's eyes, Li Xianyuan was merely a father who would lay on the ground when Chen Mu was displeased, allowing him to ride on his back to amuse himself. "Father, what brings you here?" Shaking his head to clear away unnecessary thoughts, Chen Mu stood to greet him. "Father." Yi Qingqing's pupils constricted, never having imagined the depth of the relationship between Chen Mu and Li Xianyuan. To have such protection in the southern region meant that no one would dare provoke him. After all, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Moreover, their relationship as adoptive father and son made it even more significant. Suddenly, she felt that talent, in the face of such overwhelming backing, seemed not so crucial. What did it matter if Chen Mu's awakening of talent was a failure? What of being a non-genius? In the vast realm of Great Cang, who would dare lay a finger on him? As the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect, a celebrated prodigy, she too could only remain by his side as a devoted protector. "Is it true that you have awakened your talent?" Cough, cough, cough. Considering Chen Mu's thoughts, Li Xianyuan abruptly swallowed his words. Instead, he said, "I have newly crafted a few talismans for your protection." These talismans possessed immense power, and extreme caution was imperative when using them. Especially the Heavenly Fire Talisman, a 9th-grade divine talisman, even a martial saint, without formidable protective techniques, would find themselves grievously injured or, at worst, perish upon contact. 9th-grade divine talisman. Yi Qingqing gasped, her delicate lips parted, astonishment etched across her fair face. In the entire southern region, regardless of strength, those capable of crafting 9th-grade divine talismans could probably be counted on one hand. Aside from the exorbitant material costs, the success rate was terrifyingly low. Therefore, 9th-grade divine talismans were perpetually in high demand, often sold at astronomical prices. Even various dynasties spared no effort in collecting 9th-grade divine talismans, seeking an additional trump card to intimidate rival factions. Take the Great Martial Dynasty, for instance. The emperor had visited Li Xianyuan's tranquil bamboo grove multiple times, offering mountains of gold and silver, along with countless treasures, in hopes of persuading him to fabricate 9th-grade divine talismans, only to be met with unyielding refusals. After the 4th visit, he even cast a barrier to prevent further disturbances. Yet, this individual, whom even a monarch could not persuade, had voluntarily crafted divine talismans for Chen Mu's safety and delivered them personally. 36 7th-grade talismans, 12 8th-grade talismans, 3 9th-grade talismans. If the great martial emperor were to learn of this, he would surely be envious to the point of drooling. "Thank you, Father," Chen Mu graciously accepted. There was no reason to be overly courteous with Li Xianyuan. Doing so would only sadden him and create distance. Chen Mu vividly remembered that at the age of 9, Li Xianyuan had attempted to entice him into studying talisman crafting to become a talisman master. However, Chen Mu, being playful, was reluctant to sit cross-legged all day, delving into those intricately perplexing incantations. Li Xianyuan, having offered a few words of encouragement, inadvertently provoked Chen Mu, who exclaimed, "I detest my adoptive father the most." This left Li Xianyuan utterly stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Following this, Chen Mu's melancholy led to a grave illness, prompting him to contemplate abandoning his pursuit of talisman crafting. On the other hand, Chen Mu yearned for a leisurely life, desiring to accumulate protective talismans, which was not contradictory. Family, what need is there for expressions of gratitude? As long as you remain safe and sound, that is worth everything. Li Xianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been apprehensive that Chen Mu would resent his concern. After much deliberation, he concluded that Chen Mu's safety was paramount and resolved to deliver the talismans. Just as Chen Mu was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind. The system announced, to ensure the host has ample space to store valuable items. This system has granted the host unlimited backpack privileges. Chen Mu was uncertain whether the system had become overly sensitive, fearing comparisons with others. Regardless, since it posed no harm to him, he chose not to dwell on it. As always, if the system was content, that was sufficient. "By the way, Moore, that little girl over there, could she be yours?" Li Xianyuan inquired in a lowered voice, following his gaze to rest upon Yi Qingqing. Although Li Xuanyuan's words were left unfinished, Chen Mu understood that he had been utterly misunderstood. He quickly clarified, "Adoptive father, do not misconstrue. My relationship with her is entirely innocent. She is a personal guard arranged by my father." "Ah, I see. I thought I might finally have a daughter-in-law and the prospect of grandchildren." Li Xuanyuan's face fell with disappointment. Yi Qingcheng, realizing the misunderstanding, felt her cheeks flush slightly, hesitant to speak further. Reacting quickly, Li Xianyuan closed the distance, standing before her. "I pay my respects to Senior Xianyuan," Yi Qingcheng said, clasping her hands in greeting. Earlier, she had been too astonished to bow properly. "No need for excessive formality," Li Xianyuan replied, his gaze suddenly shifting as he discerned Yi Qingcheng's cultivation level. Is she merely at the martial master stage? Several radiant talismans flew forth, and Li Xianyuan declared, "If anything were to happen to my adopted son, I will hold you accountable." Observing the collection of talismans in hand, ranging from the 4th to the 6th rank, encompassing defense, attack, and speed, Yi Qingcheng immediately knelt in gratitude, promising, "Rest assured, Senior Xianyuan, I vow to protect the young master with my life. Your strength may be lacking, but your resolve is commendable. Once these talismans are exhausted, feel free to come to me for more." Li Xianyuan admired. "Thank you, Senior." After instructing Yi Qingcheng, Li Xianyuan returned to Chen Mu's side and asked, "Mu, have you considered coming with me to the carefree bamboo forest to learn talisman crafting and become a talisman master?" From Yi Qingcheng's perspective, this was more of a plea than a mere suggestion. Many sought to apprentice under a top talisman master, yet here was one imploring another to learn. Should other talisman masters witness this scene, they would surely be astounded and envious. "I appreciate your good intentions, adoptive father, but for now, I merely wish to live a carefree and simple life. To relax," Chen Mu politely declined. "A carefree and simple life, is it? That is well." In Li Xuanyuan's view, Chen Mu's desire to distance himself from conflict was not a bad thing. If so, why not consider starting a family? "My dear son, I have some connections and influence in this southern region. If you fancy any noble lady or princess, do not hesitate to say so. I shall personally propose on your behalf. If you desire someone, I will ensure they are yours." Li Xianyuan vowed passionately, hearing of a stunning saintess from the sword sect. Renowned for her beauty and possessing phoenix blood, he believed she was worthy of becoming Li Xuanyuan's daughter-in-law. Chapter 6, New Upgrade. Breathing enhances cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng instinctively pressed her lips together. She contemplated that if Chen Mu indeed harbored such intentions, she would willingly marry into the heavenly origin Holy Land. Even if Chen Mu possessed only mediocre talent, his family background was unparalleled. Yi Qingcheng firmly believed that if Chen Mu wished it, he could choose from the most exquisite women in the world. Joining the heavenly origin Holy Land was a dream come true, especially marrying the future Holy Master. From Chen Tianlin's previous demeanor, Yi Qingcheng did not suspect he would appoint another heir. "Adoptive father, I am indeed the saintess of the sword sect." Chen Mu gave a knowing glance. "Is she Yi Qingcheng?" Li Xianyuan turned to look. Reflecting on her earlier mention of her name, he chuckled. "It seems your father and I are on the same wavelength." Though he wished to linger longer, he did not want to intrude upon the young couple's private world. Without personal space, how could love blossom? He activated the talismans, summoning clouds and mist, embarking on the journey back to the carefree bamboo forest. As he departed, his voice lingered in Chen Mu's ears, suggesting that he could bring her to the bamboo forest for a visit sometime. Chen Mu raised a hand to his forehead, frowning. How could he not discern Li Xuanyuan's thoughts? It appeared that the pressure to marry transcended borders and dimensions. Chen Mu remarked, "Dimensions?" Yi Qingcheng's melodious voice chimed in his ears. "It's nothing." Chen Mu shook his head, urging her not to dwell on it. Both the system and his reincarnated identity were secrets he intended to keep from everyone. Subsequently, observing the talisman Yi Qingcheng extended towards him, he inquired, "What are you doing?" "My duty is to protect the young master. I cannot accept these," Yi Qingcheng replied, acutely aware that without Chen Mu, Li Xianyuan, a figure of such stature, would likely not even spare her a glance. "Stop being so contradictory. Take what I offer without overthinking it. Besides, those talismans are not for you, but meant to ensure my protection," Chen Mu insisted, lifting his leg. "I understand now, young master," Yi Qingcheng responded, feeling relieved at his words. She stored the talismans in her spatial ring and knelt down to massage his calves. To prevent further interruptions, Chen Mu had Yi Qingcheng post a notice at the gate, which read, "Unwell today, no visitors." He contemplated why it was so difficult to enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap. Though he knew they meant to comfort him, the failure of his talent awakening had not truly affected him, so what solace could they offer? All he desired was sleep. Perhaps it was the day's overwhelming events or the flood of memories in his mind that had drained his energy. Being merely a mortal, he felt exceedingly fatigued. Under Yi Qingcheng's expert touch, His eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. System data error detected. Attempting automatic upgrade. System upgrade attempt 1 failed. System upgrade attempt 8 failed. System upgrade attempt 24 failed. Chen Mu, he mused, can I mute you? System version 2 low. Please try again later. Honestly, you are beginning to resemble my ex-girlfriend, Chen Mu remarked. System upgrade attempt 48. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading now. Upgrade successful. Breathing enhancement cultivation module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Breathing enhances cultivation. Breathing enhances cultivation? Although Chen Mu was not particularly enthusiastic about cultivation, the notion of gaining strength merely through breathing was indeed an enticing prospect. According to the system's explanation, a complete inhalation and exhalation would yield random cultivation growth. While the increase from a single complete breath might seem trivial, over time, be it a day, 10 days, or a year, it would accumulate significantly. In the midst of his breathing, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. Before long, Chen Mu finally achieved his long-desired rest. Entering a deep slumber, his breaths grew steady and Cultivation 1, Cultivation 3, Cultivation 8. Upon observing Chen Mu deeply asleep, Yi Qingqing conjured a celestial silk blanket of the finest texture to cover him, ensuring he wouldn't catch a chill. As a martial artist of her caliber, illness was hardly a concern, her physical constitution far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. However, Chen Mu was different and required utmost care. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Mu. Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, could this be a breakthrough? But how? Chen Mu hasn't been cultivating or refining elixirs. He's merely been sleeping. Could there be a cultivation technique related to slumber? She immediately dismissed the notion, shaking her head. Such a thing is impossible. If cultivation were that simple, who would bother with arduous training day and night? Everyone would simply sleep. She surmised that the young master must have been on the verge of a breakthrough, and the healing elixir he had taken earlier had been fully absorbed, leading to this fortuitous event. A mere coincidence, nothing more. It must be, she thought. Achieving a breakthrough through sleep is simply too absurd. Even with top-tier talent, it's impossible. After all, she herself possessed top-tier talent. While Yi Qingqing was lost in thought, Chen Mu continued to slumber peacefully, his breathing steady. Cultivation 10, Cultivation 5, Cultivation 20. Another surge of spiritual energy reverberated through the air. Yi Qingqing stood frozen, her heart filled with a maelstrom of emotions. Words failed her. Could it be that the young master was truly capable of breakthroughs in cultivation simply by sleeping? And they call that garbage talent? Wait, she mused. The Tianyuan Holy Land once encountered a similar situation, where someone appeared to awaken a low-grade talent but, in reality, possessed another top-tier talent. Could it be that the young master, like that individual, possesses dual talents? Yi Qingqing could not conceive of any other explanation. When she herself had awakened her top-tier talent, a heaven-grade, supreme quality fire spirit root, her cultivation speed was nowhere near Chen Mu's current pace. Could the young master's talent be above heaven-grade? Ultimately, Yi Qingqing arrived at a startling conclusion. Indeed, she murmured, folding her arms in contemplation. With such a family of prodigies and top-tier geniuses, how could the young master be ordinary? This makes perfect sense. Yi Qingqing had convinced herself. Protecting the young master's safety? It seems he doesn't require my protection. She was certain that it wouldn't be long before Chen Mu closed the gap, surpassed her, and crushed her. She raised her hands and gently tapped her cheeks to stay focused. I must protect the young master at least for the time being. Just then, she heard voices from outside the wall. The young master is ill? What shall we do? Upon hearing the voices, Yi Qingqing moved with the stealth of a cat toward the main gate, glancing back to ensure she didn't disturb Chen Mu's rest. She cautiously opened the gate and saw a group of people and several massive redwood chests. She surmised their intentions. Who are you and what brings you to the Azure Cloud Manor? She inquired. The leader of the group snapped out of his daze. Recovering from the shock of Yi Qingqing's beauty, he cupped his fist and replied, we are here on behalf of our employer to present treasures to the young master. Your employer? Yi Qingqing pressed. Who is your employer? She needed to know in order to explain to Chen Mu later. Our employer is named Chen Juexin, the young master's elder sister, the man answered truthfully. Chen Juexin. Yi Qingqing was very familiar with this name. Rumor had it that her business empire spanned the Great Song continent, and she controlled a vast amount of wealth. Even the Heavenly Sword sect owed her a considerable sum. The Heavenly Sword sect's decision to align with the Tianyuan Holy Land was not entirely unrelated to Chen Juexin. The young master is currently resting. You may leave the items here, and I will inform him when he awakens, Yi Qingqing stated. Understood, the man said, handing Yi Qingqing a spatial ring. Yi Qiqing glanced at the spatial ring and then at the chests, puzzled. If you have a spatial ring, why not store everything inside? She infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the ring and quickly understood. She was astonished. The reason was simple. It was already full of countless top-grade spirit stones. In the Great Song continent, spirit stones were ranked from low to high, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Spirit stones served as currency and cultivation resources. The higher the grade, the more spiritual energy it contained and the greater its value. The sheer number of spirit stones exceeded Yi Qingqing's comprehension of wealth. To be richer than the world, to be as wealthy as a nation. This must be it, she thought. Chen Mu was fortunate to have such an affluent family who showered him with unconditional love. First, she had become his guard. Then came the holy grade divine weapon, the divine talisman, and now, countless top-grade spirit stones. Envy. I am filled with envy, she sighed. Meanwhile, on the way down the mountain, one of the men asked, Brother Xiao, what's on your mind? You've been frowning since earlier. Xiao Jian stroked his chin. I feel like I've seen that woman somewhere before. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't recall. Perhaps it was in a dream? No. Even the goddesses I've encountered in dreams aren't as beautiful as she is. For such a beauty to be a servant in the Tianyuan Holy Land is truly a blessing for the young master. Suddenly, Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. I remember. I finally remember who she is. She's the Heavenly Sword Sect's Holy Maiden, Yi Qiqing. I saw her portrait once. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Holy Maiden. How could such a genius be serving the young master in the Azure Cloud manner? The Heavenly Sword Sect's Holy Maiden is indeed powerful. But the young master is our employer's younger brother and the future Holy Master of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Considering that, it made more sense. Yet, the shock and envy in their hearts were undiminished. To be even a fraction as fortunate would be enough to die without regrets. Back at the Azure Cloud manor, Yi Qiqing used her spiritual energy to lift the chests and land them silently in the courtyard. She wondered what treasures they contained. She closed her eyes, then opened them. Her pupils shifting slightly. She peered through the chests. What she saw was astonishing. Divine weapons, armor, magical artifacts, countless treasures. My heavens! This is the Surprise Goose, ranked 4th on the famous sword registry. This is the Blood Moon Demon Saber, ranked 6th on the famous saber registry. Armor made from the scales of a fire dragon. A heart mirror that can withstand a full-force attack from a human immortal. Nearly half of the treasures on the various registries were now in the Azure Cloud manor. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect's treasure vault paled in comparison. It seems I underestimated that sister's affection for the young master, Yi Qiqing whispered. The functionality has been updated, with unlimited divine sign-ins. Chen Mu was blissfully asleep, completely unaware of everything occurring around him. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a holy grade divine weapon, the Tianyuan sword. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a holy grade armor, the Phoenix Feather Garment. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a holy grade treasure, the Indestructible Golden Bell. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a top-tier spiritual mind treasure map 1. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 100 years of life. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 top-tier spirit stones. As night fell, a chill breeze brushed against Chen Mu's face. He shivered involuntarily, awakening from his dreams. Sitting up, rubbing his eyes, and stretching, he sighed. Ah, that was an exceptionally comfortable sleep. Noticing the silk quilt draped over him, he smiled faintly. To his surprise, the saintess was quite attentive. It seemed he had underestimated her capabilities. Initially, he thought the saintess must be a pampered being, scanning the surroundings. He did not see Yi Qiqing's figure. Had she stepped out? Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 100 years of life. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired top-tier agility, light as a swallow. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received top-tier seller, drunken immortality 10. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 200 years of life. Chen Mu intended to ignore it, but the system panel moved deliberately within his field of vision, even enlarging and bolding its font. Chapter 8. Objective, Indulgence, and Enjoyment. The Imperial Chef. All right. I see your prowess. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, sending the system panel flying aside. It was rather annoying. Then he noticed a dozen or so mahogany chests placed before him. Confused, he wondered where these items had come from. The system? Unlikely, as rewards from it should have directly entered the system's backpack. Even if Yi Qiqing was deeply loyal to the Tianyuan sacred land, Chen Mu would not divulge a word about the system to her. The system should understand this logic. Otherwise, he would have to question its intelligence. Favorability -1. The system replied, official statement. These items are in no way related to this system. Young master, you are awake. Yi Qingqing's voice came from behind, accompanied by the enticing aroma of delicious food. Patting his stomach, he realized he was quite hungry. After replenishing his sleep, it was time to fill his belly. His cultivation had not yet reached the level where he could subsist on air and dew, relying on spiritual energy to stave off hunger. Turning around, he saw Yi Qingqing approaching with a plate of fragrant drunken chicken and kung pao chicken, which he placed on the stone table before him. A feast for the senses. Just the sight of it made Chen Mu's mouth water. You can cook? He asked in surprise. The saintess truly seemed to possess a plethora of talents. With beauty, cultivation, and culinary skills, she would undoubtedly be the dream of countless men if word got out. No, Yi Qingqing shook her head, but I can learn for you, young master. Her willingness delighted Chen Mu, though he was still curious and asked, so where did these dishes come from? I noticed there were no cooks in the Qingyan residence. So I sent a message and had a renowned chef from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion prepare your meals, Yi Qingqing explained. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Chen Mu recalled that it was indeed as Yi Qingqing said, a prestigious establishment in the Great Wu dynasty. Chef Zhang Shankai, once the imperial chef, was rumored to be capable of crafting thousands of exquisite dishes. Chen Mu was thrilled to have such talent in the residence. To live a carefree life, one must indulge in the four pleasures: food, drink, entertainment, and leisure. Food, being the foremost, attests to its significance. Yet, most people in this world were solely focused on cultivation, shunning gourmet delicacies to rely on air and dew for sustenance. Chen Mu found this utterly incomprehensible. Grabbing his chopsticks, he eagerly picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in his mouth. It was red without being spicy, spicy without being overwhelming, rich in flavor. And the meat was tender and crisp. He could not stop himself, savoring bite after bite. Truly, the culinary skills of the imperial chef were not to be taken lightly. Seeing Chen Mu enjoying his meal, Yi Qingqing's anxious heart finally settled. Fearing it might not suit his taste, she hurried back to the kitchen to bring out more dishes. Soon, the stone table was laden with braised lion's head, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork, oil-braised prawns, mouth-watering chicken, and hot and sour soup. Filling the entire surface. Chen Mu sampled everything, his taste buds thoroughly satisfied. You shouldn't just stand there. Sit down and eat. He gestured with his chopsticks, inviting Yi Qingqing to take a seat. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing did not overthink it. She simply followed his commands. By the way, what about those chests? Since the system claimed they were unrelated, Chen Mu could only inquire with Yi Qingqing. Young master, these treasure chests, along with this spatial ring, she said. Presenting the ring, were sent by your elder sister through a messenger. She seems to be preoccupied with trivial matters and cannot visit in person. But she mentioned she would come to see you again in a few days. I see. Chen Mu donned the ring, setting aside the goodwill. He understood his sister Qin Jiuexin well. If she came next time and did not see the ring on his hand, she would surely overthink it. Better to wear it now to avoid unnecessary trouble. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he took a glance inside. He was genuinely astounded by the wealth contained within this spatial ring. The top-tier spirit stones stored within could likely rival the treasury of the Great Wu dynasty. With so many spirit stones, even a pig could reach the innate martial master realm by refining the contained spiritual energy, regardless of how poor its absorption capabilities were. Chen Mu unleashed another wave of spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the mahogany treasure chest sprang open, revealing a dazzling array of rare materials and treasures that seemed to overflow. Chen Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. My sister truly is extravagantly generous. To have such a sister, what more could one desire? The system chimed in, special notice, during the host's rest period. This system has completed an update of the sign-in module, upgrading it to unlimited sign-ins. The host can now obtain a multitude of rewards through unlimited sign-ins, with random quality. Young master, are you satisfied with the meal I prepared? Zhang Shenkai approached, wiping his hands on the coarse apron, nervously asking. Not bad. You should stay in the Qingyan residence from now on. Don't go back. How about 100 top-tier spirit stones for a month? Chen Mu considered. Not wanting to frighten him, he conservatively suggested. Zhang Shenkai was momentarily stunned, and after 2 to 3 seconds, he suddenly reacted, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I will certainly serve you diligently in the future. It was just a meal. Why the excessive gratitude? Chen Mu remarked, bemused. I will not disturb the two of you as you dine. Zhang Shenkai retreated, looking weak and trembling, as though he might fall at any moment. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it really necessary? Young master, He earns only half a top-tier spirit stone after a month at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Yi Qingcheng explained from the side. Half a stone for a month? Now Chen Mu could comprehend Zhang Xingcai's reaction. No wonder he had reacted so dramatically. By the way, you performed splendidly today. I can't shortchange you either. How about 1,000 top-tier spirit stones for a month? Chen Mu inquired of Yi Qingcheng. After all, she was a saintess, and her treatment certainly could not be inferior to that of a mere cook. As for Zhang Xingcai, Chen Mu saw no need to break the agreement. There was no point in doing so, as he was not short on spirit stones. The top-tier spirit stones in the spatial ring alone would last him for ages. Qingcheng is willing to serve the young master diligently, even to the point of sacrificing herself. Upon witnessing the identical kneeling posture of Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Xingcai, which had even escalated to a more refined dialogue, Chen Mu was left utterly speechless. Could it be that even you have succumbed to this? Is it possible that within the Tianjin sect, you can only receive half a top-tier spirit stone each month? He inquired with curiosity. In response to the young master's question, the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect is entitled to 10 top-tier spirit stones as a monthly cultivation resource. Yi Qingcheng replied candidly. Only 10 for a sect's holy maiden? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's curiosity intensified. He pondered the immense wealth possessed by his elder sister, Chen Juexing. It was no wonder she was renowned for her riches throughout the realm. After all, having such a sister is indeed a blessing. Notification. The system is attempting an upgrade. Chapter 9. Tenfold Rebate. The holy maiden's pedicure Chen Mu had grown accustomed to the system being able to hear his innermost thoughts. However, he never anticipated that it would become so emotionally fragile, eager to prove its worth. System upgrade attempt 32 failed. System upgrade attempt 36 successful. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The tenfold rebate module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Tenfold rebate. Tenfold rebate. Chen Mu mused in confusion. The system promptly provided a helpful explanation. In essence, for most actions involving the giving or expenditure of money or items, the system will grant a tenfold rebate. For instance, if you gift 1 spirit stone, you will receive 10 in return. Gifted 100 top-tier spirit stones successfully. Tenfold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. Gifted 1,000 top-tier spirit stones successfully. Tenfold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. Wait a moment, Chen Mu internally questioned. I gave them spirit stones before you upgraded the tenfold rebate function, right? And this still counts? The system responded. Considering that the host is not yet familiar with the function's capabilities, and given it is a newly upgraded benefit, a certain privilege has been granted, which is reasonable. Chen Mu. He opened the system backpack and was taken aback. Upon inspection, he discovered at least several hundred sacred-grade divine weapons and treasures, all of which were secretly acquired by the system while he was asleep. Opening his personal attributes panel. Name, Chen Mu. Gender, male. Talent, spiritual root. Low-grade yellow tier mixed spiritual root. Everything appeared quite ordinary until he reached the lifespan section, whereupon his expression faltered completely. He raised his hand to his forehead, feeling quite pained. Lifespan, 97, 800 years, 97,800 years. After confirming several times, Chen Mu could hardly believe that the system was not jesting. If he recalled correctly, his lifespan was merely 87 years. In the time it took to sleep, he had gained over 90,000 years. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Chen Mu decided that such an esteemed family background and extended lifespan were hardly a misfortune. He couldn't help but quip, since you can upgrade, why not first enhance your emotional management? He was concerned that if the system continued to be so emotionally fragile, it might lead to significant problems in the future. Just then, the system fell silent, feigning inaction. Time passed without him noticing. Once all the dishes were cleaned, Chen Mu patted his belly. Satisfied but not overly full, he was astonished to realize how substantial his appetite had become. Later, he learned from Yi Qingcheng that cultivators differ from ordinary people. The spiritual energy in regular food is far too minimal, serving more to satisfy taste rather than hunger. In reality, the lavish meal they had just consumed could not compare to a single bowl of Xianjing rice in terms of fulfilling hunger. Chen Mu found this setting rather agreeable, as it allowed him to indulge in more culinary delights. Casting a glance at Yi Qingcheng, who was busy tidying up the dishes, and then at the radiant moon hanging in the sky, Chen Mu felt a pang of discomfort. Having slept for too long, he now found himself wide awake. With an abundance of energy, he felt no hint of drowsiness. Should he take a stroll to stretch his legs? Sitting idle was rather dull. The biting cold wind was far less inviting than the warm sun of the day. System upgrade attempt 53 successful. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The Great Calligrapher module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Great Calligrapher. Upgrade successful. The Great Painter module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Great Painter. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received top-tier ink, paper, and brush. Calligraphy and painting? Chen Mu smiled. This could be a delightful pastime. In his previous life, he had a keen interest in both, yet lacked the time and talent. He never expected the system to provide him with such abilities so directly. He procured a long table and unfurled the top-tier rice paper. The texture of the paper was akin to human skin, just by the touch of his fingertips. He could discern its superior quality. My lord has exquisite taste. Are you about to practice calligraphy? Yi Qing remarked upon returning from her tasks. Noticing the elaborate setup Chen Mu had created, naturally, she proceeded to take on the task of grinding the ink. Chen Mu nodded in approval. After all, since he was idle, he might as well engage in something productive and cultivate a hobby. Yi Qing's lips parted slightly as she intended to speak. But her attention was drawn to the brush in Chen Mu's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, This is the Tianyuan brush? She quickly realized the paper was the coveted ice skin paper, rumored to possess a texture like that of a young maiden's skin, making it one of the finest papers sought after by countless great literary figures, though it was often in short supply. Both the ink and inkstone emanated spiritual energy, requiring millennia to form. Such a complete set of ink, paper, and brush would traditionally be found only in the imperial palace, reserved for royal use. Forgive me. I shall grind the ink for you immediately. Noticing Chen Mu's unwavering gaze, Yi Qing snapped back to reality, resuming her task. She chastised herself for being overly dramatic. Such matters were hardly surprising for someone of Chen Mu's stature. She needed to acclimate quickly, lest she embarrass herself again. Before long, Yi Qing finished grinding the ink and stepped aside to avoid interrupting Chen Mu. Dipping the brush, just as he was about to begin, he paused. Chen Mu suddenly remembered that while the system had granted him the skill to write calligraphy, he lacked the substance to express. What should he write? In the next moment, he recalled a powerful ancient poem from his past life that often resurfaced in discussions. He decided to take 2 lines from it. With 10 steps, I slay a man. Not a trace is left behind. When the matter is done, I brush off my clothes and depart, hiding my name and self away. Yi Qing softly recited the lines. And the more she contemplated, the more profound they became, especially when paired with the vigorous, blade-like strokes of Chen Mu's writing. The aura was undeniably commanding. My lord, I never imagined you possessed such talent. Yi Qing unabashedly expressed her admiration for Chen Mu, gaining a fresh perception of him. Such literary prowess and skill, even if he were deemed useless, could still command the respect of countless literary giants, earning the admiration of talented scholars and the secret affections of beautiful women. Chen Mu assumed Yi Qing was merely complimenting his calligraphy skills. Should he explain that this poem was penned by a figure named Li Bai? Where could he even find such a person? After completing this piece, he set it aside and laid out another sheet. While the memory was still fresh, he hastily inscribed, having fought across 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops, unfazed by shattered bones and crushed bodies. I strive to maintain my purity among mortals. With my feet, I trample the worldly waves. With my shoulder, I bear the sorrows of ages. When life is prosperous, one must indulge. Let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. I was born with talent, destined to be of use. Even when gold is spent, it will return. As he recited the final lines, Yi Qing trembled, profoundly moved by the talent Chen Mu exhibited, her very soul paying homage. She felt an uncontrollable urge to revere him. Yi Qing was certain that these were not verses she had encountered before, had they existed. She would have known them as they had already become a staple in the literary world. Having penned so much, Chen Mu had nearly exhausted every thought that came to mind and felt a bit overwhelmed. With a clear understanding of the great calligrapher function, he decided to switch to painting next. In the vivid memory of a serene valley, Yi Qing immediately recognized the enchanting landscape depicted in the painting. How is it that you have been there? Chen Mu casually inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the canvas and the brush in his hand. Indeed, it is a remarkably beautiful place. Upon arriving, one feels an immediate sense of relaxation, as if merging with the universe. Yi Qing expressed her sentiments. Is that so? If the opportunity arises, I must see it for myself, Chen Mu replied, though Yi Qing remained silent, her attention captivated entirely by the breathtaking portrayal of the tranquil valley. It resembled reality so closely that it evoked a surreal sensation of being immersed within it. The exquisite paper and ink, combined with Chen Mu's exceptional artistic talent, left Yi Qing in awe. The only word that could encapsulate her feelings was invincible. Previously, she could not have fathomed that Chen Mu possessed such extraordinary aptitude not only in calligraphy but also in painting. alongside an extraordinary talent for transcending limits even in his sleep. The young master is truly formidable. This realization jolted Yi Qingcheng, who had once considered herself a prodigy, into a humbling reflection. She felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, mistakenly believing her limited view encompassed all that existed. Little did she know, there were greater heights beyond her comprehension, heights that the young master had already reached. Resolute, she vowed to remain humble and diligent in her cultivation, determined not to betray the expectations and nurturing of her esteemed mentor. After completing the painting, Chen Mu set down his brush. Satisfied with the rich aroma of ink emanating from the still-drying landscape, he mused that he might indulge in more art and calligraphy in his leisure time, both to pass the hours and to refine his spirit. "Young master, are you retiring for the night?" Yi Qingcheng inquired as she observed him turning towards his quarters. "Yes. My mind has grown weary," Chen Mu replied, stretching his arms. "What should be done with these verses and the painting?" Yi Qingcheng pressed further. "You may take them if you wish, otherwise they can be burned," Chen Mu responded nonchalantly, knowing he could effortlessly create more. "No, please do not burn them. Such exquisite poetry and artwork would be a tremendous loss," Yi Qingcheng exclaimed hastily. "Well, you decide what to do. I shall retire now," Chen Mu said with a yawn. "Very well, I shall prepare foot water for you," Yi Qingcheng replied, deftly gathering the poetry and painting into her spatial ring before rushing to fetch the water. Upon entering, she placed the basin before him and knelt to remove his shoes and socks with meticulous care. Chen Mu felt an odd sensation at the juxtaposition of the word saintess and washing feet, as if they were incongruous. Shouldn't a saintess be a revered figure, admired from afar? Yet, as Yi Qingcheng delicately lowered his feet into the warm water, the comforting sensation washed away his reservations. The experience was inherently pleasurable. Having someone attend to his feet was a luxury in itself, especially when that individual was a saintess. A notification flashed in his mind. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a loyal servant card 10. Confusion clouded Chen Mu's brow. What did this system mean? Due to the host's unique preferences, this system has prepared a loyal servant card, applicable regardless of gender or cultivation level. Upon usage, the recipient shall become your devoted servant. Chen Mu's frown deepened as he pondered what had led the system to such a misinterpretation of his situation. However, the loyal servant card seemed quite impressive. In life, even the most reserved individuals inevitably encounter adversaries. Those deemed useless could be disposed of, while those of value could be tamed with this card. The concept of a devoted servant was quite alarming, and Chen Mu had seen enough reports in his past life to understand the depths of human subservience. After Yi Qingcheng dried his feet, he reclined on his bed. "I can manage myself," he said as she quickly pulled the blanket over him. Before leaving, she asked shyly, "Young master, with the recent chill in the air, do you need me to warm your feet?" The innocent display stirred memories of a scene from his past life, where a powerful official was attended to by two beautiful maidens, warming his legs. Was this not a mere fabrication? No need, Chen Mu waved her off, aware that inviting Yi Qingcheng to lie beside him would render sleep impossible. "Understood, young master," she replied, carefully taking the basin and leaving. As she closed the door behind her, she pressed her hand to her chest and gazed at the moon, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her features. Accustomed to compliments about her beauty, she wondered if she truly possessed the allure others claimed. Realizing she was overthinking, she shook her head to clear her mind. Reminding herself of her duties as a protector, the events of the day had been overwhelming, revealing a more sentimental side of her character. Soon, notifications continued to flood in, bestowing upon Chen Mu various accolades and treasures. "Are you not going to sleep?" he grumbled at the persistent system. "If you wish to show off, could you not choose a quieter moment? I seek rest." As dawn broke, the sun's rays touched the heavens, illuminating the Tianyuan Academy. Chen Mu's designated seat remained vacant, prompting murmurs among his peers about his failure to awaken a peak talent, which had evidently left him with a psychological burden. Truly, the heavens are blind. The young master has always excelled academically, they lamented. Surely, the heavens envy him due to the abundance of strong individuals in our sacred land. Despite being the young master and the future heir to the saint's position, Chen Mu's humility and kindness toward his fellow disciples earned their admiration. He often shared resources to aid their cultivation, solidifying his reputation as a beloved figure among them. Such kindness, how can one forget it? No, this is not good. Just as the crowd was speaking, a discordant voice came from the direction of the entrance. In a flurry of panic, someone complained, "What is this chaos? Is the sky falling?" The person wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard. "Young master is in trouble. This is the sacred land of Tianyuan. How could the young master be in trouble?" The crowd dismissed his words. The holy son of the Tianjin sect, Lu Xiangnan, has come. He continued. So what? The crowd still failed to grasp the gravity of his statement. Even if the holy son of the Tianjin sect or its leader were to arrive, it would hardly make waves here. Don't you know? Lu Xiangnan has long admired the saintess Yi Qingqing, and now she has been summoned by the holy master to be the young master's personal guard. A lone man and woman, confined in a room together. Would you be willing? Moreover, I have heard that there seems to be a betrothal between Lu Xiangnan and the saintess. A young disciple revealed. Hey, where are you all going? He turned to see a group of people marching forward with a fierce demeanor. Need you even ask? We are going to support the young master. How dare he provoke the young master on the sacred grounds of Tianyuan and vie for a woman with him? Just watch me crush him. Indeed, let us eliminate him. Anyone who stands against the young master stands against us. The gaze shifted to Lu Xiangnan, who was now in a state of utter disarray, surrounded by hundreds of people, with formidable experts riding swords above him, each one stronger than the holy son of the Tianjin sect. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair and fear cascading down like a waterfall from 1,000-meter height. The force was such that it could easily shatter flesh and bone. Before arriving, Lu Xiangnan had not anticipated encountering such a daunting situation without even stepping through the gates of the sacred land of Tianyuan. The sheer fighting power present could level several cities. Who is this brat trying to compete with the young master for a woman? Do you think you are worthy? One stepped forward, unsheathing his sword to confront him. Compete for a woman? Lu Xiangnan appeared bewildered. Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly raised his hands to express his goodwill, tremblingly declaring, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. I have come to return the marriage contract." Return the marriage contract? The young disciples looked at him with suspicion. Indeed, I wish to annul the engagement. Lu Xiangnan nodded emphatically, further elucidating, I know I am unworthy of the saintess Yi, and I lack the courage and qualification to covet the young master's woman. Thus, I have come to return the betrothal that was arranged by my family when I was young. How can we trust that you are not here with ulterior motives? Seeking to assassinate the young master? The young disciples remained skeptical. In response, Lu Xiangnan reached into his robe and produced a weathered yellow envelope, an engagement document established between his family and the Yi family. Please, take a look. Should we let him in? We can keep an eye on him from the side. How much trouble can a mere quasi-warrior cause? Besides, does not the saintess have the strength of a warrior to protect the young master? But what if they conspire together to eliminate the young master and disrupt the harmony of our sacred land? Hearing this, not only did others gasp in shock, but Lu Xiangnan himself inhaled sharply. With a helpless expression, he lamented that he merely wanted to return the marriage contract and distance himself from Yi Qingqing, not provoke the wrath of the sacred land or the young master. To be honest, the moment he learned that Yi Qingqing had been chosen to serve as a personal guard within the sacred land, he was certain that his fate with her was sealed, forever out of reach. With her beauty and the title of personal guard, how could anything not transpire? Even the slightest possibility was enough to deter him. Lu Xiangnan felt he had to comply if Chen Mu had any peculiar inclinations towards another's wife, maintaining a facade of a nominal marriage with Yi Qingqing. Too humble? There was no choice. Facing such a powerful family background, one could not afford to be anything but humble, as he understood his own limitations. Want to meet the young master? You must consume this pill first. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards a senior alchemist of the sacred land. A pill? Indeed. This pill is called the heart demon seed. Should you harbor even a trace of hostility towards the young master, your insides will rot, and your meridians will be completely destroyed. The alchemist explained. The heart demon seed. Isn't that a 7th grade pill? The crowd realized that the alchemy room was indeed concerned for the young master's safety. Of course, the one above in the alchemy room has watched the young master grow up. If anything were to happen to the young master, we would all suffer. Now I see. 7th grade pill? Lu Xiangnan's lips twitched as he gained a new understanding of the influence and status of the sacred land and Chen Mu within it. Initially, upon hearing that the young master had awakened a low-grade yellow talent, he thought his status would plummet, relegated to a pawn like those from other families and sections. Little did he expect they would instead redouble their efforts to protect him. Even his fiancée, he was chosen as a personal guard, as if she were an offering. Fine, I will take it, Lu Xiangnan declared, swallowing the pill in one gulp. He felt no guilt. Most importantly, he lacked the strength and confidence to stand against the sacred land, even as the holy son of the Tianjin sect, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. What did it matter? Lu Xiangnan had witnessed his own master exhibit utmost deference when encountering an ordinary inner disciple of the sacred land, fearing to offend. 3 parts respect? No, it was 9 parts, even 10. With such a significant backing, how could he ever presume to challenge them? Well, since he has consumed the heart demon seed, let us all step aside, the alchemist stated, and the crowd parted to create a pathway. Lu Xiangnan believed that after consuming the pill, they would trust him. However, to his surprise, a large number of people followed closely behind. Above him, more and more figures could be seen riding swords. Hey, no way. Even the martial saints have arrived? What am I, a mere quasi-warrior, doing here? Wait, is that a being from the human immortal realm? With each step, Lu Xiangnan felt a monumental change within him. He finally understood why everyone yearned to join the sacred land. Its depth was indeed terrifying. Just the human immortal realm figures present numbered no less than 3. Lu Xiangnan thought that not only he, but even those approaching the quasi-emperor realm would not dare act recklessly. He was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. At the Qingyan Manor, Chen Mu sat in the courtyard pavilion, savoring tea. Yi Qingcheng had heard from somewhere that a new pastry shop had opened in the city, reputed to have delightful flavors, and had proactively run an errand for him that very morning. The pastries were Zhang Xingcai's Achilles heel. However, this time, he resolved to learn diligently, as he could not afford to receive 100 spirit stones monthly for nothing. Zhang Xingcai certainly did not want to lose this hard-won golden opportunity. Hey, have you heard? Yi Qingcheng's fiancé has come looking for her. Yi Qingcheng? Who is that? The holy daughter of the Tianjin sect, Yi Qingcheng. You don't know her? She is now the young master's personal guard. Personal guard? A lone man and woman together. No wonder her fiancé would come looking. Shoo, speak quietly. Be careful not to let the young master hear. To this, Chen Mu could only say, I have already heard. The courtyard walls offered no soundproofing. Yi Qingcheng's fiancé? Such a scenario felt all too familiar. Feeling underestimated and lacking in talent, the desire to retaliate arises. The notion of a hero coming to the rescue is merely a fleeting thought, for I have not wronged her in any way. Raising my hand to my forehead, I shake my head, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. All I wish is to peacefully enjoy life, to live in tranquility. Yet the simplicity of this desire seems so elusive. My pride shall not be tarnished. I must maintain a carefree disposition. Opening the system backpack, I recall that just before drifting into slumber last night, Chen Mu had observed the system signing him up for some extraordinary innate talents. Was it the Thunder Root? As far as he knew, the Thunder Root was among the most formidable of all, known for its immense power. If he possessed such a talent, it should be sufficient to intimidate any adversary, right? As he pondered, he suddenly noticed an array of other remarkable roots adjacent to the Thunder Root. Celestial Grade Earth Root, Celestial Grade Water Root, Celestial Grade Fire Root, Celestial Grade Wind Root. Goodness. While I slept, the system has signed me up for every top-tier root imaginable. System as a system. It is my duty to assist the host on their journey to strength. Indeed, the system has alleviated a significant burden. Chen Mu felt it necessary to express his gratitude. After all, it was a rather sensitive system. Selecting the Celestial Grade Thunder Root, he confirmed its activation. Chapter 12. Binding the Celestial Grade Thunder Root. Activating and binding the Celestial Grade Thunder Root. Activation successful. Binding successful. In the very next moment, Chen Mu felt a surge of immense, commanding spiritual energy filling his dantian, which then coursed through his meridians, radiating to every limb. Faint lightning patterns flickered across his arms. So this is the power of a Celestial Grade Root. Clenching his fingers, he released a fraction of the energy, unleashing a burst of dazzling lightning. The force soared skyward, breaking through the clouds and creating a gaping hole in the heavens. Even from 1,000 miles away, the spectacle was crystal clear. The blue-white flashes of lightning were breathtaking, daring to rival the brilliance of the sun and moon. This scene was equally witnessed by the crowd that had just arrived outside the Qingyan mansion. They halted in their tracks, astonished. Unbeknownst to them, an extraordinary event was unfolding within the mansion. Those formidable beings who had been riding flying swords now sheathed their weapons as they approached, for it would be far too presumptuous to look down upon Chen Mu, the young master, from above. It seemed that, apart from the Saint-Essy, there were other formidable guardians by his side. What an overwhelming display of thunderous might. Old Lin. You also practice thunder magic. What are your thoughts? Such a pure and domineering celestial thunder must surely belong to the Celestial Grade Thunder Root. Celestial Grade. And it's a Thunder Root? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan became even more resolute in his decision to swiftly return the marriage contract and sever ties with Yi Qingcheng, eager to escape the Tianyuan Holy Land. If this continued, he feared he might lose control entirely, potentially becoming the first saint son of the Tianjin sect to embarrass himself in such a manner. Word of this would not only tarnish his reputation but also disgrace the entire Tianjin sect in the broader world. The Tianyuan Holy Land was far too terrifying. It was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more daunting than any forbidden place he had previously encountered. Reflecting on the past, he felt a wave of relief knowing he had not even brushed against Yu Qiqing's finger. Thank goodness for my lack of talent. Young man, you should know what to say and what not to say without needing us old folks to instruct you, right? Feeling the elder's arm resting on his shoulder, and catching a glimpse of the elder's cold, humorless face, Lu Xiangnan felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon him. No, I understand. His voice trembled, sharp and strained, reminiscent of a eunuch's. His legs quaked uncontrollably, knees buckling as he lowered his body slightly. Very well, proceed inside. The elder released his grip. Thank you, senior. Lu Xiangnan trudged forward, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, laboriously ascending the steps to the door. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his hand and rapped on the courtyard door. Enter. Upon hearing Chen Mu's voice, Lu Xiangnan slowly pushed the door open, just wide enough for a single person to pass, stepping over the threshold and inside. I apologize for the intrusion. He cautiously closed the door behind him, each movement imbued with an air of careful deliberation. Turning to look, however, he found that only Chen Mu stood within the courtyard. What was that earlier display of thunder? Regaining his focus, he reached into his robe to retrieve the marriage contract, only to be abruptly interrupted by Chen Mu. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Boom. Crackle. With a mere thought, he unleashed a torrent of overwhelming thunderous power. Fine, nearly imperceptible strands of electricity spread through the air, even from several paces away. The intensity could be felt, penetrating through fabric and stimulating the skin with a tingling sensation. Lu Xiangnan's heart raced, his movements freezing in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving him reeling. Who could have anticipated that the owner of the celestial grade thunder root, as mentioned by the elder, would be none other than Chen Mu himself? But wasn't he the rumor that he had awakened a lowly yellow grade talent? You dare call that a lowly talent? As a saint son of a sect, Lu Xiangnan's own talent was merely of mid-tier celestial grade. Across the entire history of the Tianjin sect, there had been no more than 3 individuals with celestial grade talents in 10,000 years, let alone one as domineering as the thunder attribute, a rarity among rarities. How could such rumors have spread? In the next instant, Lu Xiangnan snapped back to reality. His first instinct was to bend his knees and, with a thud, kneel upon the ground, bowing deeply as he pleaded, "Young master, spare me. Please, I beg you." Looking at Lu Xiangnan in such a submissive position, Chen Mu withdrew his spiritual energy. This fiancé, a proud saint son of a sect, was far more fragile than he had anticipated, both in strength and mental fortitude. Is it truly so frightening to possess a celestial grade thunder root? I harbor no intentions of opposing the young master. I have come solely to return the marriage contract with Yu Qicheng. Please rest assured, aside from this family-sanctioned agreement, there is nothing untoward between us. I have not even touched her hand, nor have we ever been closer than a meter apart. Lu Xiangnan blurted out, flustered. Panic engulfed him, fearing that any moment now, he might be struck down by celestial lightning. The mention of returning the marriage contract, combined with Lu Xiangnan's demeanor, instantly dispelled Chen Mu's wariness. Clarity washed over him in an instant. In a voice only he could hear, he slowly spoke. It seems that even without this extraordinary talent, nothing catastrophic is likely to occur. I realize now that I have been overly concerned. A saint son of a sect would not bother seeking trouble over a mere woman. If he truly harbored such intentions, the people of the Tianyuan Holy Land would never allow him the chance to confront me. Having a powerful family truly has its advantages. Regaining his composure, he noticed Lu Xiangnan deeply bowing his head, kneeling as he approached, offering the marriage contract with great reverence. Seeing this, Chen Mu knew that refusing the contract would only trouble Lu Xiangnan further. He accepted the contract, temporarily taking it on behalf of Yu Qicheng. Thank you, young master. As Chen Mu took the marriage contract, Lu Xiangnan felt the weight of anxiety lift from his chest, finally able to breathe easy. Since I have returned the contract, I shall not impose further on the young master. Lu Xiangnan takes his leave. Very well. Chen Mu waved his hand, signaling for Lu Xiangnan to depart. The sun shone warmly today, making it a perfect day to relax and enjoy a leisurely pace. There was no time to squander on Lu Xiangnan any longer. System is attempting to upgrade. Another upgrade? Chen Mu furrowed his brow. Is it because I just felt that my family was better? And it didn't serve any purpose? Chapter 13, Mastery of Understanding, Future Saintess? Attempting to update for the 125th time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The full level comprehension module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Full level comprehension. System. With this module, the host comprehension can reach the pinnacle of the world. With just a glance at any technique, one can master it completely. Before Chen Mu could even inquire, the system had already anticipated his question. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of evolution? Chen Mu turned over, using his hands to fluff up the sun-warmed pillow, propping himself up and laying on it. The delightful scent that arose from the sun's warmth was both reassuring and comforting, a perfect invitation to relaxation. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme cultivation technique of the heavenly rank, world-destroying Thunder Strike. System. The host can experience it for themselves to verify its authenticity. No deception here. No need. I trust you. Chen Mu languidly raised a hand. Eyes firmly shut, embodying the very essence of lethargy. System. Meanwhile, after handing over the marriage contract to Chen Mu and stepping out of Qingyan Manor, Lu Xiangnan's demeanor had transformed significantly, now brimming with joy, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He mused that indeed, women only serve to hinder one's swordsmanship. How could cultivation be more important? Upon returning, he resolved to retreat for a year or so. The young man wouldn't dare to disrespect the young master. Facing 3 cultivators of the celestial realm, their expressions menacing and amused, Lu Xiangnan quickly shook his head and denied. I would never have such audacity. The marriage contract has been returned, and the young master has no intention of pursuing the matter. I implore you, esteemed seniors, to see it clearly. Upon exchanging glances, the trio stepped aside. Without a second thought, Lu Xiangnan promptly drew his flying sword, intending to depart from the heavenly origin sacred land. He could already sense the tension in his trousers, a bit. Glancing back, he saw that as he distanced himself from the heavenly origin sacred land, those figures had shrunk to the size of ants. The breath he had been holding finally escaped his chest. However, just as he turned, 100 swords surged forth. Whirling like a tempest, they ensnared Lu Xiangnan. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, he would be facing more than just torn clothing. As the holy son of the heavenly sword sect, Lu Xiangnan was acutely aware that this was a top-tier technique from the inner sanctum of the sect, accessible only to true prodigies. The one capable of mastering such a technique to this extent must be an extraordinary individual, a rarity indeed. Who could it be? It was not difficult to imagine. The sword's brilliance distorted the air, yet he could still see Yi Qiqing standing mid-air, her eyes radiating hostility as she stood atop a Qifeng sword. Before Lu Xiangnan could speak, Yi Qiqing interjected, demanding, "What brings you here? Do you intend to oppose the young master?" Prior to this, Yi Qiqing held no particular feelings, neither affection nor animosity, towards Lu Xiangnan. Their relationship was purely that of fellow disciples. As for the marriage contract, it had been arranged by their families, and as a junior, she felt obliged to comply. Even if marriage were to occur, it would not alter her pursuit of becoming a top-tier powerhouse. After all, it was merely a political union, more symbolic than substantial, was it not? However, if Lu Xiangnan sought to trouble Chen Mu or the heavenly origin sacred land because of this connection, Yi Qiqing would not remain passive. She did not wish for Lu Xiangnan's actions to implicate the Yi family or the entire heavenly sword sect. Do not misunderstand, Sister Yi. Even if I were to possess the courage of a bear, I would never dare to oppose the young master. Lu Xiangnan raised his hands. A forced smile on his face, cold sweat trickling down as he continued. I merely came to return the marriage contract to you. Despite being his senior, in terms of strength, Yi Qiqing surpassed him. If it came to a confrontation, Lu Xiangnan would certainly be no match. Return the marriage contract? Upon hearing his words, Yi Qiqing sheathed her sword array, transforming 100 swords into one and returning it to her hand. Indeed, the marriage contract is being returned, Lu Xiangnan affirmed emphatically. Has your family consented to this? Yi Qiqing inquired further. At this, Lu Xiangnan let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could they dare to disagree? Upon learning that you were chosen by the Holy Lord to become the young master's consort, they hastily sent for me, insisting that I promptly return the contract. They wish to sever all ties to avoid retribution from the sacred land. I am merely chosen to be the young master's guard, that is all. Please inform them not to speculate recklessly, lest they invite trouble, Yi Qiqing replied with an emotionless tone. Oh, is that truly the case? A guard? Lu Xiangnan chuckled. What are you laughing at? Yi Qiqing abruptly turned, her sword drawn, the sound of its song piercing as it pointed towards the back of Lu Xiangnan's head. Boom. The sword's aura ruffled Lu Xiangnan's hair, and he could feel an intangible pain against his cheek. I laugh at your naivete, with his strength and talent. How could he possibly require your protection? Strength? Talent? Yi Qiqing found herself increasingly perplexed by Lu Xiangnan's words. Earlier, when I delivered the marriage contract to the young master at Qingyan Manor, I was fortunate enough to witness his might. He possesses a heavenly ranked supreme thunder spirit root, rarer than a billion. You should understand what a heavenly ranked supreme spirit root, especially of the thunder element, signifies, correct? In response to Lu Xiangnan's question, Yi Qiqing fell silent. How could she not know? The dominance of the thunder element often grants an advantage in battles of the same realm. A heavenly rank supreme thunder spirit root, cultivated to the celestial realm, could even contend against quasi-emperors. It is an attribute many cultivators dream of, consistently ranking at the top. No wonder the young master's strength has escalated so rapidly. It turns out he is truly a dual talent. Yi Qingqing murmured, her conjectures finally validated. Thus, clearly, in terms of talent, the young master surpasses you. Even if his realm is beneath yours at present, with the resources of the heavenly origin sacred land. Surpassing you would be effortless for him. If that is the case, why was he specifically chosen for you to serve as his guard at Qingyan Manor? Lu Xiangnan remarked. I must say, I envy you, Sister Yi, the future mistress of the Holy Master. Please do take care of us fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect when that time comes. Yi Qingqiang, though stirred internally, maintained her composure, responding, all I need to do is obey orders. Moreover, before departing, Yi Qingqing felt compelled to remind Lu Xiangnan to be cautious in his words and actions. For trouble often arises from careless speech. Upon returning to Qingyan Manor and standing at the entrance, Yi Qingqing had repeatedly urged herself not to take Lu Xiangnan's words to heart. Yet her mind could not help but replay them, a tangled mess of thoughts. The future mistress of the Holy Master? Do I truly possess the qualifications to aspire to such a role? Yi Qingqing placed a hand on her chest, her confidence sinking to an unprecedented low. The future mistress of the Holy Master? Do you wish to become my sister-in-law? Chapter 14. Even rebirth cannot escape marriage pressures? Artificial spirit root sister-in-law. Startled by the unfamiliar voice echoing in her ear, Yi Qingqiang leaped back, retreating several steps to maintain a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Instinctively, she grasped the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist. But upon recognizing the person before her, she quickly adjusted her demeanor and greeted. Qingqing greets the young lady, Chen Juexin, the eldest daughter of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land, the young master's elder sister. However, she was most famously known for her formidable business acumen. The Heavenly Origin Sacred Land's sustained prominence owes much to her financial prowess. A modest-sized sect incurs a significant annual expenditure on pills, weapons, and various miscellaneous cultivation resources, and the costs for such a grand sanctuary are staggering. Reflecting on her own sect leader, renowned for his arrogance, who appeared utterly subservient in her presence, though many assert that money is but a material concern. When wealth accumulates to a certain degree, it becomes profoundly intimidating. Not to mention, in the Great Cang World, spirit stones serve as the primary currency and one of the foremost cultivation resources. Avoiding eye contact, Yi Qingqing felt an overwhelming urge to sink into the ground. Mortified at the thought of her previous soliloquy having been overheard by Chen Juexin, it was utterly embarrassing. Chen Juexin gently cupped the chin of the beautiful woman before him, meticulously scrutinizing Yi Qingqing. Her visage was exquisite, and her figure nearly perfect. If only it were a tad more voluptuous, it would have been even better. A satisfied nod followed, affirming her worthiness to become my sister-in-law. By the way, what is your name? Suddenly recalling she did not know Yi Qingqing's name, Chen Juexin inquired. Miss, my surname is Yi, and my given name is Qingqing, Yi Qingqing hastily replied, not daring to hesitate. Yi Qingqing? Chen Juexin felt a flicker of recognition. She seemed to have heard that name before. After a brief moment of contemplation, it dawned on her. The rumors spoke of a peerless talent and a breathtakingly beautiful saintess from the Heavenly Sword sect. Could that be you? I think. Yes. Yi Qingqing admitted, unable to deny it. After all, while there were multiple sons of the Heavenly Sword sect, there was unequivocally only one saintess, herself. Oh, has even the saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect come to our doorstep? It appears my brother possesses quite the allure. Come to our doorstep? Yi Qingqing felt flustered, realizing that yet another misunderstanding had arisen before she could clarify the previous one. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Juexin seized her wrist and led her up the stairs. Chen Juexin flung open the door, exclaiming, "You rascal, hurry and get dressed. It's time for a blind date." Chen Mu was startled awake, rising from his reclining chair, his vision still hazy and sleep-laden. Even without clearly seeing the visitor, he could discern from the voice that it was undoubtedly his sister, Chen Juexin. "Sister, what brings you here?" "What, I can't come." In an instant, Chen Juexin appeared before Chen Mu, playfully pinching his cheek. If memory served him correctly, she had always enjoyed such antics since childhood. Perhaps because his face was particularly fun to pinch. "That's not what I meant. I merely thought you, being a busy businesswoman with enterprises all over, would have little time to return," Chen Mu explained. "Business pales in comparison to my brother's lifelong happiness. Come, have a look. I brought you a candidate for your fiancée," Chen Juexin said excitedly. "Fiancée?" Chen Mu turned to see Yi Qingqing blushing and fidgeting in embarrassment. "Sister, what fiancée? She is merely the bodyguard father arranged for me. You've misunderstood." Chen Mu elaborated. Bodyguard? But she just. Hearing what Chen Juexin was about to say, Yi Qingqing panicked, quickly interjecting, Miss Chen must be parched after such a long journey. Allow me to brew tea for both of you. Oh, very well. Observing Yi Qingqing's hurried departure, Chen Juexin settled at the table, propping her chin on her hand. Wearing a knowing smile that hinted at unspoken understandings. Her gaze then shifted back to Chen Mu, curiosity piqued. Now, tell me, what do you think of this saint is from the Heavenly Sword sect? What can I think? Chen Mu retorted. Do you not feel anything towards her? Chen Juexin pressed. Her brows slightly furrowed, unwilling to relent. Chen Mu raised his gaze to the heavens, pondering before responding. Her massage skills are quite exceptional. She gives a delightful foot rub. Chen Juexin realized that Chen Mu was not grappling with issues of orientation, but rather feigning ignorance. Seeing her hand raised, Chen Mu quickly interjected. Hey, sister, I only have you as a sibling. What if you inadvertently cause me harm? I'm merely teasing you. To see if you dare to jest with me next time. Chen Juexin retorted, pouting slightly. Since our talents are lacking, we should hasten to consider settling down, taking multiple wives and bearing many children to strengthen the Chen family. Chen Mu rubbed his forehead, taken aback by the unexpected pressure of marriage proposals in this new life. It was quite a burden. I'm still young. I'm not in a hurry. What about you, sister? When will you find me a brother-in-law? Chen Mu deftly returned the question. So you're now urging me, are you? There has yet to be a man in this world whom I, your sister, would find appealing. I only wish to expand my business. Chen Juexin dismissed concerns that did not pertain to her. Matters of love held little interest for her. Pursuers, however, could indeed help establish a new stronghold. At that moment, Yi Qingqing returned with freshly brewed tea, setting down each cup before them. The rich aroma wafted from Jianqun, one of the 10 renowned teas gifted to her by the sect leader, perfect for entertaining Chen Juexin. After completing her task, she returned to Chen Mu's side, standing quietly, awaiting orders. Chen Juexin lifted her cup, slightly parting her lips to cool the tea before taking a sip and praising, "This tea is exquisite. This Jianqun must be at least a century old." By the way, Chen Juexin set down her cup, recalling the primary purpose of her visit. With a wave of her hand, a translucent glass cylinder appeared on the table, capped with metal and inscribed with mysterious runes. Sister, what is this? Chen Mu inquired, puzzled. I sought out 3 quasi-emperor experts to create an artificial spiritual root for you. This is a unique item in all of Datsang. Chen Juexin explained. Artificial? Spiritual root? Chen Mu was taken aback. He had not expected such a thing could be manufactured. The fact that it required the collaboration of 3 quasi-emperor experts indicated its rarity. Yi Qingqing, standing nearby, was equally astounded. Not only by the existence of an artificial spiritual root, but also by Chen Juexin's dedication to her brother, setting aside the difficulty of uniting 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses. The materials required for this creation must have been extraordinarily costly. Indeed, an artificial spiritual root, Chen Juexin confirmed, noting that while it was only of mid-tier earth grade, it was certainly superior to your yellow-grade spiritual root. Rest assured, before long, I will refine for you a heavenly-grade spiritual root. For now, you may make do with this earth-grade root. Earth-grade? Make do? Were other cultivators to hear this, they would undoubtedly scoff. After all, even in the heavenly Yuan sacred land, earth-grade talents were hardly commonplace, let alone in the entire Great Martial Dynasty in the Datsang realm. Sister, I do not need this. Do not need it? You, a grown man, aren't afraid of a little discomfort, are you? Observing Chen Juexin's earnest demeanor, Chen Mu hesitated to voice his concerns. Then Chen Juexin continued, Fear not. I shall first use a technique to numb your dantian before proceeding with the spiritual root replacement. I guarantee a painless experience. Sister, you misunderstand. I am not afraid of pain, merely that it seems unnecessary to replace a heavenly root with an inferior earth root. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Chen Juexin was momentarily taken aback. Then, she burst into laughter, her delicate hand covering her face, shaking with mirth. And you say you are not afraid of pain? Such a flimsy excuse. At this point, it seems that throughout the Great Martial Dynasty, there are likely none who do not know that you possess a yellow-grade talent. Chen Mu opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. Feeling that words would not suffice to prove his point, he raised his hand, palm facing upwards, and opened it. With a crackling sound, boundless thunder erupted from it, rapidly swirling and coiling, compressing into a brilliant sphere of lightning. Glancing around, he directed it towards an ancient tree in the courtyard. Bang! With a resounding crash, the tree, which was too thick for an adult to embrace, was effortlessly shattered, leaving a gaping hole as it toppled. A heavenly-grade premium lightning root. Chen Juexin was utterly astonished. Realizing that Chen Mu was not jesting, she immediately stood, moving closer to him. Observing her approach, Chen Mu swiftly withdrew his spiritual energy, worried that the residual thunder might harm Chen Juexin. Yet she grasped his hands tightly, her excitement barely contained. A heavenly grade spiritual root, and of the lightning attribute. Where did this come from? Could it be that the awakening stone was mistaken? To her barrage of inquiries, Chen Mu replied, the awakening stone was not in error. It merely displayed another of my talents at the time. Beyond that, he could not fathom how to explain, as he certainly couldn't tell Chen Juexin that this premium lightning root had been given to him by the system. Dual talents? Upon hearing those words, Chen Juexin's excitement escalated. A celestial-grade lightning spiritual root was already a rarity, yet it was unexpectedly a dual talent, 1 in a billion. As far as Chen Juexin knew, none of the cultivators possessing dual talents had achieved mediocrity. Indeed, how could my brother, Chen Mu, be a simpleton? Chen Juexin easily convinced herself. In that case, why not exchange your yellow-grade spiritual root for my earth-grade artificial one? It would undoubtedly significantly enhance your cultivation speed. Cultivation? Chen Mu wanted to say that he didn't need to cultivate at all. He could continuously increase his cultivation levels simply by breathing. Sister, what is the attribute of your artificial spiritual root? Chen Mu inquired. Fire attribute. Although not as domineering as your lightning attribute spiritual root, it's still considerably potent. Chen Juexin had originally intended to refine a lightning attribute artificial spiritual root, but upon attempting it, she found it much more challenging than anticipated. Is that so? He opened the system panel, located the celestial grade fire spiritual root, and confirmed the binding. Binding celestial grade fire spiritual root. Activation successful. Binding successful. Sister, actually, my remaining spiritual root is also celestial grade, and it happens to be a fire spiritual root. As Chen Mu spoke, spiritual energy overflowed, and flames blazed fiercely, scorching like the sun, causing Chen Juexin and Yi Qingcheng to reveal expressions of discomfort, forcing them to retreat several steps, unable to withstand it. The reason for choosing to bind the spiritual root rather than replace it was simply because he felt it was more convenient and faster. Moreover, why choose Earth grade when Celestial grade was available? Yi Qingcheng, Chen Juexin. The two women's expressions were identical. Dual talents, and both Celestial grade, unprecedented. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in astonishment. Even she, who was regarded as a prodigy of a major sect in the eyes of many, couldn't help but pale in comparison to Chen Mu. A lightning spiritual root paired with a fire spiritual root. Just what kind of great demon will my brother become in the future? Chen Juexin marveled. Seeing that he had demonstrated enough, Chen Mu retracted his spiritual energy, and the flames dissipated with the wind. Sister, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Chen Mu asked. How did you not? If I didn't push you, would you have honestly confessed? Was there a need to be so cautious? She said with a resentful glance. However, you're more promising than your sister imagined. I'd like to see who dares to underestimate you and say that the young master of my heavenly origin holy land is a good for nothing. If I hear it, I'll chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Seeing Chen Juexin's indignant performance, Chen Mu couldn't help but retort. Normal people wouldn't dare to say that, would they? Since Chen Juexin knew that Chen Mu didn't need the artificial spiritual root, she simply stored it in her spatial ring. I'll keep it. It might come in handy in the future, she thought without giving it much thought. Instead, a pile of cultivation manuals and secret techniques appeared on the stone table. Thunderfire arts, overbearing lightning technique, 9 blazing flame scrolls. There were an estimated 20 to 30 books, all celestial grade. Sister returned in a hurry this time. And since I didn't know you possessed dual lightning and fire talents, I only brought these. Make do with them for now. I'll have others send you the rest once I return. 20 to 30 celestial grade cultivation techniques. Make do with them? Yi Qingcheng was incredibly envious, wishing she could have such a powerful sister. If she remembered correctly, the total number of celestial grade cultivation techniques in the entire Heavenly Sword sect was less than what she was seeing. These are enough. I'll ask sister for more after I master them. In fact, Chen Mu never intended to cultivate at all. He simply wanted to lower Chen Juexin's expectations of him. All right. Hundreds of sects, large and small, in this great martial dynasty basically owe your sister money. If you fancy any sect's cultivation techniques, just go and take them. If they don't give them to you, come and find me. I'll get them for you. Chen Juexin guaranteed, patting her chest. Good. Chen Mu readily agreed. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial grade cultivation technique Raging Thunder 9 Swords. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial grade cultivation technique Mystic Thunder Dragon Slaughter. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial grade cultivation technique Great Sun Flame Palm. Chen Mu was speechless. What are you doing, system? Why are you joining in the fun? In the blink of an eye, 32 celestial-grade cultivation techniques appeared in the system's inventory. Not a single one more or less. Just one more than what Chen Mu had given. Chen Mu couldn't determine whether the system was being petty or jealous. Did it have to be better than everyone else to him? Afterward, after finishing a cup of tea, Chen Mu decided to leave Qingyan Mansion. On the one hand, she had to lay a solid financial foundation for Chen Mu, the future young master of the Heavenly Origin Holy Land. On the other hand, after leaving the Heavenly Origin Holy Land, Chen Mu didn't return the same way, but came to the nearby Heavenly Prefecture City. She looked up, confirmed the 3 characters Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and walked inside. Proprietress. Behind the counter, a black-robed figure with a pale face recognized Chen Mu at a glance, and quickly came out, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fist, and bowing his head to greet her. The talent stone was wrong. The Chen family's young master has dual celestial-grade lightning and fire spiritual roots. Immediately spread the news. Within a day, I want everyone to know that my brother, Chen Mu's brother, is not a good-for-nothing but a peerless genius, 1 in 10 trillion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's affiliated tabloid immediately spread the news with haste. Chen Mu's direct order, coupled with its relation to the young master of the Heavenly Origin Holy Land, was not something they dared to neglect. Chen Mu's reputation as a doting sibling was well known. No one dared to provoke Chen Mu. They also didn't believe that Chen Mu, with her personality, would fabricate such a lie for the sake of face. Celestial-grade dual spiritual roots, and most importantly, the extremely domineering attributes of lightning and fire. It wasn't hard to imagine, even with the slightest bit of intelligence, how terrifying the achievements of this future young master of the Heavenly Origin Holy Land would be. They dared not delay. Before long, members of various sects, families, and even the royal family began to learn of this news. The Heavenly Sword sect, being the closest to Heavenly Prefecture City, was naturally the first to know. At this moment, a group of elders were in the main hall, discussing heatedly. Too exaggerated. Dual talents are already rare, and they're both celestial grade. What's even more outrageous is that they're lightning and fire attributes. With the Heavenly Origin Holy Land's resources, and with some top-tier cultivation techniques, he's definitely the most promising candidate to become the next generation Great Emperor. His future achievements are definitely beyond our shallow understanding. Speaking of which, Sect Master, what about Qingqing? As the first elder said this, everyone raised their eyes and looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect Master, Lin Wentian. Above the main hall, if the young master doesn't need her, he will naturally let her return. Is that something you or I can decide? Lin Wentian said coldly, glancing at everyone, warning them not to say such presumptuous things in the future, lest someone overhears. It's possible that the speaker doesn't mean anything, but the listener might take it to heart. In the eyes of outsiders, the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed a strong sect. However, Lin Wentian and everyone present were very clear about one thing. As long as Chen Mu was willing, with a single word, he could wipe out the entire Heavenly Sword sect and completely remove it from the Great Martial Dynasty. There was once a sect that was unwilling to submit to the Heavenly Origin Holy Land and even dared to openly clamor, not taking the Holy Land seriously. As a result, the entire sect was razed to the ground the next day, leaving only a giant palm print, vast and boundless, in the middle of it. Since then, the Heavenly Origin Holy Land had completely established itself in the Great Azure and had become increasingly powerful. Even today, its rate of growth was not diminishing at all, and it was even surpassing its previous pace. At the same time, throughout the Great Martial Dynasty, Xian Lightning Sect Master Zhao Tianheng, in the future, Xian Lightning Sect disciples shall treat the young master as they would the founding ancestor. Anyone who dares to disrespect him will be executed without mercy. Azure Mystic Sect Master Yun Jifan. From this moment on, the Azure Mystic Sect is willing to serve the young master, following his lead. Jade Maiden Sect Master Tai Sulan. Anyone who can gain the young master's favor can be directly promoted to this seat's personal disciple. A top-grade immortal mansion will be awarded, along with 10,000 spiritual stones and pills. There were many similar statements. Whether Chen Mu heard them or not was not important. What was important was that the sect disciples had to remember one thing. This young master was someone they couldn't afford to offend. They could only fear and respect him. He was destined to be someone they looked up to. After hearing about the Fog Dynasty, several flying boats were promptly dispatched, laden with lavish gifts, hastening towards the Tianyuan sacred land. Previously, with his yellow tier talent, he felt it inappropriate to make an appearance, as it seemed more like an act of revealing other scars rather than offering congratulations. Upon returning to Qingyan Mansion, Yu Qicheng excitedly remarked, "Young master, news of your awakening of both thunder and fire dual spiritual roots has already made it to the Jianghu tabloids at the Tianji Pavilion. I dare say, it is now common knowledge. Chen Mu accepted the Jianghu tabloid handed to him by Yi Qingqing, easily deducing that it was undoubtedly his sister who had leaked the information. However, this was for the best. It would save him from the incessant provocations and disdainful remarks from those who might come to challenge him, thereby disturbing his tranquil life. Glancing at the tabloid, he tossed it aside, showing little interest. System attempting to upgrade. System upgrade attempt 33 failed. System upgrade attempt 35. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Invincible domain module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Invincible domain. Invincible domain. Chen Mu felt a flicker of curiosity. The system promptly explained, the so-called invincible domain refers to a realm within Qingyan Mansion where the host is unmatched, even with the host's current strength. Facing an emperor-level powerhouse would be a breeze. That sounds excellent, but isn't the range a tad too small? Chen Mu mused internally. Even a homebody like him occasionally yearned for a chance to venture outside and broaden his horizons. The system, without further ado, resumed its upgrade attempts. System attempting to upgrade. System upgrade attempt 12, data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Invincible domain module, upgrade successful. According to the system, after the upgrade, the coverage of the invincible domain would extend to the entirety of the Tianyuan sacred land. Chen Mu, feeling no need to press the system for more, decided to leave matters as they were. The Tianyuan sacred land was ample for his daily activities, primarily to deter any unwelcome intruders who might disrupt his leisurely existence. To indulge in idleness, one must possess the means to do so. No matter how powerful others might be, they could not constantly focus their attention solely on him. Well done, system, Chen Mu remarked, feeling it prudent to offer some praise to avoid the system's potential emotional breakdown. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host has received premium spirit stones 999999999. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host has received lifespan 999999999. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host has received 9th grade dragon blood pill 999999999. It was evident that the system seemed rather pleased, while the spirit stones and pills were expected. Granting nearly 1 billion years of lifespan was astonishing, almost akin to immortality. 1 billion years? Such a lifespan was indeed absurdly lengthy. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown passage of time, as Chen Mu basked in the sunlight and enjoyed Yi Qingqing's skilled massage, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Ignore it, continue, he instructed. Very well, Yi Qingqing declared, abandoning her intent to answer. Come in, Chen Mu replied in unison. Casting a glance, he recognized the insignia on the waistplate of the visitor, indicating they were a disciple from the inner courtyard of the Tianyuan sacred land. Disciple Yang Qiafeng pays respects to the young master. As he knelt, he couldn't help but steal an extra glance at Yi Qingqing. Little did he expect that the renowned saintess of the sword sect and a paragon among her peers would be serving as a maid in the young master's residence. Truly, the young master was worthy of admiration. What brings you here? Chen Mu inquired languidly. Young master, a secret realm has appeared in the Tianzhou mountain range, which may harbor powerful legacies that could aid your cultivation and enhance your strength. Therefore, the elders have sent me to inquire if you wish to partake in this expedition. Yang Xiaofeng explained. I'm not interested in such matters, Chen Mu dismissed, waving his hand without a second thought. Why make the long journey for something trivial? As long as I remain within the Tianyuan sacred land, I am invincible. System attempting to upgrade. Chapter 17, Puppet Master. Unlimited hundredfold return. Goodness. Chen Mu had never anticipated that his words might provoke the system's emotional sensitivity. What more levels could it possibly reach? Forget it, let it be, he concluded, as he couldn't control the system anyway, which had shown signs of rebellion. System upgrade attempt 12 failed. System upgrade attempt 19 failed. System upgrade attempt 24. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Puppet Master module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Puppet Master. To put it simply, the so-called Puppet Master refers to one who manipulates puppets. Chen Mu found himself puzzled by the system's decision to grant him such a feature. Compared to this, his attention was drawn more to the expression on Yi Qingqing's face. If you wish to go, feel free. You needn't concern yourself with me. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing's prompt agreement stemmed from her belief that Chen Mu's current strength did not necessitate her protection. The earlier incident with Lu Xiangnan, the saint son of the sword sect, who had come to return the marriage decree, had attracted a flood of formidable challengers, making Yi Qingqing acutely aware that harming Chen Mu within the confines of the Tianyuan sacred land was tenfold more difficult than breaking through to the emperor realm. Her role was less of a guardian and more akin to that of a personal maid beside the young master, capable of dealing with some trifling matters that did not warrant his attention. Your understanding is commendable. In response to Yi Qingqing's gratitude, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. You are the saintess of the sword sect. This expedition into the secret realm is your rightful opportunity. No need for thanks. He picked up a piece of cake, savoring its fragrant osmanthus flavor as it spread delightfully across his palate, sweet yet refreshing. Disciple takes their leave. Upon realizing Chen Mu's disinterest in the secret realm, Yang Xiaofeng withdrew. Yi Qingqing promptly moved behind Chen Mu, expertly massaging his shoulders and back. The finesse of her technique, combined with the refreshments, was simply exquisite. Having her around was rather pleasant. Time passed swiftly. At noon, Yi Qingqing received a distant message regarding the secret realm expedition from the accompanying elder. Young master, I shall depart now. Wait. Chen Mu called after Yi Qingqing. Without waiting for her confusion, he turned and tossed something her way. Upon catching it, she was astonished to discover it was a holy level divine weapon. This is the Tianyuan sword, a gift for you, Chen Mu declared. Given Yi Qingqing's commendable performance at Qingyan Mansion, he believed in rewarding merit. Presenting her with a holy level divine weapon might have seemed excessive, but it was the only kind he possessed as he had no other options. He was eager to test. Successfully gifted holy level divine weapon Tianyuan sword. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations, host has received holy level divine weapon Tianyuan sword 10. Indeed, he wished to experiment with this tenfold return feature. Upon inspection, the returned item was identical in quality and power to the Tianyuan sword he had gifted. However, once something had been returned, it could not be returned again. Concerned about the potential for repeated returns causing a glitch or bug, he thought, this is rather petty. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Mu that it was too late to react. System attempting to upgrade. System upgrade attempt 7. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Unlimited 100-fold return module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Unlimited 100-fold return module. Chen Mu never envisioned that the system would not only remove the restriction on repeated returns, but also upgrade the original 10-fold return to an unlimited 100-fold return. It felt as if he had stumbled into a game-breaking loophole. This system was far too easy to manipulate. Fortunately, he was of a simple mind, uninterested in violence. Otherwise, how could one effortlessly ascend to the throne and govern the realm? With an array of troubles awaiting, who would prefer to bask in the sun in the courtyard? Grateful for the young master's grace, Yi Qingqing vowed to dedicate her life and soul to him, to the point of death. In this moment, her heart was wholly devoted to Chen Mu. Despite being the saintess of the heavenly sword sect, she had never once wielded a sacred level weapon, let alone owned one. After all, in the entire sect, the number of sacred level weapons that could be made available scarcely exceeded a handful. Even the sect leader could not summon them at will, let alone her as a mere saintess. Yet, having just arrived at the Tianyuan sacred land for a few days, and after accomplishing so little for the young master, she had already received a sacred level weapon. How could Yi Qingqing not be moved? Determined to uphold the young master's honor during this expedition into the secret realm, she nodded. Very well, be cautious on your way. Chen Mu yawned lazily, exuding an air of languor as if he could never quite satisfy his need for rest. Indeed, Yi Qingqing replied, stepping through the door. A little melody would have made this even better, Chen Mu mused, taking another bite of plum cake, savoring it with tea. Despite the conversation, the tranquil atmosphere was quite pleasant, perfect for an afternoon nap. Are you acting up again? Chen Mu remarked, bemused. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a divine tier shadow puppet. Divine tier? A rank above sacred tier, the pinnacle of weaponry. Chen Mu was perplexed as to the system's intentions in bestowing such an item upon him. Sensing his confusion, the system promptly clarified. Since the host desires to avoid the exertion of seeking treasures in the secret realm, the puppet master function allows for a single command to seize treasures. With the divine tier shadow puppet, all inherited items will belong to you. Who would have thought you could be so considerate? Chen Mu replied. Thank you for the compliment. The system responded. At that moment, a silver-white shadow puppet, appearing even sturdier than dark iron, appeared before him, revealing a pitch-black passage beneath its feet. The puppet swiftly descended into the void, vanishing from sight. Already dispatched? Chen Mu inquired. Yes, host. The shadow puppet has merged with Yi Qingqing's shadow. It will not only procure treasures for you, but also ensure the safety of Miss Yi and the other disciples of the sacred land, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu had no reason to refuse. Since it was already sent forth, he chose to let things unfold naturally. The warm sun today felt even more comfortable than yesterday. The longer he basked in it, the heavier his eyelids grew, and his body relaxed. Meanwhile, hundreds of disciples from the Tianyuan sacred land, including Yi Qingqing, boarded a massive flying vessel, racing towards the secret realm marked on the map. Yi Qingqing stood alone at the bow, her cold demeanor starkly contrasting with her behavior alongside Chen Mu, as if she radiated an aura that kept others at bay. Who would have thought that the saintess would join us in this treasure hunt? She might become our future lady. We must protect her. Rest assured. To harm the lady would require stepping over my corpse, someone declared confidently, thumping their chest. As they spoke, Yi Qingqing's cold expression softened slightly. Just then, she noticed several flying vessels approaching head-on. Why are so many vessels suddenly arriving? From the direction, they seem to be heading towards the Tianyuan sacred land. Surely they do not intend to attack us? Ridiculous. These vessels can carry at most a few tens of thousands. A single elder from the outer court could easily annihilate them. True enough. Wait, the insignia on that vessel appears to belong to the Great Martial Royal Family. The Great Martial Royal Family? What brings them to the Tianyuan sacred land? As the crowd pondered, an accompanying elder had already taken to the air, confronting the royal vessels with sheer force. Despite not being affiliated with the Tianyuan sacred land, his presence commanded respect. Greetings, esteemed elder. A group clad in imposing armor, exuding the aura of generals, stepped forward in unison, bowing in respect. Before they could speak, the group hastily conveyed their intentions, fearing that the elder might unleash his wrath and obliterate both the vessels and their occupants. Even if he did, the Great Martial Dynasty would not dare retaliate. The stability of the Great Martial Dynasty over the years owed much to the protection of the Tianyuan sacred land. Otherwise, rumors would not circulate that the true power behind the dynasty was not the royal family, but the sacred land itself. They had come merely to congratulate Chen Mu on awakening his dual supreme talents. The vessels were laden not with elite soldiers, but with mountains of celebratory gifts. Once the accompanying elder scanned for threats and found none, he permitted their passage. Indeed, our Tianyuan sacred land's young master deserves such honor. Even the dynasty pays tribute. With a heavenly grade lightning root and a fire root, given the foundation of the Tianyuan sacred land, he is destined to become an emperor. Who would dare to show him disrespect? An emperor. It has been many years since the great Song boasted an emperor. If the young master truly breaks through to that realm, the Tianyuan sacred land will surely stand alongside the heavens for eternity. The mere thought sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Yi Qingqing felt the same. To remain by Chen Mu's side and witness his ascension to emperor would be an unparalleled honor. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was indifferent to the arrival of the Great Martial Royal Family and their gifts, allowing the Tianyuan sacred land to assign someone for the reception. He merely flipped over to continue his dream. An hour later, the flying vessel of the Tianyuan sacred land arrived at the location of the secret realm. The enormous vessel, adorned with the sect's emblem, captured the attention of countless onlookers. Look, that is the flying vessel of the Tianyuan sacred land. How impressive. That vessel is at least sacred tier. Sacred tier vessel. I wonder if the young master has come. I truly wish to see what effect his dual talents, lightning and fire, will produce. I don't see him among them. A mere inheritance from a small secret realm likely would catch the young master SI. After all, he comes from a prestigious background. Wait, is that not the saintess of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Yi Qingqing? How did she end up on the Tianyuan sacred lands vessel? News must have lagged. I heard that the saintess has been taken into the young master's residence as a future lady. Being groomed as a future lady? As Yi Qingqing overheard this conversation, she was taken aback by how her relationship with the young master had been perceived by the outside world. Not dwelling on it, she focused on the present. Her sole goal was to survive in the secret realm, acquire more treasures, and not bring shame to the young master. Let us go. With all these people from the Tianyuan sacred land here, someone like me surely has no chance of obtaining any inheritance. Indeed, just one of them could easily rival the top talents of our sect. Such formidable background was indeed terrifying. Upon confirming that the Tianyuan sacred land would participate in the treasure hunt, most people chose to withdraw, returning from whence they came. They felt it unnecessary to labor for others, only to end up with nothing. The green leaves, let anyone who desires take on that role. Leading the way, Yi Qingqing and the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land stepped into the swirling azure portal. Although Chen Mu did not acknowledge it, that did not prevent them from believing that Yi Qingqing would likely become the future lady of the young master, even if there was only a minuscule chance. Respect was due. The accompanying elder remained outside the portal, as this trial was intended for the younger generation. His level was not suitable for participation, and he could simply wait quietly to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Tianyuan sacred land. The other sects, including the disciples of the sacred land, followed closely behind. However, the very next moment, the portal erupted with unexpected turbulence. Boom! The spiritual energy surged violently, causing the nearby space to tremble as if it would tear apart. Many were forced back several steps, some even sent flying dozens of meters. The elder accompanying the Tianyuan sacred land raised a hand, effortlessly dispelling the chaotic spiritual energy. Upon witnessing the transformation of the portal into a crimson hue and the subsequent sealing of the entrance, the accompanying elder's countenance shifted dramatically. "A ruse," he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the landscape, shaking the very mountains and rivers. "Who was responsible for the assessment of this secret realm?" "Esteemed elder," came a trembling reply. "A group of us were entrusted with the evaluation. Initially, no anomalies were detected. We surmised that the intruder's strength far surpasses our own, hence." With a mere flick of his fingers, the elder sent the group hurtling dozens of meters, their bodies colliding with the mountain face with tremendous force, leaving them embedded within the rock. "Should any disciple of the celestial origin Holy Land suffer harm as a result of this incompetence," he declared icily, "your entire lineage shall be eradicated." He sought not excuses, but accountability. If they lacked the expertise for proper assessment, they should have sought those who possessed it. Now, with the secret realm's entrance sealed, external access was impossible. The fate of those within, including Yi Qingcheng, rested on their ability to break free. Failure would condemn them to become sustenance for malevolent entities seeking reincarnation. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingcheng and the others within, they found themselves in a desolate wasteland of endless sand. A fierce wind howled, carrying abrasive particles that stung exposed skin. Such a harsh environment. One of the disciples remarked, a sense of foreboding creeping into his voice. "I wonder what trials await us here." Caution is paramount. The leader of the myriad green sect cautioned, urging his disciples to maintain a tight formation. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing many to lose their footing. As they looked up, they saw a cascade of sand pouring down, gradually revealing a colossal figure lurking beneath. The human-faced sand serpent. Someone exclaimed in horror. Why would such a formidable beast appear in this realm? A sand serpent with at least 10,000 years of cultivation. 10,000 years. We can barely handle a millennium. This is suicide. Flee. There may still be time to escape. Yes. We must leave the realm and inform the elders. This is beyond our capabilities. The group turned and fled in unison, employing various methods of locomotion. However, upon reaching the location of the portal, they were met with a sight that filled them with dread and confusion. The exit. It's gone. Why has this happened? Is this our doom? Beware. The sand serpent is upon us. Turning back, they beheld the monstrous serpent, its immense body moving with surprising agility across the sand. Since escape is impossible, one of them declared, perhaps we should stand and fight. Fight? With what? Your meager cultivation? This is a 10,000-year-old beast. Delay it. Surely the elders have detected the anomaly. They will come to our rescue. Disciples of the Profound Azure Sect formed the formation. The Profound Azure Sect was renowned for its intricate and impenetrable formations. Legend had it that their founder had created the Great Tortoiseshell Formation, capable of withstanding even a martial saint when mastered. How long we can hold depends on our spiritual energy reserves. Illusionary Spirit Sect, channel your energy into the formation. Celestial Illumination Sect, act swiftly. Myriadwood Sect, follow their instructions. For once, the desire for personal gain was set aside as they focused on surviving, hoping to buy time for the elders outside the realm to find a solution. Little did they know, they were on their own. Even the disciples of the Celestial Origin Holy Land joined the effort. Such power, truly befitting the Celestial Origin Holy Land. Not only powerful, but pure. Perhaps we can actually withstand this. Before the sentence could be completed, the sand serpent crashed into the golden tortoise shell formation, shattering it into countless fragments. The disciples were sent flying, some buried headfirst in the sand. It's too strong. We are no match. A monster. A monster. No. Are we truly going to die here? Hearing the cries of despair, Yi Qingcheng stepped forward, drawing the celestial abyss sword from her spatial ring. Could it be that the young master foresaw this predicament and gifted me this sacred weapon beforehand? She wondered. Even with the sword, she was unsure of her chances against the sand serpent, but without it, she was certain of her demise. A sacred weapon, someone exclaimed. She possesses a sacred weapon. She is a saintess of a sect, after all, another replied. It's not surprising. Fool, this is a sacred grade weapon. The Heavenly Sword sect barely has any, and even the sect master cannot use them freely. How could she be given one for a mere test? If I were to hazard a guess, it was likely bestowed upon her by the young master of the Celestial Origin Holy Land. The young master is truly generous. Perhaps the rumors are true. I always knew the Celestial Origin Holy Land was powerful, but now I truly understand. If I survive this, I will strive to join the Celestial Origin Holy Land and serve the young master. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, his gesture had inadvertently won him a wave of support. Then, they witnessed Yi Qingcheng soaring into the air, wielding the Celestial Abyss sword, and channeling the vast spiritual energy of the realm towards the serpent's head. With a mighty roar, the serpent opened its jaws, revealing rows of venomous fangs, attempting to swallow her whole. Yi Qiqing brought the sword down with tremendous force, cleaving the air with a deafening sound. The residual force swept through the area, forcing the others to shield themselves. When they lowered their arms, they beheld the sand serpent. A 10,000-year-old beast, cleaved in two from head to tail. She killed a 10,000-year-old beast with a single strike. Rumor has it that Saintess Yi is a martial master. But this is beyond the capabilities of a martial master. This proves that the weapon bestowed upon her by the young master is of the highest caliber, even among sacred-grade weapons. To serve under the young master is a great opportunity. Yi Qiqing did not deny these claims. Even she was surprised by her ability to slay the serpent with a single blow. It was all thanks to the sword in her hand. Her affinity for Chen Mu surged once more. She was certain that without the celestial abyss sword, she would have perished. Having faced the serpent directly, she now understood its true power. A sense of reverence towards Chen Mu continued to swell within Yi Qiqing. Enveloped in spiritual energy, she extracted a monster core infused with formidable spiritual essence, worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, from a mass of indistinct flesh. Placing it into her spatial ring, she resolved to return it to Chen Mu as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Hesitation was out of the question. Yi Qiqing had always believed that even the smallest act of kindness deserved an immense response. Not only did she feel no reluctance, but she also considered it insufficient. More cultivation resources were necessary. Suspended in the air, she surveyed her surroundings. Yi Qiqing had heard that a human-faced sand snake seldom appeared alone. True to her expectations, the scent of blood from the slain creature attracted more of its kind. Like worms, they wriggled beneath the sand, creating towering mounds. Centered around Yi Qiqing, they converged. From a divine perspective, it resembled a bizarre, twisted floral totem. Chapter 20. Frenzied Slaughter. The mind of the shadow puppet feeling the intense tremors beneath her feet, the group, having just begun to relax, was once again gripped by fear. Could there be more? Of course. Human-faced sand snakes never appeared in singularity. There would be at least 4. Surely, there were 7 or 8. Was the elder who assessed this secret realm harboring a grudge against us? What merit did I, a mere martial apprentice, have to participate in such a secret realm? Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, human-faced sand snakes erupted from the earth, sending columns of sand soaring into the sky. Faced with 7 sand snakes, each possessing millennia of cultivation, Yi Qiqing, though lacking confidence, summoned her spiritual energy and raised her Tianyuan sword before her. Utilizing her combat technique, she transformed one sword into 100, forming a sword array that spiraled around her like a hurricane. Go! Yi Qiqing pointed forward, and the 100 swords divided into 7, launching toward the human-faced sand snakes. Bang! 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 The snakes opened their gaping mouths, exuding fiery orange flames, unleashing waves of scorching fire. Although the physical Tianyuan sword suffered damage, it severely injured one of the snakes, while the illusory sword shattered. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her, as if her very essence were drained. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that wielding a sacred weapon to execute the Tianjin sect's ultimate technique was still overly ambitious for her current capabilities. Swiftly retrieving a white jade vial from her spatial ring, she consumed several energy-replenishing pills. There was no time to rest. Yi Qiqing could remain indifferent to the lives of others, but the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land, whether now or in the future, would belong to Chen Mu's legacy. She could not idly watch them perish at the jaws of these serpents. She had to muster every last ounce of strength. Once her energy replenished slightly, she focused on the snake she had previously injured, which bore a gaping wound that bled profusely. With determination, she descended rapidly, narrowly avoiding its venomous fangs, and then unleashed a powerful horizontal strike with her Tianyuan sword. Thunderous roars echoed as the sword energy pierced through the human-faced sand snake, sending blood mist exploding forth. Visible to the naked eye. Bang! The head of the sand snake separated from its body, crashing heavily into the sand and sending waves of particles flying. Yi Qiqing was completely engulfed in dust, obscuring the view for outsiders. Yet, they could see the remaining human-faced sand snakes twisting their bodies, turning their heads as if they were closed flower buds, retreating into the swirling sand mist. Boom! The sand and blood mist stirred, expanding towards the onlookers with explosive ferocity. Just as they feared that Yi Qiqing might meet her demise, preparing to rush in for assistance, the 6 remaining human-faced sand snakes abruptly halted. After a brief pause, their massive forms exploded, and blood mist surged forth. The 6 ancient human-faced sand snakes had been annihilated in an instant by the Saintess Yi. Not even a trace of bone remained. What technique could possibly be that terrifying? Had the Saintess concealed her true power? This was beyond what a mere martial artist could achieve. When she accompanied the Holy Sun to the Tianjin sect for exchanges earlier this year, her strength was not this formidable. She was evenly matched with him. What was the current disparity? The difference was so vast it was incalculable. Then, a fierce wind swept through. The dust and blood mist dispersed, allowing the crowd to finally discern the scene. What was that? An iron figure? It bore no signs of life and appeared far from human, yet it radiated an overwhelming spiritual energy. Had it been responsible for the death of those 6 human-faced sand snakes? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Only Yi Qingsheng recognized that this figure had emerged from her own shadow. Mistaking it for an enemy, she swung her sword, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by the shadow puppet with a single finger. The reverberation coursed through her arm, leaving it tingling. From that strike alone, she grasped the profound gap between them, akin to the insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Especially in the following moment, as she watched helplessly, the shadow puppet waved its hand and obliterated the 6 ancient sand snakes attacking from above in a mere instant. Yi Qingsheng felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. This overwhelming power left her paralyzed with fear, her extremities numb and unresponsive. Even knowing that remaining frozen would lead to her demise, she found herself utterly powerless. Her body felt alien, as if it did not belong to her. This oppressive aura surpassed anything she had ever encountered, even in the presence of formidable warriors from the Tianjin sect or peak human immortals. Who was this figure clad in silver armor? Why was he concealed within her shadow? A peak human immortal? Or perhaps a quasi-emperor? A cascade of questions plagued Yi Qingsheng's mind, yet none offered answers. Simultaneously, as she struggled to comprehend, ominous sounds emanated from below. The shadow puppet enveloped Yi Qingsheng in spiritual energy and propelled her away several dozen meters to join the others. Then, with a resounding crash, a human-faced sand snake burst forth from the ground, sending the shadow puppet soaring into the air. Standing upright, it raised a foot and stomped down. Boom. The onlookers gaped in disbelief as the human-faced sand snake expanded, its body swelling. Soon, its flesh could no longer withstand the pressure, splitting open and showering blood, drenching the sands below. In the blink of an eye, the massive being was effortlessly dispatched. One stomp? This was no jest. The sand snake, if she was not mistaken, was also of ancient lineage, right? You are not mistaken. In terms of cultivation, it was even stronger than the previous ones. What on earth was this being? I suspect it is related to the Tianyuan sacred land. Did you not see how it protected the Saintess? It must indeed be connected. Feeling the weight of their gazes, all seeking answers, Yi Qingsheng furrowed her brow. If possible, she too wished to know who this figure was. Fortunately, she could ascertain that he was not an enemy. Had it not been for the protective layer of spiritual energy, she would have met the same fate as the human-faced sand snake, her body torn apart under that immense force, reduced to a mere blood mist. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Panic still gripped her. Why concern ourselves with his identity? As long as we recognize him as our savior, that is sufficient. Boom. This tremor dwarfed all previous ones combined. Before they could speak, an enormous, ominous creature appeared before them. At this distance, even straining their necks to the limit, they could hardly take it all in. Visibility plummeted. The atmosphere grew oppressive. The scent of death thickened. Chapter 21. 100,000-year-old beast. A challenge to perception. How colossal. It must be 100 zhang high. No, at least 400 or 500 meters. 100,000 years old. Even if not 100,000, it was certainly close. Realizing that the boundless creature before them, the human-faced sand serpent, likely belonged to the realm of 10,000-year-old beasts, panic seized the hearts of the onlookers. Their legs trembled, rendering them unable to support their bodies, and they collapsed to the ground. Yi Qingsheng, too, remained silent, her fingers gripping the Tianyuan sword thrust into the sand, desperately holding herself upright. The notion of a 10,000-year beast was one she had only heard from her master and read about in books. Such a creature possessed the power to effortlessly raise a city and annihilate millions. Even the Tianjin sect would have to muster all its strength to confront it. The emergence of a 10,000-year beast often triggered a considerable beast tide, during which ordinary people and even average cultivators had no chance of survival. Yet what lay before her was far more terrifying than anything she had gleaned from her master's words or the pages of her books. It felt as though she had been thrust into the depths of hell, a crushing sense of powerlessness enveloping her, a feeling of knowing that inaction meant death, yet being utterly incapable of action. The human-faced sand serpent, with its golden eyes ablaze with flames, fixated on the shadowy figure, showing no interest in Yi Qingsheng and her companions. It opened its cavernous maw, a menacing gesture intended to intimidate the shadow. In comparison to that gaping mouth, the shadow appeared insignificant, akin to a single star twinkling in the night sky, glimmering with a silvery sheen. Then, the sand serpent reared up, its tongue reaching for the shadow's head as its massive jaws descended, aiming to swallow the shadow whole, incinerating it with searing flames. The shadow raised its hands, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped its entire form. Then, two enormous spectral arms materialized from the air, their massive palms grasping the upper and lower jaws of the serpent, holding them firmly in place. With a forceful heave, the shadow lifted the serpent's 100-foot-long body from the ground, and with a mighty rip, it was torn asunder, split down the middle. A complete serpent skeleton was revealed, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Above, a torrential rain of blood began to fall, staining the desert below a deep crimson. The pungent scent filled the air, assaulting the nostrils with its intensity. The dust, which had previously hung in the air, settled due to the blood rain, greatly improving visibility. The ruins of the Sand Kingdom became visible, already in a state of utter disrepair. The shadow transformed into a streak of light, darting through the air in search of treasures within the secret realm, leaving Yi Qingqing and her companions in a state of profound confusion. Could this be a dream? Even if 10,000-year beasts were one thing, how could a 10,000-year human-faced sand serpent be slain in a single blow? Hiss. Why are you pinching me? To assure you that you are not dreaming. This is likely a being on the brink of becoming an emperor, a quasi-emperor. There is no other reasonable explanation. The heavenly origin sacred land is indeed as grand as the rumors suggest. As they marveled, someone suddenly noticed that the previously vanished portal had reopened. The accompanying elders began to enter the secret realm one after another. You all didn't however, before the words could fully escape. They were struck dumb by the horrific scene before them. Piles of 10,000-year beasts. Even 10,000-year beasts appeared. But upon further inspection, they found that not a single disciple had suffered harm. How could this be? This completely shattered their understanding. Even combining the strength of all the accompanying elders, they could not guarantee survival in such an extreme, hostile environment, let alone talk of counterattacking the serpent swarm. Did you all kill these beasts? Facing the elderess inquiry, Yi Qingqing recounted everything without reservation, not daring to conceal any details. You say that person hid within your shadow? Not only 10,000-year beasts, but even 10,000-year beasts could be slain in a single blow? Even the elders of the heavenly origin sacred land, possessing the cultivation of martial saints, were taken aback by this revelation. Had they not known Yi Qingqing's character and witnessed the scene before them, they might have suspected she was jesting. Indeed, Yi Qingqing nodded emphatically, her conviction unwavering. How do you all perceive this? The heavenly origin elder inquired of the other elders. They exchanged glances, but the words remained unspoken. They understood that, given their own strength and realm, they were ill-equipped to engage in such discussions. The heavenly origin elder seemed poised to say something more, his lips parting when suddenly, a powerful chill, a murderous intent, and a sense of dread washed over him like a blade, sharp and cutting through the air around him. His eyes widened, pupils constricting. His body felt numb, unresponsive to his commands. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure clad in sleek silver armor gliding silently past him, heading straight for Yi Qingqing. In the next moment, everyone could clearly see that the shadow had descended before Yi Qingqing, rapidly sinking into her shadow. Once it fully submerged, the oppressive sensation above dissipated entirely. On the way back, the heavenly origin elder repeatedly questioned Yi Qingqing regarding the identity of the silver-armored figure, but she remained ignorant of the answer. Is that so? The heavenly origin elder ceased his inquiries. Upon returning to the cabin, he muttered to himself, could it be related to the Tianjin sect? Impossible. The strength of that silver-armored figure was far beyond my own, at least at the peak of the human immortal realm. How could the Tianjin sect possess such a formidable being? He shook his head, dismissing that notion. It seemed this matter was likely tied to the inner court. With this realization, the heavenly origin elder ceased further contemplation. After all, he was merely a minor elder of the outer court. The inner court's mysteries and power were far beyond what he could comprehend at this stage. He could not remain content with the present. He needed to continue diligently cultivating, striving to ascend to the inner court as soon as possible. Without delay, he sat cross-legged, focusing his energy to cultivate and enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing stood on the deck, intently observing her shadow, mired in perplexity. Could it be that she had some ancient family background lurking behind her? Was that silver-armored figure perhaps her guardian? Lost in thought, dusk fell. When she regained her senses, she realized the flying vessel had reached the heavenly origin sacred land. Stepping off the vessel, Yi Qingqing mounted her flying sword and sped towards the Qingyan Manor. Thud, thud, thud. Her feet landed, knocking on the crimson courtyard door, and she pushed it open to enter. Oh, you've returned just in time. Inside the courtyard, Chen Mu had just picked up a bowl and chopsticks, while Zhang Xingkai finished bringing in the last dish. Young master, just as Yi Qingqing was about to speak, she caught sight of the silver-armored figure, which should have been concealed within her shadow, emerging once more. It strode directly towards Chen Mu. An assassin. Chapter 22. breathing and cultivation level 2, breaking through like drinking water. Yiqi mistakenly believed that the silver-armored figure's previous actions were merely to gain her trust, facilitating its infiltration into the heavenly origin sacred land to harm Chen Mu, thus curbing the development of the sacred land. With a rush of wind beneath her feet, she shot forward, rapidly approaching. The Tianyuan sword gripped tightly in her hand, enveloped in spiritual energy. Although she doubted her ability to accomplish anything against the shadow, she could not bear to watch it attempt to assassinate Chen Mu. However, what happened next halted her in her tracks. She clearly saw the shadow kneeling before Chen Mu, offering a dark golden, mysterious ring swirling with runes, reminiscent of an ancient artifact. In truth, it was a spatial ring containing ancient treasures collected by the shadow from the ruins of the Sand Kingdom within the secret realm. The ring held an abundance of lost treasures, medicinal pills, techniques, and divine weapons, so many that it was dazzling. The entire Sand Kingdom ruins had been thoroughly looted by the shadow, a complete monopoly. Chen Mu took the spatial ring presented by the shadow, infusing it with his consciousness for a brief scan, discovering over 10,000 techniques. Among them were numerous top-tier heavenly-level techniques. For instance, a technique capable of condensing sand into an army of thousands or summoning a sandstorm that connected heaven and earth, stirring the elements and wreaking havoc. Most were closely related to the concept of sand. It made sense, considering these techniques were derived from the realm of sand, undoubtedly influenced by their geographic environment. As for how Chen Mu came to know all of this, it was quite simple. Since the shadow puppet was a marionette he controlled, he could effortlessly access its complete memories through the system's permissions. Truly, one could not deny the superiority of divine-grade artifacts. Not only could they slay beasts of 10,000 years with ease, but they could also annihilate those of 100,000 years in a single strike. He mused that with the shadow puppet by his side, even outside the realm of invincibility, there was no need to fear being targeted. The shadow puppet would eliminate any threats before the adversary even had the notion to act. Indeed, it was an excellent tool. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a divine-level shadow puppet 10,000. Chen Mu could not help but grumble, even though the existence of the shadow puppet greatly pleased him. Did the system truly need to sign in for a new one so soon? And 1,000 of them, no less. If one could obliterate a beast of 100,000 cultivation, then 1,000. Chen Mu felt he might not even need to rely on the heavenly origin sacred land. He could establish his own domain, a new sacred ground. However, in the past, Chen Mu might have been somewhat interested in such matters. Now, forget it. His family was already invincible, so why should he exert himself further? Was this person arranged by the young master to be by my side? Next, Yiqing's astonished voice pulled Chen Mu back to reality as her gaze shifted toward him. Nodding in response to her question, he said, "Yes, indeed. Ever since I heard you were going to participate in the secret realm, my left eye has been twitching incessantly, as if sensing something would happen. That is why I sent the shadow puppet to accompany you, so we could respond promptly should any unforeseen events arise." Gazing at the Tianyuan sword in hand, and then at the shadow puppet submerged in Chen Mu's shadow, Yiqi smiled. Indeed, everything was the young master's arrangement. The young master's foresight was remarkable, and Yiqi admired him greatly. She knelt on one knee, clasping her hands in salute, and spoke her innermost thoughts. At that moment, Chen Mu was undoubtedly her savior. Had it not been for his arrangement of the shadow puppet, she would have perished in the secret realm long ago. Thus, Yiqi silently vowed that from now on, her life belonged to the young master. She could live for him or die for him. All right. As long as you are safe, let us eat. If we delay further, the food will grow cold, Chen Mu remarked. Yes, young master. With a contented pat on his stomach, Chen Mu declared, I'm full, or rather, I might have eaten a bit too much. Then, young master, shall we take a stroll to aid digestion? Yiqi suggested. Sure, he replied. Reflecting on it, he realized that since his memories had fully returned, he had yet to explore the heavenly origin sacred land properly. The night was just right, with a gentle breeze, making it an excellent time for a walk. If his memory served him correctly, there were numerous beautiful sights within the heavenly origin sacred land. With a creak, the courtyard door opened, revealing several disciples passing by. Upon seeing him, they immediately bowed with respect, greeting him, Greetings, young master. Chen Mu acknowledged, then, alongside Yiqi, chose a direction and strolled leisurely away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed them daring to lift their heads only after they had walked some distance away, marveling at how, in just a few days, the young master's strength had already broken through to the warrior stage. Isn't that only to be expected? Never underestimate a top-tier spirit root, especially not a dual top-tier spirit root. Individuals like the young master are one in a million. We should not harbor any fantasies. only look up in admiration. I also heard from those who returned from the secret realm that the young master bestowed upon the holy maiden a divine weapon of the sacred tier. Sacred tier. The young master remains as indifferent to wealth as ever. No, we must continue to strive to cultivate, hoping to catch the young master's eye. Let us go. To the training room, we will close ourselves off for a month. However, unbeknownst to them, although Chen Mu had advanced from the warrior stage to the late warrior stage, he had not trained even for a moment during the entire process. It was all thanks to his breathing. As long as he breathed, he could increase his cultivation. Even he had to admit that this function was exceedingly overpowered. Most importantly, after reaching a certain number of breaths, it would level up. Currently, the level of breathing that contributed to cultivation had risen to level 2, doubling the increase in cultivation compared to level 1. Breaking through was as easy as drinking water. A true epitome of effortless advancement. It seemed he was about to break through once more, ascending to the master stage. Surpassing Yu Qiqing was merely a matter of time. Realizing this, Yu Qiqing could not help but feel a sense of fear towards Chen Mu's talent. As a genius disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, she had spent many years and consumed countless pills to achieve what she had, yet the young master had accomplished it in just a few days. Was this talent not a jest? It was overwhelmingly powerful. The heavenly origin sacred land was likely destined to coexist with the heavens, enduring through the ages. How fortunate to have such a young master. In Yu Qiqing's eyes, this applied to both herself and the heavenly origin sacred land. Greetings, young master. Salutations, young master. The chorus of voices brought Yu Qiqing back from her reverie. She realized that she and Chen Mu were standing before a towering black tower. Young master, what is this? Yu Qiqing asked, puzzled. The trial tower of the heavenly origin sacred land, Chen Mu replied, if memory served him correctly. A trial tower. The heavenly sword sect has one, but it pales in comparison to the imposing black tower before us. It could easily be dubbed the Tower of Heaven. Soaring into the clouds as if endless. Our trial tower only has 50 floors, this one must have at least 500. Yu Qiqing speculated uncertainly. Indeed. There are 500 floors. The wisdom spirit within the tower learns and mimics the attack patterns of intruders, growing stronger with each encounter. Clearing each floor grants substantial cultivation resources as rewards, making it one of the primary means for disciples of the heavenly origin sacred land to enhance their strength. Those who rank on the boards can receive additional rewards and be promoted to inner court disciples. Chen Mu explained what he knew about the rules of the trial tower. The wisdom spirit within had grown immensely powerful after the heavenly origin sacred land had developed for so long. He had never entered, fearing he would be overwhelmed. Clearing the trial tower required not only cultivation but also mental fortitude, mastery of techniques, and adaptability. However, the difficulty of clearing it was directly tied to the high rewards. Each floor cleared represented a qualitative leap in strength. Chen Mu himself had no interest in challenging the trial tower. Rewards? With a system that provided benefits at all times. He had no need for them. Breaking through limits? He would rather take a couple of laps around the heavenly origin sacred land to increase his breathing frequency and gain even more cultivation. Elevating his realm was more beneficial than anything else. With a higher realm, his lower limit would become others' upper limit. While Chen Mu was disinterested, he could see that Yu Qiqing was evidently filled with longing. Do you have an interest in challenging the tower? Chen Mu inquired, seeing through her thoughts. I want to give it a try. Yu Qiqing expressed her desire to seize this opportunity to grow stronger. She knew better than anyone that to remain by Chen Mu's side, she needed strength. Was the title of Holy Maiden truly impressive? Yu Qiqing felt that as long as Chen Mu was willing, even if the Empress came, she would still be a servant. Since you have entered my Qingyan Hall, you are now a member of the heavenly origin sacred land. Feel free to go. No one will dare to stop you. Chen Mu reassured Yu Qiqing. Thank you. Young master, I shall go now. Without further ado, Yu Qiqing stepped forward and entered the trial tower, finding herself allocated to a small space. Opposite her stood a vague blue figure, its features and attire barely discernible. Looking up, she saw text floating in the air, revealing the identity information of the wisdom spirit learning and mimicking her. Name, Zhangxi Fan. Identity, inner court disciple of the heavenly origin sacred land. This should be considered a form of honor, right? As her thoughts settled, Yu Qiqing drew her sword. Time passed. Though she could not discern how long it had been, Chen Mu reclined against the sturdy branch of an ancient tree, taking a moment to rest. That girl possesses remarkable strength. In such a short span, she has remarkably ascended to the 9th level. The scenes of challengers within the trial tower can be viewed through the reflection stone. At this moment, the air was filled with the spectacle of Yu Qiqing engaging in a duel with the shadow of the disciple guarding the 9th level. It was evident to Chen Mu that for Yu Qiqing, this 9th level of the trial tower remained a walk in the park. She had yet to wield the Tian Yuan sword he had previously bestowed upon her, relying instead on her own high-grade Ziwei sword. complemented by her agile movements and the release of violet sword energy, which exuded a certain artistry. The aesthetic appeal captivated numerous onlookers. Such exquisite footwork. Someone remarked. If I recall correctly, the guardian disciple at the 9th level is a shadow of senior sister Yang, right? Indeed. Her swordsmanship is not only swift, but also incredibly versatile, making it hard to counter. Yet, this holy maiden of the heavenly sword sect manages to maintain a slight upper hand. After all, it was merely a shadow. And senior sister Yang had faced challenges many years ago. She is now at the grandmaster level. The holy maiden has the advantage of youth and boundless potential. The gathered crowd generally held a high opinion of Yi Qingqing. Soon, Chen Mu overheard someone shift the conversation toward him. Unfortunately, the young master seems disinclined to challenge the tower. I truly wish to witness the terrifying prowess of a dual cultivation of thunder and fire. Fool, the young master is undoubtedly considering our plight. If he were to intervene, do you really think the difficulty of the trial tower would not increase several-fold? Several-fold. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. For your benefit? Chen Mu thought to himself, you are overthinking it. I'm simply uninterested and too lazy to take action. As he contemplated this, a wave of indescribable comfort enveloped him. Boom. The energy, infused with tiny lightning and sparks of fire, erupted outward. The ancient tree trembled, shedding numerous green leaves. He had successfully broken through to the martial master realm, stepping into the 4th major stage, instantly capturing the attention of many. Heavens! The young master has already reached the martial master realm? I remember just a few days ago, the young master was at the 6th or 7th level of martial disciple. In such a short time, he has consecutively broken through 3 major realms. Truly a prodigy with 2 top-tier talents. At this rate, I am certain I will witness the young master ascend to emperor status in my lifetime. Do you think it's possible for the young master to surpass the saint before him and break into the emperor realm ahead of Chen Tianlin? If he accomplishes that, Chen Tianlin would likely wake from dreams laughing. The crowd continued to speculate, imagining grand feasts to celebrate the young master's achievements, unaware that the Tianyuan sacred land had produced yet another emperor. At that moment, a portal opened, and a young man clad in white emerged, immediately igniting a new wave of discussion. Look, it's Chen Yu. He has successfully surpassed the 350th level in just half a week, truly commendable. He's indeed one of the most exceptional talents in the sword domain among the young generation of the Tianyuan sacred land. 350 levels. I wonder if I will ever witness the scenery there in my lifetime. Hearing the name Chen Yu, Chen Mu instantly recalled his young cousin, who had already broken through to the grandmaster level and excelled in swordsmanship. Clad in white and expressionless, he wielded his sword with unmatched prowess. Deeply engrossed in the art of swordsmanship, his strength in this discipline had even led the Heavenly Sword sect, renowned for its sword techniques, to invite him as an honorary elder in exchange for sharing all sword insights and techniques to aid his training. Chen Yu approached, acknowledging Chen Mu. Brother, he said succinctly. Since you call me brother, there is no need for such formality, Chen Mu replied. Very well. Chen Yu, characteristically reserved, offered little more than that. Then, he removed a bamboo scroll from his Qian Kuan pouch and handed it to Chen Mu. Brother, I have heard you awakened a thunder attribute talent. I happen to possess a superior sword cultivation method from the Thunder sect, hoping it can assist you. The Thunder sect sword cultivation method? Such a technique exists? Indeed. It is said that during the chaotic era, a sword cultivator from the Thunder sect wielded countless heavenly thunderbolts as his sword, dominating the southern skies. In terms of strength, he could contend with our Tianyuan sacred land's ancestor on a 3-7 basis. To contest with the ancestor on such terms is no trivial feat. How formidable must that Thunder sect ancestor have been? Chen Mu marveled inwardly. Realizing this was a heartfelt gesture from Chen Yu, he felt it would be unreasonable to decline. He did not wish to create any rift between them. After all, family should not be formal. Naturally, he could not simply take without giving. Chen Mu opened his system backpack and casually scanned its contents. He selected a top-tier movement technique titled Light as a Swallow and a sacred-grade Tianyuan sword, retrieving both. I happen to have 2 items that would suit you perfectly. I believe they will aid you on your path of sword cultivation. Chen Yu initially intended to refuse. A top-tier movement technique, a sacred-grade divine weapon. However, upon seeing the 2 treasures Chen Mu presented, the words caught in his throat. Chen Yu's current movement technique was decent but not top-tier, and his sword, named the Chuyang sword, was of mid-grade. This is the cultivation resource the sacred land has provided for you, brother. He hesitated. Noticing his apprehension, Chen Mu insisted firmly, placing the movement technique and Tianyuan sword into his hands. If you truly regard me as a brother, accept them. We grew up together. There is no need for such courtesy. Moreover, keeping these would be a greater loss than giving them to you. Do you understand the concept of a 100-fold return? Chen Mu mused internally, knowing he could not voice such thoughts aloud. Otherwise, the entire world would tremble, and chaos would ensue. The system was an enigma, a power they had never conceived. If you feel indebted, simply accept them and devote yourself to rigorous training. Should I encounter difficulties in the future, you must be the first to stand by my side. Agreed. If anyone dares to oppose you, they must first step over my corpse. Chen Mu affirmed resolutely. Eventually, he accepted the movement technique and the Tianyuan sword. Gift of top-tier technique successful. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring top-tier movement technique light as a swallow 100. An additional 100 for the technique? It feels somewhat underwhelming. As Chen Mu voiced his thoughts, he noticed the system panel's text being replaced. Gift of top-tier technique successful. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring top-tier movement technique 100. Note, randomized and unique. Gift of sacred grade divine weapon successful. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring sacred grade divine weapon 100. With a system that acknowledged its mistakes and amended them, Chen Mu found little to complain about. Thus, Chen Mu decided not to disturb his cousin any further. He bid farewell to Chen Mu and turned to leave. Intending to practice the light as a swallow technique throughout the night and master the Tianyuan sword to fulfill his promise to Chen Mu. Merely standing up was insufficient. He needed the strength to back it up. Chen Mu vowed never to become cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Chen Mu leaped onto a branch, leaving everyone astonished. A saint-tier divine weapon. A top-tier heavenly technique. The young master had given them away just like that? It was not surprising, as rumors suggested that Chen Mu had been reclusive and taciturn since childhood. Fortunately, the young master had reached out, opening his heart to the world and instilling an interest in swordsmanship. If the young master treated us so generously, how could he be stingy with his own brother? This seemed plausible. However, Chen Mu was uninterested in such conversations. Glancing at the Thundergate sword cultivation technique in his hand, he contemplated the max-level comprehension feature. Curious to test it out, he opened the first page, where the text that should have been obscure transformed into something as simple as 112. This technique, which had taken its creator a millennium to comprehend, Chen Mu grasped in mere moments. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed, and he looked up to witness the tumultuous skies, with lightning flashing like a giant serpent amidst the dark clouds. What was happening? Was an elder breaking through? It could only be that. Such a grand phenomenon could only be attributed to the realm of human immortality. As the crowd speculated, Chen Mu, who had just taken a few steps, halted and gazed skyward. The thunderous spectacle sent shivers down his spine as he murmured, "What astonishing celestial might!" Then, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, aimed directly at Chen Mu. Cousin. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mu panicked and swiftly employed his technique, reaching his utmost speed to rush forward. Little did he expect that the celestial phenomenon caused by a human immortal's breakthrough would inadvertently strike down a bolt of lightning towards Chen Mu. The power of this lightning was no trifling matter. It could obliterate a person to mere dust. Even though Chen Mu had already attained the martial master realm, how could he withstand the tribulation of a human immortal? It was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. All disciples, form a formation. Protect the young master from the heavenly lightning. A quick-thinking senior shouted. Hurry, form up. Don't just stand there. Form a formation. Every second counts. Are there any brothers or disciples specializing in body techniques? Quickly inform the elders, preferably those in the human immortal realm, to come at once and shield the young master from the heavenly lightning. Everyone responded in unison, springing into action. Seeing their frantic preparations, Chen Mu felt somewhat embarrassed. Please don't misunderstand. This lightning was summoned by me. He merely wished to satisfy his curiosity about the Thundergate sword cultivation technique, specifically what it meant to wield heavenly lightning as a sword at its maximum level. However, Chen Mu had evidently underestimated the power of the Thundergate sword cultivation technique, and even more so the might of max-level comprehension. He had never anticipated that a mere flicker of thought could evoke such a celestial phenomenon. The area was shrouded in ominous thunderclouds, and the atmosphere was tense. As the crowd beheld the impending strike of lightning about to reach Chen Mu, it condensed into a sword shape, hovering before him. With his thumb pressing against his ring and pinky fingers, his index and middle fingers extended straight, resembling a sword. As he moved his fingertips through the air, the vast might of the lightning sword followed his motion obediently. His gaze drifted to a distant desolate mountain. With a gentle flick of his finger, the lightning sword sliced through the night, leaving a trail of torn air as it surged toward the mountain at an unfathomable speed. With a deafening crash, the tremor reverberated through the ground, felt by all. Their eyes followed, only to witness what should have been a towering mountain reduced to flat earth. As it exploded, it scattered into fine dust, too small to perceive. Who among you has the confidence to withstand this sword strike? Are you jesting? Among us, the highest cultivation level is merely a congenital martial master. How could we possibly withstand it? This is absurd. I estimate that only a pinnacle martial saint or a human immortal could defend against the young master's strike. Is this the terrifying outcome of talent and effort? Talent, effort. Upon hearing someone attribute these terms to himself, Chen Mu simply thought, if you say so, then so be it. Looking at the matter from another angle, his willingness to pick up the technique and study it diligently was also a form of effort, was it not? At least Chen Mu believed he was quite diligent. What others thought was their business. He was unconcerned, and it mattered not. However, the energy consumption of this sword strike was rather excessive. Chen Mu felt as if he were being drained, his entire body languid and weak. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the endless dantian. Endless dantian. Upon checking the details, Chen Mu learned that this endless dantian could infinitely store celestial energy without the worry of an upper limit, allowing him to consume energy freely without needing to gather it anew. Moreover, the absorption speed of the endless dantian exceeded that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold. This meant that Chen Mu would no longer need to fret over energy depletion, as he felt a continuous influx of energy streaming into his dantian. It was as if a voracious beast resided within, steadily filling him, and the weakness in his limbs quickly dissipated. Well done, system. Thank you for your praise, host. This is what the system is meant to do. The system could even laugh. Chen Mu found this rather amusing. Fear not, young master. I am here. Hearing the voice, Chen Mu closed the virtual panel and turned his gaze. The speaker was a human immortal expert from the heavenly origin sacred land. Upon seeing Chen Mu unharmed, the elder sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I was terrified for you, young master. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he became furious. Which blind fool dares to cause chaos in the heavenly origin sacred land? If you harmed the young master, how many lives do you think you have? Watching him with hands on his hips, cursing at the heavens, the crowd exchanged glances and couldn't contain their laughter. What are you laughing at? The elder glared at one of them, inquiring. Returning to the elder, it was actually the young master who triggered this celestial phenomenon, the disciple explained. What? The elder was astonished, seriously doubting the veracity of the statement. Elder Mo, I can attest to his words. Chen Yu stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo fell silent, realizing that although he knew Chen Mu possessed unparalleled talent, he had not anticipated him to reach such a terrifying level. Had it only been a few days since the rumors of his awakening as a waste of talent? In just a few days, what achievements had he made? 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. How exaggerated would that be? By then, even the ancestral masters of heavenly origin would feel ashamed of themselves. Cousin, regarding the Thundergate sword cultivation method, I just handed it to you, but how come you? Faced with Chen Yu's question, Chen Mu felt embarrassed and was unsure how to respond. After a rapid mental process, he concocted an excuse. His comprehension was one aspect. But within the Thundergate sword cultivation technique, there was actually a remnant soul of the Thundergate ancestor, who had imparted his cultivation to him, thus enabling his rapid advancement. This excuse came forth effortlessly, and he delivered it without a hint of embarrassment. Ah, I see. It seems the heavens truly favor you, cousin. Chen Yu felt genuinely happy for Chen Mu. Chen Mu chuckled, saying nothing more, fearing they would continue to pry for details. Thundergate ancestor. Is this truly the Thundergate sword cultivation method? Elder Mo, lost in thought for quite some time, was suddenly jolted back to reality by these 4 words. Indeed. Chen Mu nodded affirmatively. He had not anticipated that such a legendary cultivation technique would be mastered by the young master. It seems that fate truly favors the young master in our holy land of Tianyuan. Congratulations, young master. The elder clasped his hands in reverence. Fate favors the young master. Fate favors our holy land of Tianyuan. The disciples echoed in unison, imitating one another, reflecting on how these individuals had previously, despite a misunderstanding, unhesitatingly risked their lives to shield him from heavenly tribulation. Chen Mu felt compelled to take action. This was an extraordinary opportunity to win their hearts. There were a total of 534 individuals present, and Chen Mu produced 534 ninth-grade dragon blood pills, scattering them into each person's hands with a grand gesture. This is a ninth-grade pill? Such a potent aura. My heavens. Just inhaling its fragrance makes me feel my internal energy surging. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this pill seems to contain dragon blood. Dragon blood pill. Ninth grade? My goodness. Such a rare and extraordinary elixir, and the young master has given it to us? I must repay the young master. Upon realizing the nature of the pill in their hands, many felt their legs weaken. These pills are a reward for your willingness to risk everything for me. Chen Mu stated, Thank you for the generous gift, young master. I would sacrifice everything for you. Thank you for the generous gift, young master. I would sacrifice everything for you. Thank me. No, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Successfully granted 9th grade Dragon Blood Pill. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 grade Dragon Blood Pills, 53,400. Regardless of the cost, the return on such generosity is immensely gratifying. Young Master, I have a request. Elder Mo hesitated but approached Chen Mu to speak. Chapter 26, The Mightiest Sword of Our Age. Please, Elder Mo, go on. Chen Mu encouraged, intrigued by what Elder Mo wished to convey. Surely, he must be curious about the source of these Dragon Blood Pills? In truth, I have long been fascinated by the techniques of the Thunder Sect sword cultivators. Now that the young master has cultivated this technique to its zenith, might I witness it firsthand? Elder Mo inquired. I see. Chen Mu nodded, continuing to ask, how would Elder Mo like to observe? Simply let the young master unleash your most powerful strike against me, Elder Mo replied, stepping back to grant Chen Mu ample room to demonstrate. Very well. Since Elder Mo has expressed his desire so clearly, it would be impolite to decline. Given the uniqueness and rarity of the Thunder Sect sword techniques, it is only natural for him to be deeply interested. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Elder Mo, possessing celestial realm cultivation, intended to seek guidance from the young master regarding the ancient mystical technique, many disciples hastily set aside their tasks and hurried over to witness the spectacle. Is the Thunder Sect sword technique truly as enigmatic as you claim? Nonsense. Did you not see that even Elder Mo seeks humble instruction? In comparison, I find myself envious of the young master's fortune, having acquired the legacy of ancient predecessors. There is no denying that the young master awakened a supreme thunder spirit root, and that the Thunder Sect sword technique is currently in the hands of senior brother Chen Mu. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Given the young master 3 more years of cultivation, Elder Mo is bound to lose. In short, he believes that Elder Mo, with celestial realm cultivation, is indeed stronger at present. The vast gap in cultivation cannot be bridged by a mere legacy. Time is required for it to mature. Listening to their conversation, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. When did I ever suggest that I would compete with Elder Mo? I merely intended to showcase the intricacies of the Thunder Sect's sword technique. Thunderous roars echoed. The darkening skies converged, casting shadows that obscured the moon in every visible direction. The atmosphere darkened, and visibility plummeted. Yet in the next moment, a tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Cold light flickered, illuminating the world, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Many disciples trembled in fear, their bodies quaking. They had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. This scene was tenfold, no, 100-fold more terrifying than the previous celestial phenomena. Indeed, I feel as if the sky is about to collapse. What is happening? Is it the end of days? Onlookers questioned in trepidation. Do not panic. It is merely the young master demonstrating his technique. Demonstrating his technique? Chen Mu's intent was simple. Since Elder Mo wished to broaden his horizons, there was no need for him to hold back. With the system having granted him an endless dantian, there was no worry that his most powerful strike would deplete his energy. Channeling his internal energy, the technique began. Looking up, one could see countless bolts of thunder converging, coalescing into a colossal sword capable of cleaving the heavens and earth. The surge of lightning power erupted, with lightning patterns flashing like webs across the dark clouds. The immense force contained within was enough to leave onlookers speechless before the strike had even descended. This sword, they felt, could raise the entire holy land of Tianyuan to the ground. Too terrifying. They knew Chen Mu was formidable, but they never anticipated he would be this powerful. Elder Mo, if you are prepared, I shall strike. Chen Mu raised his right arm, palm half clenched, pointing towards the heavens. The lightning power intensified, crashing like surging waves, producing a deafening roar. Slow down, young master. Slow down. Elder Mo, previously distracted, now had clarity in his eyes upon hearing Chen Mu's words. He quickly raised his hand to halt the impending strike, visibly anxious and fearful. What? Is Elder Mo not ready? Chen Mu inquired for confirmation. No, young master. It is I who recognize my insufficiency. I cannot withstand this sword strike. I implore you to sheath it, Elder Mo candidly confessed. Faced with this strike, only one thought occupied his mind. I would perish. This strike was 1,000-fold more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation he faced when breaking through to the celestial realm. To endure it directly would mean losing at least half of his cultivation, even if he survived. Elder Mo lacked the courage to gamble. He had already gained enough insight. Whether it be Chen Mu's talent or the Thunder Sect's sword technique, he was filled with profound admiration. In that case, since Elder Mo has spoken, Chen Mu's strike must not be unleashed recklessly. There are many in the holy land of Tianyuan at the celestial realm, but nurturing one to that level is no easy feat. If he were to cripple Elder Mo, the loss would be his own. Dispersing the lightning sword, the dark clouds parted, revealing the silver moon hanging high in the sky once more. The overwhelming pressure and ominous aura that had enveloped everyone finally lessened significantly. Unexpectedly. Just a few days had passed, and the young master's strength had grown to such an extent. Earlier, someone claimed that the young master refrained from entering the trial tower for our sake, and I did not believe it. Now, I do. Who could argue? If the young master truly entered, the wise spirits would only learn the barest of essentials, and we would likely struggle to even pass the first trial. A martial artist could repel a celestial realm elder MO with a single strike. If the young master were to reach the celestial realm, who among the vast expanse could withstand this sword? No one could. The young master's might has transcended our comprehension. The awe-filled murmurs continued. My cousin. He is so strong. At this moment, Chen Mu regarded Chen Mu with an expression of admiration, viewing him as a life goal. His aspirations were modest. He would be content if he could achieve even a fraction of the prowess embodied in that sword within the realm of swordsmanship. As a prodigy of sword cultivation, Chen Mu would gladly label Chen Mu's strike as the mightiest sword of our age. The Thunder Sect sword technique has indeed found its rightful heir. Softly murmuring. It appeared that if his uncle did not intensify his efforts, the title of the Great Emperor in this lifetime might very well be claimed by his cousin. As a devoted follower of Chen Mu naturally longs to see him ascend to the throne of the Emperor, dominating the ages. At this moment, Yi Qiqing sighed as she emerged from the teleportation portal near the Tower of Trials. The challenges within the tower proved far more daunting than she had anticipated. She was eliminated before even reaching the 50th level. The further she progressed, the more overwhelming the sense of inadequacy became. Rubbing her arms. Yi Qiqing couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere outside the tower was far more chilling than that within. Was it merely an illusion? Why had so many people suddenly gathered around the Tower of Trials? Her gaze quickly found Chen Mu's figure, as well as the presence of a formidable figure from the realm of human immortals standing before him. What had transpired? Why did that expert appear so shaken? Chapter 27. Awe-inspiring Might. East Extreme Sacred Ground. Surveying her surroundings, Yi Qiqing found nothing amiss. She approached a female disciple, standing behind her, and gently tapped her shoulder. When the disciple turned to greet her with a respectful, "Greetings, Holy Maiden Yi," she inquired, "There is no need for formalities. What just happened here?" Unbeknownst to Holy Maiden Yi, the disciple candidly recounted all she had witnessed and learned. What? The young master's sword strike conjured a phenomenon that repelled the human immortal from the inner court? Yi Qiqing's expression shifted to one of disbelief, struggling to accept the news. Yet, the earnestness on the disciple's face suggested sincerity, and combined with the fear evident on Elder Mo's features, she was compelled to believe. What astonished Yi Qiqing even more was that, in the brief time she had spent in the Tower of Trials, the young master had apparently broken through to the martial master realm. It seemed he might soon surpass her. How little time had passed. Reflecting on the reasons she had been brought to the heavenly origin sacred ground, she could hardly fathom that Chen Mu, now with his mastery over the martial master realm, could pressure a human immortal with just one sword strike. Yi Qiqing felt a tumult of emotions. She began to suspect that Qin Tianlin had perhaps exaggerated her abilities to such an extent that he brought her before a genuine prodigy to humble her. Of course, this was merely a jest. How could the esteemed leader of the heavenly origin sacred ground concern himself with her trivial existence? After witnessing Chen Yu and Elder Mo depart, Yi Qiqing made her way back to Chen Mu. Is it over? Noticing her arrival, Chen Mu was the first to inquire. Yes, I fell short before the 50th level. I've embarrassed the young master, Yi Qiqing murmured, lowering her head. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Achieving such a result on your first attempt in the Tower of Trials is commendable. Do not be disheartened. There will be numerous opportunities in the future. Chen Mu reassured her. Thank you, young master. I will strive to do better. Yi Qiqing looked up, her eyes resolute. It's getting late. Let us return to the residence. I am quite tired. Chen Mu yawned, raising his hand. After this brief outing and some light exercise, his stomach felt less bloated than before. Yes, young master, Yi Qiqing replied, following closely behind him towards Qingyun residence. With a sharp cry, a hawk landed on the shoulder of a disciple from the inner court. The disciple carefully rolled a letter, placing it into a small bamboo tube attached to the hawk's leg before releasing it into the sky. Half an hour later, the hawk arrived at the great martial capital. At the Tianyuan Merchant Alliance, the sweeper paused at the sound of the hawk's call, lifting his arm to allow it to perch. He set aside his broom, retrieved the letter from the bamboo tube, and smiled. You've worked hard. He offered the hawk 2 pieces of spirit beast meat, releasing it before turning to enter the building. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon hearing the voice from within, the man dared to push the door open and step inside. Master, we have received a letter from the sacred ground. Is it regarding Xiao Mu? Chen Ju's brows, once furrowed with concern, relaxed, revealing his excitement as he stood to inquire. Yes, the man confirmed, having already reviewed the contents of the letter. His primary concern was that someone might have inscribed forbidden spells within the letter to harm Chen Mu. Taking the letter from the man, Chen Mu opened it and was unable to suppress his smile. Excellent. A remarkable achievement in the Thundergate sword cultivation. A single sword that commands the realm of human immortals. I, Chen Mu, have a peerless prodigy for a brother. In his elation, Chen Mu generously rewarded every member of the Merchant Alliance with 10,000 top-tier spirit stones in celebration. He instructed all his affiliates to expedite their search for top-tier techniques, elixirs, and weapons related to the thunder and fire attributes, all to be delivered to Chen Mu. He resolved to cultivate him into the most powerful being of this era, undefeated at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, the Tianji Pavilion wasted no time in disseminating this news. How could the heavenly origin sacred ground, boasting such a prodigious talent, remain low-key? A sword that commands the realm of human immortals need not be shy in development. Shortly thereafter, in the Great Martial Dynasty's imperial study, knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, the old eunuch pushed open the door and entered. Your Majesty. The old eunuch performed a respectful bow. What matter is at hand? The Great Martial Emperor, Song Ao, set down his pen and turned his gaze toward the eunuch. Your Majesty, I have just received first-hand news from the Tianji Pavilion and have come to report, the old eunuch replied. What news? Song Ao inquired further. The old eunuch approached and presented a martial arts bulletin related to the young master of Tianyuan. Upon hearing this, Song Ao ceased his inquiries and took the bulletin. Opening it to read. The Thundergate sword cultivation? Is that not the technique created by a transcendent being during the chaotic era, capable of suppressing a region? Having been lost to history for so long, it was astonishing that it had been acquired by the heavenly origin sacred ground, allowing their young master to inherit ancient legacies. What? As he continued reading, the more he saw, the more goosebumps he got. Sitting on pins and needles, he stood up abruptly. The sword elicited a phenomenon, commanding the realm of human immortals, and it was even an elder from the inner court of the heavenly origin sacred ground. This. Song Ao felt utterly paralyzed, his words caught in his throat, unsure of what to say. He had encountered many geniuses and prodigies, yet he had never witnessed anything like this. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The old eunuch hesitated, his concern evident. Some matters need not be articulated too clearly. You fear that the heavenly origin sacred ground, if left unchecked, may not tolerate the existence of the Great Martial Dynasty, perhaps seeking to replace it, correct? Song Ao bore no resentment towards the old eunuch. After all, they had been together since childhood. He was both a loyal servant and a close friend. The old eunuch did not deny this. Rest assured, as long as the Great Martial continues to fulfill its duties without causing trouble, they should not take any drastic actions. Song Ao's tone bore a hint of self-reassurance. By the way, which princesses in the palace remain unmarried? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Song Ao nodded. Meanwhile, in the East Extreme Sacred Ground, one of the 3 great sacred grounds of the southern region, the sacred leader Zhao Guizhen shifted his gaze from the martial arts bulletin, surveying those present in the hall. What are your thoughts on this? It must be a false message released by the heavenly origin themselves, attempting to create a stir and attract talents. Quite right, even if he is a genius. Achieving such a feat in just a few days is rather outrageous. The Tianji Pavilion belongs to the heavenly origin sacred ground. It is no surprise that such a falsehood would circulate. In my view, the heavenly origin sacred ground's fortune is waning, and they are beginning to act out. In the East Extreme Sacred Ground, no one was persuaded by the descriptions of Chen Mu in the martial arts bulletin. Sacred leader. I wish to go to the heavenly origin sacred ground under the pretense of offering congratulations, to investigate the truth of Chen Mu's prowess. At that moment, Zhao Yuhao, the sacred son of East Extreme, stepped forward. Chapter 28. A courted alliance after discussions among the elders and Zhao Guizhen. They ultimately agreed to send sacred son Zhao Yuhao to the heavenly origin sacred ground under the guise of congratulations, to ascertain the authenticity of Chen Mu's strength. Was it indeed true, or merely an elaborate deception to manipulate public perception? Remember, at present, the East Extremity and the Celestial Origin Holy Land exist in a state of truce. Thus, one must not act recklessly. Prior to Zhao Yuhao's departure, Zhao Guizhen repeatedly impressed this upon him. Having watched Zhao Yuhao grow since childhood, Zhao Guizhen believed he understood the young man's temperament well. Nevertheless, an air of concern lingered in his heart. A century ago, the battle between the East Extremity Holy Land and the Celestial Origin Holy Land had thoroughly shattered his pride. Over the past 100 years, Zhao Guizhen had diligently avoided any friction with the Celestial Origin Holy Land, biding his time to regain strength. He imagined that one day he would be able to challenge them once more, but always felt a lingering hesitation, as if the moment was not quite ripe. Upon hearing that the future lord of the celestial origin Holy Land had awakened a low-grade yellow-tier talent and was rendered a waste, Zhao Guozhen briefly believed that the opportunity for the East Extremity Holy Land had finally arrived. Yet, he never expected that so little time would pass before a complete reversal would occur. A waste transformed into an extraordinary genius. Without thoroughly verifying the truth of the rumors, Zhao Guozhen found it difficult to find peace. Should Chen Mu truly be as monstrous as the tale suggested, then the East Extremity Holy Land would need to continue its cautious existence for a long while to come. Zhao Guozhen firmly believed in the concept of fate. If the rumors about Chen Mu were true, it would signify that the fortunes of the world still favored the celestial origin Holy Land. To act against the heavens would be tantamount to courting death. My disciple must remember this. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yuhao took his leave, armed with the token provided by Zhao Guozhen, heading to the treasure pavilion to select gifts. Since it was a congratulatory occasion, he could not arrive empty-handed and needed to demonstrate appropriate sincerity. After choosing several heavenly-grade weapons, armor, and a considerable number of pills, he felt he had gathered an adequate assortment. Just as Zhao Yuhao was preparing for his journey, a voice, sweet as honey, drifted from behind him. "Senior brother, please wait." Turning around, he beheld Zhao Yueling, the saintess of the East Extremity Holy Land, who also held the title of the Holy Lord's daughter. The powerful combination of her strength and lineage compelled even Zhao Yuhao to show her respect. "I wonder what brings you to seek me, Sister Yueling? I heard from Father that you plan to visit the celestial origin Holy Land. May I accompany you?" Zhao Yueling inquired directly, without preamble. Well, Zhao Yuhao's expression revealed his hesitation. "Do you not wish to bring me along, senior brother?" Zhao Yueling stepped closer, her hands clasped behind her back, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. It was as if she would burst into tears the moment he declined. "I would naturally welcome your company, but this matter is significant." "And the Holy Lord?" Interrupting him, Zhao Yueling interjected. "Father instructed me to seek your decision. Besides, for such a momentous occasion, does it not seem inappropriate for you to go alone? The two of us, one saintess and one saint, traveling together would surely convey greater sincerity." Zhao Yueling grasped Zhao Yuhao's hands, gently shaking them as she sweetly pleaded. "Senior brother, please take me with you." "Very well, but you must adhere to my arrangements for this journey." On one hand, Zhao Yuhao found it difficult to refuse Zhao Yueling. On the other hand, he recognized the validity of her argument. Going alone would indeed appear weak. "Understood. I will follow your lead." Zhao Yueling eagerly nodded, her agreement sweetly pronounced. Subsequently, Zhao Yuhao recruited a few other talented disciples from the inner academy to accompany them. They boarded a small flying vessel, ascending into the sky, hastening toward the celestial origin Holy Land. On board the vessel, upon sensing Zhao Yuhao's gaze upon her, Zhao Yueling smiled and asked, "Senior brother, do I have something dirty on my face?" "No." Zhao Yuhao shook his head. "I merely feel that since our journey to the Tianshu Mountains, you have become different." "Have I? I don't think so. Have I not always been this way? Or perhaps you wish to compliment me on my newfound beauty." Zhao Yueling replied with a smile, her expression unchanging. Zhao Yuhao chuckled. "You see right through me. The night is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. You should retire to the cabin for rest." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Zhao Yueling responded, watching as Zhao Yuhao turned and walked toward the cabin. In an instant, her smile faded. Time passed, and dawn broke. Chen Mu awoke, sitting up in bed. Ah, that was a delightful sleep. He stretched lazily, and then a knock echoed at the door. "Young master, I am coming in." Yi Qingcheng entered, carrying a basin of warm water for washing. She assisted Chen Mu in changing clothes, putting on shoes, and cleansing his face, a routine that had become second nature to her. "Young master, breakfast is ready. You may dine at your leisure." "All right, I understand." Chen Mu stepped into the courtyard and seated himself at a stone table, beginning to enjoy his breakfast of various pastries and floral tea. This simple, tranquil life was precisely what he pursued. At that moment, two flying vessels approached the celestial origin Holy Land from different directions, one from the Great Wu Dynasty and the other from the East Extremity Holy Land. Curiosity surrounded them as they wondered why the other was present. Soon, both were halted by Elder Mo. He was puzzled. The Great Wu Dynasty had only visited the day before. Why had they returned? Setting that aside, what was the East Extremity Holy Land's vessel doing here? A quick mental scan revealed that the highest cultivation among them was merely that of an innate martial artist, which did not seem to indicate trouble was afoot. If they were truly here to cause harm, Elder Mo could easily obliterate them and their vessel with but a thought. Having met the Elder, "We are here on the Emperor's command to bring the Crown Princess for discussions regarding a marriage alliance with the Holy Lord," the old eunuch at the bow of the ship declared, bowing respectfully. "The Great Wu Dynasty? A marriage alliance?" The Crown Princess. The speaker was someone Zhao Yuhao recognized, a prominent figure close to Emperor Song Ao of the Great Wu dynasty. Yet, more shocking to Zhao Yuhao was the revelation that Emperor Song Ao would offer his most treasured daughter, the renowned first beauty of the Great Wu, to the celestial origin Holy Land. Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Marriage alliance? Elder Mo chuckled softly. The young master's fortune in romance is indeed remarkable. First, the saintess of the Tianjin sect, and now, the crown princess of the Great Wu, seeking a marriage alliance. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Yuhao and the others. Why are you not remaining in the East Extremity Holy Land? What brings you to the celestial origin Holy Land? Replying to the elder, we are here on the Holy Lord's orders to congratulate the young master of the celestial origin Holy Land, Zhao Yuhao replied respectfully, not daring to hesitate in the presence of an elder of the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch couldn't help but think, even the East Extremity Holy Land has set aside past grievances to travel such a distance to offer congratulations. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Chapter 29. Breaking through to the Grandmaster level, the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Baptism. Both parties, having filled in the gaps in their understanding, soon confirmed the facts, and Elder Mo stepped aside to grant them passage. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Even if Chen Mu showed no interest in the crown princess of the Great Wu, they ought to at least meet her. As for Zhao Yuhao and his companions, while they might raise some suspicion, Elder Mo lacked any solid evidence. Their reasoning was sound. He could not simply prevent them from entering. Yet, in an abundance of caution, he decided to follow closely, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. He certainly did not believe that Zhao Yuhao and his companions, given their current levels of cultivation, could contend with Chen Mu. The memory of that astonishing sword strike lingered in Elder Mo's mind, and even after a night had passed, the psychological shadow it cast had not dissipated but had rather intensified, resulting in a night filled with nightmares. He dreamt of being obliterated beneath that sword. Not just his body, but his very soul evaporating as well. Given all this, why did he still follow? The reason was simple, in Elder Mo's view. They were unworthy of provoking Chen Mu. Should any hostility arise, he would eliminate them without the need for Chen Mu to lift a finger. Before long, news of the arrival of the Great Wu dynasty and the East Extremity Holy Land spread among the disciples. Truly, the young master was exceptional. First, the saintess of the Tianjin sect, Yi Qingcheng, and now the crown princess of the Great Wu dynasty had come to propose a marriage alliance. The crown princess of the Great Wu dynasty, if I am not mistaken, is the renowned first beauty, still young. Yet she manages the royal treasury and is deeply favored by the martial emperor, with her calligraphy and poetry stunning the literary world. Indeed, that is her, the dream goddess of countless poets and scholars, who would have thought she is about to become the young mistress of our celestial origin Holy Land. If she were to become the young lady, then what would become of the holy maiden Yi, the main wife or the concubine? It all depends on one's capabilities. Wait, shouldn't the true concern be the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land? It is merely a congratulatory gesture. What is there to dwell upon? Can they harbor sincere intentions? I certainly do not believe so. It is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. It is indeed unlikely they possess goodwill. At worst, we shall engage in another battle, and this time, we will annihilate them entirely. None of the disciples showed any signs of cowardice. At this moment, aboard the imperial vessel, Your Highness, we have arrived. The old eunuch gently tapped on the door before entering. Observing the princess engrossed in several calligraphic pieces, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. Being born into a royal family, certain matters are beyond personal choice. Although he must concede that the author of the verses 10 Steps to Kill a Man, 1,000 Miles Without Leaving a Trace, resolving matters with a flick of the sleeve, concealing one's name and self, unafraid of being turned to dust, exhibited remarkable talent. The era of the great song is one that reveres martial prowess. It is no easy feat for the princess to seek a match between a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden. Noticing the princess had no intention of responding, the old eunuch discreetly withdrew, allowing her to continue her contemplation of the poetry she had purchased at a high price from others. Even if it were but a fleeting dream, there was no need for it to dissipate prematurely. At this moment, within the Qingyan residence, young master, this is for you. Chen Mu had just finished his breakfast, cleansing his palate with a sip of floral tea when he saw Yu Qingqing present a spatial ring with both hands. Upon receiving it and infusing it with spiritual energy, he discovered it contained 100,000 premium spirit stones. What is this? Chen Mu inquired, perplexed. The calligraphy you previously wrote. I believed that such fine works deserved an appreciative audience. Thus, I took the liberty of auctioning them off at the auction city. This 100,000 premium spirit stones is the proceeds from that auction. Chen Mu was quite taken aback upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, not expecting that his casual scribbles would hold such value. Since I entrusted you with its handling, you may keep the spirit stones for yourself. Chen Mu tossed the spatial ring, awarded 100,000 premium spirit stones successfully. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 million premium spirit stones. Thank you, young master, Yi Qingqing exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chen Mu responded with a nod, internally thinking, I should be the one thanking you. The choice between 100,000 spirit stones and 10 million is evident to even the most simple-minded. Of course, if Chen Mu were to choose unwisely, he could always retract his decision, claiming both 10 million and 100,000 spirit stones. However, given his current situation, it was evidently unnecessary. After all, the 100-fold rebate was limitless, allowing for an infinite snowball effect. Provided Chen Mu did not mind the hassle, even with just one spirit stone, he could amass wealth effortlessly, easily overshadowing his sister Chun Juexin, the wealthiest individual in Great Cang. Instead, Chen Mu preferred to recline on a lounge chair, selecting a sunlit spot to indulge in a nap. It was the epitome of relaxation and comfort. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard door was rapped upon. Yi Qingqing hastily set aside her task and went to answer the door. Elder Mo. Upon glancing, she noticed Elder Mo was not alone. Several young men and women, dressed in attire distinctly different from that of the heavenly Yuan's sacred land, accompanied him. Holy Maiden Yi, please inform the young master that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land have come to congratulate him on awakening his dual talents. Elder Mo said politely. The Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. Realization dawned upon Yi Qingqing, understanding why they all exuded such an impressive and proud demeanor. Very well, Elder Mo. Please wait a moment while I relay the message. As Yi Qingqing's words fell, she heard Chen Mu's voice. No need. Let them in. With such proximity, even if he wished to ignore them, it was impossible. Understood. Yi Qingqing replied, fully opening the courtyard door and stepping aside to allow Elder Mo, Zhao Yuhao, Zhao Yueling, and the others to enter Qingyan residence. Holy Son Zhao Yuhao, greetings to the young master of Heavenly Yuan. Holy Maiden Zhao Yueling, greetings to the young master of Heavenly Yuan. The group approached Chen Mu, bowing in unison. Chen Mu gradually sat up, surveying the assembly before stating, I accept your congratulatory gifts. Now depart and return whence you came. His intention in allowing Zhao Yuhao and the others to enter was simply to avoid instigating conflict between the two sacred lands due to his presence. Is it not preferable to enjoy a period of peace rather than resorting to violence and bloodshed? Yet, he did not wish to cultivate excessive ties with these individuals. Zhao Yuhao found his words stifled. Initially, he had thought everything was proceeding smoothly and intended to use this opportunity to engage Chen Mu in dialogue and sparring, seeking mutual growth while gauging his strength. However, Chen Mu offered him no such opportunity. Could it be that he had discerned his motives? To conceal his true cultivation level? Zhao Yuhao found it difficult not to speculate. Elder Mo stood nearby, and he was reluctant to directly probe Chen Mu's cultivation level. Noticing Zhao Yuhao's prolonged silence and indecisive demeanor, Chen Mu sighed, inhaled deeply, and was about to speak when he received a complete breath. Warning. The host is about to break through to Grand Master and must face the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 30. Is this how one undergoes tribulation? Signing in for the sacred body. The accelerating pace of breakthroughs was something Chen Mu had long since grown accustomed to, no longer surprising. Yet, he had not anticipated that his cultivation would, unbeknownst to him, have reached the Grand Master level. This breakthrough was markedly different from previous ones. The transition from innate martial artist to Grand Master represented a watershed moment, with the potential to ascend to the realm of immortals. It was precisely for this reason that the heavenly tribulation manifested. To withstand it promised boundless prospects, while failure would result in regression. Further breakthroughs? While not entirely devoid of hope, the chances would certainly diminish significantly, indicating limited prospects. He mused, I wonder if I can endure this tribulation. Currently signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000 Thunder Body. The 10,000 Thunder Body? Chen Mu was puzzled when the system promptly provided an explanation. To the host, the 10,000 Thunder Body ranks 28th on the physique leaderboard, capable of withstanding immense thunderous might and utilizing it to rapidly enhance cultivation. Combined with your heavenly grade superior thunder spiritual root, the effects are further amplified. You do have a thoughtful side, Chen Mu thought. The system responded, not at all. Serving the host wholeheartedly is the sole purpose and mission of this system. Chen Mu wanted to retort, if only you had a better attitude and refrained from all these unnecessary embellishments, I wouldn't have to face such complications. I would prefer to simply bask in the sunlight in the courtyard without the interference of scheming holy sons and holy maidens. However, even if he expressed this, the system would surely disregard it, treating his words as mere wind. In terms of feigned ignorance, Chen Mu believed that if the system claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim the first position. Given the circumstances, he could only go with the flow. Although troublesome, it bore no detriment, as all served to benefit him. Everyone, please step aside. I am about to break through to avoid inadvertently harming you, Chen Mu kindly cautioned, glancing up to see dark thunderclouds converging from all directions, threatening to obscure the sky. Zhao Yuhao and Zhao Yueling also noticed the sky darkening considerably compared to before. Following Chen Mu's gaze upward, they beheld vast, swirling thunderclouds rolling ominously toward them. The heavenly tribulation. Did this not typically occur only during breakthroughs beyond the Grandmaster level? Zhao Yueling gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating. If struck by this heavenly thunder, it would not be a trivial matter. Zhao Yuhao's gaze snapped back to Chen Mu, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was actually a Grandmaster. Just recently, Zhao Yuhao had heard that when Chen Mu awakened his talent, he was merely at the martial apprentice level. How could it be that such a short time later, he was on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster? Surely this could not be a jest? The resounding thunderclap provided Zhao Yuhao with a definitive answer. Indeed, this is no jest. Everyone, swiftly exit the premises to avoid being harmed by the heavenly tribulation, Elder Mo urged once more. Very well. Zhao Yuhao signaled to Zhao Yueling and the others. They all retreated to the entrance of Qinyan Mansion. Elder Mo, the thunder sounds formidable. Will you not protect young Master Chen? Zhao Yuhao inquired with curiosity. If you had the fortune to witness the sword technique displayed by the young master yesterday, you would not harbor such thoughts, Elder Mo replied, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile, filled with self-mockery. The sword technique? Zhao Yuhao pondered for a moment before clarity dawned upon him. He was not unfamiliar with Imo Changyuan. He had broken through to the immortal realm before Zhao's birth, and his marksmanship was unparalleled, earning him the title of Gun Saint in the Great Martial Dynasty. From the expression on Imo Changyuan's face, Zhao Yuhao detected admiration, anticipation, and fear. The Gun Saint Imo Changyuan was actually afraid of a junior. Witnessing this firsthand, Zhao Yuhao could not help but doubt his own perceptions. Surely not. His gaze swiftly returned to Chen Mu, the formidable figure of the Tianyuan young master, whose sword strike had overwhelmed the heavens, must indeed be Gun Saint Imo Changyuan. With that thought, Zhao Yuhao could not suppress a gulp. The Tianyuan young master was far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. Boom! Another thunderous roar resounded. Not just a sound, but a bolt descending. The thick bolt of thunder, several meters wide, plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. The sheer volume and range of its impact caused the very ground beneath them to tremble. Zhao Yuhao had heard that the stronger one was, the greater the tribulation they faced upon breaking through. Today, a spectacle served as a perfect affirmation of that belief. If one were to consider it from another perspective, if such thunder were to strike him, even as a martial artist, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet, when it fell upon Chen Mu, it had no effect whatsoever. Observing Chen Mu, enveloped by the force of the thunder yet unfazed, even failing to furrow his brow, he appeared as if nothing were amiss. Zhao Yuhao was left dumbfounded. Zhao Yueling and the others were not faring much better, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if carved from the same mold. Imo Changyuan was equally taken aback. While he anticipated that Chen Mu would navigate the tribulation with ease, he never expected it would be to such an extent. The first bolt of heavenly tribulation had concluded. The storm clouds showed no sign of dissipating, with flashes of lightning flickering at its center. The second bolt was gathering strength. Boom! Soon, the second bolt of thunder struck. Its power was visibly enhanced. Yet, it still failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Chen Mu. Unfazed, Chen Mu reclined back in his chair, fully aware that this heavenly tribulation would not conclude swiftly. His relaxed demeanor contrasted starkly with the overwhelming ferocity of the thunderstorm, leading one to question if this was indeed how one should behave during a tribulation. Was it not too effortless? Reflecting on his own arduous experience while breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, where he nearly lost his life, Imo Changyuan could only lament that he had tarnished the reputation of the term genius. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder continued to rain down, with the third, fourth, and fifth bolt striking consecutively. Chen Mu felt that this time it was perhaps excessive. Could it be that his nonchalance had provoked the heavens, compelling them to inflict some injury upon him for satisfaction? Such fragility. Amidst the chaos outside Qinyan Mansion, Chen Mu finally decided to take action, rising to his feet. He realized that this could not continue. It was disrupting his rest. Having gained some understanding of the 10,000 thunder body, he devised a countermeasure. He activated the holy body to absorb the thunder. With the enhancement of the supreme thunder spirit root, his spiritual energy surged. Whatever the heavenly tribulation unleashed, Chen Mu would absorb. With an endless dantian, he had no fear of being overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual energy leading to an explosion. If I am not mistaken, the Tianyuan young master is absorbing the heavenly tribulation? Wait a moment. That is, the holy body. Chapter 31. Does the saintess wish to be a maid? You seem less than human. The holy body, a blessing from the heavens, has an awakening probability that is minuscule. Rarer than innate talent. Even in the Grand Tianyuan sacred land, where formidable talents abound, the likelihood of disciples awakening the holy body is 1 in 10,000. In this world, there are 3,000 body types. Even a holy body ranked outside the top 100, once awakened and diligently cultivated, could become a dominant force. Should one awaken a top 100 holy body, they would surely ascend to supremacy. After the dual supreme innate talents, could it be that he also possesses the holy body? Zhao Yuhao was rendered nearly speechless by the shock. He had just contemplated sparring with Chen Mu to gauge his true strength, and now he felt like a fool. Where did he find the courage? This was not self-deprecation. He genuinely believed that if Chen Mu wished, with a mere thought, he could erase his existence. Having heard the news from the Tianji pavilion, he no longer held any doubt. Chen Mu indeed possessed that level of strength. If I am not mistaken, this should be the 10,000 Thunder Body, ranked 28th on the physique leaderboard. Upon hearing Zhao Yueling's words, Elder Mo was somewhat surprised. You know of this? Zhao Yuhao too was curious. He had merely heard of it in passing. Sensing Zhao Yuhao's inquisitive gaze, Zhao Yueling quickly clarified. Indeed, Elder Mo confirmed it. This is, without a doubt, the 10,000 Thunder Body, ranked 28th. The 10,000 Thunder Body, a holy body within the top 30. Considering Chen Mu's awakening of the supreme thunder spirit root and his astonishing cultivation speed, Zhao Yuhao could hardly fathom the terrifying heights Chen Mu might reach in the future. The heavenly tribulation seemed to realize something was amiss. If it continued, Chen Mu could directly break through to the second level of the Grandmaster realm. Thus, the storm clouds dissipated, the tribulation concluding, leaving clear skies behind. Alas, continue striking. I was so close to breaking through to the second level of the Grandmaster realm. Chen Mu lamented. You strike endlessly when I wish for you to cease. Yet when I desire your power, you hold back. However, the ones left more speechless were Zhao Yuhao and Elder Mo. They were anxious for the tribulation to end, fearing a misstep might lead to failure. Yet here was Chen Mu, inverting the situation, absorbing the tribulation to enhance his cultivation. If he were the embodiment of the heavens, he would surely be infuriated. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With each breath, his cultivation would naturally rise. Chen Mu paid it no mind, reclining back on the bench, addressing Elder Mo and the others outside. It is over now. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. Elder Mo hurried in, unable to contain his excitement. Congratulations on successfully breaking through and awakening the holy body. Zhao Yuhao and the others followed closely behind. You seemed to have something to say to me earlier? Chen Mu asked Zhao Yuhao. Startled, Zhao Yuhao quickly retrieved a spatial ring, presenting it. This contains a small token from our eastern extreme sacred land to celebrate your awakening of dual innate talents. Please accept it. Regarding the matter of sparring, he dared not utter a word. This journey had opened Zhao Yuhao's eyes. The rumors were true. Not only were they true, but they had also understated the prowess of the Tianyuan young master. He was far stronger than the tale suggested. Very well, I accept. It would be unreasonable to refuse a gift from someone who had traveled such a distance. In that case, we shall not disturb you further, young master. We will return to report. Zhao Yuhao's mission had been accomplished, and he did not wish to linger in the Tianyuan sacred land for even a moment longer. The disparity was too disheartening. As fellow prodigies of the sacred lands, how could the gap be so vast? Understood, Chen Mu nodded, signaling that he would not see them off. Zhao Yuhao turned and began to leave, only to realize that Zhao Yueling had not followed. Junior sister, let us return. In response, Zhao Yueling remained silent, approaching Chen Mu to inquire. I observe that the Qinyan mansion's terrain is vast, yet there are scarcely any servants. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Yueling to remain here, serving the young master? Mo Changyuan was taken aback. While he could accept Yu Qingqing's presence, the fact that Zhao Yueling, the saintess of the Eastern Holy Land, would voluntarily propose to stay at Qinyan Mansion as a maid was astonishing. Zhao Yuhao was equally surprised by Zhao Yueling's unexpected suggestion. He acknowledged that Chen Mu was indeed unparalleled in both talent and strength. However, Zhao Yueling was, after all, the daughter of the saint of the Eastern Holy Land. Should word spread that she was to remain in Qinyan Mansion as a maid, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. suggesting that the Eastern Holy Land had submitted to the Tianyuan Holy Land. Upon returning, Zhao Yuhao would find it difficult to provide an explanation. Hearing this, Chen Mu did not rush to express his stance, harboring a lingering suspicion that Zhao Yueling had ulterior motives. Her gaze seemed predatory, as if she were regarding her prey. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Eye. The Divine Eye? Its meaning was not difficult to comprehend. It likely pertained to an enhancement of vision. As Chen Mu's pupil shifted, golden threads began to intertwine, resembling divine sight. Upon turning his gaze towards Zhao Yueling, he was struck by a startling revelation. Zhao Yueling was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Her consciousness and actions were entirely under the thrall of this malevolent force. Upon meeting Chen Mu's sacred gaze, Zhao Yueling quivered, startled, and retreated several steps. Chen Mu, disinterested in further conversation, summoned a bolt of lightning into his palm. With a thunderous crash, the bolt surged forth, striking Zhao Yueling in the chest. Ah, junior sister. Seeing Zhao Yueling engulfed in lightning, writhing in agony, Zhao Yuhao rushed forward, yet was unable to approach. The power of Chen Mu's lightning was far too formidable for Zhao Yuhao to contend with. Young Master Chen, what is your intention? Zhao Yuhao was at a loss, unable to fathom where he had offended Chen Mu. Even if Chen Mu looked down upon their Eastern Holy Land saintess, there was no need for such a rejection. Do you not see? Chen Mu clarified. This person is not your junior sister. She has been invaded by evil forces, and her mind is under their control. What? Invasion by evil forces? Could it be? Zhao Yuhao recalled their expedition to the Tianshu Mountains. Although their mission to eradicate the demonic cult had met with great success, they had not encountered any intel regarding the presence of a key member of the cult. At that time, the individual responsible for inspecting the rooms was none other than Zhao Yueling. After leaving her quarters, Zhao Yueling had frequently displayed behaviors that were markedly different from her usual self, as if she had become a different person entirely. All of which had been dismissed with various excuses. So, she had been invaded by evil. When Zhao Yuhao's gaze shifted back to Zhao Yueling, he indeed witnessed a dark, malevolent aura being forcibly expelled from her body by the lightning, accompanied by pitiful wails of anguish. Once fully separated, a humanoid silhouette became visible, its features indistinct. Neither male nor female. Chapter 32. My child, you bear the countenance of an emperor. The nature of the entity was unmistakable. Witnessing such a malevolent being expelled from his junior sister's body left Zhao Yuhao astounded. He was now certain that this was the very member of the demonic cult who had escaped capture in the Tianshu Mountains. Zhao Yuhao could hardly believe that she had concealed herself within Zhao Yueling, seizing control of her form. No wonder their interactions had felt so disconcerting. How audacious. The voice of the demonic energy was chaotic, leaning more towards the feminine. Realizing that continued parasitism was impossible, it hastily turned to flee. It was no fool. In this scenario, even outside the Tianyuan Holy Land, there was a powerful figure present. There was no way it could hope to compete. Flee. It bolted without a backward glance, hoping to salvage even a sliver of survival. Monster. How dare you? As the malevolent aura fled several hundred meters away, Mo Changyuan prepared to act. However, the lightning that had enveloped Zhao Yueling, under Chen Mu's command, transformed into a sword-like form. Whoosh. The lightning sword shot forth like an arrow, striking the malevolent energy in the blink of an eye, piercing through its core. Previously, to prevent harm to Zhao Yueling's body and spirit, Chen Mu had consciously suppressed the lightning's might. Yet now, faced with this remnant of the demonic cult, he had no intention of holding back. Boom. The lightning sword summoned a tempest of thunder. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the humanoid malevolence was obliterated within the lightning pillar, vanishing into thin air. Though he had been momentarily stunned, Zhao Yuhao was still overwhelmed by the unfolding scene before him. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly casual strike could invoke the wrath of the heavens? Surely, this was no mere divine skill. Even Mo Changyuan, possessing the strength of a human immortal, could not react as swiftly as Chen Mu. It was unfathomable to consider how astonishingly powerful Chen Mu would be if they were of the same realm. With a mere gesture, he commanded the thunder. It was no wonder Mo Changyuan had been defeated so easily. Regarding the member of the demonic cult, though they had limited information, it was known that they were at least half a step into the martial saint realm, far surpassing Chen Mu, who had only just advanced to the Grand Master level. Not only could he challenge the martial saint realm, but he could also slay one with a single stroke. Zhao Yuhao urged a junior sister to assist the still-dazed Zhao Yueling, who was struggling to regain her senses. He then knelt before Chen Mu, sincerity evident in his demeanor, and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, young master, for saving my junior sister and ridding the Eastern Holy Land of this demonic traitor. Our Eastern Holy Land owes you a great debt of gratitude. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. Very well. I shall remember this. You may rise. To have a holy land indebted to him was a matter most coveted by many. Since Zhao Yuhao had made such a declaration, Chen Mu saw no reason to decline. His intervention had merely stemmed from an aversion to the demonic cult's intentions towards him. He had not anticipated this unexpected gain. Considering that Zhao Yueling was the daughter of the Eastern Holy Lord, such a life-saving grace would likely ensure that conflicts between the two holy lands would be averted for quite some time. It was common knowledge that reputation was paramount, especially for a holy land. Should the Eastern Holy Land repay kindness with enmity, they would invite universal condemnation from the entirety of the Datsong world. How splendid! How splendid! After all, only with peace reigning over the land could one truly enjoy life. Before long, Zhao Yuhao and his companions departed from Qinyan Mansion, heading to the docking area of the flying vessel, intent on leaving the Tianyuan Holy Land to return to the east with their report. This time, the young master has accomplished a significant feat. Mo Changyuan understood well that having the Eastern Holy Land owe Chen Mu a favor held considerable implications. As the young master of the Tianyuan Holy Land, he was a sufficient representative of their domain. If the Eastern Holy Land valued their reputation, they would refrain from seeking trouble with the Tianyuan Holy Land for at least several decades. And what of decades hence? Should Chen Mu rise to power, Mo Changyuan was confident that they would not dare to approach again. Merely a trivial matter. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, urging Mo Changyuan not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Mo Changyuan's admiration for Chen Mu deepened. Despite being so young and possessing extraordinary talent, he remained grounded and composed. It would be no easy feat to avoid becoming overly proud. If he did not achieve great things, it would be a true rarity. If Chen Mu were aware of Mo Changyuan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly. With such a sensitive system at play, it was indeed challenging not to rise to prominence without achieving something. In the aftermath, Mo Changyuan opted to leave Qinyan Mansion, deciding not to impose further. Noticing that Yu Qiqing seemed still lost in thought, Chen Mu lifted the teapot, weighing it thoughtfully, and remarked, "We are out of tea. Please brew another pot for me." "Certainly, young master." Yi Qingqing hurriedly approached and complied. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea? System. The Enlightenment Tea is not only rich in aroma, but also offers opportunities for sudden insights. It surpasses, although the nature of this tea remains unknown. Yi Qingqing is certain of one thing. It is undoubtedly exquisite. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the old eunuch stands, his legs almost weary from waiting, until at last, Chen Tianlin arrives. "I apologize for the delay. Unforeseen matters have arisen," he says, stepping down from the platform, his sleeves unfurling, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. "It is an honor to be in the presence of the Celestial Lord," the old eunuch immediately declares. Princess Song Wanjun, seated nearby, rises at once. "I have heard tales of the Grand Princess of Dou, renowned for her beauty and elegance. Seeing her today is indeed extraordinary." Knowing the purpose behind their visit, Chen Tianlin expresses his satisfaction. "Your compliments are misplaced," Song Wanjun replies with a charming smile. In a swift motion, Chen Tianlin ascends to the Celestial Lord's throne. "Bring forth new tea for our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Please, take your seats. There is no need to stand." "Thank you, Celestial Lord." Song Wanjun replies as she settles back into her chair. The Celestial Lord is far more approachable than she had imagined, lacking the usual air of superiority. "What brings you to such a long distance?" Chen Tianlin inquires, feigning ignorance. "We come at the behest of the Dou Emperor to discuss the union between the Grand Princess and the young master," the old eunuch responds. Chen Tianlin feels a rush of joy at these words. He had not anticipated the emperor would willingly offer his beloved daughter. This only serves to affirm that his son possesses the bearing of an emperor. Pride swells within Chen Tianlin's heart. His delay in arriving was due to sensing a malevolent presence within the celestial sacred land, which he had rushed to address. To his astonishment, he witnessed his treasured son slay a formidable foe with a single stroke, a display of prowess that could only be described as merciless. Following this, the current events unfolded, leaving Chen Tianlin elated, even more so than if he had attained the status of an emperor himself. But upon reflection, he questions whether his son's rapid ascent is too swift. Just days prior, he was deemed a useless waste by outsiders. Now he stands at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Such speed, even surpassing Chen Tianlin's own extraordinary rise, leaves him in awe. It seems that he will face new rivals on the path to becoming an emperor. However, having a son of imperial stature is not without its merits. What a source of pride it would be to share that story. In a fleeting moment, Chen Tianlin contemplates relinquishing his own ambitions to bestow all his cultivation resources upon Chen Mu. aiding him in his quest for greatness. Celestial Lord? The old eunuch calls out. Noticing Qin Tianlin's delayed response, marked by a myriad of expressions, sometimes smiling, sometimes furrowing his brow, leaving the eunuch perplexed. All right, I understand now, Qin Tianlin finally responds. Does this mean you agree to the union? The old eunuch asks, elated. I certainly agree. However, the details must be determined by my son himself. Qin Tianlin has no intention of coercing Chen Mu into marriage with Song Wanjun, for he lacks the courage to do so. He fears that any hint of anger from Chen Mu could lead to a severed father-son relationship. If that were to occur, Chen Juexin would likely depart as well, leaving him alone and desolate. I would rather face the sky collapsing than let such a fate unfold. Indeed, the old eunuch replies. Though internally he ponders the rumors of Chen Mu's esteemed position within the celestial sacred land, which seem to be corroborated by the current situation in imperial families. Even the crown prince has no authority over his own life until he ascends the throne, for defying the emperor's decree is a grave offense punishable by death. Thus, it is not hard to imagine Chen Mu's standing within the celestial sacred land. This thought leaves Song Wanjun envious. She longs for the ability to dictate her own destiny. The dream of a talented young man paired with a beautiful maiden feels increasingly elusive. Suppressing her thoughts, she obediently follows Chen Tianlin out of the grand hall, heading towards the Azure Cloud Manor. For her, marrying into the celestial sacred land feels like merely exchanging one cage for another. Inside Azure Cloud Manor, young master. This tea is truly remarkable. Just the aroma fills me with a sense of increasing spiritual energy. Yi Qingcheng exclaims, returning with a pot of brewed tea. Chen Mu pours himself a cup and offers one to Yi Qingcheng. Here, do take a sip. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingcheng gratefully lifts the cup and drinks it down in one go. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation envelopes her entire being, as if a veil has been lifted from her mind. Could it be that I've had a moment of enlightenment? She wonders, hastily placing the cup down, sitting cross-legged, and closing her eyes to draw in the celestial energy. Moments later, she opens her eyes, her expression radiant. Young master, I have gained insight. What have you realized? Chen Mu inquires. I have progressed from a basic understanding of a technique to a profound mastery. Yi Qingcheng replies earnestly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she gazes at her empty cup and murmurs, could it be due to this tea? Indeed, this tea is known as enlightenment tea, and it has the potential to inspire insight. However, the unfortunate aspect is that one can only experience enlightenment once every 6 months after consuming it, Chen Mu remarks, expressing his dissatisfaction with this limitation. Based on the host's feedback, the system has modified the fundamental settings of the enlightenment tea. Note, the enlightenment tea has been upgraded to supreme enlightenment tea, allowing 1 enlightenment per cup, a guaranteed moment of insight, unlimited opportunities for enlightenment. Chen Mu is indifferent to this change. He welcomes the system's willingness to heed his suggestions. Enlightenment, you say? Yi Qingcheng reflects, finding the term familiar, as if she has heard it before. Upon recalling that the sect leader possesses a few prized leaves of this extraordinary tea, which he cherishes dearly, she marvels at the grandeur of the celestial sacred land. How about another cup? Chen Mu offers, pouring her another serving. Young master, this precious tea is too extravagant for me. Yi Qingcheng protests, shaking her head vigorously. It's just a cup of tea. What is the harm? Chen Mu reassures her, encouraging her to ease her conscience. He then lifts his own cup of enlightenment tea and takes a sip. As for his cultivation, it seems to have remained unchanged. The system informs him, all your techniques have reached maximum understanding and proficiency. Ah, I see. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mu attains a unique technique, a heavenly grade supreme skill known as the Annihilating Thunder. Having just grasped it, he reaches full proficiency under the effect of maximum understanding. 1 cup of tea, and he comprehends a complete technique, how effortlessly gratifying. Yi Qingcheng gazes at the cup, pondering the implications of consuming it. If she were to decline, would that not be a slight against the young master? Resolving to drink it, she acknowledges that even if she doesn't gain further enlightenment for half a year, the exquisite taste is truly captivating. Yet, upon finishing the cup, she finds herself enlightened once more. Young master, I've gained insight again, Chen Mu explains. It seems I may have mistakenly served you the wrong tea. This is the supreme enlightenment tea, which guarantees enlightenment with each cup. Do not hesitate to drink. I have plenty more. He pours Yi Qingcheng another cup, aware of her hesitation. Supreme enlightenment tea, 1 cup, 1 moment of insight? Yi Qingcheng can hardly fathom how the sect leader will react upon learning of this, perhaps begging her to let him serve as her personal guard. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Tianlin has arrived at Azure Cloud Manor with the old eunuch and Song Wanjun. Looking up, he sees thick purple mist rising, a sign of auspiciousness. This is the first time Chen Tianlin has witnessed such an intense display of purple energy. Why does it solely linger at Qingyan Mansion? Could it be that there lies a great opportunity? Mu'er, joyous news. Father has found you a marriage. As he pushed open the courtyard door, Chen Tianlin's words faltered mid-sentence. A rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, and he was struck with astonishment. Could it be the Enlightenment tea? Chapter 34, Marrying the Princess? I refuse. Enlightenment tea? Upon hearing those three words, both the Grand Princess Song Wanjun and the elderly eunuch's expressions changed dramatically. Enlightenment tea is a rare and exquisite tea that only grows in the Tianling mountain range, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over hundreds, even thousands of years. Before it can be harvested, it is said that consuming it may grant a chance for sudden enlightenment. Even as a member of the royal family, with the noble title of Grand Princess, Song Wanjun had never even seen what the Enlightenment tea looked like, let alone harvested it from the Tianling mountain range. The guardians of that tea are formidable beings, once revered as emperors, although they may have fallen from grace in their twilight years. Who would dare to mock or challenge a deity descending from the mountain? The risk of going up may well outweigh the chance of returning. Watching Chen Mu, who was raising a cup and toast, and Yu Qiqing, Song Wanjun, and the eunuch could not suppress their envy. Inhaling the fragrant tea, curiosity arose within them. Was the Enlightenment tea truly as miraculous as the rumors suggested? What unique flavors could it possess? Yi Qingsheng had heard of Chen Mu, a prodigy from the Tianjin sect, who, at such a young age, independently secured her position as a saintess, filling a void that had lasted nearly a century. Presently, she served as Chen Mu's personal guard. To bestow such a precious and rare cultivation resource as Enlightenment tea upon a mere guard? Should one commend the grandeur of the Tianyuan sacred land? Or was it that this young master of Tianyuan was already exceedingly generous to an implausible degree? Mu'er, those purple auras, a sign of auspiciousness. Could it be that you have attained enlightenment from the tea? Chen Tianlin inquired. Purple auras? Signs of good fortune? At Chen Tianlin's mention, both Chen Mu and Yi Qingsheng looked up, noticing the peculiar phenomenon above them. The idea of tea granting purple auras was indeed intriguing. I suppose so, Chen Mu replied uncertainly. I truly envy the bond between you siblings. The last time I drank this Enlightenment tea was many years ago. Chen Tianlin mistakenly believed that this tea had been purchased by his older sister, Chen Juexin, to aid Chen Mu in enhancing his strength. Chen Mu, however, saw no reason to clarify. Since father wishes to drink it, please take this cake of tea back with you. Chen Mu produced an unopened, pristine cake of Enlightenment tea and handed it to Chen Tianlin. Feeling the weight in his hands, even Chen Tianlin, who considered himself seasoned through many storms, was momentarily dazed. The weight. Surely, this is no jest? The quantity harvested from Tianling Mountain in a millennium could hardly match this. Meanwhile, Chen Mu paid no heed to Chen Tianlin's thoughts, his attention seized by the system notification that popped up before him. Gift of Enlightenment tea successful. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cake of Enlightenment tea 100. As always, it felt rather delightful. My son truly moves me. Chen Tianlin exclaimed. Come, let me kiss you. Oh. Chen Mu was quick to react, blocking Chen Tianlin's advance against his chest. No need for that, really. Recalling the presence of others, Chen Tianlin assumed that Chen Mu was merely shy and did not press further. Observing the exchange, the elderly eunuch and Song Wanjun found it difficult to discern who truly held the status of the master of Tianyuan's sacred land. The esteemed lord of the sacred land appeared to rely on the resources provided by the young master. Even more astonishing was that Chen Mu offered a whole cake of the Enlightenment tea, a rarity that most cultivators would never encounter in their lifetime. By the way, father, who are these two? Chen Mu asked, gesturing towards the elderly eunuch and Song Wanjun. Chen Tianlin, cherishing the cake of tea, made the introductions. This is the Grand Princess of the Da Dynasty, Song Wanjun. Princess, this is my esteemed son, Chen Mu. Esteemed son? Chen Mu was taken aback by the term, likely linked to the cake of Enlightenment tea. Greetings, young master, Song Wanjun bowed formally. It is indeed an honor for the Grand Princess to grace my humble abode. Chen Mu offered polite pleasantries. After all, she was a princess of a nation. There was no need for hostility or unnecessary trouble, even if, to outsiders, the Da Dynasty appeared to be merely a pawn in the hands of the Tianyuan sacred land. Mu'er, the Grand Princess has come to discuss a potential union. What are your thoughts? Chen Tianlin asked directly, avoiding any circumlocution. Union. Chen Mu's mind raced, piecing together why the Dao Dynasty would pursue such a proposition. It was likely due to the talents and strength he had displayed, but it was entirely unnecessary. He was not some great demon. Father, I must respectfully decline. Decline. The word struck surprise into Yi Qingsheng, the eunuch, and Qin Tianlin alike. Setting aside the royal lineage and the esteemed reputation of Song Wanjun as a talented woman, her name echoed throughout the entire Dog dynasty. Countless men yearned for her smile and favor, with suitors so numerous that one could scarcely fill an entire city with them. Now that Song Wanjun offered herself, Chen Mu chose to refuse. Qin Tianlin even began to question whether his son had an aversion to women, perhaps harboring an inclination towards men. "May I inquire, young master? Why do you refuse?" The elderly eunuch asked. "It is not about the grand princess. I simply have no desire to marry at this moment," Chen Mu replied candidly. Marriage and procreation were not part of his current life plan. Moreover, being thrust into an immediate union with a woman he had never met before, bypassing all customary processes, seemed rather unreasonable to him. Chen Mu considered himself a romantic. Matters should unfold with a process. Upon hearing Chen Mu's response, Song Wanjun felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet inexplicably, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Was it truly just that? Or was there something more? Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Qi, casting doubt upon her own allure, which had always drawn countless admirers. She never anticipated that events would culminate in her being rejected. Chen Mu's eyes, when turned towards her, were strikingly clear. They reflected no ulterior motives, only a pure appreciation of beauty. "Ah, I understand now," the elderly eunuch mused. What other explanation could there be? If Chen Mu was unwilling to marry, the eunuch could hardly compel him to wed Song Wanjun, unless he sought his own demise, which would be absurd. Even the Emperor Song Ao would not dare to impose such a demand. Just as the elderly eunuch finished speaking, Chen Mu noticed Song Wanjun approaching him. His heart raced with uncertainty. What could she be intending to do? To his astonishment, she produced a roll of parchment. Unrolling it, he found inscribed a line of poetry. "Kill one every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, brush off the robes." Concealing name and form. "Young master, this is a poem I fortuitously came across and hold in high esteem. Its quality is exceptional. I now present it to you, hoping you may soon achieve the grand aspirations of your heart," Song Wanjun declared, her demeanor exuding a sense of reluctant sacrifice. Chapter 35. Is this poem your work? As soon as the words were spoken, Song Wanjun's expression shifted from one of disbelief to astonishment, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer akin to starlight, uncontrollably overflowing with admiration. Despite already knowing the answer, she could not help but ask for confirmation repeatedly. "Young master, did you compose this poem? No? All these poems yourself?" Chen Mu could distinctly sense that Song Wanjun's respect for him was now more heartfelt than before. "Indeed, they are my works," Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement, deeming it no shameful matter to conceal. The old eunuch, upon hearing this, marveled at the serendipity of it all, contemplating if there might still be an opportunity for a union between their families. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlin picked up a sheet of rice paper from the table, cradling it in his hands as he murmured, "A journey of 3,000 miles, a single sword worth 1,000,000 troops." To be honest, Qin Tianlin had little knowledge of calligraphy or poetry. However, the striking characters, imbued with vigor and depth, alongside such commanding verses, moved him profoundly. "My son possesses such talent?" As he examined more sheets, his heart swelled with excitement, making it increasingly difficult to contain. It was no wonder that even the celebrated first talent of the Great Wu dynasty, Song Wanjun, would exhibit such reverence upon learning these verses were penned by her own family's son. "The princess has traveled a great distance. I have little to offer. But since you admire my poetry so much, I shall compose a piece specifically for you." Chen Mu enveloped the rice paper in spiritual energy, unfurling it in midair. He then retrieved a brush, dipped it in the ink prepared by Yi Qingcheng, and gracefully began to inscribe upon the paper. His movements were elegant and pleasing to the eye. Song Wanjun and Qin Tianlin hurried to Chen Mu's side, eager to see the poem he was crafting. Qin Tianlin read aloud. "Clouds envision garments, flowers their beauty, spring breezes caress the railing, dewdrops lush and heavy. Had I not seen you atop the Jade Mountain, I would have met you beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." "Excellent, truly excellent," the old eunuch exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The imagery of clouds evoking her splendid attire and flowers reflecting her exquisite visage painted her as a celestial being, either a fairy from the summit of the Jade Mountain or a goddess illuminated by moonlight at the Yao Terrace. He felt this poem was perfectly suited to describe Song Wanjun, capturing her beauty exquisitely. "Thank you, young master. Wanjun will cherish this dearly." Song Wanjun's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice softening. She deliberately bowed her head, not wishing to be seen. "Since that is the case, I shall not keep you any longer," Chen Mu said, entrusting Yi Qingcheng with the task of seeing them off. Song Wanjun hesitated, turning to leave with the old eunuch. "Muo, I shall not disturb your cultivation any further." Chen Tianlin noted, though it was evident he wished to return swiftly to brew a cup of enlightenment tea for himself. Understanding without voicing it, Chen Mu replied, "Safe travels, Father." Before departing, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed after receiving such a valuable item as the enlightenment tea cake. Or perhaps fearing Qin Juexin's wrath upon learning of this, Chen Tianlin turned back after a few steps. With a wave of his hand, 3 jade vials containing a total of 59th grade elixirs appeared on the stone table. "I believe these elixirs should suffice for your breakthrough." Looking at the vials, Chen Mu thought to himself, isn't cultivation merely a matter of breathing? Yet, he recognized the sentiment behind Chen Tianlin's gift and did not refuse, expressing his gratitude. He considered keeping them for future use. Even if he did not require them, they could be offered to others to foster goodwill and strengthen relationships. Outside Qingyan Mansion, Song Wanjuan's thoughts were tumultuous as she observed Yu Qiqin closing the courtyard gate. Noticing Chen Tianlin passing by, she called out, "Please hold, Holy Master. What else does the princess require?" Chen Tianlin paused, continuing, "If this pertains to a union between our families, if Mu'er disagrees, I truly cannot make that decision. I hope you understand. I am not one to impose on others." Song Wanjun shook her head. "It is not that. I wish to request the Holy Master to allow me to stay in the Tianyuan sacred land. I am willing to become a disciple there." "The Great Wu Princess wishes to enter our Tianyuan sacred land?" Chen Tianlin's face showed signs of difficulty. He was well aware of Song Wanjuan's intentions. "My son is destined to attract affection." Sensing Chen Tianlin's gaze upon him, the old eunuch hastily interjected, "I believe the emperor will certainly agree." To the old eunuch, since a union seemed unlikely, allowing Song Wanjun to remain in the Tianyuan sacred land as a pledge of sorts was a viable alternative. Everyone knew that Song Ao was quite fond of Song Wanjun, thus, her presence in the Tianyuan sacred land would effectively give them leverage over him, alleviating any concerns regarding potential rebellion from the Great Wu dynasty. The old eunuch couldn't help but admire Song Wanjuan's ingenuity, unaware that their thoughts were worlds apart. Entirely disconnected. "Then take this token and report to the inner courtyard." Chen Tianlin conjured a token and handed it to Song Wanjun, promoting her to an inner disciple without the usual protocols. After all, she was a national princess and could potentially become his son's bride. It would not do to have her start from the bottom like everyone else. "Thank you, Holy Master." Song Wanjun respectfully accepted the token, raising her hands in gratitude. When she looked up again, Chen Tianlin had already vanished from sight. "Old eunuch, I leave the matter with father to your capable hands," she instructed. "Rest assured, princess. I shall do my utmost," the old eunuch assured her. Based solely on what he had witnessed at Qingyan Mansion today, he was confident that Song Ao would commend Song Wanjuan's astute reasoning. Soon, they parted ways, the old eunuch heading towards the flying boat, while Song Wanjun made her way to report to the inner courtyard, all the while cherishing the poem that Chen Mu had gifted her, her admiration for it growing ever deeper. Other praises paled in comparison to those 4 lines of verse. She realized the vastness of the world beyond her own. As for Chen Tianlin, he had already returned to the Holy Master's residence. With a swift motion, he heated a kettle of cool water, carefully breaking off a piece of tea leaf to place within. Covering the kettle, he wore an expression of eagerness. It had been half a year since he last savored the enlightenment tea, hoping this time would grant him the chance to experience the exhilaration of enlightenment once more. The higher one's cultivation, the more elusive enlightenment becomes, especially for a powerhouse like Chen Tianlin. However, the rewards of a single instance of enlightenment far exceeded those for others. Observing the sizable piece of enlightenment tea cake in his hand, he mused, "Surely, this will lead to at least one moment of enlightenment." Chen Tianlin considered himself fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, this enlightenment tea was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. As the hot water met the tea leaves, a rich aroma wafted through the air, filling the room instantly. This enlightenment tea seemed to possess a more potent fragrance than the previous batches. Was it due to its age? Because of the tea's uniqueness. Although everyone knew that the longer it was stored, the more fragrant it became, very few could resist consuming it. After all, no fragrance could compare to the significance of enlightenment in enhancing one's power. After confirming the tea had steeped, Chen Tianlin poured himself a cup, first inhaling the aroma before tasting it. As soon as he swallowed, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. A technique that had perplexed him for over 6 months suddenly reached completion. Looking at the remaining tea, Chen Tianlin was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Was it truly the swift? 1 cup and he attained enlightenment? Could it be that my fortune has increased? Gazing at the remaining pot of enlightenment tea, he felt it would be wasteful not to finish it. Pouring another cup, he decided to enjoy it straight. After downing another cup, he was astounded to discover that he had attained enlightenment once more. This time, he grasped a uniquely special cultivation method he had never encountered before. Wasn't it said that the enlightenment tea could only provide enlightenment once within 6 months? Chen Tianlin once doubted whether the celestial order had gone awry. When the heavenly path was restored, would the profound techniques residing in his mind be erased? Or perhaps, lowering his gaze to the empty teacup, he pondered if there was something amiss with this enlightenment tea. To verify his suspicions, Chen Tianlin hastily poured another cup. He drank deeply, achieving enlightenment once more. Another cup. And again, he attained insight. Continuing on, he found himself enlightened instantaneously. Was this truly enlightenment tea? Gazing at the remaining tea cake in his hand, Chen Tianlin was overwhelmed with excitement. One cup, one moment of clarity. Such a tale would surely be met with disbelief. He feared that the esteemed figure atop the Tianling mountain would also be left astounded upon hearing this. At last, Chen Tianlin understood why Chen Mu and Yi Qi-Qing could conjure auspicious signs merely by drinking tea. This was a divine tea, 1,000-fold more potent than enlightenment tea. With this, he believed he could successfully strive for the title of emperor. After much contemplation, Chen Tianlin decided to sequester himself, taking the enlightenment tea cake to the rear mountain. Upon entering a cave abundant with spiritual energy, he summoned heavy stones to seal the entrance. He then sat cross-legged on a large stone deeper within the cave, brewing tea and beginning to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate his skills, laying a solid foundation for his ascension to emperor. News of Chen Tianlin's retreat to pursue the title of emperor quickly reached Chen Mu through the murmurs beyond the courtyard walls. He was certain that Chen Tianlin had discovered the remarkable benefits of the enlightenment tea he had gifted him. Would the Chen family soon give rise to another great emperor? With an emperor for a father, his sense of security soared. Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Becoming an emperor meant reaping the blessings of the celestial order and becoming the strongest in the world. Given his esteemed position in Chen Tianlin's eyes, Chen Mu was 100% confident that his future was secure. If there was ever a time not to be idle, it was now. Indeed, no matter how strong one's talent, it paled in comparison to the strength of one's family. Reclining on a bench, with sunlight warming his neck and the shade of a tree enveloping his head, he felt utterly at ease. As for Yi Qingqing, she had just departed for the trial tower to continue her cultivation and enhance her strength. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an Emperor's Cultivation Experience package. Chen Mu thought to himself, system, isn't this a bit inappropriate? In this world, only one emperor could exist. If he were to become an emperor, what would happen to his father? In response, the system assured him, host, please rest assured. The rewards from the system exist beyond the celestial rules, and you will not be restricted. In short, while the celestial order might constrain others, it could not limit Chen Mu. However, once he utilized the Emperor's Cultivation Experience package, it would still impact Chen Tianlin. He decided to wait until Chen Tianlin had broken through to Emperor before using the experience package, as this approach seemed far more prudent. With the Enlightenment Tea Cake, Chen Mu was confident that with Chen Tianlin's fortune and strength, a breakthrough to Emperor was merely a matter of days. After all, he was the most likely candidate among the current aspirants to ascend to Emperor. With an Emperor for a father, coupled with an invincible domain and his own Emperor-level cultivation, this was stability beyond measure. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, one cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Even without this system, Chen Mu could still find solace in his leisurely life. However, who could guarantee that this tranquil existence wouldn't be shattered one day? To strive is to possess the necessary capital. What harm is there in being prudent? Dismissing his wandering thoughts, he waved his hand to erase the presence of the system's virtual interface. Flipping over, the sun was just right, perfect for a midday nap. He felt languid and carefree. In the eastern sacred land, Zhao Yuhao, along with Zhao Yueling, who had just regained consciousness and was still somewhat dazed, descended from the flying vessel. Junior sister, you have just recovered. Your body is still weak. Leave the matters with the Holy Master and the elders to me. And you should return to rest, he urged. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother. Zhao Yueling accepted Zhao Yuhao's kindness, for she truly felt weak. Standing any longer might result in her fainting. All she desired was to lie down and recuperate. After watching Zhao Yueling depart, Zhao Yuhao made his way alone to the grand hall of the sacred land. Upon his return, an elder rose anxiously and inquired, "What news, Yuhao? Is the information from the Tianji Pavilion regarding that young master of Tianyuan true or false? To report to the Holy Master and esteemed elders after this journey. I am entirely certain that not only is the rumor true, but it also downplays the young master of Tianyuan," Zhao Yuhao responded. Downplay? What do you mean? The version circulated by the Tianji Pavilion seemed exaggerated to Zhao Guozian and others. They did not expect Zhao Yuhao to say such a thing. To the Holy Master. The young master of Tianyuan has now successfully entered the Grandmaster realm. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Grandmaster realm? Just a few days have passed? It appeared that his talent was indeed terrifying, and the foundations of the Tianyuan sacred land were far more substantial than they had imagined. To break through to the Grandmaster realm in merely a few days meant that it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the quasi-emperor realm and attained the title of emperor. How outrageous. How absurd. Before the crowd could fully process this revelation, they heard Zhao Yuhao continue. I personally witnessed the heavenly lightning striking the young master of Tianyuan. It was as if it were merely a gentle scratch, which he absorbed with his holy body, transforming it into cultivation power, rapidly enhancing his strength. Absorbing heavenly lightning? Is this truly something a normal person can accomplish? Wait, you just said he possesses a holy body? Indeed, Zhao Yuhao affirmed. The young master of Tianyuan has awakened the lightning body, ranked 28th on the physique ranking. The lightning body, ranked 28th on the physique list, undoubtedly a top-tier holy body. It had been thousands of years since such a physique had appeared. A lightning attribute holy body, combined with a heavenly grade supreme lightning root. Heavens! I can hardly fathom the astonishing achievements this young master of Tianyuan will attain in the future. But that's not all. Sensing the astonished gazes directed at him, Zhao Yuhao steadied his heartbeat. Even recounting the events he had witnessed left him in awe. Thus, he was not surprised by the genuine emotions displayed by Zhao Guizhen and the others. Continuing, he added, additionally, the young master of Tianyuan discovered a malevolent presence hidden within junior sister Zhao. If my judgment is correct, that creature should be a core member of the demonic sect. One that we failed to locate during our previous expedition to the Tianshou Mountains. What? A member of the demonic sect attached itself to Yueling? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guizhen grew anxious, springing to his feet. Rest assured, Holy Master. That malevolent entity was expelled by the young master of Tianyuan using heavenly lightning and was slain with a single sword strike. Junior sister is now safely back in the eastern region, though she is still somewhat weak and is recuperating at home. Upon hearing Zhao Yuhao's words, Zhao Guizhen finally calmed down, returning to his seat on the Holy Master's throne. He had not expected that a malevolent entity had been residing within the saintess. No wonder he had felt something was off about her lately. The concealment techniques of that demon had deceived even them. Truly despicable. By the way, what became of that demon? The third elder asked. The demon, realizing it was outmatched, attempted to flee but was slain by the young master of Tianyuan with a single sword strike. Not a trace remains, and its consciousness has been obliterated. Zhao Yuhao replied. What was the cultivation level of that demon? The third elder inquired again. At the very least, it was at the martial saint level. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned ghostly pale. What? Martial saint level? How could a mere grandmaster level individual slay a martial saint? Yuhao, your words are contradictory. Many began to doubt whether Zhao Yuhao had fallen under the influence of the Tianyuan sacred land, intentionally spreading false information among them. To dispel their plans to attack the Tianyuan sacred land and restore the glory of the eastern extremity, Chapter 37, The Noteworthy Sister-in-Law, upgraded. Zhao Yuhao was fully aware that they would not easily believe his words. If someone else were to say the same to him, suspicion would be his immediate reaction. Calming himself, he continued to elaborate. Elder, the young master of Tianyuan summoned the heavenly thunder with that one sword, shattering the evil spirits. He could summon heavenly thunder? Faced with their lingering skepticism, Zhao Yuhao produced a crystal stone, also known as a recording stone. He had anticipated that revealing such matters would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Thus, at the moment Chen Mu struck down the evil spirits, Zhao Yuhao hastily recorded that scene with the recording stone. Once the undeniable evidence was presented before them, their doubts vanished. At least for now, there had never been any reports of anyone being able to alter the images captured by the recording stone. Could it be that this young man was possessed by an ancient entity? It was difficult to fathom that such accomplishments could be achieved at his age. Indeed, astonishing. Compared to the Qin Tianlin of yore, he was significantly superior. From this day forward, no one from the eastern extremity's sacred land shall be permitted to oppose the Tianyuan sacred land. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from the sacred grounds, and their lives shall be at the discretion of Tianyuan. Zhao Guizhen declared. We shall obey the sacred master's command. The crowd responded in unison. It was hardly surprising that Zhao Guizhen would utter such words. Not to mention Chen Mu's terrifying talent and strength. His act of eliminating the cult infiltrators and saving the sacred master's daughter was a tremendous favor that the eastern extremity could not repay with hostility. To leave an impression of ingratitude would tarnish the reputation of the sacred land. Among cultivators, there were many with strong sentiments. Returning to Tianyuan's sacred land, Song Wanjun had registered her information, received the inner courtyard disciples training outfit, keys to her residence, and other resources. Upon seeing Song Wanjun emerge from the pavilion, clutching her training outfit, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Could it be true? The rumors are indeed accurate? the eldest princess of the Great Martial Dynasty. The most talented maiden of the Great Martial has actually joined our Tianyuan sacred land. Does this mean she will become our junior sister? I heard that the princess came to discuss a marriage alliance. Marriage alliance? With whom? Of course, with the young master, but he rejected her. Rejected? Truly the young master. If it were me facing such a stunning beauty, I would find it impossible to refuse. Then why does she remain in Tianyuan and become our disciple? Puzzled by the discussions around her, Song Wanjun quickened her pace, her face concealed, afraid to raise her head. The only visible sign of her embarrassment was her reddening ears. You wouldn't be intending to stay and seize the opportunity to win over my little Mu, would you? A voice reached her ears. She looked up to see a woman dressed in green, exuding grace and poise. May I ask who you are? Song Wanjun discerned that this woman was of considerable stature and slightly older than herself, hence her choice of respectful address. Me? I am the daughter-in-law of Tianyuan sacred land. Before she could finish, a man stepped forward, placing his hand on her shoulder. Do not trouble her. Apologies for the interruption. With a slight smile of apology. The man led the woman away. What trouble? As a sister-in-law, isn't it perfectly normal for me to take an interest in little Mu's romantic life? The woman's tone, though lowered, clearly reached Song Wanjun's ears. Her cheeks flushed even redder. Is it that obvious? She silently questioned herself. Moreover, the term sister-in-law confirmed their identities. Shaking her head, she dismissed her excess thoughts and proceeded toward her residence, eager to change into her training outfit and integrate into the Tianyuan sacred land family. The onlookers remained, exchanging astonished glances. The eldest princess of the Great Martial Dynasty, the foremost talent, secretly harbors feelings for our young master. In a blink, the couple arrived at Qingyan residence. They knocked on the door but received no response. The woman cautiously pushed open the courtyard gate and found Chen Mu peacefully sleeping in the yard. With a knowing glance, she gestured for the man to tread lightly, so as not to disturb him. Thus, they stealthily entered Qingyan residence. Had it not been for their known identities, passing disciples would have likely drawn their swords, signaling for help. Once inside, they tiptoed to Chen Mu's side. Husband, do you not think that little Mu seems to have become more handsome since we last left? The woman whispered. Indeed, the man nodded in agreement. The woman glanced at him and teased, though both bearing the Chun family bloodline. You and he are not even in the same league. In that case, I kindly ask you to concoct a few youth-preserving pills for me. Having been married for years. The couple exchanged playful banter without any true offense taken, avoiding any sense of estrangement. Hearing the voices, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, his vision clearing to reveal two familiar faces. Brother? Sister-in-law? What brings you here? Chen Mu sat up. The man, named Chen Xiao, was the son of Chen Mu's third uncle. The woman, his wife, was named Sun Yu, the only daughter of one of the three premier pill families of the Great Song. As Chen Mu knew, Chen Xiao was a rare alchemical genius, which had afforded him the opportunity to meet Sun Yu, with whom he had fallen in love at first sight and pursued relentlessly, even willing to marry into her family. Initially, Chen Xiao's father had strong objections, but eventually relented under pressure from others. Time proved Chen Xiao's choice to be correct, for after their marriage, the business of Sun Yu's family flourished, overshadowing the other two families and controlling nearly half of the pill market. Your sister-in-law heard that you awakened the heavenly tier thunder attribute along with the top-tier fire attribute spirit root, so she specially crafted some rare pills for you. Chen Xiao explained. Is that so? Thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Mu was taken aback that Sun Yu would travel such a distance for him. Not entirely. Your cousin contributed significantly to this, she said, producing several bottles of pills. Purple Thunder Pill, Dragon Flame Pill, Purple Sun Pill, Dragon Phoenix Pill, Earth Yuan Pill. All of which were of the 9th grade. Moreover, they bore pill patterns. The presence of pill patterns was a testament to their quality, placing them among the finest. They were far easier to refine and absorb, with effects that doubled. Ordinary people might not even be able to produce a single pill with patterns after refining 10 furnaces. Yet all the pills Sun Yu provided possessed patterns. Chen Mu believed it impossible for anyone to consistently produce pills with patterns. They must have specially selected these for him. It was hard not to feel moved. This family was truly exceptional. Accepting the pills was a matter of courtesy. It would be unreasonable not to, given that they were crafted specifically for him. Then, Chen Mu took out a cake of enlightenment tea. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao, this is for you. This is enlightenment tea? Sun Yu recognized it immediately, for one of the pills she had crafted for Chen Mu contained it. Sun Yu and Chen Xiao had sought many connections to find a few strands of this tea. Who could have imagined that Chen Mu would present an entire cake? Even with its weighty presence in her hands, it felt surreal. This is too precious, little Mu. You need this for your cultivation right now. Keep it for yourself. Sun Yu insisted, pushing it back. Sister-in-law, Please accept it. I have plenty of this. I drink it every day. Chen Mu gestured toward the pot on the stone table, which still had more than half of the tea remaining. Since this is such a kind gesture from little Mu, do not decline. Take it back to refine into pills and send them back to aid his cultivation. Would that not be better? That makes sense. Then I shall accept it. Sun Yu was successfully persuaded by Chen Xiao. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Enlightenment T100. Listening to the conversation between the two and glancing at the system notification before him, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that all the benefits were exclusively his. Come, sister-in-law. Xiao Go, please take a seat. Chen Mu gestured invitingly, pouring each of them a cup of the Enlightenment tea. They exchanged a glance and downed the tea in one go. Instant enlightenment. This Enlightenment tea is indeed marvelous. Chen Xiao exclaimed, already eager to use it in alchemy to refine pills. It's truly astonishing, but I've heard that the probability of enlightenment from this tea is particularly high. How is it that we both achieved enlightenment at once? Sun Yu queried, puzzled. This is not ordinary enlightenment tea, Chen Mu explained. This is top-tier enlightenment tea. 1 cup equals 1 enlightenment without limit. 1 cup, 1 enlightenment. No limits. Each word reverberated in the hearts of Chen Xiao and Sun Yu, leaving them in awe. May I have another cup? To confirm her thoughts, Sun Yu asked. Of course, sister-in-law, you can have as many as you desire. Chen Mu lifted the teapot and poured another cup for each. They drank it down, and indeed, they experienced enlightenment again. With this, I feel I can refine pills that surpass the 9th grade, Chen Xiao declared with confidence. Sun Yu shared the same sentiment. Such exquisite materials for alchemy are rarely seen, even within prominent alchemical families, let alone in such a substantial quantity. Ordinary families, even large clans or dynasties possessing such a treasure would inevitably stir up a bloody storm if exposed. As for the heavenly origin sacred land, there was no need for concern, given its profound foundation. One must have a life to acquire it and a life to leave with it. Regarding the origins of this supreme enlightenment tea, Chen Xiao and Sun Yu did not inquire further, feeling it unnecessary. By the way, Xiao Mu, may I ask if you have an interest in alchemy? Sun Yu inquired. Indeed, with a heavenly tier fire spirit root, as long as one cultivates the proper techniques, it would undoubtedly be the finest alchemical furnace fire, Chen Xiao agreed. Their visit was not only to deliver pills to Chen Mu, but also to explore the possibility of guiding him along the illustrious path of alchemy. With your talent, combined with the top alchemists of the Sun family, you are bound to achieve great success. You are destined to be the future Pill King, Pill Sage, Pill God, Pill Immortal. Faced with such high praise and expectations from them, Chen Mu felt a sense of difficulty. Alchemy, just thinking about it made him feel hot and fatigued. The system is attempting to upgrade. Chapter 38, One-Click Alchemy. Signing in for the Ancient Medicine King Cauldron. What level is it trying to upgrade to now? Chen Mu had every reason to suspect that this system had a peculiar hobby of constantly breaking its own limits, using itself as an excuse. This was rather excessive. System upgrade attempt 6 failed. System upgrade attempt 15 failed. System upgrade attempt 21 successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. One-click alchemy module has been bound. New function unlocked. One-click alchemy. One-click alchemy? Alchemy can be done with a single click? Chen Mu was well aware of the high demands of alchemy. Just the right control of heat was critical, as even a slight miscalculation could lead to failure. At best, the pills would crack and turn to charcoal. At worst, it could result in an explosion. Explosions are particularly terrifying, as the accumulated spiritual energy would erupt in an instant, resembling a bomb. The power is immense. Most of the time, this pressure exceeds what an alchemist can bear. It is not uncommon for buildings to be destroyed and lives lost. Thus, before becoming fully familiar with alchemy, many alchemists choose to wear protective artifacts, fearing that a failed attempt could cost them their lives. Chen Mu pondered, System, how does this one-click alchemy work? The system responded. To the host, simply prepare the corresponding materials according to the directory and click one-click alchemy to refine it instantly. This system has thoughtfully prepared quality options for the host, allowing free selection of inferior, medium, superior, top tier, and pill patterns. The ability to manipulate quality freely? Initially, Chen Mu thought it merely meant a guaranteed success in pill refinement, saving all the processes. Xiao Mu, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Mu snapped back to reality. Looking into Sun Yu's expectant gaze, he knew she meant well. But he truly did not wish to squander his mind and energy memorizing thousands of recipes and herb combinations or confine himself in that sweltering alchemy chamber under the scorching summer sun. Just the thought of it made him feel a strong sense of retreat. To be honest, sister-in-law, I have my own views on alchemy. Chen Mu revealed after a moment of contemplation. He realized a simple truth. as long as he reached the pinnacle of his craft in this field. Surpassing others would be the best way to decline their proposal. Oh, you can refine pills? Sun Yu and Chen Xiao appeared excited, mistakenly believing that Chen Mu expressed an interest in alchemy and was ready to agree to their suggestion. I don't. Chen Mu began to say he lacked a furnace and herbs, intending to ask Sun Yu and Chen Xiao if they had any to lend him. However, before he could finish, the system's voice rang in his mind once more. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100,000 premium herb gift pack. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine tier alchemy furnace. The ancient medicine king cauldron. What more could he say? One could only commend this system for its remarkable understanding and perceptiveness. Nothing. Chen Mu shook his head, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Then, with a loud bang, the ancient medicine king cauldron appeared out of thin air, landing heavily on the bluestone floor. Lifting his gaze, he saw that the alchemy furnace was much larger than Chen Mu had imagined, towering at least twice their height. Indeed, in a fantastical world, the bigger, the better. What is this? Upon seeing the ancient medicine king cauldron, Chen Xiao nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Even Sun Yu, who had numerous top-tier alchemy furnaces at home, looked equally shocked and surprised. Divine tier alchemy furnace. Ancient medicine king cauldron. Divine tier? Ancient medicine king cauldron? Hearing these words from his wife, Chen Xiao was curious about the origins of this alchemy furnace. Indeed, it is said that this medicine king cauldron is one of the 12 divine cauldrons forged by the ancestor of alchemy. I always thought it was a legend, but to think it actually exists, Sun Yu said with a proud expression. A legendary divine cauldron. No wonder it's not mentioned in the alchemy furnace rankings. Chen Xiao realized, becoming even more astonished and puzzled as to where Chen Mu acquired such a divine cauldron. No matter how affluent the heavenly origin sacred land was, obtaining such a divine cauldron would not be easy. Then, Chen Mu raised his arms, and spiritual energy surged forth. Soon, the energy changed color, transforming into flames that wrapped around his arms. Boom, boom. Like two giant serpents, they surged towards the cauldron, spiraling around it and completely enveloping it. Is this the flame released by a heavenly tier fire spirit root? It must rank at least in the top 10 of the flame rankings. Chen Xiao marveled. Yes, it rivals the phoenix fire used by my Sun family. Sun Yu agreed. With a divine cauldron and divine fire, isn't it a piece of cake to forge a divine pill? However, both Chen Xiao and Sun Yu were concerned about whether Chen Mu could master this ancient divine cauldron. As a cauldron used by the ancestor of alchemy, it must have developed its own consciousness, making it challenging to tame. They feared Chen Mu might suffer a backlash from the spiritual energy. Turning to each other, they nodded, ready to intervene and shield Chen Mu from any danger. Chen Mu did not dwell on these thoughts. He followed the directory provided by the system, selecting the pill he wished to refine with one click. How extensive is this directory? It encompasses all known pills throughout the Great Song. This means that from the inception of the alchemy path in the Great Song to the present, all known, including lost and hidden formulas, can be refined with one click. Many of these formulas, when taken individually, would serve as the foundation for an entire alchemical family. In the end, Chen Mu chose a 9th grade pill known as the beauty pill. The system has quickly filtered out the corresponding herbs for the host. Well done. Chen Mu's praise for the system came naturally, for it certainly required a considerable amount of time to sift through 100,000 herbs to find a mere dozen. System, thank you for the compliment, host, he subsequently. Chen Mu retrieved those dozen elixirs from the system's backpack and placed them into the Medicine King cauldron one by one. The cauldron was merely a facade, making the process of one-click alchemy seem more plausible. To conjure elixirs out of thin air, Chen Mu worried that it might shatter the perception of alchemy prodigies like Sun Yu and Chen Xiao. If their faith were to be broken, the reparation would be far more arduous than reclaiming spilled water. Wait, that's the supreme jade flower herb, the exquisite mint lotus, the finest hemp seed, the rare sea breeze vine. Chen Xiao recognized each one. They were all extraordinary alchemical materials, seldom seen. Sun Yu shared a similar sentiment, their hearts rising with excitement. An ancient divine cauldron, a heavenly grade flame, combined with top-tier herbs. Even if they were to attempt it themselves, they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in solidifying the elixirs. For Chen Mu, a novice in the realm of alchemy, the probability of success, based on Chen Xiao and Sun Yu's personal experiences, it was less than 0.001. Yet they couldn't bear to dampen Chen Mu's confidence. Their hands, hidden behind their backs, began to swirl with spiritual energy, ready to suppress the tumultuous cauldron at any moment. Chapter 39. I've reached max level. What more can I learn? Chen Mu continuously released flames, roasting the Medicine King cauldron, appearing quite adept. In reality, he had opened the system panel, switching to the one-click alchemy function page. dragging all the herbs into the elixir furnace. The animations for opening and placing the ingredients were exquisitely crafted. After confirming everything was correct, he clicked on the one-click alchemy button, achieving a quality of Danwen level. If he were to refine, he must refine the best, thus dispelling Chen Xiao and Sun Yu's thoughts of urging him to study alchemy. Not only could he refuse them politely, but he could also deter others with similar notions. I've reached max level, what more can I learn? Initiating one-click alchemy. Alchemy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Beauty Retaining Pill 3. Quality, Danwen level. He then discreetly placed these 3 beauty retaining pills into the Medicine King Cauldron. Chen Mu extinguished the flames and retracted his spiritual energy. Had he failed? Observing this, Sun Yu and Chen Xiao were already contemplating words of comfort for Chen Mu, advising him not to set his goals too high at the outset, to apply less pressure on himself, and to start with simpler tasks. Had he succeeded? It appeared quite promising. Succeeded? Quite promising? Sun Yu and Chen Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their doubts. Was refining elixirs truly that simple? They suspected that Chen Mu likely hadn't even grasped the basic methods of elixir formulation, mistaking a clump of impurities, which had merely taken on the shape of an elixir, for an actual pill. However, their hearts swelled with joy at his burgeoning interest in alchemy. They were willing to dedicate themselves to nurturing him into a legendary master of alchemy. If he were uninterested, would he have prepared the ancient Medicine King Cauldron and such fine herbs in advance? Just then, as the cauldron lid opened, a plume of white mist, accompanied by an exceedingly rich fragrance of herbs, burst forth. The texture resembled mist, cascading gently and enveloping the two. Bathing in it, they felt invigorated, as if transported to a realm of immortals. Madam, if I'm not mistaken, this is a phenomenon that occurs upon the successful completion of an elixir, right? Chen Xiao questioned, grappling with his disbelief. I believe it is, Sun Yu nodded gently. In terms of mentality, was it not the same? Was refining elixirs truly that effortless? Though the phrasing was slightly altered, the meaning diverged completely, aptly encapsulating the shift in the couple's mindset. Chen Mu conjured a large hand from his spiritual energy, retrieving the 3 beauty retaining pills from the cauldron. Sister-in-law, brother Xiao, these are the elixirs I have refined. Beauty retaining pills? 9th grade. And with Danwen? Chen Xiao is no longer merely questioning life. He began to doubt the very fabric of this world. Even he, hailed as a prodigy of alchemy, required at least a full day to refine a 9th grade pill with Danwen. Yet, Chen Mu's alchemical endeavor was measured in mere seconds. Not to mention, the beauty retaining pill was one that demanded a high level of refinement skill. Upon consumption, it promised eternal youth. Of course, this youth pertained solely to appearance, distinct from the comprehensive transformation brought about by the art of rejuvenation. Furthermore, the formula for the beauty retaining pill had been lost for centuries. Chen Xiao and Sun Yu never anticipated encountering the long-lost recipe under such circumstances, especially one that had been refined by Chen Mu. Danwen, 9th grade, 3 whole pills. Given the time taken for their creation, this could no longer be labeled as mere talent. It was talent of the utmost rarity. Even Chen Xiao felt overshadowed in comparison. Little Mu, this is not merely a token of insight. You are excessively modest. Sun Yu playfully chided, feeling somewhat foolish for her earlier contemplations. Indeed, even the strongest alchemist of the Sun family would likely exclaim, there are always greater talents beyond one's own in your presence, Chen Xiao stated without exaggeration. In their eyes, Chen Mu had transcended the realm of talent. Talent merely accelerated one's comprehension, allowing one to swiftly master a field, while Chen Mu had begun at the pinnacle. In my view, it is not you who should come to the Sun family to study alchemy, but rather our alchemists who should humbly seek your guidance. Sun Yu spoke earnestly, devoid of any jest. She genuinely believed that even a mere fraction of knowledge gleaned from Chen Mu could solidify the Sun family's dominance in the realm of alchemy. We are all family, sister-in-law. If you need anything, please feel free to ask, Chen Mu casually remarked, relieved to have dissuaded her from the idea of sending him to the Sun family for study. By the way, little Mu, could I borrow the Medicine King Cauldron for a few days? I feel that paired with the finest enlightenment tea, I could refine even more beneficial elixirs for you. Why was Chen Xiao so kind to Chen Mu? The reason was simple. He was the first to advocate for the Chen family to respect Chen Zhao's aspirations. Without his encouragement, no amount of persuasion from others would have mattered. What need is there for borrowing among family? This Medicine King Cauldron is a gift for you, Brother Xiao, as a congratulatory present for your ascension to Dan Wang. Chen Mu's confidence stemmed from the 100-fold return feature. Giving away 1 Medicine King Cauldron would yield 100 in return. Is there a more advantageous deal in the world? Unexpectedly, you are aware of this. Chen Xiao scratched his head, having intended to bring it up with Chen Mu. Previously, everyone had been discussing how I was looking for an opportunity to celebrate with you. Yet you and sister-in-law arrived first. Chen Mu responded nonchalantly. But if you take this cauldron, what will you use? Chen Xiao inquired further. With my abilities and status in the sacred land, how many divine-grade alchemy furnaces could I desire? Chen Mu countered. Chen Xiao paused, reflecting on this, and after some thought, he no longer hesitated. Then I shall not be polite. Just refine more elixirs for me. Chen Mu made this suggestion primarily to ease Chen Xiao's burden. All right, no problem. Chen Xiao patted his chest, unhesitatingly agreeing. From now on, I shall be your dedicated alchemist, little Mu. Chen Mu merely smiled, saying nothing further. Sister-in-law, here's a beauty-retaining pill for you. Hold on to it tightly to capture Brother Zhao's heart. Thank you, little Mu. Sun Yu graciously accepted Chen Mu's kindness. Who wouldn't desire eternal youth in this world? After receiving it, she immediately consumed it. It melted in her mouth, and upon swallowing, her skin tightened significantly, as if it could withstand the lightest touch. Gifted divine-grade Ancient Medicine King Cauldron successfully. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine-grade Alchemy Furnace 100. This time, without Chen Mu needing to prompt, the system directly returned 100 distinct divine-grade alchemy furnaces. A glance confirmed that the 11 ancient divine furnaces used by the alchemical ancestors were now complete. Gifted 9th-grade beauty retaining pill successfully. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 9th-grade beauty retaining pill 100. This reward can truly be described as a tangible bounty that leaves one's hands full. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaomu, I have always been responsible for organizing the alchemical formulas within the Celestial Origin Sanctuary's alchemy chamber. Where did you obtain this formula for the stabilizing face pill? Chapter 40. The longevity pill? Crafting a family of immortals? I stumbled upon it while descending the mountain for leisure, discovering it unexpectedly within a lower-grade technique sold by a street vendor. Chen Mu casually fabricated. Such matters had become second nature to him, easily managed. He retrieved paper and pen, meticulously documenting the formula, detailed dosages, and the precise control of flames. Then handed it to Chen Xiao. This. Brother Xiao, let us not stand on ceremony. With his other hand, Chen Mu grasped Chen Xiao's hand, placing the formula into it. Bestowing the formula upon Chen Xiao was tantamount to offering it to the Sun family. A seemingly inconsequential formula could garner the goodwill of a premier alchemical family, expanding his network and enhancing his arsenal. For Chen Mu, it was a venture with countless benefits and no drawbacks. Moreover, he possessed the extraordinary ability of boundless returns. Gift of the 9th grade stabilizing face pill, formula successful. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the longevity pill formula 1. Just one? Chen Mu couldn't help but wonder, with such a 100-fold return, how is it that only one formula was returned? Even if it were the exact same formula, a bit of leniency should have resulted in longevity pill 100, right? Could it be that the system had been drained by his exploits? Just as Chen Mu pondered this, the system hastily clarified. To the host, the 100-fold return is random. It can pertain to an increase in quantity or quality. If the host prefers an emphasis on quantity, this system can eliminate the quality enhancement setting. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Chen Mu decided to leave the system as it was. There was no need for alteration. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Sun Yu and Chen Xiao, they ascended the mountain without having yet met any elders from the clan, heading directly to Chen Mu's Qingyun Manor. Clearly, now that the necessary discussions and actions were completed, it was time to meet those elders of the clan's sister-in-law, Brother Xiao. Do visit often. Waving goodbye as the two departed, Chen Mu closed the courtyard door and returned inside. Lying down, he exhaled a breath of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been exposed. Indeed, interpersonal relations were not easily navigated. If possible, he truly wished to find a tranquil place to live in seclusion. However, reflecting on his identity and the kin around him, he decisively shook his head, abandoning that thought. Such a course would only complicate straightforward matters. Opening the system panel, he quickly located the longevity pill. Chen Mu was intrigued. What would the effects be of a pill, elevated 100-fold in quality above a 9th grade formula? The longevity pill, upon consumption, could extend one's life by a minimum of 10 years. Chen Mu was utterly astonished. This pill could actually prolong life, while enhancing cultivation could also extend lifespan. It was limited to a few tens of thousands of years. Alchemical pills, however, were different. They had no upper limit. Delving deeper, he discovered that a lower-grade longevity pill could extend life by 10 to 30 years, a mid-grade one by 100 years, a superior one by 200 years, and an exceptional one by 500 years. A pill of the Danwen grade could add 1,000 years to one's lifespan. Coupled with the one-click alchemy feature and the ability to freely select the grade of the pill, Chen Mu could only express 3 words: incredible fortune. For as long as he wished, he could effortlessly forge a family of immortals. If this endeavor succeeded, then in the future, all cultivators in the Great Cang realm would pursue not merely the dry notion of longevity, but the tangible opportunity to attain true immortality through entry into the celestial origin sanctuary. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Mu decisively summoned the several elders of the alchemy chamber through the voice transmission technique, along with Chen Xiang, the custodian of all alchemical resources in the celestial origin sanctuary and the most formidable alchemist. Moreover, her closest relationship with Chen Mu was that of his third aunt. Initially, he intended to call for Chen Tianlin, but he was currently in seclusion, isolated from the outside world. Chen Mu himself was reluctant to exert effort in crafting a family of immortals, but understood well that the stronger the family, the more room he had to indulge, akin to a carefree fish in water. Thus, he resolved to entrust the significant responsibility to his third aunt, Chen Xiang. "Ximu, your aunt has arrived." Shortly thereafter, the courtyard door burst open with a resounding bang, and a bold voice filled the air. Chen Xiang strode in, accompanied by several elders from the alchemy chamber. Before he could utter the word aunt, Chen Mu found himself enveloped in her warm embrace. Today was indeed rare. She had taken the initiative to seek him out. Was it that she longed for a moment of affection from her third aunt? And, I can hardly breathe. Chen Mu struggled to lift his head. "My apologies." Seeing Chen Mu's face turn crimson, Chen Xiang quickly released him, taking a step back. "I was too excited." The elders glanced at one another, realizing that the bond between these two was as strong as ever. "So, Xiaomu, you called for me. What is the matter?" Just aside. Chen Xiang understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. Otherwise, Chen Tianlin would not have entrusted her with the management of the alchemical resources and the leadership of all alchemists in the celestial origin sanctuary. "Actually, I fortuitously comprehended a formula and would like to request Aunt and the esteemed elders to assist in its refinement, to serve as a resource for cultivation, to be distributed to all disciples of the celestial origin based on merit," Chen Mu stated directly. He claimed the formula as his own discovery primarily because, upon reviewing the vast history of the Great Cang realm, the longevity pill had never existed before. Comprehended a formula? The elders were astonished by Chen Mu's extraordinary talent. "What kind of formula?" Chen Xiang inquired, voicing the question everyone had on their minds. "The longevity pill." Chen Mu produced the pre-written formula and handed it to Chen Xiang. "The longevity pill?" Chen Xiang's brow furrowed in confusion. Upon glancing at the contents of the paper, she was immediately captivated, her expression one of disbelief. "Yes, a pill that can extend life without any side effects," Chen Mu explained. "Extend life? Young master, you are not jesting with us, are you?" An elder exclaimed. "I have refined pills for nearly 1,000 years and have never heard of any that can prolong life." The elderly gentleman could no longer contain their curiosity, clamoring to ask questions. "I'm not jesting. I assure you, every word is true. A lower-grade pill extends life by 10 to 30 years, a mid-grade by 100 years, a superior by 200 years, an exceptional by 500 years, and a diamond grade by 1,000 years. The simplicity of his statements rendered the elders utterly speechless. A single pill could extend one's life by over 1,000 years. Unprecedented and unseen. While they were skeptical, they could not believe that Chen Mu would make such a jest. Caught in a conflict between belief and disbelief, they oscillated in self-doubt. Chen Xiang, however, focused intently on the formula in her hand, lost in contemplation. How dare they doubt the host? Truly, they are blind to the truth. The system's voice echoed with discontent, radiating a sense of indignation. "Signing in progress. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Danwen grade longevity pills 10,000. Chapter 41. Unable to refine tools? System upgrading. One pill equates to 1,000 years of life. 10,000 pills, in total, would amount to an astounding 10 million years of lifespan. For the vast majority, this could certainly be termed longevity. Chen Mu was well aware of the system's motive behind this reward. It was merely to slap the elders' faces with the truth. One could only say, this system was fiercely protective. It could not tolerate anyone treating him poorly or belittling him, which was somewhat touching. "If you do not believe, I possess several refined experimental specimens you may try." Chen Mu produced 5 longevity pills, enveloping them in spiritual energy, and presented them before Chen Xiang and the alchemy elders. Heavens! Such potent medicinal and spiritual energy. Could it be anything less? There were pill inscriptions. 9th grade. There were inscriptions. "Young master, you refined these pills yourself?" "Indeed," Chen Mu admitted, bolstering his confidence that the system would have no objections. "The young master is truly remarkable, not merely a millennium, but perhaps 10 millennia. He ought to be a rare genius in the realm of alchemy." a talent seldom seen even over billions or trillions of years. The elder's words were altered repeatedly. To put it plainly, it can be summed up in 2 words, simply extraordinary. My dear Mu not only possesses unparalleled cultivation talent, but also exhibits an astonishing prowess in the field of alchemy. Chen Xiang remained silent, though her astonishment was palpable as she widened her beautiful eyes, fixated on Chen Mu. If you all wouldn't mind, please give it a try. Chen Mu's words jolted everyone from their stupor. They hastily shook their heads and waved their hands, exclaiming, "Of course we don't mind. In fact, to taste the elixir personally crafted by the young master is a stroke of luck we have accumulated over countless lifetimes. Then I shall not be polite." Without hesitation, someone ingested the elixir, swallowing it with a gulp. Immediately, they felt a surge of immense spiritual energy and vitality coursing through their limbs and meridians, integrating into every inch of their flesh. This sensation was unprecedentedly delightful. For individuals at their level, gauging their lifespan was not a daunting task. A quick calculation revealed, with narrowed pupils, that they had genuinely gained a millennium of life. Unbelievable. It was simply too astonishing. With this elixir, our Tianyuan sacred land shall coexist with the heavens, enduring through the ages. Ha ha ha, indeed. As long as life is sufficiently prolonged, in the end, the entire Great Cang World will transform into the domain of Tianyuan. This elixir formula holds epic-making significance for the Tianyuan sacred land. Young master, could it be that you are the reincarnation of the alchemy ancestor? Chen Xiang found her thoughts echoed by the others. Words that had almost escaped her lips were swallowed back down, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. Little Mu, you have made a tremendous contribution to Tianyuan this time. It is a pity that the Holy Master is in seclusion. Otherwise, upon learning of this divine-level elixir formula, he would undoubtedly be so thrilled as to pass the position of Holy Master to you. Listening to Chen Xiang, Chen Mu could only manage a strained smile. If he were to assume the role of Holy Master, could he still enjoy the leisurely existence he currently relished? Reflecting on this, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief for having provided Chen Tianlin with the Enlightenment tea, allowing him to enter seclusion early and break through to the Emperor level. Chen Mu had no interest in taking over the reins of the Tianyuan sacred land. Successfully granted the lifespan elixir formula. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unparalleled elixir formula 100. 100 formulas, each enhancing the base of 9th grade elixirs by 100-fold. Chen Mu glanced at them briefly. Any single one could forge an indomitable power. This system was extravagantly affluent. Subsequently, Chen Xiang and the others did not linger for long. Time was of the essence. They must swiftly gather medicinal materials and recruit alchemists to concentrate on refining the lifespan elixir. They dispatched messages via Eagle Courier, relaying the news to Qin Juexing. No matter how precious or rare the herbs were, they would be as easy to acquire as plucking from the grasp of nature for her. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly all the medicinal materials used in the alchemy chamber were supplied by the business under Chen Juexing's name. The lifespan elixir that could extend life. My brother comprehended this. Unfolding the letter, upon discerning its contents, Chen Juexing could no longer remain seated and sprang to her feet. The lowest grade elixir could at least extend life by 10 years, while a single one at the Danwen level could extend it by a millennium. Truly outrageous. It was simply too outrageous. Even though Chen Juexing was stirred by this revelation, she could not help but feel a surge of emotion, especially knowing that the genius behind this unprecedented elixir formula was her beloved younger brother. Pride. Chen Juexing was bursting with pride, eager for the whole world to know. Yet she restrained her urge to boast and immediately instructed her subordinates to gather the corresponding medicinal materials to deliver to the Tianyuan sacred land, sparing no expense. No amount of money mattered. Boom. Flames erupted from her palm, incinerating the letter. With her other hand cradling her cheek, she gazed at the flickering flames swaying in the wind, unable to suppress her curiosity about how prosperous the Tianyuan sacred land would become under her brother's leadership. She seemingly forgot that Chen Tianlin was the holy master of Tianyuan. Her whole focus was on Chen Mu. Knowing that everyone was working so diligently, Chen Mu felt reassured. He continued to recline languidly. Regrettably, Chen Mu found himself not particularly sleepy. Rather, he was quite alert. With Yi Qingqing absent, Zhang Shenkai, the chef, had also descended the mountain to procure ingredients and experiment with recipes, striving to ensure that each day offered a unique culinary experience to please Chen Mu's palate. A gentle breeze caressed his face, rustling the leaves in a serene symphony. How tranquil. Bang. Suddenly, the harmonious atmosphere was shattered by the sound of a door bursting open. Cousin, I'm coming in. From the voice, Chen Mu recognized it was his cousin Jiang Shang, who excelled in artifact forging. He was likely here to showcase some new treasure he had crafted. Sighing, Chen Mu thought that since he was feeling rather bored, he might as well indulge him. This cousin was certainly worth nurturing. What brings you here? Chen Mu sat up and inquired. Jiangxing approached, seated himself on a stone bench, and, without hesitation, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot. Cousin, I've encountered a bottleneck in my forging, so I thought I'd come to seek your guidance. You seek my guidance? Chen Mu found this somewhat amusing. You are the true talent in artifact forging. How could I possibly teach you? System is attempting to upgrade. Chen Mu. System upgrade attempt 24. Failed. System upgrade attempt 36. Failed. System upgrade attempt 52. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. One-click forging module has been bound. New feature unlocked. One-click forging. With the one-click alchemy feature as a precedent, it was not difficult for Chen Mu to understand the nature of this new capability. I was merely speaking casually. System, are you for real? Chapter 42. The King of Hell Needle. One-click forging to divine level. Chen Mu briefly examined it. It was quite similar to the one-click alchemy feature, also containing an internal directory. The directory encompassed all forging methods from the first blacksmith in the Great Cang World to the present day, utterly comprehensive. From farming tools like hoes and sickles to various rare and long-lost divine artifacts, everything was included. It felt as though no other features were necessary with just this one. One could reign supreme over the world. Even with low cultivation, one need not fear. Possessing a single divine artifact could easily withstand one, let alone hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. I was only thinking, cousin, that since you excel in other domains, perhaps you are equally brilliant in forging. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangxing took a sip of the enlightenment tea. Cousin, what is this tea? It tastes. He put down the cup, intending to express his admiration for the flavor. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed joyously, I comprehend. I've unlocked my thoughts. How could this be? Noticing Jiangxing's gaze fixed upon him, filled with confusion and a thirst for knowledge, Chen Mu glanced at the teapot and began to explain. This tea is called enlightenment tea. One cup leads to enlightenment. Heavens! Such miraculous tea exists in the world? Jiangxing exclaimed in astonishment, cradling the teapot with both hands. He eagerly asked, Cousin, could you possibly gift me this pot of tea? Witnessing his eager demeanor, Chen Mu was at a loss for words. No matter what, I cannot gift you a pot of tea that I've already drunk from. Following that, he retrieved a piece of the enlightenment tea cake, placed it on the stone table, and pushed it toward Jiangxing. Take it. So much. Jiangxing was left dumbfounded. Cousin, you are truly too generous. I love you. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stood up and rushed over to embrace Chen Mu. All right, I understand. Chen Mu gently patted Jiangxing's arm, concerned that his exuberance might inadvertently choke him. Successfully gifted enlightenment tea cake. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring enlightenment tea cake 100. Apologies. Jiangxing quickly released his grip and stepped back a few paces. His gratitude towards Chen Mu for the enlightenment tea was beyond words. Then, a flash of light emanated from his spatial ring. A colossal forge emerged before them, accompanied by various blacksmithing tools. This is certainly not your armory, Chen Mu quipped. Jiangxing scratched his head and chuckled. I was merely concerned that inspiration might slip away, so I wanted to seize the moment. Cousin, rest assured, I shall not disturb a single flower or blade of grass in your courtyard. Beyond that, he wished to showcase his prowess in forging to Chen Mu, hoping to earn his admiration. Very well, Chen Mu reclined, waving his hand for Jiangxing to proceed. Thank you, cousin. Jiangxing grinned as he turned to begin his smithing. The sparks flew fiercely, creating a captivating scene. However, as he observed Jiangxing illuminated by the fierce flames, he noticed an orange hue enveloping him, with beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, evaporating upon hitting the ground. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that he was more suited to one-click forging. Perhaps due to the unbearable heat, Jiangxing pushed aside the upper half of his clothing, revealing a physique that astonished Chen Mu, broad shoulders and a robust frame. This stood in stark contrast to Jiangxing's youthful visage, creating a peculiar dissonance, as if the head and body had been forcibly joined together. Yet, it was evident that Jiangxing was genuinely passionate about forging, fully immersed in the process. Cousin? Hearing Jiangxing's voice, Chen Mu groggily opened his eyes. He had dozed off, lulled by the monotonous, repetitive imagery and the rhythmic sounds of hammering. What is the matter? He inquired as he sat up. Nothing. I've completed it. Jiangxing exclaimed excitedly. Completed it? Chen Mu was puzzled when Jiangxing, with his unwashed hands still darkened, produced a small wooden box. Opening it revealed a long needle emanating an unsettling aura. What is this? Chen Mu asked, bewildered. The Yama needle. Anyone struck by it? Even those at the immortal realm must meet their demise. Jiang Sheng explained. The Yama needle? Upon hearing those words, Chen Mu was certain it was indeed a remarkable item. Cousin, your strength and talent are formidable. You will surely be regarded with envy by many. This Yama needle is for your protection. Jiang Sheng closed the lid and offered it to him. All right, thank you. Chen Mu accepted the gesture graciously, aware that accepting it would bring Jiang Sheng more joy than declining. It is I who should express gratitude. You gifted me such precious tea leaves, Jiang Sheng replied, unable to hide his delight. At that moment, Chen Mu noticed the forging hammer on the ground, cracked like a flower. A heavenly-grade forging hammer had been shattered. He suddenly recalled that his cousin possessed extraordinary strength. It was impressive that the hammer had endured this long. Noticing Chen Mu's gaze, Jiang Sheng turned and said, It was an old relic, and I've been forging quite a bit lately, so it gave way. Fortunately, it did not hinder the creation of the Yama needle. I see. Chen Mu felt as though Jiang Sheng had sacrificed the hammer for his sake. He felt compelled to do something in return. Opening the system interface, he switched to the one-click forging function, accessed the catalog, and filtered the conditions. Heavenly Fire Hammer possesses heavenly fire, allows forging without flames, success rate 30. He randomly selected one and thought, System, can you provide me with some materials? Of course. The system responded with apparent enthusiasm. It seemed excited that he had taken the initiative to request its assistance. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift pack of 100,000 forging materials. He located the materials and placed them into the forge, then clicked on one-click forging. Initiating one-click forging. One-click forging successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-grade ultimate forging hammer, Heavenly Fire Hammer 1. A divine-grade item? Chen Mu had not examined it closely before. Upon seeing it was a forging hammer, he had simply selected it. A divine-grade supreme artifact was now within his grasp. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would be utterly astonished. In the Great Cang World, a significant portion of people would never encounter a sacred grade item in their lifetime, let alone a divine grade one. He switched to the system inventory, found the Heavenly Fire Hammer, and took it out. It was considerably heavier than he had anticipated. Boom! As he withdrew it, the hammer erupted in flames, spreading out like waves in all directions. The heat was more intense than the blazing sun above. If it were not for Jiang Sheng, Chen Mu would never have brought it out, choosing instead to permanently seal it within the system inventory. Cousin, what is this? Chapter 43. With such a cousin, what more could one desire? Upon seeing the Heavenly Fire Hammer, Jiang Sheng's speech became somewhat disjointed. He had seen many heavenly grade forging hammers and even encountered a sacred grade one in use, but a divine grade hammer was something he had never laid eyes on. Divine grade forging hammers were exceedingly rare. This Heavenly Fire Hammer was a fortuitous find of mine, and I intended to present it to you as a gift on your birthday. However, since your forging hammer was destroyed due to me, I am giving it to you early. To Chen Mu, the Heavenly Fire Hammer felt like a hot potato. He wished to hand it over to Jiang Sheng as quickly as possible, his expression one of distaste. Without uttering a word, Jiang Sheng gingerly accepted the Heavenly Fire Hammer, treating it as if it were exquisite porcelain, fearful of damaging it. The look in his eyes was more captivated than if a rare beauty had stood before him. Utterly transfixed. If one listened closely, they could hear him murmur, "Beautiful, truly beautiful. How could such a magnificent object exist in this world?" He lifted his gaze to Chen Mu, confirming once more, "Cousin, may I truly accept this? It was meant for you. How could you not accept it? What? Do you not want it? If so, return it to me," Chen Mu teased. Seeing Jiang Sheng's outstretched hand, he quickly retreated several steps, creating a distance of 7 or 8 meters. "Yes, of course I want it. Thank you, cousin." He bowed deeply, nearly bowing his head to the ground. "From this day forth, Jiang Sheng is at your service. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you bid me go north, I shall not stray south." Listening to Jiang Sheng's earnest promise, Chen Mu chuckled and replied, "All right, I shall remember this." Successfully gifted the divine grade Heavenly Fire Hammer. 100-fold reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine grade reward 100. This time, the system clearly learned from its previous experience. It did not directly return the Heavenly Fire Hammer 100, but instead provided a random selection of divine grade weapons, armor, and treasures 100. With this set, Chen Mu could already reign supreme without utilizing all of it. Life was becoming increasingly stable. Afterward, Jiang Sheng stored the forge and all the blacksmithing tools back into his spatial ring. After all, these were merely temporary forging equipment, far inferior to a dedicated forging chamber. "Well then, cousin, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. I am off to the forging room." now possessing the heavenly fire hammer. Jiang Sheng was eager to return to the forging room and thoroughly test this divine-grade tool to discern its unique qualities, his face alight with anticipation. Go on, go on. Chen Mu waved him off, encouraging him not to worry about himself. He had been forcibly awakened by Jiang Sheng, and his drowsiness had yet to dissipate, so he intended to catch up on his sleep. Farewell, cousin. Jiang Sheng dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Chen Mu crossed his arms, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and embraced tranquility. Meanwhile, in the forging room, Jiang Sheng's exuberance drew attention. What happened? Why are you so jubilant? Indeed, do share. Let us all partake in your joy. The others inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. You may not believe it, but we, the Tianyuan Sacred Land, have finally acquired our first divine-grade forging hammer. Jiang Sheng revealed. A sacred grade? Haven't we had those for quite some time? In the city of Jiang, there exists a divine-grade forging hammer, held by the successive masters of the refining chamber. Listen closely, it is divine grade, not sacred grade. Jiang Sheng corrected emphatically. Divine grade? Jiang Sheng, are you jesting with us? It is unlikely that the entire Great Wu can produce even one divine-grade forging hammer. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, thinking Jiang Sheng was merely fabricating stories to amuse them. When did this young man become so humorous? He usually only focused on hammering and crafting. Just because you cannot find one does not mean my cousin cannot, Jiang Sheng declared as he produced the heavenly fire hammer. Boom! A wave of warm flames surged forth, crashing upon everyone. Fortunately, they had spent years in the refining chamber, accustomed to the heat and far more resilient to temperature than the average person. What they were truly concerned about was the object Jiang Sheng held in his hands. Heavens! A divine-grade hammer. I never imagined I would see a divine-grade forging hammer in my lifetime. There are no regrets left. Someone exclaimed. Jiang Sheng, you must be referring to the young master, right? Another inquired. While they knew Jiang Sheng was closest to Chen Mu in the Tianyuan Sacred Land, he often mentioned this cousin. To be cautious, they decided to confirm. Of course it is him. Who else could it be? This was originally a birthday gift prepared by my cousin for me. But since my previous forging hammer was destroyed, he gave it to me early. Was Jiang Sheng showing off? Indeed, he was boasting about having such an exceptional cousin. A divine-grade forging hammer, a birthday gift. Although he already knew the young master had a penchant for extravagance, he had not anticipated it to be to this extent. It seemed they would have to put in extra effort to impress the young master in the future. Yes, working with the young master means there will be rewards. In this lifetime, I am devoted to the young master. Meanwhile, in the alchemy chamber, 98, 99, 100, the alchemist counted precisely 100 supreme lifespan pills, each capable of extending life by 500 years. In the Tianyuan Sacred Land, there were numerous alchemists capable of producing pill inscriptions, but for safety's sake, Chen Xiang ordered to begin with the supreme lifespan pills. Once they mastered these, they would consider pill inscriptions to minimize waste. Chen Xiang approached a box filled with lifespan pills that gleamed more than pearls. Raising her hand, she gracefully waved, enveloping 20 pills in spiritual energy, distributing them to the alchemists involved in crafting the lifespan pills. These are your rewards. Remember, the more effort you put in, the more you gain. Chen Xiang understood that to make lifespan pills a standard in the Tianyuan Sacred Land, the alchemists must first experience the benefits. Thank you, Lady Master. Thank you for the pills. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang shook her head. You should not thank me, but rather the young master. She had no intention of claiming all the credit. The Lady Master is right. Quickly spread the news that under the leadership of young Master Chen Mu, our Tianyuan Sacred Land now offers lifespan pills as rewards. The opportunity for longevity has been presented to them. Whether they seize it depends on their diligence. Chen Xiang eagerly anticipated witnessing the transformative changes in the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Chapter 44. Various sects. Is it not possible to leave? Under the Alchemy Chamber's promotion, news rapidly spread among the disciples and elders of the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Have you heard? The young master has comprehended a longevity pill formula. Even the lowest quality can extend life by decades, while the inscription grade can increase it by thousands. One pill can extend life by thousands of years? Then 10 would mean 10,000. It goes without saying that there are limits. One person can only consume it once. No. The alchemists have clarified that lifespan can be stacked infinitely with this pill. Infinitely stacked. Does that not imply immortality? Immortality. It appears we can no longer remain idle. We old fellows must contribute to the sect. The enthusiasm of the elders from both the inner and outer courts was instantly ignited. If the elders were so motivated, one could only imagine the fervor of the disciples. Immortality? Can we also participate? Yes, the alchemists have stated that there are no restrictions. As long as one is a member of the Tianyuan Sacred Land, they can join. Thank you to the alchemists. You should truly thank the young master. He is the one who comprehended this formula. What? The formula was discovered by the young master? He is willing to share it with everyone? If it were me, I would likely. It can only be said that the young master sees further than any of us. He loves this land more than anyone else. Brothers, no more talking. We must conquer the 10th level of the trial tower today. We cannot let the young master's grace go to waste. I want immortality. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan sacred land was ablaze with fervor. The allure of immortality was simply irresistible. Chen Mu standing and influence soared dramatically in the eyes of the people. Even now, if Chen Mu were to assume the position of the sacred master of the Tianyuan sacred land, the people would unhesitatingly choose to support him. This was because, for the majority, the reason for pursuing the path of cultivation was to seek longevity, to escape death and reincarnation. Although Chun Juexin had not commanded the Tianji Pavilion to spread the news, the information regarding the lifespan pills still spread like wildfire, reverberating throughout the Great Wu Dynasty and the vast world of Ditsong. In the imperial study of the Great Wu Dynasty, what? Are you saying this is true? The Tianyuan sacred land has produced a pill that can indefinitely extend lifespan. Upon hearing this news from a cloaked spy, Song Ao was so astonished that he dropped his brush and abruptly rose from his seat. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the lowest quality can extend life by 10 to 30 years, the medium quality by 100 years, the upper quality by 200 years, and the supreme quality by 500 years. The inscription grade can even extend life by 1,000 years. After listening to the spy, Song Ao felt utterly powerless. Slumping back into his chair, Your Majesty, it is nothing. Noticing the spy's concerned expression, Song Ao waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Yes, I shall take my leave. The spy vanished from the imperial study in an instant, making not even a sound upon exiting. The news came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lifespan pills? Indefinitely? That seems utterly unbelievable. Previously, he had thought that the Tianyuan sacred land's refusal of marriage proposals and his precious daughter, Song Wanjun, willingly staying with them was quite vexing. However, now he completely dismissed that notion. It was like a mute eating bitter gourd. One could not express their grievances. He dared not show anger nor voice his thoughts. The prospect of one person attaining immortality was already frightening. What if it were a multitude who possessed the means to achieve it? Song Ao could hardly fathom the implications. With such resources and capabilities, a century from now, not only the Great Wu Dynasty but the entire Ditsong world would see countless territories renamed Tianyuan. Military might would submit willingly in the face of the allure of immortality. Song Ao envisioned many outcomes. Yet they all pointed in one direction. The Tianyuan sacred land would endure through the ages. Truly, it would stand the test of time. Clenching the dragon-headed armrest tightly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering how much longer he could retain his position as emperor. Apart from cherishing the remaining time, there was little else he could do. He mused that perhaps if he governed the Great Wu Dynasty faithfully and avoided unnecessary conflicts, they might still consider him as their puppet emperor. Sigh. With that thought, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, followed by another. The Tianyuan sacred land had indeed produced an unparalleled prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent. At the same time, within the Lanwu sect, one of the 10 strongest sects of the Great Wu Dynasty, Elder Yi. What is the matter? Will you not reconsider? Zhao Changshu, the revered leader of the Lanwu sect, implored with a heart full of emotion, seeking to dissuade the elder who had already packed his belongings. Reconsider? Will you grant me eternal life? Elder Yi retorted. I certainly shall. Zhao Changshu vowed. I will find a way to secure the secrets of longevity for you. First, ensure your own survival through this year. You foolish child, Elder Yi remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Changshu, whose hair, brows, and beard had all turned ashen. He turned away, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Such occurrences were far from rare. While the younger generation of their family and sect might endure, the elders, especially those nearing their final days and unable to enhance their lifespans through cultivation, were packing their bags for the celestial origin sacred land, seeking refuge. They yearned solely for the lifespan elixir to extend their days. Ironically, these individuals were often the most powerful among them. Countless formidable beings surged toward the celestial origin sacred land. How could this not send ripples through the realm? Many prodigies, not belonging to the sects affiliated with the celestial origin, contemplated severing ties with their own. This included even the eastern extreme sacred land. Elders, employing various incentives, managed to persuade them to remain. Yet, there were those who scoffed at the notion, rebuking, do you perceive the celestial origin as a mere refuse pit? Accepting anyone? Ask yourself, what do you possess that warrants their interest? You may be a prodigy within your sect, yet in the celestial origin, even a registered disciple's worthiness is questionable. Even if you become a registered disciple, how will you compete for the chance at longevity? It is wiser to remain and solidify your strength before pursuing other ambitions. After a lengthy discourse infused with admonitions and idealistic visions, they finally managed to retain the hesitant individuals. Yet, upon reflection, a profound sorrow lingered. It was painfully clear that those who stayed did so merely to pave the way for future endeavors in the celestial origin. Yet they were compelled to nurture talent for others. It was disheartening, indeed. Tears threatened to brim in their eyes, yet they mustered the strength to hold their heads high, unwilling to reveal their vulnerabilities. With a deep sigh, one pondered whether it would be simpler to surrender directly to the celestial origin. In the eastern extreme sacred land, Zhao Guizhen, the sovereign, found himself in a quandary, overwhelmed by a plethora of notifications regarding the withdrawal of affiliated sections. Though unspoken, it was evident that they sought allegiance with the celestial origin. One must respect the master when chasing the hound, Zhao Guizhen mused, pondering the implications. Why does our eastern extreme sacred land not possess a young master of such caliber? While they lacked a young master, they could certainly have a son-in-law. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was none other than Li Zhu, the mother of Zhao Yueling. "Madam, what brings you here?" Zhao Guizhen inquired with curiosity. "I have come to alleviate your concerns," she replied, taking a seat beside him. "A son-in-law? Are you suggesting an alliance with the celestial origin through marriage?" Zhao Guizhen sought clarification. "Is there any other viable option?" Li Zhu responded. "If this continues, our eastern extreme sacred land will inevitably be squeezed out of existence. Moreover, the celestial origin's young master has saved Yueling's life. Such a bond is sufficient. However, regarding our daughter..." Zhao Guizhen hesitated, unwilling to pressure Zhao Yueling into familial sacrifice. "I have heard from you how that Yueling has been inquiring about the celestial origin's young master since awakening, and she seems to harbor fond feelings for him. I believe she would not refuse," Li Zhu continued. "Furthermore, it is rumored that the celestial origin's sovereign is in seclusion, striving to ascend to the emperor level. You are well aware of what that entails once he succeeds." Faced with Li Zhu's assertions, Zhao Guizhen fell into deep contemplation. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek his daughter's opinion. Just then, a disciple rushed in, announcing, "Sovereign, an elder from the Five Poisons Sacred Land requests an audience." The Five Poisons Sacred Land. What could they possibly want? Li Zhu questioned, perplexed. What else could it be? Surely, they wished to discuss an alliance against the celestial origin. Zhao Guizhen surmised. He then instructed the disciple, "Allow them entry. They are, after all, envoys of another sacred land, deserving of basic respect." Moments later, an elder clad in a dark green robe, adorned with a crimson serpent, entered the hall, exuding an aura of malevolence. If it were within his power, Zhao Guizhen would prefer to avoid dealings with such toxic individuals. "Huaku, at your service, Eastern Extreme Sovereign," the elder greeted with a bow. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Eastern Extreme sacred land?" Zhao Guizhen asked directly. "I am here primarily to convey my sovereign's wishes. He desires an alliance with you to jointly confront the celestial origin," Huaku stated candidly. "An alliance? Confrontation?" Zhao Guizhen chuckled bitterly, considering Huaku's naivety. "The celestial origin stands at the zenith of power, its depths unfathomable to us. How can we possibly gauge how to oppose them? Indeed, your assessment is accurate. However, if we do not take action, allowing the celestial origin to continue its unchecked rise, both the Five Poisons and your eastern extreme sacred land shall vanish from the southern domain," Huaku asserted. "To be frank, my ancestor is striving to reach the emperor level. If we can hinder Chen Tianlin's breakthrough and enable my ancestor to ascend first, uniting our strengths could lead to a successful confrontation with the celestial origin. The odds are not insurmountable." Huaku laid out his proposal plainly. "What? Even the Five Poisons sacred land is on the verge of reaching the emperor level?" Zhao Guizhen's brow furrowed. "What is your sovereign envision? Should success be achieved, we would equally share all cultivation resources of the celestial origin, including the legendary elixirs rumored to enhance lifespan," Huaku pressed, hoping to solidify his offer. Zhao Guizhen remained skeptical, particularly regarding the notion of sharing the resources of the celestial origin. Once the celestial origin faltered, the Five Poisons sacred land would undoubtedly turn its venomous fangs toward the eastern extreme. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How could the Five Poisons sacred land willingly share power with the eastern extreme? Should we notify the celestial origin of this matter? Li Zhu inquired. "We need only observe. We must not engage," Zhao Guizhen responded with a shake of his head. "Understood," Li Zhu acquiesced, respecting Zhao Guizhen's decision. Meanwhile, in the Five Poisons sacred land, Huaku relayed every detail of his encounter with Zhao Guizhen verbatim. "What a remarkable eastern extreme sacred land. What an audacious Zhao Guizhen. To reject our offer is truly a folly of monumental proportions. What shall we do next? Should we teach the Eastern Extreme a lesson? No need. Our focus must remain solely on the celestial origin. We should not concern ourselves with the insignificant Eastern Extreme. That said, the conflict between my ancestor and Chen Tianlin for the supremacy of the Tao is intensifying. A rumble echoed ominously. Upon arriving at the entrance, I gazed up at the chaotic sky, illuminated by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The expressions of the crowd were increasingly grave. It was evident that the fate of the great Tao leaned more favorably towards the heavenly origin sacred land. This cannot continue. If it goes on like this, once Chen Tianlin breaks through to the emperor level, we shall all be doomed. Let us seek the Holy Master. In the back mountains, a perpetual shroud of purple toxic mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility to naught. It was not merely ordinary beings or demonic beasts that would perish upon inhaling this poison. Even the disciples of the five poisoned sacred land would meet a swift demise if their power fell short, their flesh rotting away to reveal stark white bones. As elders, they were accustomed to this and had long adapted. This toxic mist not only posed no harm to them, but rather invigorated them, enhancing their strength. After traversing several hundred meters, we finally encountered Hui Cheng, the master of the five poisons, guarding a cave. "Oh, what brings you here?" he inquired, turning at the sound of our footsteps. We conveyed the news that the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land had rejected the alliance. "Is that so? They have indeed declined," Hui Cheng replied, seemingly unfazed, as if he had never held any hopes for such an alliance. "Master, we implore you to set forth promptly. To punish the heavenly origin and prevent Chen Tianlin from absorbing the great Tao's fortune, thus aiding our ancestor in attaining the emperor." The group knelt in unison, their voices resonating in solidarity. Chapter 46, The Thousand-Faced Demon Lord, Shan Yurongo. Has the five poisoned sacred land decided to attack the heavenly origin and obstruct my father's path to becoming an emperor? Looking at the elder before me, whose neck was entwined with a crimson serpent, Chen Mu's response was somewhat indifferent, for he did not believe that the five poisoned sacred land possessed the strength to contend with the heavenly origin sacred land. Even if they came, it would only be to seek punishment. "Rest assured, young master, I have witnessed this with my own eyes. There is no trace of deception," Wakursan assured fervently. "From your attire, you are indeed a member of the five poisoned sacred land?" Chen Mu inquired for confirmation. Wakursan shook his head, swiftly transforming from head to toe, appearing as an entirely different man, a middle-aged individual. "Is this a disguise technique?" Chen Mu pondered, unsure of the correct term to use. The disguise he was familiar with merely altered one's face. This rapid transformation was a first for him. System: this individual is known as Shan Yurong, colloquially referred to as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord, a master of disguise and transformation, with his true appearance known to none. The Thousand-Faced Demon Lord, Shan Yurong? Chen Mu had indeed heard some tales about this individual. "It is an honor to be known by the young master," Shan Yurong said, placing a hand over his heart and bowing slightly. "How did you come to know of this matter?" Chen Mu pressed further. Shan Yurong then recounted the entire sequence of events without reservation. It turned out that Shan Yurong had initially blended in with the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. It was he who had guided Wakursan to the main hall to meet the Holy Master, Zhao Guozian. Following that, Shan Yurong trailed Wakursan down the mountain, only to find him at the riverbank, intending to drop the toxin from the serpent coiled around his neck into the water. This river connected to countless wells within the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land, and should he proceed, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread casualties. Therefore, Shan Yurong decisively intervened, erasing all traces of the threat. He then cleverly infiltrated the five poisons sacred land, joining the elders in the back mountains to meet the master of the five poisons. Upon learning of the master's orders to gather forces to attack the heavenly origin sacred land and obstruct Chen Tianlin's ascension to emperor, Shan Yurong immediately set off for the heavenly origin, Qingyan Mansion. The motives behind his actions were clear to Chen Mu. It was either to repay a favor to the heavenly origin or to seek the longevity elixir. System: investigate this person for me. Searching. Search successful. As the system's voice fell, Shan Yurong's identity information unfolded before Chen Mu's eyes, detailing his tragic beginnings, his bond with his sister, and how he serendipitously acquired the art of transformation, all meticulously recorded. To be honest, this tale, combined with the sister's narrative, led Chen Mu to think that in his past life, it could have easily become the plot of a story about a rising underdog. This sister certainly bore some extraordinary traits beneath her surface. However, this was merely Chen Mu's idle speculation, and he did not dwell on it. "You seek the longevity elixir to extend the life of your critically ill sister, do you not?" He cut straight to the point, aiming to instill a sense of fear in Shan Yurong. It was clear that he understood him thoroughly, rendering any pretense futile. Chen Mu deemed him a person of great potential, worthy of being brought into the heavenly origin sacred land. Shan Yurong's heart seized momentarily, then he smiled with understanding. Indeed. I seek the longevity elixir. I implore the young master to grant it. In return, I vow to serve you loyally for all eternity. He bowed deeply, pledging unwavering loyalty. Observing Shan Yurong curled up on the floor before him, Chen Mu realized that this sister held immense significance for him, akin to a piece of his very soul. Remember your words. Chen Mu produced 10 longevity elixirs, each imbued with intricate patterns, and stored them in a jade vial that could be comfortably held in one hand, ensuring the preservation of their potency. Successfully gifted longevity elixirs. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving longevity elixirs 1000. Thank you, young master. Shan Yurong trembled with excitement, clutching the jade vial. After searching for so many years, he had finally found it. Quickly, go and administer the elixir to your sister. Chen Mu urged, gesturing for him to leave. Yes. Shan Yurong hurriedly departed from Qingyun Mansion without a moment's delay. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Mu mused. This talent could well allow him to join my sister's Tiangong Pavilion. If that were the case, the business of the Tiangong Pavilion would surely flourish. Transformation techniques, are they? How convenient indeed. Chen Mu could not help but wonder what it would be like to transform into anyone at will. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of infinite transformation. Goodness. While others possess 1,000 faces, you grant me the ability of 1,000,000 faces. System. What others have, my host naturally must possess as well. Hearing the system's tone of certainty, Chen Mu found no grounds to refute it. He was eager to test this newfound ability. Who should he transform into? As long as he could envision the image of that person, the transformation would be complete. The first individual that came to his mind was Yi Qingcheng, with whom he had recently spent considerable time. In the next moment, he transformed entirely into her appearance from when she had left the house that day, standing by the pond in the courtyard. He gazed at his reflection in the water and was taken aback. Oh, quite remarkable indeed. No, it is more accurate to say it is indistinguishable. Straightening up and moving about, he felt no discomfort at all, as if this body truly belonged to him. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his mottled arms, he touched his skin. Had the texture of the skin been perfectly replicated? Though Chen Mu had never touched Yi Qingqing's hand, he was certain that her skin felt markedly different from his, more delicate, smooth, and soft. Peering down, he could only see the tips of his toes. His figure was rather pleasing. Chen Mu could scarcely fathom the implications of such an ability should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. If this were in his previous life, it could lead to even greater chaos. Terrifying, indeed. He shook his head in contemplation. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door creaking open reached his ears. Chen Mu turned his head to see Yi Qingqing with a flushed face, slightly panting as she spoke. Young master, no, it's bad news. I heard. Her words trailed off as their gazes met. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows, questioning her existence, momentarily doubting her senses. She silently recited a spell to awaken her clarity, yet the reflection before her remained unchanged, as if gazing into a mirror. What was going on? Yi Qingqing could not recall having an identical twin sister. Noticing the peculiar expression on Yi Qingqing's face, Chen Mu reverted back to his original form in the blink of an eye, saying, "You're back." As she returned to her seat and lay down, Chen Mu appeared calm, but internally, Yi Qingqing was anything but tranquil. She approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Young master, what was that earlier?" "Oh, that. It's a transformation technique I just learned, merely experimenting." "Rest assured, I meant no offense," Chen Mu clarified. "No, I'm not concerned about that. I'm astonished at how masterfully you wield the transformation technique, surpassing even the legendary master of metamorphosis," Yi Qingqing expressed with admiration. Chen Mu chose not to pursue the topic further and redirected the conversation. "By the way, you seemed to have something important to tell me earlier?" "Right." Yi Qingqing suddenly recalled her pressing matter, her expression shifting to one of urgency. "Young master, there's a grave situation. Rumors say the 5-poison sacred land has mobilized its entire force towards our heavenly origin sacred land. Some say they cannot bear to see the sacred lord achieve the great emperor's path, disrupting the balance of the southern region, and intend to intervene. Do not worry. Nothing will happen. I have my plans," Chen Mu reassured, calculating the timing. With Chen Tianlin's strength, coupled with the enlightenment tea and the auspicious clouds above, the 5-poison sacred land wouldn't have any opportunity to act. On the contrary, this move would only hasten their demise, providing the heavenly origin sacred land with the perfect opportunity to strike. You initiated the battle first. How can you blame me for taking advantage of the situation? Should the strong simply endure provocations from the weak in silence? What is the point of cultivating then? Seeing Chen Mu's composed demeanor, Yi Qingqing hesitated, contemplating that the young master's depth might be far beyond her imagination. Faced with the full might of a sacred land, he remained unfazed. One must wonder how many could maintain such composure under similar circumstances. By the way, how did your trial in the tower go today? Chen Mu changed the subject. Reporting to you, young master, I progressed 20 more floors compared to yesterday, Yi Qingqing replied. Having noticed Chen Mu lying down, she moved behind him and began to massage his temples and shoulders. Chen Mu wore an expression of enjoyment. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, in an inn, Dan Yulong quietly pushed open the door, careful not to disturb his sister, Dan Yuchan, who was resting. However, Dan Yuchan heard the noise and asked, "Brother, is that you back?" "Yes, I have returned." Dan Yulong closed the door and approached the bed, unable to contain his excitement. "Yuchan, I finally found the life-prolonging medicine for you. Come, let me help you sit up." With her brother's support, Dan Yuchan sat up, leaning against the pillows, her face reflecting confusion. Life-prolonging medicine? What is that? Yes, it's a pill that can extend life. One can add at least 10 years. While a Donwan-grade pill can extend life by 1,000 years. Dan Yulong spoke with tremors of excitement. He had waited far too long for this day. 10 years. 1,000 years. Dan Yulong appeared frail, his voice weak, yet he could not hide his astonishment. Such miraculous pills truly existed? Indeed. Dan Yulong exclaimed as he opened the bottle with a loud pop, pouring out several pills. Observing the golden patterns shimmering on the pills, Dan Yuchan asked, "Brother, is this Damwon?" "Yes, that is indeed Damwon," Dan Yulong replied instinctively, still in shock. He hadn't anticipated that the pills Chen Mu provided would be of Damwon grade. And there were 10 of them. That equated to 10,000 years of lifespan. Such treasures were sought after by powerful beings throughout their lives. Yet he received them so easily. This solidified Dan Yulong's resolve to follow Chen Mu. Such immense kindness could not go unreturned. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu had given him these 10 pills, not only profiting by 1,000 but also securing his loyalty. "Come, Yuchan, hurry and take these. Once you do, you will return to normal. Brother, let us split them. I don't want to live in this world alone." "All right." Thus, the two of them each consumed 5 Donwan-grade lifespan pills, adding 5,000 years to their lives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Dan Yulong was about to inquire how Dan Yuchan felt, a horn-like sound resembling a fierce wind tore through the air above them. Seeing Dan Yuchan's complexion brighten, no longer resembling the pale visage of death, Dan Yulong leaned forward, peering upward. His pupils contracted. How could there be so many warships? Wait, that's the totem of the 5 poison sacred land. Have they arrived so quickly? Turning to Dan Yuchan, he instructed, "Yuchan, stay here. I have something to attend to and will return shortly." "Brother, please be careful and ensure you come back alive," Dan Yuchan urged, not asking further questions, merely expressing her concern. How could she not know that such pills were not easily obtained? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "Yes, I promise," he replied, vanishing from the room. At the heavenly origin sacred land, hundreds of warships rose into the air, outnumbering those of the 5 poison sacred land by several times. Not only were they larger in scale, but even the size of the ships themselves was significantly greater. To add to this, thousands of powerful beings riding flying swords appeared like a forest. Martial saints and celestial beings emerged, exuding an aura of destruction that altered the very atmosphere. The disciples of the 5 poison sacred land, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread. They had not heard that the disparity between the 2 sacred lands was so vast. Little did they know, this was merely the tip of the iceberg for the heavenly origin sacred land. Most of its disciples and powerful beings were still journeying outside. The elders believed it unnecessary to summon them back to deal with a mere 5 poison sacred land, deeming it sufficient to rely on those present. Unfortunately, we outsiders are not qualified to participate. Of course, it's rare to have a fight. Naturally, the inner court seniors would take the lead. They've been itching for a while. And still, there are many seniors from the inner court yet to join. Our heavenly origin sacred land is indeed formidable. Indeed. To be part of. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the conversation continued, the earth shook violently. A golden beam of light shot into the sky. Breaking through the thick cloud cover, it created a celestial pit, and the golden radiance spread, tinting the blue sky and white clouds. Looking up, one could see an endless sea of gold, obscuring the sun. Such a powerful surge of Taoist fortune. The sacred lord has successfully achieved the great emperor's path. This revelation left Hui Qing, who had just contemplated commanding the disciples to assist the ancestor in seizing the opportunity to break through to the great emperor and alter the situation, in a state of dismay. Meanwhile, in Qingyan manner, Chen Mu stood, gazing at the magnificent spectacle above, contemplating it was time for him to utilize the great emperor experience package. to give those people and this world a delightful surprise. Chapter 48. Utilizing the Great Emperor Experience Package. Dual Great Emperors. The Sacred Lord has truly broken through to the Great Emperor, successfully achieving the path. Wonderful. Our heavenly origin sacred land is once again under the protection of a Great Emperor. The Sacred Lord is unmatched. Haha. The 5 poison sacred land has effectively shot themselves in the foot. They will likely be terrified. The Sacred Lord, already powerful, now with the blessing of the Great Emperor's Taoist fortune, can easily annihilate them. This indeed proved to be the case. The disciples of the 5 poison sacred land were now filled with anxiety and trepidation. The Supreme Master of Tianyuan, has he truly transcended to the level of the Emperor? Is this not a mere redundancy? This celestial phenomenon, what else could it signify if not a breakthrough to the Emperor, even without gazing at the heavens? Can you not discern the expressions on the faces of the Master and the Elders? So what shall we do now? Flee. Flee. Huh. If the Emperor desires your demise, do you truly believe you can escape? Then, should we surrender? At the mention of surrender, the notion of betrayal spread like wildfire among the ranks, with no one shying away from denouncing their own master. Within Hui Cheng's heart, a tempest of anger and helplessness brewed. The truth had proven that his gambit was indeed a miscalculation. The 5 poisoned sacred land's fate had come to an end. Based on his knowledge of Chen Tianlin and the Tianyuan sacred land, this matter would not simply be dismissed. There was no escaping this. You audacious fools! How dare you provoke my Tianyuan sacred land? Chen Tianlin's voice resonated across the universe, thundering into the ears of all present. It left their ears ringing with a deafening echo. The might of the Emperor, an overwhelming and irresistible imperial presence, enveloped them. The already unstable resolve of their hearts shattered completely. Those in the back rows fled in panic. Those unable to escape could only kneel, begging for mercy as Chen Tianlin approached, stepping upon clouds and wielding unmatched divine power. We bear no ill will towards the Tianyuan sacred land. Please spare us, Master. Spare us, Master. I am willing to serve Tianyuan as a humble beast of burden. The cries for mercy rose and fell like waves. Only Hui Cheng and several elders found themselves in a dilemma. As the Master and elders of the sacred land, how could they kneel and plead for mercy in front of so many juniors? Such an act would invite ridicule. As Chen Tianlin drew nearer, their hearts raced with trepidation. Chen Tianlin, you have usurped my great fortune and destroyed my path to enlightenment. I shall see you perish. A voice, ethereal and ancient, echoed once more in their ears. Following the sound, they beheld a rolling tide of eerie green toxic clouds crashing toward them like waves, an overwhelming sight. Elder, it is the Elder who has arrived. A jubilant elder exclaimed. Despite the failure of the 5 poisons ancestor to transcend to Emperor, his strength remained formidable. A glimmer of hope still lingered. Chen Tianlin halted his advance, raising a hand to sweep forth. Boom. An endless sea of flames erupted behind him, surging toward the toxic clouds. It appeared as if the heavens themselves were ignited, casting an uncanny orange hue across the sky. The intensity was no less than that of the blazing sun above. Under such scorching temperatures, the toxic mists and clouds were instantly incinerated, rendered to naught. No, I refuse to accept this. Why? Why? Within the dwindling remnants of the toxic clouds, a grotesque figure of an elder could be seen. He desperately clawed his way out, extending his hands in a futile attempt to withstand the inferno. Ultimately, it proved to be in vain, as flames engulfed him, consuming him entirely. This was beyond the wildest expectations of Hui Cheng and the others. Their own ancestor, a being of such immense power, a half-step emperor, was utterly powerless before Chen Tianlin. What was most terrifying was the apparent nonchalance with which Chen Tianlin delivered that strike, suggesting he was merely toying with them. It felt significantly stronger than any prior encounters with those who had just ascended to emperor, many times more potent. Why? So formidable. Our master is truly unparalleled. The Tianyuan sacred land shall endure for eternity. The master is invincible. The master is magnificent. The disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land raised their arms in fervent cheers, their voices echoing as if to shake the very heavens. At this moment, within the Qiyun Manor, the Emperor's Cultivation Experience Package is currently in use. The Emperor's Cultivation Experience Package successfully activated. As the system's voice faded, a golden pillar of light, imbued with immense spiritual energy and fortune, shot skyward. The cosmos itself seemed to burst apart, revealing a starry night sky in broad daylight. The notion that this was the true manifestation of celestial phenomena surged forth. What is happening? Don't look at me. How would I know? The residual power of the Master's breakthrough to Emperor? How could such residual power emanate from the young Master's Qiyun Manor? How could it be? The young Master has also ascended to Emperor? But just a moment ago, He was still at the Grandmaster level. Then let me ask you, how many days did it take for him to transcend from Grandmaster? However, is it not true that only one emperor can emerge from a single realm? We in the southern domain already have one emperor. Can there possibly be another? If this were to happen to the young master, I would not find it astonishing. Rather, it would be expected, a break from convention. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. A more intense tremor resonated throughout the southern domain. Visibility diminished, and upon looking up, one could clearly see the sky filled with extraordinarily bright stars. The blue sky, white clouds, and the blazing sun vanished entirely. This was a spectacle the crowd, including Chen Tianlin, had never witnessed. Apart from the successful ascension of an emperor, they could conceive of no other possibility. Even if there were, it would have to be an existence far surpassing that of an emperor. How could this be? 2 emperors? Would this not violate the celestial order? No matter how favored the Tianyuan sacred land may be by the great Tao, surely it does not warrant this? 2 emperors, unprecedented. Unprecedented. I have long heard of the young master of Tianyuan sacred land being extraordinarily gifted, yet I never imagined he could be so prodigious, truly defying the heavens. 2 emperors. Our hope for survival has been utterly extinguished. Hui Cheng and the others felt as though they had plummeted into an abyss, their hearts chilled to the core. No, completely frozen. They had never experienced such despair. In truth, the entire Great Song and Southern Domain had never encountered such overwhelming hopelessness. As 2 emperors emerged consecutively within a single sacred land, how could they possibly contend against this? Ha ha ha. Hui Cheng covered his entire face, emitting a laugh that resembled that of a beast rather than a man. He then retrieved a vial of pills and consumed its entire contents. Master. An elder recognized that this was the most lethal potion of the 5 poisons sacred land. Just one could claim a life. How much more so when one ingests an entire vial? Chin, Master, this matter is solely my impulsive act. I am willing to exchange my life to ensure the survival of those from the 5 poison sacred land. Just this. Before he could finish, cough. Hui Cheng's expression shifted drastically, unable to mask his agony as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, his body plummeted like a meteor. Chapter 49. The Born Emperor. Renowned in the southern domain, we are willing to serve the Tianyuan sacred land as humble beasts of burden. Please, Master, spare us. Master, forgive our transgressions. The Tianyuan sacred land shall unify the southern domain for millennia. At this moment, even those elders who wished to remain defiant, Chen Tianlin turned and gently patted the shoulder of the elder. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Heading towards Qingyan Mansion. Mu, have you also achieved the status of a great emperor? Chen Tianlin excitedly inquired, gazing at Chen Mu, who lay on the bench with an unperturbed expression. Beside him, Yi Qingcheng remained in shock, unable to extricate herself, repeatedly murmuring, Young Master has broken through to the great emperor. Young Master has broken through to the great emperor. Indeed, Father. I have successfully ascended to the realm of great emperor, Chen Mu affirmed as he stood, nodding in acknowledgement. His thoughts were quite simple. Having attained the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Great Cang World, there was no longer a need for him to be compelled to learn or do anything. Simply by virtue of his identity as a great emperor, he could serve as a talisman, safeguarding the entire Tianyuan Holy Land, thereby fulfilling his responsibilities as the young master effortlessly. With his status, he could recline in ease, leaving others with nothing to critique. Mu, how did you manage to break the great emperor's order and become one? Chen Tianlin's face was filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. I just did it. Chen Mu replied, uncertain of how to explain. He couldn't possibly divulge the existence of his system, could he? I just did it? Chen Tianlin furrowed his brow, sensing the implication of understatement. Such a supreme understatement. He refrained from pressing Chen Mu for further explanation. Once he regained his composure, he understood that for Chen Mu, this was a remarkably effortless and natural achievement, a gift bestowed by the heavens. No, the heavens had provided sustenance. Even if he were to share his insights, it would not be something others could replicate or possess the qualifications to emulate. 2 great emperors had never existed simultaneously, even during the most glorious days of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Son, the era that belongs to you and me has arrived. Chen Tianlin approached Chen Mu, draping an arm around his shoulder, and together they envisioned the future. Chen Mu offered a strained smile, his lips twitching. He simply desired a leisurely existence. In the great martial dynasty, what? The Tianyuan Holy Lord has achieved the status of great emperor. Song Ao exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table, rising in astonishment. His eyes wide as saucers. He had anticipated that Chen Tianlin would eventually attain the position of great emperor, but he never expected it to occur so swiftly. Moreover, what about the young master of Tianyuan? What has happened to him? Song Ao slumped back into his dragon chair. The young master of Tianyuan followed closely behind the Holy Lord, stepping into the realm of Great Emperor. And the celestial phenomena accompanying his ascension were far more significant than those of the Holy Lord. The spy reported truthfully. What? Bang. Song Ao slammed his palms down on the table once more, this time with such force that it shattered the long table in half. The shock was evident on his face, his features contorting into an intricate and indescribable expression. The presence of two great emperors. He felt like a puddle of mud, collapsing into the dragon chair. A wave of helplessness enveloped him. If he was aware of such events, one could only imagine the knowledge possessed by Chun Juexin, who governed the Tianji Pavilion. Powerful. Truly too powerful. I never imagined that my Chen family could simultaneously boast two great emperors. That arrogant boy was previously worried that he would fail to awaken his talents and fall into despair. Yet, merely a few days have passed since, and he has successfully ascended to the rank of Great Emperor. The prospects of someone so young breaking the heavenly order to become a great emperor were unfathomable and terrifying. And Chen Juexin remained optimistic about this. Concurrently, she expanded her business empire. After all, with two great emperors backing her, who would dare to jeopardize her enterprise? Meanwhile, in the Eastern Extreme Holy Land, Eastern Extreme Holy Lord Zhao Guozhen sat in the courtyard, exposing himself to the scorching sun. Even so, his hands and feet remained icy and trembled slightly. Come, soak your feet. Is there really any need to be this frightened? His wife, Li Zhu, brought a basin of foot-soaking water, kneeling before him to help him remove his shoes and socks, placing them into the water. I cannot fathom what fate would have befallen me had I agreed to ally with the Five Poisons Holy Land. What end would the entire Eastern Extreme Holy Land face? Zhao Guozhen expressed, still shaken. You haven't agreed, so why be so concerned? Li Zhu failed to comprehend. Sigh. Zhao Guozhen did not expect Li Zhu to understand his perspective, opting to refrain from further discussion. Soaking his feet, he felt considerably better than before. By the way, regarding the union between our daughter and the young master of Tianyuan, Li Zhu suddenly broached the subject. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhao Yueling had just ascended the steps. Yueling, are you truly prepared to sacrifice yourself for the Eastern Extreme Holy Land by marrying into the Tianyuan Holy Land? Zhao Yuhua inquired repeatedly. For the greater good, sacrificing oneself is a small matter, is it not? Besides, marrying someone like the young master of Tianyuan should be considered a fortunate event, no? Zhao Yueling firmly resolved, urging Zhao Yuhua not to persuade her further. Zhao Yueling was well aware of Zhao Yuhua's feelings for her, yet she could only regard him as a senior brother. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhua fell silent. Zhao Yueling then turned to push open the courtyard door. Just then, Zhao Guozhen's voice echoed from within. As for the union, let us not humiliate ourselves. Humiliate ourselves? Zhao Yueling wore a perplexed expression. Chapter 50. It is not that we lack ambition. It is he who is too extraordinary. What does it mean to humiliate ourselves? Zhao Yueling was utterly bewildered. Zhao Yuhua, upon hearing this, shared her confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Yueling was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Extreme Holy Land, revered as a goddess by countless admirers. Many powerful families and royal kin sought her hand in marriage. However, Zhao Guozhen had firmly rejected all proposals. The reasoning was simple. In his eyes, Zhao Yueling held an esteemed position, deserving of far better than those suitors. Before this, Zhao Yuhua had never imagined that the phrase humiliate ourselves would come from Zhao Guozhen's lips, directed at Zhao Yueling. Indeed, Zhao Yuhua acknowledged that the young master of Tianyuan was exceptional, yet Zhao Yueling, in terms of talent and beauty, was unparalleled. Even if she were to marry up, it should not be deemed a humiliation, should it? Father, what do you mean by this? Clearly, Zhao Yueling felt a sense of indignation. Forgetting to knock, she pushed the door open and entered. Yueling, what brings you here? In his preoccupation with conversing with Li Zhu and his overwhelming anxiety, Zhao Guozhen had not noticed Zhao Yueling's presence. Father, you just mentioned that the union would be a humiliation. What did you mean by that? Zhao Yueling pressed for clarification once more. Zhao Guozhen had not anticipated that his words would reach Zhao Yueling's ears. Sigh. With a sigh, understanding Zhao Yueling's stubbornness, he decided to speak candidly to avoid further complications. Yueling, have you not heard? The Tianyuan Holy Land has produced a great emperor, he asked. It was well known that the Holy Lord of Tianyuan, Chen Tianlin, was the most promising candidate to attain the status of great emperor in the southern region. Zhao Yueling was perplexed. Did it mean that because he had successfully become a great emperor, her marrying his son would be considered a humiliation? After all, she was a sacred maiden of a sect. Should she not be worthy? Indeed, it was known to all that the Holy Lord of Tianyuan would achieve the status of great emperor. Yet no one had anticipated that the young master of Tianyuan would also step into the realm of great emperor. The moment Zhao Guozian uttered these words, Zhao Yueling's mind buzzed, deeply shaken. The young master of Tianyuan, he has become a great emperor? But she had heard from senior brother Yuhua that he had only recently been a grand master, had it not been just a few days? Zhao Yueling was gravely suspicious that Zhao Guozian was jesting with her. A grand master was 4 major realms away from the great emperor. Not to mention the leap from grand master to great emperor, even a genius would find it impossible to achieve such a breakthrough in such a short span of time. Holy Lord, did you just say that the young master of Tianyuan has also entered the realm of great emperor? Also, at this moment, Zhao Yuhua could no longer contain himself. He strode into the courtyard, repeatedly emphasizing the word also, his disbelief evident on his face. Indeed, at the very moment the Holy Lord of Tianyuan broke through to the great emperor, he followed suit and ascended to the great emperor's realm. There are even rumors suggesting that he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level for the sake of the Lord of Tianyuan. After all, in the vast realm of Datsong, there has never been a case of 2 emperors emerging in a single world, breaking the order of the heavenly path. Zhao Guozian elaborated. 2 emperors. Zhao Yuhao staggered, his legs trembling in fear, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the wall, barely maintaining his balance. This was indeed something unheard of and unseen. To shatter the laws of the heavenly path and the very order itself was far more terrifying than merely ascending to the throne. Who exactly is this young master of Tianyuan, capable of defying the heavens? Does the heavenly path have no objections? Zhao Yueling fell silent, instantly grasping Zhao Guozian's meaning. The phrase self-inflicted humiliation seemed particularly apartment Yueling. Do not be too disheartened. It is not that we lack ambition, but rather that the young master of Tianyuan is simply exceptional. In the entire Datsong realm, one cannot find anyone worthy of his talent. As a mother, witnessing Zhao Yueling's despondent demeanor tugged at Zhao Guozian's heart. She stepped forward, embracing her shoulder and softly comforting her. Thank you, mother. Zhao Yueling nodded gently, deciding not to dwell on the matter of the marriage alliance. If it were to proceed, it would indeed be self-degradation. May I inquire, Lord? How should the eastern extreme sacred land confront Tianyuan moving forward? Zhao Yuhao asked. Now, with the 3 major sacred lands of the southern region, the 5 poison sacred land had brought about its own demise, already falling into the hands of Tianyuan. As for us in the eastern extreme, I fear Zhao Guozian truly believed that Tianyuan would not pass up the opportunity to unify the southern region. He regarded the people of Tianyuan as exceedingly ambitious. Yuhao, summon all the elders to the Grand Hall. I have significant matters to discuss with them. Zhao Guozian interjected before Zhao Yuhao could speak. Understood, Lord, Zhao Yuhao replied, promptly departing. There was no need for further inquiry, given the current situation. Even without Zhao Guozian's words, Zhao Yuhao is well aware of the discussions ahead. Surrender. At the Tianyuan sacred land, within the Qingyan pavilion, Chen Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing off Chen Tianlin. He felt that, paradoxically, ascending to the throne had brought him more exhaustion. Fortunately, it was merely temporary. Young master, you are truly remarkable. It is unprecedented for someone of your age to become an emperor. To defy the heavens and claim the throne is even more unparalleled. Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. From this moment on, Chen Mu became her life's aspiration. She did not speak of chasing after him. Simply catching a glimpse of his silhouette would suffice for her satisfaction. Focus on your cultivation. You shall be the next great emperor. Such encouragement was second nature for Chen Mu, who hailed from the Blue Star. Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint you, Yi Qingqing confidently declared, striking her chest. Chen Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Just then, he sensed a familiar presence approaching outside the mountain gate. Stop. Who are you? What brings you to the Tianyuan sacred land? The guards demanded, lowering their weapons upon noticing the duo in unusual attire. I am Shan Yurong, and I have pledged my allegiance to the young master of Tianyuan. This is my sister, Shan Yuchan. Shan Yurong introduced himself, ensuring to mention his sister. Shan Yurong? The faceless demon lord. The guards exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Shan Yurong affirmed with a nod. How will you prove it? The guards inquired further. Just then, a voice, ethereal as a Buddhist chant, resonated from all directions. Let them enter. Yes, young master. The guards immediately straightened, their weapons firmly planted on the ground, responding with utmost formality. They had not anticipated that even a figure as significant as the faceless demon lord would bow to their young master. Please, both of you. They gestured invitingly. Thank you. Shan Yurong turned to his sister, Yuchan. Let us ascend the mountain. All right. Shan Yuchan returned her gaze to the guards, then followed Shan Yurong up the steps. Unable to contain her curiosity midway, she asked, Brother, is that young master of Tianyuan truly formidable? The guard appeared quite fearful of him. Chapter 51. The top 10 on the sign-in list are all sacred bodies. This young master is beyond mere descriptions of strength, at an age comparable to yours. He has already transcended norms and entered the realm of emperors. When discussing Chen Mu, admiration and yearning filled Shan Yuron's eyes. He had never idolized anyone to this extent. So incredible! Shan Yuchan exclaimed in astonishment. She certainly understood what it meant to be an emperor, in her eyes. It signified a being capable of dominating a realm and commanding the winds and rains. Indeed, even the elixir formula that sustained your life is derived from his insights. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuchan raised her hand, pressing her forehead with the other, interrupting, "Brother, please, no more. I suddenly feel immense pressure, in comparison to him. I feel less than an ant." Shan Yurong smiled but said nothing. Not only Shan Yuchan, but even he, who had consumed countless meals and mastered various techniques, felt immense pressure in the presence of such a prodigious junior. It was clear to him that before Chen Mu, not just himself, but countless powerful figures in the entire southern region would merely become embellishments. Beneath him, all would be mere green leaves. In any case, the young master is our savior. When we meet him, we must not act rashly, understood? Shan Yurong cautioned repeatedly. Despite knowing that Shan Yuchan was gentle and understanding, he still worried that a careless misstep might offend Chen Mu, leading to disastrous consequences. To be in the presence of a king is akin to being in the presence of a tiger. One must tread carefully. Do not worry, brother. I know how to conduct myself, Shan Yuchan responded with a smile. In no time, under Shan Yurong's guidance, they arrived at the Qingyan Pavilion. For some reason, it felt much more comfortable here than in other places. Shan Yuchan placed a hand on her chest, her breathing becoming remarkably smooth. Indeed, Shan Yurong noted, sensing the abundant spiritual energy in Qingyun Pavilion, which was significantly denser than in other areas. How many times denser? No, it must be at least 100 times. With each breath, their dantian filled rapidly, their cultivation steadily advancing. In such an environment, it was no exaggeration to say that even someone with a modicum of talent could make progress simply by resting without active cultivation. A sacred land? No, a paradise on earth. Is this what it means to be an emperor? Shan Yurong was certain that such an atmosphere had not existed during his previous visit. Shaking his head, he dismissed his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. They ascended the steps and rapped 3 times on the courtyard door. Moments later, the door swung open. I am here to see the young master. Please announce my arrival. Sensing Yi Qingqing's vigilant gaze, Shan Yurong hurriedly explained. Shan Yuchan remained silent, fixating on Yi Qingqing, inwardly exclaiming, "What a beautiful woman." The grace and vigor she exuded filled Shan Yuchan with envy. "Let them in," Chen Mu's voice echoed shortly after. "Yes, young master. Please, both of you." Yi Qingqing fully opened the courtyard door, stepping aside. "Thank you." Shan Yurong glanced back at Shan Yuchan. "Let us go." "All right." The two entered the courtyard. Standing before Chen Mu, Shan Yurong pays his respects to the young master. Shan Yuchan pays her respects to the young master. Shan Yuchan followed suit, kneeling. Despite their similar ages, in terms of identity, status, influence, and strength, they were worlds apart. There was no reason not to kneel, nor any qualification to stand. "Shan Yurong? The faceless demon, Lord Shan Yurong?" Yi Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. "Rise, there is no need for excessive formality." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mu sought to validate his inner thoughts by having the system check Shan Yuchan's personal information. Fetching data. Data retrieval successful. Before long, all aspects of Shan Yuchan's information and life experiences were presented before Chen Mu without omission. His gaze soon settled on the physique section. Physique. Innate ice phoenix cold body. Note. Ranked 17th among sacred physiques, this extreme cold body may endanger one's life if not paired with an appropriate cultivation method. Chen Mu had approached this with a mindset of mere curiosity, never expecting to be correct. Ranked 17th among sacred physiques? My thunderbolt body appears to be only 28th. The future is indeed promising. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the first sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the 10,000 path sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the second sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the space sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the third sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the 5 elements sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 4th sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the starry sky sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 5th sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the skyfire sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 6th sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the immortal sacred body. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 7th sacred body on the physique leaderboard, the 10,000 poisons sacred body. Chen Mu could never have imagined that his casual remarks would prompt the system to sign him up for the physique leaderboard, securing a place among the top 10 sacred bodies. The 10,000 path sacred body embodies all paths of the world. The space sacred body allows for the manipulation of space, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. The 5 elements sacred body grants control over the essence of the 5 elements. The starry sky sacred body draws upon the vast universe and starlight as a source of energy, limitless and potential. Among these, what captivated Chen Mu the most was undoubtedly the immortal sacred body. To possess this sacred body is to attain eternal life, even if reduced to mere ashes. One could effortlessly reconstruct their physical form, ageless, undying, a lifespan in harmony with the heavens. Even the collapse of the universe could not bring about their demise. Chen Mu couldn't shake the feeling that there was something ominous about this. Master, does my sister have any issues? Seeing Chen Mu's intense gaze fixed on Shan Yuchan, Shan Yurong cautiously inquired. He pondered whether the master had taken a liking to Yuchan. Should he agree or refuse? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had no authority to decline. Do you know why your sister has been ailing for so long, even threatening her life at times? Chen Mu countered. I have consulted many renowned physicians, yet none could provide an answer. Shan Yurong shook his head. Then, as if a glimmer of hope had appeared, pressed on, could it be that you have discerned something, master? Indeed, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. She possesses a natural sacred body. Yet this very sacred body has nearly cost her life. A sacred body? Shan Yurong expressed confusion. Isn't a sacred body a blessing from the heavens? How could it endanger my sister's life? This sacred body is known as the Ice Phoenix Cold Body, requiring a unique cultivation method to master. Otherwise, it will continuously consume and drain her vitality. Even though she currently takes longevity pills to barely cling to life, should it flare up again, her lifespan will swiftly diminish, leading to unbearable suffering. Chen Mu explained. As Shan Yurong heard this, he suddenly knelt, bowing his head in desperation. I implore you, master, save my sister. I am willing to offer everything. With that, he presented a gold and red jade ring. Chapter 52. Ice Empress, Cousin. Jian Xingzhu. Within this spatial ring are various unique cultivation methods collected and replicated during my travels across the Great Song, amounting to over 100,000, along with countless spiritual treasures and elixirs. Before Chen Mu could inquire, Shan Yurong eagerly began to explain the significance of the gold and red jade ring. He was known as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord not merely for commanding a large cult or heretical organization, but for his unparalleled ability to disguise himself, infiltrating various sects and prominent families. Though he did not entirely empty their vaults, he would take only what was necessary, leaving many in distress, unable to contend with him. To put it plainly, he was a thief, albeit a skilled one. It is said that there is nothing in this world he cannot steal. After years of accumulation, he now offered everything to Chen Mu without a hint of hesitation. After all, the reason he gathered these treasures was to extend Shan Yuchan's life. He would not hesitate even if Chen Mu demanded a life for a life, trading his own for Yuchan's. Upon hearing Shan Yurong's explanation, Chen Mu pinched the ring presented to him. Since it was offered, there was no reason to refuse. It would serve to enrich the treasury of the celestial origin sacred land. System, regarding her ailment. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the heavenly grade ice crystal profound technique, the system was as prompt as ever. Chen Mu raised a hand, channeling the method of the ice crystal profound technique as a stream of spiritual light into Shan Yuchan's mind. Once you cultivate this technique to the second level, you will be able to freely control the cold energy within you, posing no further threat to your life. In fact, you can harness this extreme cold to strengthen yourself and forge an immortal legacy in the Great Cang World. Upon hearing this, Shan Yurong quickly grasped the dazed Shan Yuchan's head, pressing down. Thank you, Master, for saving her life. We shall remain eternally loyal to you. Gift of the heavenly grade ice crystal profound technique successful. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, on receiving 100 heavenly grade techniques. One could only say that the unlimited 100-fold rebate feature was exceedingly outrageous, truly boundless. After closing the system panel, Chen Mu proceeded to arrange matters for Shan Yurong. He instructed Shan Yurong to head to the capital and seek out his elder sister, Chen Juexin, to join the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. With Shan Yurong's abilities, he would undoubtedly lead the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to acquire vast intelligence across the Great Cang World. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. The strength of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is of paramount importance to the prosperity of the Celestial Origin Sacred Land. As for Shan Yuchan, she would remain at the Celestial Origin Sacred Land, cultivated as an inner disciple. With her ranking of 17th on the physique leaderboard and the Ice Phoenix Cold Body, She was certainly qualified to be accepted as a true disciple by the elders and nurtured. Thus, the celestial origin sacred land would gain another trump card for the future. The siblings had no further objections, complying without a word. The two saved lives had left an indelible mark, impossible to defy. After watching them leave and the courtyard gate close, Chen Mu lay back, cradling his head. I truly hope my change in manner could be less bustling. Perhaps being a mediocre talent wouldn't be so bad. Listening to Chen Mu's murmured thoughts, Yi Qingqing smiled silently. The troubles of a transcendent genius were beyond her comprehension. She lacked the strength to empathize. Noticing the heat, she fetched a small round fan adorned with landscapes, quietly fanning Chen Mu. Chen Mu closed his eyes, relishing the gentle breeze. Outside the courtyard, Yu-chan, while your brother is away, you must take care of yourself. In all matters, prioritize the master. If he instructs you to go east, you must not go west. If he says to go south, you must not go north. Do you understand? Before parting, Shan Yurong repeatedly cautioned. Yes, I won't seek trouble. Whatever the master says, I will abide. Shan Yu-chan nodded earnestly. Then, brother, I'll be off. Take care on your journey. After watching Shan Yurong depart, Shan Yu-chan turned and headed to the inner courtyard to report. Name? What brings you here? The registrar lifted their gaze, dipping a pen into ink. Shan Yu-chan, the master sent me to join the inner courtyard, she replied. Ah, Shan Yu-chan, right? The master sent you. The registrar suddenly stood up, their voice trembling. You, oh no, wait, the master really sent you? Yes, indeed, the master sent me. Shan Yu-chan was taken aback by their fervent response. She stepped back slightly, raising her hands defensively, her smile strained, fearing they might leap forward. No sooner had she spoken than she felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon her, enveloping her entire being, rendering her immobile. This, a human immortal realm expert? And not just one. Shan Yu-chan had encountered human immortal realm experts before, but the intensity of the pressure from these individuals was beyond anything she had experienced. This girl, I want her for Wanshou Peak. You think you're worthy of the masteress introduction? Little doll, why not join me at Danxia Peak? At Chongqing Peak, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and various resources for training await your selection. Regardless of the conditions they propose, I, at Wulong Peak, will double it. Witnessing dozens of powerful beings in the human immortal realm fighting fiercely, fearing they might fall behind others, all yearning to become their true disciples. And hearing the envious whispers of fellow disciples, it was hard for Shan Yu-chan to believe that all this was simply a result of Chen Mu's words. It seems the young master is quite favored in the Tianyuan sacred land. The difficulty of joining the Tianyuan sacred land was something Shan Yu-chan had often heard her brother Shan Yurong speak of. It was one of the few places that even Shan Yurong dared not venture to steal from. If entry was so challenging, one could only imagine the difficulty of becoming a true disciple of an elder in the human immortal realm. Such opportunities are rare as a needle in a haystack. Deep in her heart, Shan Yu-chan felt ever more grateful to Chen Mu. This person, I must have for Yuling Peak. Accompanied by a chilling, emotionless voice was a bone-chilling aura. The visible coldness enveloped the surroundings in a thin layer of ice. Even the eyelashes of some individuals were not spared. The person was Jian Qingzhu, Chen Mu's cousin, who also served as the peak master of Yuling Peak, known as the Ice Empress in the southern domain. Qingzhu, are you being a bit too domineering? Why not let everyone compete fairly? As she turned her head, a mere glance from Jian Qingzhu left the speaker's half-body completely frozen, the ice wall extending several meters. This individual possessed the Ice Phoenix cold body. Apart from me, no one present had the right to teach her. Though her words were light, they carried an irresistible, imperial-like dominance. Chapter 53. Sign in for all attributes spiritual roots. Jian Qingzhu's heart demon. Ice Phoenix cold body. Upon hearing these 4 words, the expressions of all powerful beings in the human immortal realm became grave. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, curious disciples could no longer contain themselves and asked others, have you heard of the Ice Phoenix cold body? No, they shook their heads. But it sounds impressive. Anything related to a phoenix is certainly not simple. You truly are narrow-minded. Apart from cultivation, can you not pay attention to other matters? The Ice Phoenix cold body ranks 17th among the sacred physiques. Wow. A sacred physique ranked 17th among the 3,000 physiques? A prodigy indeed. It seems our young master is not only talented in cultivation and alchemy, but also possesses discerning vision. Seeing that the peak masters fell silent, Jian Qingzhu gracefully approached Shan Yu-chan and asked, are you willing to join my Yuling Peak? Disciple pays respects to master. Shan Yu-chan, displaying her discernment, directly knelt in reverence. Rise. Jian Qingzhu helped Shan Yu-chan up, taking her away amid the gaze of many, leaving the peak masters exchanging glances, unable to voice their anguish. Indeed, not only in the Tianyuan sacred land, but across the entire southern domain. Finding someone more suited for guidance with the Ice Phoenix cold body than Shan Yuchan was virtually impossible. Yuling Peak. Take this token in the future. Should you encounter trouble in Tianyuan, simply present this token. Jian Qingzhu handed Shan Yuchan a token, symbolizing her identity as a true disciple. Thank you, Master. Shan Yuchan accepted it with both hands. By the way, I sense a disruption in your internal energy, cold energy blocking your channels. Do you have a suitable cultivation technique? Jian Qingzhu's gaze softened, returning to normal. Reporting to Master, the young Master has a technique for his true disciples that can help me master the cold energy within. Shan Yuchan disclosed without concealment. Oh, what kind of technique? Jian Qingzhu was already well-versed in all ice-related techniques within the Tianyuan sacred land. If her memory served her right. Chen Mu's awakened talent was lightning and fire attributes. She was curious how he would comprehend the ice attribute. I have yet to practice it. It is called the Xianbing Linglong technique, Shan Yuchan replied. Xianbing Linglong technique. A trace of unexpected surprise flickered across Jian Qingzhu's icy visage. Easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. Does Master know this technique? Shan Yuchan inquired curiously. Jian Qingzhu nodded. This technique has been lost for 1,000 years. Once regarded as one of the 3 supreme ice techniques. Coupled with your sacred physique, if cultivated to perfection, a mere thought can freeze 1,000 miles. It far exceeds my capabilities. A hint of envy slipped into her words. Is it really true? Shan Yuchan felt a surge of astonishment. Never expecting that the young Master not only saved her life but also provided her with such a precious technique. Such immense kindness, how could she ever repay it? Take these elixirs, focus on your cultivation, do not be negligent, and swiftly master the Xianbing Linglong technique. I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. After tossing a bottle of elixirs to Shan Yuchan, Jian Qingzhu vanished without a trace, leaving only a gentle breeze that brushed past Shan Yuchan's hair. Tianyan Mansion. It has been a while since I last visited. Lifting her gaze to the plaque hanging at the entrance, the 3 golden characters of Tianyan Mansion, Jian Qingzhu felt a wave of nostalgia. She had meant to congratulate Chen Mu long ago, but had been in closed-door cultivation, striving to break through to the human immortal realm, leaving her no time to spare. Now, she seized this opportunity to congratulate Chen Mu on his ascension to the emperor and thank him for finding such an outstanding disciple for her. Suddenly, in the courtyard, Chen Mu opened his eyes, rubbing his arms, and asked Yu Qiqing, "Do you feel the weather has grown noticeably cooler?" Upon Chen Mu's remark, Yu Qiqing felt it too. It is a bit. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a heavenly grade I spiritual root. Why did I suddenly get this? Chen Mu questioned in confusion. The system explained, detected that the host's resistance to ice attributes is relatively weak, so it has been enhanced. In response, Chen Mu casually retorted, then why not just sign in for all attribute spiritual roots? That would save me trouble later. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a heavenly grade earth spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a heavenly grade metal spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a heavenly grade with spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a heavenly grade wind spiritual root. Chen Mu exclaimed, I was just joking. You were serious? Now, with all attribute spiritual roots, Chen Mu holds them all, coupled with the ability to freely manipulate the powers of the 5 elements. The effects are doubled. A doubling of a doubling. No one can hope to match him. Unprecedented and unparalleled. A gust of cold wind swept through the door. A woman dressed in blue, exuding an icy demeanor to the core, appeared at the entrance. Cousin, what brings you here? Recognizing the visitor, Chen Mu closed the system and stood up to greet her. He clearly remembered Jian Qingzhu, who had watched him grow up. During his childhood, when Chen Tianlin was busy with cultivation, he would be entrusted to Jian Qingzhu's care, although she seemed cold and had an aura that kept others at bay. To Chen Mu, she was a caring older sister who once conjured an Ice City amusement park for him out of thin air. I came to see the youngest emperor in the entire Datsong world, our Tianyuan sacred land. Having not seen each other for a while, she noted, you seem to have become even more handsome. You're too kind, cousin. Chen Mu, sensing her aura, inquired, cousin, did you fail to break through to the human immortal realm? Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. Jian Qizhu sat on a stone bench, revealing a hint of sorrow. System, investigate the reason for her failed breakthrough. Fetching data. Successfully retrieved. After reviewing the information, it was clear that the heart demon was the issue. To reach the human immortal realm, one must first transcend oneself and conquer their heart demon. The fact that Jian Qizhu had not succumbed to madness after her failed breakthrough was a stroke of luck. I fear I may never have the opportunity to break through to the human immortal realm in this lifetime. Jian Qizhu sighed once more. Cousin, do not be so pessimistic. The journey of life is still long. Moreover, Tian Yuan has already mastered the method of immortality, so you have ample time and need not rush. Chen Mu consoled. Indeed. Jian Qingzhu was persuaded, her lips curving slightly as she offered a subtle smile. Chen Mu then delved deeper into the details concerning Jian Qingzhu's inner demons. He was curious about what kind of inner turmoil could plague one known as the Heartless Woman. As he explored, he discovered something that completely overturned his preconceived notions about Jian Qingzhu. Chapter 54. The Young Man of Righteousness on the Surface. The Lord of the Hehuan sect. Behind the scenes, the world refers to Jian Qizhu as the Heartless Woman, yet unbeknownst to them, she harbors a desire within that is on the verge of bursting forth uncontrollably. It was no wonder that when she earlier complimented her own beauty, her gaze had seemed rather peculiar. However, this desire was not one she consciously wished for. It stemmed from a deeper source, her bloodline. The innate charm of her lineage was a factor beyond mere perception. Furthermore, Jian Qizhu seldom descended the mountain, preferring solitude and adept at concealing her inner thoughts, making it difficult for others to discern any anomalies. Regarding bloodlines, the Jian family surely posed no issue. Otherwise, why would only her cousin be affected? Chen Mu pondered. After dismissing the only erroneous conclusion, the root of the problem could only lie with her uncle, Jian Jianghe. Jian Qingzhu keenly sensed that Chen Mu's expression was not quite right and pressed him. Have you discerned something? It was logical, given Chen Mu's current exalted status, that he might uncover her predicament and contemplate a resolution in no time. In this matter, she felt even more confident than Chen Mu. Chen Mu hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the secrets of her uncle Jian Jianghe. Is there something you cannot speak of regarding me? Speak freely, Jian Qingzhu urged, encouraging him to share without reservation. System, retrieve information on Jian Jianghe, Chen Mu silently commanded. Data retrieval in progress. Success. Upon viewing the information, Chen Mu could only remark that his cousin resembled her mother in appearance but was fundamentally like her father. The 5 characters Lord of the Hehuan sect immediately caught his eye. He had never heard of Jian Jianghe holding such a title. He only knew that he had met her mother during her travels, and they fell in love rapidly. At that time, the title of one of the 10 outstanding practitioners of the Southern Domain was no small matter. A young man of righteousness on the surface, yet secretly the Lord of the Hehuan sect? The Hehuan sect, though elegantly named, was perceived by many as a den of debauchery. Several centuries ago, it was renowned for its unique cultivation methods, attracting countless men and women to its mountains. Its scale was formidable. However, it has gradually faded from public view over time. Actually, the term inner demons arises from your bloodline. Chen Mu finally decided to lay everything bare. Bloodline? Are you suggesting there is an issue with my father's side? Jian Qizhu inquired directly. Yes, Chen Mu confirmed with a nod. Your uncle is the Lord of the Hehuan sect. Jian Qizhu and Yi Qiqing were certainly aware of the implications of the Hehuan sect's name. But rest assured, your uncle has never acted disloyally towards your mother. Rather, under his leadership, the Hehuan sect has shown signs of reform, Chen Mu hastily explained. So, the chaotic thoughts plaguing my mind recently are related to this, correct? Jian Qingzhu sought further confirmation. Indeed, Chen Mu affirmed. How can this be? Can a bloodline from the Hehuan sect truly influence an individual? Jian Qingzhu pressed, determined to uncover the truth. To my knowledge, the lineage of the Hehuan sect traces back to its ancestors, who were known as enchantresses, fox spirits in cultivation, transforming into their current forms. This bloodline has little effect on men, but exerts a potent influence on women. However, if harnessed correctly, it can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, yielding several times the results of an ordinary person. The Hehuan ancestors established their cultivation methods based on this principle, aiming to propagate the Hehuan way throughout the world. After hearing Chen Mu's explanation, Jian Qingzhu's thoughts became entangled, difficult to articulate. So, are you suggesting that to overcome this inner demon, I must seduce men like the ancestors did? She bit her lip, unable to finish her thought. If this was the only way for Jian Qingzhu to achieve immortality, she would rather remain untransformed for eternity. There's no need for such complications. I possess a solution. Really? Under Chen Mu's guidance, Jian Qingzhu sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to draw in spiritual energy, attempting once more to break through to the realm of immortals. As her inner demons re-emerged, countless blush-inducing images flooded her mind, causing her fair cheeks to flush with 2 deep hues. Seeing the timing was right, Chen Mu condensed a mass of spiritual energy in his palm and injected it into Jian Qingzhu's body. Inner demons? One strike shatters them. This level of inner turmoil was trivial in his eyes. With the inner demons eradicated, Jian Qingzhu returned to her original composure and continued her breakthrough toward the realm of immortals. With the hundredfold enhancement of spiritual energy provided by the system, the process was exceedingly smooth. This enhancement was merely a means for the system to ensure Chen Mu enjoyed better sleep quality. Coupled with the function of increasing cultivation through breath control, it facilitated a swift elevation of his prowess. In the endeavor to elevate Chen Mu into a formidable being, the system was wholeheartedly devoted, progressing unflinchingly down this path. Meanwhile, witnessing the Ice Empress, Jian Qingzhu, struggle with an unresolved dilemma, Chen Mu effortlessly resolved it with a mere wave of his hand. Yi Qingqing's admiration flowed like a river, unending. The young master is truly remarkable. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and storm clouds gathered like a rolling tide. The sound of thunder resonated powerfully. Outside the walls, many paused to observe. How curious. Why is there a heavenly tribulation at Qingyan Mansion again? Hasn't the young master already reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm? The scale of this tribulation seemed considerably weaker than when the young master had previously broken through, suggesting that it must be Saintis attempting to ascend. To their surprise, not only the young master, but even those around him were experiencing similar tribulations. Naturally, how could an ordinary person capture the attention of the young master? Do you know the Ice Phoenix Cold Body? It's ranked 17th among sacred physiques. Such a prodigy wouldn't even qualify to remain at Qingyan Mansion. So one can imagine how extraordinary Yi Sainish truly is. Hearing the discussions about herself from outside the courtyard, Yi Qingqing wore a bittersweet smile. She could only think, "You truly overestimate me." Boom. Just as she was lost in thought, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck down, illuminating the sky with a brilliant white light. Observing this, Chen Mu spread his fingers, drawing the heavenly lightning into his body, transforming it into stored power within his dantian. This heavenly tribulation of the realm of immortals could be wielded at his discretion. Below the martial saint rank, he could instantly reduce foes to ashes. This time, the heavens evidently learned from the previous lesson, and upon seeing that 2 bolts of heavenly lightning would not strike Jian Qingzhu, the storm clouds dispersed. They preferred to turn a blind eye rather than grant Chen Mu an effortless increase in experience points. How stingy can the heavens be? Chen Mu remarked in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. A massive surge of white energy exploded outward, filling his field of vision. His attention was instantly drawn to Jian Qingzhu. A tale. Chapter 55, The Bloodline of the Demon King. The hidden card revealed a large, delicate white tail, exceeding her own height, unfurled behind Jian Qingzhu. Primarily white, the tip bore a hint of pink. Such a demon tail appeared in a total of 5. Besides the tail, even Jian Qingzhu's originally lustrous black hair had transformed into a silvery hue. Atop her head sprouted a pair of fluffy fox ears, the tips tinted a soft pink. Most striking, however, were her blood-red, inhuman eyes. Heavens! Yi Qingqing covered her face, unable to contain her astonishment. What has happened to me? Jian Qingzhu turned her head in confusion, gazing at the several tails behind her. She felt a moment of panic. Not only had she never seen this, but she had never even heard of such a phenomenon. I suspect that the ancestral bloodline from your father's side has completely awakened within you. Chen Mu believed that these traits were characteristic of a fox spirit. The system clarified, to be precise, host. What Jian Qingzhu has awakened is the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox clan, which is far beyond that of an ordinary fox spirit. Ordinary fox spirits would have to bow in submission before her. Since she is a 9-tailed fox, why does she only have 5 tails? Chen Mu inquired, perplexed. He was certain that there were precisely 5 tails, no more, no less. The system explained, the number of tails increases with the enhancement of power. In simpler terms, her current strength is insufficient to awaken all 9. I see, Chen Mu said, understanding at last. He then relayed the information he had gleaned from the system. Word for word. Having the system was indeed convenient. It was akin to carrying a personal encyclopedia that provided answers to all queries. The 9-tailed fox clan, if memory served. The ancient demon king, who once commanded great respect, belonged to this clan. How could it possibly be associated with the Hawan sect? Initially, Jian Qingzhu had thought that the bloodline she possessed was merely that of an ordinary fox spirit. She never expected to find herself connected to an ancient demon king. Chen Mu felt no interest in delving further. He was reluctant to explore what could lead to even more complications, fearing Jian Qingzhu would continue to press for answers. Demon. Perish. Do not harm our young master. Bang. The door was suddenly burst open, and several celestial beings, warriors at the martial saint level, rushed in. They radiated vibrant and powerful spiritual energy. Before Jian Qingzhu could react, her 5 tails coiled together like a long whip and lashed out at the intruders. Bang! Boom! The protective aura surrounding them was shattered in an instant, sending them flying without a moment to react, their bodies crashing against the courtyard wall. Cracks spread across the surface. Oh no! Seeing that the five tails were poised to continue their assault, Jian Qingzhu quickly regained her composure, exerting control to retract them. The combination of her celestial status and the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox was far more however. The response from Jian Qingzhu was one of utter indifference. Indeed, thanks to Chen Mu, otherwise, my daughter would remain oblivious to whether she would ever step into the realm of immortals in this lifetime. Is there not a contribution from the young master in this? Jian Jianghe was taken aback. With such a young master, how fortunate our heavenly Yuan Holy Land is. Indeed, were it not for someone's deliberate deception of the truth, I would have never known how powerful Chen Mu has become. Through the celestial mirror, Chen Mu and Yi Qingcheng could readily sense the frigid atmosphere, akin to an eternal ice cave enveloping the scene. Yet, it was Chen Mu's ability to effortlessly peer into the realm of immortals without detection that astonished Yi Qingcheng even more, a mystical art she had never heard of. Her curiosity about this person, Chen Mu, grew boundless. She yearned to uncover the myriad secrets he concealed. Gulp. Jian Jianghe swallowed hard, sensing that the atmosphere, along with his daughter Jian Qingzhu, was decidedly off-kilter. Who would dare to deceive the truth? If someone obstructs your breakthrough, Qingzhu, speak boldly. Father is a law enforcement elder. If he has acted with favoritism, I shall personally see him imprisoned without mercy. Jian Jianghe thumped his chest with conviction. Heavenly Harmony Sect, Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Jian Qingzhu uttered with a measured tone. Jian Jianghe's complexion instantly drained of color, his pupils dilating as if a thunderclap had struck within him. So, should I address you as the law enforcement elder or the sect master of the Heavenly Harmony Sect? Jian Qingzhu's cold gaze pierced through him. Qingzhu, what are you saying? I don't understand. Jian Jianghe's smile faltered, attempting to feign ignorance. His mind raced, grappling with how Jian Qingzhu had come to know such matters. Alas, as circumstances escalated, Jian Jianghe still clung to his act of ignorance, intending to evade the confrontation. Jian Qingzhu gently shook her head and, with a brief sigh, her raven hair turned white, her eyes resembling pools of blood as her fox ears perked up and five tails unfurled. Boom! An oppressive chill erupted, thickening the air and freezing the entire estate. Jian Jianghe paid no heed to his lower body encased in ice at this moment. All his focus was solely on Jian Qingzhu, his face awash with disbelief. Five tails. With the truth laid bare, Jian Jianghe ceased his concealment and laid everything bare. He had hidden his identity as the sect master solely because he had no choice in his lineage. Yet, during the martial arts tournament, he had fallen for the niece of Chen Mu, a figure from the prestigious heavenly Yuan Holy Land. To be worthy of her, Jian Jianghe had toiled tirelessly, ultimately rising to become a renowned youth cultivator certified by the emperor of the Great Martial Dynasty. With this honor, he successfully won the heart of the beauty. Later, leveraging his talents, he ascended in the heavenly Yuan Holy Land, entering the law enforcement pavilion and becoming an elder, ultimately marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman. Upon learning that Jian Qingzhu had failed her breakthrough due to her bloodline, Jian Jianghe hastily interjected, Qingzhu, let me explain. I truly did not know this bloodline would affect you so profoundly. And indeed, Jian Jianghe was unaware. The ancestors of the Heavenly Harmony sect had predominantly been men, passing down their lineage solely through males, leading to a gradual forgetting of how deeply the bloodline affected the women of their clan. After all, the sect's founder was a natural enchantress, often referred to by countless women as a seductress. On the other hand, while the impact was significant, the bloodline was purer among women, allowing them to harness greater potential. Take Jian Jianghe, for instance. He had already reached the realm of immortals, yet borne no tails. What? Nine-tailed fox clan, bloodline of the Demon King. After learning more about the bloodline from Jian Qingzhu, Jian Jianghe was utterly shocked. He had only heard that the founder of the Heavenly Harmony sect possessed six-tailed strength. Unaware of the connection to the nine-tailed fox clan, multi-tailed fox spirits were not uncommon, yet records from the sect's earlier days were scarce due to their hedonistic culture. Jian Jianghe could only glean bits of history from the older generation. It is evident that you possess the bloodline of the Demon King, which can help you break through the heart demon and achieve immortality. The young master is even more formidable than the rumors suggest. Jian Jianghe felt a deep reverence, particularly towards Chen Mu, for he cherished his daughter Jian Qingzhu beyond measure. He thought to himself, it was worth it for your uncle to toil so hard for you in your childhood. Indeed, Chen Mu has transformed tremendously. To this, Jian Qingzhu wholeheartedly agreed. Well then, Qingzhu, could you perhaps liberate me from this icy prison? Given your current realm and the presence of this profound ice, it is quite difficult for me to break free. As Jian Qingzhu turned to leave, Jian Jianghe hurriedly called out, Take a moment to calm down and consider how to explain the heavenly harmony sect matter to your mother. Jianjianghe's heart was a tempest of emotions, caught between laughter and tears. This day had finally arrived. Gazing upward, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the young master. Thank you. The blurred vision through the celestial mirror rippled like pebbles cast into water. Chen Mu pinched the bridge of his nose, sensing Jianjianghe's heartfelt gratitude, while simultaneously grappling with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Never mind. Let us assume he is merely expressing his thanks. Before persuading others, Chen Mu first convinced himself. Just as he was about to close the celestial mirror, a thought struck him. How is the situation progressing at the Five Poisons Holy Land? Chen Mu was concerned that remnants of defiance still lurked within the Five Poisons Holy Land, posing a threat to the people of the Heavenly Yuan clan. Chapter 57. The Core of the Holy Land, the 10,000 Poisons Pool, the Poison Dragon Plan. How could this be? Chen Mu had hoped that with a multitude of allies, the Heavenly Yuan Holy Land could dominate the vast world, allowing him to remain uninvolved and carefree as a young master. In an instant, he switched the scene. Observing the image reappearing in the celestial mirror, Yi Qingqing uncertainly inquired, Five Poisons Holy Land. Have you been there? Chen Mu glanced back and casually asked, previously, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect fell victim to a peculiar poison. The sect master took me along with that disciple to the Five Poisons Holy Land in search of an antidote. Yi Qingqing immediately clarified. Oh, I see. Chen Mu affirmed her words. Indeed, that is the Five Poisons Holy Land. Is it truly the Five Poisons Holy Land? Yi Qingqing was astounded, never imagining the celestial mirror could be so remarkable, transcending such a vast distance in an instant. Even with Yi Qingqing's current realm, traveling from the Heavenly Yuan to the Five Poisons would require at least 2 to 3 days of relentless effort without sustenance. Chen Mu continued to toggle through the images on the celestial mirror, which appeared deceptively calm. Only a handful of individuals could be seen. Most disciples and elders of the Five Poisons Holy Land remained detained in the Heavenly Yuan Holy Land, awaiting their fate. While the celestial mirror was convenient, its limitations hindered efficiency in such a vast holy land, making it a cumbersome task. Just as Chen Mu contemplated this, the system panel popped up, upgrading the celestial mirror. Upgrade successful. Minimap function added. Chen Mu had grown accustomed to the system's obedience. It seemed that applying a bit of pressure initially was indeed the right approach. How true is the saying, a heart that plants flowers may not bloom, yet a heart that sows willows will yield shade. Otherwise, had he followed the usual path, he would still be toiling away, completing tasks to earn rewards, seeking that elusive opportunity fraught with thorns and suffering for his ascent. Merely thinking about it bored him, making him feel weary. Rather than that, it would be better to sleep, for living another day was a blessing. The Alchemy Pavilion, the Sect Hall, the Law Enforcement Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, the Spiritual Spring Pool. Chen Mu swiftly navigated the directory, searching for locations such as Core of the Holy Land, 10,000 Poisons Pool. Core of the Holy Land, the 10,000 Poisons Pool. Chen Mu asked Yi Qingqing, how much do you know about the Five Poisons Holy Land? Not much. They are notoriously independent and rarely interact with outside sections. The reason the sect leader thought to seek their assistance was due to a past incident where an elder from the Five Poisons Sacred Land encountered misfortune, and he had once extended a helping hand, thus creating a bond of gratitude, Yi Qingqing explained. I see. Chen Mu ceased to inquire further. Indeed, consulting the system proved to be more efficient and straightforward. From the system, Chen Mu learned that the 10,000 Poisons Pool was the very foundation of the Five Poisons Sacred Land, lying buried hundreds of meters underground. During the chaotic times, 5 half-step demon king-level venomous insects had inexplicably engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. The flesh and blood of these 5 insects melted and flowed underground, merging with the pool's waters. Eventually, this was discovered by the first ancestor of the 5 poisons, who harnessed it for cultivation, leading to the establishment of the sect and its eventual rise to prominence. Throughout this process, various toxins were incorporated, fusing with the 5 poisons to create the 10,000 poisons. A single drop could easily decimate a city. However, for the disciples practicing the 5 poisons techniques, the waters of the 10,000 poisons pool were the finest resource for cultivation. Unfortunately, the 10,000 poisons pool was a non-renewable resource. Thus, only the sect leader, the sect master, elders, and a select few outstanding disciples who had made significant contributions were entitled to partake in it. Chen Mu was taken aback to discover such a treasure hidden within the 5 poisons sacred land. He felt it could be utilized to further secure the loyalty of those within the sect. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed several figures standing by the pool. As he zoomed in, he observed, name, Ji Wu Dao, gender, Male. Age. 932. Identity. Stronghold of the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Supreme Elder. Name. Zhao Qingshan. Gender. Male. Age. 1253. Identity. Stronghold of the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Supreme Elder. Name. Lin Yuelan. Gender. Female. Age. 1334. Identity. Stronghold of the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Supreme Elder. A total of 5 individuals, all formidable figures. Whether they could be of use was uncertain. But why had the Five Poisons sect master not brought them to Tianyuan to assist in obstructing Qin Tianlin? If Chen Mu was not mistaken, it was highly likely that these old fellows could not be persuaded to act. The half-step quasi-emperor realm indeed held considerable weight, yet before Chen Mu, it was utterly inconsequential. Ji Wudao pondered aloud. What shall we do? Our ancestor, the sect master, and the elders have all perished, and coupled with the celestial phenomena from Tianyuan, I fear the Tao has ultimately not favored us. Zhao Qingshan remarked, given the current circumstances, reconciliation with Tianyuan is evidently impossible. However, now that Qin Tianlin has ascended to emperor, what can we possibly do? Reflecting on this, Ji Wudao felt the injustice of the Tao. He struck his fist against the stone wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. It truly is unjust. We have devoted ourselves to cultivation for millennia, yet have never reached the quasi-emperor realm, while he ascends to emperor at merely a century of age. Enough of this complaining. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to confront the formidable forces of the Tianyuan people, Lin Yuelan interjected. Within her consciousness, she had already sensed a large number of presences not belonging to the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Sister Yuelan, do not keep us in suspense. You summoned us to the 10,000 Poisons pool, so you must have devised a solution, Ji Wudao urged. Lin Yuelan pushed Ji Wudao aside and revealed. The ancestor imparted to me a secret technique. By combining our strengths, we can activate the 10,000 Poisons pool to forge a body of a poison dragon, which will surely annihilate the Tianyuan clan. Though Chen Tianlin has attained the realm of the emperor, he has only just ascended, and his Tao heart must be unstable. This poison dragon, even if it cannot slay him, will severely injure him. At that point, we can join forces with others and certainly vanquish him. Dividing the spoils of Tianyuan. Such a secret technique exists? Why did the ancestor not utilize it earlier? Zhao Qingshan inquired, puzzled. The ancestor's previous breakthrough failed, and he was consumed by his vengeful thoughts, leaving no room for such considerations. Lin Yuelan sighed, shaking her head. Now that I have offered you this opportunity, will you unite, or choose to await your demise? The choice is yours. The group fell into silence, exchanging glances. After a struggle of thoughts, they all nodded in agreement. Sister, tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. All will be done as you direct, sister. We shall forge the poison dragon and annihilate Tianyuan. Excellent. I shall now impart to you the heart method, Lin Yuelan said, lowering her head slightly, concealing a smile. This smile went unnoticed by Ji Wudao, Zhao Qingshan, and the others. However, Chen Mu, observing through the sky-peeping mirror, discerned her true nature, devious, cold, and utterly sinister. What schemes does this hunchbacked old woman intend to devise? Chapter 58. Your secret technique is now mine. Knowing full well that danger lurks ahead, they nevertheless chose to venture forth. Previously merely hearsay. Today they had witnessed firsthand the audacity of those who dared to rebel against the emperor, despite being aware of his ascension. Yi Qicheng could not fathom this perplexing confidence, feeling they were regressing in wisdom. In such dire times, surrendering to Tianyuan would be the wisest course of action, for they possessed no chance of victory. Yi Qingqing's words fell on deaf ears for Chen Mu, who remained preoccupied with thoughts of ancient poisons, the 10,000 Poisons pool, and the forging of a poison dragon. All these elements were intertwined with the concept of poison. Given this, could the 10,000 Poisons sacred body be of use? As a top 10 poison-type sacred body, it would be rather disappointing if it could not withstand even the simplest techniques of the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Rest assured, host, given your current cultivation level in conjunction with the 10,000 Poisons Sacred Body, even if they successfully forge the poison dragon, it will ultimately be a futile endeavor, merely offering you a treasure. Upon hearing the system's timely explanation, Chen Mu transitioned from indifference to a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Dragons, revered as sacred beasts, were treasures in their entirety. Dragon blood could be used in medicinal concoctions, dragon scales could forge armor, dragon bones could create divine weapons, and consuming dragon flesh could enhance one's cultivation. Thus, dragons, once not uncommon in ancient times, had become exceedingly rare due to rampant slaughter. Even the profoundly rooted Tianyuan sacred land could not produce a living dragon today. However, they did possess a plethora of materials. Given that a poison dragon bore the name dragon, it was unlikely to be worthless. Chen Mu mused that it might be worth acquiring for his own purposes. As he contemplated this, Ji Wudao, Zhao Qingshan, and the others were already following Lin Yuelan's guidance, channeling vast amounts of spiritual energy into the 10,000 poisons pool. Sister Yuelan, why are you not participating? Zhao Qingshan queried, noticing Lin Yuelan seemingly detached from the proceedings. I must oversee the overall situation and protect you all from the toxic waters that may backflow and endanger your lives. Zhao Qingshan, Ji Wudao, and the others accepted Lin Yuelan's explanation without further thought, continuing to focus on releasing spiritual energy as instructed. However, they gradually sensed something was amiss. What is happening? Why isn't my spiritual energy responding? Not good. The 10,000 poisons pool is becoming volatile. A surge of poisonous water is rushing towards me. Wah! Bang! Before he could finish, tendrils of toxic water erupted from the pool, forcefully flooding Ji Wudao's mouth. Lin Yuelan, you have set me up. Zhao Qingshan's words trailed off as he met a similar fate to Ji Wudao. How can this be considered a setup? This is for the sake of the 5 poisons sacred land. The dragon's form cannot be created out of thin air. You are the most suitable nourishment. As a supreme elder and formidable figure, making such a sacrifice for the sacred land is only natural, is it not? You should rather be grateful to me for transforming your once ordinary lives into something sacred and worthy of remembrance. Lin Yuelan spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, her tone unwavering as if discussing a trivial matter. In her eyes, these individuals were merely pawns, easily expendable. It was this very notion that instilled a deep sense of dread in Yi Qingqing, who observed from behind the sky-peeping mirror. A chill ran down her spine. This old woman, though appearing kind-hearted, harbored a heart shrouded in darkness. Chen Mu finally comprehended why the ancestor had warned that one must not judge by appearances. Knowing a person's face does not guarantee understanding their heart. As the scene unfolded, Ji Wudao and Zhao Qingshan, along with their companions, found themselves grotesquely inflated by the toxic waters, bursting one after another. The noxious liquid flowed backwards, merging into the Wandu pool. Lin Yuelan, her hands clasped behind her back and ensconced within the protective barrier, revealed no trace of emotion. She merely uttered, for semi-imperial realm powerhouses. Serving as nourishment for the corporeal form should suffice, I believe. Approaching the water's edge, she clearly observed a shadowy figure swirling beneath the murky surface, growing larger and longer as the water level receded. Eventually, a 100-meter-long dragon coiled before her, necessitating a glance upwards to behold its full majesty. The dragon's form was entirely composed of the Wandu pool's waters, perfectly mirroring the true dragon she had encountered in her readings. The intricacies were flawlessly rendered, each scale distinct. Regrettably, the pool's resources had been significantly depleted over the years, otherwise, the dragon's size would have been even more imposing. Without further ado, Lin Yuelan invoked her unique mental techniques, reciting an indistinct incantation to exert control over the toxic dragon. Go forth and demonstrate your worth. Eliminate everyone from the Tianyuan's sacred land. Leave not a single soul, she commanded. Following a thunderous roar, the dragon erupted from the earth, soaring into the heavens. Its arrival intensified the already peculiar miasma of the Wudu sacred land, resulting in widespread devastation among the local populace. Even the clouds above were tainted with color. How could a legendary sacred beast appear in such a realm? The Wudu sacred land harbors a dragon. The situation turned dire, prompting an elder to urgently instruct the disciples. Everyone, consume detoxification pills. Use poison resistance pills. Exorcism pills. On the flying vessel, the disciples complied without hesitation, fully aware of the perilous circumstances. They hastily ingested various pills designed to counteract toxicity and shield themselves from the poisonous miasma, simultaneously projecting their spiritual energy to create a barrier against the thickening fog. If given the choice, they would prefer to avoid any dealings with such malevolent forces. Elder Wu Xiao, do we possess the strength to confront this dragon? A disciple inquired anxiously as the elder ordered a halt to their flying vessel. This dragon is exceedingly peculiar and sinister. For safety's sake, we must withdraw to a secure distance and report back to the Holy Lord for further instructions. Wu Xiao responded candidly. I assess its power to be on par with my own. On par with you? But you are an imperial realm powerhouse. The disciples gasped in disbelief, finally understanding the source of their cold sweat. The Wudu sacred land concealed such formidable capabilities. They realized the need for a more prudent approach. Attempt to flee? Huh. You shall not escape. Lin Yuelan's voice reverberated through the air, resonating across the expanse. The onlookers turned to see her suspended in the air, standing resolutely before the toxic dragon. Kill them, she commanded, raising her hand with an air of cold detachment. as if the lives of those from the Tianyuan sacred land were worth less than mere insects. System successfully seized control of the toxic dragon. Coincidentally, Chen Mu, the opposing force, harbored similar intentions. The secret technique is commendable, but it now belongs to me. Even though the distance between the Tianyuan sacred land and the Wudu sacred land spans several months for ordinary folk, for Chen Mu, possessing the space sacred body, he could effortlessly compress the spatial distance, allowing spiritual energy to arrive instantaneously. He forcibly seized control of the toxic dragon, which had emerged through the sacrifice of several semi-imperial companions, a feat far superior to traditional teleportation, devoid of any limitations. With Chen Mu's current imperial prowess, combined with the space sacred body, he could even forge a new realm, binding the entire Datsong world within it. While most emperors, even upon awakening their space sacred body, could not achieve such a feat, it required immense amounts of spiritual energy and an inexhaustible dantian, a concept non-existent in the Datsong world. The system's provision of an endless dantian was a dimension-reducing strike, unique to Chen Mu. Noticing the dragon's lack of response, Lin Yuelon urged, "What are you waiting for? I command you to strike." Yet the dragon remained unyielding. What could this mean? Lin Yuelon pondered, perplexed. She had adhered strictly to the secret method, certain that no aspect had gone awry. Why then did this hard-won dragon disregard her command? The dragon's body shimmered with a greenish light. Lin Yuelon placed a hand on her chest, exhaling deeply, realizing she had overthought the situation. Quick! Retreat! As the dragon opened its abyssal maw, Chen Wuxiu chose not to flee. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy to erect a protective barrier around the vessel, akin to an eggshell, bracing himself for the onslaught. The ominous presence evoked a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Though hope was scant, as an elder of the clan, Chen Wuxiu felt compelled to stand firm. However, in the next moment, the toxic dragon twisted its body downward, targeting Lin Yuelon with a deafening roar that shook the heavens. "Do you dare to rebel?" Lin Yuelon attempted to regain control of the dragon, only to discover that the mental connection between them had been severed without her awareness. There existed someone aboard the vessel far more formidable than she had anticipated. She cast a glance at Chen Wuxiu. Could it be Chen Tianlin? Had he arrived as well? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Despite her confidence, Lin Yuelon would not be so arrogant as to believe she could perceive the actions of an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Realizing she had grossly underestimated their strength and the capabilities of the Tianyuan sacred land, she resolved to fight back, channeling her spiritual energy to entwine and execute her poison arts. In an instant, a colossal centipede phantom materialized behind her, its myriad legs moving in erratic patterns, unafraid as it charged toward the toxic dragon. Yet before any clash could occur, it disintegrated, transforming into fragmented spiritual energy, all consumed by the dragon. How could this be? Lin Yuelon's eyes widened in terror as she recognized her own insignificance, only to be devoured by the dragon. Her flesh and bones decayed instantaneously, serving as sustenance for the dragon's burgeoning power, mirroring the fate of the centipede phantom. The aura she once possessed faded entirely. The old poison matron was no more. Chen Wuxiu immediately extended his consciousness, failing to detect any trace of Lin Yuelon's presence. Initially, he presumed she was orchestrating some nefarious scheme. Why would the dragon slay its own master? A semi-imperial realm powerhouse, dispatched in a single strike? Such exaggerated combat prowess. I believe I heard the old poison matron mention the Holy Lord's name before her demise. Could it be that the Holy Lord is secretly protecting us? It must be so. The disciple's spirit sword. Chen Wuxiu did not contest this notion, as he could conceive no other possibility. Subsequently, Chen Mu commanded the toxic dragon to absorb the miasmic barrier enveloping the Wudu sacred land, resulting in a significant increase in its size. This unexpected boon was originally intended to prevent the Tianyuan clan from succumbing to poison, thereby preserving their spiritual roots and preventing delays in their cultivation. As they observed the dragon vanishing into the clouds, Chen Wuxiu and the others shifted their focus to assessing the various treasures of the Wudu sacred land and persuading or subduing the remaining defenders. What to do with the obstinate? Simple, exterminate them on the spot. Send them to the underworld, where they may continue their loyalty to the remnants of the Wudu sacred land. Once all was accomplished, Chen Wuxiu retrieved a massive blue crystal from his spatial ring, placing it in the center of the training ground. He then used a special golden ink with a brush as large as a broom to inscribe incantations around the crystal's core. What is that? Yi Qingqing inquired, puzzled. The teleportation stones, typically consisting of 2 pieces, can activate 2 portals when driven by a formation, allowing for seamless travel back and forth, Chen Mu explained. I see. Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe. Internally, she marveled. Truly, the heavenly origin sacred land possesses profound heritage, boasting such a rare treasure. Spatial artifacts are notoriously scarce, ranking among the finest. In the Tianjin sect, even the elders might not have heard of them, let alone the disciples. Returning her gaze to the sky-watching mirror, Chen Wuxiu completed the final inscription of the teleportation formation. A radiant light emanated from the formation as the crystal melted, swirling upwards like a pristine spring, forming a portal. Chen Wuxiu, accompanied by several disciples, stepped inside and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the heavenly origin sacred land. He prepared to report all his findings to Qin Tianlin for a decisive course of action. A familiar roar echoed above, the dragon's roar, resonating with an overwhelming force that rippled outward, shattering the clouds. Chen Wuxiu and his companions looked up, instantly recognizing the venomous dragon they had encountered earlier at the Five Poisons Sacred Land. What incredible speed! If it could be tamed as a steed, it would be immensely convenient. Everyone, remain calm. This venomous dragon has been tamed by the Holy Master. Someone hastily reassured the crowd as they brandished their weapons, ready to engage the dragon in a fierce battle. Yet, doubts quickly arose. Are you certain it has been subdued? If so, why is it flying toward Qinyan Manor? The direction of the young master? This creature has a history of attacking its master. Could it be plotting to harm the young master? How dare it threaten the young master on the sacred land's territory? Brothers, slay the dragon. Skin it. Extract its tendons. Although they did not believe the dragon could match Chen Mu, they equally felt it was unworthy of challenging their young master. With a swift motion, Chen Mu diminished the dragon's size, reducing it to the length of his arm, allowing it to perch upon his shoulders. This was far more imposing than the elder of the Five Poisons Sacred Land, who had a serpent coiled around his neck. You wish to harm the young master? You'll have to get through me first. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 60. Upgrade with infinite choices. The system's thoughtfulness, a throng of people surged into Qinyan Manor, their faces alight with murderous intent, an intimidating presence. However, despite their frantic searching, they could not locate the venomous dragon. Eventually, their gaze fell upon the diminutive dragon resting on Chen Mu's shoulder, still unmistakably a dragon. It showed little interest in the commotion, lying motionless while the toxic aura it emitted posed no threat to Chen Mu, who possessed the 10,000 poisons sacred body. Instead, the aura enhanced his physique, fortifying his powers. The noxious fumes were absorbed by Chen Mu, transforming into nourishment, allowing Yi Qingcheng and the others to remain unconcerned about poisoning. The dragon's formidable aura, however, exerted a certain mental pressure on them, instilling a sense of awe. My apologies for the disturbance, young master. After a brief explanation, the crowd sheathed their weapons and retreated, their astonished voices echoing over the courtyard walls, reaching Chen Mu and Yi Qingcheng's ears. Who would have thought that the legendary sacred dragon, long concealed from the world, would reemerge, now subdued by the young master in our heavenly origin sacred land? What does this signify? It signifies that the heavens favor our heavenly origin sacred land and bless the young master. The young master is undoubtedly a child of destiny. No, that's a grave misunderstanding. He is the true son of fortune. Those who follow the young master will surely feast on rewards. In terms of fortune, even the holy master cannot rival him. His strength is unparalleled. Lowering his gaze to the dragon's head resting on his left shoulder, Chen Mu mused, unfortunately, the enhancement effect of this venomous dragon is limited and cannot benefit the entire heavenly origin sacred land. While the effects on the disciples of the Five Poisons Sacred Land would be significant, Chen Mu would not unleash the dragon, allowing toxic fumes to permeate the heavenly origin sacred land, risking the lives of its people. Sacrificing the interests of the heavenly origin disciples for the sake of the Five Poisons disciples was unthinkable. The system is attempting an upgrade. Again? After a long absence, the system's attempt at an upgrade felt quite intriguing to Chen Mu. System upgrade attempt 15. Failure. System upgrade attempt 58. Failure. System upgrade attempt 101. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Infinite selection module bound. New function unlocked. Infinite selection. The system directly presented the term infinite at the outset. Chen Mu could only remark that the system truly understands his needs. After casually commenting, it evidently took note. Just then, 3 options appeared on the system interface. Option 1. Fortune Golden Dragon. Enhances the overall fortune of the sect, increases cultivation speed, treasure acquisition probability, and breakthrough probability. Option 2. War Dragon God. Boosts berserk effects, all attribute enhancements. During battle, adds a chance to resist fatal damage. Option 3. Flame Holy Dragon. Increases cultivation speed for fire attribute cultivators, amplifies spell efficacy within its range, and reduces spiritual energy consumption. System: please select one reward. Chen Mu examined the options and found them all quite appealing. If forced to choose one, he leaned towards the Fortune Golden Dragon, for the reason that the Flame Holy Dragon offered too narrow a benefit. As for the War Dragon God, given that the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land had just vanquished the 5 Poisons Sacred Land and held 2 emperors, few would dare to provoke them into war, rendering it less useful. System: my mistake. How could I allow the host to choose? The host should have it all. Correction made. The host can freely choose any reward or obtain all rewards. Seeing this prompt, Chen Mu could only commend the system for its thorough consideration. Not only could he acquire all rewards, but he could also opt for individual ones or select any combination. After all, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't randomly receive an undesired reward. Presently, he wanted it all. He checked all 3 options and clicked confirm. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Fortune Golden Dragon. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the War Dragon God. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Flame Holy Dragon. All 3 sacred dragons were now in his system inventory. Chen Mu chose to release the Fortune Golden Dragon to enhance the overall strength of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land, striving to realize the vision of having celestial beings abundant and martial saints aplenty. Certainly, he could also leverage the infinite rewards to lavishly supply these individuals with elixirs. However, cultivation is not solely about ascending in rank, it also encompasses mental and physical development. Achieving rapid advancement is not necessarily beneficial for the majority. If one's strength and mindset do not progress in tandem, the consequences could be detrimental. Simultaneously, the disciples of the 5 Poison Sacred Land, confined by the barrier in the training ground, were buzzing with speculation upon witnessing the appearance of the 10,000 Poisons Dragon. The aura of that colossal dragon feels similar to the drop of 10,000 poisons pool water I received as a reward. One of the outstanding disciples from the inner sanctum of the 5 Poisons Sacred Land remarked, "Could there be a formidable elder in the 5 Poisons Sacred Land seeking to challenge the Heavenly Origin? I suspect it might be the case. It's far too perilous. Let us hope this burden does not fall upon us." Despite the emergence of the sacred dragon, their spirits were far from lifted. They were acutely aware that even a single 10,000 poisons dragon could not contend against an emperor, let alone 2. Instead, they worried that this desperate confrontation might provoke the Heavenly Origin Sacred Land to retaliate, resulting in their untimely demise. Have you heard? The dragon that appeared earlier has already been tamed by the young master. Is it true? My senior brother witnessed it with his own eyes. Can there be any doubt? It is as docile as a dog. Taming the sacred dragon to such an extent. Is it truly that remarkable? A sacred dragon? A dog? The disciples of the 5 Poisons Holy Land could hardly fathom this. They had heard countless rumors about the young master of Tianyuan, some of which were already absurd. Little did they expect that even more outrageous tales would follow. They yearned to unearth the elders and holy masters who hastily decided to attack Tianyuan and are now withering away in their graves, to punish them for their folly. Who gave them such audacity? Did they consume the hearts of bears and the courage of leopards? Yet, upon reflection, it seems they have left nothing but a scattering of bones, rendering any notions of retribution futile. Alas, to the brothers of Tianyuan, kindly convey to the young master and our esteemed lord, I wish to submit and seek an opportunity. I am willing to serve Tianyuan as a humble beast of burden. I was once among the top 100 prodigies of the inner court of 5 poisons. Even being a disciple of the outer court or a nominal disciple would suffice. I beg for mercy. Voices of submission and pleas rose one after another. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. Divine golden light radiated in abundance, rivaling the brilliance of the sun. Chapter 61. His exceptional talent even makes emperors feel inferior. How dazzling. What is happening? How could there be 2 suns in the sky? Raising a hand to shield my eyes, the radiance was blinding. What 2 suns? Look closely, it is a dragon. A magnificent golden dragon. Goodness, what a colossal creature. It must be at least 1,000 feet long. The previous dragon pales in comparison, resembling a mere worm. Fortune. Such immense fortune. Could this be the legendary golden dragon that enhances fortune? A sacred dragon capable of augmenting luck? To think Tianyuan possesses such a divine beast. Not only the disciples of the 5 Poisons Holy Land were taken aback. Even the disciples of Tianyuan, who had been part of the sect for decades, were equally astonished to discover such a divine creature existed within their own sacred land. Witnessing the golden dragon soaring into the heavens, piercing through the clouds, and momentarily revealing its body, head, and tail, it coiled majestically at an altitude of 1,000 meters above Tianyuan. I wish to submit. I too submit. I am truly in awe. Those who hesitated before now unanimously knelt, pleading for submission, eager to serve Tianyuan, the five poisons holy land. That is nothing but a trivial place. Only Tianyuan possesses the true qualification to be called a sacred land, the one and only in the southern region. And I shall not entertain any objections. This power and abundant resources are precisely what they yearn for. Most importantly, while the influence of the five poisons holy land is not insignificant in the eyes of outsiders, it has always been perceived as a nefarious sect. Unlike Tianyuan, which is recognized as an esteemed and righteous faction, many in the southern region take pride in joining Tianyuan, whereas no one boasts of entering the five poisons holy land. If not for its considerable size, it would have been eradicated long ago by a united front. Before the Grand Hall of the Sacred Land, the 1,000-foot golden dragon of fortune left even the seasoned Chen Tianlin in awe. This augmentation of fortune seemingly increases the probability of breakthroughs in the realm below the celestial being by at least 30 to 80%. An elder voiced his thoughts, noting that such a level of sacred dragon had nearly vanished since ancient times. How could it suddenly appear in Tianyuan? Observing that it seemed not to harbor any hostility towards us, but rather appeared to bless and protect us, I noticed that the golden dragon emerged from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Could this be yet another achievement of the young master? Shortly thereafter, I saw Chen Tianlin transform into a streak of light, heading towards Azure Cloud Mansion. Accompanying him was the top talisman master of the Great Song, my godfather Li Xianyuan, who had just crafted new talismans to deliver to Chen Mu. Mu'er, did you release this golden dragon of fortune? Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin asked in unison, their voices harmonizing in surprise. Yes, I released it. I thought it might assist in the development of Tianyuan, Chen Mu admitted. This 1,000-foot sacred dragon, especially the golden dragon of fortune, has been silent for tens of thousands of years. Where did you acquire it, Mu? Li Xianyuan inquired, pressing for details. Chen Tianlin, equally puzzled, remarked, Mu'er, you seldom leave your home. How did you come by this golden dragon? As Chen Mu had feared, the inquiries he anticipated had indeed arrived. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan. In the next moment, a steel-bodied shadow puppet, glistening with a silver sheen, emerged from his shadow. This entity is known as a shadow puppet. Even without stepping outside, he can remotely control them to execute various commands across vast distances, Chen Mu elucidated. A divine-grade puppet. Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. Puppet manipulation is quite rare in the Great Song. It demands an exceptionally high level of talent and mental acuity, incomparable to mainstream sword cultivators. More importantly, acquiring and crafting a puppet is no simple task. Some may choose to utilize beasts, but unlike beast taming, puppet manipulators control lifeless objects. Others may opt for humans. Such practices are heavily suppressed by the court and various factions, viewed as demonic arts. No one wishes for their ancestors' remains to be excavated and crafted into corpse puppets for control. Though the body may be deceased, once transformed into a corpse puppet, the original physical strength and a fraction of their cultivation are retained, making them formidable. Coupled with the low cost of crafting, once the numbers accumulate, they become a significant challenge to contend with. As for the shadow puppet presented by Chen Mu, Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin exchanged glances, fully convinced that it was purely crafted and entirely free from any sinister practices. Did Jiangsheng craft this shadow puppet for you? Chen Tianlin was well aware of the relationship between Jiangsheng and Chen Mu. Even if it were a divine-grade puppet, Jiangsheng would not hesitate for a moment to gift it to Chen Mu. No, Chen Mu shook his head. I have some understanding in crafting as well. Chen Tianlin and Li Xianyuan could not help but internally critique a divine-grade shadow puppet, and you merely refer to it as some understanding? Thank goodness they are not craftsmen. Otherwise, they would be incensed by Chen Mu's understatement. However, even with a divine-grade shadow puppet, could it truly contend with this 1,000-foot golden dragon of fortune? Chen Tianlin further sought confirmation. Indeed, but I possess 100 such shadow puppets, Chen Mu replied cautiously. Upon witnessing the immediate change in expressions of Chen Tianlin and Li Xianyuan, Chen Mu was increasingly convinced that keeping the existence of the thousands of shadow puppets to himself was indeed the right choice. Mu'er, you can control 100 puppets at once? And they are all divine grade? Even as a great emperor? Chen Tianlin found himself questioning his own life choices in light of Chen Mu's astonishing talent. In his presence, did he truly deserve to be called exceptionally gifted? If the emperor felt this way, how much more so for Li Xianyuan, who stood on the brink of becoming an emperor? Yu Qingqing, who had witnessed the divine-grade shadow puppets wreak havoc, was already in a state of disbelief. The combat strength of a single shadow puppet was already formidable, imagining 100. Yu Qingqing found it utterly unimaginable. She believed that there would be no need for the disciples of Tianyuan or even Chen Tianlin, to intervene. Chen Mu could effortlessly decimate the 5 poisons Holy Land with just the shadow puppets, leaving them no opportunity to kneel and surrender. This power was something Yi Qingsheng deeply coveted. Li Xuanyuan's emotions were similarly complex. Having only been away for a few days, he had crafted several talismans capable of swiftly activating offensive and defensive formations to deliver to Chen Mu. He never expected that upon entering Tianyuan, he would hear about Chen Mu's breakthrough to the emperor level. Just as he had begun to accept this, he learned that Chen Mu could control over 100 divine-grade puppets to conquer the 1,000-foot golden dragon. What a tremendous gain for this godson. Such a tale would certainly bring him great prestige. Hearing Chen Tianlin's inquiry, Chen Mu opened his mouth only to close it again. Rather than speak, he believed that actions would speak louder than words. In the next moment, his shadow enveloped the entire courtyard, rendering the sunlight nearly impotent. 100 divine-tier shadow puppets emerged from within, revealing their true forms. Chapter 62. One-click management, Shadow Puppet Battle Emperor. Though these shadow puppets were crafted from special metals, they varied in height and build, some tall, some short, some thin, and some stout, lacking uniformity. This diversity was not merely for ease of distinction. Some were designed for swift offense, others for robust defense, and yet others for agility. Their combat styles were as varied as their forms, capable of engaging in both one-on-one duels and large-scale formations. Surrounded by such an impressive array of over 100 divine-tier shadow puppets, Chen Tianlin was profoundly astonished. Gulp. Li Xuanyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him, as if an invisible mountain were resting upon his shoulders. What an astonishing number. Li Xianyuan turned his gaze towards Chen Tianlin and inquired, "Old Chen, what do you think? Even with your status as an emperor, do you stand a chance against this horde of monsters?" Under normal circumstances, Chen Tianlin would have retorted playfully, "Are you joking? Who do you think I am?" However, in the face of such a formidable gathering, and considering that there were scarcely a few divine-tier treasures to be found across the entire southern region, Chen Mu had casually summoned 100. He hesitated to make any guarantees without first-hand experience. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation on his long journey of cultivation. Thus, he proposed more. "Why not use these 100 shadow puppets to spar against me? What do you say?" At that moment, Chen Mu suddenly realized his oversight. He had forgotten that his father was a martial arts fanatic. He knew that merely summoning these shadow puppets without engaging in battle would not satisfy his father. "All right," Chen Mu conceded, recognizing Chen Tianlin's temperament and choosing not to waste words. The system chimed in promptly, "If the host finds it troublesome, you may utilize the one-click management function of the Puppet Master. The system will handle all the shadow puppets and engage in combat with the target." How convenient. Without hesitation, Chen Mu declared, "One-click management." Initiating one-click management. One-click management successful. The eyes of the shadow puppets glowed with a crimson light, their aura becoming significantly more menacing. "These shadow puppets are quite valuable, father, so please do not go too hard on them." Chen Mu commanded the system to take all the shadow puppets into the sky for their duel, concerned that the aftermath of their battle might reduce Qing and manner to rubble. Bang, bang, bang. "Worry not, I am well aware," Chen Tianlin confidently assured, patting his chest. He then transformed into a streak of light, moving so swiftly that only afterimages could be seen, soaring into the heavens. Yi Qingsheng raised her head, her gaze fixed with curiosity. She wondered who would be stronger, the 100 divine-tier shadow puppets controlled by the emperor or the emperor himself. It was undoubtedly a battle of the peak. The disciples of the Tianyuan Holy Land also took note of this spectacle. "Hey, look up there. Who are those people? I recognize the Holy Master, but the others do not seem human. I've seen those things before, during a mission in the secret realm. I encountered beasts that were 10,000 or even 100,000 years old, all of them obliterated in an instant. Do those creatures possess such immense power? One alone is capable of annihilating a 100,000-year-old beast." As news spread, the number of onlookers grew, including the elders gathered before the main hall. What a terrifying presence. Who are they? They are not human. They are treasures, divine-tier treasures. Or rather, puppets. Puppets? Puppet Master? Has the Tianyuan Holy Land been invaded by a puppet master? That seems unlikely, especially since those puppets, like the Holy Master, emerged from Qingyan Manor. Qingyan Manor? Could they be the puppets of the young master? Wait. The young master is an unparalleled puppet master? Unparalleled? No, it should be described as 1 in a billion, simultaneously controlling 100 divine-tier puppets, something unprecedented. Silently, they knelt in their hearts before Chen Mu, overwhelmed by his innate talent. They felt at a loss as to how to respond. Out of respect, they chose to bow their heads. Bang! As fists collided in the air, resounding explosions echoed for miles, creating a tempest that swept through the surroundings. Even when the sound reached the ground, its diminished power still made it feel as though an invisible hand had struck them all fiercely. Chen Tianlin rolled up his sleeves, his arms reddening. He did not rush to use his spiritual energy, relying instead on sheer brute strength, delivering blow after blow to seize the initiative. Ruthlessly striking the shadow puppet in the face. One shadow puppet was sent flying several dozen meters away. The remaining shadow puppets surged forward, utilizing their numerical advantage to bind Chen Tianlin's limbs, clutching him tightly and entangling him. Meanwhile, the other shadow puppets seized the opportunity to swing their iron fists, accompanied by a roaring gale, launching heavy strikes toward Chen Tianlin. However, this punch missed entirely, nearly striking another shadow puppet instead. A clever escape, I see, Chen Mu teased. Seeing Chen Mu simultaneously control 100 shadow puppets while battling Chen Tianlin, a true emperor, yet remaining an onlooker, unfazed and eager to comment. Li Xianyuan furrowed his brow tightly. He had yet to enter the emperor realm and could not fully comprehend its strength, but he couldn't help but scoff. Is this even a person? They are practically inhuman. Bang, bang, bang. Above them, the fierce battle continued to unfold. Each punch's impact made the heavens tremble. Chen Mu noted that Chen Tianlin was not employing his spiritual energy, nor was he fully unleashing his brute force. To maintain such composure against 100 divine-tier shadow puppets was genuinely admirable. Thus, he instructed the system, you may loosen the reins a bit. System, combat permissions have been relaxed. Shadow puppets have been upgraded, enhancing their automatic learning and mimicry abilities. This feature would allow the shadow puppets to learn their opponent's techniques, mimic and replicate them, and devise counter-strategies. Therefore, Chen Tianlin would find the challenge increasingly arduous. Self-healing capabilities of the shadow puppets have been enhanced. Chen Mu observed closely as, despite Chen Tianlin shattering the arm of a shadow puppet with a single punch, the next moment saw metallic tendrils extend from both the shoulder and the severed limb, swiftly reconnecting and fusing back together, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye as if nothing had occurred. Fighting while upgrading. This thing is truly monstrous. Chen Tianlin exclaimed with excitement. He understood well that if this continued, a victor would not be determined. Boom. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted in all directions, sending the shadow puppets that had rushed in closest to him flying. Chen Tianlin's aura transformed dramatically. The Holy Master was about to get serious. Those shadow puppets were formidable, capable of matching the Holy Master blow for blow. Indeed, while the Holy Master had not utilized his spiritual energy, he was still impressive. The outcome was clear. There was no suspense left. The shadow puppets chose not to engage in close combat any longer. They quickly retreated, creating a distance and forming a circle around Chen Tianlin. Suddenly, intricate and mysterious patterns appeared beneath their feet. These patterns interconnected and fused into a grand formation. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds howled. Dust and fallen leaves danced as if a scene from hell, overwhelming the air and making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 63, Perfect Mimicry. Almost preceding the Holy Master's ascension, the formation split into 6, expanding to form a square cage. Its vastness could easily confine tens of thousands of cultivators. However, this formation's purpose was not solely to imprison. With glowing 6-sided barriers, 6 blades, each over 10 meters wide, erupted from within. Golden runes flowed upon the blades, and a vast sword energy surged forth. They all targeted Chen Tianlin simultaneously, centered around him. This is a sword formation. This formation must be at least 8 stars, right? The highest formations only reach 9 stars. This is 8 stars. As far as I know, there are no more than a handful of individuals in the southern region capable of deploying an 8-star formation. Could the Holy Master be in danger? Before anyone could refute this statement, they witnessed a blinding radiance. An explosion of spiritual energy that roared like a ferocious beast ready to devour the heavens. As he lifted his gaze in astonishment, Chen Tianlin raised his right arm high, aligning his index and middle fingers in a straight, sword-like manner. Above him appeared a colossal sword forged from condensed spiritual energy. Upon its collision with the descending blade above, it shattered and disintegrated effortlessly, breaking through the barrier with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The 5 remaining broad blades, their edges still sharp, relentlessly locked onto Chen Tianlin, closing in on him. As they approached within mere inches, Chen Tianlin swung his arm down, delivering a decisive strike. The formation crumbled. The sword shattered. A cacophony of explosions erupted. The residual sword energy pierced through vast expanses of forest, leaving behind a gash reminiscent of a celestial divide. Dust and debris soared into the air, resembling a city wall. Analysis of the target's techniques has been completed. Replication in progress. Replication successful. Following this, 100 shadow puppets mimicked the gesture, raising a hand with fingers half-clenched towards the heavens, conjuring formidable spiritual swords. However, unlike Chen Tianlin, they collectively numbered 100. Such a dense array of colossal swords instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers from the heavenly origin sacred land, with none untouched by an overwhelming chill. Even Li Xianyuan, of quasi-emperor status, was visibly shaken, struggling to regain his composure. He could not fathom how these puppets, under Chen Mu's control, could execute the exact same techniques as Chen Tianlin, and simultaneously, no less. Lowering his gaze, he focused on Chen Mu. Unable to imagine the immense spiritual energy required to achieve such a feat, could his energy truly be limitless? This thought was quickly dismissed. How could that be possible? Chen Tianlin's star-cutting sword was not the pinnacle of his many techniques. Yet, he had to concede that witnessing an array of puppets flawlessly replicate a technique he believed to be uniquely his was an unsettling experience that deeply resonated within him. Observing this spectacle, Chen Mu felt as though the system had unlocked the highest level of cheat privileges, determined to ensure victory over Chen Tianlin. To earn face and compel Chen Tianlin to recognize his own strength. In essence, it yearned for triumph even more than he did. At this rate, how long would it take to conclude the battle? Chen Tianlin estimated he had barely utilized 1/10 of his strength. Meanwhile, the system, empowered by its invincible privileges, could swiftly enhance the shadow puppets whenever Chen Tianlin exerted more effort, anticipating a loss. Chen Mu had not forgotten their initial agreement to merely spar and practice. If this continued, they would inevitably engage in a serious confrontation. What if the system truly won? Chen Mu feared it would undermine whatever dwindling confidence Chen Tianlin had left. What if he fell into depression and declared an intention to seclude himself for several hundred years to cultivate, aiming for an early succession to the position of Sacred Lord? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. Hastily, he dismissed the spiritual swords and recalled the 100 shadow puppets. Was it not preferable to be a carefree master rather than waste time managing trivial affairs of the sacred land? Mu'er, why did you withdraw all the shadow puppets? Li Xianyuan inquired, perplexed. Chen Tianlin, having returned to Qingyun Manor, shared the same confusion. Yes, Mu'er, I was just about to get serious. Controlling 100 shadow puppets is quite exhausting. I know I am no match for my father, so I chose to concede and avoid unnecessary efforts, Chen Mu replied. Exhausted? Upon hearing this word, Li Xianyuan recalled Chen Mu's earlier demeanor, so relaxed that he even found time to sip tea leisurely. He could hardly believe that Chen Mu appeared anything but untroubled. Yi Qiqing harbored similar thoughts. Very well, when you recover, we shall have another opportunity to unleash those fellows and practice with father properly, Chen Tianlin stated without pressing further. Agreed, Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Li Xianyuan produced a divine talisman and handed it to Chen Mu. He was soon taken away by Chen Tianlin, who expressed a desire to visit his manor for drinks and catch up. As they exited, Chen Tianlin, lowering his voice intentionally, asked Old Li, why did Mu'er suddenly withdraw all the shadow puppets when they clearly had a chance to battle me? Could it be that Mu, relying solely on his mastery of puppet manipulation, had the strength to defeat you, but he feared it would dent your confidence? Li Xuanyuan's words were somewhat piercing. Chen Tianlin shot him a glance. Am I not an emperor? Can he truly defeat me without stepping onto the battlefield himself? You did not see how composed he was earlier. I even suspect he possesses an endless spiritual reservoir, with mental acuity that is second to none. Li Xianyuan recounted his observations. An endless reservoir? Such a thing cannot exist. Chen Tianlin chuckled dismissively. Moreover, did you not notice that the shadow puppets were continually learning your attack patterns during combat and optimizing them to counter you? Li Xianyuan turned to inquire. This. Chen Tianlin fell silent, indeed sensing a mirroring effect. In my view, Mu's mastery of puppet manipulation may not be significantly inferior to his primary cultivation. Whether or not Li Xianyuan believed this was his own affair. Could a puppet master surpass the level of an emperor? Chen Tianlin remained silent, pondering deeply. Do you genuinely believe that merely relying on those 100 shadow puppets could contend with the colossal golden dragon above us? He gestured upward. Killing is simple. Conquering? To make a sacred beast serve humanity is no trivial task. Chen Tianlin lapsed into silence once more. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward, each wave stronger than the last. Enough speculation, let us go and celebrate. Li Xianyuan encouraged Chen Tianlin to lighten his mood. With such a prodigious talent in their midst, one should be joyous and celebratory. Why the long face? Was Chen Tianlin not happy? Of course, he was. Yet, the flexibility of his features was insufficient to convey the complexity of his current emotions. Closing the sky-observing mirror and confirming that Chen Tianlin had no intention of forcibly inheriting the position of Sacred Lord, Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, he had halted in time. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to assume the role of Sacred Lord. Compelled to be the Sacred Lord? Yi Qingcheng was left bewildered. Chapter 64. My brother is remarkably talented. The emergence of two emperors from the Chen family had already stirred a frenzy in the capital city. Upon hearing this, Qin Juexin was overwhelmed with joy, extravagantly spending and celebrating, sharing in the delight while simultaneously letting others know of the formidable background of their merchant association. Anyone wishing to cause trouble would do well to consider their own qualifications. The thrill of relying on her brother was unparalleled for Qin Juexin. So what if she was riding on someone else's coattails? She relished it. Others may wish for such an opportunity, but would find it elusive. Sigh. The carriage came to a halt. Qin Juexin lifted the curtain and alighted, gazing at the towering structures before her, adorned with the words Heavenly Machine Pavilion. She was preparing to ascend the steps to learn more about the heavenly origin sacred land when she noticed the vice master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, whom she had personally appointed, looking exhausted, waiting beside a young man sweeping the floor. He occasionally pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. His expression evidently tinged with trepidation, and his demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Qin Juexin found it puzzling that the vice master of such a grand establishment would display such humility. Striding up the steps, the vice master soon acknowledged her presence, hastily lifting his skirt and approaching her with urgency. Greetings, master. Who is that? Qin Juexin inquired, glancing at the sweeping youth. I am Dan Yurong. Greeting the master. The young man swiftly appeared before Qin Juexin, clasping his fists in salute before she could even respond. Dan Yurong. Qin Juexin felt as though she had heard that name somewhere before. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened as she suddenly recalled that Shan Yuyong was none other than the illustrious figure known as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. How could such a formidable presence appear before the Tianji Pavilion? Qin Juexin inquired, returning to the pavilion master. I come at the behest of the young master to serve the Tianji Pavilion, Shan Yuyong replied, maintaining a respectful posture, his head bowed, daring not to gaze around. Young master? Which young master? Qin Juexin pressed further. The young master of Tianyuan, Shan Yuyong answered. Chen Mu, Qin Juexin exclaimed, unable to conceal her astonishment, realizing that her brother had even subdued a figure as renowned as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. Are you merely speaking of service? She probed. I am willing to serve the pavilion master like an ox or horse, Shan Yuyong declared, abruptly kneeling on the steps, bowing his head. This display of decisiveness genuinely took Qin Juexin by surprise. She subsequently inquired about the circumstances between Shan Yuyong and Chen Mu, seeking to understand what had transpired. After asking about the continuation of life in the sacred body, she finally comprehended why Shan Yuyong was so resolute. After all, his most cherished sister was being held as a hostage in Tianyuan. In the southern region, everyone knew that Shan Yuyong was a devoted brother. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on his sister would meet a gruesome fate, and vengeance would be swift. Yet, when facing two emperors, he had no chance of victory. I will send a group of people, and you will be responsible for imparting the art of transformation to them. Are you willing? Qin Juexin understood that mastering this technique would significantly bolster the Tianji Pavilion's development, enabling it to gather more intelligence and become the eyes and ears of the Tianyuan Holy Land. At the slightest hint of trouble, they could mobilize troops to suppress it with force. Disobedience? Then annihilation would follow. The Tianyuan Holy Land had always been formidable in this regard. If reasoning was futile, why waste time? If possible, they might not even want to discuss it. However, it still needed to appear respectable, maintaining a good reputation. I am more than willing. Please give your orders, Pavilion Master, Shan Yuyong answered without hesitation. Excellent. I will arrange it immediately. Seeing his compliance, Qin Juexin felt even more grateful to Chen Mu for this unexpected surprise. She knew she must not neglect him. After leaving the Tianji Pavilion, she headed straight to the auction city, eager to see if she could purchase a few noteworthy treasures at a high price. Now that Chen Mu had stepped into the realm of emperors, he needed at least sacred level items. Heavenly level would be a bit excessive. If the vast majority of cultivators knew of Qin Juexin's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be envious. They would envy Chen Mu for having such a sister and envy Qin Juexin for having a brother of emperor status. In the blink of an eye, at the auction city, Qin Juexin had passed on several items, finding none to her liking. However, with some spare funds, she thought it wise to buy them, believing they might be useful in the future, so she bought out the entire venue. Faced with her immense wealth, the wealthy merchants and landlords scarcely had a chance to speak. The next item up for auction was a renowned piece from the illustrious poet and calligrapher, Master Qin Yun, celebrated as the strongest dark horse in recent literary circles. As the auctioneer concluded his announcement, the two unveiled the scroll of rice paper. The Battle of Red Cliffs is but a dream. Let us sing and dance to ease our worries. As she gazed at the characters, Chen Mu softly recited, "Indeed. It possesses considerable literary flair and profound meaning. It's well written. Little Mu seems to enjoy studying poetry and prose. Perhaps he would appreciate it if I bought it?" Chen Mu pondered uncertainly. Upon hearing this, a nearby servant quickly interjected, "Pavilion Master, I have a matter to discuss, though I am unsure if I should." "What is it?" Chen Mu glanced over, inviting him to speak. "I know who penned this piece." Hearing his words, Chen Mu was momentarily speechless. Didn't it say Qingyun on it? However, upon reflection, the name Qingyun was indeed somewhat peculiar as a signature, and it inadvertently reminded her that Chen Mu's residence was also called Qingyun Mansion. Could it be? Surely not. Returning to the Pavilion Master, Qingyun is merely a pen name. His true identity is more familiar to you. "Oh, I am very familiar. Pray tell, who is he?" Intrigued by his assertion, Chen Mu leaned in. "Qingyun, representing Qingyun Mansion. This calligraphy and poetry were all penned by the young master of Tianyuan." The servant stated directly without further preamble. "What? Qingyun is Qingyun Mansion, my brother?" Although she had anticipated this possibility, the confirmation still left her in shock. "I can assure you, the reason the great martial princess remains in Tianyuan is indeed due to the young master's literary talent, which has captivated her. My brother is so extraordinarily talented." Chen Mu chuckled. Now that she knew it was her brother's work, as an elder sister, she had to support him. Chapter 65. A rebate of 1 billion premium spirit stones. Infinite wealth. The characters and poetry crafted by Master Qingyun certainly exuded elegance. However, was the starting bid not set too high? For a newcomer, it seemed excessive. Not at all. His debut work was acquired at a high price by the Great Martial Princess, so its value is beyond doubt. The Great Martial Princess? The renowned talent, Song Wanjun? Indeed. You wouldn't doubt her discerning eye, would you? While this was true, being a newcomer, I personally believe the final transaction price wouldn't exceed too much. After a few more years of experience, perhaps he could become a distinguished figure in the literary world. In the exclusive box for esteemed guests on the second floor, Chen Mu listened to the discussions below with a disdainful smile before announcing, 100 million premium spirit stones. 100 million premium spirit stones were merely a drop in the bucket for Chen Mu, not worthy of her distress. Moreover, considering she was supporting her brother, she felt no pain in spending such an amount. Should anyone dare to compete with her, Chen Mu would not hesitate to raise the price to 1 billion premium spirit stones. This perfectly exemplified the notion of being wealthy and extravagant. After all, most of this money would ultimately end up in Chen Mu's hands. In short, she was determined to support her brother's interest in poetry and calligraphy wholeheartedly. She could afford to lose face for others, but never for her family. She believed this figure would ensure that the name Qingyun resounded throughout the literary world. Uft. Tea spewed from her mouth. Apologies. How much? 100 million spirit stones? And they are premium spirit stones? Surely, there can't be a premium spirit mine in their home? How extravagant. Is there no place to spend money? That's 100 million premium spirit stones. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Do you want to lose your head? That is Chen Mu of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Chen Mu. Her father is an emperor, and her brother is also an emperor. It would take just a glance to annihilate your entire clan. Upon hearing this, the individual promptly shut his mouth and fled in a panic, fearing for his life and family. Ultimately, the calligraphy penned by Chen Mu was undoubtedly secured by Chen Mu. Not to mention the price of 100 million premium spirit stones, her very lineage was enough to intimidate others into silence. They dared not disregard the face of an emperor. Filled with profound respect, "Young master, this is the new poem you wrote. Sold for 100 million premium spirit stones." Yi Qiqing closed the door, returned to Chen Mu, and presented the Qiankuan back. "Indeed, that is correct. Due to the authority of the Tianyuan Holy Land, the 100 million premium spirit stones were not touched by the auction city. They were delivered entirely." This means Chen Mu spent not a single coin while amplifying the influence of the name Qingyun among the literary circles, leaving countless poets envious. After all, one must always eat, and to engage in highbrow art while still standing to eat is the dream of many. Moreover, the poems penned by Chen Mu were undoubtedly beyond reproach. They simply could not bring themselves to slander them. They felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. After perusing, they found themselves greatly enriched. In response, Chen Mu could only say, "How could it not be wonderful? These are all classics validated over thousands of years. They are not merely the works of the immortal poet, the saint of poetry, the god of poetry, the demon of poetry, or the sorcerer of poetry." Chen Mu did not mind letting those individuals experience what it means to deliver a dimensional strike. Indeed, the history of the great song is far more enduring. Yet it primarily focuses on cultivation and martial arts, emphasizing the supremacy of the strong. In contrast, the Great Xia, over millennia, has cultivated a rich culture and heritage, something that Great Cang cannot compare to. Returning to the matter of 100 million top-tier spirit stones, Chen Mu knew without a doubt that the only person capable of such generosity, aside from his sister Chen Juexin, was herself. Throughout the southern region and the Great Cang World, no one else could be found. What does it mean to spend money like water? This is what it means. Subsequently, Chen Mu summoned an elder passing by on a flying sword and tossed the Qianquan bag to him. Young master, may I inquire what this is? The elder asked cautiously. 100 million top-tier spirit stones. Use them to replenish the sacred land's treasury and enhance the treatment of the disciples. Those who have made contributions will receive generous rewards. Chen Mu explained his plans. 100 million top-tier spirit stones. The elder's hand trembled as he held the Qianquan bag upon hearing that number. He assured, young master, please rest assured, I will certainly comply. I shall not disappoint you. As he turned to leave, Yi Qingqing admired. The young master truly spares no effort for the heavenly Yuan's sacred land. If it were her, she would certainly keep a portion for herself even if she were to give it away. 100 million top-tier spirit stones successfully gifted. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. However, Yi Qingqing only saw the surface. 10 billion top-tier spirit stones, effortlessly acquired. 100 million top-tier spirit stones bought fame, then given away. Returning 10 billion top-tier spirit stones, reaping loyalty, what a threefold benefit. The system is attempting to upgrade. Chen Mu was already accustomed to this. Reclining on a bench, the 10,000 poisons dragon lay lazily on his abdomen, mirroring his master's nonchalance. Yet, despite the laziness, there was no pause in the enhancement of the 10,000 poisons sacred body. Behind him, Yi Qingqiang, as a sect saintess, diligently massaged his shoulders. System attempt to upgrade 12 times, failed. System attempt to upgrade 23 times, failed. System attempt to upgrade 46 times, data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Infinite money module has been bound. New function unlocked. Infinite money. Infinite money? Chen Mu found it hard not to suspect that the system misinterpreted his casual action as a profound love for wealth, hence the special upgrade granting such a function. Since the upgrade had occurred, he could not refuse. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what this function entailed. The system immediately explained, regardless of grade or currency type, the host can use it without limitation. The term regardless of grade refers to the classification of spirit stones, while regardless of currency type indicates the different currencies used in various nations. However, for Chen Mu, who now possessed infinite money, these distinctions were no longer a concern. Not only could he spend without limit, but it would not affect the 100-fold return either. Chen Mu was intrigued to consider how the creator of this system would react if they knew their creation had rebelled in such a manner. Or perhaps, this system was indeed formed by the will of the heavenly path? Why had the bugs persisted for so long without any reaction? Could it be that the system, having darkened, now possessed authority surpassing that of its creator? Such thoughts were difficult for Chen Mu to dismiss. The system offered no direct answer, seemingly intent on concealing the truth. Chen Mu, disinterested, refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that it was harmless. At worst, it could lead to mutual destruction. Amidst these thoughts, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found the sky had darkened completely. As he opened his eyes, he heard Yi Qingqing say, "Young master, there is someone at the door seeking you." Chen Mu sat up, stretched lazily, and remarked, "Why is my Qingyan residence so sought after? Go open the door." He waved to Yi Qingqing. It was indeed inappropriate to refuse a guest at the door. Yes. Yi Qingqing immediately moved to answer the door. As she opened the courtyard gate, illuminated by moonlight, she beheld an elder clad entirely in white, with white hair, eyebrows, and beard. Although he appeared to be in the twilight of his years, the vitality exuding from his brows was no less than that of the youth. "Who are you?" Judging by his attire, Yi Qingqing did not believe the elder to be from the heavenly Yuan sacred land, most likely an outsider. "I am Zhuang Fan, the master of the Wudao Villa on Tianling Mountain." The elder introduced himself. "Tianling Mountain, the master of Wudao Villa. Are you not the primordial emperor from a millennium ago?" Yi Qingqing suddenly recalled the legends surrounding the name Zhuang Fan. "Those are all past glories, unworthy of mention. I am but a humble tea farmer now," Zhuang Fan replied with a smile. He had long since forgotten the brilliance of his past and cherished the present instead. Upon hearing the words Tianling Mountain and Wudao Tea, it was difficult for Chen Mu not to guess Zhuang Fan's purpose for visiting. He must have come for the exquisite Wudao tea. Previously, only he and his Tianling Mountain could cultivate and harvest Wudao tea. Now, however, the yield and effects of the latter were far superior. It was no wonder Zhuang Fan could hardly contain his excitement. News travels swiftly. Or perhaps it is true that the old emperor is deserving of his reputation. Please, this way. Zhuang Fan followed Yi Qingsheng to stand before Chen Mu. Greetings. Young master of heavenly yuan, Zhuang Fan respectfully saluted. In an era where martial prowess was revered, holding respect for the powerful was not a difficult concept for him to grasp. He would not engage in the arrogance of elderhood. Predecessor, you are too kind. Please take a seat, Chen Mu gestured with a refined smile. Thank you. Zhuang Fan settled onto a stone bench. Go brew some tea. Chen Mu glanced at Yi Qingsheng. Yes, young master, I will go at once. Once Yi Qingsheng had departed, Zhuang Fan could no longer suppress his curiosity. Young master, I have heard rumors of a divine object in your residence, known as the exquisite Wu Dao tea, which allows one to comprehend enlightenment with a single cup. Indeed, such a thing does exist, Chen Mu stated, showing no interest in questioning where Zhuang Fan had heard this. Zhuang Fan was about to say something further when he suddenly caught a whiff of a rich and unique tea fragrance wafting through the air. Looking over, he saw Yi Qingsheng approaching with a teapot in hand. Please, young master. Predecessor, please. Both served a cup for one another. Zhuang Fan gazed at the straight green shoots standing erect like swords and asked, Young master, could this be the exquisite Wu Dao tea? Indeed, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. Zhuang Fan ceased his inquiries, raising his cup. He gently blew on the tea and took a small sip. Upon entry, it was slightly bitter and astringent, but soon transformed into a dry fragrance, followed by a rich aroma, gradually turning crisp. The complexity of flavors in this tea left Zhuang Fan astonished. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, his face filled with disbelief. After years of stagnation in his cultivation, he felt an unmistakable surge towards a breakthrough. Had he truly attained enlightenment? Overjoyed, he marveled at the miraculous qualities of this tea. Indeed, it was exceptional. The tea consumed by immortals could hardly surpass this, could it? Zhuang Fan looked at Chen Mu, utterly excited. He then reached into his sleeve, producing a spatial ring and placing it on the stone table. Young master, within this ring lies all that I have accumulated over the past 10 millennia. Countless treasures, techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. I only beseech you for a single seed. Beyond that, I owe you 3 favors. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to pay my debt. Perhaps fearing that Chen Mu might refuse, Zhuang Fan added this last note. Chen Mu took a glance. Though Zhuang Fan had fallen from the emperor realm to the quasi-emperor realm, he was still at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, far from trivial. He was the first in nearly 10,000 years to have honed his physical strength to such an extent in the southern region. Who knows how many divine weapons he had shattered with this physique? His confidence was palpable. A single seed, capable of securing 3 opportunities for such a formidable figure to act, is a guaranteed win for Chen Mu, even without a 100-fold return. However, Chen Mu only possesses tea leaves, not tea seeds. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 enlightenment tea seeds. Chen Mu, never mind what I said. A true man knows when to yield. You can have the seeds, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to cultivate them. Even if you do manage to grow them, you must prioritize Tianyuan Holy Land's needs in the future. Chen Mu proposed his conditions. No problem. Zhuang Fan nodded emphatically, agreeing without hesitation. Chen Mu could easily discern his obsession with enlightenment tea, though the nature of this obsession was of no concern to Chen Mu. He retrieved 2 seeds. Zhuang Fan quickly rose, cupping his hands to receive them. Young master, there's one extra. I'm giving you one as an experimental sample, Chen Mu replied casually. Thank you immensely, young master. Zhuang Fan will never forget your benevolence, and will always remember it. Zhuang Fan silently amended the promise of 3 favors, resolving that in the future, whenever Chen Mu had need of him, he would come without fail. Successful bestowal of supreme-grade enlightenment tea seeds. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 enlightenment tea trees. Oh, directly improving the quality and returning 2 enlightenment tea trees? Chen Mu found this quite satisfactory. He immediately retrieved them from his system inventory, ready to plant and harvest without delay. Afterward, Yi Qingsheng escorted the guest out. Chen Mu picked up the spatial ring on the table, which rightfully belonged to a saint-level figure. Imbuing it with a wisp of divine sense, he exclaimed, There's quite a lot of stuff here. Various weapons and magical artifacts were piled up like mountains. A veritable mountain of them. From the disorganized arrangement, it was clear that he wasn't particularly interested in these treasures. The phrase "it's better to have them than not" would suffice as a summary. Bookshelves filled with cultivation manuals and secret techniques occupied a large space, creating a labyrinthine atmosphere. An ordinary person could easily get lost within. Indeed, a god who descends the mountain is still a god. This great emperor is quite generous. Chen Mu was very pleased, confirming that he hadn't been deceived. He realized that it would indeed take several thousand, even tens of thousands of years to accumulate so many items. A god-tier divine weapon, the Scorching Sun Blade. Where did he get it? Chen Mu wondered. System. According to the query, this Scorching Sun Blade was obtained by the target from a fortuitous encounter in a cave dwelling. This blade played an indispensable role in his path to becoming an emperor. I see. The mystical world is indeed full of opportunities. HM? As his consciousness wandered through the ring's space, Chen Mu noticed that the bookshelf in the very center of the labyrinth possessed a distinct aura compared to its surroundings. Not simple. Chapter 67. Demonic Overlord Body. Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Imperial Seal upon closer inspection. Chen Mu discovered that the cultivation techniques on it were all of the highest heaven tier. 6 Supremacy Arts. Heavenly Wave, Demon Cleave. Soul-Slaying Divine Strike. True Extreme Nether Art. Any one of these techniques could change an ordinary person's fate, equivalent to a significant opportunity. Yet, all of them were now in Chen Mu's possession. However, the most captivating of them all was undoubtedly the demonic overlord body. Chen Mu had just asked the system, and it turned out to be Zhuang Fan's primary body refinement technique. When cultivated to its peak, one could transform into a heavenly demon, maximizing the body's strength while also possessing astonishing combat power. Back then, a holy land, like the 5 Poison Holy Land, chose to strike against Zhuang Fan as he was about to become emperor. However, Zhuang Fan outmaneuvered them, transforming into a heavenly demon and sweeping across the entire Holy Land. Corpses littered the ground, piled high in disarray. Overnight, a once thriving Holy Land was reduced to historical dust, leaving behind only ruins and becoming a relic. Demonic Overlord Body, huh? Chen Mu picked it up and flipped through a few pages. Demonic Overlord Body has been comprehended. Proficiency, 100. Chen Mu had only flipped halfway through the 3rd page when he had completely mastered it under the effect of max-level comprehension. Is it that max-level comprehension is too powerful, or is the system's design not thoughtful enough? Exiting the ring space, Chen Mu realized that, with his current cultivation level, the demonic overlord body wasn't of much use, to be frank. Even without it, no one was his opponent. He was invincible in this world. Chen Mu didn't mind having an extra trump card and accepted everything. Seeing Yi Qingsheng return after seeing Zhuang Fan off, Chen Mu casually tossed her a cultivation technique. This might be useful to you. Take it and cultivate. After working so hard for so long, she deserved some reward. Azure Lotus 13 Swords, a top-tier heaven-level technique. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingsheng accepted the technique with both hands and knelt to express her gratitude. Chen Mu responded, telling her to rise. Successful bestowal of the heaven-tier cultivation technique Azure Lotus 13 Swords. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation technique Myriad Swords Return to Origin 1. Only 1? Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Chen Mu was no stranger to these words. The Great Azure World did indeed have such a technique, and it was deeply admired and revered by sword cultivators. However, Chen Mu's Myriad Swords Return to Origin was clearly different from theirs. Their myriad was a limitation. Chen Mu's myriad represented infinite possibilities. 10,000 was myriad. 1,000,000 was myriad. 1,000,000,000 was myriad, and 1,000,000,000,000 was myriad. When cultivated to its peak, all the divine swords in the world would heed his command and be at his disposal. Feels a bit interesting. He took it out and glanced at it. Myriad Swords Return to Origin has been comprehended. Proficiency, 100. All I can say is, max-level comprehension is really too amazing, now that he had mastered it. Chen Mu couldn't wait to try it out. He brought his index and middle fingers together like a sword and swirled them around. Immediately, the training grounds, the trial tower. These places. What's going on? My sword. Why isn't my sword listening to me? Hey, where are you going? Damn it. I don't believe I can't even control a sword. The sword I scrimped and saved for half a year to buy? Come back, wah. Tens of thousands of swords flew towards Qingyun Manor, like a tide. The swords gleamed, far more dazzling than the stars in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Jade Clarity Peak. Jian Qingzhu frowned slightly, watching the frost ice sword fly out of her hand. Master, what's happening? Dan Yuqian asked in confusion. Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Jian Qingzhu had fought against someone who knew this move before and recognized it immediately. Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Isn't that the ultimate technique for sword cultivators? The young master actually knows it too. He's also a sword cultivator. Dan Yuqian exclaimed in surprise. What shocked her even more was that even with her master's strength, she couldn't hold onto her sword. The young master is truly unparalleled. Jian Qingzhu smiled without saying a word, glancing at Dan Yuqian, who had her arms crossed and looked at him with reverence. Soon, the swords returned to their hands. Chen Mu was just testing Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Now that he had finished experimenting, there was naturally no need to keep those swords. In the literal sense, looking at Yi Qingqing, who was deeply shaken by the sword tide, she was now sitting on the ground with weak legs, weakly supporting her upper body with her hands. Young master, you're too strong. Thinking about how she once hoped to see his back on the path of cultivation, she realized how arrogant she had been. It was simply impossible to achieve, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the way down the mountain, Zhuang Fan also stopped in his tracks and turned back to watch Chen Mu unleash myriad swords return to origin. Myriad swords return to origin. He's actually a peerless sword cultivator. Those swords just now, there were definitely more than 10,000. He smiled in understanding, then waved his sleeve, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy that merged with the spiritual energy of Tianyuan Holy Land. Everyone could see a complex, sacred mark appearing in the air. Look, everyone. What? What is that? A disciple on the training grounds noticed this special scene. This is the Imperial Seal. Imperial Seal? He nodded. The Imperial Seal is the exclusive mark of a great emperor after becoming emperor. Each great emperor's Imperial Seal is unique, symbolizing their identity and status. Then is this the Holy Master's or the Young Master's Imperial Seal? No. He shook his head in denial. If I remember correctly, this pattern is the Imperial Seal of the Mixed Origin Great Emperor, Zhuang Fan. Mixed Origin Great Emperor. Why would his Imperial Seal appear in our Tianyuan Holy Land? I just saw that person respectfully come out of Qingyan Manor, repeatedly thanking him. If that is the case, I surmise that the Supreme Emperor wishes to convey the inseparable bond between himself and our Tianyuan. Should any outsider dare to oppose us, he would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. The young master has unexpectedly granted us the protection of yet another great emperor, effectively having 3 emperors overseeing us. All hail the young master. The chants resonated in unison, stirring the hearts of the crowd. They were not mistaken. Zhuang Fan indeed harbored such intentions. Should foreign enemies invade, the imperial might contained within this Imperial Seal would be unleashed, striking fear into them. Simultaneously, Zhuang Fan would sense it instantly and rush forth to provide support. He believed he owed a significant debt to Chen Mu, and this was merely a trifling repayment. Subsequently, he transformed into a fleeting meteor and departed from the Tianyuan sacred land, returning to Qingyan Mansion. The night had deepened. As was customary, Yi Qingqing washed Chen Mu's feet before stepping back, wishing the young master sweet dreams. Chen Mu, not pondering further, closed his eyes to sleep. Just then, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside the window, making him cherish this rare opportunity for rest even more. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Qingyan Mansion, a place known as the Haima Mountain Range was rife with unrest. Upon a stone platform, no soul was present. Beneath the platform, thousands clad in black robes, their hoods concealing their faces, gathered. The entire cave exuded a stifling atmosphere. What do you think the leader summoned us here for? Could it be to attack the Tianyuan sacred land and avenge the Saintess? Avenge? The Tianyuan sacred land boasts 2 emperors. How can we possibly seek revenge? What difference is there from striking a stone with an egg? Shoo! Lower your voices. The leader is coming. Chapter 68. The Devil Cult. Has the leader fled? The figure known as the leader slowly descended the steps onto the platform. Arriving at the center and facing the crowd, he raised his hands and removed his hood, revealing a sharply chiseled face. With thick brows and striking eyes, he bore the aura of a martial general, exuding intimidation without needing to show anger, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze, as if standing before a ferocious beast. His name was Xiong Lai, the leader of the Demon Heaven cult. Possessing peak prowess in the human immortal realm, he held the hearts of many within the cult. Leader, may I inquire why you have summoned us here? An elder of the Demon Heaven cult stepped forward to ask. He could sense that Xiong Lai's expression was significantly graver than usual. This gravity had never been present even during the Demon Heaven cult's devastating defeat at the hands of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land, which had resulted in the loss of numerous lower members. He was certain that something monumental had transpired. I have gathered you here to announce that, effective immediately, I shall resign from my position as leader of the Demon Heaven cult. Whether the cult disbands or continues is entirely up to the elders and all of you to decide. From this moment forth, I have no further ties with the Demon Heaven cult. With that, without allowing time for the crowd to react, a shadow swiftly darted past. Soon after, Xiong Lai vanished entirely, his presence dissipating without a trace, as if he had evaporated from existence. The leader has fled? How dare you speak disrespectfully of the leader? He has declared that he is no longer associated with us. How is that disrespect? Could it be that the rumors are indeed true? Is it because of the Tianyuan sacred land? It must be. Did you not see the palpable fear on the leader's face just now? Shall we still seek vengeance for the Saintess? Shall we take the lead? If the leader lacks the courage, how can we? Let us flee swiftly. The Demon Heaven cult disbanded henceforth, although a few members chose to remain. It could not alter the fact that the cult was now effectively defunct. No one wished to provoke two emperors. Before long, news of the Demon Heaven cult's leader fleeing and the cult's disbandment spread rapidly through the Tianji Pavilion's members embedded within the cult. This was further disseminated through the Jianghu gossip columns across the Great Martial Dynasty in the southern region. Ha ha ha, the Demon Heaven cult is nothing but a farce. Their leader was so frightened that he fled on the spot. It was no wonder. The Tianyuan sacred land was simply too formidable, with two unparalleled emperors. Who would believe that someone under 20 years old could attain the status of an emperor? Yet it is indeed a fact. I foresee that it won't be long before not just the southern region, but the entire Great Song will bear the name Chen. The news of the Demon Heaven cult's disbandment became a delightful topic of conversation. Countless young people were further emboldened in their resolve to join the Tianyuan's sacred land, making it the sole sacred ground of enlightenment in the southern region. Only the eastern extreme sacred land, wounded in this world, gave rise to. The following day, Chen Mu was enjoying pastries that Yi Qingchang had brought back from the city early in the morning when she spoke up. Young master, did you know? The Demon Heaven cult has disbanded. Demon Heaven cult? What is that? The name was unfamiliar to Chen Mu. As far as I know, the evil spirit that previously possessed the eastern extreme saintess was none other than the saintess cultivated by the Demon Heaven cult. They must have feared your wrath and retaliation. That is why the leader fled and disbanded the cult. Yi Qingchang expressed her views. So it was her. Chen Mu recalled the day he had summoned heavenly thunder with a single sword strike, obliterating both the evil spirit and the divine soul. Disbanding is for the best. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Quick, go to the mountain gate. The demon cult has appeared. A disciple's voice penetrated the courtyard walls. Demon cult? What a coincidence. Chen Mu suspected that perhaps remnants of the Demon Heaven cult had come seeking vengeance. Go take a look, he commanded. Yes, young master. Yi Qingchang immediately set aside her tasks and rushed out the door. In no time, she arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a throng of disciples had gathered. Excuse me, may I pass? Yi Qingchang squeezed through the crowd and caught sight of a figure kneeling at the mountain gate. The peak of the human immortal realm. A half step to becoming an emperor. How could such a powerful being kneel at the mountain gate? Yi Qingchang pondered in confusion. The former leader of the Demon Heaven cult, Xiong has come to plead for forgiveness and seeks an audience with the Tianyuan sacred master. Upon hearing the man's resounding voice, Yi Qingchang instantly understood. Indeed, as she had surmised, the Demon Heaven cult had disbanded purely out of fear of the Tianyuan's sacred land's strength. Young master is mightier than ever. Yi Qingchang was acutely aware that without Chen Mu, the influence of the Tianyuan sacred land could not possibly be so extensive. Not to mention, it had scared the demon cult, which had long been a formidable presence in the southern region, into immediate disbandment, with the leader himself coming to apologize. All of this was also witnessed by Chen Mu through the Tiankai mirror. He had been somewhat drowsy before and had forgotten he possessed such a skill. Mua. It seems the leader of the Demon Heaven cult harbors intentions of submitting to our Tianyuan. What do you think? Should we accept him or not? Suddenly, Chen Tianlin's voice echoed in Chen Mu's mind. He was not surprised. The technique of distant transmission was one he too possessed. Accepting a peak human immortal is certainly not detrimental, Chen Mu replied. Yet, given his status as the leader of a cult, my father worries. Chen Tianlin hesitated. As Chen Mu contemplated how to convince Chen Tianlin of Xiong Lai's loyalty, the system swiftly proposed a solution. Simple and effective, just sign in. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 9-grade bone-crushing pill 10,000. According to the system's description, consuming this pill, combined with a blood oath, would result in immediate and irrevocable punishment for any hint of betrayal, leading to a gruesome demise. In terms of toxicity, it was on par with the 10,000 venom dragon. Chen Mu then informed Chen Tianlin about the 9-grade bone-crushing pill he had acquired, offering his unilateral perspective regarding Xiong Lai's identity as the leader of the demon cult. I believe accepting Xiong Lai would further demonstrate our Tianyuan's sacred land's magnanimity, willing to give others a chance for redemption rather than being bloodthirsty. After hearing this, Chen Tianlin considered it a splendid suggestion and decided to act upon Chen Mu's advice, sending someone to Qingyan Mansion to retrieve the bone-crushing pill. A new day has only just begun, yet another formidable figure from the realm of immortals has joined the family. Indeed, splendid news. As I pinch off a piece of osmanthus cake and recline on the bench, I savor its taste alongside a sip of tea. A bite of cake, a sip of tea, such a delightful existence. Truly, one must not be reserved. When it is time to be ostentatious, one must embrace it wholeheartedly. As Chen Mu spoke, he opened his system backpack and selected 2 sacred dragons, the War Dragon God and the Flame Sacred Dragon, resolving to release them together. 3 dragons shall guard the Tianyuan. Let us see who dares to disturb my tranquil life. Chapter 69. The 3 dragons converge. Hidden talent. The dual dragons surged forth from the Qingyun mansion, soaring into the heavens. The roar of dragons reverberated across the land. The entire southern region was set abuzz. The golden, black, and red dragons converged above the Tianyuan sacred land, a sight truly breathtaking. Furthermore, 2 more dragons emerged from the young master's estate. Just how many dragons does the young master command? Even in ancient times, those who could successfully tame dragons were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. And yet, the young master commands 3 colossal dragons, towering over 100 feet in length. My vocabulary fails to encapsulate the young master's magnificence. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Wait, why do I feel the fire essence within me bubbling? I feel it too. That red sacred dragon seems to provide a unique energy enhancement for those of us who cultivate fire attributes. How infuriating. I envy you all. Why must I be a wood attribute cultivator? Listening to the cheers surrounding him as he made his way to the grand hall of the sacred land, Xiang Lai's heart grew increasingly anxious. He could hardly fathom the brutal fate that awaited him should he resist to the end. Initially, he had inadvertently caught sight of the auspicious golden dragon hidden amidst the clouds, and the seasoned warrior nearly wet himself in terror. Now, with the 3 dragons converging above, he clamped his legs together to avoid a most embarrassing situation. The esteemed leader of the Demon Heaven sect, frightened to the point of losing control. Just the thought of it is mortifying. Gazing towards the direction of the Qingyun mansion, Xiang Lai was filled with curiosity about the appearance of this Tianyuan young master. Here in the Tianyuan sacred land, he seemed to garner more affection than even the Tianyuan sovereign. Are the youth of this generation truly so extraordinary? Young master, this is the situation. Yi Qingcheng had already recounted everything she had observed after leaving the Qingyun mansion. Thank you for your hard work. After hearing her report, Chen Mu inquired, will you be heading to the trial tower next? Yes, within the trial tower, each breakthrough brings me immense inspiration and power enhancement, Yi Qingcheng replied. Her determination steadfast as she aspired to ascend 10 more levels today. She wished to remain by Chen Mu's side. Serving him, it would be unacceptable to stagnate. She must transform herself into a prodigy as well. If talent is lacking, then one must compensate through hard work. Should others discover Yi Qingcheng's thoughts, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes and scoff. Is even talent so competitive? How can ordinary individuals find their way? Very well, off you go, Chen Mu waved his hand, encouraging her to focus on her cultivation without concern for him. Since his subordinates were so diligent, he would not hinder their efforts. He hoped Yi Qingcheng would grow stronger, sparing him the need to intervene. His choice to embrace invincibility was not to micromanage every affair. Why trouble himself with matters that others could resolve? Young master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, and I shall return at once. Yi Qingcheng clasped her hands in respect and turned to leave the Qingyun mansion. Now, only Chen Mu remained, relishing the tranquility within the estate. The wind today was slightly boisterous. He turned to glance at Zhang Shenkai, who appeared to be scaling fish in the kitchen, likely preparing them for drying. With nothing pressing to do, Chen Mu took a moment to examine Zhang Shenkai as personal profile, curious to learn more about the man he frequently encountered. Name, Zhang Shenkai. Age, 43. In the realm of fantasy, this age is considered quite young for cultivators. For ordinary people, with a lifespan barely reaching a century, it hardly qualifies as youthful. Gender, male. Cultivation level, none. Just as Chen Mu was about to conclude that Zhang Shenkai was an unremarkable individual, his gaze fell upon the talent section. Talent, inactive, hidden, inactive, hidden. In a voice only he could hear, he quietly inquired, System, what does this mean? System, to the host, individuals of this nature possess talents that are more challenging to uncover compared to ordinary people, yet they often accompany exceptional aptitude. However, special methods are required to activate them. Chen Mu had initially thought he had merely stumbled upon an adept cook, but it turned out the man harbored hidden talents. What fortune! Finding it intriguing, he beckoned Zhang Shenkai closer. Young master, did you summon me? Zhang Shenkai attempted to wipe his hands, which were smeared with fish scales, but ultimately tucked them behind his back to avoid the fishy odor bothering Chen Mu. He wanted to wash them, but fetching water would take considerable effort. With a command from Chen Mu, Zhang Shenkai dared not delay. Do you wish to cultivate? Chen Mu inquired directly. I do. Why would I not? However, young master, I participated in the awakening ceremony and had no reaction, which is why I sought a master and became a cook, Zhang Shenkai explained. What if I told you that you actually possess a high level of hidden talent? It is simply buried deep, and it will require effort to activate. Chen Mu did not conceal the truth. Zhang Shenkai was momentarily taken aback. Then without a second thought, he knelt down, pleading for the young master to activate his talent. I vow to serve you for eternity. Zhang Shenkai longed to soar on a flying sword, to wield power and influence, and to attain longevity. He dreamt of it. He was unwilling to live a mere few decades and then fade into obscurity. Hearing Chen Mu mention his hidden talent nearly brought him to tears. He envisioned that if he could cultivate, he could contribute to the Tianyuan sacred land, earn longevity pills, extend his life, and perhaps embrace immortality. Your determination is commendable. I shall assist you. With Chen Mu's current cultivation level, unlocking Zhang Shenkai's hidden talent was a trivial matter, far from challenging. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Zhang Shenkai bowed fervently, his forehead bleeding from the fervent gestures, but he could hardly care. He was elated to finally embark on the path of cultivation he had yearned for. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, who would not desire to cultivate and become a formidable figure? Chen Mu raised his hand, hovering it above Zhang Shenkai's head, ready to infuse spiritual energy and shatter the shackles. Activating hidden talent for Zhang Shenkai. Activation successful. Gasped. Chen Mu inhaled sharply. This system truly spared him every ounce of effort. In light of such thoughtful actions, all he could think was, let us continue this next time. He would never complain or dismiss it. That will be sufficient. Chen Mu withdrew his hand and swiftly exited the system panel. Eager to check the talent section regarding Zhang Shenkai, he was keen to understand the extent of this extraordinary hidden talent and whether it could be utilized for his own purposes. Chapter 70. Achieving the Path, Unifying the Dominions? Copper Skin, Iron Bones, a talent for body refinement. Body refinement? Chen Mu held serious doubts that this was merely a coincidence orchestrated by the system. Just after encountering Zhuang Fan, an emperor in body refinement, who had offered his lifelong treasures, now the system presented him with another talent for body refinement. Was it attempting to cultivate another body refinement emperor like Zhuang Fan? The sensation was simply astonishing. Younger master, I feel a ceaseless flow of power filling my body. Zhang Shenkai exclaimed, arms wide open, fists clenched, brimming with excitement. Chen Mu raised his hand, fingers half closed, and inhaled. Whoosh! A kitchen knife flew through the window, perfectly grasped by him at the opportune moment. Come, take this kitchen knife and try cutting yourself, Chen Mu suggested. Zhang Shenkai accepted the knife, swallowing hard. He looked at the blade, then at Chen Mu, whose resolute demeanor indicated he was not jesting. Surely, the young master would not harm me. Gritting his teeth, he seized the knife with his right hand, raising it high above his head, closing his eyes, and bringing it down with all his might. Bang! The sound was sharp. Zhang Shenkai opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing the knife shatter into numerous fragments, scattering around him, leaving only the handle in his grasp. Upon inspecting his arm, which should have been severed, he found merely a torn sleeve and a faint scratch. Discarding the handle, he hastily rolled up his sleeve for confirmation. On his forearm, there was not even a scratch, not a single hair harmed. Young master, what is happening? Zhang Shenkai, unable to comprehend the mystery, asked Chen Mu. I have awakened the hidden bloodline within you, forging your body with bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades and swords. However, should you encounter a superior spiritual weapon, it may still breach your defenses, remember this. Before Chen Mu could finish, Zhang Shenkai fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, Thank you, young master. I shall forever remember your life-giving grace. Your newfound awareness makes my nurturing worthwhile. Take this cultivation method and train diligently. You shall surely reap a splendid life. Chen Mu said, retrieving a tome titled The Golden Bell Body Technique from the central bookshelf and tossing it to Zhang Shenkai. Establish a solid foundation and elevate your realm before considering the cultivation of the heavenly demon body. Too great a leap may lead to misfortune. Such potent spiritual energy. Although Zhang Shenkai could not discern the method's rank, he recognized it was far from ordinary. Thank you, young master, for your divine favor. The previously scabbed forehead, this time, did not bleed anew due to the bronze skin and iron bones. Instead, it cracked, shedding the dried blood, revealing healed skin beneath. After accepting the Golden Bell Body Technique, Zhang Shenkai did not rush to practice but returned to his post, resuming his task of processing fish and meat, using cypress branches for smoking. Even with the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation and seek immortality, he did not forget his duties at Qingyun Mansion. As a chef, his thoughts were solely on what to prepare for dinner and which recipe to consult. His steadfast loyalty delighted Chen Mu. Rising, he stretched, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Indeed, while the recliner was comfortable, it could not compare to a proper bed. Glancing upwards, he noticed the ominous clouds shrouding the sky. Chen Mu decided it would be wiser to rest indoors. Bang! The door swung open. "Little Mu, your sister has come to see you." Chen Mu forced a smile. Turning to greet her, "Sister, how? Come, let me take a good look at my brother, the great emperor of the Chen family." Qin Juexin hurried to Chen Mu, embracing his shoulders and scrutinizing him as if admiring a work of art, her eyes filled with an unmistakable possessiveness. That gaze? Chen Mu felt fortunate to be Chen Juexin's brother. Her rationality remained intact, for without this bond, he might have been thoroughly consumed. Releasing her grip, he sat down, resting his chin on his hand, sighing deeply. As siblings, why must there be such a disparity? Sister, you are being overly self-deprecating, are you not? In matters of commerce, I am no match for you. Chen Mu poured her a cup of tea and instructed Zhang Xinkai to bring a platter of fruit. Here, sister. After such a long journey, you must be tired. Have some grapes. Chen Mu picked up a bunch of precious purple jade grapes. Chen Juexin set her hands down and opened her mouth, adopting a playful posture as if waiting to be fed. Sigh. Chen Mu lamented. After all, she was his elder sister. Reflecting on her past kindness and care, peeling a grape seemed insignificant. He plucked a grape, peeled it to reveal its translucent green flesh, and placed it in Chen Juexin's mouth. So sweet. Chen Juexin cupped her cheeks, beaming with joy. Looking at Chen Mu, she teasingly remarked, "To have the emperor of the age personally attend to me, I, Chen Juexin, must have accumulated great fortune in my past life." Indeed, Chen Mu agreed, continuing to peel grapes for her, which she eagerly accepted, reveling in the moment. Before Chen Mu, she felt no need for pretense. "Sister, your long journey back to find me surely isn't solely for this, is it?" Chen Mu probed directly. "Indeed, you cannot hide anything from me." The expression and tone suggested something more serious was afoot. Chen Mu pondered whether his sister had encountered genuine troubles. In truth, her business had expanded significantly in the southern region, and she was contemplating how to extend her reach further. Despite her successes outside the southern region, she was aware that competing with established families and shops posed a considerable challenge. The trust and reputation they had built among locals were not easily surpassed. Chen Mu's face turned cold. He had ample reason to suspect that Qin Juexin had come to Qingyan Mansion solely to flaunt her achievements. "Sister, you returned specifically to show off, didn't you?" Chen Mu retracted his hand, tossing the grape he had intended for her into his own mouth. Qin Juexin pouted. Her cheeks puffed, playfully scolding, "Of course not. I am genuinely troubled. With more and more people joining the celestial origin sacred ground, expenses are rising. And if I do not strive to earn money, how can I help you achieve greatness and dominate the world?" Achieve greatness and dominate the world? Chen Mu felt indifferent. He mused, "Sister, you overestimate me. I merely wish to lounge about, enjoying life. As for money, with infinite wealth at hand, would I truly lack?" Yet, he could not share this with Qin Juexin, even though she was among his closest confidants. The matters of the system must remain a secret, buried in silence. Should they be revealed, they could bring calamity to others. Chen Mu still had not unraveled the origins of the system, so caution was paramount. "Little Mu, you have always been resourceful. Do you have any good ideas? Help your sister out." Chapter 71. The God of Gambling Stone, you are being excessively humble. A good idea? Chen Mu shook his head. What good ideas could I possibly have? You know well, I am utterly clueless about commerce. I lack the acumen. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a business acumen. Chen Mu felt the system was straying further from the concept of a wish-granting system. After all, a wish-granting system requires one to make a wish for it to manifest. Without uttering a word, the system had already bestowed upon him a talent. Under the enhancement of the business acumen, skill, Chen Mu suddenly conceived a strategy that could yield Qin Juexin a substantial clientele never before seen. The God of Gambling Stone. The three words, when separated, were familiar to Qin Juexin, but together, their meaning eluded her. It's simple. Publicly declare that you have discovered a natural divine stone that, when cut open, has a certain probability of yielding top-tier treasures, such as pills, techniques, and divine weapons, Chen Mu elaborated. You mean to fabricate a story? No, I, Qin Juexin, would never stoop to such deceptive practices. Moreover, if exposed, it would tarnish the reputation of the celestial origin and yours. Qin Juexin was particularly concerned about this. Her own reputation mattered little. What she did not wish was for Chen Mu, who aspired to become the sovereign of the celestial origin, to be sullied. Having such a principled sister, who always considered his interests, indeed placed Chen Mu in a difficult position. Capitalizing on a scheme of small gains for large returns was common in his past life, Yet in this predatory world of fantasy, it was surprisingly rare. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the God of Gambling Stone 1000. The God of Gambling Stone? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, inwardly questioning. System. You cannot be jesting with me, can you? Is there truly such a thing as a gambling godstone in this world? He searched his mind carefully, but found no relevant memories. The gambling godstone was merely a fabrication inspired by his past experiences with gambling stones. He had simply swapped jade for spiritual stones, techniques, and divine weapons. System. Returning to the host. The gambling godstone was created by the system based on your description. Is that even possible? Chen Mu was not inclined to delve deeper into the matter and decided to address the immediate situation instead. Since I claimed it was natural, how could it be deemed false? With a grand gesture, Chen Mu produced a dozen or so divine stones of various sizes and shapes, placing them before Qin Juexin. What are these? Qin Juexin attempted to cover them with her spiritual sense, hoping to uncover their mysteries, but found only a dark, indistinct mass. This is what I refer to as divine stones. Not even you, dear sister, nor our father, who is at the emperor level, could fathom the secrets within. Chen Mu explained. The essence of these divine stones can only be revealed once they are cut open, which is why the word gamble takes precedence. To his surprise, memories from his past life proved useful at that moment. So, such things truly exist in this world. Chen Mu, where did you acquire them? Qin Juexin inquired curiously. That is a secret for now, but if you need any, feel free to ask. Chen Mu hesitated to reveal that he had merely made it up, which the system had then conjured from thin air. Seeing Chen Mu's reluctance to share, Qin Juexin refrained from pressing further, suspecting that it might be from a perilous place. And he was likely concerned for her safety. She promised that all profits from the gambling godstone would be entrusted to Chen Mu, allowing him to determine their use. Understanding her temperament, Chen Mu readily agreed without refusal. The door creaked open, and in walked Yi Qingqing, slightly injured, clearly having endured a fierce battle within the trial tower. Young master, Mississippi Yi Qingqing greeted them and soon noticed the divine stones arrayed in the courtyard. Like Qin Juexin, she instinctively attempted to probe them, only to be met with darkness and nothingness. At that moment, Chen Mu suggested, why don't we each select a stone and cut it open to observe? This would be far more direct than engaging in endless discussion. No amount of words could compare to personal experience. Chen Mu also called upon Zhang Shenkai to join them. I'll choose this one, Qin Juexin said, pointing to a relatively smooth divine stone. Yi Qingqing selected a more exquisite and compact one, its surface slightly jade-like. Zhang Shenkai, on the other hand, chose the largest stone, believing that bigger must mean better. Chen Mu, without much thought, picked one at random. With a gentle flick of his finger, fissures appeared across the 4 divine stones, splitting them apart. This is boots that enhance speed and agility, at least of the earth grade. Yi Qingqing exclaimed in delight. My stone contains a precious armor. Zhang Shenkai shouted in joy. A 7th grade Zunyuden? Just as Chen Mu anticipated, upon personally uncovering treasures from the divine stones. Qin Juexin immediately recognized the immense business opportunity this presented. The thrill of gambling and the excitement of revealing treasures were exhilarating, creating a roller coaster of emotions that was utterly addictive. Yet, would the chances of revealing treasures be too high? As Qin Juexin pondered this, she caught a glimpse of Chen Mu's expression darkening. Upon inspecting his stone, he found it entirely empty. Chen Mu, let us have another round, he said, forcing a smile. Observing his demeanor, Qin Juexin realized that her worries were entirely unfounded. The more one failed to uncover treasures, the more they were tempted to try again, seeking to defy fate. How many would refuse the chance to change their destiny by purchasing a stone? In the second round, both Qin Juexin and Yi Qingqing failed to uncover anything from their divine stones. Conversely, Zhang Xingcai's luck shone brightly as he revealed a pair of earth-grade gauntlets. When it was Chen Mu's turn, the system chimed, signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has gained supreme fortune. Boom. A golden pillar of light shot skyward, heralding the arrival of a treasured artifact. Chen Mu could only remark that if the system's response had been a second delayed, he might have unearthed another empty stone. Heavens, that is a sacred-grade divine weapon. Truly worthy of the young master to have revealed a sacred-grade divine weapon. In contrast, my gauntlets are utterly worthless. Divine stones can yield sacred weapons. Qin Juexin gasped, standing in disbelief. Indeed, not only sacred weapons, but divine weapons can also be revealed, all dependent on luck. Gazing at the sacred-grade divine weapon in his hand, Chen Mu felt a profound satisfaction. Supreme fortune, indeed. System, what about me? What about me? Excited face, You are also impressive. System. Thank you for the praise. The system will strive to do even better. With such a prodigious notion, he still claimed to lack business acumen and was utterly oblivious. Chen Juexin embraced Chen Mu, pulling him close. Mine. Chen Mu's smile was bittersweet. He thought to himself, I know better than you, dear sister, that I possess a gift for commerce, just a few seconds earlier. In Chapter 72, 100,000 divine weapons as a trump card. At the Divine Stone Pavilion, Chen Mu continued to shine under the influence of supreme fortune, effortlessly surpassing all others. Golden pillars of light erupted one after another, piercing the heavens. Sacred. Divine. Even more divine. Looking at the several empty stones before him, Chen Juexin, Yi Qi and the others could only express their feelings of inadequacy. They were truly incomparable. This fortune was indeed worthy of an emperor under the protection of the Great Tao. As for the first stone, surely the Great Tao had simply yet to respond. Yes, that must be it. Afterward, Chen Mu handed over the remaining 984 divine stones to Chen Juexin. These will be sufficient for you to make a name for yourself outside the southern region. Gifted divine stones successfully. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations. The host has gained 98,400 divine stones. 98,400. This figure, combined with supreme fortune. Many had essentially acquired over 90,000, nearly 100,000, lowest sacred grade divine weapons as a trump card. Though it may sound like self-promotion, Chen Mu could find no other term than invincible to describe it. Invincible. Only invincible. Yet, this was preferable. For being invincible was far better than enduring mockery and oppression daily. Xiao Mu, rest assured. Your sister will not disappoint your expectations and will make the gambling godstone a sensation throughout the entire Great Cang World. Before departing, Chen Juexin paused at the doorway to express her sentiments. All right, I'll remember that. Take care, sister, Chen Mu waved in response. Noticing Yi Qi and Zhang Shenkai approaching with the items they had won from the divine stones, Chen Mu interjected, You may keep those items. Thank you, young master. The two bowed respectfully and accepted the treasures as Chen Mu instructed. They genuinely needed these items, and they understood that they held no value for Chen Mu, merely taking up space. Moreover, since it was the young master's command, they would comply without further discussion. Having resolved matters with Chen Juexin, Chen Mu headed towards his bedroom. Waving his hand, Call me for dinner later. Yes, young master, Yi Qi affirmed, while Zhang Shenkai donned his precious armor and gauntlets. Seizing the opportunity to practice the golden bell body technique that Chen Mu had previously given him. Noticing this scene, Yi Qi was first astonished, then curiously asked, Brother Zhang, where did you obtain this technique? This, actually, is from the young master. Zhang Shenkai did not withhold the truth, recounting how Chen Mu had discovered his latent talent. With a body as tough as copper and iron, a genius in body refinement. Yi Qi had to admit she had misjudged him. She had always thought Zhang Shenkai was an ordinary person, not realizing he was a genius in body refinement. The young master is indeed exceptional. His insight is always so keen. Without Chen Mu's discerning eye, Zhang Shenkai would likely have lived a mundane life, passing away without ever realizing his true potential. The young master has bestowed upon you a grace akin to rebirth. Should you one day attain greatness, never forget this kindness. Yi Qi expressed her thoughts. Rest assured, Miss Yi, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for the young master, Zhang Shenkai declared, thumping his chest with a sound akin to a drum. He then inquired, By the way, Miss Yi, as this is my first time cultivating, I'm unfamiliar with the techniques. I only know the 4 levels of the universe: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. What grade is the technique the young master has given me? Heavenly grade, top-notch, supreme technique. Yi Qi replied, Heavenly grade, top-notch? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shenkai felt that he would gladly become a servant to Chen Mu, even if it meant being treated like a dog. The affection he received from his biological parents paled in comparison. He was deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes. Chen Mu was in his chamber, listening intently to the conversation between Yi Qi and Zhang Shenkai. Though he lay in bed, he felt no fatigue. Reflecting inwardly, he wondered if he had indeed slept too much. They say that time is as precious as gold, and one should not squander it. Yet, given that I have attained immortality, impervious to death, and reached a realm few can aspire to, the Emperor's domain, perhaps a little indulgence is permissible? Staring at the cracks in the ceiling, he muttered to himself. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the dream-inducing incense 10. Dream-inducing? That doesn't sound particularly pleasant, Chen Mu remarked. System, replying to the host, igniting this incense will aid you in entering the dream state. And the dreams you experience will unfold exactly as you desire, leaving you entranced. But what if I become trapped within? Chen Mu queried once more. System, host is jesting. This incense only has a dream-inducing effect on those below the innate martial master realm. Chen Mu frowned, so it truly exists. However, knowing that the dream-inducing incense bore no adverse effects for him, he instructed the system to light it. Understood. The system complied, demonstrating its subservience. After all, it was paramount for the system to curry favor and gain Chen Mu's approval. Nothing was more important than this. Soon, as wisps of white smoke spiraled upward, a wondrous aroma wafted in with each breath Chen Mu took. Gradually, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, eventually succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, everything was a haze. What he desired was to not dream at all, sparing his energy. Meanwhile, Qin Juexin had swiftly returned to the capital through a teleportation array. He did not rush to the outer realms of the southern domain, but instead planned to procure a few gambling stones within the city to gauge interest. Thus formulating a promotional strategy, he lavishly purchased a grand pavilion and had the sign for the Divine Stone Pavilion hung up, immediately attracting a crowd of onlookers. What is the Divine Stone Pavilion? They wondered. What connection could the word divine possibly have with stone? One was rare, while the other was commonplace. To acquire such an opulent pavilion, surely it was not a simple endeavor. The buzz of discussion grew. Once the crowd had gathered sufficiently, the temporarily appointed deputy pavilion master, Sun Qian, opened the doors to welcome guests. Esteemed patrons, the Divine Stone Pavilion is now open, catering to all cultivators in the southern domain. We kindly ask those with wealth to support us financially, and those without to lend us their presence. Sun Qian clasped his hands in greeting, reciting the opening lines. Enough with the pleasantries. Just tell us what this Divine Stone Pavilion is all about. An impatient voice called out. Sun Qian remained unperturbed and calmly explained, in short, you may purchase divine stones here, engage in stone gambling, and the outcomes depend entirely on luck. Divine stones? You expect us to spend money on stones? Surely, you jest. Others scoffed. This is no different than treating us like fools. Disperse, it's pointless. As the crowd began to disperse, Sun Qian quickly intervened. Please, everyone, don't rush away. Just hear me out. These are not ordinary stones. Those with good fortune might even uncover divine-grade artifacts. Upon hearing Sun Qian's words, the crowd's expressions turned icy. The previously bustling Divine Stone Pavilion fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. However, this stillness was soon shattered by a raucous laughter. Huh, you at the Divine Stone Pavilion truly speak grandly. Are you not afraid of bursting your own bubble? How could one possibly extract divine treasures from mere stones? Preposterous. This is undoubtedly the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Laughter erupted, and many regarded the notion with disdain. A few proud cultivators drew their swords, adopting an offended stance. Witnessing this commotion, Sun Qian grew anxious, quickly raising his hands. Our pavilion master is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, backed by the heavenly origin sacred land. Would we dare just about such matters? Upon hearing this, the aggressors paused mid-action. The leader of the Merchant Alliance? Chen Juexin? Did he not mention being backed by the heavenly origin sacred land? Who else could it be? They realized they could not afford to provoke him. I take my leave. One moment they had been brash, the next they hurriedly retreated, resembling a cornered dog fleeing in panic. They were well aware that even if their cultivation levels surged by several realms, they would still not dare confront the heavenly origin sacred land. They understood precisely what it meant to be an emperor and how terrifying the existence of two emperors could be. Pray tell, what are the rules concerning these gambling stones? Inquired a stooped elder, hands clasped behind his back, squinting his eyes as he stepped forward from the crowd. Simply put, purchase a divine stone of your choosing. Split it in half and cut it open. Whether it be top-tier elixirs, technique manuals, or divine armaments, all may be found within, but it is entirely reliant on luck. Those fortunate enough might even unearth divine-grade artifacts. Of course, those less fortunate may end up with nothing at all, Sun Qian elaborated. While the heavenly origin sacred land was not averse to trouble, there was no reason to seek it out either, lest they give others fodder for gossip. Might you disclose where these stones originate? The elder inquired further. The specifics are not convenient to disclose, but I can share that our young master from the heavenly origin found them in a legendary secret realm. Sun Qian relayed Chen Juexin's words. A legendary secret realm. The Divine Stone Pavilion is indeed associated with the young master of the heavenly origin. That exceptional genius. Perhaps it is truly worth a try? The cheapest starts at 1,000 spirit stones. That's rather steep. Indeed, what if nothing comes of it? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Consider it from another perspective. If one can spend 1,000 spirit stones to gain not merely divine grade but even saint grade artifacts, wouldn't that be superior to doing nothing and waiting for fortune to smile upon you? Quite right. This is the closest opportunity we common folk have to alter our fates. Amidst the shifting tide, more and more individuals began flocking to the Divine Stone Pavilion. To accommodate those lacking spirit stones or gold, Chen Mu specifically purchased a shop adjacent to the Divine Stone Pavilion to establish a pawn shop, providing a comprehensive service. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the heavens bless me. This is all I possess. Let me uncover a fine treasure. With a single cut, fortunes could be reversed. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Open for me. People knelt in prayer, clutching their blades, hesitant, while others, simply looking to satisfy their curiosity and enjoy themselves, gathered as well. A plethora of individuals congregated. With each cut, their expressions varied greatly. My 2,000 spirit stones. I spent my 2,000 spirit stones only to receive 10 of the lowest grade elixirs? They lamented, kneeling in despair. Enough. The divine stone I purchased for 5,000 spirit stones yielded nothing at all. Curse it. A mere second-grade elixir from a 10,000 spirit stone investment? Are you not jesting with me? Could it be that the Divine Stone Pavilion is taking advantage of its stature to bully its customers? Indeed, it is evident that the Divine Stone Pavilion, believing itself to be backed by the celestial origin's sacred land, acts with reckless abandon, treating us common folk as mere livestock. I have always been fortunate. How could I possibly fail to obtain even a single treasure? There is something amiss, without a doubt. As one voice arose, a chorus of discontent followed. Those who had failed to extract any satisfactory treasures or had not revealed any gems from the divine stones cried out in unison, denouncing the foul play and the pavilion's exploitation. Everyone, given this uproar, even Sun Qian began to feel uneasy. Yet, his voice was completely drowned out by the shouts for refunds. At that moment, a venerable voice rang out. A heavenly grade. I have actually unearthed a heavenly grade divine weapon. The Frostwind Sword. Heavenly grade divine weapon. My goodness. It truly is a heavenly grade divine weapon. This stone can indeed yield treasures. But what if it's a ruse? Everyone, do not be too gullible. What a farce. Upon witnessing someone uncover a precious artifact, Sun Qian's demeanor shifted considerably. He retorted sharply. Would the Divine Stone Pavilion tarnish the reputation of our Lord and young master over a few trifling silver coins? Everyone, please be cautious with your words. His admonition silenced several individuals immediately, leaving them tight-lipped and apprehensive. They understood that to offend even a single figure as formidable as Chen Mu would lead to their inevitable doom, let alone crossing paths with the celestial origin, sacred land. The crowd was well aware of the terrifying reputation of Chen Mu, a woman whose influence extended far beyond mere commerce. This Yunbei street had not witnessed such commotion in a long while. Following the voice, an elderly man with graying hair approached, flanked by a man and a woman. Both seasoned martial artists of innate mastery. The Grand Scholar, recognizing the visitor, Sun Qian hastily stepped forward to greet him, apologizing for not having come to welcome him properly. You needn't be so formal, Zhao Zhitong replied, lifting Sun Qian to his feet. The Grand Scholar, the one deemed by the emperor as the unparalleled literary talent of the realm, possessing 8/10 of the world's wisdom. Indeed, it must be him. I have seen him at a banquet before. The rumors speak of his unwavering integrity and his refusal to bow to any powerful figure, even daring to offer counsel that could cost him his life. Such fortitude is truly admirable. Yet, Zhao Zhitong paid little mind to the flattery, treating it as mere background noise. Inquiring of Sun Qian, he expressed his interest in the divine stones, wondering if he might have a chance to try his hand. Of course. It would be our honor for the Grand Scholar to visit the Divine Stone Pavilion. Please, choose any stone you wish. Sun Qian assured him, One should not receive without giving. I must still pay my due. Zhao Zhitong raised his hand in refusal. Sun Qian complied with the Grand Scholar's wishes, bowing in agreement. As Zhao Zhitong moved closer, the crowd parted, their gazes fixed upon him, eager to see which divine stone he would select and whether he could unearth a precious treasure. What do you two think? Zhao Zhitong inquired, glancing at the assortment of divine stones laid out in the hall. These stones are indeed mysterious, each encased in a barrier, with my cultivation. I cannot discern what lies within. The other guard nodded in agreement. Neither can I, for all I perceive is a chaotic hue, which does not appear to be the result of any artificial formation. Oh, that is rather intriguing. You two should each select one as a reward for your diligent service, Zhao Zhitong offered. As a Grand Scholar, Zhao Zhitong's salary was substantial, and with little to spend it on, he was quite affluent. We shall not be polite then. The two guards, familiar with Zhao Zhitong's nature, accepted his kindness without hesitation, choosing their divine stones based on instinct. Zhao Zhitong swiftly selected a stone as well. After Sun Qian received the payment in spirit stones, he placed them into a spatial ring. Since he possessed a spatial ring, there must also be a corresponding mother ring, collectively referred to as the parent-child spatial rings. The child ring connected to the mother ring, allowing items placed within the former to be directly stored in the latter. Without the mother ring to receive the items, the child ring could only hold what was placed inside it. The mother ring had long been given to Chen Mu, with all the profits of the Divine Stone Pavilion belonging solely to Chen Mu. Chen Mu held the name, while Chen Mu enjoyed both fame and fortune. After inquiring about the method, one guard drew his sword, and with a swift motion, the divine stone was cleaved in two. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The female guard was indeed fortunate, having uncovered 10 6th-grade Qianyuan elixirs. No. If we're talking about luck, it must be that male guard who unveiled the heavenly grade weapon, the Wind Howl Blade. In contrast, Zhao Zhitong's outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory as he hesitated, concerned about offending Zhao Zhitong. Unexpectedly, he revealed nothing at all. He had assumed that, in deference to his status as a grand scholar, the Divine Stone Pavilion would discreetly manipulate the outcome to ensure he received a top-tier treasure. The female guard beamed with excitement. With these elixirs, she was confident in her ability to break through to the next realm. The male guard also wore a radiant smile, for he had acquired the weapon he had long coveted, eager to practice with it at the arena. As for Zhao Zhitong, despite his composed exterior, the despondency in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. May I purchase another stone? Zhao Zhitong inquired of Sun Qian, feigning a smile. Certainly, Sun Qian nodded. Zhao Zhitong then selected another divine stone valued at 8,000 spirit stones. This time, he wielded the sword himself and struck down. The sword wind howled, and while the momentum was impressive, the result was still lacking. Yet, it was better than the first attempt. At least something had been revealed, a pair of white socks, their texture exquisite and silken. Zhao Zhitong, undeterred, declared, once more. Spirit stones minus 7,000. Obtained air, again. Spirit stones minus 5,000. Obtained a low-grade first-tier elixir one. Again. The crowd, witnessing Zhao Zhitong's frenzied demeanor and the string of failures, found solace in their own misfortunes. If even a grand scholar of such renown faced such trials, what could they expect for themselves? It became clear that the Divine Stone Pavilion had not deceived them. It was indeed a gamble based purely on luck. Once more, Zhao Zhitong began, only to realize halfway through that his coin purse had run dry. Over 1,000,000 spirit stones had effectively vanished into thin air. Zhao Zhitong had no intention of seeking comfort in those inferior elixirs or white socks. I will use this as collateral. How many spirit stones can it fetch? Zhao Zhitong produced an ancient scroll inscribed with the words the Grand Scholars, 3,000 volumes. What? Is this not one of the 10 great Confucian scriptures? The Grand Scholars, 3,000 volumes. How audacious. To think even a grand scholar would succumb to the allure of the divine stone gamble. Life is a matter of pride, in front of so many. To reveal nothing would be utterly disgraceful. This scripture is something countless masters of literature and philosophy covet. He had so easily laid it bare. Listening to the murmurs around him, Sun Qian, not fully aware of the significance of the grand scholar's 3,000 volumes, casually remarked, "It can be exchanged for 5 divine stones." Excellent. I shall make the trade. Zhao Zhitong grasped Sun Qian's hand with one hand and forcefully pressed the grand scholar's 3,000 volumes into his other hand, fearing he might reconsider. Sun Qian smiled silently and transferred the grand scholar's 3,000 volumes into the mother ring held by Chen Mu through his spatial ring. This one, and this one, I shall take them all. Selecting 5 divine stones, Zhao Zhitong continued to strike down with his sword. The first stone yielded nothing. The second revealed 10 second-tier heart-questioning elixirs. The third unveiled a complete set of mystical grade armor. The fourth stone was empty. Gulp. Staring at the lone remaining divine stone, Zhao Zhitong swallowed hard, cold sweat cascading down his brow, the pressure mounting. Resolutely, he bit the bullet and swung his sword down once in the next instant. A beam of golden light surged upwards, piercing through the house and reaching the heavens, dispersing the clouds. The holy tear. Could it be the relic of the Confucian Tao sage? A relic of a sage? This is far more precious than the 3,000 scrolls of Confucian Tao. Step aside. I desire a piece of the gambling god stone. Me too. Zhao Zhitong felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the sage relic in his hand, strenuously suppressing his urge to laugh loudly and lose face. He had wagered correctly. Should he comprehend the profound truths contained within the sage relic, his accomplishments and status in the Confucian Tao would soar exponentially. Consequently, the reputation of the Divine Stone Pavilion spread throughout the capital. Many flocked here, eager to deliver money to Chen Mu. The pawnshop next door was equally bustling with business. Mother Space Ring Spirit Stones 10,000. Mother Space Ring Spirit Stones 5,000. Mother Space Ring Great Scholar 3,000 Scrolls 1. Upon Chen Mu awakening, he beheld the bountiful rewards displayed on the system panel. Spirit Stones? He felt no interest in them. However, the great scholar 3,000 scrolls piqued his curiosity. He extracted a heavy, substantial ancient scroll, which, even with both arms outstretched, was difficult to fully unfold. The literary aura was remarkably profound. What purpose does this hold? System. If you can gain the recognition of the remnant soul of the great scholar within, you shall receive a great reward. Chen Mu did not believe he needed anyone's approval at present. He was merely surprised to discover that the Confucian Tao existed even in the great song. Yet, he felt a sense that this Confucian Tao was fundamentally different from what he had envisioned. The spiritual energy within the scroll was exceptionally dense. Could it be that the Confucian Tao has amalgamated with the concept of cultivation? Out of curiosity, Chen Mu resolved to open the 3,000 scrolls of Confucian Tao. Chapter 75. Ink World. I observe his sage-like bearing. Upon opening it, a literary aura surged like a vast ocean, overwhelming him with its tide. Radiant golden light filled his field of vision. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely new realm. Chen Mu could distinctly perceive that this world was formed from a unique energy and was not real. His consciousness had been transported here, while his physical body remained in the Qingyun manner. Ink mountains, ink rivers, ink clouds, ink birds. Is this an ink painting? Chen Mu looked around, a slight smile appearing on his lips, filled with interest. The ambience was indeed exquisite. Crossing a stone bridge, he soon spotted a towering mountain, atop which sat a pavilion. Inside, two individuals were engaged in a game of Go, while another stood nearby, watching intently. Occasionally, he would exclaim phrases such as, "Old Mo, your move is brilliant. Old Li, your strategy has opened my eyes." Faced with Old Li's relentless advances, Old Mo held a black piece, his hand hovering in midair, hesitating. Turning his gaze to the distance, he mused, "Oh, has someone finally passed the literary aura test and entered this literary abyss world? What does that matter? Focus on the game," Old Li urged. As great scholars, they were the evaluators of the final trial in the literary abyss. Reflecting on the past, it had been millennia since anyone had reached the summit of this ink mountain to undergo the test. Thus, Old Li believed that the literary energy of the southern domain had long been depleted. The Confucian Tao? It was non-existent. Now was the era of sword cultivators, blade cultivators, and spear cultivators, with an overwhelming focus on practicality, who still wished to read and gradually cultivate literary energy. He maintained a pessimistic outlook. Old Mo returned the pieces to the box, waving his hand, his white sleeve billowing, leaving a trace of ink in the air. This ink then transformed into a mirror-like surface, revealing the scene below, displaying Chen Mu's visage. Oh, at such a young age, he has managed to pass the literary aura test and enter the literary abyss. Old Li showed a flicker of interest, for even he, a current great scholar, had been nearly 60 when he first entered the literary abyss. This young man possessed undeniable talent. Old Mo stroked his beard, his face filled with appreciation. Let us refrain from hasty judgments. We shall commend him after he successfully scales the peak. Old Li scoffed lightly, unconvinced that the harsh realities of the present could be easily reversed by a mere talent. Moreover, whether he was truly a genius remained uncertain. Under the cover of their spiritual awareness, Chen Mu had already observed the presence of Old Li, Old Mo, and others. From their conversation, it was evident that the Confucian Tao had once basked in considerable glory. However, with the rise of sword, spear, and blade cultivators, the Confucian Tao gradually weakened, even declining towards extinction. Only a small fraction persevered in their dedication to their ideals. Subsequently, he gleaned from the system that the once mighty Confucian Tao was characterized by immense talent, capable of slaying enemies from 1,000 miles away. The pen of a scholar was not inferior to the sword of a cultivator. A scholar could also take to the battlefield, securing nations and stabilizing realms. Quite impressive indeed. Stopping in his tracks, he closed the system panel, only to see a burst of ink erupt before him, resembling a cloud of mist. Emerging from it were fierce ink wolves, baring their teeth menacingly. Was this the so-called test? Evaluation? Merely one word suffices: weak. The robust beasts charged forward, leaving behind trails of ink, only to vanish in an instant. 7 or 8 ink wolves lunged at Chen Mu, their dark claws sharper than broken blades. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, before Chen Mu lifted a finger, the ink wolves exploded one after another as they entered within 3 to 4 meters, transforming into clouds of ink. They could not even approach him. Chen Mu continued forward, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. How is this possible? He hadn't even lifted a finger. Yet the ink wolves vanished into thin air. Could it be that his talent protected him? Impossible. What kind of talent could annihilate ink wolves in an instant? What then? Is he capable of achieving? This left them speechless. Both old Mo and old Li struggled to maintain their composure, feeling as though they were perched on pins and needles. The astonishment Chen Mu brought forth surpassed all expectations, following the ink tigers, ink soldiers, and ink generals. Without exception, none could approach Chen Mu, all obliterated in an instant. How utterly dull. The literary aura. It must be the literary aura that shields him. So powerful. Such literary aura must belong to a Jinshi. At such a young age, he has reached Jinshi status. His future is limitless. Is the Confucian Tao finally on the verge of revival? Those present were filled with excitement. Old Li and old Mo clenched their fingers tightly. With the preliminary test behind him, it now remained to be seen if Chen Mu could ascend this vast mountain of books. As Chen Mu approached the steps, he lifted his foot, and as it landed, he felt an invisible pressure surge through him. This pressure was so immense that an ordinary person would likely be crushed to pieces. For him, it felt no more than a mosquito bite. To ascend step by step? Chen Mu had neither the patience nor the interest for that. In an instant, he leapt thousands of steps at once. This fellow was truly remarkable. Noticing the sharp gaze from old Li, the individual quickly covered his mouth with both hands, realizing he had lost his composure. Apologetically, he said, "Forgive me. What background does this young man possess? He seems to treat the book mountain test as if it were non-existent." Old Li was perplexed. "I see in him the bearing of a sage," old Mo remarked with a grin. "To become a sage? Are you suggesting his future achievements will surpass ours?" Old Li asked incredulously, unable to believe it. "How much older are you compared to him at this age? And how much more challenging is his era than yours in the Confucian Tao?" Old Mo's two probing questions left Old Li speechless. Just imagine if he were born in this era. He would likely have followed the crowd, forsaking scholarly pursuits to become an ordinary cultivator. Those sword cultivators abound. It also signifies greater opportunities. This young man is indeed rare. It seems that after all these years, we have finally found an heir to our legacy. Old Li chuckled. Indeed, old Mo nodded in agreement, finding it hard to dissent. What? Old Li and old Mo are actually considering passing on their teachings to him? Such a thing is unprecedented. It is noteworthy that previously, an individual who merely inherited the teachings of the venerable Mo achieved the esteemed rank of a grand scholar within a mere decade, displaying the stature of a great Confucian. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. A sage. Are we about to witness the birth of another sage? How fortunate we are. If there were a next life, I would yearn to pledge brotherhood with him and cultivate the Confucian way together. However, do not rush to conclusions. Whether he can successfully navigate the final challenge of composing poetry to reach the pinnacle remains uncertain. Chapter 76. Is he not only a sage but also an emperor? It is preposterous. With his own innate talent, he can effortlessly vanquish the ink wolves and tigers without making a sound. How could he possibly fail the poetic examination? I too harbor doubts. Who knows what other surprises and shocks he may bring us? Some have already taken out their pens and paper, poised to record timeless masterpieces. As Chen Mu ascended the final steps, he could see a line of large characters emerging on the shimmering barrier of golden mist. Please compose a poem that reaches the level of Defu to ascend the mountain of books. Defu level? The system states, the grades of Confucian poetry and prose, from lowest to highest, are as follows. Entry level, Defu, national guardian, world shocking, timeless, and eternal. So, merely achieving the lowest level suffices for passing the examination? That seems rather simple. Chen Mu felt no sense of difficulty. For behind him lies the majestic cultural heritage of the Great Xia spanning nearly 10 millennia. He was brimming with confidence. Simple? To compose even a barely acceptable entry-level poem before the age of 30 is already considered a mark of genius. Indeed, I am of lesser talent. I only managed to compose my first entry-level poem at 35. With his capabilities, he will undoubtedly succeed. Chen Mu casually selected a timeless piece in his mind, intending to showcase to the 9 individuals what true classics entail. With a grand gesture, he infused the characters with spiritual energy and inscribed them upon the barrier. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flowing from the heavens, rushing towards the sea and never returning? Consider the bright mirror on the high hall, lamenting white hair, morning as black silk, evening turned to snow. One should indulge fully in life's joys, lest the golden goblet be empty while gazing at the moon. Heaven has endowed me with talent, it must have its use. Even if I squander a fortune, it will return. Let us roast lamb and slaughter cattle for merriment. We must drink 300 cups in one go. Sinfuzi. Did Qiu Xing, let us drink. Do not let the cups cease. One person recited after another, with each line, the emotion surged within him, swelling with fervor. 5 flower horses, cloaks worth 1,000 gold, call my son to exchange for fine wine, to dispel the eternal sorrows together. What splendid writing! Such a magnificent momentum truly expands my horizons. Not only is it grand, but it is also a deeply sentimental ode. The conclusion is clean, yet echoes linger. This must at least be at the level of world-shocking, perhaps even timeless. The quality of this writing is astounding. I can hardly believe that someone of his age could produce such an exquisite work. In their hearts, the crowd had already adopted an attitude of admiration towards Chen Mu. Profoundly impressed by the astonishing talent he displayed, they felt immensely honored to witness such a renowned piece, their spirits elevated. However, they were even more concerned about the evaluations from Elder Li and Elder Mo regarding this poem. They all turned to see the expressions on the faces of the two elders, which resembled that of seeing a ghost, clearly shaken. Boom! The holy light dazzled, crashing through like waves beside them. Looking again at this inkwashed world, it was as if a layer of faint golden sheen enveloped it, rendering it even more grand. Upon glancing back, the characters Timeless prominently appeared. Timeless. My heavens. I must not be mistaken. Raising a hand to rub my eyes. Upon refocusing, Timeless remained evident. The moment this was declared timeless, could this child possibly be the reincarnation of a sage? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, who would dare believe it? The Confucian way is saved. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the barrier opened, and Chen Mu locked eyes with the others. Boom! In an instant, the expressions of the 9 individuals changed drastically, feeling an overwhelming divine might descend upon them, rendering their knees too weak to support them, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Such powerful pressure. It is unbearable. The Emperor's might. Elder Li, also kneeling, looked terrified, his eyes trembling as he managed to utter those 2 words. Emperor, Emperoress might? Is that not possessed only by those on the verge of becoming an emperor or by emperors themselves? How could he, at such a young age, be both a reincarnated sage and an emperor? It is preposterous. A sage emperor? This is unprecedented. Surely there must be some mistake. Observing their peculiar reactions, Chen Mu was not surprised. Without the barrier's protection, even with his restraint, they could still not withstand even a fraction of the Emperor's might. With each step he took forward, the intimidation in their hearts multiplied exponentially. Behind him loomed countless deities, each capable of sweeping away all existence with a mere gesture. This pressure is undeniably of the imperial realm. Elder Li turned to Elder Mo, seeking confirmation of his thoughts. Indeed, he is exponentially more powerful than the one I encountered previously. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. He surpasses the emperor I once met by several magnitudes. Several magnitudes. In their hearts, it felt as if thousands of troops were beating drums, resonating loudly, leaving them restless. Who could have anticipated the magnitude of Chen Mu's origins? Salute the emperor. Salute the emperor. Elder Li Qingzuan has seen the emperor. Elder Mo Yuan has paid homage to the emperor. As Chen Mu approached, everyone bowed deeply in submission. Please rise, Chen Mu said, resting his hand on the table, seated upon a stone bench, completely shielding the emperor's might. Only then did Elder Mo Yuan and Elder Li Qingzuan dare to rise, brushing off their garments. I trust one have passed the examination? Chen Mu inquired of Elder Mo Yuan. You jest. We old ones are not worthy of testing you. Elder Mo Yuan replied with a strained smile, fearing that a single word or phrase could shatter this precious soul of his with just a glance from Chen Mu. So, you mean to say, I came here for nothing? Chen Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. The 9 individuals promptly knelt again. Elder Li Qingzuan hurriedly explained, Great Emperor, do not misunderstand. We mean no such thing. It is simply that your very utterance reaches the timeless standard, rendering it unnecessary for us to bestow any inheritance upon you. We are unworthy. Sweat trickled down their faces, and as it fell, it transformed into ink dots, splattering like flowers upon the surface with the texture of rice paper. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mu lightly clenched his fist to his lips, coughing twice, and said matter-of-factly, Since you are here, you must not return empty-handed. You should at least show some token of appreciation, do you understand? This is not a matter of worthiness. Upon hearing this, Elder Li Qingzuan and Elder Mo Yuan exchanged glances, both displaying an expression of difficulty. Finally, as if making a firm resolution, they said, We understand. Immediately, the two erupted with magnificent talent, soaring towards the heavens, breaking through the ink clouds. Boom! In the next moment, a golden beam of light pierced through the pavilion. Descending upon Chen Mu, he could feel an unending flow of talent and righteous energy surging into his body. At that moment, even without drawing upon knowledge from his past life, he felt capable of composing an immortal masterpiece. However, upon glancing at the others, their expressions seemed somewhat off. Shifting his gaze back to Elder Li Qingzuan and Elder Mo Yuan, he noticed their bodies gradually becoming transparent, fading away. Chapter 77. Receive the Experience Gift Pack for instantly achieving sagehood. System. Host. They intend to impart all the talent, righteous energy, and lifelong learning they have accumulated within this fragment of their souls to you. It is a level of inheritance superior to the ordinary. Understanding Elder Mo Yuan and Elder Li Qingzuan's intentions, Chen Mu graciously accepted this inheritance that countless scholars and talented individuals aspire to obtain throughout their lives. The hierarchy of the Confucian way, from lowest to highest, is as follows: child scholar, scholar, candidate, Gene Shi, Hanlin, grand scholar, great Confucian, half-saint, sub-saint, and sage. After fully obtaining the inheritance, Chen Mu inquired of the system, "What is my current realm in the Confucian Tao?" Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a one-click Sage Experience Package 1. Alright, there's no need to ask further. The system's intent is clear and straightforward. Click to use. Using the one-click Sage Experience Package. Use successful. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Sage. A brilliant golden radiance erupted, so bright that it was blinding. Behind Chen Mu, a colossal shadow emerged, holding a scroll, exuding an aura of supreme sagehood. Good heavens! That is the ancestor of the Confucian Tao. His appearance signifies the attainment of sagehood. The great emperor embodies the fortune of heaven and earth. Protected by the Tao, a figure capable of commanding the elements within the mortal realm. Now, having ascended to sagehood, how formidable must he be? Unparalleled in the world. After countless eons of history, none can be found to rival him. How fortunate it is to witness the birth of such a celestial being in one's lifetime. One's lifetime? Have you not been dead for over 1,000 years? I cannot refute that. Indeed, I was careless in my wording. Is this the feeling of attaining sagehood? Chen Mu clenched his fists, the vitality within him surging like a tempest, yearning for expression. His physical form and spiritual energy had multiplied by countless times, or perhaps even more. Studying truly has the power to alter one's destiny. Now, he could wield poetry as his sword, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. With nothing but his eloquence, he could vanquish myriad formidable foes. He sighed indeed. In any field, as long as one cultivates to the utmost, one cannot fall short. Boom, boom, HM. Chen Mu's gaze was suddenly drawn to the nearly obliterated figures of Mo Yuan and Li Qingzuan. Both were enveloped in divine light, while they appeared unchanged on the surface. Their transformations were monumental. Half-sage. I have broken through to half-sage. Mo, what about you? Li Qingzuan could hardly contain his excitement as he hurriedly confirmed with Mo Yuan. I too have entered the half-sage realm. How can this be? Mo Yuan gazed at his restored, no longer dulled hands, filled with confusion. Then he looked at those behind him, whose realms had similarly elevated. Could it be? Their gazes swiftly converged on Chen Mu. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Thank you, Sage, for bestowing us this opportunity. Mo Yuan and Li Qingzuan bowed in unison. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, echoing, Thank you, Sage, for granting us this opportunity. Chen Mu understood well that they were reaping the benefits of his ascension to sagehood. As the saying goes, to witness is to partake. To Chen Mu, those resources were trivial. Yet for people like Mo Yuan and Li Qingzuan, it represented an immense opportunity. Unlike ordinary cultivators, the breakthroughs in the Confucian Tao came in a fleeting moment, making them harder to grasp. Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan had once believed they would never have the chance to reach sagehood in their lifetimes, and they felt deeply grateful to Chen Mu. Now that you both have achieved sagehood, why confine yourselves to this small domain? Come with me, let us depart this inkwash world for Tia Yuan, and revitalize the lineage of the Confucian Tao. Chen Mu extended an invitation to Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, believing that with their knowledge and strength, they could forge a new branch within the sacred land of Tianyuan, making it even more powerful. After becoming a sage, Chen Mu was more convinced than ever that the Confucian Tao should not be left to wither. It could provide more ordinary people with the chance to transform their destinies. While he could act swiftly to revitalize it, why should he exhaust himself over tasks that others could undertake? The sacred land of Tianyuan was currently free from disaster, and there was no need for haste. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan exchanged glances, revealing their hesitation. Mo Yuan spoke. The sage has shown us great grace. My brother Li and I are naturally willing to serve. However, this world within the book has imprisoned us. We cannot leave for eternity. Imprisoned? Chen Mu looked up and indeed perceived a feeble barrier of power. Of course, the term feeble was relative to him. For others, it could be quite different. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of sharpness. The protective barrier shattered in an instant. The barrier has broken? With just a glance? Such strength is truly beyond reach. Chen Mu waved his sleeve, opening a portal. Let us go. This small world is about to collapse. Thank you, Sage. Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan hurriedly stepped through the portal. As Chen Mu closed his eyes, his form dissipated like sand in the wind. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the Qingyun manner. A few golden flames floated before him. The two brighter flames were undoubtedly Li Chengzuan and Mo Yuan. Does the soul exist without the physical body? System. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an unclaimed physical body 10,000. As for the system's ability to perceive moods, from the system's inventory, he retrieved 9 unclaimed physical bodies, each roughly the size of a palm, easily grasped in one fist. They possessed heads, torsos, and limbs, yet lacked distinct facial features and gender. Enter. This is the new physical form I have crafted for you, Chen Mu instructed. The 9 individuals immediately dove into the unclaimed bodies and merged. Subsequently, the unclaimed bodies visibly grew, elongating into the forms of Li Chengzuan and Mo Yuan within the world of the book, complete with clothing. Witnessing the entire process, Chen Mu smiled faintly. With these unclaimed bodies, it implies that as long as the soul endures, they can be resurrected indefinitely? System. Replying to the host, indeed. A marvelous treasure. System. You have done well. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an unclaimed physical body 100,000. It is evident that the system was indeed quite pleased. Another 100,000 unclaimed physical bodies had been added. I shall accept them all. After all, the system has an infinite inventory, so there is no need to worry about capacity. We are deeply indebted for the sage's great grace. I pledge my loyalty to the sage and will strive for your grand endeavors. Li Chengzuan and Mo Yuan knelt in unison, swearing their oaths. The chance to break through their realms and leave the confined world of the great Confucian's 3,000 scrolls was already beyond their wildest dreams. Even more so, they had the opportunity to reshape their physical forms and live anew. Such a favor must not go unacknowledged. Bang! Who dares to invade Qingyun Manor at night? Just as Chen Mu was about to speak, Yi Qingqing preemptively broke through the door, sword in hand, her gaze sharp. Chapter 78. Is there a sage in the sacred land of Tianyuan? A great opportunity. Yi Qingqing had been cultivating in the courtyard when she sensed unfamiliar auras suddenly appearing within the manor, especially in Chen Mu's chamber. Assuming there were assassins, she drew her sword without hesitation, determined to protect Chen Mu from harm. However, upon seeing the group, all of whom bore scholarly appearances, exuding an air of elegance without any hint of malice, she quickly calmed down. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed absurd. What kind of audacious assassin would dare to invade the manor of the Tianyuan sacred land and attempt to harm someone of the great emperor's caliber? Seeing Yi Qingqing radiate hostility, Chen Mu hurriedly intervened, explaining, "Do not be alarmed. They are not assassins." "Yes, young master," Yi Qingqing replied, refraining from further questions and obediently sheathing her sword. She perfectly adhered to Chen Mu's instructions, which was immensely gratifying to him. Yi Qingqing scanned the crowd, her attention ultimately fixating on Li Chengzuan. She felt a nagging familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Li Chengzuan, feeling her intense gaze, began to feel uneasy. Aware of Yi Qingqing's role as Chen Mu's protector, he refrained from saying much. She was merely fulfilling her duty, even without merit. She certainly bore no fault. You are that esteemed Confucian, Li Chengzuan. Yi Qingqing finally recalled. You know him? Chen Mu asked, intrigued. Logically, the generational gap between them was immense. Li Chengzuan could very well be considered an ancestor to Yi Qingqing. In response, young master, there is a family related to our Yi clan that enshrines a portrait of Senior Li, she explained. Rumor has it that during the flourishing era of Confucianism and Taoism, Senior Li wielded his pen like a sword, his ink as bones, crafting a grand formation to quell the beast tide and slay the quasi-demon king. Yi Qingqing revealed everything. Oh, I did not anticipate you possessed such illustrious deeds. Chen Mu turned his gaze towards Li Chengzuan. Compared to the sage, it pales in insignificance. Li Chengzuan faced Chen Mu and bowed, speaking candidly. Sage. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Yi Qingqing, ever curious, inquired. But, Senior Li, were you not already? Thanks to the sage, we have been granted the opportunity to reconstruct our physical forms and once again traverse this mortal realm. Reconstructing the physical form? Yi Qingqing was astounded, unable to fathom that her young master possessed such extraordinary abilities. A figure long relegated to the annals of history, nearly forgotten, could indeed be resurrected? It was simply unbelievable. Very well, you may step outside. Arrangements for your accommodation and a detailed plan to restore the glory of Confucianism and Taoism will be made. Yes, sage. They watched as Li Chengzuan and Mo Yuan departed. Noticing Yi Qingqing's hesitance, Chen Mu took the initiative. Speak freely. There is no need for concealment. Young master, Why do they refer to you as the sage? If I recall correctly, the sage is the pinnacle of Confucianism and Taoism, is it not? Yi Qingcheng posed the question. Because I am the sage. You are the sage. Upon seeing Chen Mu's serious demeanor, devoid of jest, Yi Qingcheng was overwhelmed with a multitude of words but found herself at a loss. A sage and an emperor? Such a realm was utterly incomprehensible to her current level of power. It felt too distant, not merely in this lifetime, but in many lifetimes. She could hardly hope to catch up. Young master, you truly have opened my eyes. Yi Qingcheng expressed her thoughts. Indeed. Chen Mu smiled faintly and then asked, is it time to eat? He patted his stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger. Sustenance could be derived from absorbing the wind and dew or refining his own spiritual energy. Yet Chen Mu preferred to indulge in culinary delights, purposely opting not to do so. Hunger allows one to truly appreciate the essence of food. Brother Zhang informed me that it will be ready shortly. Yi Qingcheng replied. Good, let us wait outside. Qingcheng will assist the young master in changing. As Chen Mu prepared to rise, Yi Qingcheng swiftly approached, her movements deft. Meanwhile, Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, guided by a young disciple, arrived at the grand hall. Li Qingzuan, paying his respects to the heavenly origin sage. Mo Yuan, also bowing to the heavenly origin sage. Li Qingzuan, Mo Yuan, observing the individuals below and their palpable aura of literary prowess, Qin Tianlin could not refrain from asking, are you not the two esteemed scholars heralded as the last glories of Confucianism in the southern region? Not only their names, but their visages were identical to what Qin Tianlin remembered. Indeed, Li Qingzuan affirmed. But were you not long gone, a mere 10,000 years ago? Qin Tianlin was truly perplexed. How could those whose bones should have turned to dust still stand before him? Thanks to the grace of the sage, we have been granted the chance to reconstruct our physical forms and return to the world to continue the unfinished endeavor of revitalizing Confucianism. Li Qingzuan explained. As sage, Qin Tianlin could no longer remain seated. He stood in shock. Are you saying, the sage of Confucianism? The sage of Confucianism, if my memory serves me, has not appeared for 100,000 years. After such a long interval, another sage has emerged in the southern region. How could such a monumental event have escaped my notice? Who is deliberately concealing this? The Eastern Extreme Holy Land? Or perhaps the Great Wu Dynasty? Just as a thought crossed his mind, Qin Tianlin shook his head, dismissing the notion that they possessed such capability. It had been too long since he had heard anything regarding the sage of Confucianism. He knew not to underestimate it, yet uncertainty loomed. He worried that the hard-won peace of the heavenly origin Holy Land might be disrupted. However, upon further reflection, besides himself, the heavenly origin also had Chen Mu as their ultimate trump card. Even should the sage of Confucianism be formidable, could two emperors not prevail? The other elders present also bore expressions of concern, fearing a potential conflict between Confucianism and the heavenly origin. While Confucianism had declined, the power of the sage remained enduring and profound. It was not the defeat that frightened them, but the potential for unnecessary casualties among their kin. Even if temporary peace could be achieved, a day would come when interests would be misaligned. Both sides were supreme entities within their domains. How could they easily bow their heads? Indeed, the sage of Confucianism, Li Qingzuan stated with resolute certainty, without a hint of hesitation. Who is he? Where is he? Qin Tianlin inquired in rapid succession. Within the heavenly origin Holy Land, in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Li Qingzuan replied. Within my heavenly origin Holy Land? In the Azure Cloud Mansion? Qin Tianlin furrowed his brow, suspecting the other was jesting. How could the sage reside in the young master's abode? Could it be that the young master and the sage are close friends? Soulmates? I have read the poems penned by the young master. They are indeed exquisite. Perhaps it is true. I never anticipated that the young master would not only be unparalleled in cultivation, but also possess such astonishing literary talent that would capture the attention of the sage. If the young master could seize this opportunity to forge a connection with the sage, it would herald an extraordinary fortune for the heavenly origin Holy Land. I am willing to place my faith in the young master. Indeed, trust in the young master. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The young master you speak of is none other than the sage of Confucianism we revere. Li Qingzuan interjected once more. Chapter 79, Full of Ambition? The Eastern Extreme Holy Land seeks submission. Qin Tianlin. The expressions of the many elders mirrored one another, all doubting that Li Qingzuan was intentionally jesting with them. They were well aware of Chen Mu's remarkable talent and cultivation. Even having witnessed his prowess firsthand on multiple occasions, they still harbored doubts, unable to shake the feeling that all this could merely be a fantastical dream. The situation had yet to settle when Li Qingzuan revealed that not only did Chen Mu possess the cultivation of an emperor at under 20 years of age, But he also harbored the realm of the sage of Confucianism. Believe? How could one believe? It was a thought too far-fetched to entertain. This jest was certainly not amusing. Chen Tianlin could only think this way, for otherwise, he could not convince himself. Returning to the sage, I am not jesting. Every word I speak is the truth, and I would stake my life on it. Even if we hypothetically assume otherwise, Li Qingzuan would not dare to joke about the sage. If word of this spread, he would undoubtedly become the target of scorn for eternity. I can attest that what Brother Li has said is all fact, with no intention of deceiving the sage. Mo Yuan stepped forward. I can also vouch for this. More individuals soon voiced their agreement, seeing their earnestness and the undeniable gravity of their words. With matters having escalated to such a point, Chen Tianlin could only force himself to accept the reality that Chen Mu was indeed a sage and an emperor. The combined might of a sage and an emperor. How formidable must that be? With a mere thought, could he not level the entire southern region, sweeping away countless lives? How could the young master be such a bloodthirsty individual? A metaphor. A metaphor. I may not know much else, but I can affirm that as long as the young master remains in the heavenly origin, our standing in the southern region shall remain unshakable. Indeed, upon hearing the whispers among the elders, Chen Tianlin felt as if, even if he were to abdicate in favor of Chen Mu, they would wholeheartedly support him. Yet reflecting upon the young master's earlier disinterest in ruling the heavenly origin, was it possible that Mu'er aspired to dominate the entire Great Cang World? This thought filled him with wild elation. Truly, he was my Chen Tianlin's son, brimming with ambition. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he returned to the main topic. So, are you all here to seek allegiance with the heavenly origin Holy Land? Returning to the sage, we are resolute in our determination to reinvigorate the lineage of Confucianism, starting from the heavenly origin Holy Land, as commanded by the sage. We hope the sage will grant us this opportunity. Li Qingzuan stated earnestly. Very well. Should you require assistance from the heavenly origin in the future, do not hesitate to speak. Having made his decision, Chen Mu found no reason to refuse. He was eager for the Tianyuan sacred land to serve as the starting point for the resurgence of Confucianism and Taoism, which would only benefit the sacred land. Thank you, Holy Master. After the discussion, Chen Tianlin summoned a person, instructing him to tidy up an unoccupied, unnamed peak for Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan to reside in. Once they departed, Chen Tianlin glanced at those present in the hall, asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The young master possesses unfathomable strength, beyond the comprehension of individuals like us. Thus we are unqualified to speculate. The sage emperor has never existed in history. I suspect that either the young master has extraordinary talent or he possesses unparalleled fortune, having inherited the legacy of powerful beings. Could it not be both? Someone interjected. In my view, the young master truly possesses the strength of a sage. How do you conclude that? Those two have not only been resurrected but have also advanced to the semi-sage realm. Historically, literati are often proud. They would not seek us out to serve Tianyuan unless it was more than mere coincidence. Prompted by this assertion, everyone, including Chen Tianlin, fell into silence. How could this be becoming increasingly absurd? Resurrection. Even Chen Tianlin, in his current state, could not achieve such a feat. My son is not merely of emperor caliber. He possesses the potential of a deity. Chen Tianlin was filled with anticipation for Chen Mu's future. Report. A young disciple's voice forcibly drew Chen Tianlin from his reverie. Holy Master, the Holy Master of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land, Zhao Guozian, requests an audience. Zhao Guozian? Upon hearing this name, Chen Tianlin could surmise the purpose of his visit to the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Let him in. Yes, Holy Master. Moments later, the disciple guided Zhao Guozian and his daughter, the Eastern Extreme Saintess Zhao Yueling, into the Grand Hall. We pay our respects to the Holy Master. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted. It was customary for anyone to pay respects to the Holy Master, but Zhao Guozian's homage carried a significantly different implication. As a fellow lord of a sacred land, he had no reason to lower himself. Such an act would tarnish not just his own dignity but also that of his land. It appears the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land is prepared to submit to Tianyuan. Chen Tianlin stated directly, cutting through any pretense. The Holy Master is wise. The Eastern Extreme willingly submits to Tianyuan. Zhao Guozian did not harbor any resentment. He understood the brutal realities of the martial world, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Submitting to Tianyuan was not an act of disgrace in his eyes. As the saying goes, it is good to lean against a big tree for shade. Aligning with such a mighty force as Tianyuan was indeed a blessing for the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. Moreover, Zhao Guozian was genuinely intrigued by Chen Mu's potential. An emperor before even reaching 20, he could hardly fathom what Chen Mu would become in a century, a millennium, or beyond. Soon, The news of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land's submission spread throughout the Tianyuan Sacred Land, echoing from one voice to another. Unexpectedly, not only the 5 poisoned Sacred Land, but now even one of the 3 major Sacred Lands, the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land, had voluntarily submitted to Tianyuan. With the Holy Master alone, they would likely have maintained their distance, but thanks to the young master, they felt emboldened. Fantastic. From now on, the South region will have but one sacred land, our Tianyuan Sacred Land. With both the young master and the Holy Master present, what significance does the South region hold? Sooner or later, the entire Ditsang will belong to Tianyuan. By the way, have you heard? The unnamed peak has been renamed to Shushan, seemingly intending to revive the glory of Confucianism and Taoism. Confucianism and Taoism? Hasn't it been in decline for millennia? Quite a challenge. Father, did you hear that? They say Tianyuan Sacred Land intends to revive Confucianism. Zhao Yueling, passing by, overheard their conversation. Do not ask what should not be asked. We are to meet the young master soon. We must not err. Remember, Zhao Guozhen sternly interrupted his daughter's curiosity. Rest assured, father. I won't behave inappropriately before my savior, Zhao Yueling assured him. She was no fool and understood the weight of the situation, setting aside the identity of her savior. There was also the stature of an emperor and the young master of Tianyuan. Regardless of the aspect, she felt inadequate to provoke such figures. If she could afford to do so, she wouldn't have traveled such a distance to express her submission. Let us go. Zhao Guozhen waved his sleeve, opting not to linger, and hurried toward Qingyan Mansion. Initially, he had no intention of disturbing Chen Mu. However, having come all this way, and with Chen Mu having saved Zhao Yueling, it would be remiss not to acknowledge the debt of gratitude. Zhao Guozhen was determined not to let any rift of trust develop between him and Chen Mu. Even after years as the Eastern Extreme Sacred Master, he had not forgotten the adage. Accompanying a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. Caution was paramount in all matters, no matter how trivial. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Qingyan Mansion. What a delightful aroma. Do emperors also require meals? Zhao Yueling, who typically devoted all her time to cultivation, was taken aback. Meals. A mere infusion of spiritual energy suffices for sustenance for months. Why waste time on such trivialities? As the saintess and daughter of the Holy Master, Zhao Yueling could not allow herself to slacken, fearing that her inadequacies might invite ridicule. You've forgotten so soon what you promised me? Zhao Guozhen's expression turned cold. Zhao Yueling trembled at her father's fierce gaze, quickly shutting her mouth and lowering her head. Refraining from meeting his eyes, she recognized her overstep in discussing the emperor. Once satisfied that Zhao Yueling was reflecting on her actions, Zhao Guozhen adjusted his attire and approached the crimson door. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his hand, grasping the iron ring held by the bronze lion. Knocking on the door. Coming, a melodious voice, akin to silver bells, responded from within. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng. Zhao Yueling was taken aback to see her at the young master's residence. After losing all memories following her possession, she did not recall their previous encounter during her visit to Tianyuan's Sacred Land. Zhao Yueling was not unfamiliar with Yi Qingcheng. Among the contemporary female prodigies of the South region, she ranked in the top 10, surpassing even Zhao Yueling herself. True to her name, she was renowned for her beauty, and many within the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land regarded her as a goddess. It was common to hear male disciples speak of her exploits. What could possibly bring Yi Qingcheng to Qingyan Mansion? Did she have a matter to discuss with the young master of Tianyuan? Cough, cough. Hearing Zhao Guozhen's cough, Zhao Yueling hurriedly ceased her musings and followed his lead into Qingyan Mansion. Inside, they found Chen Mu seated in a corner of the courtyard under a pavilion, engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to their arrival. This man, how could he be so strikingly handsome? Zhao Yueling placed her hand over her heart. Her previously fair complexion now flushed with color. It felt as though a small beast was rampaging within her chest. Chen Mu noticed her reaction from the corner of his eye. Why was she behaving this way? The answer was simple. Not long ago, he had received a reward from the system called Celestial Aura. His already remarkable appearance, now coupled with this celestial aura, made it impossible for even a mere saintess to remain unaffected. Not even a heavenly goddess could be entirely indifferent. It was not that Chen Mu was overly confident. Rather, the system had been extravagantly generous, offering rewards as if they were without cost, constantly seeking to please him. As a former dog owner, Chen Mu could confidently assert that even dogs were not as loyal. Even a simple compliment would send the system into a jubilant frenzy, eager to please. When asked about its limits, the system's response was, the limit is to break for the host. What could Chen Mu do? It can only be left to it. Signifying, as long as you are happy. Zhao Guozhen of the Eastern Extreme pays respects to the young master. With a courteous gesture and a bow, Zhao Guozhen no longer prefixes his name with the title of Holy Master. He is no longer the exalted figure he once was in the eastern extreme Holy Land. Now, there is but one Holy Master in the entire southern region, and that is Chen Tianlin. Zhao Yueling of the eastern extreme pays her respects to the young master. Following closely behind, "Why have you come to my Qingyun Manor instead of staying in the eastern extreme Holy Land?" Chen Mu inquired directly, not wishing to engage in unnecessary pleasantries, as the meal had already been largely consumed. In response to the young master, the eastern extreme has submitted to Tian Yuan. "We visit to express our gratitude for saving my daughter from the clutches of evil," Zhao Guozhen explained, glancing back. Feeling his gaze, Zhao Yueling stepped forward hastily. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. It was but a trivial effort. There is no need for such gratitude," Chen Mu replied candidly. As for Zhao Guozhen's thoughts on the matter, that was their own concern. Nevertheless, the fact remains that the young master did indeed save my daughter, and I possess a treasure I wish to offer as thanks. I hope the young master will not find it lacking. Oh, this piqued Chen Mu's interest. He was curious about the treasure Zhao Guozhen might present, now that he was aware of his identity and status. Surely, he would not dare to present something unless he was confident in its value. Otherwise, he would risk humiliation. Of course, Chen Mu was not one to disdain gifts out of hand. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is a token of deep sentiment. Moreover, Chen Mu was not in need of such treasures. Noticing a flicker of anticipation in Chen Mu's expression, Zhao Guozhen did not delay. He turned his hand and revealed a large egg covered in dark, thick scales with hints of magma-like color. It was at least as large as a human arm. "Young master, this is a dragon egg we fortuitously obtained from the eastern extreme Holy Land. It can hatch into a dragon beast," Zhao Guozhen introduced. "Oh, so it is a dragon egg. No wonder it appears so unique," Chen Mu mused, relieved that he need not expend effort to probe its depths with his spirit sense. "Please do not find it lacking." Zhao Guozhen offered it with both hands. "Of course not." Chen Mu raised his hand, and the dragon egg was enveloped in spiritual energy, flying towards him. Seeing Chen Mu decisively accept the dragon egg, Zhao Guozhen exhaled in relief. It seemed that even someone as powerful as he could not refuse such a rare treasure. He had initially thought that hatching a dragon egg and taming a dragon beast would solidify the eastern extreme Holy Land status in the southern region. However, hatching a dragon egg was no simple task. It required a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. What surprised Zhao Guozhen the most was that 2 emperors had emerged from Tian Yuan. This disrupted his plans, forcing him to part with his treasure. Chen Mu had no interest in delving into Zhao Guozhen's thoughts. He looked skyward. "This egg will be entrusted to you for hatching." He wrapped it in spiritual energy and sent it soaring thousands of meters into the air. Chapter 81. New Function. God-level beast taming with infinite draws. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhen and Zhao Yueling simultaneously looked upward. Was there really a method to hatch the egg in such a manner? For a moment, Zhao Guozhen even doubted whether Chen Mu intended to assert his authority over him. However, upon reflection, he realized he lacked the strength and resources to compel Chen Mu to such lengths. Zhao Guozhen understood all too well the disparity in power between him and Chen Mu. Should Chen Mu desire it, he would never have the opportunity to stand before him as he did now. "Dad, look, what is that?" Zhao Yueling exclaimed, her eyes wide as she spotted a massive beast face emerging from a swirling crimson cloud, becoming increasingly prominent and distinct. A dragon, an ancient holy dragon. Zhao Guozhen instinctively took a half step back, an urge to flee bubbling within him. The creature was at least 1,000 feet long. Even in ancient times, such a colossal dragon would be of cataclysmic proportions, let alone in the present day. As this was a fire attribute dragon egg, it was naturally the responsibility of the flame holy dragon to hatch it. "Do not be alarmed. Those dragons are all under my care. They mean you no harm," Chen Mu assured them. As soon as he spoke, the flame holy dragon, along with the dragon egg, vanished into the swirling, wave-like crimson clouds. "Several? There is more than one." The father and daughter exchanged glances, immeasurably relieved. They realized that choosing to submit rather than challenge an invincible force, unlike the 5 Poisons Holy Land, was a most prudent decision. The 5 Poisons Holy Land met its demise in vain, foolishly attempting to oppose the divine. Indeed, at this moment, in the eyes of Zhao Guozhen and Zhao Yueling, Chen Mu was nothing short of a deity. If there were gods in this world, it could only be him, unrivaled and unmatched. With the gift delivered, we shall not impose further upon the young master. Zhao Guozhen feared that remaining any longer would shatter his mental fortitude. Such extraordinary talent could undoubtedly diminish the confidence of others. Indeed, Zhao Guozian was deeply impacted by Chen Mu's display of astonishing gifts. Did he feel inferior? No. In his view, he was not worthy of comparison with Chen Mu. That would be an insult to him. I shall see them off, Yi Qingqing offered. Very well, Chen Mu replied. Outside, unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Yueling turned to Yi Qingqing. Miss Yi, I have a question to ask. Please, go ahead, Yi Qingqing replied with a gentle smile. What is the nature of your relationship with the young master? Yueling, hold your tongue. Zhao Guozian interjected immediately, wishing to curb his daughter's inquisitive nature. Does she not know that curiosity can lead to dire consequences? How dare she pry into the young master's affairs? Do not worry, Yi Qingqing reassured Zhao Guozian, urging him to relax. I am but a maid in this Qingyun manor, responsible for the young master's daily care. A personal attendant? Yi Qingqing felt somewhat embarrassed to admit it, as their realms were vastly different. What? The esteemed saintess of the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the top 10 female prodigies in the southern region, is actually serving as a maid? Zhao Yueling's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it hard to accept. However, upon further reflection, being close to an emperor as a maid was, in its own right, an opportunity. Should she serve him well, a casual reward could bring immeasurable benefits. Realizing this, she could not help but reveal a hint of envy. Zhao Guozian grasped this concept even faster, unperturbed by the revelation. If given the chance, he too would gladly serve in Qingyun manor, even as a lowly servant. Whether it be for 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. If he could gain Chen Mu's trust, his future would be boundless, his life illustrious. As the saying goes, to beat a dog, one must first look at its master. A dog is still a dog. The important part always lies in the title. I see. Thank you, Miss Yi, for enlightening me. Not at all. Please, take care. I shall see you off here, Yi Qingqing replied politely, smiling sweetly. As Zhao Guozian and his daughter turned to leave, she too turned back towards the manor. Just as Chen Mu finished clearing the table. What do you think of those two? Chen Mu casually inquired of Yi Qingqing's opinion. That young lady Zhao seems quite smitten with the young master. Her gaze was quite entranced while looking at you, Yi Qingqing observed keenly. Is that so? Chen Mu mused, though that was not the inquiry he had made. Young master, would you like some fruit after your meal? Yi Qingqing asked as she tidied the dishes. Taking a few steps before turning back. Chen Mu nodded. Please wait. As Yi Qingqing walked away, Chen Mu leaned back, reflecting, indeed. This is the life I have longed for. System is attempting to upgrade. Attempting upgrade for the 3rd time, failed. Attempting upgrade for the 12th time, failed. Attempting upgrade for the 22nd time, data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Beast taming module has been bound. New function unlocked. God-level beast taming. The term beast master was not unfamiliar to Chen Mu. Beyond sword cultivation and Confucianism, there indeed existed cultivators who, through a unique blood pact, established a contract with demonic beasts, thus becoming beast masters who commanded beasts to battle alongside humans. Powerful beast masters could even summon beast tides and control hundreds or thousands of demonic creatures. However, such legendary figures currently resided only in the annals of history. The lineage of beast masters today was only marginally better than that of Confucianism, yet still far from commendable. Upon accessing the system, Chen Mu was greeted by the Divine Beast Master functionality interface, where the phrase draw was followed by times, infinite, undeniably dazzling. After the draw, will they have a 100 loyalty? Or must I slowly build trust to tame them? The system reassured, rest assured. All demonic beasts and divine beasts drawn through the Divine Beast Master function will have their loyalty locked at 100 for life and cannot be altered. Your commands are regarded as sacred words by them, which they cannot defy. Should any disobedience occur, the system will execute annihilation without hesitation, ensuring your safety. With such words from the system, Chen Mu felt at ease. The notion of 100 loyalty combined with the infinite draws was indeed astonishing. Even as someone benefiting from special powers, he had to concede that it was exceedingly extraordinary. Young master, this is the Qilin melon I purchased this morning. Chilled in ice water until now. Please have a taste. Yi Qingqing returned to him, setting down a carefully cut plate of watermelon. She skewered a piece with a bamboo stick, holding it to Chen Mu's lips. He opened his mouth and indulged in the sweet, slightly grainy juice that erupted in his mouth. Delicious. I am glad you were satisfied. While praising Yi Qingqing, Chen Mu confirmed the initiation of the beast summoning draw. Drawing beast. Beast summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1,000,000-year level demonic beast, the moon-swallowing wolf king. 1,000,000 years. Chen Mu's attention was immediately captured by these words. It was common knowledge that in the present South region, a 10,000-year level beast was already considered formidable, while a 50,000-year beast was remarkably rare. A 1,000,000-year beast had long since faded from memory, forgotten due to its overwhelming distance and time. To begin with a million-year level, demonic king beast was indeed unexpected. Moreover, the loyalty was at a full 100. Any command from Chen Mu, even one that might lead the moon-swallowing wolf king to its demise, would be executed without question. Non-compliance? The system would obliterate it without mercy, leaving no room for leniency. Just as Chen Mu prepared to summon the moon-swallowing wolf king, he hesitated. The reason was simple. A beast of such caliber would undoubtedly be massive. Summoning it here would not only cause a stir, but could also reduce his Qingyun manor to ruins. Having grown accustomed to residing in Qingyun manor, he wished to avoid relocating. It would be more prudent to find a spacious area elsewhere for the summoning. Rising, he waved his sleeve, opening a portal to the spatial realm. For someone with a sacred body of space like Chen Mu, executing such a feat was effortless. Wherever he desired to go, he could arrive in the blink of an eye. You are leaving, young master? Upon seeing Chen Mu open the spatial portal, Yi Qingqing inquired eagerly. Yes. I have some matters to attend to, Chen Mu replied vaguely. Please allow me to accompany you. Though she did not consider herself worthy of acting as Chen Mu's protector, Yi Qingqing still wished to join him. No matter how powerful he was, she would willingly devote her life to safeguard him. Should any ignorant youths dare to belittle or provoke him, she would swiftly deal with them. In her eyes, such individuals were unworthy of Chen Mu lifting a finger. Suit yourself. Whether Yi Qingqing followed or not was inconsequential to Chen Mu. He merely intended to step out briefly to summon the moon-swallowing wolf king and discern its true capabilities. A million-year level demonic beast was something he had never encountered before. Since the opportunity to satisfy his curiosity had arisen, he felt compelled to seize it. Otherwise, he feared it would linger in his mind and affect his sleep quality at night. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing changed into a set of lightweight attire, suitable for combat, and followed Chen Mu into the spatial portal. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a vast forest. This place was the Starfall Great Forest. Yi Qingqing identified it through her spiritual energy. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect came here annually for trials, hunting demonic beasts to obtain beast cores, thus elevating their status and benefits within the sect. It could be said that this was a requisite examination for most sections. Calculating the time, it seemed the trials were indeed approaching. Wait, Yi Qingqing suddenly realized a more alarming fact. The Starfall Great Forest lay at the border of the South region, several thousand miles from the Tianyuan Holy Land, and yet they arrived in an instant. The young master's strength was truly unfathomable. Rustling sounds emerged. Yi Qingqing's eyes gleamed with intensity. Young master, be careful. She stepped in front of Chen Mu, drawing her 7-foot-long Qingfeng sword, vigilant and ready. A deafening roar echoed. A 1,000-year-old wind-chasing white-tailed tiger leaped out from the dense thicket. With keen eyes, Yi Qingqing swung her sword, unleashing a cold brilliance. In an instant, the wind-chasing white-tailed tiger fell before her, slain in a single stroke. Blood gushed from its neck wound, flowing endlessly. Quick, don't let that beast escape. If we kill it, we can qualify to enter the inner court and become inner disciples. You promised to share, so don't go back on your word. Rest assured, you will not be left out. The hurried footsteps and discussions of several individuals reached Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing's ears. It appeared that the annual sect examination had indeed commenced. Yi Qingqing was further convinced of her thoughts. Chen Mu showed no interest in the so-called sect trials and turned to leave. However, those individuals leaped down from the branches, encircling them with swords drawn. What do they intend to do? Chen Mu asked Yi Qingqing. The sect trials permit disciples to kill one another and plunder resources, even against other sects. Most would turn a blind eye, Yi Qingqing explained. So, they see me as prey? Chen Mu chuckled lightly. Indeed. Though reluctant to admit it, Yi Qingqing nodded. This wind-chasing white-tailed tiger is our target. Who allowed you to interfere? A disciple shouted. If you wish to avoid death, obediently hand over your beast cores and valuable items. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Another one grinned sinisterly, licking the dagger in his hand. Observing their condescending and self-righteous expressions, Chen Mu felt nothing but indifference. In his eyes, these individuals were less than clowns. Suddenly, one of them displayed a look of astonishment, focusing on Yi Qingqing as if recognizing her identity. Yi Qingqing, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect. What is she doing here? Although the sect trials allowed for mutual slaughter and survival of the fittest, targeting a sect's holy maiden would likely lead to severe repercussions afterward. Besides, whether they could defeat her was uncertain. The rule of numbers did not apply in every situation. This woman is indeed a beauty, one of them sneered. Brothers, we've chased her all this way. Let us stop for a moment to enjoy ourselves. Is that too much to ask? Chen Mu had no intention of wasting further time with these fools in their farcical game. In an instant, with a thought, flesh, veins, bones, and organs erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. What the? Before he could finish, they too exploded into a mist of blood. Boom. One after another. Something's wrong. These two have. Boom. In the end, all 7 of them met the same fate, dissipating into a crimson mist that stained the ground around them. Yi Qingcheng was deeply shocked and awed by the terrifying power exhibited by Chen Mu. Truly, he was the young master. Truly, he was an emperor. To perish at the hands of the young master is indeed a privilege for you all. In Yi Qingcheng's eyes, those insignificant characters who meet their end at Chen Mu's hands are bestowed with a certain honor. Upon reaching the netherworld, they would have tales to boast about among other spirits. Little do they know, Chen Mu's singular thought shatters not only their corporeal forms, but also their very souls, leading to their utter annihilation. In simpler terms, they die beyond the possibility of resurrection. Time is of the essence. Chen Mu does not linger, turning to depart. As for the wind-chasing white-tailed tiger, it does not pique his interest. It is taken in by Yi Qingcheng, who decides to surrender it to the sacred land as materials for weaving and alchemy. Chapter 83. The Uprising of the 10,000-Year Beasts. Outside the Starfall Great Forest, an elder exclaims, 7 disciples' life tokens have shattered. 7? The elder gazes at the pile of broken jade held by a disciple, confusion etched upon his face. All at once? Indeed, the disciple nods. It appears they have encountered a beast of 10,000 years. These fools, unaware of the vastness of the world, dared to challenge such a formidable creature with merely 7 individuals. Their demise may be for the best, sparing the sect from future troubles. The elder, with a sweep of his sleeve, expresses his frustration. Little do they know, those individuals fell to Chen Mu's might. A thunderous roar fills the air. The group quickly steadies themselves, bracing for the impending danger. This commotion, it cannot be good. It's a beast of 100,000 years. Beasts of that caliber usually dwell deep within the forest, avoiding conflict. Why would it emerge now? Forget that for now. We must cover our disciples' retreat and conclude the assessment. The elders of multiple sects spring into action, soaring into the sky on their flying swords. As accompanying elders, this is their duty. Should they fail to bring back even a single living soul, they would undoubtedly face punishment, demotion, or worse. Attract the law enforcement pavilion's ire and be cast into the dungeons. Let us unite to repel the beast. We cannot linger. Should a beast tide ensue, we would face dire consequences. Agreed. Let us act swiftly. The various sects resolve to combine their forces against the 100,000-year beast. While their numbers may indeed offer a fighting chance, the risks are substantial. They are reluctant to tempt fate, as the potential gains do not outweigh the dangers. Their lives are at stake. Chen Mu feels the tremors acutely. His consciousness spreads, enveloping the entirety of the Starfall Great Forest. Indeed, a beast with 13,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Fire Lion Tiger, has awakened from its slumber and entered a frenzied state. Beasts of this caliber do not lose their minds without reason. The sky-watching mirror reveals the scene. Several talented inner court disciples are attempting to subdue the Ice Fire Lion Tiger, aiming for a grand spectacle that would astonish the entire sect. The disciples from the Shueshua sect, Beidu sect, Feishan sect, and Qingyan sect are clearly unaware of the gravity of their actions. Yi Qingcheng recognizes no fewer than 7 sect-specific attires. Youthful exuberance is understandable. Yet their arrogance in challenging a beast of 10,000 years is a grave miscalculation. Fortunately, the absence of Tianjin sect disciples spares Yi Qingcheng from the need to admonish them for their reckless disregard for life. 13,000 years, intriguing indeed. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. This Ice Fire Lion Tiger shall serve as an excellent test for the moon-eating Wolf King. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Above, sword blades slice through the air, the sound of howling winds rising and falling. Looking up, one can see elder-level figures hastening toward a singular direction. It seems the elders from various sects are preparing to join forces. Yi Qingcheng concludes. Let us hasten our pace, Chen Mu states. Yes, Yi Qingcheng replies. Before long, as Yi Qingcheng and Chen Mu step through the portal, they witness elders conjuring arrays before them, unleashing spirals of spiritual energy upon the half-ice. Half-fire beast with 2 heads, a tiger and a lion. The vibrant spiritual blasts resemble cannonballs, yet upon striking the Ice Fire Lion Tiger, they inflict no damage whatsoever. Their sole purpose is to obscure its vision, providing an opportunity for retreat. Fools, what are you waiting for? Run. One elder scolds the dozen or so talented disciples. He wishes he could pry open their skulls to see what nonsense fills their heads. If not for their folly, how could they have committed such a reckless act? Hearing this, the disciples scramble to their feet, rolling and crawling in an attempt to flee. They have learned from the fate of others. Realizing they are no match for this beast, It was indeed a rash decision. Roar. The ice fire lion tiger is not inclined to let them off easily. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, it charges forward, a torrent of cold and flames surging after them. Those who lag behind are consumed by flames, frozen by icy mist. In an instant, they are reduced to charred remains. Their bloodlines, their hearts, all frozen in that moment. Touch them, and they shatter. There is no hope of survival. Please, I don't want to die. Help me. Save me. Despair. Anguish. One by one, individuals rush past Chen Mu, their former arrogance as exalted disciples replaced by sheer terror. What are you two doing? Hurry and escape. An elder, noticing Chen Mu and Yi Qingsheng, urges them to flee. Chen Mu offers no reply. The elder assumes they are merely stunned by fear, placing a hand to his forehead in lament. Such prodigious talents, cut short by their own recklessness, is truly a tragedy. Boom. A conflagration akin to a towering wall, combined with chilling winds, crashes before Chen Mu and Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng lacks the time to react. Boom. A violent gust erupts behind them, scattering the flames and cold, leaving not a spark in its wake. What is this? Imperial might. Heavens. He is an emperor? How can this be? At such a young age? How could he attain such a rank? Have you not heard? The young master of Tianyuan's sacred land. Not only has he entered the emperor realm at a tender age, but he also defies the odds, allowing the southern region to boast 2 emperor-level powerhouses. He is the Tianyuan young master. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. They hurriedly dismount their swords and kneel, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor." They dare not look down upon an emperor. Chen Mu pays little heed to their actions. His focus solely on the ice fire lion tiger. It is clearly enraged, its attacks thwarted by Chen Mu's imperial power. Boom, boom. It opens its massive jaws, unleashing a pillar of flame and a column of ice. The sheer force paralyzes the elder-level figures, instilling thoughts of inevitable demise. This power is insurmountable. Yet, what seems an insurmountable threat to them is effortlessly dissolved by Chen Mu's imperial might. Bang! Boom! The colossal ice fire lion tiger, towering as high as a dozen stories, is sent spiraling through the air, crashing down upon ancient trees, flattening them into thousands of splinters. Chapter 84. Summoning the Beast King, annihilating the 100,000-year beast. The massive trees, immense to humans, are obliterated under the weight of the ice fire lion tiger, crushed into countless fibers and dust. Witnessing this scene, the faces of all present are etched with astonishment, their composure shattered. They are now utterly convinced that Chen Mu is an emperor. Without lifting a finger, he has sent a beast of 100,000 years flying, forcefully leveling a vast expanse of land. Such power to them is akin to that of a celestial deity, a divine being descended to the mortal realm. Only the term invincible can encapsulate it. How can mere mortals ever be compared to celestial beings? They exist on entirely different planes and dimensions. This young emperor is truly terrifying. Observing the awe etched on the faces of those around her, Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling an unbidden sense of superiority for being able to serve such a distinguished personage. It was a privilege she cherished. Initially, when she was selected by the Tianjian sect to ascend to Tianyuan, the holy maiden Yi Qingsheng felt a mixture of trepidation and complexity within her heart. Now, to be admitted into the Qingyun mansion, a dream pursued by countless individuals, she felt grateful to be among the chosen few, serving Chen Mu for a lifetime. She held no regrets. As the swirling dust gradually dissipated, the crowd could finally discern the ice fire lion tiger beast, half hidden within the haze, struggling to rise, shaking its head in an attempt to remain conscious. In mere moments, its ferocity was once again laid bare. With thundering footsteps, it charged back, shaking the mountains and rivers, driven solely by a surge of rage, unwilling to temper its arrogance even in the presence of Chen Mu's imperial might. Faced with such a sluggish beast, endowed with power yet devoid of intelligence, Chen Mu's approach was straightforward. He opened the system's virtual panel and accessed the page for the divine beast taming function, locating the moon-eating wolf king and confirming its release. Suddenly, the world shifted as if engulfed in chaos. Dark clouds surged ominously from all directions, obscuring the sky. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. A chilling howl pierced the air, deafening in its intensity. Yi Qingsheng and the others instinctively raised their hands to cover their ears, fearing their eardrums might shatter from the sound. Simultaneously, a previously unknown pressure enveloped them, as if 2 mountains weighed down upon their shoulders, their knees buckling to the ground. Slowly turning their heads, they beheld a black wolf, towering like a mountain, standing before them, within reach. Its eyes shone like twin moons, its massive form immeasurable to the naked eye. Even the ice fire lion tiger beast seemed as insignificant as an ant in comparison. The beast froze in place, lowering its body and tail, retreating step by step. The drooping ears revealed its profound fear. Could this be a beast with 500,000 years of cultivation? No. It must be over 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. How could such an ancient creature exist in the Starfall Great Forest? Was it truly possible for a beast with 1,000,000 years of cultivation to be real? A beast king. We are doomed. A bitter smile crept across one's face. What does it matter? With an emperor-level powerhouse present, how could such a creature dare to be reckless? When gods battle, mortals suffer. You are not from the Tianyuan sacred land, so he has no obligation to protect you. Run. Run? How can I escape? My body no longer obeys my commands. Despair washed over them like a 1,000-meter waterfall, completely engulfing their spirits. The suffocating tension was palpable. They glanced at one another and then at Yi Qingcheng, who sat on the ground, equally terrified and trembling. Finally, their gaze landed on the moon-eating wolf king. Was it truly that terrifying? Chen Mu remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the ice-fire lion tiger beast turned to flee. Boom. The moon-eating wolf king opened its abyss-like maw, unleashing a pillar of spiritual energy that illuminated the night sky in a brilliant flash. The ice-fire lion tiger beast was obliterated in an instant, leaving only a vast crater with water gushing forth to fill it. This, a beast of 100,000 years, was vanquished in a single blow? A beast king. We must implore the emperor to eliminate the beast king to spare us from calamity. One elder took the lead in calling out, "Please, great emperor, take action to eradicate the beast king." The others echoed, pleading for Chen Mu's intervention, not only for salvation but for their own safety. They believed their reasoning was sound. In their understanding, a beast king was a creature of destruction. If not dealt with swiftly, it would inevitably lead to disaster. Eradicate? Why would I eliminate my own beast? Chen Mu turned to face the crowd, questioning them in return. Do you wish to tame this beast king? Some misinterpreted his words as a desire to domesticate the moon-eating wolf king. They had heard of a few powerful individuals in the beast-taming realm who had managed to tame beasts of 100,000 years, but 1,000,000 years? That was unheard of. As a beast king, how could it possibly submit to humanity? It was not a matter of underestimating the emperor, but rather that such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Tame? There is no need for such complexity. It is already my beast. Chen Mu raised his hand. The moon-eating wolf king immediately lay down, bowing its head in acceptance of his touch. The elders witnessing this scene were left dumbfounded, questioning their very existence and wondering if they were dreaming. For how could such an absurd sight be real? A beast king, a creature of at least quasi-emperor strength, had genuinely submitted to a human. Not only did they doubt it, but who would believe it if it were to spread? Once word got out, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire southern region. Young master, you are astonishing. Yi Qingcheng's admiration was unreserved, her thoughts laid bare upon her face. Long live the emperor. We are in awe. They were all completely convinced. In their minds, they began to contemplate whether to return and persuade their own sect leader to submit to the Tianyuan sacred land. Even if they did not fully surrender, they should at least show deference. No, it was imperative not to become enemies. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Never had they felt such certainty about anything. The vast disparity in power compelled them to tread carefully. Moreover, there was another such monster within the Tianyuan sacred land. If Chen Tianlin were to know how they regarded him, he would surely say, "You overestimate me. In comparison to this son, I am also vastly inferior." Without further ado, having confirmed the moon-eating wolf king's strength and the might of the divine beast-taming function through this battle, Chen Mu felt satisfied and intended to retract the moon-eating wolf king into his beast space before opening a portal to return to the Qingyan mansion. However, a sudden disturbance disrupted his plans. Chapter 85, Earth Core Flame Serpent. 10 consecutive draws for beast taming. The tremor emanated predominantly from beneath his feet, more precisely from the depths of the earth. Chen Mu's consciousness extended beyond the surface, akin to a shell, simultaneously reaching upwards and downwards, infinitely expanding. It was as if he had activated the Eye of God, perceiving and mastering everything within the vast expanse of the Starfall Great Forest. He easily identified the source of the noise. With a resounding crash, the ground was thrust upwards, and clouds of dust erupted like columns, shooting towards the heavens. Yet upon closer inspection, an epic creature was concealed within. Its scales glimmered ominously. As the dust and debris settled, its true form was revealed. A scream erupted from a grand master-level cultivator, who fell to the ground in shock. The Earth Core Flame Serpent. This beast was thought to be extinct. How could it appear in the Starfall Great Forest? If memory serves, each red ring on the serpent's scale represents 100,000 years of cultivation, correct? Indeed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 13, 14. A total of 14 red rings. So this is a serpent with 1,400,000 years of cultivation? Realizing this, the expressions on the faces of the crowd contorted into a complex mix of shock and disbelief. 1,400,000 years. It surpassed my moon-eating wolf king by an additional 400,000 years. Chen Mu chuckled, finding this turn of events intriguing. He then learned from the system about the earth core flame serpent's origins. It had been lurking within the molten lava of the earth, consuming it to enhance its own cultivation and strength. Its scales were so heated that they could easily melt dark iron. He then inquired of the system, who is stronger, the moon-eating wolf king or it? The system responded, host, within 3 moves, the moon-eating wolf king will surely be defeated. If the disparity in cultivation is within 100,000 years, perhaps there is a chance to fight. Defeat, indeed. A 400,000-year gap in cultivation is rather significant. Chen Mu did not anticipate the system's answer would be so decisive. The human emperor, a million-year-old wolf cub. Today my starfall forest is quite lively. The earth core flame serpent coiled its massive body, lowering its head, its eyes shimmering with myriad colors, fixated on Chen Mu. It spoke. A creature of such caliber, possessing intelligence and the ability to converse, wasn't that to be expected? How many more monsters lie hidden within the starfall forest? The elders were understandably alarmed. Submit to me. At this command, the earth core flame serpent, agile as a spring, locked onto Chen Mu, opening its mouth wide. Ready to strike. With its 140,000 years of cultivation, Chen Mu offered a modicum of respect. He raised his hand, gently waving his index finger. Bang. Boom. He sent the serpent's colossal form, nearly 1,000 meters long, soaring through the air. It was indeed a sign of respect, albeit limited. Witnessing this scene, the elders from various sects found themselves at a loss for words. The supreme beast among beasts, merely flicking a finger, and it was sent flying? Bang. The sound of its fall echoed mightily. The earth core flame serpent coiled itself again, flicking its tongue. Though it did not speak, an elderly man's voice resonated. Interesting. I never expected that after years of seclusion, the new generation of human emperors has grown this formidable. You deserve my earnest consideration. Chen Mu paid little heed to the serpent's words, his thoughts entirely elsewhere. At that moment, he was opening the system panel for the god-tier beast taming function, planning to summon more beasts. One was insufficient. He aimed for 2, 3, until he had enough. He was eager to see how many the earth core flame serpent could withstand. After all, infinite draws were a luxury he could indulge in. Just as he was about to press the draw button, he discovered another option. Could it be a tenfold draw? Excellent. Drawing one by one could be cumbersome. Would you like to perform a tenfold beast summoning? Yes. Without hesitation, he affirmed. Initiating tenfold draw. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Smoke cloud horse. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Hell, 3-headed hound. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Mountain-backed Xian turtle. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Azure Fury lion beast. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Rampaging snow ape. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Ghost shadow split leopard. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500,000 years of cultivation. Double pupil Cheelin. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Blood eagle of 1,000 miles. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 years of cultivation. Shadow wolf. Tenfold draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 million years of cultivation. Nine-tailed fox demon. 8 beasts with 100,000 years of cultivation, 1 with 500,000, and a final one with 10 million years. From this, Chen Mu deduced that the minimum guarantee for beasts summoned through the beast taming function was 100,000 years. Gazing at the 10 rewards displayed on the panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, solid as a rock. Young master, be cautious. Boom. As the earth core flame serpent opened its mouth, revealing its razor-sharp fangs and spewing forth a torrent of molten lava, Chen Mu appeared momentarily dazed. Yi Qingqing hastily reminded him. Chen Mu snapped back to reality, selecting the mountain-backed Xian turtle to counter the serpent's lava assault. A colossal turtle, capable of bearing towering mountains, instantly manifested before him, shielding Chen Mu from the fiery onslaught. The mountain-backed Xian turtle was renowned for its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Another 100,000-year beast. This was astonishing. Unbelievable. In my lifetime, I have the chance to witness 300,000-year beasts appearing simultaneously. Could this giant turtle also be a beast of the young master of Tianyuan? With the cultivation of an emperor, accompanied by 200,000-year beasts, who in this world could possibly contend with him? None, without a doubt. The answer was unequivocal. Upon witnessing the arrival of the mountain-back Xian turtle, the earth core flame serpent seemed to falter. Do you not feel any shame? Possessing remarkable strength yet serving the humans, being commanded by them. Such disgrace. Utter humiliation. The earth core flame serpent lamented. However, neither the moon-eating wolf king nor the mountain-back Xian turtle offered any response, awaiting Chen Mu's next command. Humiliation? Chen Mu chuckled coldly. Since the earth core flame serpent was so fond of criticism and looked down upon tame beasts, he had no qualms about allowing it to critique to its heart's content. Let it criticize to its fill. With a single command, he released the remaining 9 beasts, ready to deliver an overwhelming shock. Chapter 86. Beasts Unleashed. The earth core flame serpent submits after a roar. The smoke cloud horse emerged from a swirling mist. A spatial gate opened, revealing vast expanses of hellish red, and a 3-headed demon hound appeared. Hell! A massive white ape bellowed as it leaped down from a great height, pounding its chest with its fists. A pitch-black panther, its form indistinct, suddenly dashed from 1,000 meters away, splitting into 3, then 6. The azure fury lion roared fiercely, shaking the heavens. The shadow wolf stirred a dark tempest behind it. A woo! It threw back its head in wild laughter, and from the realm of shadows, hordes of fierce wolf pups emerged. Above, eagles shrieked, circling ominously. Heavens! Million-year beasts. All of them possess 100,000 years of cultivation. How could there be so many million-year beasts hidden within the Starfall Forest? Am I dreaming? Surely, I am not dreaming. Wait, look over there. Is that a Qilin? Not just any Qilin, but a double-pupil Qilin. Its power must be worth 4 or 5 million years of cultivation. The kings of beasts have emerged. Is the southern region about to undergo a transformation? The sight of these colossal beasts left the onlookers paralyzed, their bodies akin to puddles of mud, unable to rise. It was not only the spectators who were startled. The earth core flame serpent's subtle movements betrayed its desire to flee. Its former arrogance was utterly crushed, suppressed into silence. Even it knew it could not contend against 10 million-year beasts at once, especially with a double-pupil Qilin among them. That was a holy beast, a scion of dragons. With a single breath, it could obliterate it to the very last fragment. Flee. The earth core flame serpent now lacked the courage to move, fearing it would become the target of a concentrated assault. Especially when, in the next moment, the gazes of all 10 beasts swiftly turned to fixate upon it. The earth core flame serpent was utterly dumbfounded. It could not comprehend why they were all staring at it. That gaze clearly intended to flay it alive. It could not recall having offended any of these creatures. It was certain this was their first encounter. Boom. Spiritual energy trembled, heralding an impending storm. Dark clouds loomed. Thunder and lightning erupted as if the heavens were collapsing. A swirling portal loomed, from which emerged a snow-white fox, its center adorned with a streak of red. Yet, the most striking feature was its 9 thick tails, fanning out like flowers, with fur as delicate as silk. The 9-tailed fox demon, possessing thousands of years of cultivation. Some elders, lacking mental fortitude, fainted from sheer terror. This is bad. The earth core flame serpent realized the gravity of its situation. If it did not flee now, it might miss its chance. It attempted to burrow into a snake hole. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Chen Mu commanded. The azure fury lion acted swiftly, sinking its teeth into the earth core flame serpent's massive tail, shattering its hard scales as if they were mere paper. Splash. The sharp fangs pierced deeply into the flesh, and fresh blood spurted out through the gaps between the teeth. Before the cinder WIRM could even utter a cry of anguish, the azure lion beast exerted its full strength. Its muscular frame bulging, and with a violent jerk of its leonine head, it ripped the cinder WIRM, whose head was already partially submerged, from the earth and flung it away. Thud. It landed heavily. By the time the cinder WIRM regained its senses, it found itself encircled by a throng of demon sovereigns, with no avenue for retreat or escape. At that moment, Chen Mu instantaneously reappeared, standing atop the 9-tailed fox demon. Has he lost his senses? That is a demon sovereign of millennia of cultivation. How dare he? Having just attained the great emperor realm, and with an unstable foundation. Such an action is tantamount to courting death. Alas, after so much difficulty, the celestial origin realm has finally produced 2 great emperors, and one of them is about to perish in this fallen star forest. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingqing's countenance immediately turned frigid. Her gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept across the crowd. Silence, she commanded. The might of my young master is beyond the comprehension and idle speculation of you mortals. Faced with Yi Qingqing's imperious demeanor, The crowd fell silent, fearing to offend her, and even more so, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Celestial Origin Holy Land behind her. You imbeciles! The Cinder WIRM roared. Can't you see that these demons are all under his command? It had found itself in this predicament because it had underestimated Chen Mu, hearing the others still belittling him. It was consumed with rage. What? Those demon sovereigns are all under his command? How is this possible? Even the ancient progenitor of beast taming, the Beastmaster ancestor, could not accomplish such a feat. Certainly not. Need you even ask? Now, they finally understood why Yi Qi-Ching and the Cinder WIRM were so incensed. They had indeed been short-sighted and foolish. Do you have any last words? Chen Mu jested at the Cinder WIRM. If not, you'll soon be out of time. Spare me. Spare me. The Cinder WIRM pleaded, lowering its serpentine head to the ground in a gesture of submission. I am willing to pledge fealty to you. I beseech you to show mercy and grant me a path to survival. On one hand, it was truly outmatched, facing an insurmountable chasm of power. On the other hand, the Cinder WIRM believed that Chen Mu, capable of commanding so many demon sovereigns, must possess a unique quality that might prove to be a stroke of good fortune for itself. Accept the Cinder WIRM's allegiance? Upon acceptance, the divine beast taming function will automatically lock in 100 loyalty. To acquire a million-year demon sovereign with unwavering loyalty was an opportunity Chen Mu could not possibly refuse. Cinder WIRM successfully tamed. 100 loyalty locked in. Greetings, my liege, the Cinder WIRM said, approaching Chen Mu in a show of goodwill. The sect elders who witnessed this scene were truly astounded. A dignified demon sovereign, subdued just like that? Snap! Chen Mu raised his hand and snapped his fingers, utilizing his spatial sacred body to open a series of portals, allowing the Cinder WIRM, the nine-tailed fox demon, and the double-pupiled Qilin to enter. This was not a beast-taming space. His rationale was simple, within the small world he had created. The speed of cultivation was 100-fold greater than in the outside world, enabling a more rapid enhancement of his tamed beast strength. This small world was another gift from the system's daily check-ins. Chen Mu had no interest in cultivating himself, so he had left it idle. It was perfect for housing these demons, driving them to cultivate diligently and tirelessly. The more they cultivated, the less he would need to intervene, allowing him to effortlessly prevail. A truly effortless victory. Let's go, Chen Mu said, ascending into the air and stepping into a portal. Before departing, he thoughtfully opened a portal to the Azure Cloud Manor for Yi Qi-Ching. Farewell, Great Emperor. Farewell, Great Emperor. Farewell, Great Emperor. The crowd hurriedly adjusted their postures, kneeling and bowing their heads. Faced with such an omnipotent Great Emperor, they dared not show disrespect. Chapter 87, 100-fold cultivation space. Inheriting the Joyful Union sect? Once the portals closed, and after a time, when they were certain that Chen Mu and Yi Qi-Ching had indeed departed, the crowd gingerly rose, their legs trembling violently, as if they had just emerged from a brothel after countless debaucheries. Today's events must be reported to the sect master. No wonder even the 5 Poison Holy Land fell at the hands of the Celestial Origin Holy Land. With such a prodigious young master, it's impossible for them not to rise. More than just the 5 Poison Holy Land, your information is outdated. I've already received word that the Eastern Extreme's Holy Land has chosen to submit to the Celestial Origin. Now, in the Southern Domain, there is only one Holy Land, the Celestial Origin. What? Even the Eastern Extreme's Holy Land has submitted? I must return quickly. We can no longer remain neutral. Either we leave the Southern Domain, or we submit to the Celestial Origin. Do you think it's as simple as submitting when you wish to? The line of those seeking to join the Celestial Origin with a longevity pill as a token of fealty probably extends beyond the Southern Domain. To this, the crowd could not refute, but they still felt that it was better to strive for something than to do nothing at all. The Southern Domain was indeed on the verge of a cataclysmic change. However, it was not because of those demon sovereigns, but because of Chen Mu. They had all misjudged the protagonist. Returning to the Azure Cloud Manor, Chen Mu was once again lounging on a chair, basking in the warm sunlight. Looking utterly content, Yi Qi-Ching stood behind him, her slender, slightly cool hands massaging his temples and scalp. A faint current coursed through his body, bringing immense pleasure. It had to be said that in the days since Yi Qi-Ching had joined the manor, her talents in this area had been fully displayed, her skills improving at an astonishing rate. Chen Mu even suspected that her talent in this regard surpassed her cultivation talent. He casually asked, "Are you going to the trial tower again today?" "Yes," Yi Qi-Ching nodded, "but it seems I've reached a bottleneck. It's difficult to break through. I've tried many times with the residual image left by Senior Chen Shu, and I can only withstand 3 of his sword strikes at most." Yi Qi-Ching pursed her lips, her mind filled with thoughts of how to counter his techniques. Chen Shu. Chen Mu felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. He seemed to be a swordplay prodigy from his era, renowned throughout the Southern Domain. He didn't dwell on it. Seeing how eager Yi Qingqiang was to increase her strength, Chen Mu suggested, I do have a method for rapidly improving your cultivation. Would you like to try it? Please, young master, enlighten me. Yi Qingqiang immediately agreed without hesitation. Chen Mu sat up and opened a portal to the hundredfold cultivation small world. Go in. He gestured. Yes. Yi Qingqiang trusted Chen Mu implicitly. She never doubted his words. The reason was simple. Yi Qingqiang knew better than anyone that if Chen Mu truly wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need to beat around the bush or go to such lengths. Even if he killed her now, no one would stand by her side to seek justice for her. Such was the era where the strong were revered. Strength was everything. Stepping out of the portal, a gentle breeze caressed her. Heavens! What powerful, pure spiritual energy. With just a slight focus, a large amount of spiritual energy actively surged into her meridians and dantian. Yi Qingqiang said in disbelief. Could this be a celestial realm? This is not a celestial realm. Chen Mu's voice came from behind. Seeing Yi Qingqiang turn around, their eyes met, and seeing the questioning look in her eyes, he continued to explain, this is a small world I created when I advanced to the Great Emperor realm. The spiritual energy is boundless, and cultivation here is 100 times faster than in the outside world. He could not think of a more suitable explanation. After all, Yi Qingqiang had never been a great emperor, so she had no idea what the world of a great emperor was like. Naturally, Chen Mu could say whatever he pleased. 100-fold cultivation speed. Yi Qingqiang's jaw dropped. Her wide-open cherry lips could easily fit a hard-boiled egg. All right, cultivate diligently here. No one will disturb you. If you wish to leave, simply activate the rune. Chen Mu took Yi Qingqiang's hand and inscribed a miniature formation on the back of her hand, which would only appear when infused with spiritual energy. Thank you, young master. Qingqiang will not fail your expectations. Yi Qingqiang knelt on one knee, clasped her hands, and kowtowed in gratitude. After Chen Mu left, she wasted no time, sitting cross-legged and beginning to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A convergence of spiritual energy enveloped her from above, descending like a pillar, pouring into her relentlessly, without pause. The only task for Yi Qingqiang was to refine this energy and transform it into her own cultivation. In just a few breaths, she successfully broke through a stagnant minor realm. Is this truly the 100-fold speed of cultivation? Yi Qingqiang marveled, continuing her meditation, striving to break through to a major realm before venturing out. At Qingyan Manor, having observed that everything was progressing smoothly for Yi Qingqiang, Chen Mu closed the celestial mirror. Resting his hands behind his head, he gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds, lamenting. Why does everyone seem so fond of competing? System, I believe it is because you, the host, are exceptionally formidable, inadvertently placing immense pressure on them. Is that so? Chen Mu recalled how, in the past, he was often compared to outstanding students and exemplary children from other families. Now, has he become one of those other children in their eyes? It feels not unpleasant. Never mind them, let them compete as they wish. I simply desire to relax. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to finish his thoughts, a knock echoed at the door. Chen Mu flicked his finger, opening the courtyard door. Uncle. Well, it seems that what one fears most often comes to pass. The visitor was none other than his cousin Jian Xingzhu's uncle, Jian Jiangfa, who had connections to the leader of the Hehuan sect. Rising to greet him, Chen Mu inquired, Uncle, with your busy schedule, what brings you to Qingyan Manor? Xiao Mu. You have truly put me in a terrible position. Jian Jianghe complained with a sideways glance, deliberately tilting his head to reveal his reddened ear. Look at my ear. It was tugged by your aunt. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. Please, sit down and enjoy some tea. Chen Mu poured a cup of enlightenment tea for Jian Jianghe. Hard work? Ever since you exposed that incident, your aunt has treated me like a criminal, subjecting me to endless interrogations. Thank you. Accepting the teacup, he continued his lament. Though I am the leader of the Hehuan sect, it was never my choice. I have never wronged your aunt, and have always maintained my integrity. I believe in you, uncle. Chen Mu chuckled in agreement. Sighing, he added, but uncle, your visit must not solely be about these grievances, am I correct? Jian Jianghe set down his teacup and reached into his robe, producing a finely crafted jade token, which he pushed towards Chen Mu with his fingertip. Clearly etched upon it were the three characters, Hehuan sect. I wish to transfer the position of sect leader to you. Xiao Mu. Chapter 88, Sect Management Function. Visitors from the Hehuan sect. With his eyes fixed on the jade token and ears attuned to Jian Jianghe's words, Chen Mu momentarily found himself at a loss. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with Jian Jianghe, confirming, Uncle, you must be jesting? Jesting? Jian Jianghe shook his head seriously. I'm not joking at all. In my eyes, you are the most suitable candidate to become the next leader of the Hehuan sect. I appreciate your goodwill. Uncle Chen Mu began, but was interrupted by Jian Jianghe raising his hand. Don't just appreciate it. Simply agree. If I remain in this position any longer, your aunt will certainly have my head. Do not be deceived by her usual demeanor. She possesses a strong possessiveness over me. Uncle, if you truly do not wish to hold that position, you could easily pass it to another candidate from the sect. Chen Mu discerned that Jian Zhanghe had his own burdens to bear. As he had mentioned, Aunt Chen Huiping treated Chen Mu and others with starkly different attitudes. Towards Chen Mu, she was tender and affectionate, reserving all her warmth for him and his cousin Jian Qingzhu. However, she was known for her sternness with others. Even Chen Tianlin received little kindness. Who would you pass it to? Qizhu? Don't be ridiculous. If you were to do that, by tomorrow, you would likely find me reduced to a puddle of flesh. The words spoken by Jian Zhanghe did not evoke doubt in Chen Mu. Instead, they sparked deeper contemplation. Surely there must be more suitable candidates within the Hahuan sect? Chen Mu inquired. Those individuals? Frankly, I do not trust them. Do not be fooled by the current state of the Hahuan sect, which may not be as glorious as it once was. However, a dead CA after ensuring accuracy. Chen Mu deactivated the system, his focus no longer on it, opting for a hands-off approach. Some time elapsed before Chen Mu awoke again, finding that night had fallen. The aroma of food roused him from his slumber. He smacked his lips, realizing it was time for supper. Through the paper window, he could discern two figures in the kitchen. Had Qingqing finished so quickly? Chen Mu rose from the recliner, pacing the courtyard to loosen his limbs. The kitchen door opened, followed by a voice so honeyed it resonated deep within him. It reminded Chen Mu of the captivating enchantresses he had seen in films. The voice alone could ensnare countless ardent young men. Sect leader, you're awake. Sect leader? Chen Mu turned to see a woman with a captivating countenance, her eyes sparkling. Eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, and a waist as slender as a silken sash. Her teeth resembled pearly shells. Her garments fluttered, her figure lithe, and her steps were small. As she moved, the silver bells adorning her ankles emitted crisp, pleasing sounds. Overall, she possessed a bewitching charm. In the best sense of the word. Chen Mu rapidly searched his memory but couldn't recall ever having met this fair maiden. Wait, sect leader? Chen Mu realized that only one type of person would address him thus. The Joyous Union sect. System, check this person's identity. Searching. Search successful. Chapter 89. Su Mei, the Joyous Union sect's holy maiden, and the nameless sword name. Su Mei, gender. Female, age, 21. The identity column clearly stated Joyous Union sect holy maiden. She truly had come from the Joyous Union sect. After placing the bowls and plates, Su Mei immediately knelt in obeisance. Su Mei, holy maiden of the Joyous Union sect, greets sect leader. Why aren't you staying put in the Joyous Union sect? What brings you to my Azure Cloud Manor? Chen Mu inquired as he sat on the stone stool, picked up bamboo chopsticks, and began eating from the dishes. Reporting to sect leader, Su Mei has come primarily to meet you and witness your splendor, Su Mei stated candidly, without concealment. Oh, Chen Mu's interest piqued. He glanced at Su Mei and continued, have I disappointed you then? Hearing this, Su Mei smiled enchantingly. Sect leader is undoubtedly the most exceptional person I have ever encountered. Whether in appearance or strength, the number one under heavens, without question. I like hearing that. Chen Mu laughed heartily, inviting Su Mei to fetch her own tableware and dine with him. Thank you, sect leader. Su Mei complied obediently, not daring to object. Facing a great Emperor Realm expert was far more daunting than she had imagined. The mental preparations she had made were of no use in this critical moment. After preparing her tableware, she returned to Chen Mu. Sit, he said. Only after Chen Mu's permission did Su Mei sit down. You've come from afar. Surely there's something else you wish to say to me? Chen Mu asked pointedly. Su Mei set down the shredded meat she was about to eat, her expression turning earnest and solemn. Sect leader, please forgive my presumption. Speak your mind, Chen Mu encouraged her. I wholeheartedly support sect leaders' handling of those who are unworthy of their positions, but I fear that those who have fallen from high positions may harbor resentment, collude with insurgents, and act against the interests of the sect. As she finished speaking, Su Mei watched Chen Mu intently, afraid that her words might offend him. In truth, Chen Mu had already opened the system panel and was examining what the system had done to the Joyous Union sect during his nap. The first act was to demote those who were merely enjoying the benefits without contributing, while those with ability, ambition, and a desire to improve the sect were assigned to the most suitable positions based on the system's analysis. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among some, many of whom were sect elders with significant influence. The system's next plan seemed to be to suppress and eliminate these traitors, even calculating the approximate number of disciples that would be lost. He closed the panel and waved to open the sky mirror, his gaze focusing on an elder's residence. Damn it, this is outrageous. Just because he's a great emperor, does he think he can shit on us? I've been an elder for so many years. If I haven't earned any merit, I've certainly put in the effort. Yet, he dismisses me just like that. As it stands, my treatment isn't even as good as some inner disciples. Who can I complain to? Tomorrow, I'll even have to hand over this residence. The Joyous Union sect will be ruined by that guy. Young and reckless, disrespectful to his elders. He may have some talent, but the speaker's voice lacked conviction. So what should we do next? Enlist the support of trusted disciples and rebel? No, that's too risky. Tianyuan is currently at the height of its power. No one in the southern domain can stop it. If we're discovered, we won't even know how we died. Are we just going to live like this, uselessly, for the rest of our lives? They had become accustomed to a life of ease. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The Great Song has more than just the southern domain, and more than just one great emperor. Let's lie low and see what happens. If things don't work out, we can try to empty the treasure vault and run away. At least for now, it's difficult to confront them head-on. Watching and listening to the crystal-clear scene before her, Su Mei was deeply shaken. Chen Mu's methods were far more formidable than she had imagined. With this magical treasure, wouldn't everything in the world be within his sight? The poor old fools were still plotting and scheming, trying to squeeze the remaining value out of the Joyous Union sect, unaware that their plans had already been exposed. Sect leader, rest assured, I have recorded these scenes with a memory stone and will request the law enforcement hall to punish these traitors. Su Mei vowed. There's no need for such trouble. Chen Mu wanted to take this opportunity to try out the max-level nameless sword he had just learned from his uncle, Jian Jianghe. He joined his index and middle fingers together, as straight as a sword, and slashed through the air. The Space Saint physique activated, and the sword energy reached the heart-entangling peak, where the elders were located. Before they could react or realize anything, the entire heart-entangling peak, along with those people, was completely obliterated. Only a 1,000-meter-long sword mark remained, resembling a natural chasm. Chen Mu had controlled his power well, ensuring that no innocents were harmed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Jian Jianghe. This. Su Mei's delicate body tensed, her heartstrings tightened even further, and her pupils trembled violently in their sockets. She never imagined that Chen Mu could use his fingers as a sword from such a distance, and, with just one finger, completely erase those elders, who were at least martial masters, along with the entire heart-entangling peak, from the Great Cang World. Even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes, Su Mei still found it unbelievable. Too exaggerated. Too outrageous. Is this how strong great emperors truly are? This is far more astonishing than what I've heard. Su Mei could sense that Chen Mu hadn't used his full strength. He had merely made an ordinary slashing motion. To put it bluntly, it looked weak. Yet, the power was unimaginably strong. Uncle really gave me a good thing. Chen Mu thought with delight, quite satisfied with this nameless sword art. All right, the problem is solved. Let's continue eating. Chen Mu closed the sky mirror, not wanting to waste any more energy on those who were already dead. Yes. Su Mei was still in a daze, unable to fully recover from the shock of the previous scene. A few moments later, her attention was drawn to a gleam of light in the corner of her eye. It was a portal. A portal? Su Mei wondered, puzzled as to why a portal would appear in this place. She glanced at Chen Mu, who seemed unconcerned, as if he were used to it. Then, Yi Qingqing stepped out of the portal. Yi Qingqing. Su Mei recognized the newcomer, recalling the rumors. It had been said that Yi Qingqing was cast aside as a pawn and sent as a hostage to the Tianyuan Holy Land by the Tianjin sect. How pitiable. How regrettable. It seems that Yi Qingqing's life is unlikely to yield any significant accomplishments. What opportunity does a discarded pawn have for ascendance? Oh, has she already broken through to the innate martial master realm so swiftly? Chen Mu marveled. This 100-fold cultivation space is indeed exceedingly effective. Chapter 90. He is a supreme existence beyond common reason. Su Mei was aware that Yi Qingqing had long since stepped into the martial master realm, so she was not surprised. However, in the next moment, she suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. Innate martial master? Su Mei momentarily questioned whether her ears had deceived her. The last time she had heard of Yi Qingqing successfully breaking through to the martial master realm was not long ago, merely a few months prior. Within such a brief span, achieving a breakthrough of one or two minor realms could be considered a talent, but to leap directly into a major realm, ascending to innate martial master? Surely, this cannot be a jest. In Su Mei's understanding, such an achievement was simply impossible. She believed her own talents were not significantly inferior to Yi Qingqing's. They had even faced each other in the martial arts tournament, ending in a stalemate. At present, Su Mei herself was only at the second level of the martial master realm. Wait, such potent, pure spiritual energy. Her gaze followed to the spatial portal that was closing. Could it be? Her attention shifted back to Yi Qingqing. Sume could not help but ponder if Yi Qingcheng had been able to elevate her realm so rapidly due to her prolonged cultivation in that realm of pure spiritual energy. It was evident that this small world was undoubtedly related to Chen Mu. Sume had to admit that she had been proven wrong. A discarded pawn? A hostage? This was clearly an opportunity that rivaled the grandest fortunes of heaven and earth. Yi Qingcheng had only just entered the Tianyuan Holy Land, and what was once her comparable realm was now far surpassed, with a difference of a major realm and at least 7 or 8 minor realms. Such a discarded pawn, such a hostage, Sume would also wish to be. Time spent in this status would be of no concern. Saintess of the Hahuan sect? What brings you here? Once Yi Qingcheng had exchanged pleasantries with Chen Mu, she turned her focus to Sume. I have come to see the sect master. Sensing a sharp glint in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, Sume hurriedly clarified. Times have changed, and she was no longer a match for Yi Qingcheng. Should a confrontation arise, defeat was guaranteed. The sect master? Yi Qingcheng's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Her gaze returned to Chen Mu, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, yet uncertain of the words. Chen Mu, perceiving her thoughts, took the initiative to explain. During your time in the small world for cultivation, certain events transpired. I am now the sect master of the Hahuan sect. Oh, I see. Yi Qingcheng's smile became somewhat awkward and stiff, her lips curving upward slightly, yet her eyes lacked mirth, appearing forced. Even without voicing it, she could not help but feel that the name Hahuan sect tarnished Chen Mu's reputation. After all, the external evaluations of the Hahuan sect had never been particularly favorable. Their cultivation method, which primarily relied on the absorption of vital energies, straddled the line between demonic cultivation and righteous paths, remaining rather ambiguous. Although she was aware that many like Su Mei were normal cultivators, she alone could not easily alter the entrenched perception built over millennia. Let us not dwell on this. What do you think of the 100-fold cultivation speed? Chen Mu shifted the topic. Excellent. Simply beyond compare. The acceleration in cultivation speed is so astounding that it feels like a dream. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, her hands gesticulating vigorously, her face radiant with joy, and her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. 100-fold cultivation speed. Sume beside them widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Sect Master, if I understood correctly, you are saying that the speed of realm advancement in that small world was 100 times that of the outside world? She confirmed multiple times. Indeed. Chen Mu nodded affirmatively, not more, not less, precisely 100-fold. Sume fell into silence, her lips pressed tightly together. Upon receiving the confirmation, her heart became even more chaotic, for since her arrival at the Tianyuan Holy Land, everything had exceeded her understanding. Breathing lightly and slowly, she seemed to calm her inner turmoil and hasten her acceptance of reality. The truth was that her sect master was a supreme existence beyond the confines of common reason and rules. Just the fact that he had entered the Emperor realm immediately after becoming the Tianyuan Holy Lord was proof enough. Powerful. This sect master is truly formidable. Facing him felt akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure and reverence. It was a profound understanding of what it meant to be as insignificant as an ant. In fact, even to describe herself as an ant before Chen Mu felt somewhat arrogant. Indeed, it was arrogance. Yi Qingcheng made no attempt to interject, silently moving to Chen Mu's side to massage his shoulders and back. Her technique was both skilled and forceful, her fingers kneading the muscles and delivering a sense of comfort and ease. Observing this scene, Sume found it impossible to reconcile Yi Qingcheng with the proud figure who had effortlessly crushed countless prodigies on the martial arena. Standing in stark contrast to the current moment, the dissonance was palpable. Soon after, Sume took her leave, preparing to depart Qingyun Mansion and embark on her journey back to the Hahuan sect to stabilize the hearts of the people. This was her undeniable duty as a saintess of the sect. Of course, Sume did not deny her desire to achieve notable accomplishments and impress Chen Mu. Winning his admiration, Chen Mu decided to escort her. The distance between the Tianyuan Holy Land and the Hahuan sect was not negligible, and the round trip would consume a significant amount of time. With a snap of his fingers, the spatial portal between the two locations opened before Sume. Thank you, Sect Master. Sume expressed gratefully before stepping into the portal. In the blink of an eye, she had traveled from the Tianyuan Holy Land to the Hahuan sect's territory. Noticing the portal and the figure of Sume emerging from it, a group of inner court disciples hurriedly gathered around. Spatial array. Sister Su, when did you learn this? Saintess, no, it's terrible. The Chuanqing Peak has been leveled by a mysterious force, and several elders have perished as a result. Saintess, did you encounter the new sect master? Is he truly as powerful as the rumors suggest? They crowded closer, each voice clamoring with inquiries. Sume remained calm. There is no need to panic, everyone. The destruction of Chuanxin Peak and the deaths of the elders were entirely deserved. Deserved? One disciple questioned, confusion evident. What do you mean, Saintus? I do not understand. Do you know who leveled Chuanxin Peak? Her words piqued their curiosity, leading to a cascade of follow-up questions. They seemed eager to uncover the truth, their expressions betraying their curiosity. Sume hesitated briefly before producing a jagged blue crystal from her spatial ring. This was, in fact, a crystal capable of briefly recording images. Chapter 91. Complete sign-in for the devouring technique. Devouring heaven technique rather than waste breath explaining extensively. Sume believed it would be more effective to use the crystal to directly showcase the recorded scenes of the conspirators plotting rebellion against the Hahuan sect. Infusing her spiritual energy into the crystal, she activated it like a key. The image was projected into the air. The next moment, the conversations of the traders within the elders' residence atop Chuanxin Peak were presented verbatim for all disciples to hear. What? Such a thing occurred. These people actually dared to undermine indeed. It is our new sect leader from the Hahuan sect, the Supreme Emperor who is yet to reach the age of 20. Sume intends to prefix the title of Emperor with the term Supreme. The reason is quite simple. She genuinely believes that Chen Mu is the most formidable among all past and present emperors. Without exception, could it be that this sword strike was executed by our esteemed leader? How powerful? Is this truly an achievement within the realm of humanity? What level can one attain? Yet, the sect leader is evidently situated in the Tianyuan realm. Separated by such vast distances, how could he possibly project his sword intent to this place? Sume had long prepared her response, if her judgment is not amiss. The leader is most likely the possessor of a spatial sacred body. The spatial sacred body, ranked among the top 10 on the list of 3,000 physiques, capable of effortlessly manipulating, distorting, and even creating new spaces. This sect leader exceeds all imagination. But wait. I distinctly recall that the rumors circulating in the outside world stated that the Tianyuan young master awakened a physique ranked 28th, the Thunderpath body? Is it possible that the sect leader possesses multiple sacred bodies? At this declaration, the 100 individuals present fell into utter silence, completely overturning their understanding. A sacred body is already formidable enough to possess two? Their hearts were a tumult of complex emotions, difficult to articulate. A cough suddenly shattered the oppressive silence. Everyone turned their gaze upward, where a tall figure stood, adorned in resplendent yet dignified robes, exuding an air of grace and authority. Her deep, wise eyes sparkled with intelligence, capable of piercing through the depths of one's soul. Upon confirming her identity, the crowd collectively saluted the vice sect leader. Her name is Bai Yun, appointed by Jian Jianghe to oversee all affairs in his absence. She is indeed second only to him in authority. Bai Yun had come to inform everyone that under the new sect leader's guidance and the system's management, the Hahuan sect had decided to abolish its previous cultivation methods in favor of a more advanced technique, one that allows for the absorption of yang to replenish yin, independent of the societal norms surrounding male and female relationships. Even a solitary practitioner could cultivate effectively. Naturally, if one could find a lifelong partner with whom to resonate, the pace of cultivation would be exponentially accelerated. This new regulation only applies to the inner sect. The outer sect, being a mixed bag of individuals, includes courtesans and rogues whose nefarious qualities, while lacking in decorum, can prove invaluable in critical situations. In the Tianfu city, of the hundreds of brothels, nearly half are registered disciples of the Hahuan sect's outer sect. They leverage their bodies in conjunction with the sect's unique cultivation methods, reaping substantial wealth, connections, and sources of information, while also enhancing their own cultivation in a pleasurable manner, an endeavor that yields multiple benefits. The wealth, connections, and information ultimately benefit the Hahuan sect. Thus, a significant divide has always existed between the outer and inner sects, almost akin to two distinct worlds. This arrangement starkly contrasts the traditional sects, where a clear hierarchy delineates strength between inner and outer disciples. The inner sect of the H with an unparalleled background and extraordinary talent, coupled with a depth of understanding in navigating the complexities of the world, Yi Qingqing found it hard to fathom who would dare to stand against him as an adversary. If one were to take such a bold step, they might end up perplexed, unable to comprehend how they met their demise. You flatter me, uncle. Chen Mu replied with a faint smile. By the way, Xiao Mu, what brings you to this desolate prison? Chen Wuxin inquired, steering the conversation back on track. I have recently cultivated a new technique and wish to test it out, but I cannot harm my fellow disciples, so some things need not be articulated too clearly. I see. Very well, they can assist you in your cultivation. It is indeed an honor. It can even be seen as a form of atonement. Chen Wuxin responded cheerfully. Turning to the side, he bellowed, "Open the heavenly gates." His voice resonated powerfully, exuding an air of majesty that would subdue even the fiercest of ancient beasts. Yi Qingcheng, at her level of cultivation, could feel this presence more acutely. Let us proceed. Oh, very well. It was only when Chen Mu called her name that Yi Qingcheng snapped back to attention, following closely behind him as they stepped through the thunderous, multi-meter-thick iron gates of the prison. Upon entry, one could observe that the prison was constructed from specially forged bricks, extraordinarily resilient, with each massive stone reinforced by intricate formations. Yi Qingcheng was certain that even with all her might, a strike from her sword would likely leave nothing more than a faint scratch on the brick wall. The prison's space was not small, yet it imparted a sense of confinement and oppression. Fixed iron rings and chains adorned the floor and walls, bearing marks and even splotches of dried blood. It was not hard to imagine the horrific torment endured by those once shackled here. Yi Qingcheng felt no sympathy. The deeper they ventured, the more the atmosphere thickened with terror, populated by the living, the dead, and skeletal remains. Occasionally, she spotted writhing white worms and scuttling rats, further enhancing the dreadfulness of the prison. Faint sounds of clanking chains, stealthy footsteps, and ghostly wails sent shivers down her spine. Yi Qingcheng suddenly regretted her decision to follow. For aside from the eerie ambience, she could sense that those confined here were not to be trifled with. The weight of oppression bore down on her like a mountain, causing her to keep her head bowed, afraid to look around. Here we are. Chen Wuxin abruptly halted, introducing the figure huddled in the corner of the cell, bound by dark iron chains, unable to move far, clad in tattered, filthy clothes, with disheveled hair, a madman who had, in a fit of madness during cultivation, slaughtered over 30 disciples of their sacred land. I subdued this lunatic with a single blow, and he has been imprisoned here for over a decade, Chen Wuxin stated, clearly still harboring resentment. This is the perfect specimen for testing your new technique, he continued. But be cautious. Despite his quiet demeanor, he can still fly into a rage. Watch yourself, or I will have difficulty explaining things to everyone. Rest assured, I am well aware, Chen Mu replied. As Chen Wuxin opened the cell door of the old madman, the other inmates gathered at their cell doors, watching intently. What is that kid thinking? Does he want to provoke even the renowned Li Qingcheng and the formidable Chen Wuxin, known as the god of death, were taken aback by the scene before them. Li Qingcheng's lips twitched slightly as she recalled her earlier admission of being willing to become a test subject for Chen Mu's martial arts. It finally dawned on her why Chen Mu had so decisively and resolutely declined her offer. Life force absorption successful. Memory absorption successful. While the concept of life force may seem ethereal, it was palpable. As for memories, they flickered in her mind like scenes from a film. Forgetting was inconsequential. As the system would store everything separately, Chen Mu could retrieve it whenever necessary. The memories related to martial arts could even be materialized and extracted, proving to be exceedingly convenient. When Chen Mu retracted his hand, a dull thud echoed as only a skeletal figure, emaciated and frail, remained on the ground. The bones, deprived of nourishment, had become brittle, breaking under the slightest pressure. This was undoubtedly evil sorcery. It not only drained one's cultivation, but also completely siphoned their life force. It was terrifying. A martial saint was so frightened that he stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, his face a mask of horror. Beads of sweat rolling down like pearls, splattering onto the moldy hay beneath him. How could your Tianyuan sacred land practice such dark arts? Don't you fear the backlash of public condemnation? It was shocking to discover that the Tianyuan sacred land, which presented itself as a prestigious sect, was, in reality, deeply corrupt. As fellow villains, how dare you condemn me? It is unjust. In contrast to justice, they were more concerned about becoming the next lunatic. No one wished to have their cultivation and life force drained. Justice? Chen Mu scoffed. Was I mistaken? Is it not the law of the Great Cang World that the strong prevail? If you are weak, do you have a right to complain? Is anything beyond your comprehension or possession merely deemed as evil sorcery? You. Chen Mu's words left the group speechless. Though they had retorts on the tip of their tongues, they struggled to articulate them. Seeing their embarrassment, Li Qingcheng couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her head bowed. She had not expected her young master to be equally adept in rhetoric. Chen Wuxin, Haven T, you always prided yourself on justice, unable to tolerate even a speck of sand in your eyes. As the one who wields supreme authority over the sacred prison, why do you turn a blind eye to him? Some, unable to counter Chen Mu, turned their ire toward Chen Wuxin. You overestimate yourselves. How could I, with such limited power, dare oppose the future young master of Tianyuan? Besides, he is my nephew. As his uncle, Could I possibly strike against him for you useless fools? Even if I were to concede, he is eliminating evildoers. What wrong is there in that? Chen Wuxin made it clear he would protect his kin. Not even the great emperor could intervene. Nephew? The young master of Tianyuan. Could it be that he is the one who, at under 20 years of age, shattered the laws of heaven and earth, becoming the second emperor of the southern region? Achieving emperorship through such dark arts does not signify true valor. One must wonder which eye the heavens were blind in allowing you to ascend. Others remained obstinate. If a person like you can waste spiritual energy and still survive, what right do you have to belittle our young master? Fury ignited in Leaf Qingqing's eyes. She longed to charge forth and slay those who dared insult him. Noticing her fervor in defending Chen Mu, Chen Wuxin stifled a chuckle, his hands clasped in front of his lips, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. He wondered what kind of new generation of powerful beings would emerge from the union of such extraordinary talents. Unperturbed by the odd expressions on Chen Wuxin's face, Chen Mu stepped out of the lunatic cell, raising his hand with his palm facing forward. Select all. Absorb everything. Chapter 94. Shocking the Ages. Can even a sacred body be absorbed? Currently absorbing. The onlookers gaped, their eyes wide. Vividly colored spiritual energy, uncontrollable, gushed forth from their bodies, coalescing into waves of immense power around Chen Mu. Cultivation realm absorption successful. Life force absorption successful. Memory absorption successful. They could not articulate their astonishment, only managing incoherent sounds. The chains rattled violently, a testament to their desperate will to survive. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the thick, mystical chains that bound them. Ultimately, they were rendered utterly devoid of value, reduced to mere, malnourished corpses unfit even for dogs. This visual impact was overwhelming for both Leaf Qingqing and Chen Wuxin. Xiao Mu, have you absorbed all their cultivation? Chen Wuxin turned to confirm with Chen Mu. Indeed. The technique I have comprehended allows me to forcibly absorb the cultivation realms, as well as life force and memories of others, Chen Mu explained. Was this his ultimate trump card? It was hardly necessary to go to great lengths to conceal such a level of power. Chen Mu was confident that the outside world would think similarly. As for those who insisted on coming to him for experience, he would not refuse. One was enough. Thanks to the existence of the endless Dantian, even in the southern region, where no clearer cultivation realm definitions existed above the emperor level, Chen Mu could grow and strengthen without limits. In the public's perception, the emperor realm consisted only of one tier. Yet, Chen Mu could reach levels beyond 999. As long as he had sufficient layers, even ordinary emperors would be like ants before him. They were too high-minded. He could eliminate them with a mere glance. The true essence of a gaze could kill, rendering them lifeless from sheer terror. Absorbing cultivation realms, life force, memories, and forcibly plundering, as the god of death. Upon hearing Chen Mu's description of this technique, Chen Wuxin's heart was stirred by a tempest of emotions. He struggled to remain calm. Xiao Mu, this technique is far too advanced for the current Great Cang World. Not everyone can withstand the temptation of rapidly ascending in power. You must be cautious in sharing it. Chen Wuxin urged earnestly, fearing chaos would ensue in the southern region and plunge the entire Great Cang World into an era of turmoil and slaughter. Did Chen Mu achieve emperorship at such a young age solely due to this technique? No, Chen Wuxin did not believe that. If it were true, how many people's cultivation realms would he need to absorb to reach such heights? During the process, how could not a single whisper of it be leaked? Furthermore, to disrupt the order of heaven and earth to allow two emperors to coexist in one realm was not something one could easily accomplish merely through consumption of others' power. If it were that simple, the dark practitioners would have long since ruled, oppressing the weak. Where would there be room for righteous sects to voice their opinions? Uncle, rest assured, with me here, the southern region will not fall into chaos. Chen Mu sought to reassure him. Indeed, I believe in your strength. Chen Wuxin placed a hand on Chen Mu's shoulder, exuding confidence in him. As for Leaf Qingqing, she stood beside them, utterly stunned into silence. She had not anticipated that. In addition to absorbing cultivation, the devouring heaven technique would also consume memories and life force. Memories, especially those of the powerful, were priceless. The secrets of techniques, alchemy recipes, and cultivation insights, how many sought after them with fervor? It was horrifying, truly terrifying. Indeed, the young master was extraordinary. A mere insight yielded extraordinary results. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. What was happening? Leaf Qingqing planted the tip of her sword into the ground, barely able to steady herself. She sensed that this tremor was no ordinary occurrence. It was intertwined with an overwhelming pressure from a powerful being. As the general guarding the heavenly prison, Chen Wuxin was exceedingly familiar with this aura. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. That fellow, has he started again? That fellow? Chen Mu inquired with curiosity. Ah, a being neither human nor ghost, an old thing that often stirs up trouble, attempting to escape from the heavenly prison, Chen Wuxin explained. If that's the case, why not simply eliminate him? A permanent solution, Chen Mu asked again. If the problem cannot be resolved, then one might as well deal with the source of the problem. Chen Wuxin sighed heavily. How I wish to do so. Yet, he possesses a unique sacred body. I have minced him to pulp more than once, only for him to return to his original form. Thus, I can only seal him deep within the prison using a formation, to prevent him from escaping and wreaking havoc in Tianyuan and the southern region. A unique sacred body? An undying sacred body? Chen Mu mused, finding the notion quite intriguing. Undying sacred body. Chen Wuxin scoffed with a wave of his hand. He does not reach that level, as far as I know. He ranks outside the top 10 among the sacred bodies, known as the Lotus Sacred Body. Lotus? Chen Mu jested, like severing the lotus root but remaining connected? Indeed. That is part of the meaning, Chen Wuxin admitted. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and contemptuous. Consequently, Chen Mu proposed to meet this individual. Initially, Chen Wuxin intended to refuse on the grounds of danger. However, upon further reflection, considering the emperor's might, the devouring technique, and the sacred body, it seemed unnecessary to worry about Chen Mu. That old monster was being overestimated. Even if the opponent possessed quasi-emperor strength along with the lotus sacred body, to use that as leverage against Chen Mu was an absurdity. More than this, Chen Wuxin was curious whether Chen Mu's devouring technique could forcibly absorb even those at the quasi-emperor level. If possible, then, what about the sacred body? He had transformed into a curious child. All right. On the way there, he remained ready to draw his dual axes, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Even if he were to be injured, he could not allow Chen Mu to suffer even a hair's breadth of harm. Soon after, they arrived at the deepest part of the prison. From a distance, they could see 7 or 8 formation masters working together to reinforce the formation, preventing that old monster, who had taken months to reform from a puddle of flesh, from escaping the spherical barrier. You despicable wretches, do not let me break free, or I will surely tear you to shreds, roared the old monster, his voice resounding powerfully, ringing in their ears. Yi Qingcheng raised her hand to cover her ears. Her realm was undoubtedly the lowest among those present, and enduring the full force of a quasi-emperor's roar was quite the strain. Everyone step back. I will handle this. Chen Mu stepped forward. As you command, young master. The formation masters obediently retreated, fully aware of their distance from the emperor and their lack of qualification to instruct him. Chapter 95. Misidentified as the ancestor due to overwhelming strength. Young master, please take care of yourself. An old formation master reminded before leaving, fearing for Chen Mu's safety. He had cradled Chen Mu several times, having watched him grow. The elder had no children of his own, and Chen Mu's sweet demeanor and thoughtfulness had allowed him to experience the joys of having a grandson. In his heart, he had always regarded Chen Mu as his own grandson, cherishing him. I will. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Young master? They call you young master? Could it be that you are the foolish son of that Chen Tianlin? The old monster smirked, questioning. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth, unable to bear hearing anyone insult Chen Mu in her presence. She found the old monster laughable. If he were indeed a fool, what did that make the rest of the world? Were they all idiots? Chen Mu paid no mind to the old monster's words, akin to encountering a barking dog on the road. Puppy on a leash. He activated the system to check the old monster's personal information. Name, Lin Dongqing. Age, 876 years. Gender, male. Cultivation level, quasi-emperor. Cultivation techniques, 10,000 bulls dominance. Chaos sacred art. Earth stores infernal cannon. Evil shadow step. Sacred body, lotus sacred body. Ranked 17th in the physique chart. Possessing this sacred body, even if reduced to dust, one can restore to their original form given enough time. Note, each restoration will consume a portion of life force and cultivation. Is there even a side effect? The most significant difference from the undying sacred body is that the undying sacred body inherently provides immortality. The lotus sacred body, despite its possession, cannot escape the cycle of life, old age, illness, and death. In summary, what the lotus sacred body has, the undying sacred body also possesses. What the lotus sacred body lacks, the undying sacred body possesses as well. Hey, kid, are you deaf or dumb? Can't you understand? Can't you speak? I see some potential in you. How about this? Release me, and I will assist you in defeating Chen Tianlin. Allowing you to ascend to the throne of the Tianyuan sacred ground, Lin Dongqing proposed earnestly. Observing his serious expression, Yi Qingcheng, Chen Wuxin, and the formation masters could hardly contain their laughter, erupting in unison. Old thing, You are unaware that as long as he desires, the throne of the Tianyuan sacred master is always within reach. Chen Wuxin corrected him. Lin Dongqing rolled his eyes at this, utterly unconvinced, too apathetic to retort, dismissing Chen Wuxin's words as nonsense. Power, the sacred ground, especially a position such as the sacred master of the Tianyuan sacred ground, would Chen Tianlin readily relinquish? If it were Lin Dongqing, he would never do so. Meanwhile, Lin Dongqing was stealthily using his hidden hand to release spiritual energy, attempting to break through the formation. Indeed, all his actions were to buy time and seek to dismantle the dragon binding formation. If one were to say that, he ought to thank Chen Mu's arrogance for sending away the formation masters responsible for maintaining and reinforcing the dragon binding formation. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to break the formation. The sound of shattering echoed through the dim corridor. Everyone, step aside, Lin Dongqing bellowed. In Yi Qingqing's eyes, he transformed into a white flash, careening towards Chen Mu, barely discernible. Kid, don't get in the way, roll. Lin Dongqing raised his palm, aiming directly at Chen Mu's chest. He believed the power of this strike was sufficient to reduce Chen Mu to dust in an instant. It had been a long time since he had killed someone. The smile at the corner of his mouth was nearly uncontrollable, twitching intensely. He was just waiting for Chen Mu to vent his anger. A son repaying his father's debts. Boom. Yi Qingqing, Chen Wuxin, and the others sensed the impending danger and were about to intervene when a powerful pressure descended from above, rendering their bodies exceptionally heavy and immobile. That was the better outcome. Looking at Lin Dongqing, who had previously been brimming with confidence and arrogance, he now resembled a frog, prostrated on the ground, unable to lift his head. As he sank further, the stone-paved floor instantly cracked like a spider web over a wide area. Is this the might of an emperor? How is this possible? Lin Dongqing struggled to speak, his words barely intelligible. If one did not listen closely, it was difficult to discern what he was saying. Despair. Lin Dongqing could never have anticipated that what he thought was an advantage would turn into this scene. Confounded. He could hardly comprehend how this seemingly immature young man possessed the cultivation of an emperor. Was it possible that this person was actually an ancestor of the Qin family, proficient in disguise and the art of rejuvenation? Beyond that, Lin Dongqing could think of no other reasonable explanation. He could not believe that a normal person could break through to the emperor level at such a young age, a sacred domain he had spent centuries striving to reach. Is it not unfair for you, an elder of such depth, to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation? If word gets out, it could tarnish your lifelong reputation. Lin Dongqing frowned, believing these old-timers should remain secluded in their caves, focusing on their cultivation. Matters of the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Mu retorted, lifting his foot to stomp on Lin Dongqing's head, exerting a heavy pressure. Quasi-emperor, is it merely this? To speak candidly, the disparity is so vast that it is difficult to discern the difference between Lin Dongqing, this prospective emperor, and the martial artists and disciples. What remains consistent is that before them, they have no opportunity to act, only to be mercilessly slaughtered and crushed. The old monster is not merely an ancestor of the Qin family. He is my cousin, the young master of Tianyuan, and the future lord of Tianyuan. Chen Wuxin stepped forward to shatter Lin Dongqing's illusions. I refuse to believe it. If that were the case, how could someone of such tender years possess the stature of an emperor? Lin Dongqing's resolve was unwavering. He considered himself a peerless genius, unparalleled in history. Chen Wuxin, without a trace of hesitation, stated emphatically, indeed, he is unmatched. Lin Dongqing scoffed, dismissing him as if he were merely spouting nonsense. In Lin Dongqing's eyes, the term peerless genius could not possibly encapsulate the reality. To his knowledge, Chen Tianlin's son was hardly even 20 years old. An emperor at such a tender age? What absurdity! Lin Dongqing would sooner believe that there were 10 suns in the sky. Chen Wuxin did not press the matter. Whether Lin Dongqing chose to believe or not was of no consequence to him. As for Chen Mu, whether Lin Dongqing believed in him was irrelevant. At this moment, Chen Mu's attention was wholly absorbed in the system panel visible only to him. Oh, Chen Mu observed that, compared to previous instances of devouring, there was now an option to consume the sacred body. Intriguing. He confirmed the devouring process. Chapter 96, Customizing the Sacred Body? Universal Sacred Body? The absence of this option before was undoubtedly due to those individuals lacking a sacred body. Why would the system offer unnecessary options for something non-existent? Devouring in progress. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the immortal lotus sacred body. Wait, what are you doing? Lin Dongqing could distinctly feel that. In an instant, merely a fleeting moment, the connection between himself and the sacred body was utterly severed. He could no longer sense the presence of the sacred body. Chen Mu held a glowing orb, seemingly ignoring Lin Dongqing's inquiry. This orb represented the immortal lotus sacred body, which was initially meant to merge with Chen Mu. However, for one who already possessed the undying sacred body, the immortal lotus sacred body was of no use. Rather, Chen Mu turned to glance at Yu Qiqing and then at Qin Wuxing. He privately thought that Qin Wuxing would be more suitable for this sacred body. After all, he was the type who would charge to the front lines in battle, fighting with reckless abandon, utterly oblivious to fear or self-preservation. Chen Mu had often worried about the day when Qin Wuxing might not return. "Uncle, do you want this immortal lotus sacred body?" Chen Mu raised a hand and asked. "What? The sacred body?" Qin Wuxing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He never imagined that Chen Mu's devouring technique could truly consume a sacred body. Even more astonishing was the fact that he could bestow this sacred body upon another. It was difficult for Chen Wuxing not to suspect that Chen Mu was jesting. Yet, seeing the earnestness in his expression, there was no indication of a joke. "I want it." Chen Wuxing nodded vigorously. Opportunities like this must not be squandered. His greatest regret was not having the chance to awaken a sacred body. Otherwise, he could have advanced to greater heights. Now, with Chen Mu presenting this opportunity, Chen Wuxing could not resist the temptation. However, just as he stepped forward, he paused. "This immortal lotus sacred body might be better kept for you, Xiao Mu." With this in an instant, from the two severed ends, countless bloodlines extended like tentacles, intertwining with one another. Then, they retracted, binding the wrist and forearm together, as the wounds visibly healed before the eyes. Chapter 97. Yi Qingsheng ascends to the semi-emperor realm, a hundredfold return of cultivation. Witnessing this, the array masters were left speechless. This sacred body is indeed terrifying. No wonder Qin Wuxing dared to sever his own arm. After observing, Chen Mu could only evaluate him as a true embodiment of a god of slaughter. When he becomes ruthless, he can even harm himself. Fortunately, it was proven that the transplantation of the sacred body not only occurred at a speed beyond imagination, but also exhibited an unparalleled compatibility. It was instantaneous and efficient. This further highlighted the trust that Chen Wuxing, this uncle, had in him. Struggling to lift his head, Lin Dongqing saw the sacred body that should have belonged to him now functioning perfectly in the hands of his enemy. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He regretted his choices deeply. Little did he know that Chen Mu possessed the strength to forcibly sever the sacred body from him. Having lived for centuries, he had never heard of such a bizarre occurrence. "I surrender. I sincerely repent. Please, return the sacred body to me. I am willing to atone for my sins and join your Tianyuan sacred land to contribute to its prosperity." Lin Dongqing managed to utter these words haltingly. "I still prefer your unruly demeanor." Chen Mu replied expressionlessly. "Select cultivation, devour. Currently devouring. Devouring successful. Wait, what is happening? Why is my cultivation dissipating? My realm plummeting? Are you absorbing my cultivation?" Lin Dongqing's expression was a complex mix of disbelief and unprecedented panic. The forced separation of the sacred body was already grotesque enough. Could it be that he could also absorb cultivation? Is this even human? "No, please, do not do this. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I apologize. I repent." The arrogance Lin Dongqing once displayed was now replaced with utter humility. Chen Mu paid no heed, just as he had previously with the plundering of the immortal lotus sacred body, not rushing to absorb it. Instead, he temporarily stored Lin Dongqing's cultivation in his palm. Within a makeshift space constructed by the spatial sacred body, Chen Wuxing had already reached the semi-emperor realm, and due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao order, even if this semi-emperor cultivation were given to him, he could not break through to the emperor realm, let alone the emperor realm. Even achieving twice the semi-emperor realm was unattainable. Absorbing it himself? Why not enjoy the hundredfold return and the exhilarating surge to the emperor realm? Maximizing benefits was imperative. Ultimately, Chen Mu decided to bestow this semi-emperor cultivation upon Yu Qiqing. "Your grace, my lord, will be eternally remembered." Yu Qiqing knelt on the ground, her heart brimming with excitement. She had never imagined that one day she could step into the semi-emperor realm. The semi-emperor realm, a pinnacle that even the most gifted might not attain. Before arriving at the Tianyuan sacred land, Yi Qingsheng had set her life goal to reach the 5 heavens of human immortals before the end of her days. Feeling the continuous surge of vast and magnificent spiritual energy flowing into her body, melding perfectly with her blood and bones, Yi Qingsheng concentrated on refining and absorbing. Her cultivation leaped from the innate martial master realm to the grand master realm. In the blink of an eye, she ascended from Grand Master to Martial Saint, and then to the human immortal realm. Ultimately, it was no surprise that she shattered the semi-emperor realm, and due to her solid foundation and the abundant remaining spiritual energy, she reached the mid-stage of the semi-emperor realm, a half step from the pinnacle. Successfully granted semi-emperor realm cultivation. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Semi-Emperor Realm Cultivation X100. Heavens! Ascending to Semi-Emperor in a single leap. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a phenomenon could exist. My lord is destined to become an eternal legend. This elicited high praise from the crowd. Not merely a legend, but an everlasting one. The foremost of the ages. Even ancient powerhouses would find themselves at a loss in comparison. Yet, upon reflection, they believed that if those ancient figures were aware of Chen Mu's extraordinary abilities, they would undoubtedly refrain from appearing. After all, even a semi-emperor realm expert would be at the mercy of Chen Mu's capacity to plunder sacred bodies and cultivation at will. You steal my sacred body, rob my cultivation. What a shameless farce of righteousness. A bunch of despicable scoundrels. Lin Dongqing roared. Debate? What reason did Chen Mu have to waste words on a dying man? Select life force, devour. Currently devouring. Devouring successful. Gradually, he drained Lin Dongqing's life force, claiming it for himself, torturing him bit by bit. Compared to life force, Chen Mu was more concerned about the extent of his cultivation enhancement. Opening his personal information panel, he found that after the 100-fold return on his semi-emperor realm cultivation, he had ascended to the 12th layer of the emperor realm. The 12th layer of the emperor realm is not to be trivialized. It cannot be compared to mere layers of the emperor. The former would easily overpower the latter. Looking at Lin Dongqing, who had been so vociferous earlier, he was now reduced to a desiccated corpse, devoid of value. Satisfied, Chen Mu activated the teleportation portal, bidding farewell to Chen Wuxin and returning to Qingyun Mansion. Yi Qingcheng was sent through another portal to the trial tower, wishing to adapt to her new semi-emperor cultivation as swiftly as possible. Although the two departed, the spiritual shock they left behind for Chen Wuxin and the array masters only intensified. I did not missee. The two portals opened by the young master just now were certainly not activated by arrays, were they? Undoubtedly not. They formed out of thin air. Forming a portal from thin air? How is that possible? Even the simplest spells require a spiritual treasure as a medium. I suspect the young master has most likely awakened the spatial sacred body. The spatial sacred body. Hearing these 4 words, Chen Wuxin was once again taken aback. Never did he imagine that besides the Thunder Dao body and the undying sacred body, Chen Mu would also possess the second-ranked spatial sacred body. What a prodigy. This nephew was truly exceptional. How could Chen Tianlin have the fortune to give birth to such a favored child of heaven? Envy surged within him. He wished for nothing more than to have such luck in the future. If not all, he hoped that his descendants could possess even a 10th, or even a 100th, of Chen Mu's strength. Chen Wuxin considered himself unready and content. However, once he learned the true extent of Chen Mu's terrifying trump cards, he no longer felt that even a 100th was sufficient. Meanwhile, at the trial tower, Yi Qingqing's appearance immediately drew considerable attention. Saint Yu truly works diligently. She is challenging again so soon. From my perspective, it is hard to imagine she will not achieve great things in the future. Of course, if you doubt her, how can you not trust the young master's vision? You are absolutely right. The young master kept her at Qingyun Mansion for a reason. Indeed, after all, even a princess of a nation, with both talent and beauty, does not qualify to enter the mansion. A toad wishing to eat swan meat? Our young master is not merely suited for a small martial princess. She must be a goddess descended from the heavens. Their attention was entirely focused on Yi Qingcheng, completely oblivious to the figure standing behind the door, who was none other than the Grand Princess of the Great Wu Dynasty, Song Wanjun. Chapter 98. The Despairing Gap for Song Wanjun. One must admit that she held feelings for Chen Mu. However, upon hearing someone describe her as a toad desiring swan meat, Song Wanjun felt a twinge of discomfort. For in the past, she had always been the one likened to swan meat. Song Wanjun did not understand what was wrong with admiring a hero and appreciating Chen Mu's talents. At the very least, she did not wish to deceive her own heart. Retreating behind the wall, she found it unnecessary to humiliate herself, who was without criticism. Over the years, many had acknowledged her as the foremost talent of the Great Wu Dynasty, yet equally many believed she was unworthy of such a title. If Song Wanjun were to be overly concerned with such judgments, she would surely drive herself to madness. Could it be? A one-hit kill? Am I seeing things? No. You are not mistaken. It was indeed a one-hit kill. How strong must one be to achieve a one-hit kill against such a formidable opponent? Hearing the shock from behind, Song Wanjun paused her steps and turned to look back. The scene projected by the crystal stone depicted Yi Qingqing's daring venture into the tower. In the imagery, Yi Qingqing appeared valiant and poised, wielding a sword as she ruthlessly vanquished the lingering souls of elite disciples, truly embodying a heroine among women. A burgeoning admiration blossomed within. She truly was formidable. In this era where martial prowess reigned supreme, she was undeniably more qualified to enter the Qingyun mansion and remain by Chen Mu's side. Fortunately, Song Wanjun also had her opportunities. It was thanks to Chen Mu that he brought back Mo Yuan and Li Qingzuan from the 3,000 scrolls of the great scholar to establish the Book Mountain within the Tianyuan sacred land, aiming to rejuvenate the Confucian path. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun promptly chose to become a disciple of the Book Mountain. Due to her exceptional talent, she was accepted as a direct disciple by both Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, receiving focused mentorship. Song Wanjun firmly believed that where there is a will, there is a way. She was not entirely without prospects, despite the significant blow to her confidence from Chen Mu's status as an emperor and a sage. It took her considerable time to recover from that shock. Thanks to her apprenticeship under Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, Song Wanjun had now reached the scholar realm, where she could effortlessly articulate her thoughts, her words flowing like thunder, captivating all who listened. This was precisely why Song Wanjun had come to the trial tower, to validate her progress in cultivation. Thus, the current scene unfolded. At that moment, within the trial tower, Yi Qingcheng had ascended to the 120th level, far more easily than she had anticipated. Her quasi-emperor cultivation was astonishingly powerful. Ah, the emperor's might. Yi Qingcheng suddenly recalled her own emperor's might. Although she was not even worthy to carry the shoes of an emperor, that was only when compared to an emperor. Beneath the quasi-emperor realm, no one dared to underestimate her. Before her, in the vast, white space, her trial opponent began to take shape, their features and physique gradually becoming clear. Wielding dual meteor hammers, exuding an air of readiness for battle, Yi Qingcheng sheathed her sword and closed her eyes, immersing herself in the moment. What was happening? Could it be that the holy maiden Yi recognized her inferiority and chose to surrender? It was not surprising, if memory served correctly. That individual had once crushed a formidable beast that had existed for millennia with just 3 strikes of the meteor hammer. 3 strikes? Hearing this, the individual could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming that the Tianyuan sacred land was indeed a cradle of talent. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng opened her eyes, and immediately thereafter, a tremendous rumble resonated, akin to thunder roaring through the surroundings. The onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure, their knees buckling involuntarily as thoughts of submission surged within them. The Emperor's might. This was the Emperor's might. There could be no mistake. The Emperor's might. It truly was Emperor's might. Hadn't the holy maiden Yi only been at the innate martial artist level before? How could she possess such might? This might was surely not on par with that of the holy master. It must belong to the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor realm. It seemed that the holy maiden Yi had once again received a boon from the young master. That was the only plausible explanation, for in their eyes, only Chen Mu could facilitate such a transformation, allowing one to ascend to greatness and transcend the ordinary. Resolutely, they vowed to diligently cultivate, aspiring to one day enter the Qingyun mansion. From innate martial artist to quasi-emperor in an instant, even Song Wanjun, who was indifferent to martial cultivation, could not help but be astounded. She was acutely aware that this was akin to leaping from a great scholar to a sub-saint, approaching the realm of the sages. She felt an envious pang for Yi Qingcheng's opportunity. Quietly departing, she resolved to return to the Book Mountain and continue her rigorous study of the Confucian path. Striving to enhance her own abilities, what she had witnessed and heard made her acutely aware that the distance between herself and Chen Mu was even more significant than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng continued her ascent through the tower. Her striking image during the trials was recorded within the trial tower, available for disciples to select, placing her in the most challenging tier, yet also the one with the highest rewards. Although the phantom spirits would diminish in strength, a moment's carelessness could still result in a single strike defeat. This was the most terrifying aspect of Yi Qingcheng's phantom spirits. Closing the celestial mirror, Chen Mu observed Yi Qingcheng's impressive display with great satisfaction. It appeared that the opportunities for him to engage in battle would increasingly dwindle. Indeed, very commendable. Glancing at the kitchen, he noted that Zhang Xinkai had already cultivated the golden bell body technique to its mid-stage, showcasing a terrifying talent for body refinement. In no time, he would fully master the golden bell body technique. At that point, even without being amidst a torrent of steel and soldiers, he would remain unscathed. Everything was thriving. Chen Mu indulged in leisure. However, before long, he was approached by Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, seeking to exchange ideas and learn. To receive guidance from a sage was undoubtedly a significant opportunity for them. After all, Chen Mu had promised to assist them in revitalizing the Confucian path, making refusal unthinkable. Fortunately, with his identity as a sage and the recollections from his past life, even casual verses he shared would greatly benefit Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, enlightening them and expanding their wisdom. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, a carriage was intercepted by the disciples guarding the entrance. Upon seeing the credentials presented, they retracted their weapons and granted passage, allowing foot travel up the mountain. Master, are we truly going? The personal guard's face was etched with reluctance. Why not go? It is only right to repay debts. The person referred to as master was resolute. Lifting his skirts, he ascended the steps. Yet, that individual was not only an emperor but also possessed the identity of a sage. If they angered him, it would lead to certain doom. The male guard pleaded repeatedly. Indeed, master, regardless of his identity, he is not someone we can afford to offend. The female guard nodded in agreement. No, I have returned the money. He must return my collateral. Moreover, I possess the token given by Chen Mu. Defaulting? This impacts their own reputation in the Tianyuan. The speaker was Zhao Zhitong, the chancellor of the dynasty who had once pawned the family treasure, the 3,000 scrolls of the great scholar, at the Divine Stone Pavilion. Chapter 99. Even the top scholars must listen to his teachings? Seeing Zhao Zhitong's firm stance, resembling one who would not back down until hitting a wall, the two guards exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. However, one thing was clear. If Zhao Zhitong were to fall out with the Tianyuan sacred land, they would definitely not intervene, aligning themselves against the Tianyuan. They were not foolish. They understood their own limitations and were well aware of the dire consequences of opposing the Tianyuan. As for Zhao Zhitong, it would be disingenuous to say he was entirely unperturbed. After all, it was common knowledge that the great martial dynasty was subordinate to the Tianyuan sacred land. As a mere subject, how could he undertake what even a dynasty could not accomplish? A vast sacred land would surely adhere to principles of righteousness and credibility. Zhao Zhitong reassured himself. The 3,000 scrolls of the great scholar held profound significance for him, essential for his ascent from scholar to jinshi, a crucial step. Clutching the token given by Chen Mu, Zhao Zhitong fervently prayed that this journey would successfully reclaim the 3,000 scrolls of the great scholar. After expending considerable time and effort, he finally ascended the mountain. Under the guidance of several disciples, who were effectively monitoring him, he arrived at the Qingyan mansion. Gulp. Before entering, he could already feel an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Truly befitting the residence of the youngest emperor in history, this aura was indeed extraordinary. As Zhao Zhitong approached the entrance, he raised his hand to grasp the door knocker held by the bronze lion, preparing to strike. He vaguely heard voices from within. Straining to listen closely, he widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting to hear discussions of the Confucian path within the residence of the young master of Tianyuan. Moreover, it was exceedingly profound, so intricate that even someone of Zhao Zhitong's level found it difficult to comprehend. Upon reflection, grasping even a fraction of this understanding would yield immense benefits. From the voices, he discerned 3 individuals, 2 elders and a young man. The young man seemed to be imparting teachings to the 2 elders. Zhao Zhitong could not help but ponder. Could it be that the young master of Tianyuan not only possessed unparalleled talent in martial arts, but also remarkable gifts in the realm of Confucianism? Hearing this, the male guard cautiously inquired, "My lord, have you not heard of this?" "Heard of what?" Zhao Zhitong responded, intrigued. Zhao Zhitong turned around, gazing at him, and posed a counter-question. "Rumors circulated that the young master of Tianyuan had reached the realm of the sage," replied the male guard. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhitong was initially taken aback, and then burst into hearty laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sage realm is not so easily attained. Moreover, he is already an emperor. To ascend to the sage realm again would be to invite the envy of the entire world. I refuse to believe such a thing could exist. It is merely a jest to me. Who dares to make such a racket? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated as the great door swung open, revealing an imposing elder. Zhao Zhitong's heart raced as he stepped back in alarm. "Be careful." Thankfully, 2 guards reacted swiftly, supporting him from behind, or else he would have stumbled down the steps. Once he steadied himself, Zhao Zhitong fixed his gaze upon the one who had entered, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to regain clarity. Yet, no matter how he rubbed or blinked, the figure before him remained unchanged, unmistakably that of Li Qingzuan. "Is it truly you?" Zhao Zhitong could not fathom confusion regarding anyone else but Li Qingzuan, whose image, alongside another renowned Confucian, was still enshrined in his home. It was hard to believe that 2 individuals could resemble each other to such a degree, as if cast from the same mold. "You recognize me?" Li Qingzuan retorted. "By all accounts, you are my esteemed disciple." Zhao Zhitong bowed respectfully in response. "I never anticipated that the lineage of Li Qingzuan would still endure to this day." The elder, stroking his beard, appeared quite pleased. "However, as far as I was aware, you had long since passed away. How could you suddenly manifest in the young master of Tianyuan's residence?" Zhao Zhitong questioned skeptically. Li Qingzuan appeared anything but deceased. He radiated vitality. with bright eyes and a rosy complexion. Thanks to the great grace of the young master of Tianyuan, I have lived once more. Li Qingzuan raised his hands in salute, acknowledging the heavens. As for my presence here, it is because I have aligned myself with Tianyuan to serve the young master and revitalize the Confucian path. What? A sage of such caliber has pledged allegiance to Tianyuan. To be precise, he has pledged allegiance to the young master of Tianyuan. Just how formidable is this young master? Capable of transforming death into life? In Zhao Zhitong's eyes, having Li Qingzuan in the present age equated to wielding control over the entire Confucian lineage of the southern region. For among the living, there was no one stronger. Let him in, came a voice from behind Li Qingzuan. Yes, young master. Li Qingzuan stepped aside, granting passage. Though he was Zhao Zhitong's venerable ancestor, the mere utterance of Chen Mu's words elevated Zhao Zhitong to the status of a guest at Qingyun Mansion, which Li Qingzuan could not disregard. Zhao Zhitong nodded, crossing the threshold into Qingyun Mansion, his heart a tempest of thoughts, unable to fathom what Chen Mu had done to elicit such deference from Li Qingzuan. As he stepped through the door, his eyes quickly fell upon Chen Mu, who was seated beneath a pavilion in the garden. Boom! Just as he was about to approach, he froze in place, struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Elder Mo Yuan. Zhao Zhitong had not anticipated Mo Yuan's presence in Qingyun Mansion. The last two luminaries of the southern region's Confucianism were gathered here. The humility with which he addressed Chen Mu mirrored that towards Li Qingzuan, filled with respect. This was not merely fear of the emperor's power, but an admiration that came from the depths of their hearts. Zhao Zhitong felt utterly out of his depth, realizing that Chen Mu's ability to command the great Confucian texts made him appear foolish. With Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan under his command, how could Chen Mu possibly be interested in a mere volume of the 3,000 Confucian texts? That work itself was compiled by these two eminent figures. Whatever Chen Mu desired, he could simply request them to compile another edition. My lord, the young master of Tianyuan is watching you, the male guard whispered, noting Zhao Zhitong's delayed response before Chen Mu. I, Zhao Zhitong of Dewu, pay my respects to the emperor. Zhao Zhitong quickly gathered himself, performing a deep bow. His demeanor must be humble. He could not afford to bring calamity upon the entire Dewu dynasty due to his own missteps. He did not wish to be forever remembered in disgrace, branded upon the annals of history. You have come for this, have you not? Chen Mu produced the now worthless volume of the 3,000 Confucian texts, placing it upon the stone table. Indeed, great emperor, Zhao Zhitong replied, not daring to raise his head as he cautiously approached, presenting the token he had received from Chen Juexin. As he offered the token, Zhao Zhitong's eyes darted around the surroundings, noticing that within the entire Qingyun Mansion, only Chen Mu, Li Qingzuan, and Mo Yuan, and a person chopping wood against the kitchen wall were present. Thus, the truth was undeniable. The one imparting profound Confucian teachings to Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan was none other than Chen Mu. Even such esteemed sages must heed his teachings? Zhao Zhitong had heard Chen Mu speak before, and it was undoubtedly of the pinnacle of Confucianism. He could not question it. His confidence waned. In truth, the 3,000 Confucian texts. Later, Chen Mu recounted the events involving the 3,000 Confucian texts, as well as his experiences with Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, including the collapse of the small realm. Zhao Zhitong had expected that, even if he did not voice it, he would harbor resentment towards himself after hearing this. Yet, to his surprise, he expressed, to sacrifice a mere volume of the 3,000 Confucian texts for the revival of Confucianism is indeed an honor. I am grateful to the great emperor for granting me this opportunity. Chen Mu could easily discern Zhao Zhitong's sincerity. I initially acted without regard for your collateral, which is unjustifiable. Speak, what compensation do you seek? As long as it is reasonable, I shall consider it. Chen Mu wished to avoid any further complications. I humbly request to enter Tianyuan and ascend Shushan, Zhao Zhitong stated unreservedly, voicing his desire. Very well, granted. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. The ability to welcome a talent like Zhao Zhitong into Shushan would ultimately benefit him. While Zhao Zhitong's current level may not compare to Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan, he was indeed a formidable talent within the entire southern region's Confucian sphere. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach the realm of the Great Confucian. Thank you, Great Emperor. Zhao Zhitong lifted his garments and knelt in gratitude. It was worth noting that even in the grand hall of the dynasty, he enjoyed the privilege of not kneeling before the emperor. Yes, you may return to Shushan with them. Chen Mu waved his hand, indicating that the pertinent matters had been sufficiently discussed, allowing Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan a few months to ponder. Seizing the opportunity to bid farewell, yes, we take our leave. The three departed Qingyun Mansion, the doors closing behind them. Phew. At last, Chen Mu could recline comfortably on the bench, resuming his leisurely demeanor. Outside Qingyun Mansion, elders, I wish to inquire about something. Indeed, the other revered image enshrined in Zhao Zhitong's home was that of Mo Yuan. Oh, you have something to ask us. Pray, share, Li Qingzuan inquired first. You may ask, Mo Yuan followed suit. Both of you are at the realm of great Confucians. Why must you heed the young master's teachings? Though he possesses formidable martial prowess, in terms of Confucianism, by your standards. As he spoke, he hesitated, realizing that to continue would be disrespectful to the emperor. You are mistaken on several points. First of all, we are no longer at the realm of great Confucians. We have long since stepped into the half-sage stage, Li Qingzuan clarified. What? Half-sage? Congratulations to both of you. Zhao Zhitong exclaimed hastily, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope for the revival of Confucianism in the southern region. With 2 half-sages, coupled with the endorsement of Tianyuan's sacred ground, the future looked bright. Moreover, Mo Yuan continued Li Qingzuan's explanation, we are not as powerful as you presume. Even at the half-sage stage, we are still insignificant compared to the young master. Furthermore, our successful breakthrough to the half-sage stage was largely due to the blessings received when the young master attained the sage stage. As the words hung unspoken, Zhao Zhitong paused. His lips slightly parted, a look of bewilderment on his face. A sage? Ancestor, are you suggesting that the young master is a sage? Zhao Zhitong confirmed with a question. Indeed, they both nodded in unison. The guards trailing behind them were equally stunned upon hearing this revelation. Although they had previously heard rumors, they had never been able to verify them. Now, with such a declaration from 2 semi-saint level powerhouses, was there still room for doubt? Chen Mu was not only an emperor, but also a sage of Confucianism and Taoism, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, the foremost in the world. Doubt. Zhao Zhitong found it impossible to harbor any. Everything suddenly made sense. Why did Li Qingzuan and Mo Yuan display such humility before Chen Mu? Yes, their standing and influence in the realm of Confucianism were indeed substantial. But when compared to the title of sage, their brilliance paled, rendered utterly dim. A sage is the epitome of existence in Confucianism and Taoism. To this day, only one sage has emerged in the entire southern region. Chen Mu was the second. A mere 100,000 years apart. Thinking of the voices within the court that still resisted the hegemony of the Tianyuan sacred land, Zhao Zhitong's lips twitched, almost breaking into laughter. What could they use to resist? That worthless, ignorant bravery? For Zhao Zhitong, at this moment, there was but one voice in his heart. The Tianyuan sacred land is invincible, and the young master of Tianyuan is invincible. Time passed unmeasured. When Chen Mu awoke, the sky had turned completely dark. Yi Qingcheng had just returned to Qingyan Manor. Upon noticing Chen Mu's eyes open, she hurriedly knelt and said, Qingcheng has sinned. I should not have disturbed the young master's rest. It is of no consequence, Chen Mu replied, bidding Yi Qingcheng to rise. What had happened? Did he resemble a tyrant, easily startled? Was the pressure truly so immense? How goes the battle at the trial tower? Chen Mu inquired. Young master. Today I successfully cleared 200 levels in one go. To be honest, the subsequent levels are proving somewhat challenging. After this battle, Yi Qingqing found it hard to fathom the depth of the Tianyuan sacred land's foundation. The phantoms of quasi-emperor level powerhouses within the trial tower were numerous to the extreme. Each one was a formidable warrior, and even with equal cultivation levels, Yi Qingqing's combat experience was insufficient for victory. Recognizing her shortcomings, she vowed to continue honing her skills, striving to reach the pinnacle without bringing shame to the young master. Keep at it. I have great expectations, Chen Mu said with a faint smile. Yi Qingqing felt deeply moved. Gaining Chen Mu's acknowledgement was far more fulfilling than stepping into the quasi-emperor realm. Living for him, Yi Qingqing neither denied nor rejected it. Such a life was equally splendid. She had no interest in how outsiders perceived her. She only cared about Chen Mu's view of herself. That was all that mattered. Young master, is it time to dine? Zhang Xinkai approached with a question. Yes, serve the dishes, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod, eager to see what culinary delights Zhang Xinkai had prepared today. Upon seeing the first dish, Chen Mu could hardly contain himself. Inside a gigantic half-egg-shell lay a plethora of exquisite mountain and sea delicacies, the presentation flawless. Given the size and markings of the eggshell, it was evident that the beast it came from was extraordinary. Where did you procure this ingredient? Chen Mu asked Zhang Xinkai. I believe that ordinary ingredients would not suffice to satisfy the young master's palate, so I specifically ventured into the beast forest to procure this beast's giant egg. Zhang Xinkai explained. Chen Mu noticed some slight abrasions on him, indicating that he had encountered some hardships while preparing this meal. Thankfully, he was resilient enough to withstand the blows without serious injury. Opening the system, Chen Mu requested detailed information regarding the giant beast's egg, including its edibility, and so forth. Chapter 101. The Fiery Phoenix Bird Strikes. A swift return to the sword's origin querying. Query successful. From the system's displayed information, Chen Mu learned that this was an egg laid by a beast known as the fiery phoenix bird. Historically, it has been regarded as one of the finest ingredients in legendary recipes, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Upon tasting, one would experience a subtle yet stimulating burning sensation that does not harm the body. Chen Mu scooped a spoonful of the golden, solidified egg and brought it to his mouth. His eyes widened. The flavor was indeed astonishing. The exquisite ingredient, combined with Zhang Shincai's unparalleled culinary skills, provided an unparalleled delight to the taste buds. This was undoubtedly the finest egg dish Chen Mu had ever tasted, bar none. Excellent. Truly excellent. Chen Mu, elated, tossed a longevity pill capable of extending one's life by 1,000 years to Zhang Shincai as a reward for his diligent efforts and bravery in procuring such a precious ingredient. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Zhang Shincai knelt, cradling the pill as though it were a treasure, struggling to suppress his elation. The thought of gaining 1,000 years of life made all his previous risks worthwhile. He never anticipated receiving a reward. Continue serving the dishes. The subsequent offerings, while comparatively mundane next to the fiery phoenix egg, were still quite precious relative to the common ingredients easily found or purchased at a high price. Their market value would undoubtedly be considerable. In summary, Chen Mu was thoroughly satisfied with this evening's meal, harboring no regrets for inviting Zhang Shincai to Qingyan Manor. Just as he reclined and conjured a toothpick to clean his teeth, a resounding bird call, reminiscent of a heavenly echo, pierced the sky. In truth, it was not a single call, but a chorus. Looking up, he beheld what appeared to be flames descending from the heavens, only to realize they were a flock of blazing birds. The fiery phoenix birds. It seemed they had come for vengeance. Yi Qiqing was the first to unsheath her sword, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Young master, I did not foresee this occurrence. Zhang Shincai, realizing he was at fault, rushed out from the kitchen to apologize. The fiery phoenix birds are social creatures with a strong sense of family. It is only natural. Do not blame yourself. Furthermore, I was quite pleased with this meal. Chen Mu reassured, placing a hand on Zhang Shincai's shoulder and giving him a few gentle pats, indicating he bore no ill will towards him. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden on Zhang Shincai's heart significantly lightened. He initiated the golden bell body technique, adopting a stance ready for battle, seeking to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained relaxed on the bench, unfazed. Just a few ancient beasts, and they sought to settle accounts with him? They were only overestimating their capabilities. They wouldn't even have the chance to breach the Tianyuan sacred land, let alone enter Qingyan Manor. As Chen Mu had anticipated, the mountain protecting array activated. It was not even the sacred land's protective formation, but a significantly weaker version. The calls sounded like a venting of fury, with massive, fiery wings flapping. They hovered in the air, their mouths agape as enormous fireballs spun and swirled, growing larger. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless massive fireballs rained down in rapid succession, bombarding the mountain-protecting array. Unfortunately, they caused not the slightest damage. Following this, numerous outer disciples soared into the sky on their swords, heading out to hunt. This level of beast-tide did not necessitate the involvement of inner disciples. They found hunting ancient beasts uninteresting, deeming the challenge insufficient. They preferred to venture to the trial tower, where recent challenges left by Yi Qiqing had become quite popular. If you wish to go, feel free, Chen Mu observed, noticing Yi Qiqing's enthusiasm. Zhang Shincai, however, appeared troubled, his brow furrowed, initially puzzled by Zhang Shincai's demeanor. Chen Mu soon realized that Zhang Shincai was utterly incapable of sword flight. To contend with the beasts above without the advantage of terrain was nearly impossible for him. Querying. Query successful. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the Swift Sword Flight Technique 1. Chen Mu opened his system bag and retrieved the technique, tossing it to Zhang Shincai. Take this. Zhang Shincai had intended to express that even if he wished to make a last-minute effort, he lacked the innate talent for it. Then, he noticed the phrase quick mastery. Reflecting on Chen Mu's remarkable wisdom, he surmised that since Chen had encouraged him to pursue this path, there must be a valid reason behind it. He fell silent and diligently began his study. To his astonishment, he swiftly comprehended the intricacies of the profound art of sword flight. Whoosh, whoosh. Two formidable blades soared out from the kitchen window, suspended in midair. With a swift step, Zhang Shincai ascended, successfully commanding the blades to fly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, young master, I shall annihilate them without a trace. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired the technique of rapid swordsmanship. 100-fold return has been triggered, and you have received the technique of rapid mastery of the 10,000 swords. The technique of 10,000 swords returning to 1. If Chen Mu's memory served him right, he had previously obtained such a reward. However, this time, it included the term rapid. For Chen Mu, it was virtually the same. As he possessed peak comprehension, With a mere glance at any martial art, he could instantly reach the pinnacle of mastery. He decided to keep it for future rewards to the disciples of the sacred land, allowing them all to start with the technique of 10,000 swords returning to one. Just the thought of it was immensely intriguing. In the air, upon seeing Zhang Shengkai catching up behind her, Yi Qingcheng was quite taken aback. You can wield swordsmanship? And it surpasses even my own? I couldn't before. Zhang Shengkai shook his head, but thanks to the young master's gift of rapid swordsmanship. Rapid swordsmanship? Yi Qingcheng was taken aback. How much time has passed? It can't be that quick, can it? Even if quick, the level of mastery is astounding. It's like having a cheat. No difference. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. Right now, dealing with the Fire Phoenix flock was paramount. And she shouldn't dwell on trivial matters. Yi Qingcheng recognized the importance of the situation. Afterwards, she, along with Zhang Shengkai and a dozen outer court disciples, began their united assault against the Fire Phoenix flock. In summary, it was a one-sided slaughter. The Fire Phoenixes stood no chance against them. With the strength of a quasi-emperor, Yi Qingcheng unleashed a series of strikes, leading to a cascade of falls. If not for the consideration of allowing others to feel involved, she could have wiped them out with merely 2 strikes. After ensuring no other Fire Phoenixes remained, Yi Qingcheng prepared to sheath her sword. However, at that moment, a chill ran down her spine. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 102. Confronting the Bird Ancestor. The Qingyun Academy does not harbor idlers. Yi Qingcheng was not the only one who felt the intensity of the incoming presence. Chen Mu sensed it as well. The one approaching was formidable. The surrounding air grew several degrees hotter. This was evident from the outer court elders taking to the skies on their swords, preparing for the impending confrontation. Such matters did not require the use of system powers. In an instant, Chen Mu closed his eyes and extended his consciousness over thousands of miles, quickly pinpointing the source of the unsettling aura. It was circling above the clouds, concealed by thick clouds that obscured its massive warmth, making it difficult to spot with the naked eye. A fire phoenix? No, at this level, it must be an ancestor of the avian realm. Chen Mu was certain that this fire phoenix was at least 230,000 years old. In size alone, it dwarfed the previously encountered 10,000-year-old fire phoenixes by 100-fold. A single egg had managed to attract the attention of such a being? Given their opposing stances, Chen Mu felt no sympathy. He only needed to know that the entity was here to trouble him. For now, he remained a passive observer. He picked up a bunch of grapes, suspended in front of him, and began to pop them into his mouth, savoring each one. These grapes had been specially sent from the capital by Chen Juexin, the finest in the southern domain, without exception. They were large, sweet, and juicy. Perhaps aware of Chen Mu's penchant for delectable treats, Chen Juexin always ensured he was the first to deliver any good things to him. With such a doting sister, Chen Mu could only say that life was without regrets. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A massive fireball, several dozen meters in diameter, descended through the clouds, creating a gaping hole as it plummeted toward the earth. The scorching wave of heat distorted the visible horizon, bathing the world in orange-red light. Those unaware might mistake it for the setting sun. Form the formation. Several outer court elders chanted incantations, their spiritual energy flowing outward, connecting to create a massive barrier above their heads to counter the fireball released by the Fire Phoenix ancestor. Although cracks appeared, they managed to deflect the formidable fireball, absorbing its energy without major incident. Lady Saint, may I entrust this beast to you? One elder inquired, seeking Yi Qingcheng's approval. Of course, Yi Qingcheng readily accepted. She then angled her sword upward, charging skyward, locking onto the Fire Phoenix ancestor. The divine sword bestowed upon her by Chen Mu was already brimming with energy. Sensing the impending threat, the Fire Phoenix ancestor opened its beak once more. Boom, boom, boom. This time, it unleashed 3 fireballs, as if to ignite the very heavens. Yi Qingcheng remained steadfast, her expression unchanging. She halted, grounding herself, raising her sword vertically in front of her, while her other hand brushed upward along the sword's guard to its tip. The entire blade was enveloped in orange-red spiritual energy. Gripping the hilt, she positioned it at her side, aiming at the 3 massive fireballs, delivering a powerful strike. The sword energy left a crescent arc, 100 meters long. In the air. How sharp was it? The 3 fireballs were swiftly sliced into 6 pieces. Their cores destroyed, they disintegrated immediately, leaving only a few embers that soon vanished. Impressive. Even the outer court elders could not help but marvel at Yi Qingcheng's extraordinary power, astounding in its might. Confronting a beast of 100,000 years, she managed to maintain the upper hand. One could only conclude that the Qingyun Academy did not harbor idlers. Witnessing all this, Zhang Shengkai remained silent, determined within himself that one day, he too would attain such strength. That kind of power filled him with yearning. Those wretched humans, stealing my offspring and slaughtering my kin. You shall all perish. The Fire Phoenix ancestor spoke in human language. No one present was surprised. It was entirely normal for a creature of such caliber to possess intelligence. There was nothing astonishing about it. Have you ever considered that while you feast on humans, families are torn apart and lives are shattered? Yi Qingqing scoffed. Die. The Fire Phoenix ancestor, it where it hurt, roared in fury, its wings unfurling to their maximum extent. Boom, boom. It swung forward violently. The sound of wind was akin to a tiger's roar, deafening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, countless flaming feathers rained down from above, ultimately. Through the absorption of molten lava, her cultivation temporarily surged to nearly 500,000 years. Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows, acutely sensing the pressure. As she beheld the Fire Phoenix ancestor raise its head at a sharp 45-degree angle, its beak gaping open, the edges appearing to tear as it repeatedly flickered. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, flames of magma hue encircled the fireball, originally no larger than a watermelon, continuously intertwining, rapidly weaving, and enlarging. The radiance was overwhelming, the temperature soaring. And the sheer size eclipsed the blazing sun hanging nearby. Of course, this was merely in relation to their current distance. For an ordinary person, to find themselves within such extreme heat would spell imminent doom. Dehydration would swiftly lead to a fate akin to becoming a desiccated corpse. Gritting her teeth, Yi Qingqing steeled herself. She summoned more sword-shaped phantoms from the divine sword, which then coalesced into a larger blade. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal sword of 100 meters in length. With a thunderous roar, it hurtled toward the heavenly fireball, only to be predictably melted and shattered. The Fire Phoenix ancestor emitted a triumphant cry, a sound befitting a victor. Suddenly, an eagle's screech pierced the sky. This cry was immensely powerful, reverberating with an unsettling resonance that sent shivers down one's spine. The surrounding space seemed to ripple with an invisible energy, creating a palpable disturbance. Upon comparison, it became evident that this sound was far more stirring than the preceding ruckus caused by the Fire Phoenix ancestor, instilling a deep-seated fear that thickened in the air. Before they could locate the source of this sound, a massive explosion of bloodlines erupted above the Fire Phoenix ancestor, intertwining chaotically and beginning to weave together. Gradually, the form of an eagle emerged, its skeletal structure and flesh becoming increasingly distinct to the naked eye. Its towering figure obscured the sky, rendering all beneath it insignificant and trivial. One could hardly claim that even the Fire Phoenix ancestor was worthy of mention in comparison. It seemed to threaten to eclipse the entire heavens. My heavens, this creature must possess at least 1,000,000 years of cultivation, right? A 1,000,000-year-old beast. We must quickly notify the inner academy and dispatch reinforcements. Should we inform the Holy Lord? If such a beast could be captured alive and tamed as a guardian beast, it would significantly elevate the influence of the Tianyuan Holy Land. What day is it today? Why do we face attacks from both 10,000-year and 1,000,000-year beasts? Perhaps the presence of this firebird has attracted such a formidable creature at its level. Hunting and devouring the blood cores of other beasts to enhance its power is far swifter than personal cultivation. At that moment, the blood eagle's curved claws, empowered by a surge of force, seized the Fire Phoenix ancestor's wing roots before it could react, piercing deeply into its flesh. The strength was sufficient to shatter bones. No matter how the Fire Phoenix ancestor struggled or resisted, it was in vain. Its cries were particularly harrowing and piercing. Unlike the elders and disciples from the outer academy, Yi Qingqing had anticipated the appearance of the blood eagle. She knew that Chen Mu was watching. Furthermore, she had encountered this blood eagle previously in the Starfall Forest. It was one of Chen Mu's many tamed beasts. If her memory served her right, it was known as the 1,000-mile blood eagle. The term 1,000-mile did not refer to its size, but rather to its ability to soar 1,000 miles with a single flap of its wings. Its speed was astonishing. Across the southern domain, in the vast expanse, none could match its swiftness. Even the 9 heavens' divine thunder could not keep pace. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qingqing resolved to strike while the iron was hot. As the Fire Phoenix ancestor was immobilized by the 1,000-mile blood eagle, she continued to split the sword shapes, merging them into a greater sword phantom. At the very moment the initial large sword was completely melted, she unleashed 3 swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They shot forth, hitting the fireball directly. The 3 great swords had been inscribed with high-level explosive runes in advance by Yi Qingqing. With her index and middle fingers aligned before her, she chanted incantations. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion erupted in swirling clouds of black fire, relentlessly expanding and counteracting the energy of the fireball. Though not entirely subdued, it had diminished significantly compared to its initial size. Yi Qingqing red-dripped her life sword and swung down, Whoosh! The sword energy surged across 10 miles like a dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum akin to a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. It completely neutralized the Fire Phoenix ancestors' full-force strike. Surprisingly, such a formidable attack was thwarted by Yi Saintis alone. After this battle, I have a premonition that Yi Saintis is destined to gain renown in the southern domain. Truly, she has not brought shame to our young master. Emerging from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Meanwhile, on the side of the 1,000-mile Blood Eagle, under Chen Mu's command, the eagle's claws intensified their grip, using sheer brute force to shatter the Fire Phoenix ancestors' wings, tearing flesh and bone apart. Merely witnessing this act was enough to elicit a sympathetic ache, as if one could feel the pain vicariously. The borrowed cultivation could never compare to genuine prowess. Moreover, even after a temporary breakthrough, the disparity between the Fire Phoenix ancestor and the 1,000-mile Blood Eagle remained vast, exceeding more than double. Releasing the broken wings and casting them aside, the 1,000-mile Blood Eagle dove down, clutching the weakened, descending Fire Phoenix ancestor with its claws. It unleashed hundreds of bloodlines, piercing into its body to siphon blood and augment its own strength. Upon releasing its grip, it landed, leaving behind a withered shell of skin and bones. The enormous demon core within was similarly not spared, devoid of any hue, appearing no different from the stones found by the roadside, utterly devoid of value. Truly, as a million-year-old demon beast, there was no path to survival for such a creature in its presence. Why have the Inner Academy reinforcements not yet arrived? Should we not activate the Holy Land's Great Formation? If this Blood Eagle were to breach our defenses, I shudder to think of the casualties among the disciples. The sect master, seemingly struck by the young master's actions, remains in seclusion to cultivate. If it comes to that, we may have to call upon the young master for assistance. Although the Fire Phoenix ancestor has been dealt with, the weight in everyone's hearts remains unlifted. The good news is that we have resolved the intrusion of a powerful demon beast. The bad news is that we now face an adversary several times stronger. Observing someone preparing to activate the Holy Land's protective formation, Yi Qingqing realized that such an action could lead to dire consequences. Activating the formation would consume significant resources. Even if Tianyuan is affluent, it would be unwise to squander resources unnecessarily. She hastily stepped forward, interjecting, "There is no need to activate the protective formation. It was all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Upon hearing those words from Yi Qingqing, several individuals exchanged bewildered glances, genuinely perplexed. They could not fathom what misunderstanding could exist. This demon beast, known as the 1,000-mile Blood Eagle, is not here to assault the sect. On the contrary, it has come to aid us, Yi Qingqing explained. Yi Saintis, you jest. While it did indeed eliminate the Fire Phoenix ancestor for us, that was merely a means to enhance its own cultivation. Indeed, I have lived in the Tianyuan Holy Land for hundreds of years, yet I have never heard of anyone capable of taming such a formidable beast. Yi Saintis, this creature is far too perilous. Keep your distance and be cautious of injury. Should you suffer any harm, we would have difficulty explaining to the young master. They instead considered that Yi Qingqing was merely observing the surface and had fallen into a grave misunderstanding. They began to elaborate. Do you not know that the young master is also well-versed in the art of beast taming? Yi Qingqing believed that the members of the Tianyuan Holy Land should have been aware of this matter before her. Yet, unexpectedly, her words plunged all into a prolonged silence. Martial cultivation talent, alchemical talent, artifact refining talent, Confucian talent, and now, beast taming talent? Looking up at the seemingly endless 1,000-mile Blood Eagle, it was clear that this could not merely be encapsulated by the term talent. Doubt. There was no room for doubt. Such extraordinary occurrences were not unprecedented. Moreover, if the 1,000-mile Blood Eagle had no connection to Chen Mu, it would have launched an offensive against them long ago. It was impossible for it to remain silent until now, waiting to exploit any weaknesses. Could the young master truly tame a million-year-old demon beast? An elder inquired for confirmation. For over 1,000,000 years, among the 10 summoned beasts by the previous young master, aside from the 8 that were 1,000,000 years old, there was one beast aged 5,000,000 years and another that was 10,000,000 years old. Yi Qingqing emphasized honesty. Chapter 104. Aspiring for Divine Offspring. The existence of 10 revered beasts itself is an astonishing figure. 8 beasts at 1,000,000 years, one at 5,000,000 years, and another at 10,000,000 years. The emotions of those present became so complex that simple words could hardly encapsulate them. The chaos was beyond description. They had read in ancient texts about formidable beast masters capable of commanding beasts aged 1,000,000 years, which could indeed be deemed the pinnacle of the beast mastery realm and the leading figures. Yet, their own young master, not yet 20, effortlessly shattered that record, doing so with achievements many times greater. They had heard of individuals who dabbled in various disciplines, but to encounter someone like Chen Mu, who excelled in all and reached the pinnacle of each, was unheard of. An overwhelming sense of inadequacy washed over them, as they felt they had become a hindrance to humanity. In contrast, Chen Mu, through his singular prowess, elevated the potential of the human race. Or rather, he profoundly demonstrated that the potential of humanity is limitless and boundless. None among them could naively believe that this was all Chen Mu had to offer. There must be more formidable aspects yet to be revealed. After being repeatedly humbled, it became impossible not to learn the lesson. They soon understood why the inner courtyard remained unfazed. In truth, Chen Mu had already conveyed to them not to trouble themselves. The Fire Phoenix, merely a test stone for Yi Qingqing's sword, served as an experience for cultivating the blood eagle, willingly presenting itself. Throughout the ordeal, it could only be said that Chen Mu had not been disappointed. In the rear mountain, Chun Tianlin, who had just exited his seclusion and ascended to a higher level, witnessed this unfolding scene. He sighed and turned away, silently retreating into seclusion once more. The pressure was immense, yet it was a bittersweet agony. Aspiring for a dragon among children? No, it should be revised to aspiring for a deity. His gaze returned to Yi Qingqing. After resolving the matters with the Fire Phoenix clan, she decisively sheathed her sword and returned to the Qingyun Manor. Upon landing, she spotted a stranger disembarking from a carriage. This individual was unfamiliar to her. In her time at the Tianyuan Holy Land, she had neither seen nor heard of them. Greetings, elder. However, judging by the opulence of their attire, it was evident they held an elder status. I have seen the Holy Maiden, they responded courteously, and together they entered. Uncle. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Mu rose to greet him. The person's name was Wei Jioming, the foremost formation master in the southern domain, if Chen Mu recalled correctly. He also served as the chief formation master of the Tianyuan Holy Land, responsible for the daily maintenance, upgrades, activation, and deactivation of the sacred protective formation. Little Mu. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Wei Jioming was always polite and formal, rarely smiling. It could be attributed to his constant engagement with formations, resulting in minimal social interaction. In Chen Mu's eyes, Wei Jioming was a person willing to dedicate his life to the study of formations, and his efforts held great value and significance. Since the establishment of the sacred protective formation, under his management, its defensive capabilities had been enhanced by numerous tiers. It could be said that the prolonged and stable development of the Tianyuan Holy Land was closely tied to Wei Jioming. Outsiders refrained from recklessly attacking the Tianyuan Holy Land, partly due to fear of its formidable strength and partly due to the myriad protective formations that proved to be quite troublesome. It is essential to note that formations are not solely defensive. Of the thousands of formations within the Tianyuan Holy Land, 2/3 are offensive formations. Even the weakest of these can annihilate tens of thousands of foes. Indeed, Chen Mu nodded, returning the inquiry, how is the research on formations progressing, uncle? Upon mentioning this, Wei Jioming sighed. As it stands, I have reached the limits of what I can accomplish on my own. To advance further, external assistance is necessary. External assistance? Chen Mu recalled that his father, Chen Tianlin, had mentioned Wei Jioming's intention to create a new formation centered on imperial might. Thus, it was easy to infer the reason for Wei Jioming's visit. Let's cut to the chase. Is there anything I can assist you with? Please, feel free to speak. Although Chen Mu could safeguard his territory solely through his invincible domain, having these formations would alleviate many concerns. I just heard that the million-year-old beast is your revered beast? Chen Mu broached the subject, and Wei Jioming, no longer beating around the bush, asked directly. Indeed, uncle, are you interested in revered beasts? Chen Mu replied. Years ago, I designed a formation centered around beasts, but I could never find a suitable candidate. This formation, once completed, could rival the existing sacred protective formation. One for offense and one for defense, even an emperor-level powerhouse could be delayed for days, Wei Jioming expressed with enthusiasm. I see, understanding Wei Jioming's intentions. Chen Mu generously replied, no problem, I have quite a few revered beasts under my name. Uncle, feel free to choose any you like. Little Mu. The formation must be constructed with a million-year-old beast, Wei Jioming clarified, concerned that Chen Mu might be reluctant. After all, once the formation was established, the blood eagle would be confined to the formation's designated area. Indeed, I am referring to million-year-old beasts, Chen Mu stated earnestly. You mean to say you have many million-year-old beasts? Wei Jioming's pupils dilated as realization dawned upon him. Yes, indeed, quite a few, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. System. Commence a divine-level revered beast 10 consecutive draws. Currently performing 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 million-year-old water Qilin. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 million-year-old Earth Qilin. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 million-year-old Gold Qilin. Perhaps considering the need to construct the formation, the first 10 consecutive draws yielded a complete set of holy beasts. Chen Mu felt it wasn't sufficient and continued with 10 more draws. After several rounds, dozens of million-year-old beasts were placed into the 100-fold cultivation space. Surely this should suffice for selection, right? Little Mu, you can't be joking with me, can you? Wei Jiuming asked tentatively. It was no wonder he found it hard to believe. Million-year-old beasts are incredibly rare, especially in the form of revered beasts. As a junior, how could I jest with my elders? Chen Mu waved his hand to open a portal. Glancing at Wei Jiuming, he invited, Uncle, come in and take a look. What you seek is inside. Chapter 105. Clearly powerful, yet unduly humble. Wei Jiuming, filled with skepticism, approached the portal with trepidation. Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing followed closely behind, entering the 100-fold cultivation space. Even for Yi Qingqing, entering such a place felt as simple as returning home. She was well acquainted with it. However, upon re-entry, she was once again astounded, her perceptions refreshed. The number of epic beasts had multiplied exponentially. Nine-tailed fox demons, blazing warhorses, multi-headed serpents, chaotic bull pythons, domain-shaking lions. The million-year-old beasts could truly be described as a congregation. She couldn't help but wonder if the combined total of 1,000,000 and 10 million-year-old beasts in the entire vast world surpassed this small universe. Heavens! Even Yu Qingqing was in awe, let alone Wei Jiuming, whose mouth had been agape ever since. After witnessing this scene, Wei Jiuming realized that not only had Chen Mu not exaggerated, but he had also been overly modest. Little Mu, are all of these truly your revered beasts? Wei Jiuming confirmed, astonished. It is difficult to fathom the uproar that would ensue should this matter become known to the outside world. Within a single day, due to the allegiance of various prominent families, sects, and royal clans, the influence of the heavenly origin sacred land would undoubtedly multiply several-fold, extending far beyond the southern domain. Chen Mu affirmed this without hesitation, generously stating, Uncle, which beast do you think is most suitable for setting up the formation? Feel free to choose. There is no need for formality. All right, let me take a look, Wei Jiuming replied, swallowing hard. The abundance of perfect choices before him was truly dazzling. This wealth was simply overwhelming. Wei Jiuming deemed Chen Mu to be the foremost beast master of this age, nay, of history itself. No one could rival him. He was in a league of his own. Ultimately, Wei Jiuming selected an 8 million-year-old Thunder Qilin as the centerpiece of the killing formation. The might of the Qilin, coupled with its thunderous attributes, made it the optimal choice, overbearing and merciless. With this Thunder Qilin, Wei Jiuming was confident that once the killing formation was established, even an emperor could be challenged and severely wounded. Of course, there were distinctions among emperors. Take Chen Mu, for instance, a versatile emperor. Wei Jiuming had no confidence in standing against him. If they were to cross paths, surrender would be the only option. Fortunately, such individuals emerged only once in a billion years. The sole one of this caliber was his own nephew, and Wei Jiuming felt immensely fortunate. He conjured a small pocket of space within his palm, placing the formidable Thunder Qilin, which was surrounded by the frequent sounds of crackling fireworks, into it. He then entrusted it to Wei Jiuming, teaching him how to release the Thunder Qilin. What? Wei Jiuming was taken aback by this method, bewildered. It's merely a spatial sacred body, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. A spatial sacred body, merely? Wei Jiuming chuckled wryly. In this world, who else could speak so lightly of a sacred body ranked second on the body constitution chart, but you, young Mu? Indeed, Chen Mu responded with a faint smile. Choosing not to elaborate, he couldn't very well reveal that he had awakened all the top 10 sacred bodies on the chart, nor that he could, whenever he wished, customize his own sacred body and awaken all the top 100. By the way, young Mu, you are proficient in so many areas. Do you have any insights regarding formations? Wei Jiuming suddenly inquired. Upon meeting his expectant gaze, Chen Mu was about to express his ignorance of formations when the system interjected. System is attempting to upgrade. Attempt 14 failed. Attempt 27 failed. Attempt 55 successful in data acquisition. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Formation Atlas module has been bound. New feature, Formation Atlas, unlocked. The Formation Atlas, as its name suggests, was not difficult to comprehend. It was a compendium containing all formations recorded throughout history, whether inscribed in books or passed down through memory, with or without lineage. Chen Mu could summon and utilize it with a single command, without any prerequisites. Furthermore, The system had conveniently infused a wealth of knowledge regarding the realm of formations into his mind. In an instant, Chen Mu's understanding of formations surpassed that of Wei Jioming. Acknowledging his own shortcomings became impossible. I can't claim to possess profound insights, merely a smattering of knowledge, Chen Mu admitted. In that case, why not allow me to set a formation for you to decipher? Wei Jioming proposed. Very well, Chen Mu agreed. Subsequently, Wei Jioming borrowed a sword from Yi Qingcheng and inscribed a simple formation upon the ground. Though straightforward, it encapsulated the profound essence of Wei Jioming's expertise and personal mastery. This formation was named the Heavenly Prison Formation. Even those at the immortal stage would require several days to break it. When Wei Jioming referred to breaking the formation, he meant through sheer force, unleashing chaotic spiritual energy until the formation could no longer withstand it and ultimately crumbled. All right, let me give it a try, Chen Mu stated, accepting the sword from Wei Jioming. After a brief contemplation, he added a few strokes. Wei Jioming trembled with astonishment, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Simply brilliant!" He had not anticipated that this formation would possess a second method of disarming it, one that was even simpler and more direct than his own approach. With just a few strokes, Chen Mu had effectively blocked the formation's energy channels, rendering it impotent. Indeed, as those old fellows said, not a word of your humility can be trusted, Wei Jioming jested. He had long heard tales of Chen Mu's formidable strength paired with his excessive modesty. Today, he witnessed the truth of those claims. As the saying goes, pride leads to downfall, while humility fosters progress, Chen Mu remarked casually. Well said, Wei Jioming conceded, acknowledging that it was only right for Chen Mu to be so formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely soared into the skies by now. As for Chen Tianlin, based on Wei Jioming's understanding, if not for Chen Mu keeping him in check, he would have already floated away. Following that, Wei Jioming proposed. Having unraveled my challenge, it would only be fair for you, young Mu, to pose a question to me. Wei Jioming had gained a clear understanding of Chen Mu's prowess in breaking formations and was eager to discern his talents in setting them. Then I shall humbly oblige, Chen Mu responded. Given the atmosphere had reached such a height, he could hardly refuse. He opened the system interface once more, switched to the Formation Atlas function, and began searching for a suitable formation. As always, for him, it was either silence or resounding success. There was no need to hide his talents. After extensive data analysis, the system has selected 3 formations most suitable for the current environment for the host to choose from. The system kindly provided Chen Mu with 3 formations, accompanied by detailed explanations to facilitate a clearer understanding of each formation's unique applications. Ultimately, Chen Mu selected one that was similar in type to the Heavenly Prison formation that Wei Jioming had presented. With a graceful flick of the sword, a gentle breeze swept through, erasing the remnants of the previous formation etched into the ground as he began to inscribe the new one. His demeanor exuded calmness and proficiency, embodying the aura of a master. Chapter 106, The Celestial Auction. Sign in for the 9 Dragons, Supreme Palanquin. High, truly high, remarkable, simply remarkable. Initially, Wei Jioming stood to the side, seemingly a relentless machine of praise. Yet, the longer he observed, the more unsettled he became. He was utterly astonished, rendered speechless, and wholly immersed in the pursuit of knowledge. His mind echoed repeatedly, "It can be done this way? Really? This approach works too?" He finally understood why the ancestors had said, "Live and learn." Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Wei Jioming had previously thought he had reached the pinnacle of contemporary formation masters. Now it seemed, Chen Mu, this young prodigy, had delivered a jarring wake-up call. Pinnacle? Apex? Summit? What a joke. He was clearly still halfway up the mountain, or perhaps even at its base. Wei Jioming, however, was not discouraged, rather. He felt exhilarated, for he had a new life goal ahead of him. All right, Chen Mu concluded his inscription, sheathing the sword. Please, pass me the sword. All right, let me give it a try, Wei Jioming replied, visibly lacking confidence and feeling quite anxious. The tension was so palpable that even Yi Qingcheng, as an outsider, could easily discern his nervousness. Though Yi Qingcheng was not well versed in formations, she had heard of Wei Jioming's illustrious reputation in the field. He was a legendary figure among formation masters in the southern domain, revered by countless individuals as a role model. Yet, even such an impressive figure appeared troubled when faced with a formation laid out by her young master. Was this not enough to illustrate just how exceptional her young master truly was? This doesn't seem right. This won't work either. Ugh. Conversely, in mere moments, Wei Jioming had contemplated dozens of methods to break the formation, only to dismiss each one as unfeasible. Cold sweat poured down his brow, leaving him unable to wipe it away completely. Before long, a stick of incense had burned down. Wei Jioming understood that hesitation would lead to defeat. Remaining idle was not an option. He had to make an attempt. Thus, he began to set his thoughts into action. What? Is this a trap? As expected, it was indeed a trap. Wait, this is a trap? Young Mu, how many traps have you set within this seemingly simple formation? Wei Jioming's voice trembled, evoking a sense of impending despair. He felt utterly dominated, manipulated, and toyed with. No rush, uncle, take your time. We have plenty of time, Chen Mu remarked, causing Wei Jioming to swallow the words of surrender that had nearly escaped his lips. All right, let me try once more. Tears of frustration welled up within him. It became clear that before Chen Mu, he was merely the climber, while Chen Mu stood as the deity atop the mountain. An eagle's cry pierced the air, a sound familiar to Chen Mu, signaling that his sister, Qin Juexin, had sent him another letter. He raised his head and lifted his right arm to allow the eagle to alight. Once the eagle settled, it presented a letter from its talon, which turned out to be an invitation. An invitation? Chen Mu was momentarily puzzled, wondering why his sister would send him such a thing. Yi Qingqing leaned closer with curiosity. As Chen Mu opened the envelope and revealed the invitation, he discovered it was for the Tianji auction. The name rang a bell, but he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it before. Young master, the Tianji auction is undoubtedly the most renowned auction event in the Great Song, without exception. An auction event? The mention of the Tianji auction triggered a memory for Chen Mu. It was a grand event held once every 10 years, organized by hundreds of auction houses across the Great Song. It lasted several days and nights, showcasing an array of rare treasures that were typically hard to find, including the most coveted items from each auction house's vault. After all, the Tianji auction was a significant opportunity for each auction house to enhance its reputation, making it imperative to seize the moment. More importantly, those who attended such auctions were either wealthy or nobility, ensuring that substantial profits could be made. Rumor had it that tickets to the Tianji auction were worth their weight in gold. I truly envy you, young master, Yi Qingqing mused, longing to attend but knowing she lacked the qualifications. Not even the sect master of the Tianjin sect would be deemed worthy. What? You wish to go? Chen Mu inquired. Absolutely. I desire it immensely, Yi Qingqing readily confessed. Then let us go and see, Chen Mu suggested, feeling rather unoccupied. He was eager to witness the magnitude of this decennial auction and the extraordinary treasures it would unveil. Plus, it would be an excellent opportunity to make use of his infinite wealth. His gaze shifted to Wei Jioming. Before Chen Mu could speak, Wei Jioming volunteered. You two go ahead. Don't worry about me. I'll stay here and slowly break the formation. All right, Chen Mu replied, then activated a spatial portal to locate his sister, Qin Juexin. Upon meeting her, Qin Juexin remarked playfully, as expected, you will be interested in this. Finally willing to step out? One must occasionally venture outside to bask in the sunlight, Chen Mu responded with a smile. It's best you think that way. I fear if you remain in Qingyan Mansion all day, you might grow stale, Qin Juexin teased. Chen Mu smiled silently. Seizing the moment, Yu Qiqing asked, Miss Chen, may I join you even without an invitation? Of course, you may, Qin Juexin reassured her. This is a favor Tianji can extend. If not, withdrawing from Qin Juexin's association would be an irreparable loss for Tianji. In essence, it was Tianji that needed Qin Juexin, rather than the other way around. Thank you. Miss Chen, Yu Qiqing sighed in relief. Strange, why hasn't the flying boat arrived yet? Qin Juexin murmured. She had dispatched someone to ensure everything was prepared, and logically, the boat should have been overhead by now. Madam, the flying boat encountered some unexpected issues and cannot take off. We are seeking alternatives to mobilize it. One of her subordinates breathlessly reported. Tell them to be swift. Yes. As the messenger departed, Chen Mu asked, Sister, is there truly such a shortage of flying boats in the capital? Not a shortage per se, but vessels of that caliber are few and far between, Qin Juexin explained. Realizing it was merely for appearances, Chen Mu abandoned the thought of activating the portal to the Tianji auction venue and resigned himself to quietly waiting. However, it was evident that only Chen Mu held such thoughts. System, I do not consent. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the 9 Dragons Supreme Palanquin. The 9 Dragons Supreme Palanquin? Chen Mu was uncertain whether 9 dragons referred to a name or a numerical description. As he opened the system's inventory to examine the palanquin, he noted that the icon depicted 9 dragons pulling a carriage. Though the icon was merely the size of a thumbnail, it radiated a sense of majesty and power. If he were to retrieve it, he shook his head, deciding not to waste energy pondering further. Instead, he would simply take it out to see its effects. He clicked to confirm the retrieval. Suddenly, Yi Qiqing and Qin Juexin felt a darkness envelop their vision. Instinctively, they looked up, only to be met with a thunderous roar that pressed down upon them. The sound, though auditory, bore a palpable force, an energy-laden roar, reminiscent of a behemoth's growl from the abyss. It was deafening, enough for even those miles away to hear. The ground of the entire capital began to tremble, with stones and buildings swaying as if on the verge of collapse. The dynasty quaked, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers prepared for action. Yet, upon exiting the city and witnessing the colossal sight above, many elite warriors were left in shock. Some wetting their trousers. Heavens, is that a dragon? 9 dragons pulling a carriage? A mount? Who among them had the privilege to ride 9 dragons? Unless, of course, a celestial being had descended. Not only the army felt overwhelmed. Emperor Song Ao of the Great Martial Empire shared the burden of anxiety. He couldn't fathom why such a divine entity would manifest over the dynasty. How was he to confront it? Engage directly? Facing 9 colossal dragons, each over 100 feet long, with impenetrable scales, was an insurmountable challenge. His experience told him that no matter how much military force he deployed, it would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone, utterly self-destructive. It seemed he could only notify the Tianyuan sacred land. As he pondered this, a messenger approached, breathlessly announcing, "Reporting. Reporting." Upon seeing the messenger was General Liu, whom he had assigned to guard the palace, he urged, "Speak quickly. Your Majesty, I have uncovered the origins of the 9 dragons." Liu gasped. "Oh, speak." Song Ao pressed eagerly. "The 9 dragons are the mount of the Tianyuan young master." Liu revealed. "What? A mount?" "The Tianyuan young master is indeed a prodigy, able to command sacred dragons at such a young age. 9 of them, no less. If this is the current state, what might the future hold?" The surrounding ministers gasped in shock, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Song Ao fell into silence. While this revelation seemed exaggerated, he did not doubt Liu's courage or his life, believing he would not jest about such matters. After this incident, Song Ao had to concede that Chen Mu's threat level in his mind had eclipsed the entirety of the Tianyuan sacred land. The Tianyuan sacred land was already a formidable force. Chen Mu's existence meant that should he harbor rebellious thoughts, he would have to contend with 2 Tianyuan sacred lands simultaneously. This was a foe he could not afford to offend. He resolved to continue as a docile puppet emperor, at least no longer worrying about external threats from barbaric incursions into the great martial territory, unless they were eager for their own demise. Back atop the 9 dragons' supreme palanquin, Chen Mu, Chen Juexin, and Yi Qingcheng had all arrived through the portal. The so-called sedan chair is, in fact, a lavish mansion nestled against the mountains and beside water. When compared to the colossal form of the 9 dragons, which spans several hundred meters, it appears almost insignificant. One might fear that even the wind could not be resisted and would tear it into countless fragments. Xiao Mu, this supreme sedan of the 9 dragons. From where did you acquire it? It is simply too grand. I have a premonition that you will undoubtedly be the most captivating presence at the entire Tianji auction. How many prodigies will be overshadowed by you, their glory reduced to nothingness? Just the thought of it makes Chen Juexin's scalp tingle with excitement. The more illustrious Chen Mu is, the prouder he becomes. I possess some knowledge of beast taming. During a recent expedition to a secret realm, I fortuitously discovered these 9 dragons and effortlessly subdued them. Chen Mu casually conjured a reason. Some knowledge? Effortlessly tamed? There were so many points of contention that Chen Juexin was at a loss as to where to begin. Turning to exchange a glance with Yu Qiqing, they both smiled in unison, not overly concerned. It had been established long ago that Chen Mu was a prodigy. In an instant, under Chen Mu's mental command, the 9 dragons propelled the celestial mansion away from the Great Wu dynasty towards the Tianji auction. Only after witnessing the 9 dragons soar into the sky did the tens of thousands of onlookers, who had been kneeling in reverence, dare to rise. They regarded Chen Mu as a divine being, worthy of awe and veneration, for in the eyes of these mortals, a dragon is indeed deserving of the title of demigod. To tame a demigod, is that not the act of a god? Not to mention, to subdue 9 demigods. He must be an immensely powerful deity. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent to their reverence. At this moment, he instructed the system to provide him with a lazy sofa, reminiscent of his past life. Reclining upon it, he indulged in an array of rare fruits, meticulously peeled and offered to him by Chen Juexin, while savoring an ancient massage technique that Yi Qingcheng had learned from an unknown source. You young man, truly born under a lucky star. Even I cannot help but feel envious, sighed Chen Juexin. Indeed, one ought not to overlook my lineage, Chen Mu retorted. Chen Juexin smiled lightly, finding no offense in this response. At this moment, the Tianji auction was already a sea of humanity, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. The cacophony of voices intertwined in a vibrant and fervent atmosphere, invoking a profound sense of excitement. Towering skyscrapers and opulent buildings adorned with gold and silver materials reflected the sunlight, radiating brilliance, solemnity, and luxury. Boom! At the sound of an unusual commotion from the sky, everyone looked up. It was the fiery lion. Who could afford to ride a beast that had existed for 100,000 years? Luo City, the Lin family? They are indeed the wealthiest in the nation. Look quickly. The Gale horses, boasting cultivation levels of 40 to 50,000 years. 8 of them together create quite a spectacle. Compared to the azure crane in the sky, which is at least 150,000 years old, they pale in comparison. TSK. It seems that this year's Tianji auction has attracted more significant figures than ever before. My goodness. A Qilin. The dragon child Qilin. And there are 2 of them. It is no surprise, given that the Qinglei sacred land possesses such resources. If I am not mistaken, their saint has already reached the threshold of a semi-saint warrior. Correct? At such a young age, a semi-saint warrior is indeed terrifying. Behind the curtain, listening to the discussions outside regarding himself, the Qinglei saint's lips curled into a slight smile. Undoubtedly, he was the focal point of the entire event. His long face beamed with pride. All he sought was a defeat. Chapter 108. Overwhelming the crowd. Countless prodigies dimmed. There are always those greater than oneself. One must not be blindly confident. The elder beside him pointed out the Qinglei saint's thoughts. Although displeased, the Qinglei saint could only respond. Master's teachings are well noted. Internally, he sneered, what a joke. In the vast expanse of the world, how many can truly present a holy beast Qilin, let alone 2 Qilin? Each with 200,000 years of cultivation and possessing the purest dragon bloodline. Pure blood. The Qinglei saint had pleaded with his father for quite some time before he agreed to lend these 2 clan protector holy beasts for his participation in the Tianji auction. His intention was solely to showcase the might of the Qinglei sacred land to the various sects, families, and dynasties. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he heard gasps from outside. The ancient 10 fiends. The crimson flame golden lion. No wonder it suddenly felt so hot. This is a top-tier ferocious beast capable of turning fertile lands into barren wastelands in an instant. Indeed, it is said that the Fire Clan's Red Emperor and 36 other masters spent 9 days and nights to defeat and seal it. Immediately following, a whale's cry redirected everyone's attention. Oh my! The Rift Sea mysterious dragon whale. The ice-armored horned dragon has emerged as well. The Eternal Night celestial dog. A dazzling array of ferocious beasts, divine beasts, and holy beasts overwhelmed the senses. Among them, several could easily overpower the Qinglei saint's 2 Qilin steeds. Damn it! Are these creatures deliberately trying to undermine me? The Qinglei saint fumed. He had not expected that his moment of glory would be snatched away in mere moments. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. Observing this, the elder shook his head and sighed. This disciple is indeed talented, but he cares too much about others' opinions. His future achievements will undoubtedly be substantial, but if he wishes to become an emperor with such a mindset, it is utterly impossible. Merely overcoming the inner demons would be a challenge, risking a descent into madness. Just as he opened his mouth to offer guidance and correct the Qinglei saint's mindset while there was still time, boom! An invisible pressure suddenly caused the elder's expression to change dramatically, bending him forward. He hastily grasped his knees, struggling to hold himself up. As for the Qinglei saint, he had already knelt down due to his delayed reaction. His knees seemed to have rooted themselves to the ground, making it impossible to rise. What is happening? The Qinglei saint's expression grew grave, his features contorted. Releasing his spiritual energy to shield himself, he finally managed to break free and stand upright. Who dares to make this young master kneel? As a saint, how could he endure such humiliation? He pushed aside the curtain and rushed out. At first glance, he was instantly taken aback. To his shock, his 2 pureblood holy beast Qilins were kneeling on the ground, their chins resting against the earth in a display of submission. Looking around, he noticed that it was not just the Qilins, other ferocious beasts, divine beasts, and even individuals of lower cultivation were in the same posture. To whom are they paying homage? Who are they kneeling before? The Qinglei saint slowly raised his head. His eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling violently. Dragons. 100-foot divine dragon. 9 of them in total. How could divine dragons appear at the Tianji auction? The Qinglei saint was utterly perplexed. He could not help but wonder if they were part of the auction items. But quickly, he shook his head to dismiss the thought. Who possesses the audacity to offer divine dragons for auction? Have they lost their minds? The 9 dragons. The elder pulled aside the curtain and stepped out. Upon witnessing this spectacle, even he, who believed he had seen his fair share of grand events, was left entirely astounded. The appearance of the 9 dragons overshadowed everything, rendering the Qilins, the Rift Sea mysterious dragon whale, and the ice-armored horned dragon utterly submissive, retreating from their brilliance. Who among them had the audacity to confront them head-on? Not to mention the 9 dragons. Even a single dragon present could not be matched. If they all joined forces, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. My goodness. Dragons. 100-foot colossal dragon. In the wake of the 9 great black dragons, it seemed something was being dragged along by iron chains. A mountain? No. Atop the mountain appeared to be a mansion. A mansion? Could it be that these 9 dragons are indeed steeds? In the vast world of Song, is there truly someone capable of taming 9 dragons as mounts? How splendid! I had feared that the dragon clan would come to wreak havoc upon humanity. A sigh of relief escaped me. The entire Tianji auction was thrown into chaos, completely enveloped by an atmosphere of shock and awe. Even as the pressure weighed down upon them, they dared not retaliate or speak out. Now I understand why my master always advises me that there are greater beings beyond the realm of man. The voice of the elder echoed once more in the ears of the young Master Qing Lei. However, this time, upon hearing those words, so familiar they had nearly calloused his ears, he felt an unprecedented sensation within. There was no rebuttal, either verbally or mentally. Meanwhile, several venerable figures responsible for the Tianji auction house noticed his response and swiftly approached, eager to ascertain the situation. At the very least, it was apparent that the 9 dragons bore no ill intent. Otherwise, this place would have long been a graveyard, littered with corpses and flowing with blood. With trepidation and fear, they maneuvered past the 9 dragons and arrived at the entrance of the mansion situated on the floating island. Junior Lu Tianhao seeks an audience with the esteemed elder. Leading the group, several quasi-emperors bowed respectfully, their demeanor exceedingly humble. They could not afford to show disrespect. Anyone capable of orchestrating such an event must certainly be a formidable emperor, a king among kings. The doors swung open, revealing Yi Qingsheng as the one responsible for greeting them. Quasi-emperor realm? Several of them exchanged puzzled glances. Despite her youth, her ascension to the quasi-emperor realm marked her as a prodigy among prodigies. Yet, compared to the 9 black dragons behind her, she still seemed somewhat. Lu Lao. Long time no see. I had not anticipated that this Tianji auction would be presided over by you. A voice resonated from within the mansion. It was Chen Juexin. Lu Tianhao quickly turned to locate the source of the voice, and there she was, an exquisite beauty he could never forget, and certainly could not mistake. Miss Chen, I never expected that the 9 Dragons Celestial Mansion would be your steed. You truly have broadened our horizons. A wave of relief washed over Lu Tianhao, as he was now certain of her identity, alleviating his concerns over the potential disruption of the Tianji auction. My steed? Chen Juexin waved her hand, swiftly clarifying. Lu Lao has misunderstood. This 9 Dragons Supreme Chariot belongs to my brother. I am merely benefiting from his prestige. She placed her hands on Chen Mu's shoulders, making a formal introduction. Your brother? They shifted their focus to Chen Mu, instinctively releasing their divine senses to gauge his cultivation level and prowess. What merit had he to command the 9 dragons? In an instant, the crowd realized they had been transported into a mysterious space, shrouded in a white mist that obscured the boundaries of heaven and earth. Where's this? Just as they pondered, a formidable power descended from above, intensifying in ferocity. Their knees buckled beneath them, unable to bear the weight, compelling them to kneel. Resistance was futile. With great difficulty, they lifted their heads, only to see the mist parting to reveal a colossal deity, shining brilliantly. Its hand rose, casting a shadow over the heavens. Emperor, the might of an emperor. A gasp escaped their lips as they clutched their chests. Bewildered and terrified, they coughed up blood. It was then they realized they had returned to the realm of reality. Their spirits diminished to an alarming degree, nearly shattering. Their once proud quasi-emperor cultivation now felt utterly insignificant. Gazing at Chen Mu was akin to looking at that giant deity. They became acutely aware of their own insignificance and frailty in his presence. We did not know the emperor had descended. We have committed great offenses. Please forgive us. Great emperor, spare our lives. Lu Tianhao and the other quasi-emperors knelt, bowing their heads in supplication. The might of an emperor is not to be insulted. If the emperor wished to take lives, none could intervene unless they were also an emperor. Although the Tianji auction house was not located within the southern domain, Lu Tianhao could not guarantee that the guardian emperor of this realm would intervene should Chen Mu choose to unleash his wrath. To offend an emperor for the sake of a few quasi-emperors was a perilous gamble, fraught with the potential for mutual destruction. Chen Mu waved his hand, dismissing their fears. I am merely here for the spectacle and to test the functionality of the system's infinite wealth feature. I had no intention of causing a massacre. Thank you, Great Emperor. The group rose, feeling a tremendous weight lift from their shoulders. The invisible sword of impending doom that had loomed over them vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Lu Tianhao and the others informed the attendees about the 9 Dragons Supreme Chariot, causing quite a stir. What? That is the steed of an emperor? No wonder. Which emperor can command dragons? It is said to be from the southern domain. The southern domain? Can it truly compete with the top 10 realms? Can the emperors of your top 10 realms ride 900-foot divine dragons? A wealthy merchant from the southern domain countered, leaving them speechless. Descending from the 9 dragons' supreme chariot, they entered the main auction house under Lu Tianhao's guidance. The opulence of the building's exterior made it evident that anything worthy of being auctioned here was far more precious than elsewhere. Upon reaching the second floor, in the VIP box, Chen Juexin looked around, prompting Chen Mu to inquire, "Sister, is there an issue with this box?" "No," Chen Juexin shook her head. "It's just that the specifications have significantly improved since my last visit." She smiled, adding, "I indeed have benefited greatly from your presence, Xiao Mu. Family is family. There's no need to mention such things." Chen Mu changed the subject, asking when the auction would commence. Chen Juexin glanced around before lowering her gaze to the nearly filled seating area on the first floor. "Soon." "All right," Chen Mu replied, patiently awaiting the start of the event. Outside the box, Lu Tianhao stood vigilantly, fearing he might inadvertently neglect Chen Mu. At the slightest disturbance, he would rush in, ensuring everything was in order. Meanwhile, the news of the Dragon Emperor attending the Tianji auction house spread not only among the guests, but also reached the ears of the contemporary emperor of the Xian realm. Lu Xiangtian, "Master, the Dragon Emperor from the southern domain arrives silently in our Xian realm. Could it be that he intends?" The servant hesitated, trailing off. This was indeed a possibility. The effort to come all the way from the southern domain, accompanied by such grandeur, left Lu Xiangtian suspicious of ulterior motives. "What should we do, master?" the servant inquired. "Accompany me. Should he dare to cause a ruckus in the Xian realm, we shall suppress him with force." Why was Lu Xiangtian so confident? The answer was simple. He was aware that no emperor had emerged from the southern domain for many years. As an established emperor, he believed he had the upper hand against a nascent one. If the other wished to clash, he was not intimidated. "Understood, master." The two promptly set off. Upon their return to the main auction house, Lu Tianhao instinctively turned his gaze at the sound of approaching footsteps, his brow furrowing immediately. The newcomers were a source of considerable trouble for him. "I did not expect you to greet us personally at the entrance. It truly honors us," the youthful figure spoke. "This, Tai Su Holy Sun, you have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Tai Su Holy Sun Lin Qianlang inquired, perplexed. "You stand guard at our Tai Su Sacred Land's exclusive box. Are you not here to welcome us?" Previously, the Tai Su Sacred Land had consistently occupied this box, leading to claims of exclusivity. This particular box was the highest standard within the main auction house, sufficient to reflect their noble status. "My sincerest apologies, Tai Su Holy Sun. But this Tian-class box has already been occupied." Lu Tianhao attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by Lin Qianlang, his expression turning cold. "Oh, who possesses the audacity to compete with our Tai Su Sacred Land? Do they think we are without power? Or perhaps, easily bullied? Tai Su Holy Sun, I will arrange for you a D-class first-rate box immediately." Lu Tianhao proposed a solution. However, Lin Qianlang's next words chilled him to the bone. "What? Do you also wish to belittle our Tai Su Sacred Land?" He could hardly believe how overbearing and unreasonable the Tai Su Sacred Land's representatives were. While they had the means to be arrogant, their conduct was nonetheless excessive. "Tai Su Holy Sun, I would never intend such a thing," Lu Tianhao hastily clarified. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Qianlang persisted, his attitude unyielding. "In any case, I, Lin Qianlang, have reserved this private room. Evict those inside immediately. If you fail to comply, inform them that we hail from the Taishu Holy Land." He attempted to leverage his background and power to intimidate. "This is unacceptable. The Taishu Holy Sun must not be trifled with." Lu Tianhao reluctantly revealed the truth, hoping to dissuade Lin Qianlang. "A great emperor? Lu Xiangtian?" Lin Qianlang pressed for details. Lu Tianhao shook his head, clarifying that it was not Emperor Lu, but someone from the southern region, the Tianyuan Holy Land. "A southern region emperor?" Lin Qianlang scoffed. "How can a minor world that doesn't even rank among the top 10 realms compare to our Taishu Holy Land? An emperor? As if that's a remarkable feat." With his words, Lin Qianlang stepped aside, allowing a black-clad elder to emanate a terrifying imperial pressure. Chapter 110. How strong is he? Unfathomable. Another emperor? Lu Tianhao was taken aback, staggering backward several steps. The oppressive force muddled his thoughts, leaving them in disarray and ringing in his ears. He could not comprehend why so many emperors were present today. Was the Tianji auction renowned? Lu Tianhao was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. At the very least, it certainly did not bode well, for he could not afford to offend either Lin Qianlang or Chen Juexin and his entourage. Who dares to shout incessantly? At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open. "Sister Juexin." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Qianlang's anger dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. However, Chen Juexin's expression tightened upon recognizing the individual. Why is it this bothersome fellow? If possible, she wished to avoid him entirely. Indeed, Lin Qianlang was one of many suitors vying for Chen Juexin's affections, once proclaiming that he would certainly win her over and make her the future mistress of the Taishu Holy Land. Why didn't you mention sooner that the person in the box was her? Lin Qianlang reproached Lu Tianhao. If it were Sister Juexin, I would gladly share this room with you. Lin Qianlang was not well informed about the relationship between Chen Juexin and the Tianyuan Holy Land. He only knew that she was wealthy and possessed exceptional business acumen. Even the higher-ups of the Lin family held her in high regard, unanimously agreeing with Lin Qianlang's pursuit of her. What fascinated Lin Qianlang most was the domineering, queenly aura that Chen Juexin exuded, which he found irresistible. We are family. Aren't we, Sister Juexin? What do you think of my proposal? Lin Qianlang inquired. Not much. Chen Mu interjected, his tone dismissive. Who said we are family? Sister. Where did this person come from? Do you know him? Chen Mu questioned Chen Juexin. Not well, she replied decisively. Kid, who do you think you are? Slap. Lin Qianlang had only begun to speak when the black-clad elder seized his wrist and yanked him forcefully backward. Be careful, Qianlang. Grandfather, what is happening? From Lin Qianlang's vantage point, he could see the elder's shadowy, vigilant profile beneath the hood. This boy is also an emperor. Lin Zhen exclaimed, shocking everyone. What? He is an emperor? Lin Qianlang gasped in disbelief. He appeared to be around the same age as himself. This can't be right. Lin Qianlang protested, doubting the elder's judgment. For someone who considered himself a genius, this revelation was a significant blow. How could he, who was accustomed to being exceptional, reconcile himself with being seen as an ordinary individual? Standing beside Chen Mu, Lin Qianlang felt utterly diminished, with no chance of emerging victorious. Is it so difficult for your Taishu Holy Land to grasp such basic principles of precedence? Chen Mu sighed. The Taishu Holy Land, the strongest among the 10 great realms, is truly disappointing. You dare to look down on us, Taishu Holy Land? Lin Qianlang exploded with rage. No one wishes to belittle you. It is your actions that invite disdain, Chen Mu retorted. You. Lin Qianlang gritted his teeth, words failing him as he lacked the confidence to respond. You may not know how this boy became an emperor, but my grandfather has been an emperor for a millennium. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Taishu Holy Land? Lin Qianlang boasted of his grandfather's thousand-year legacy, a standard often used to gauge the strength among emperors. The 12th level of the imperial realm. Technically, due to his cultivation, Chen Mu had already reached the 13th level, yet he merely smiled, remaining silent. What are you laughing at? Lin Qianlang demanded. Chen Mu, uninterested in further engagement, took a step forward to confront Lin Zhen. He was keen to test how many seconds it would take him to defeat an emperor with his current cultivation level. Indeed, he was counting in seconds. As both were emperors, Lin Zhen could hardly tolerate such humiliation and was prepared to unleash his imperial might for a fierce battle against Chen Mu. Stop. Lu Xiangtian's voice pierced through the air. Old Lin, don't be so impulsive. You, a venerable elder nearing 10,000 years of age, should not act so rashly. Lu Xiangtian quipped. Lin Zhen, consider this a favor to me. Let us both take a step back and let this matter rest, shall we? Lu Xiangtian approached, posing the question. Qianlang, we're leaving. Lin Zhen, not foolish, recognized that facing 2 emperors alone, even with his millennium of experience, would be futile. My old friend is rather straightforward. I apologize for the trouble caused to both of you. Lu Xiangtian turned to Chen Mu. May I ask how to address you, young brother? Chen Mu, he replied. Compared to the more diplomatic Lin Qianlang and Lin Zhen, Lu Xiangtian's straightforward demeanor was more to Chen Mu's liking. To compensate you both, the Chen family will not take a single cent from today's auction at Tianji, Lu Xiangtian promised. Thank you, Emperor Lu. For Chen Juexin, this was indeed good news. Why was it considered good news? Because the money was inconsequential to her, that was all. After a brief exchange, Lu Xiangtian took his leave, allowing Chen Mu and Chen Juexin to settle matters with Lin Zhen, who also deserved some compensation. Fairness was the key. On the way, the servant inquired, Master, what do you think of that person's strength? Unfathomable. Lu Xiangtian replied succinctly. Unfathomable? The servant's face registered surprise, having never heard Lu Xiangtian bestow such high praise upon anyone else. Is that young man truly that formidable? What a pity, Chen Mu remarked. What do you mean, what a pity? Chen Juexin asked, puzzled. What a pity we didn't get a fight, Chen Mu replied. Do you really wish to fight? That Lin Zhen is not easy to deal with, Chen Juexin chided playfully. Moreover, he has been an emperor for a millennium, his foundation solid. You have just entered the emperor realm. It is wise to avoid direct confrontation. Chen Mu offered no rebuttal. At that moment, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage. warming up the audience as the auction was about to commence. In the opposite private room, Lin Qianlang watched Chen Juexin and her future brother-in-law chat amiably. His teeth grinding together in frustration, fingers clenched tightly. He felt no increase in goodwill towards Chen Mu due to his significant status. Rather, he found Chen Mu's presence superfluous, robbing him of his rightful experience as a younger brother. Seething with rage and possessiveness, Lin Qianlang's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate Chen Mu and take his place. Chapter 111. Infinite Wealth Hundredfold Returns. How can you lose? Chen Mu was certainly aware of Lin Qianlang's seething demeanor, which seemed as if it could unleash flames of fury. Turning to Chen Juexin, who was seated beside him, Chen Mu jested, "Sister, observe his demeanor. He appears eager to devour me whole. Are all your suitors so fervent? He wouldn't dare." Chen Juexin retorted without hesitation. Should he attempt such a thing, regardless of the Dao Ruins realm or the Taishu Holy Land, or any paltry young master, I would liquidate my entire estate to obliterate his very soul. Observing her unwavering resolve, Chen Mu felt a surge of warmth within. Despite the Taishu Holy Land posing no threat in his eyes, he remained unconcerned even by the Taishu Holy Land, let alone its insignificant young master. "Sister, let us disregard him. Indulge in whatever pleases you. Today, your younger brother shall acquire all that your heart desires," Chen Mu declared, thumping his chest. "Then I shall not hesitate," Chen Juexin responded, a smile gracing her lips as her inner gloom dissipated. Beside them, Yi Qingqing eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the first treasure to grace the auction stage, yearning to broaden her horizons. In her view, both the expansion of one's perspective and the elevation of one's cultivation were of paramount importance. Soon, the first item for auction was brought onto the stage by several burly men. The weight primarily resided in the display case. As such a precious artifact could not be presented on a mere wooden table, a red flower must be set off by verdant leaves. The auctioneer unveiled the red cloth, revealing a blue crystal necklace, and announced, "This item is known as the Stone of Eternal Beauty. Prolonged wear and care will ensure the wearer's perpetual youth, maintaining the visage of an 18-year-old maiden until death. Furthermore, having been cherished by a great emperor, it contains a trace of imperial might, which will significantly enhance the wearer's aura." The phrase eternal youth immediately ignited a frenzy among the audience. The mention of imperial might propelled its starting price to an astounding 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Such a starting price would deter most bidders in other auction houses, as any bid would likely go unchallenged, effectively securing the item at a single price. However, the Heavenly Pinnacle Auction House was a different realm altogether. 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 1,800,000. The wealthiest individuals from across the land took turns bidding, each surpassing the last. Before long, the price had soared from the initial 1 million to 5,800,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing the opportune moment, Lin Qianlang decided to bestow upon everyone a taste of the Taishu Holy Land's grandeur. 10 million. As expected, his words drew countless gazes, eager to discern the identity of such a profligate individual. "Ah, it is the Holy Son of the Taishu Holy Land. His vast resources are to be expected." The Taishu Holy Land? The holy ground of the Dao Ruins realm, home to a great emperor? Truly one of the 10 great realms. Its financial prowess commands my admiration. Lin Qianlang reveled in the attention and adulation. More importantly, he sought to capture Chen Juexin's notice. His intention in acquiring the Stone of Eternal Beauty was to present it to her, believing that no woman could resist the allure of eternal youth. He envisioned winning her favor, perhaps even bypassing the cumbersome courtship rituals and proceeding directly to consummation. He also sought to impress upon Chen Juexin the Taishu Holy Land's staggering wealth, convincing her that marrying into the Taishu and becoming the young master's wife was the most judicious decision she could ever make. Turning his gaze, he sought to gauge Chen Juexin's reaction, hoping to detect a hint of admiration. Instead, he saw Chen Mu raise his hand and declare, 20 million. Those 3 words reverberated through the crowd like a nuclear blast, instantly diverting attention from Lin Qianlang. 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Who is this individual? To be seated on the second floor implies no ordinary background. Wait, is that not Chen Juexin, the wealthiest woman in the southern domain? I have long heard of Chen Juexin's immense wealth. Today, I witness its truth. That brat. Is he deliberately antagonizing me? Lin Qianlang hissed, his face contorted with fury. Refusing to concede, he shouted before the auctioneer could speak. 30 million. 40 million, Chen Mu countered, perfectly embodying composure in the face of adversity. 50 million. In contrast, Lin Qianlang seemed poised to leap from his seat in agitation. Losing patience, Chen Mu, unwilling to prolong the contest, declared, 100 million high-grade spirit stones. 70 million. The words caught in Lin Qianlong's throat as he realized his misstep. Should it not be 60 million after 50 million? Why jump to 100 million? What unorthodox tactics? Did he truly say 100 million high-grade spirit stones? Lin Qianlang incredulously sought confirmation from his guard. Indeed, 100 million high-grade spirit stones. The guard affirmed. Lin Qianlang was at a loss. Spending 70 million high-grade spirit stones on a necklace that offered no enhancement to martial prowess was already pushing his limits. Ultimately, Chen Mu, unsurprisingly, secured the Stone of Eternal Beauty for 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Successful expenditure of 100 million high-grade spirit stones. A 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. This triggers it as well. Chen Mu had almost forgotten this feature. The system responded. Yes, expenditure and gifting are of the same nature and both trigger the 100-fold rebate mechanism. Despite possessing unlimited money, Chen Mu was unwilling to pass up free wealth. What is that young man's background? Is he spending Chen Juexin's money? What enchantment has been cast upon this empress of immense wealth that she willingly allows herself to be exploited in such a manner? That countenance, that aura. Even I find it difficult to resist, a beautiful woman remarked. Her henpecked husband, overhearing her words, felt a wave of jealousy wash over him, especially as he detected in her eyes the same longing she reserved for their intimate moments, only more intense. Receiving the necklace, Chen Mu's wealth remained unlimited, and he gained 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Here, sister, allow me to adorn you. Chen Mu approached Chen Juexin, holding the Stone of Eternal Beauty. Very well. Chen Juexin responded, gracefully sweeping her hair aside to reveal her alabaster neck. On the first floor, the beautiful woman who had witnessed the scene quipped, now you understand. Do you not? He is not only handsome but also understands a woman's heart. The crowd murmured in agreement. Chapter 112. A perfect display of extravagance. Shocking the audience witnessing the deepening bond between Chen Mu and Chen Juexin, Lin Qianlang seethed with jealousy, despite their siblinghood. Indeed, their familial connection only intensified his envy. Why does he reap all the benefits? The next item for auction, Lin Qianlang vowed to acquire, to avenge his humiliation. He surmised that Chen Mu's 100 million was likely his limit, a fleeting moment of splendor. However, Lin Qianlang grudgingly conceded that Chen Mu's reckless, attention-seeking, all-or-nothing approach possessed a certain audacity worthy of admiration. Soon, the second item for auction was brought onto the stage, its mysterious veil lifted. It was a cultivation technique. This item is known as the art of rebirth through fire, a one-time technique that vanishes upon cultivation. However, its benefit is equivalent to gaining an extra life. As its name suggests, one will be reborn through fire upon death, the auctioneer announced solemnly. Rebirth through fire. An extra life. Unbelievable. This is truly a heavenly pinnacle auction. Only the second item, and already so thrilling. What awaits us next? I dare not imagine. Such a treasure will undoubtedly attract many suitors. I have no hope. Simply tell me how many spirit stones are required. Responding to the query, the auctioneer promptly declared. The art of rebirth through fire has a starting price of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I bid 15 million, 23 million, 38 million. On the second floor, in the private box number 2, Lin Zhun gazed at the coveted rebirth technique with an insatiable desire. He turned to Lin Qianlang and declared, Qianlang, we must acquire this item. Yes, grandfather, Lin Qianlang replied, overwhelmed with excitement at his grandfather's words. This gave him the impetus to disregard all caution and raise the stakes. After all, in the Taishu sacred land, no one dared to challenge Lin Zhun's authority. The Taishu sacred land had ascended to become the foremost sanctuary in the Dao Ruins realm, largely due to Lin Zhun's breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Otherwise, it would have likely been besieged by other sacred lands, erasing its existence. 100 million, Lin Qianlang boldly declared, throwing down a heavy bombshell when the bidding reached 50 million. He glanced at Chen Mu with a smirk, hoping to convey that he was indeed capable of offering 100 million high-grade spirit stones, merely deeming it unworthy. Is 100 million a considerable sum? It is indeed not excessive. On this matter, Chen Mu and Lin Qianlang shared the same sentiment. 1 billion, with infinite wealth and a 100-fold return. Chen Mu felt that anything less would be a disservice to the system that had bestowed such blessings upon him. Moreover, he was curious to see if he could obtain 100 copies of the rebirth technique through the rebate. By continually harnessing the 100-fold return, he envisioned everyone in the Tianyuan sacred land clad in resurrection armor, each possessing 2 lives. He found this notion quite intriguing. 1 billion. Lin Qianlang shot up from his seat, convinced that Chen Mu had lost his mind. That was 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, an astronomical figure that many royal families and powerful factions could not possibly muster. 11. He hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, but was halted by Lin Zhan's raised hand, shaking his head in disapproval. Forget it. In Lin Zhan's view, the rebirth technique was worth at most 2 to 3 billion high-grade spirit stones. The reasoning was simple. Although the technique could grant rebirth, one's original lifespan would not change. Thus, the idea of exploiting a bug to live anew after aging and dying was utterly unattainable. After all, the Taishu sacred land lacked the longevity pills that could infinitely extend one's lifespan, unlike the Tianyuan sacred land. Let us once again congratulate the second box for securing this precious treasure, the auctioneer announced as the gavel fell. The crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. Most among them could not possibly offer such a vast sum of spirit stones. Successful expenditure of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Upon obtaining the rebirth technique, Chen Mu did not hesitate to gift it to Chen Juexin, continuing to reap the 100-fold returns. Gift of the rebirth technique successful. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring rebirth technique 100. Using a woman's wealth to support another woman is shameful and pitiful. Lin Qianlang could only console himself thus. Chen Juexin pondered the rebirth technique in her hands and suggested, I usually have little to do with fighting and killing. Why not give this technique to Qinsheng? She thought that by passing it to Yi Qinsheng, as her protector, she could more freely assist Chen Mu in various troubles. Before Yi Qinsheng could refuse, Chen Mu interjected. Sister, there's no need. I have her share. Her share? Chen Juexin frowned, puzzled. Isn't there only this one? She was well aware that only one had been sent. Indeed, there had been only that single volume for auction, but I never claimed to possess just one. As he spoke, Chen Mu flicked his thumb, and 6 or 7 volumes of the rebirth technique fanned out like a deck of cards. This astonished both Chen Juexin and Yi Qinsheng, as well as the onlookers, including the auctioneer. How is this possible? How does he possess so many rebirth techniques? Lin Qianlong's jaw dropped in disbelief, further fueling his suspicions that Chen Mu was deliberately opposing him. He clearly had so many that he could have readily gifted the rebirth technique to him. Perhaps, if he were in a good mood, he might even leave him intact in the future. Chen Mu had no interest in Lin Qianlong's inner turmoil. Gift of the rebirth technique successful. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring rebirth technique 100. What is more exhilarating than reaping a 100-fold return? Clearly nothing. In comparison, Lin Qianlang was utterly worthless. Thank you for the generous gift, young master. Yi Qinsheng exclaimed with unbridled joy. Let us proceed, Chen Mu replied, his gaze shifting to the auctioneer on the first floor. Ah, yes. The auctioneer quickly regained his composure and called for the next item to be brought forth. Such esteemed guests must not be neglected. Any slight misstep could endanger his life. No jesting here. The third item to be auctioned was a sacred-grade divine weapon known as the Trident of the Sea God, which could harness the power of the Sea God and was particularly effective for water attribute cultivators. Water attribute. These words instantly captured Lin Qianlong's attention, as he was precisely a water attribute cultivator. How magnificent. This Trident of the Sea God seems tailor-made for me. Just by its appearance, he was utterly enamored. The starting bid was 15 million high-grade spirit stones. The price was not exorbitant. Just as he was about to speak, he instinctively looked at Chen Mu, filled with wariness. This fellow wouldn't he dare to have spare funds to compete with him, would he? I bid 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Losing patience, he escalated the bidding without allowing anyone else a chance to interject, perfectly exemplifying the phrase spending money like water. Chapter 113. Automated Business. Newbie Gift Pack, 10,000 draws? Lin Qianlang was left speechless by Chen Mu's audacity. Competing? Hadn't he even been given an opportunity to join in? Where did he acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? To start with a bid of 1 billion? Lin Qianlang was utterly perplexed. 1 billion at once was already outrageous, especially in high-grade spirit stones. Yet, Chen Mu had done this repeatedly, defying comprehension. What kind of financial power must one possess to speak of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones so casually? Lin Qianlang believed that in terms of financial strength, the Taishu sacred land was in no way inferior to Chen Juexin. Yet, why did she sit idly by, watching Chen Mu squander her hard-earned money? This audacity was astounding, not only to Lin Qianlang but even to Lin Zhan, who sat beside him, equally astonished. Successful expenditure of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Successful expenditure of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, regardless of the treasures presented on stage, Chen Mu purchased each one for the astronomical sum of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Among the gathering of family leaders, wealthy merchants, and noble lords, not one person was afforded the opportunity to speak. The entire event had transformed into Chen Mu's solo performance, a stage where he relentlessly triggered the 100-fold return. As interest waned, only mechanical repetition remained. Chen Mu could hardly be bothered to cast even a glance. He showed no interest in the auctioneer's elaborate descriptions, bypassing the formalities as if he were the sole participant. This grand display left not only those on the first and second floors, but also Yi Qingqing and Chen Juexin beside him utterly astounded. Chen Juexin could hardly recall having gifted Chen Mu such a vast sum of spirit stones. Each successive bid approached the net earnings of all her shops in the southern domain over the past month. While she considered herself adept at making money, she could only admire Chen Mu's prowess in spending. Little Mu, where do you acquire such an abundance of high-grade spirit stones? Chen Juexin seized the moment to inquire. Chen Mu paused, momentarily taken aback. Caught up in the frenzy of bidding, he had forgotten to address this matter. Maintaining a facade of calm, he fabricated a response. The reason? It was readily at hand. Actually, I have been utilizing the spirit stones you provided to experiment with managing some shops, and the returns have been quite satisfactory. The utterance of 10 billion top-tier spirit stones was hardly a trivial matter. Chen Juexin furrowed her brow, unable to fathom that the achievements she had painstakingly amassed over the years had been effortlessly surpassed by Chen Mu. She did not suspect that he would deceive her. Having declared such a figure, she was inclined to unconditionally believe him. A sense of disappointment? It was non-existent, rather. She felt a surge of delight at having such a spirited younger brother. The system was currently attempting an upgrade. To claim that there were no surprises would be disingenuous. Chen Mu merely stated that he had grown accustomed to it. Thus, in a strict sense, it was not a complete falsehood. For the system had the power to transform his lies into reality. After several unsuccessful attempts at upgrading, the system finally succeeded on its 69th try, unlocking a new feature, the one-click business module. The meaning was straightforward, especially in the context of the current environment. Surprisingly, the system had even bestowed upon him a novice gift pack, aptly named Endless Industry Draw. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, tempted to question the system's definition of a novice gift pack. Yet, he understood its intentions. After all, it had to align with the grandiose claims he had made. The system would not permit any exposure of his bluster, as that would be tantamount to slapping its own face. 10 billion. While contemplating his bid for the treasure, he thought it would be unreasonable not to utilize what he had obtained. And so, he initiated the draw. The results came swiftly, awarding him a myriad of establishments, a refining alchemy room in the southern domain, a crafting pavilion, a wine house in the Changqing realm, and more. The speed of acquisition was astounding, encompassing a vast array of businesses throughout the Great Cang World. Chen Mu's holdings now spanned the entirety of this realm, with 6 spirit stone mines in the Dao Ruins realm alone, all under his ownership. Hundreds of alchemy rooms were managed by the Alchemist Alliance he controlled, and of every 10 artifacts sold, 7 had been procured from him. Undoubtedly, Chen Juexin's lifelong aspiration had been effortlessly realized through this novice gift pack. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire about a madman in the main city who casually offered 10 billion top-tier spirit stones, leaving countless nobles and affluent families speechless. As the tale of this top-tier tycoon circulated, a young man, exuding an air of nobility, casually closed his paper fan and remarked to his attendant, "Let us go see." The passers-by were captivated by his ethereal presence, whispering in awe about Su Baoqing, the heir of the illustrious Su family. Renowned as the wealthiest clan in the Golden Spirit realm, Su Baoqing was known for his family's wealth that could rival the combined fortunes of the other 9 great realms. He relished the thrill of competition and the act of spending, often participating in auctions with the hope of being outbid. For 2 decades, however, he had yet to face defeat. Upon entering the main auction hall, Su Baoqing immediately heard Chen Mu's voice, which, despite its seemingly nonchalant tone, spoke of 10 billion top-tier spirit stones as if it were mere pocket change. The auctioneer, eager to proceed, was interrupted by Su Baoqing's raised hand as he declared, 20 billion top-tier spirit stones. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, drawing countless onlookers. Who is this person to bid 20 billion? They murmured. He is none other than Su Baoqing of the Su family, the wealthiest in the Great Cang World. The mention of the Su family caused Chen Juexin's expression to shift, for they were her blueprint in establishing the Tiangong Holy Land. Her greatest aspiration was to mold her domain into a grand family akin to the Su family. Chen Mu, having overheard the murmurs, began to understand Su Baoqing's stature. The comparison between the first family of the Great Cang realm and his own boundless wealth was glaringly evident. 20 billion is beneath my status, Su Baoqing remarked, swiftly raising his bid to 50 billion. The astonishment in the room was palpable. His wealth was indeed staggering. In a private box, Lin Qianlang reveled in the chaos, finally witnessing someone capable of challenging Chen Mu's dominance. Yet, Chen Mu welcomed Su Baoqing's presence, feeling a flicker of competitive spirit arise within him. I raised the bid to 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, he declared, shocking the assembly into silence. The auctioneer stood in disbelief, grappling with the magnitude of the event unfolding before him, as two titans clashed in an unprecedented bidding war. After this battle, the four characters Tianji auction will undoubtedly gain even greater influence in the vast world of Dazhong. 100 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Su Baoqing was clearly moved. 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Lin Qianlang slumped in his chair. At this moment, he finally understood a profound truth. From the very beginning, he had never truly challenged Chen Mu's strength. He had never regarded himself as a rival. Everything had merely been a product of his own wild imagination. The humiliation was simply unbearable. 110 billion. After the auctioneer's second gavel fell, Su Baoqing called out again. Only an additional 100 billion? Is this where it begins to falter? Chen Mu sighed in disappointment. It was less thrilling than he had anticipated. 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. He prepared for a decisive blow. Su Baoqing hesitated several times. Sensing the auctioneer's third gavel approaching, he finally revealed a reluctant smile, shook his head, and conceded. He then faced Chen Mu, clasped his hands, and said, "Indeed formidable, Su is willing to bow in defeat." Upon hearing this, the entire venue was in an uproar. No way. Could it be? The young master of the Jinling Su family actually lost to him in terms of spending. Does that mean he is wealthier than the Jinling Su family? What kind of place is the southern region? Why oh why? Is it not on the top 10 lists of the Dazhong world? This is too outrageous. Too monstrous. How many spirit stones does he possess? Everyone was left in awe of Chen Mu's grand expenditure. Successfully consumed 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 trillion high-grade spirit stones. 20 trillion high-grade spirit stones. For some reason, upon seeing the long string of numbers pop up on the system panel, Chen Mu was inevitably astonished. This experience was nothing short of equivalent to infinite wealth, perhaps even surpassing it. The zeros, oh so many zeros. 20 trillion high-grade spirit stones, and the Su family? They would have to bow and relinquish the honor of being the foremost prestigious family in Dazhong. To put it more dramatically, this 100-fold rebate of spirit stones would be sufficient for everyone in the Tianyuan sacred land to ascend to the immortal realm. Thinking of this, Chen Mu felt an exhilarating surge coursing through him, as if a faint electric current was sweeping through his entire body. 200 billion. With a thud, Lin Qianlang fell from his chair, feeling as if his backside had shattered into pieces. He turned to Lin Zhun, his expression contorted in pain, and asked, "Grandfather, can our Taimu sacred land compete with their Tianyuan sacred land?" Lin Zhun pondered briefly before responding. "At least in terms of money, it is quite difficult. Strength? That is another matter." Lin Zhun held his own convictions. As a millennium-old emperor, he did not believe he was weaker than Chen Mu. To be precise, Lin Zhun did not think Chen Mu would dare to challenge him. A youthful emperor, at least in the present, could not amount to much. In Lin Zhun's eyes, money was only a means to an end. The world of Dazhong ultimately revered martial prowess. If the Tianyuan sacred land were truly that powerful, how could the southern region not even make it into the top 10 realms of Dazhong? Later, with Chen Mu's consent, Su Baoqing, along with his accompanying steward, ascended to the second floor to meet Chen Mu, wishing to befriend him. Upon pushing open the door to the Tianhao private room and stepping inside, Su Baoqing felt as though he had seen Chen Mu's face somewhere before. Chapter 115, The God of Wealth. Even the scion of the first noble family must pay him homage. You are the God of Wealth. Su Baoqing suddenly recalled where he had seen Chen Mu before. The God of Wealth? Chen Mu's expression turned serious, somewhat bewildered by Su Baoqing's words. He thought, could there truly be someone in this world who believes in the God of Wealth? Even if there were, why would Su Baoqing associate him with such a figure? It was genuinely perplexing. Su Baoqing opened his mouth, about to explain, but then closed it again. Instead, he took out an item from his spatial ring that resembled a scroll. A painting? Chen Mu and Chen Juexin exchanged glances, more confused than ever. wondering what Su Baoqing was up to with his cryptic behavior. Young Master Chen, please take a look. Su Baoqing held one end of the scroll and shook it downwards, causing the scroll to unfurl. The painting depicted a figure radiating golden light from behind, looking extremely sacred, almost like a deity. But upon seeing the deity's face, Chen Juexin could no longer contain herself. She turned her head aside, covering her face with her hand, unable to stop herself from laughing, her entire being shaking with mirth. For the face was none other than Chen Mu's own. Coupled with the golden aura and his solemn expression, it was a stark contrast to Chen Mu's usual demeanor. And thus, she couldn't hold back her laughter. To her, it was simply too amusing. On Chen Mu's side, he wore a dark expression, glancing at the revealing image and then at Su Baoqing, feeling a sense of alarm. This guy, could he possibly have a penchant for men? Chen Mu had no interest in men. Su Baoqing, quick-witted, realized that Chen Mu must have misunderstood something and hurriedly explained, Young Master Chen, please do not misunderstand. This painting is called the God of Wealth, and it is quite a bestseller in the Jinling realm. The God of Wealth? A bestseller in the Jinling realm? Chen Mu could not help but associate this with the system. He asked bluntly, System, did you create this? The system replied, in response, Host. All things in this world have their causes and effects. The industries you acquired through the 10,000 continuous draws in the Jinling realm inevitably brought about a series of natural changes. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu suddenly understood. The people of the Jinling realm merely viewed him as a young man possessing immense wealth, thus venerating him as the God of Wealth. Not only did they idolize him, but they also produced items like the God of Wealth painting and statue. Even a top noble like Su Baoqing carried one with him. The God of Wealth. Chen Juexin stifled her laughter, her delicate fingers supporting her chin as she pondered. I had heard that the Jinling realm has customs of worshipping the God of Wealth for financial luck, but I never expected that the deity they worship is actually you. Little Mu. Chen Juexin's gaze suddenly fixed on Chen Mu, her disbelief evident. Though she only had a few shops in the Jinling realm and had not delved deeply into it, she had certainly heard of the customs. Chen Mu, without needing to think, realized that Chen Juexin had also been influenced by the system's rationalization. Actually, I just found out, Chen Mu replied with a wry smile. Who would have thought that being worshipped would develop into a custom? How absurd. By the way, what did you do in the Jinling realm to become the God of Wealth that everyone reveres? Chen Juexin asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxing perked up her ears, listening intently. Miss Chen, you may not know, but young Master Chen, relying solely on his extraordinary business acumen and intelligence that comes once in a century, has amassed a vast empire in the Jinling realm in just a few short years, with an astonishing scale. Su Baoqing revealed honestly. On the financial front, he is on par with our Su family. Chen Juexin's pupils dilated in shock, questioning whether she had misheard. She had heard countless tales of the Su family's incredible wealth. Wait, just a few short years? Chen Juexin suddenly realized that her younger brother had already begun planning and strategizing for the family's development long before. And he had achieved something remarkable. Little Mu, I am truly defeated by you, Chen Juexin said, raising her hand to her forehead. Her smile complex yet genuinely pleased for Chen Mu. Seeing Chen Juexin's reaction, Chen Mu hesitated about whether he should disclose the extent of his enterprises throughout Dasong to her. It was not that he intended to conceal it, but he feared it might overwhelm her. The power of this beginner's gift pack was tremendous. Not to mention, after the 10,000 continuous draws, the system would continue to operate the businesses on his behalf, fostering further expansion. As for Chen Mu, he needed only to lie back and count his money. To put it more dramatically, the system would even take care of the task of counting money for him. I never imagined that I, Su Baoqing, would one day have the honor of conversing face-to-face with the God of Wealth. Su Baoqing's eyes gleamed with admiration, despite his own formidable background. However, in comparison to the achievements of Chen Mu in the Golden Spirit realm, what significance does it hold? Su Baoqing considered himself merely fortunate to have been born into a good family, enjoying the shade of a great tree. He could not emulate Chen Mu, who single-handedly stood shoulder to shoulder with his entire clan. Having witnessed Chen Mu's lavish spending today, Su Baoqing regarded him as a future life goal. In his final moments, attaining even a fraction of Chen Mu's accomplishments would leave him utterly satisfied. Young Master Su, you jest, Chen Mu awkwardly raised his hands in front of him, feeling the excitement radiating from Su Baoqing as he drew nearer. By the way, could I trouble you, the God of Wealth, for an autograph? Su Baoqing held up a portrait of the God of Wealth. Ah, very well. Seeing Su Baoqing's earnest demeanor, Chen Mu found it difficult to refuse. Furthermore, this young man would undoubtedly become the next head of the Su family, establishing a beneficial relationship with Chen Mu. Thank you, God of Wealth. Su Baoqing's face beamed with joy. The title made Chen Mu shudder. He preferred Su Baoqing to call him Young Master or Brother Chen instead. Yes, Brother Chen. Witnessing the entire scene, Chen Juexin pondered how such a spectacle would reverberate throughout the 10 great realms in the vast Song world. The esteemed young master of the Su family, a future head, displaying such humility and reverence before his younger brother. How could this be? Although the first floor could not perceive the entirety of the heavenly box's grandeur, Lin Qianlang, situated directly across in the earth box, observed everything clearly. Grandfather, do you think such a thing is possible? Lin Qianlang inquired of the elderly man beside him. Lin Zhen remained silent. Lin Qianlang continued to express his doubts. But this is the Golden Spirit Realm, and Su Baoqing is renowned for his ability to easily dismantle a dynasty's financial system, causing devastation and ruin. Chapter 116, The Grand Finale. The Enlightenment Pill. I offer 10 trillion, and it is no rumor. After a long silence, Lin Zhen finally shook his head and began to elaborate. In the Golden Spirit Realm, there once existed the Yunlang Kingdom, one of the 3 great empires, boasting a powerful military and fertile lands. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong path and became adversaries of the Jin family. The Jin family initially sought to resolve matters quietly, but Su Baoqing could not swallow his pride. In just a few months, through various schemes, he managed to empty the treasury of the Yunlang Kingdom. With no grain or funds, the populace erupted in discontent, leading Su Baoqing to ally with the other 2 empires to annihilate Yunlang and divide its spoils. Upon hearing Lin Zhen's account, Lin Qianlang found himself even more perplexed. Then why? Why would someone of his stature show such deference to a mere young master of the heavenly origin? Did he not feel shame or loss of dignity? Lin Zhen offered no response, for he too was uncertain of the reasons behind it. Lin Qianlang wished to speak further, but was interrupted by a wave of exclamations from below. Heavens! Is this the grand treasure of today's Tianji auction? The Enlightenment Pill? I've never heard of it before. Could it be a pill above the 9th rank? Surely you jest. Isn't the 9th rank the pinnacle of alchemical achievement? A pill above the 9th rank. The 10th rank. At this revelation, both Lin Zhen and Lin Qianlang sprang to their feet in astonishment. Lin Qianlang understood the immense value of this pill, while Lin Zhen realized that if he could acquire the Enlightenment Pill and refine it, he would undoubtedly reach a higher level of cultivation. He firmly believed that the emperor was far from his limits. Returning to the heavenly box, Chen Mu found his attention unexpectedly drawn to the Enlightenment Pill. There was something familiar about the aura it emanated. System. This Enlightenment Pill is refined from hundreds of top-tier herbs, with the finest being the Superior Enlightenment Tea. Superior Enlightenment Tea? Could it be that the old emperor cultivated it and then sold it to other alchemists? Chen Mu pondered. System. To clarify, this Superior Enlightenment Tea originates from you. Originates from me? Confused, Chen Mu was suddenly brought back to reality by Chen Juexin's voice. Oh dear, how could I forget such an important matter? Sister. What did you forget? Chen Mu inquired. This is the pill that Xiao Gu asked me to give you. Chen Juexin explained as she produced a green jade vial from her spatial ring. Xiao Gu gave this. Chen Mu opened the vial with a pop and inhaled its fragrance. Indeed, it was identical to the Enlightenment Pill on the auction stage. So, this Enlightenment Pill was crafted by Xiao Gu and his wife. Exactly, Chen Juexin confirmed. This Enlightenment Pill was specially formulated for you to help you break through to a higher realm, transcending the 9th rank with its divine quality. Moreover, the few you possess are all of the Danwen rank, while the one on stage is merely of the superior grade. Xiao Gu stated that the Superior Enlightenment Pill is unworthy of you, so he entrusted me to handle it, intending to elevate the reputation of both our families. A mere Superior Enlightenment Pill, unworthy. Even Su Baoqing, who often found himself teased for his ostentation, could not help but feel that Chen Juexin and Chen Mu were indulging in excessive flaunting. Xiao Gu and his wife truly had remarkable intentions. Chen Mu gratefully accepted the Enlightenment Pill, while Lin Qianlang and Lin Zhen remained oblivious to the whole affair. Lin Zhen resolutely declared, Qianlang, do not hesitate. Even if it means exhausting the entire assets of the Tai Su sacred land, we must acquire that Enlightenment Pill. With the Enlightenment Pill in hand, Lin Zhen was confident he could forge an entirely new and more powerful Tai Su sacred land. Indeed, grandfather. Lin Qianlong's eyes sparkled with determination. He was certain that Chen Mu, having spent so many spirit stones earlier, would now be unable to contend with him, who held the power to invest the entirety of their family's assets. It was time to counterattack. Lin Qianlong's thoughts were fully perceived by Chen Mu. Though it was his elder sister's item up for auction, Chen Mu had no intention of relinquishing it to Lin Qianlang. After all, regardless of how much he spent, the proceeds would ultimately flow back to his own pockets. 100-fold return? There was no question of loss. The starting bid for the Enlightenment Pill is 100 million spirit stones. The crowd found this price reasonable, even expected, as it was a pill exceeding the highest grade, boasting astonishing quality. 150 million, 160 million, 190 million. They all wished to take a gamble. If they could obtain the enlightenment pill and present it to a certain emperor, it would surely earn them significant favor. The esteem of an emperor was worth more than any amount of spirit stones. Bang! 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Lin Qianlang slammed the table, opting for a more thrilling approach. Incrementing by mere millions was far too mundane. 550 million. Oh, noticing that someone dared to bid against him, Lin Qianlang quickly raised the price to 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Lin Zhun, witnessing this, remained silent. Rather than chastising Lin Qianlang for his extravagant spending, he commended him for his actions, understanding that such behavior made it clear that the enlightenment pill was imperative for the Tai Su sacred land. 1 billion. At this moment, after a prolonged silence, Chen Mu finally spoke up, just as everyone anticipated. Apologies, but this young master has already called out 10 billion. Lin Qianlang chuckled, believing that Chen Mu was likely out of funds. Otherwise, he would not have echoed his bid. Don't misunderstand. When I say 10 billion, I do not refer to 10 billion top-grade spirit stones, but rather 10 billion superior spirit stones. Chen Mu corrected him. The billion supreme spirit stones. Lin Qianlang felt a jolt in his heart. 100 billion superior spirit stones. Yet another 100 billion. Does this fellow truly regard money as trivial? He clenched his teeth and forcefully swallowed. Follow. Do not fear. Lin Zhun tightened his fists, his jaw clenched just as firmly. Boom. The force shattered the nearby tea table into countless fragments. Yes, grandfather. Lin Qianlang was determined. 200 billion superior spirit stones. 200 billion. My goodness. Is the Taishu sacred land planning to sell everything to acquire this elixir? Deities clash, indeed. 200 billion. It is astonishing. I am witnessing history. I must concede. The Taishu sacred land possesses remarkable audacity. Lin Qianlang smirked, a sense of pride swelling within him. So, do you dare to compete? Halfway through his words, he heard Chen Mu's languid voice, boldly declaring, 100 billion supreme spirit stones. 100 billion supreme spirit stones. 1 trillion superior spirit stones. Chapter 117. Rebate of 1 trillion spirit stones. Continued recklessness. 1 trillion? 1 trillion. Lin Qianlang repeatedly confirmed within himself that he had not misheard. Ultimately, he could not persuade himself. With a sudden motion, he grasped the collar of a person beside him, yanking them down to force an inquiry. Staring intently, he asked again, did he just say, 1 trillion superior spirit stones? Returning young master, yes, indeed. It is 1 trillion superior spirit stones without a doubt, the guard, sensing Lin Qianlang's fervor, promptly affirmed. It truly is 1 trillion superior spirit stones. After receiving confirmation, Lin Qianlang released his grip and reclined back into his seat, appearing surprisingly calm. With hope entirely extinguished, there was no longer any need for struggle. Only despair remained. 1 trillion superior spirit stones was a price far beyond what Lin Qianlang or the entire Taishu sacred land could afford. How many spirit stones does that fellow possess? Gritting his teeth, Lin Qianlong's eyes turned blood red with fury as he glared at Chen Mu. Sensing the hostility directed at him, Chen Mu smiled faintly, maintaining his politeness. Consumption of 1 trillion superior spirit stones successful. 100-fold rebate activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 trillion superior spirit stones. This enlightenment elixir, along with the rebate of 100 trillion spirit stones, Chen Mu graciously accepted. Little Mu, you truly are extravagant. Chen Juexin was undoubtedly taken aback. One could reasonably conclude that with Chen Mu's imperial status combined with his astounding financial resources, the enlightenment elixir would soon gain renown throughout the entire Datsong world. Moreover, as the alchemist Chen Shao and Sun Yu, the creators, their standing and influence within the alchemist community would likewise experience exponential growth. 1 trillion superior spirit stones. This Tianyuan young master is indeed formidable. No wonder even the Su family of the Golden Spirit Realm cannot compete. With a mere gesture, he directly spends trillions. Our Silver Moon Empire, even after hundreds of years of development, might struggle to produce such an amount. I personally believe the southern region deserves to rank among the top 10 in the world. Below the stage, voices clamored. Chen Mu paid no heed to their flattery. After acquiring the enlightenment elixir, he casually tossed it to Yi Qiqing. Here. For you. Gift of the supreme enlightenment elixir successful. 100-fold rebate activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring supreme enlightenment elixir 100. Kneeling in gratitude, Yi Qiqing held the elixir, resembling a sacred pill with golden flames swirling within, standing there as if petrified, utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that Chen Mu would gift her the elixir he purchased for 1 trillion superior spirit stones, and he displayed no concern at all. With this enlightenment elixir, Yi Qingsheng felt that in the southern region, she might contend for the title of the foremost individual beneath the two great emperors. Not to mention her feelings, Su Baoqing nearby was equally shaken. Spending 1 trillion superior spirit stones for such an elixir was beyond his means. After acquiring it for such a hefty price, bestowing it upon a guard was even more inconceivable. It was beyond difficult, no. It was unfathomable to imagine how vast Chen Mu's wealth must be to act so freely. The phrase wealthy and reckless had always been a fitting description for Su Baoqing in the Golden Spirit realm. However, after witnessing Chen Mu's audacity, Su Baoqing believed that this term truly applied to him. His own standing was far inferior. No wonder the elders at home often said, "There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Now, Su Baoqing fully comprehended. Truly, he was the only financial deity in the Golden Spirit realm. In stark contrast, the Lin family duo, Lin Qianlai, Lin Zhen, they exchanged bewildered glances, their brows knitted in confusion. Grandfather, I cannot have seen that wrong, can I? An elixir bought for trillions, and he simply gives it away? You did not missee. Although it seemed unbelievable, Lin Zhen firmly denied it. Is he deliberately targeting us? Humiliating the Taishu sacred land? Lin Qianlang pressed. Lin Zhen remained silent. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no such thoughts. He indeed felt mocked. His pride felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hand. Painful. Grandfather, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. If word gets out, we cannot afford to lose face. Lin Qianlang incited. To Lin Qianlong's words, Lin Zhen pondered. However, compared to the reputation of the Taishu sacred land, Lin Zhen was more eager to seize the chance presented by the Enlightenment elixir, which could enable a breakthrough to a higher realm. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely stated, "Have your people quietly follow them. When that girl is alone, seize the opportunity to snatch the Enlightenment elixir." Lin Zhen wished to stray from unnecessary thoughts. He merely wanted to obtain the Enlightenment elixir, successfully refine it, and achieve a breakthrough. A mere southern region, the Tianyuan sacred land. What was there to fear? Yes, grandfather. Lin Qianlang awaited Lin Zhen's words eagerly. He raised his hand, gesturing, "Young master." The guard bent down. "Take your people and hire some skilled experts. When that girl is alone, seize the Enlightenment elixir. Failure is not an option." Lin Qianlong's tone was stern. "Yes, young master." On the street. "Young master, I just remembered I left something at the auction house. I will go check." Yi Qingqing suddenly spoke. "All right, be careful on the way. Return swiftly," Chen Mu advised. Witnessing this scene, the Lin family's guard smirked coldly, not expecting an opportunity to present itself so quickly. "Follow her. Be sure not to lose track." Yes. Everyone moved in unison, surrounding her like a net, meticulously monitoring Yi Qingqing's actions. They were completely unaware that a faint smile adorned Yi Qingqing's face, hidden beneath her flowing hair. Not long after, Yi Qingqing arrived alone at a secluded area where the terrain was open and sparsely populated. "Since I am here, I might as well not hide." Yi Qingqing came to a halt, her delicate lips parting slightly. The guards donned their masks, drawing their swords from behind the wall. "Since you have long discovered us, why do you still throw yourself into the net?" "Throw myself into the net? Are you referring to yourselves?" Yi Qingqing inquired with a smile that barely concealed her disdain. Hearing this, the guards paused, then burst into laughter. "You, woman, are you out of your mind? Take a good look around you. How many of our people are here? 10 innate martial masters, 4 grandmasters, and 1 martial sage." Yi Qingqing merely glanced around and immediately recognized the cultivation levels of everyone present. Her demeanor remained unfazed. How could a martial sage be so belittled by a mere yellow-haired girl? What a humiliation. A voice rang out from thin air. The next moment, an old man appeared. With white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard, he donned a white robe. Upon closer inspection, one could see bloodstains dotting his sleeves. Boom. The white-clad elder stepped forward, exerting pressure to teach Yi Qingqing a lesson, intending to make her kneel before him and admit her mistakes. However, he was instead sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing through multiple crumbling walls. Amidst the dust, his figure was obscured, but his terrified voice could be distinctly heard. "Ah, Semi-Emperor. A Semi-Emperor level expert. Why has this happened in such a place?" Chapter 118. The 10 Sacred Body Marks Manifest. The 13th layer of Imperial Might. One need not even see him. The sheer resonance of his voice instills an impression of madness and confusion. With a single strike, he rendered a martial saint powerless, driving him to the brink of insanity. The others bore expressions of utter despair, their faces contorted in anguish, especially after being swept by that overwhelming aura. They felt as though their very souls were being forcibly wrenched from their bodies. The semi-imperial realm. Undoubtedly, it was the semi-imperial realm. The guards could scarcely believe that Yi Qingcheng, a seemingly harmless girl with golden hair, was actually a formidable semi-imperial power. Yet, upon reflection, how could a woman who remained by the side of an emperor be anything but extraordinary? They had mistakenly perceived her as a mere ornament due to her enchanting beauty. A grave error indeed. So, how shall you meet your demise? Yi Qingcheng wore a smile, yet it sent shivers of dread through all present, as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. You cannot kill us. We are from the Tai Su sacred land. A blade manifested from thin air. With a sweeping arc, it thundered forth. Sword energy surged outward for hundreds of meters. More than a dozen were cleaved in twain, blood erupting violently. Yi Qingcheng sheathed her sword and departed, soon reuniting with Chen Mu and Chen Juexin, who were enjoying tea in a tea house. All taken care of, Chen Mu poured a cup of hot tea for Yi Qingcheng, presenting it before her. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingcheng accepted it with both hands, replying, yes, all resolved. They were from the Tai Su sacred land. It seems that old fellow is quite eager to obtain the enlightenment pill. Chen Mu easily deduced Lin Zhen's intentions. It is truly despicable for a revered sacred land to engage in such underhanded dealings. Chen Juexin exclaimed indignantly. Were it anyone else, even a celestial or semi-imperial, she could hire a group to teach them a lesson. However, facing an emperor, no matter the cost or the number of hired hands, to Chen Juexin, it would merely be a futile sacrifice. Convincing an emperor to act as an enforcer is no simple task. Even with sufficient leverage, they may still refuse out of pride. How could the emperor of a great realm allow themselves to be used as a pawn? Chen Mu, what shall we do next? Chen Juexin inquired about Chen Mu's thoughts. First, we eliminate a group as a lesson. Then, we entangle them and wipe them out. Chen Mu's response was straightforward and brutal. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Honestly, Chen Juexin was reluctant to let Chen Mu take that risk. 100% certainty. Chen Mu replied with a confident smile. Meanwhile, regarding the complete annihilation of the guards, Lin Qianlang and his grandfather, Lin Zhen, had learned of the situation through the shattering of their command tokens. Grandfather, all those we sent out are dead. What shall we do next? They had previously encountered my people, and it is possible they will seize the opportunity to strike first. Lin Qianlang subtly urged Lin Zhen to take action. After much hesitation, Lin Zhen ultimately decided to move. They could not afford to be passive. Even when facing an emperor who was a millennium weaker, we will suppress them without mercy. At all costs, we must obtain the enlightenment pill. Upon opening the door, Lin Zhen and Lin Qianlang were taken aback by the scene before them. The corridor they expected to see had transformed into a realm of chaos and darkness. Grandfather, what is happening? Lin Qianlang asked in terror, facing the unknown. An interdimensional space. Lin Zhen recognized that someone had altered the space connected to this door. Altered space. Each word from Lin Zhen resonated deeply with Lin Qianlang's heart. Who possesses such incredible power? Lin Zhen's expression remained cold. You ask me? I wish to know as well. For now, it is safer to remain in the room. Assist me in finding a way to break this. Lin Zhen said as he closed the door. Understood. Lin Qianlang nodded firmly. But in an instant, strange noises emanated from above. Looking up, they saw the walls of the room begin to twist and crack, sending dust cascading down. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Zhen quickly erected a barrier, enveloping himself in Lin Qianlang, who was curled up on the ground like a worm. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the room collapsed. When the dust settled, they found themselves in a chaotic space. Not just the door, but the entire room had been relocated. Gulp. Lin Zhen swallowed hard as events spiraled beyond his control. Grandfather, what should we do? What can we do? We won't perish here, will we? Lin Qianlang was increasingly agitated. Calm down. What kind of demeanor is this? Lin Zhen shouted. Only then did Lin Qianlang settle down somewhat. Elder, could you please show yourself? Lin Zhen inquired. At that moment, a portal opened, and Chen Mu, Chen Juexin, and Yi Qingcheng emerged. So it was you behind this. Upon seeing Chen Mu's face, Lin Qianlang's fury ignited anew. However, before he could act, 5 iron chains shot out from the air, wrapping around Lin Qianlang's limbs and neck like constricting serpents. Grandfather, help! Help me! Lin Qianlang's eyes bulged, struggling for breath. You scoundrel! Release my grandson. Lin Zhen, fiercely protective, lunged at Chen Mu with a fist imbued with immense power. Even with the space sacred body, a millennium of cultivation could not be so easily subdued. The space sacred body. Lin Qianlang did not expect that Chen Mu had not only broken through to the emperor level at such a young age, but also awakened the second-ranked sacred body. But what if he added these? As Chen Mu's voice fell, myriad sacred body marks manifested. The spaced sacred body mark appeared. The 5 elements sacred body mark appeared. The starry sky sacred body mark appeared. The fiery sky sacred body mark appeared. The top 10 sacred body marks shone behind Chen Mu like a divine halo, each one radiantly brilliant. How is this possible? You have awakened all 10 of the top-ranked sacred bodies? Lin Jun halted in disbelief. A wave of helplessness washed over him. For one person to awaken 2 sacred bodies is already a rarity in the vast world, let alone 10. Moreover, these 10 sacred bodies are universally recognized as the most powerful. Lin Jun could hardly believe it. Even witnessing it firsthand, he was reluctant to accept. It's fake. It must be fake. He rapidly shook his head, denying the illusion. Everything is an illusion. Do not let your eyes be deceived. Observing Lin Jun's self-deceptive behavior, Chen Mu sighed and offered a sympathetic smile. Without further ado, the 13th layer, under the enhancement of the breathing cultivation function, exuded an imperial might that approached that of a 14th layer emperor. The 13th layer of imperial might was so formidable that it manifested visibly at his feet in the form of intricate formations, shimmering with golden light and spanning 100 meters. Chapter 119, Infinite Summoning, Emperor-Level Undead. The Emperor, the manifestation of imperial might. Lin Jun was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. His mouth gaped, as if it could accommodate an entire fist. To possess the top 10 sacred bodies of the past, and to be able to manifest imperial might. Chen Mu's power evidently transcended Lin Jun's understanding of strength. He even felt that the term strong was inadequate to describe someone of Chen Mu's caliber. It was more fitting to reserve that word for the truly supreme. Thud. When Lin Jun regained his senses, he suddenly realized he had inexplicably knelt upon the ground. To summon imperial might and resist? It was impossible. He had no means. Lin Jun's imperial might, faced with Chen Mu's 13th layer of manifested power, was akin to a minor official encountering the reigning sovereign. Merely a breath or a flicker of displeasure would send him into a state of terror. This imperial might, by Lin Jun's own assessment, it was at least 10 times more powerful than his own. This ring seemed to symbolize a layer of the emperor's realm. There appeared to be a total of 13 rings. Chen Juexin attempted to discern the underlying principles. Hearing her words, Chen Mu smiled and explained, indeed. 1 ring signifies 1 layer of the emperor realm, while 13 rings imply that I possess 13 layers of the emperor realm. 13 layers of the emperor realm. Upon hearing this, both Chen Juexin and Yi Qingsheng leaned back in shock, their lips parting as they drew a deep breath, overwhelmed by the astonishment that penetrated to their very core. Chen Juexin could already envision the reaction of her father, Chen Tianlin, upon learning this news. He would likely relinquish his position as the lord of the sacred land and retreat into seclusion, plunging into a frenzied period of isolation. After all, with the longevity elixir as a safeguard, he could afford to meditate for a millennium. 1 ring represents 1 layer of the emperor realm, Lin Jun murmured, repeatedly confirming the count of the golden rings. 13 layers. A full 13 layers. Indeed, beyond the emperor realm, higher domains truly existed. Lin Jun's expression was a complex blend of a smile and intense despair. The joy of uncovering the world's truth mingled with the fear of confronting such an unparalleled powerhouse, both sentiments swirling within him. Similarly, Lin Qianlang, who experienced everything firsthand, was left with an unending despair, unable to fathom that such a being existed in the world. He realized that awakening destined one to the path of dominance and supremacy. Chen Mu not only possessed this, but had 10 of such sacred bodies, all ranked among the top 10 on the physique list. What was more, he was of similar age to Lin Qianlang, and had ascended to the emperor realm early, boasting 13 layers of emperor realm strength. 1 layer of the emperor realm was already terrifying beyond measure, possessing 13 layers. Lin Qianlong's mind could not even begin to grasp the implications of 13 layers of the emperor realm, far surpassing his understanding. However, one thing was certain. The Taisu sacred land had unwittingly provoked a figure they should never have trifled with. Lin Qianlong's heart was filled with regret, wishing fervently for a remedy for his misdeeds. I was wrong. I am guilty. I am willing to serve you for eternity. Just ask for your mercy and spare me. Spare the Taisu sacred land. Lin Jun knelt on the ground, earnestly pleading for forgiveness. In his current state, he could easily annihilate the Taisu sacred land with his 1,000-year emperor strength. If he felt this way, how much more so would Chen Mu? Possessing 13 layers of the emperor realm, Lin Jun did not wish to die, nor did he want to witness the destruction of the Taisu sacred land that he had painstakingly built. Faced with Lin Jun's proposal, Chen Mu crossed his arms and alternated between looking up and down, lost in thought. While it would be advantageous to accept a powerful emperor, Lin Jun was not someone Chen Mu found likable, and he could not guarantee that he would not turn against him in the future. Human nature was something Chen Mu did not wish to test. Why go through such trouble? The system is attempting to upgrade. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Mu understood there was no need for distress. The system had already found the optimal solution for him. Attempting upgrade, 18th time, failed. Attempting upgrade, 25th time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The undead summoning module has been bound. New function activated. Undead summoning. The phrase undead summoning was easily comprehensible to Chen Mu. Just to be certain, he inwardly confirmed with the system. This undead summoning function means that after his death, I can summon his soul for my use, correct? System, yes. The system will perfectly preserve the summoned entity's strength from their living days, eliminate their independent thoughts, ensuring a loyalty of 100%. They will never betray you. And even if you command them to die, they will do so without hesitation, choosing to dissipate their soul as their final fate. This arrangement was splendid. Chen Mu was quite satisfied, a smile gracing his face. Just as Lin Jin began to relax, Chen Mu raised his hand, causing his entire corporeal form to disintegrate like dust, vanishing completely, leaving only his astonished expression behind. Grandfather. Startled, Lin Xianlang, still bound by heavy iron chains, lost control and urinated himself. He could never have imagined that the indomitable Elder H, seeing Chen Mu's demeanor, utterly at ease and seemingly unconcerned about the annihilation of the Holy Son of the Annihilation Sacred Land and the matter with the Emperor. He even had the leisure to ponder what to eat. Qin Juexin was profoundly intrigued. How many emperors and powerful beings had he slain in secrecy to achieve such nonchalance? Moreover, the Taishu Sacred Land was no weakling. But upon further reflection, beneath the 13th tier of the Emperor realm, what was there to fear from the Taishu Sacred Land? With a gentle shake of his head, dispelling the extraneous thoughts from his mind, Qin Juexin smiled brightly and said, "Follow me. Today, I shall take you to savor the diverse culinary delights of this vast world." At the same time, within the Taishu Sacred Land in the Dao Ruins realm, in the Grand Hall, there was uncertainty about whether the old Holy Master would find treasures capable of propelling him to a higher realm at the Tianji auction. It was hoped that he would succeed, if the old Holy Master could indeed transcend to a level above the Emperor. The Taishu Sacred Land would no longer be confined to this small patch of territory. Indeed. Sooner or later, the entire vast world shall belong to our Taishu Sacred Land. Several elders were cheerfully discussing the future. Yet at that moment, a disciple's frantic cries erupted from outside the door. "No, this is bad. Elders, something terrible has happened." He stumbled across the threshold, nearly falling. "What has occurred? Calm yourself. This is no way to behave." An elder reprimanded. The second elder raised a hand, interrupting the first. He scrutinized the disciple, confirming, "You are the guardian disciple of the Soul Tablet Pavilion?" "Yes, indeed," the disciple replied, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. "What has happened at the Soul Tablet Pavilion?" The second elder felt an unsettling tension. Moments ago, several elders discovered something while examining the soul tablets they found. The disciple hesitated, fear gripping him. "Speak. Do not dawdle," the irritable elder shouted, his temper flaring at the disciple's indecisiveness. The second elder shot him a glare and then turned to the disciple with a gentler tone. "Do not be anxious. Take your time." Earlier, while the elders were inspecting the soul tablets, they discovered that the soul lamps of the Holy Son and the old Holy Master have extinguished. The disciple summoned his courage to say, "What? Do not spout nonsense. The Holy Son and the old Holy Master were perfectly fine. How could their soul lamps extinguish?" The irate elder roared. The disciple, terrified, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Elder, spare my life. Please, spare me." "Enough. You may leave," the second elder interjected, gesturing for the disciple to go. "Yes." The disciple, as if greased, hurriedly fled the grand hall. "Why did you let him go? Why not clarify the situation?" The irritable elder questioned the second elder. The second elder replied, "Soul lamps are far less prone to error than soul tablets. Moreover, this mere guardian disciple would not risk fabricating such a claim to deceive us." While that was true, the old Holy Master was a millennium-old emperor of tremendous strength. How could he have perished? The irritable elder remained skeptical. Perhaps the old Holy Master and the Holy Son encountered some trouble at the Tianji auction, resulting in a misjudgment of the soul lamps? Even if the soul lamps were mistaken, how could it coincide that both of their lamps extinguished? The second elder's words left the irritable elder speechless. What shall we do next? Notify the Holy Master, prepare the troops, and proceed to the Tianji auction. We must see them alive or dead. Good. Before long, a fleet of flying vessels ascended into the sky, carrying over 10,000 elite disciples of the Taishu Sacred Land, including Holy Master Linen and various elders from the inner courts. Linen stood at the bow of the ship, his heart heavy with trepidation. dreading the day when he would lose both father and son. Although he had anticipated that Lin Qianlong's temperament, along with Lin Zhen's indulgence, would lead to trouble eventually, he never imagined it would come so swiftly. Master, the second elder emerged from the cabin, approaching Lin An. Let us speak plainly. Upon receiving Lin An's consent, the second elder wasted no time and asked directly, Holy Master, if the old Holy Master and Holy Son have indeed fallen victim to treachery, how should our Taishu sacred land respond? Should we fight to the death or seek reconciliation? Lin An, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and queried, if even the old man cannot contend with such an opponent, how can we? We cannot, but we might leverage the strength of others, the second elder hinted. Are you suggesting the emperor of the Xian realm, Lu Xiangtian? Lin An inquired, making the connection. Precisely. The second elder nodded emphatically. He still owes you a life-saving favor. If we call upon him, together with these 10,000 elite disciples, we may stand a chance. Chapter 121. Alliances with the Emperor? Shadow's approach upon hearing the second elder's words, Lin An pondered deeply before ultimately agreeing to the proposal. Beyond this, he could not conceive of a more suitable course of action. Faced with an enemy that even Lin Zhen, as an emperor, could not handle, how could they? A mere rabble, hope to prevail? Compared to an emperor, they were indeed a disorganized mass. Holding on to a debt of gratitude would only diminish its worth. In Lin An's eyes, this was an excellent opportunity. It would allow Lu Xiangtian to repay his life-saving favor while restoring their dignity, demonstrating to the world that the strength of the Taishu sacred land was not solely reliant on Lin Zhen. Those who aspire to profit must first assess their own worthiness. Learning that the emperor of the Xian realm, Lu Xiangtian, would be involved in this matter brought a measure of calm to the anxious hearts of the Taishu sacred land disciples. They felt a sense of security. To vanquish an emperor, one must be an emperor. Without an emperor of equal standing intervening, their confidence would be lacking. With the aid of the flying vessels, the group swiftly arrived at the Xian realm for the Tianji auction. The vessels anchored at the fringe, ever prepared to act to avoid alarming the guests attending the auction and to prevent unnecessary panic. After all, they were not on their home turf. Their methods had to be far more cautious and considerate than usual. You few, accompany me to meet Emperor Lu. I can sense he is within this city. Lin An instructed several elders. Yes, Holy Master. The elders obediently followed Lin An down from the flying vessel, entering the bustling city designed specifically for the Tianji auction. At that moment, on the third floor of a private box, Chen Juexin, dining with Chen Mu and Yi Qiqing, inadvertently noticed Lin An and his entourage. Young Master. They have clearly realized that the two have perished at the Tianji auction, Yi Qiqing asserted. They are not the only ones. 3 large flying vessels are stationed outside, housing over 10,000 people, the weakest among them possessing the strength of the 6th tier of the martial master realm, Chen Mu observed, his consciousness having been fully extended since entering the region. Not a single soul, even as small as a flea, could evade his scrutiny. Young Master, what shall we do next? Should we confront them, or retreat? Yi Qiqing refrained from using the word escape. For the Taishu sacred land had yet to grow formidable enough to instill fear in Chen Mu, prompting him to flee. It was merely the nuisance of their presence that deterred him from engagement. Though weak, flies buzzing incessantly by one's ear can be bothersome. Let us observe the unfolding events. Come, let us enjoy the feast. In this world, only the delights of cuisine should never be forsaken. Chen Mu served delectable duck meat to both Yi Qiqing and Chen Juexin. He could not deny that Chen Juexin had an excellent eye for quality. This establishment truly pleased him. Thank you, young master. Thank you, brother. Yi Qiqing and Chen Juexin exchanged glances, and since Chen Mu had spoken, they decided not to linger on the matter further, choosing instead to observe the developments as he suggested. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow detached itself from Chen Mu's form, swiftly descending the stairs. Moving between figures at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the shadow belonged to none other than Lin Zhen. Summoned by Chen Mu's necromantic call, sent to scout the situation ahead. Prepare thoroughly. The pavilion in the lake, the sacred land of Taishu, Lin An, pays homage to the great Emperor Lu. Lin An bows respectfully, granting Lu Xiangtian due respect. Under normal circumstances, with Lin Zhen's backing, Lin An would not exhibit such deference. As the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must lower their head. The elders behind him follow suit, mimicking his behavior. Ah, Brother Lin. There's no need for such formality. Lu Xiangtian quickly steps forward to assist Lin An. Come, have a seat. He gestures invitingly. Thank you, great Emperor Lu. Lin An smiles faintly and takes a seat on the stone bench. Lu Xiangtian follows suit and asks directly, Brother Lin, as the master of the sacred land of Taishu, you manage countless affairs. What brings you to my Xian realm? In response to the great emperor, are you aware that my father, Lin Zhen, and my son, Lin Qianlang, have also come to the Tianji auction? Lin encounters. I know, Not only am I aware, but I have also encountered them. Lu Xiangtian recalls the earlier confrontation at the box entrance involving Chen Mu and Lin Chen, which he had to intervene to prevent the entire city from being razed and the auction from being abruptly halted. Lin hesitates, then gently waves his hand. A spatial ring glimmers, and two treasures emerge, resting upon the stone table before them. Soul lamps? Lu Xiangtian wonders, perplexed by Lin's intentions. Why show me these? And why are there two extinguished soul lamps? Suddenly, Lu Xiangtian realizes you cannot mean to say that one soul lamp belongs to your father, Lin Jin, and the other to your son, Lin Qianlang? Indeed, Lin affirms with a nod. They are dead? Lu Xiangtian repeatedly verifies. Yes, and they perished in the Xian realm. At the Tianji auction, Lin's message is clear. My kin have died on your territory, and as the sovereign of this realm, you cannot simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. It would be unreasonable to remain indifferent. Lu Xiangtian, being astute, comprehends Lin's implication. He immediately responds, rest assured, since this occurrence transpired in my Xian realm, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, internally, Lu Xiangtian's thoughts are troubled. The only beings capable of slaying an emperor are other emperor-level beings. How could two emperors clash, or even one perish, without him sensing a single disturbance? It is perplexing. The one who killed my father and son is likely also an emperor or a master of poison. To minimize the impact, I am willing to lead 10,000 elite disciples from the sacred land of Taishu to join forces with you, Great Emperor Lu, in pursuing this vile criminal. It is essential to demonstrate the relationship between the sacred land of Taishu and Lu Xiangtian to the outside world. A united front is imperative, even if, in reality, the sacred land may not contribute at all. Nonetheless, this pretense is necessary. All right, no problem. Lu Xiangtian nods in agreement. The mention of a master of poison indeed piques his interest. If such an individual exists, they could potentially employ a toxin more potent than that of a citywide massacre, striking silently and lethally. It is akin to a skilled swordsman acquiring an extraordinary blade. All matters and adversaries would be effortlessly resolved, yielding great results with minimal effort. Who goes there? Lu Xiangtian's expression suddenly shifts, and he stands in alarm. Lin and his companions adopt vigilant stances, drawing their swords. Yet, upon witnessing the shadow slowly emerging from the ground's black void, their eyes widen in astonishment. Father, Old Master. Chapter 122, The Emperor's Experience Package Rebate. Mass production of emperors? Although in a shadowy form, Lin and the elders of the sacred land of Taishu are certain that this figure is none other than Lin Zhan, their patriarch and the Old Master. Regardless of the aura or the overwhelming pressure, they are unmistakably the same. Once Lin Zhan's identity is confirmed, Lu Xiangtian resumes his seat, relaxing his previously clenched fists. He is somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated that Lin Zhan, or rather, the sacred land of Taishu, possessed such a secret technique. Although he cannot perceive Lin Zhan's physical form, his strength remains undiminished. Could it be that the reason Lin Zhan's soul lamp shattered was that he discovered a new method to enhance his power, abandoning his physical body, ascending as a spirit? If this is the case, it would elucidate why the soul lamps extinguished and why he sensed no disturbances while two emperor-level beings battled within the city. It all makes perfect sense. Lu Xiangtian cannot help but feel intrigued. The notion of transcending the physical body and achieving spiritual ascension aligns with the methods he has long contemplated for enhancing power beyond that of an emperor. Father, you are here, but where is Qianling? Soon, Lin perceives something amiss. While Lin Zhan's ability to transcend the physical body may explain his state, how can Lin Qianling achieve such a feat? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangtian immediately closes his eyes, extending his consciousness to envelop the entire city. However, upon releasing it, he is met with a profound sense of dread, for he senses a pair of colossal eyes looming above him, a pair of golden divine eyes that transcend his own, commanding obedience. Wait, you say Qianling is dead, and you have pledged allegiance to him? Henceforth, the entire sacred land of Taishu must submit to him? Lin, incredulous, questions the words transmitted into his mind by his father. In truth, the system is silently working to expand Chen Mu's influence and status. Father, you must be jesting. Who possesses such extraordinary power to compel the sacred land of Taishu? And you, to bow before him? Lin has reason to suspect that his father, in his eagerness to break through, has succumbed to madness, leading him to hallucinate and speak nonsense. The sacred land of Taishu must submit. This phrase is imprinted in Lin's mind. As he contemplates further, the words in his consciousness shift again. Otherwise, die. After a brief silence, Lin sighs and turns to face Lu Xiangtian, respectfully requesting, Great Emperor Lu, I believe my father has likely fallen into madness due to his training. Please, I implore you to assist him. Such a great favor will be etched in the hearts of the sacred land of Taishu forever. Certainly, Lu Xiangtian agrees, recognizing that Lin Zhen's condition is indeed troubling. He is willing to assist him in overcoming his inner demons, while simultaneously repaying Lin Zhen's past life-saving grace. Raising his hand, he reveals a vibrant, verdant aura swirling in his palm. Approaching it brings a sense of rejuvenation, akin to basking in a spring breeze. Once the energy has coalesced sufficiently, Lu Xiangtian thrusts his palm forward, aiming to infuse it into Lin Zhen's chest. However, Lin Zhen resists vehemently, arms outstretched, his lips tearing open as he roars like a demon. Boom! The dark spiritual energy bursts forth like a thick fog, shattering and consuming Lu Xiangtian's energy orb. Lin Zhen's consciousness is severely corroded. Lu Xiangtian's expression grows more serious. With a thud, he slams his hand on the table, leaping to stand before Lin Zhen. In a flash, he utilizes his fingers, imbued with emerald energy, to tap on Lin Zhen's acupoints, attempting to clear his meridians and dispel the demonic energy. Little did he know, all efforts are in vain, for Lin Zhen has not succumbed to madness. He has merely been summoned as a spectral puppet by Chen Mu. Strange. Why is this ineffective? Lu Xiangtian furrows his brow in confusion. Great Emperor, is it true that my father will forever be lost in this madness? Lin inquires, his brow knitted. There is still one method, though it is quite perilous and requires your consent. Please, speak, Great Emperor. I will use all my strength to awaken him. Lu Xiangtian states candidly. Agreed. Please, Great Emperor, proceed. Lin readily consents, for there is no better option available. The system remarks, truly obstinate. As the system indicated. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has received a 1 Emperor Experience Pack. It prompted. Does the host allow the system to use the Emperor Experience Pack on the undead Lin Zhen? In the tavern, Chen Mu was distracted, simultaneously dining while observing the system panel displaying the affairs between Lu Xiangtian, Lin Zhen, and Lin. Curiously, upon seeing the system's prompt, he pondered, if I agree, would this be considered a form of gifting? Would I receive a rebate? If not, Chen Mu felt it might be better to first grant it to Chen Juexin, allowing her to become an emperor and earn 100 Emperor Experience Packs before letting the system use them on the undead. The system replied to the host. It certainly counts, and a 100-fold rebate will be triggered. Is that so? Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Go ahead and use it. Using the Emperor Experience Pack on the undead Lin Zhen. Usage successful. The undead Lin Zhen's cultivation level has been elevated from Emperor Level 1 to Emperor Level 2. Gift of the Emperor Experience Pack successful. A 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 Emperor Experience Packs. Upon seeing this rebate notification, a smile crept across Chen Mu's lips. Unable to contain his delight. This meant he could now fully realize the potential for mass production of emperors. Indeed, mass production of emperors, coupled with the unlimited 100-fold rebate. Once this process was initiated, the momentum would only grow. It was not merely about everyone in the celestial origin sacred land becoming emperors. Even the entire Great Cang World could achieve that without any difficulty. It was merely a matter of time. Returning his gaze to Lu Xiangtian. After receiving Lin An's consent, Lu Xiangtian flexed his arms and neck, cracking his joints in preparation for a fierce battle. Smiling, he said, Emperor Lin, I must apologize in advance. He quickly formed a barrier with spiritual energy to prevent the aftermath of the clash between the two emperors from devastating the entire city. Then, exuding imperial might along with powerful spiritual energy, Lu Xiangtian dashed toward Lin Zhen. With a punch that resembled a shooting star, he aimed straight for Lin Zhen's face. Confident that this strike might just awaken Lin Zhen completely. Simple and brutal. However, unexpectedly, Lin Zhen raised his hand and easily enveloped Lu Xiangtian's punch with his fingers, rendering it immovable. Such strength. Lu Xiangtian was taken aback. But what astonished him even more was what came next. Lin Zhen unleashed an overwhelming killing intent that engulfed Lu Xiangtian like a tidal wave. The imperial might manifested beneath his feet, revealing 2 golden rings. Chapter 123. With a wave of the hand. Another emperor is slain. Was that imperial might? As mysterious totems and the 2 golden rings unfurled beneath Lin Zhen, Lu Xiangtian retreated a few steps, but found himself unable to escape the area of effect. At that moment, Lin Zhen slowly raised his right arm, fingers splayed, and gently waved downward. Boom. In the next instant, Lu Xiangtian found himself bending his knees uncontrollably, as an invisible force pressed down upon him. He knelt on the ground, rooted in place, unable to withdraw. Crack, crack. His hands could barely support him and were cruelly broken. The sound of bones fracturing was crisp. He collapsed entirely, prostrating himself on the ground. Where was the aura of an emperor? All that remained was humiliation and disgrace. How could this be happening? Lu Xiangtian struggled to lift his head and meet Lin Zhan's gaze, but found it impossible. It felt as if a foot was pressing down on his head, weighing billions of pounds. The only thing Lu Xiangtian could comprehend was that Lin Zhan was immensely powerful, several times stronger than himself. Logically, as fellow emperors, they should have been evenly matched, yet the reality was he had no power to retaliate. Lin Yin and the others watched this scene unfold, their minds in a state of complete shock. They stood frozen, as if petrified, questioning their very existence. They repeatedly wondered, "Old man, is he really that strong?" At least, in their memories, he certainly wasn't. They were well aware of Lu Xiangtian's strength. In terms of martial arts, he even surpassed Lin Zhan. Yet now, facing Lin Zhan, he knelt at the mere flick of a finger. Was it all an act? Lin doubted that Lu Xiangtian had any reason to stage such a poor performance, especially not at the cost of breaking both arms. What was he trying to achieve? Could it be that the old man had been hiding his true strength all along? Even if he had just discovered a breakthrough method, it was implausible for him to instantly become powerful enough to crush an emperor of the same level. Was it? It was utterly bewildering. They could not fathom what kind of horrific fate would await them if such pressure were to fall upon their heads. At the very least, they would likely be reduced to a pulp. They marveled at the terrifying nature of the emperor's battle. I concede. Please, spare me. Grant me a path to survive." Using every ounce of strength, Lu Xiangtian could not withstand even a fraction of Lin Zhan's power and promptly surrendered. His life philosophy emphasized knowing when to yield. He believed in preserving the Green Mountains, for then one would not worry about firewood. He planned to slowly accumulate strength and, when he became powerful, repay today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Deep down, Lu Xiangtian did not believe Lin Zhan would truly kill him. After all, this was the Xian realm, his territory. If Lin Zhan were to act so recklessly, various factions would surely intervene. Lu Xiangtian was confident that if Lin Zhan merely weighed the pros and cons, he would choose to reconcile with him. That was the wise choice. Boom. However, Lin Zhan did not relent. Instead, he intensified the pressure. Lu Xiangtian sank further, resembling a firecracker, his body crackling and popping incessantly. "Lin Zhan, you cannot kill me. The cost of killing me, the consequences, you and the entire Tai Su sacred land cannot bear." Lu Xiangtian stammered, struggling to speak. "Father, please stop." Lin Yin quickly interjected, attempting to awaken Lu Xiangtian's consciousness. "You need not waste your breath. He cannot hear you." Chen Mu's voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to see a portal opening. "It's you." Lu Xiangtian instantly recognized Chen Mu. How could the young emperor be forgotten? Suddenly, Lu Xiangtian seemed to realize something. Could it be that you are the one orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? Orchestrating all of this? Lin Yin and several elders exchanged glances, surprised by Lu Xiangtian's accusation. They scrutinized Chen Mu, unable to comprehend why Lu Xiangtian would say such a thing. How could a mere child possess the capability to scheme against an emperor? Chen Mu remained silent, while Lu Xiangtian continued, "Quickly, make him stop. You wouldn't want to go against the entire Xian realm." Chen Mu raised his hand and lightly waved. Swish. In the split second before Lu Xiangtian could finish his sentence, he was transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely. Lin Yin, the elders, and Qin Juexin, who was observing from behind the peering sky mirror, were all struck with shock. Although this was not their first time witnessing Chen Mu erase a powerful emperor with a mere gesture, the impact on their hearts was no less profound. "Young master. So formidable. Unnaturally strong." This exclamation involuntarily escaped Yi Qingqing's lips. "Indeed, my brother is truly extraordinary." Qin Juexin wholeheartedly agreed. An emperor, the supreme existence of a realm, was reduced to nothing before him with just a flick of his finger. And this wasn't the first time. Qin Juexin could not fathom what level of cultivation others would need to reach to contend with her brother, or even to be worthy of competing on the same stage. It was a height she could not even envision, no matter how hard she looked up. "How tedious," Chen Mu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Had Lu Xiangtian maintained a more favorable attitude, Chen Mu might have considered sparing him, allowing them to become friends. Yet, he had overestimated his own strength, refusing to bow, even threatening Chen Mu with the entirety of the Xian realm. For someone like that, combined with Chen Mu's understanding of Lu Xiangtian's character through his personal panel. Indeed, it was far more efficient to eliminate him outright, ensuring a definitive conclusion. Chen Mu was indifferent to this. Seizing the moment, he summoned the dead. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new undead. Level, Emperor Realm. Another puppet of the Emperor Realm was obtained, bringing immense delight to Chen Mu, both physically and mentally. Most importantly, he could utilize this puppet to secretly control the entire Xian realm and Dao Ruin's realm. He would then have Chen Juexin and Chen Tianlin devise ways to infiltrate and manipulate the people of Tianyuan's sacred land, seizing various powers, until the entire Xian realm and Dao Ruin's realm transformed entirely into the backyard of Tianyuan's sacred land. It was not that Chen Mu was overly confident. Such tasks were indeed not difficult for the elites of Tianyuan's sacred land, especially for Chen Juexin. As long as she secured a martial advantage, she could freely display her capabilities and expand the commercial landscape. In contrast, Lin abruptly shook his head to regain focus. He stepped forward, intending to discuss matters concerning the Dao Ruin's realm, Tai Su's sacred land, and Lin Jun. However, as he advanced, before he could set foot down, a black mist swirled around him. A towering shadow loomed before him. Slowly lifting his gaze, the fiery red glow in the figure's eyes made Lin involuntarily swallow hard. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Chapter 124. The Submission of Tai Su's Sacred Land. Chen Juexin becomes an emperor. Wait, that face. Lu Xiangtian. The person who had disintegrated before him was now standing vividly in another form. Terrified, Lin stumbled back several steps, ultimately landing heavily on the ground, causing quite a commotion. Lu Xiangtian, you were supposed to be dead. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Lu Xiangtian in sheer terror. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed tightly, as if recalling something. He glanced at Lu Xiangtian, then at the silent Lin Jun standing beside Chen Mu. They were identical. If there was no connection between them, Lin absolutely would not believe it. There was a problem, a significant problem. Could it be that my father has also been transformed into such a creature, neither human nor ghost? Lin understood well that dwelling on such thoughts would never lead to a resolution. His gaze shifted to Chen Mu, attempting to glean the truth from him. Indeed, he intended to take action against me, to seize my elixirs, but I turned the tables and summoned his soul to refine it into a puppet, Chen Mu elucidated. Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat? Lin's worldview was forcibly overturned. Is the evidence not right before your eyes? Or do you believe that everything you see is merely an illusion? Chen Mu's words left Lin speechless. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Whether your Tai Su's sacred land remains or perishes depends entirely on whether your forthcoming words can satisfy me. Chen Mu went straight to the point, feeling no need to waste time. Rising to his feet, Lin placed his hands on the ground, lowering his head until it touched the floor. Lin, the 97th generation Lord of Tai Su's sacred land, is willing to lead the entire Tai Su's sacred land in allegiance to you. Seeing Lin's obsequious demeanor, Chen Mu was quite pleased. He then turned to the elders present. Before his gaze could sweep over the crowd, they began to kneel one after another. Tai Su's sacred land is willing to offer its loyalty, serving you for eternity, toiling and sacrificing, until death. They expressed their unwavering loyalty in every way conceivable. Even without Chen Mu present, the two Emperor Realm undead beside him made it abundantly clear that they had no bargaining power. The only choices laid before them were submission or death. No one wished for death, thus they could only acquiesce. Excellent. Chen Mu signaled to Lin Jun. You shall remain in Tai Su's sacred land from now on, to suppress all who defy me. Lin Jun knelt on one knee, acknowledging the command. Other system functions have a one-click automatic feature, and the undead summoning would be no different. Arranging Lin Jun, the system would handle the subsequent matters. Minor details were determined by the system, while major life and death issues would be reported to Chen Mu for his decision. Thank you, Emperor. Lin, leading the others, expressed their gratitude. Soon after, Lin Jun descended into the shadow world, merging into a shadow with Lin An's. Under Chen Mu's directive, Lin departed with the elders, embarking on the journey back to Tai Su's sacred land. Xiao Mu, you truly are impressive. Hearing Chen Juexin's voice, Chen Mu turned to face the teleportation portal. If possible, I would rather not engage in such matters. It feels exhausting. He pressed his right hand against his left shoulder, stretching his left arm. Then he proposed. How about next time, I let you handle it? No, my realm is too low to control those people. Chen Juexin raised her hand to block him. She was well aware of her own limitations. While she might excel in commerce, when it came to cultivation, she could only be considered a relatively talented genius. Incomparable to Chen Mu, a prodigy among prodigies. Ironically, even her most proud business acumen had been ruthlessly overshadowed by Chen Mu. It's merely a matter of realm. It's simple. In a flash, Chen Mu appeared before Chen Juexin. Xiao Mu, what do you intend to do? Chen Juexin asked nervously as she saw him raise his hand. I will pass on my knowledge, allowing you to also break through to the Emperor realm. Chen Mu said nonchalantly. This nonchalant attitude led one to believe he was merely discussing a breakthrough to a martial apprentice or warrior, rather than the Emperor realm. Pass on knowledge? Chen Juexin had no time to ponder. Chen Mu had already assumed a pose, pointing his finger at her forehead. Simultaneously, he opened the system panel. Selecting the Emperor Experience package. Do you wish to use the Emperor Experience package on the target, Chen Juexin? Yes. Using. Emperor Experience package successfully used. Xiao Mu, what is this? Chen Juexin's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to conceal her surprise. I feel an immense force continuously pouring into my body. Grandmaster. Martial Saint. Human Immortal. Emperor. What took others thousands or even tens of thousands of years, for Chen Juexin, was merely a few breaths. Thunder? Perhaps not wanting Chen Mu to savor the sweetness of success, this time, it simply did not arrive. However, the phenomena of heaven and earth were unmistakably present. Auspicious clouds, purple mist, and seven-colored radiance filled the sky. The entire Xian realm, along with its numerous empires, sects, and families, was in shock. They understood better than anyone that this was a phenomenon only capable of being stirred by the proof of an emperor. Wasn't Lu Xiangtian the emperor of the Xian realm? Has someone surpassed Lu Xiangtian, pulling him down from his position? Who possessed such extraordinary power? At this very moment, the entire Xian realm was shaken, resonating solely for Chen Juexin. Emperor. Xiao Mu, have I truly broken through to the emperor realm? How did you achieve this? Chen Juexin appeared extremely excited, never having imagined she would have the opportunity to attain the emperor realm in her lifetime. Did I not mention it earlier? I passed on knowledge. Chen Mu reiterated. Pass on knowledge? Wait, you wouldn't have sacrificed your own cultivation for my sake, would you? Chen Juexin's expression changed. Rest assured, this level of cultivation is inconsequential. I remain at the 13th level of the Emperor realm, and with my talent, I can recover it in no time. Chen Mu embraced Chen Juexin's shoulders, drawing her closer, reassuring her not to dwell on it. Seeing the complex expression on Chen Juexin's face, Chen Mu inquired, "What's wrong? Sister, am I only allowed to treat you well? Why you cannot reciprocate?" Xiao Mu, I didn't mean it that way. Chen Juexin hurriedly shook her head in denial, fearing Chen Mu would misunderstand. Since we are family, there is no need for such formality. It only serves to create distance. Chen Mu asserted with a strong demeanor. Faced with his formidable presence, Chen Juexin truly felt powerless to resist. All right, she nodded, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Successfully granted Emperor Experience package. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Emperor Experience package 100. Confirm, close. Unfortunately, this system panel was visible only to Chen Mu. Chen Juexin could not see it. Otherwise, she would not harbor so many concerns. According to the system's words, the people of the world may suffer losses, the system may incur losses, but he, as the host, cannot suffer losses. Otherwise, it would be a slap to the system's face. Chapter 125, The Heavens Feed Us. Is this called a small business? Lin Un and the elders had just landed on the flying boat when they were taken aback by the rapidly expanding phenomenon in the sky. A celestial phenomenon. Has someone ascended to the throne in the Xian realm? One person questioned in confusion. Isn't the great emperor of the Xian realm Lu Xiangtian? His imperial might remains undiminished. And logically, a second emperor cannot emerge as long as one's spirit remains unextinguished. However, despite this reasoning, do you not find this aura strikingly familiar? The woman named Chen Juexin beside him remarked. The aura closely resembles that of her companion. The method of killing the great emperor, restoring the heavenly fortune, and allowing one's own to seize this fortune to achieve the status of emperor is truly terrifying. One cannot view this person through the lens of common sense. Although Lin Un and the others' thoughts diverged significantly from reality, their reverence for Chen Mu surged. Subsequently, Lin commanded the 3 flying boats to turn around and return to the Dao Ruins realm, to the Taisu Holy Land. It was imperative to swiftly inform everyone in the Holy Land about the necessity of aligning Taisu Holy Land with the southern domain Tianyuan and to disseminate this news. Rebellion? Lin dared not entertain such thoughts. Casting a sidelong glance at his own shadow, he knew that Lin Jun was among them. Should he exhibit even the slightest defiance? Lin was more certain than anyone that Lin Jun would not hesitate to raise the entire Taisu Holy Land to the ground and slaughter all living beings without a second thought. Regardless of Lin Jun's past glory in the Dao Ruins realm, he was now merely a puppet, controlled by others. Therefore, the only path for Taisu Holy Land lay in obediently following Chen Mu and complying with all his commands. There was no alternative. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Mu smiled and asked Chen Juexin, "How does it feel to become an emperor, sister?" "Not bad, right? Not bad. Quite the opposite. I've never been this good." Chen Juexin nodded emphatically. She was eager to see her father's expression upon learning of this development. By the way, Chen Juexin seemed to recall something. Does that mean, Xiao Mu, that as long as you wish, you can create emperors at will? One could say that, Chen Mu replied candidly. Creating emperors at will. Even though this question came from Chen Juexin herself, she could not help but be astonished upon hearing Chen Mu's response. There was no room for doubt, for Chen Mu had already proven his extraordinary abilities through tangible results. Xiao Mu, what is your relationship with the Tao of Heaven? They say the heavens provide sustenance. Yet why does it feel as though the heavens are desperately pleading to feed you? Chen Juexin asked earnestly, devoid of any jest. Putting that aside, sister, what are your thoughts on the Xian realm? Chen Mu chose to shift the topic. Whether the heavens were indeed pleading to nourish him, Chen Mu could not ascertain. However, such a system certainly existed. It was resource-rich, especially in textiles, clothing, and various treasures. If utilized properly, it could be transformed into a second golden spirit realm. As they spoke, Chen Juexin's eyes widened slightly, realizing something. Xiao Mu, you don't mean to say that you want me to use my identity as emperor to monopolize the business of the Chen family in the Xian realm, do you? Exactly. After all, there must be a dominant force to suppress all sides and maintain peace and stability. So, rather than letting others benefit, why shouldn't it be us? Chen Mu articulated his understanding. Chen Juexin found his reasoning quite compelling and was willing to contemplate how to implement the plan. In response, Chen Mu stated, Sister, I also have some connections and small businesses in this Xian realm. They might be able to assist you. Small businesses? Connections? Jin Yutang's Su Fulin. Greetings to the esteemed owner, the emperor. Qin Yufang's Zhao Cha-Ching. Greetings to the esteemed owner, the emperor. Jin Long Academy's Hang Long. Greetings to the esteemed owner, the emperor. Soon, a host of prominent figures familiar to Chen Juexin began to enter the private room, first acknowledging Chen Mu as their master and then saluting Chen Juexin as the emperor. Observing them, then glancing at the composed Chen Mu by her side, Chen Juexin's brows knitted tightly. She was eager to ask him, is this what you refer to as having a small business? Having a few connections? Many present were figures of such stature that even someone as formidable as Chen Juexin would have to yield. Yet, they collectively referred to Chen Mu as their master. Chen Juexin had once believed she was unparalleled in business acumen among her contemporaries, even in comparison to Su Baoqing of the Su family. However, now, she was utterly convinced of her younger brother, Chen Mu's abilities. In this era? No, his business acumen, when viewed through the lens of the entire history of the Great Song, was of an unprecedented caliber, overly extraordinary. The most terrifying aspect was that even her younger brother had achieved such greatness, while she, as the elder sister, had remained oblivious to any signs of his brilliance. He was too deeply concealed. From now on, you all shall heed my elder sister's arrangements, understood? Any defiance will bear consequences, Chen Mu declared sternly. Startled, the group knelt in unison, even swearing blood oaths that they would never act against Chen Mu's wishes, lest they face divine retribution and annihilation. Blood oaths differed from ordinary vows. Once violated, the consequences spoken within the oath would indeed come to pass. Then, sister, I shall leave the subsequent matters in your hands, Chen Mu said, rising. I'm rather tired of this. It's time to return to Tianyuan. All right, Chen Juexin replied absent-mindedly. So much had transpired throughout the day. She needed time to gather her thoughts and gradually accept the reality. Seeing her in this state, Chen Mu waved his hand, dismissing everyone from the room. He then opened a portal and returned to the Tianyuan Holy Land, specifically to Qingyun Mansion, alongside Yi Qingqing. Lying back on the lounge chair, Chen Mu exhaled a long breath, marveling, no wonder people say that a golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Indeed, home is where one feels most comfortable. Young master, you jest. Qingyun Mansion is incomparable to a golden or silver nest, Yi Qingqing said, understandingly walking to Chen Mu's back to massage his head. Yes, that's the spot, just a bit more pressure. Chen Mu surrendered himself to the sensation, beginning to relish it. Observing Chen Mu's satisfaction, Yi Qingqing exerted herself further. Afterward, she planned to visit Tianfu City to see if she could learn a few more skills from books, striving to serve Chen Mu comfortably. Since Yi Qingqing had such determination, it would be remiss of Chen Mu not to offer her some commendation. Thus, he reclined his head back, opening his eyes. From this angle, he could only see the tip of her nose. Qingqing, do you wish to become an emperor? Chapter 126. Yi Qingqing becomes an emperor. The Tianqing dynasty. Regarding Yi Qingqing's performance since her arrival at Qingyun Mansion, Chen Mu found no faults and was willing to trust and employ her. Moreover, should she ascend to the status of emperor, her loyalty would increase significantly, providing an invaluable imperial guard while also granting him an additional 100 emperor experience packages. It was a win-win situation, yielding great benefits without incurring losses. Can I really? Yi Qingqing pondered, her mind racing with thoughts that if she could become an emperor, She would have the genuine qualification to stand beside Chen Mu and face all doubts with her head held high. Although with her current quasi-emperor cultivation, no one dared to question her. The only issue was that Chen Mu was too powerful, unwittingly exerting immense pressure on her. However, after calming down, she recalled Chen Mu's earlier words about how he had helped Chen Juexin break through to become an emperor through the transfer of his power. Young master, if you were to transfer your power to me, enabling my breakthrough to emperor, your cultivation would undoubtedly suffer as a consequence, she expressed with concern. Yi Qiqing had no desire to attain success at the expense of Chen Mu. Do not worry, it will not be an issue. I have my own arrangements. Chen Mu reassured her, asking her to place her hand in his and to put her heart at ease. With Chen Mu's assurance, Yi Qiqing ceased her hesitation. Such a great favor would forever be etched in her heart. In the future, Chen Mu will encounter difficulties, and Yi Qiqing is willing to guard him with her life. If she remains unscathed, no outsider shall harm a single hair on Chen Mu's head. She raised her delicate jade finger and placed it in the palm of Chen Mu's hand. Pretending to channel spiritual energy, he skillfully opened the system backpack, selected the Emperor Experience Pack, and used it, initiating the use of the Emperor Experience Pack on the target object Yi Qiqing. Usage successful. The Emperor Experience Pack has been granted successfully. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor Experience Pack 100. With a seamless execution, the skies transformed from blue and white to a vibrant tapestry of auspicious clouds, swiftly enveloping a vast expanse. This spectacle astonished numerous disciples passing by the Qingyan sect. Goodness! Another celestial phenomenon? Is the Qingyan sect producing another emperor? The third emperor of the southern region? Surely this isn't a jest. Can the heavens keep up? Never doubt the prowess of the young master. It seems that the holy maiden Yu has already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Could the one who ascended to emperor be her? How long has she been in the Qingyan sect? If I recall correctly, she arrived here as a martial master or perhaps an innate martial master. Now, she has unexpectedly ascended to emperor. The young master is truly formidable. The entire Tianyuan sacred land reverberated with this news. However, the most astonished individual was undoubtedly Chen Tianlin, who was deep in seclusion within his cave dwelling. Despite his retreat, he could not ignore the immense aura emanating from the moment of the emperor's ascension. Moor, could you not spare some face for your father? He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. After sipping some enlightenment tea, he refocused on his breakthrough, feeling a flicker of hope, as if he were grasping something elusive. As the auspicious clouds dissipated and the purple aura faded, word of Yi Qiqing's ascension to emperor swiftly spread throughout the southern region, thanks to the machinations of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon receiving confidential reports, Emperor Song Ao of the Great Wu dynasty was left with only 2 words to express his feelings. I'm done. He refrained from commenting further, finding it difficult to assess the situation. Meanwhile, in the Tianjin sect, which had previously cherished Yu Qiqing as its holy maiden, the sect master and elders exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that they had initially sent her to the Qingyun sect merely for her beauty. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. They never anticipated that she would become an emperor. While they were aware of her talent, they also understood that such talent alone was insufficient for imperial ascension. Her rise to emperor was undoubtedly intertwined with Chen Mu, leading to an even greater admiration for him. This sentiment was not confined to the Great Wu dynasty and the Tianjin sect. It resonated throughout the land. Thus, Yi Qiqing's ascension to emperor became a boon for Chen Mu, amplifying his renown. The phrase entering Tianyuan, advancing in Qingyun, can ascend to emperor, spread widely across the southern region, prompting a steady influx of individuals eager to join the Tianyuan sacred land. Among them were remarkable talents, raising the thresholds for entry not just for the inner court, but even for the outer court and miscellaneous disciples. The inner disciples of the sacred land breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their timely arrival. Otherwise, they might have been relegated to mere outer court disciples. Back in the Xian realm, numerous flying vessels adorned with the emblem of the Tianyuan sacred land approached in succession, all bearing the insignia of Chen Juexin's merchant establishment. She was diligently executing her plans, infiltrating various major industries in the Xian realm, much like an octopus extending its tentacles to capture and dominate one territory after another, continuously expanding. With the assistance of Chen Mu's small business and connections, her efforts were yielding remarkable results. After experiencing the situation firsthand, Chen Juexin grew increasingly curious about the extent of her brother's enterprises in the Xian realm and beyond, suspecting that his ambitions reached far beyond these 2 places. She planned to inquire further once she wrapped up her current affairs, unaware that discussing a vast network of small businesses would take days and nights. Meanwhile, as the flags bearing the emblem of the Tianyuan sacred land multiplied, resentment brewed among some individuals. In the palace of the Tianqing dynasty, the Emperor Zheng Cheng expressed his outrage. Brother, we can no longer indulge this. If this continues, the Tianqing dynasty will need to be renamed the Tianyuan dynasty. With a resounding bang, Zheng Cheng slammed his palm against the armrest of the dragon throne, seething with anger. These treacherous ingrates. I have treated them well. Yet they now collaborate with outsiders to undermine the foundation of the Tianqing. Despicable. They must be punished. Annihilate their entire clan. Clenching his teeth, he felt as though he might shatter them. Brother, I suggest we dispatch troops immediately to suppress this, to show them our might, and let them know that our Tianqing dynasty is not a soft target to be trifled with. His fury stemmed from the encroachment on his interests by the industries Chen Mu was absorbing. With insufficient authority and the military power firmly held by Zheng Cheng, he could only seek his brother's assistance to resolve the matter through force. You speak true. We cannot allow them to continue their arrogance. Summon General Zhao, and command him to lead 10,000 iron cavalry to expel every last one of those southern region individuals from our Tianqing dynasty. Zheng Qing ordered. Upon receiving the command, General Zhao Tianxi mounted his steed and rallied 10,000 iron cavalry, surging towards Qin Juexin's location like a torrent of black steel. The sound of hooves thundered, exuding an overwhelming force. Chapter 127. Qin Juexin's domination. A swift execution. Faced with this formidable force, no one dared to stand in their way, hastily closing doors and windows. Eager to avoid trouble, observers on the second floor peered out, discussing the commotion. Why has the city guard been mobilized? Wasn't everything peaceful in the city lately? It must be because of those merchants from the southern region. I've heard that many shops are uniting against them. Who doesn't know that the financial lifeblood of our Tianqing dynasty has always been controlled by the royal family? They have encroached upon the royal interests, and naturally, the one in the palace won't sit idly by. Even the elite city guards have been deployed. Given the scale of this operation, those outsiders will likely have to withdraw in disappointment. Qin Juexin was already aware of this situation. After her own experiences, she finally understood why everyone aspired to become an emperor. It was indeed convenient. With a mere thought, she could envelop the entire Tianqing dynasty with her consciousness, as if possessing the eye of a deity, easily sensing even the slightest disturbance. Moreover, should she wish, it would not be difficult to survey the entire Xian realm. She had thoroughly studied the internal structure of the Tianqing dynasty and knew that the royal family would not passively watch her expand her influence. Originally, she had devised a counter-strategy, but it had been discarded by her own hand. The reason was simple. No plan could rival the sheer violence and directness of holding the title of emperor. 10,000 iron cavalry? Qin Juexin chuckled, truly not regarding that disorganized rabble. Before long, Zhao Tianxi encircled the residence where Qin Juexin was located, forming a tight perimeter. The area within 10 miles was under lockdown. Come forth, southern region bandits. Kneel and pay homage to this prince. With Zhao Tianxi and 10,000 soldiers at his back, Prince Xingjin regained his former arrogance, looking down upon Qin Juexin and her companions. In short, he believed he would not fight a losing battle, confident that once this net was cast, Qin Juexin and her rebellious ilk would have no means of escape. Prince Zheng is truly imposing. Before long, Qin Juexin emerged from her courtyard with a few trusted aides. How beautiful! Upon catching sight of her visage, Zheng Jin was momentarily stunned, unable to tear his gaze away. After all, he prided himself on being a prince. What stunning beauties had he not encountered? However, today, the appearance of Qin Juexin delivered a resounding slap in the face. If I could marry her as my lady, my nights would undoubtedly be far more vibrant. Zheng Jin smirked enchantingly. He altered his decision, no longer intending to expel Qin Juexin from the Xian realm. What he thought in his heart, he expressed with his words, completely disregarding decorum, epitomizing the phrase to act as one pleases. You, marry this prince and become the princess, he proclaimed. As long as you agree, I assure you, within the Tianqing dynasty, you will be second to none. Zheng Jin pounded his chest, guaranteeing with fervor. In response to this unexpected proposal, only indifference was etched upon Qin Juexin's face. Uft. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, who was observing through the Kuwaitian mirror, could not contain himself and spat out his tea. This audacious fellow actually dared to aspire to be my sister's man, to make me his brother-in-law? Chen Mu did not believe that there existed a man capable of taming Qin Juexin. In the vast Song world, none had claimed the throne at her age except for himself. How could one who had not ascended to the throne be worthy of her? It was truly an overestimation of oneself, a mere prince daring to flirt with Miss Qin. If Yi Qingqing were present, she would undoubtedly have drawn her sword, swiftly beheading Xingjin. Young master, shall we intervene? Yi Qingqing inquired, simultaneously producing a handkerchief and leaning closer to wipe the tea stains from Chen Mu's mouth and chest. No need, Chen Mu waved his hand. I believe my sister is eager to find someone to thoroughly test her current cultivation strength. These individuals have arrived just in time. Understanding dawned upon Yi Qingqing. After cleaning the tea stains, she obediently stepped aside, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, Zheng Jin, growing increasingly impatient as he awaited Chen Juexin's response, was met with her disdainful gaze, which regarded him as mere refuse. At last, he could no longer endure. What is your answer? This prince's patience is limited. Drawing his sword, he aimed it at Chen Juexin, intending to let her fully experience his dominance. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt the absence of his entire arm. He heard the sound of the sword clattering to the ground. Turning his head, he discovered that his arm had been severed in an instant, so swift that even his blood had not yet reacted. His right arm lay quietly on the ground alongside the imperial sword. Zheng Jin's features contorted in agony, his cries piercing as he pressed his hand against the wound, unable to staunch the blood that gushed forth between his fingers. Hold! How dare you harm a prince? Despite not having seen when Chen Juexin made her move, Zhao Tianxi swiftly removed the dual axes hanging from his saddle and charged towards her, intending to teach her a lesson and to secure leverage for future negotiations with Zheng Jin regarding his severed arm, perhaps capturing Chen Juexin and delivering her bound to Zheng Jin's quarters, allowing him to vent his fury upon her. The sound of galloping hoofs echoed. As he swung the dual axes, the fierce wind howled. To others, he appeared valiant and imposing, but to Chen Juexin, his and the warhorse's movements seemed painfully slow and absurdly juvenile, lacking the desire to squander energy or time. She merely cast a glance. Bang! Boom! The onlookers witnessed Zhao Tianxi and his warhorse disintegrating into flesh, blood, and bone, transformed into a fine powder that billowed through the air. In an instant, they vanished from existence. This was a true manifestation of the lethal power of her gaze. My sister is quite formidable, Chen Mu exclaimed with delight. Had anyone else uttered such words, Yi Qingsheng would have undoubtedly retorted, is that what you call formidable? Even if that general's martial prowess is not high, annihilating him with a mere glance, leaving not a trace behind, is still an extraordinary feat. However, since it was Chen Mu himself who spoke, Yi Qingsheng could not muster a rebuttal. He was undoubtedly the most qualified to make such a statement. Even Yi Qingsheng, who was also of the Emperor realm, was left in shock. How much more so the seasoned soldiers present, their battle-hardened steeds collectively gripped by panic, raising their front hooves and whinnying incessantly. Zheng Jin screamed as he fell from his horse. When he looked up, he found Chen Juexin standing before him, less than 3 steps away. Her expression was devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. Chapter 128. The Butcher of Thousands becomes a killing god. Directly into the imperial palace. Zheng Jin could hardly fathom how one could be so devoid of warmth, as if a machine designed for murder. Was it not so? Having reduced a renowned general like Zhao Tianxi and his warhorse to a mere cloud of blood, she could remain utterly unfazed. Zheng Jin had reason to suspect that this beautiful woman before him was merely a puppet, devoid of feelings, manipulated from the shadows. Little did he know that he simply had not had the opportunity to witness Chen Juexin's true demeanor in Chen Mu's presence. Her tenderness was not something everyone could witness or enjoy. You just said you would place me above all others? Chen Juexin confirmed. Indeed. As long as you agree to marry this prince and become my princess, I can guarantee that within the entire Tianning dynasty, aside from His Majesty the Emperor, no one would dare show you any disrespect. Zheng Jin smiled, mistakenly believing that Chen Juexin had changed her mind. However, her subsequent words plunged him into despair. Being second to none is not impossible, but you and your useless royal brother are clearly unworthy. If not for his ineptitude, why would he forsake mutual gain and choose war? Boom. With that, Chen Juexin unleashed an almost imperceptible fraction of her aura, rippling outward in waves, shaking the very earth. The heavens darkened. A multitude of iron cavalry and warhorses were all transformed into blood mist, enveloping the streets, lingering for a long time. Among them was Zheng Jin, whose face contorted in terror, the words Emperor almost escaping his lips, yet he was consumed entirely before he could utter a sound. I believe the one you refer to as second to none must be you, young master. Yi Qingqing boldly speculated. Perhaps, Chen Mu replied, indifferent. If Yi Qingqing sought to eclipse him, he would not hesitate. Being a pampered younger brother under the protection of a domineering sister was hardly a lamentable fate. Meanwhile, in the royal study of the Tianting Palace, Emperor Zhengcheng was engrossed in calligraphy, cultivating his artistic sensibilities. Your Majesty, did I not say that no one is to disturb me while I am writing? With a mere glance, Zheng Cheng made a black-clad spy kneel in submission, bowing his head in silence. Once he completed the last stroke, he exhaled deeply, admiring his work with satisfaction. Returning to his dragon throne, his gaze finally settled on the spy. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, the Prince, General Zhao, and the thousands of iron cavalry are all dead," the spy reported truthfully, maintaining his posture. "What?" Bang. Zheng Cheng's composure shattered, and he slammed his hand on the table. Rising abruptly, the spy trembled in fear, quickly adding, "This matter was witnessed by my own eyes. There is not a shred of falsehood. If I speak one untruth, I willingly accept the punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses." Ha, ha, ha. Breathing heavily, Zheng Cheng swiftly approached the spy, seizing his collar and lifting him up, demanding, "Who did this? Those people from the southern domain? How many of them were there? Without avenging this grievance, how could he, as an emperor, maintain his dignity? As the old saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle." It was imperative to first understand the situation. Only one person was responsible, a woman who, with a mere glance, reduced General Zhao to blood mist. She released an imposing aura, causing the lives of thousands to burst forth without any chance of retaliation, and the blood mist still lingered in the southern city, refusing to dissipate. Hearing these words, each sentence and every word shook Zheng Cheng's heart, his confidence significantly diminished. What is the identity of that woman? Has it been investigated thoroughly? What is her realm? Zheng Cheng hurriedly confirmed. The detailed identity is still under investigation, and regarding her realm. The spy hesitated, glancing sideways. "Speak." Zheng Cheng glared fiercely, a menacing light flashing in his eyes, pressing for answers. "Your Majesty, she is an emperor." The spy dared not conceal any longer. An emperor. Zheng Cheng released his grip, his eyes filled with despair as he staggered back, ultimately colliding with the desk. How could he not understand the implications of provoking an emperor? It meant the destruction of a nation. No, this cannot continue. Quickly, send someone to use the crystal to contact Emperor Lu Xiangtian, and tell him that our Tianqing dynasty needs his protection. Any condition, I shall agree. Zheng Cheng wished to go himself, but his legs felt as weak as cotton. Had he not supported himself with his hands, he would have surely collapsed into a puddle on the ground. Yes. As soon as the spy finished speaking, he prepared to leave the imperial study. A transcendent voice resonated from all directions, stating, "There is no need for such trouble. He is right here. Who are you? Show yourself." Zheng Cheng looked around, but saw no one. He distinctly remembered that Lu Xiangtian's voice was markedly different. This one sounded too youthful. Unsteadily, he approached the sword rack, grasped a sword, and with a swift motion, drew it. To his astonishment, the sword pointed towards a shadow that quickly emerged from a dark void on the ground. Emperor Lu. Zheng Cheng was taken aback. He prepared to lower the sword, but felt that Lu Xiangtian's state was far too peculiar, yet his aura was perfectly aligned. "Don't you have something to say to him? If you don't speak now, you may lose the chance." Though Chen Mu was not present, under the influence of the spatial sacred body, he could easily transmit his voice from Qingyun Mansion to Zheng Cheng's ear. "Who are you? Show yourself. Do not play tricks before me. I fear you not." Zheng Cheng brandished his sword wildly. His outward bravado was in stark contrast to the fear he felt inside. Boom. The shadow released a hint of pressure, causing Zheng Cheng to kneel. Forget lifting the sword. Even raising a finger became an impossible task. It felt as heavy as 10,000 tons. Imperial might? You truly are Emperor Lu. Now that the Xian realm faces external threats, I implore you, Emperor Lu, to intervene and protect Tianqing. Words can deceive, but imperial might cannot. Zheng Cheng was 100% certain that the shadow before him was indeed Emperor Lu Xiangtian. He speculated that the emperor must have cultivated some technique, causing him to take on this form. External threats? Are you referring to me? With a loud bang, Qin Juexin pushed the door open. Upon seeing her youthful visage and unparalleled beauty, Zheng Cheng struggled to associate Qin Juexin with the ruthless killing god who had slaughtered thousands in an instant. Yet, she approached, unfazed by the imperial might. Zheng Cheng quickly spoke. "Emperor Lu, this is the person. No, I beseech you to suppress her." "Brother, do you wish for him to suppress me?" Qin Juexin casually looked in a direction, her gaze coinciding with Chen Mu's behind the Tian mirror. Was there a telepathic connection? One might say so. Brother? Chapter 129, Seizing the Imperial Power. Two nations voluntarily submit. The shadow raised an arm, hovering near Zheng Cheng's ear. His body stiffened, and he dared not breathe. Bang! Boom! The shadow lightly moved a finger, instantly conjuring a powerful gust, sending Zheng Cheng soaring, spinning uncontrollably in the air. The speed was so great that the eye could scarcely follow, and he crashed into the bookshelf, falling heavily. Chen Mu's actions validated his response. Cough, cough, cough. Zheng Cheng struggled to sit up, clutching his chest, blood spilling forth and splattering on the ground. His chest felt as though a pair of sharp hands were deeply piercing in, forcefully attempting to tear him apart. The pain was excruciating, reaching deep into his organs. Emperor Lu, why do you assist these outsiders against me? Zhang Qing was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale. Despite having no past grievances or recent enmity, shouldn't they join force? Lin Xiaoyue was truly incredulous that the wolves who had slain Zhang Qing would willingly abandon Da Yue and Tian Wu, two delectable morsels. Two choices lay before them. First, an alliance between Tian Wu and Da Yue to seek out Emperor Lu and jointly attack Tian Yuan. Second, to show goodwill and submit. Zhao Qihai articulated these options. At that moment of hesitation for Lin Xiaoyue, a hurried voice pierced her thoughts. What causes such urgency? Zhao Qihai inquired of the young eunuch. Reporting to your majesty, Emperor Lu has arrived. The eunuch's words were abruptly cut off as he felt a hand resting on his back, causing him to stiffen in shock. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Qihai stared in astonishment as the enigmatic figure of Lu Xiangtian emerged from the shadows behind the eunuch. The aura he emanated was unmistakably that of Lu Xiangtian. Zhao Qihai pays respects to Emperor Lu. Lin Xiaoyue pays respects to Emperor Lu. The two quickly rose, clasping their fists in salute. Yet, their impressions of Lu Xiangtian did not match the rumors. His imperial presence was not diminished, but rather intensified. His imposing aura more formidable than ever before. Convey my master's command, Lu Xiangtian proclaimed. If Da Yue and Tian Wu do not submit to Tian Yuan within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I shall take action to obliterate their nations. The chaotic, indistinct voice resonated not from Lu Xiangtian's lips, but within the minds of Zhao Qihai and Lin Xiaoyue. Obliterate the nations. The mere mention of these words sent tremors through both. They could not doubt the veracity of this statement, nor did they dare question Lu Xiangtian's strength. The most alarming realization was my master? The great Emperor Lu Xiangtian had sworn fealty to another? To subdue such a figure as Lu Xiangtian and earn his unwavering loyalty was a daunting thought. The mere contemplation filled both Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Qihai with an uncontrollable surge of fear. After exchanging a glance, they resolutely knelt, offering their submission. The Da Yue dynasty wishes to submit to Tian Yuan. The Tianmu dynasty wishes to submit to Tian Yuan. Chapter 130. Brother, what do you think of the Empress as a wife? Senior sister, these are the surrender documents from the Diyue Kingdom and the Tianmu dynasty. Having just completed his coronation ceremony, the newly crowned emperor, draped in yellow robes, presented the two surrender documents. Chen Juexin, seated in the imperial study, accepted the documents, momentarily setting aside matters regarding the merchant shops. Da Yue and Tianmu. Chen Juexin recalled that both nations, in terms of strength and wealth, were not inferior to Tianqing. The realm had long been characterized by a tripartite stalemate. Now, without having dispatched troops, both nations had hastily sent surrender documents, leaving Chen Juexin puzzled. After perusing the contents of the documents, he glanced at the disciple and inquired, "Where are they now?" "They are currently awaiting in the main hall," the disciple replied, not allowing himself to be swayed by the throne. He understood he was merely a pawn in a larger game. "Let us meet with them," Chen Juexin declared, rising to his feet. The emperor immediately commanded a eunuch to prepare the dragon carriage. Soon after, Chen Juexin appeared alongside the emperor within the sight of Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Qihai. They had initially presumed the emperor to be the elusive figure controlling Lu Xiangtian. However, to their astonishment, they saw Chen Juexin seated upon the dragon throne, while the emperor and the eunuchs stood at either side. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Qihai exchanged glances. After a brief silence, Lin Xiaoyue lifted her skirt, revealing her white trousers, and knelt, proclaiming, "The Diyue dynasty, Lin Xiaoyue, pays respects to the esteemed one. The Tianmu dynasty, Zhao Qihai, pays respects to the esteemed one." Chen Juexin did not hasten to speak, but instead released his imperial aura, intending to establish a commanding presence to facilitate their upcoming dialogue. The effect was palpable. Lin Xiaoyue and Zhao Qihai became increasingly convinced that Chen Juexin was indeed the extraordinary figure who had subdued the great emperor Lu Xiangtian. "We are wholeheartedly submissive. Please, emperor, retract your divine might," Zhao Qihai exclaimed, curled upon the ground. Lin Xiaoyue echoed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Chen Juexin withdrew his imperial aura, allowing them to breathe more easily, no longer feeling as though they were being choked. Just as he was about to inquire why Zhao Qihai and Lin Xiaoyue had chosen to submit, he noticed something unusual about Zhao Qihai's shadow. Like a stone cast into water, ripples began to form, and an obscure figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Chen Juexin's lips curled into a smile, instantly comprehending the situation. "That will be all. Return to him with my regards," he instructed Lu Xiangtian, who bowed and sank back into the shadowy realm. Zhao Qihai and Lin Xiuyue latched onto a key word in Chen Juexin's statement. Who was this person? Return to him? Could it be that behind this empress was a mysterious figure? It seemed that this individual had subdued Lu Xiangtian and sent him to seek them out. Otherwise, why use the term return to report? The more they pondered, the more their inner terror intensified, rather than diminishing due to their voluntary submission. Yet, from another perspective, this decision felt somewhat liberating. At least they had made the right choice in surrendering. The thought of waiting until the other party exhausted their patience and struck first was unimaginable. You are Lin Xiuyue, the empress of the Dayue dynasty? Chen Juexin suddenly inquired, taking an interest in her. Yes, your majesty, Lin Xiuyue hastily replied. An empress is indeed a rarity. It seems your abilities must be exceptional, Chen Juexin remarked, noting her beauty, which could only be described as breathtaking. Lin Xiuyue felt a wave of unease wash over her. As emperor, Chen Juexin's presence was akin to navigating a treacherous path. Your majesty, you flatter me. In comparison to you, my accomplishments are negligible. Modesty? No. Lin Xiuyue was merely speaking the truth. She did not believe she could rival Chen Juexin in terms of beauty, power, or status. She felt utterly outmatched. As an empress, have you established a harem of 3,000? Chen Juexin inquired further. Zhao Qihai pondered this question, wondering if the emperor had developed an interest in Lin Xiuyue. Reporting to your majesty, Xiuyue has never engaged in any intimacy with the opposite sex. She has always maintained her virtue. Lin Xiuyue found herself contemplating the same thing. Should Chen Juexin harbor such intentions, she would not refuse, for being favored by an emperor would be a tremendous honor. Furthermore, even as a woman, Lin Xiuyue could not help but be captivated by Chen Juexin's beauty, yearning to taste forbidden fruit. Ah, how splendid! Chen Juexin's heart soared with joy. He then transmitted a message over great distances. Little Mu, quickly activate your sky-watching mirror. There is good fortune to behold. At Qingyan Mansion, Chen Mu was in the midst of a meal. Good fortune? He frowned at the voice of Chen Juexin echoing in his ears, sensing that it might not be as fortuitous as it seemed. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately complied with Chen Juexin's request and activated the sky-watching mirror. The scene quickly materialized, revealing the grand hall of the Tianyuan dynasty. Open a window for me to see, Chen Juexin urged again. Very well. Chen Mu thought little of it, following Chen Juexin's instructions, eager to uncover the mystery behind his intentions. Consequently, he opened a sky-watching mirror beside Chen Juexin's. Do not look at me. I want you to observe someone else in the hall. Oh, as the image shifted, Chen Mu's curiosity was piqued. Is there something amiss with these two? He had previously seen Lin Xiuyue and Zhao Qihai when he issued orders to Lu Xiangtian, so he was quite puzzled. This individual, so young, has ascended to the position of empress. Her beauty is beyond compare, truly deserving of the title of a national treasure. An unparalleled beauty. Are you not even a little moved? Chen Juexin asked with a beaming smile. Chen Mu finally understood what Chen Juexin's intentions were. Brother? Lin Xiuyue raised her gaze towards the Koitian mirror, locking eyes with Chen Mu within it. Such a handsome young man. Just this visage set Lin Xiuyue's heart aflame. Only then did she realize that the emperor intended to introduce her to someone, to become the sister-in-law of the emperor. Lin Xiuyue's heart was 1,000 times willing. Not to mention, the other party was so dashing and charming, truly capturing Lin Xiuyue's heart, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic. Why are you silent? To marry a female emperor, how many men dream of that? Now, such an opportunity to realize this dream lies before you. Xiao Mu, will you not seize it? Chen Juexin fervently promoted Lin Xiuyue. Noticing Chen Mu's silence, Chen Juexin inquired further, what do you think of my brother? In chapter 131, Yi Qingsheng remarked, how could anyone resist? He is so dignified and handsome. I believe few women in this world could turn him down. In response to Chen Juexin's question, Lin Xiuyue candidly expressed her thoughts. If I were to tell you that he is an emperor, and that even my emperor-level cultivation was bestowed upon me by him? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuyue and Zhao Qihai were momentarily stunned. One might think Chen Juexin had cast a spell on them. For Lin Xiuyue and Zhao Qihai, the notion of Chen Mu possessing emperor-level cultivation was surprising, but even more so was the revelation that Chen Juexin's own emperor-level prowess was granted by him. The idea that one could bestow emperor-level cultivation was unprecedented. Yet, given Chen Juexin's earnestness, it was difficult to doubt her. However, upon reflection, if what Chen Juexin said were true, it would provide a remarkably logical explanation for the subjugation of the Emperor Lu Xiangtian. Despite its implausibility, they could not conceive of a more reasonable explanation. They were certain that Chen Mu was the true mastermind behind it all. What do you think, younger brother? Would you like to give it a try? Chen Juexin turned her gaze back to Chen Mu, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xiaoyu, however, clasped her hands nervously over her chest. Zhao Qihai observed her demeanor, finding it hard to reconcile the woman before him with the tyrannical female emperor who had once led thousands into battle against 100,000 troops. The disparity was staggering. Are you sure they are not two different people? Of course, such thoughts were ones Zhao Qihai dared only to entertain in silence. To voice them would be akin to courting disaster. Offending an emperor-level powerhouse could lead to one's soul being scattered with but a mere breath. Zhao Qihai was experienced in leading armies and governing affairs, yet when it came to cultivation, he was but a mere martial artist. Sister, to be honest, I already have a partner. I can only appreciate your goodwill from afar, Chen Mu stated without a hint of embarrassment. What? Xiao Mu, you already have a partner? Who is it? Do I know her? Which noble lady? Which nation's prodigy? Chen Juexin leapt from her dragon chair, eager to know the answer. Chen Mu turned to look at Yi Qingsheng beside him. Yi Qingsheng instinctively turned to follow his gaze, only to find nothing but emptiness. Wait. Before Yi Qingsheng could react, Chen Mu swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Yi Qingsheng was powerless to resist, nor did she wish to. She simply sat quietly on Chen Mu's lap, speechless. Allow me to formally introduce my partner, Yi Qingsheng, of emperor-level cultivation, Chen Mu announced with a smile. I never expected you two to be together without my noticing. Chen Juexin exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qingsheng was at a loss as to how to respond. So she turned away, hoping to hide her flushed cheeks from Chen Juexin, lest Chen Mu's deception be unveiled. From this angle, their closeness became all the more apparent. And so, sister, farewell. Chen Mu swiftly cut off the Coatian mirror with astonishing speed. Hey! By the time Chen Juexin realized what was happening and attempted to intervene, it was too late. She returned to her dragon chair, her gaze once again falling on Lin Xiaoyu, exasperatedly spreading her hands. Truth be told, I actually quite fancy you, but as you can see, my brother already has a partner. The emperor need not say such things. It is Lin Xiaoyu who is unworthy of him. Though Lin Xiaoyu is an empress, she had not become so arrogant as to believe she could compete fairly with an emperor and Yi Qingsheng. Not to mention, the latter possessed a beauty that was not only equal to her own, but perhaps even surpassed it. If you can think that way, it is indeed for the best. Now, let us discuss the matter of the alliance in detail. With the matchmaking aspirations dashed, Chen Juexin had no choice but to return to the main topic, discussing how to expand and strengthen the Tianyuan business with Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Qihai. Both Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Qihai responded in unison. We are all ears and will faithfully follow the emperor's arrangements. Meanwhile, at Qingyan Mansion, how does it feel to be sitting on this thigh? Is it too hard? Chen Mu teased playfully. Apologies. Yi Qingsheng quickly stood up. Actually, sitting a while longer wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Yi Qingsheng's discomfort, her tense body, and her uncertain gaze, Chen Mu couldn't help but tease her. Still, I must decline. I appreciate the young master's kindness. Yi Qingsheng felt that such behavior was highly disrespectful. She understood better than anyone that Chen Mu's previous actions and words were merely a fade to deflect matchmaking pressures. Thus, she did not take it to heart, much less cling to the notion of demanding Chen Mu fulfill a promise to become partners. Such insistence would be nothing short of fanciful. Here, take this pill as compensation for your role in my charade. Chen Mu produced a Danwen-level enlightenment pill and tossed it to Yi Qingsheng. Young master, this is far too precious. I haven't done anything, Yi Qingsheng protested. Believing that even without the enlightenment pill, she had already gained a considerable advantage. You are about to break through to the second tier of emperor-level cultivation. This enlightenment pill will greatly aid you. Accept it. No need for pleasantries, Chen Mu insisted, his attention focused on the system panel before him. Successfully gifted enlightenment pill. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining enlightenment pill 100. Then I shall not be polite, Yi Qingsheng said gratefully, carefully accepting the enlightenment pill. She could indeed feel the cultivation Chen Mu had previously bestowed upon her not only allowed her to break through to emperor level, but also hinted at further breakthroughs. In reality, the experience from the Emperor Experience Pack was the total experience required for an ordinary person to ascend to emperor level. Thus, as a quasi-emperor, Yi Qingsheng still had surplus after utilizing the pack. Combined with the effects of the enlightenment pill, she was more than capable of surmounting the second tier of emperor-level cultivation. Let us hope my sister can finally give up after this, Chen Mu thought, unwilling to be constantly subjected to matchmaking. Even if the candidates were all esteemed female cultivators from various sects, or princesses and female emperors, he was not some stallion to take multiple wives. The idea of having a harem of 3,000 beauties might sound delightful, but once the flames of passion ignited, just the thought sent a shiver down Chen Mu's spine. Young master, allow me to assist you. Knock, knock, knock. Before Yi Qingsheng could finish her sentence, A sudden knock on the door interrupted. "I'll go answer it," she said, turning to head towards the door. Who could it be? Chen Mu furrowed his brow. In Chapter 132, A Joyous Union, the entire clan celebrates. Yi Qingqing opened the door to find none other than Chen Tianlin standing there. It was quite peculiar, as it was common knowledge in the Tianyuan sacred land that Chen Tianlin planned to seclude himself for a year to focus on his cultivation breakthrough. As for the reason why he chose to retreat for a year immediately after breaking through to the level of the emperor, it is well known. Thus, Yi Qingqing found it perplexing that he was not in his cave abode, but appeared before the gates of Qingyun Manor, staring at her with a strange expression, seemingly quite admiring. "Greetings, Holy Master." Yi Qingqing regained her composure and hurriedly bowed. "What did you call me?" Chen Tianlin raised his hand, pointing to himself, seeking confirmation. "Holy Master?" Yi Qingqing repeated, now even more confused, pondering that her voice could not have been so soft as to be misheard, especially since he was a powerful emperor-level figure. Surely, if he wished, he could hear the sounds of insects chirping from 1,000 miles away with crystal clarity. Could it be that the Holy Master, in his eagerness to achieve enlightenment, had lost his memory? "Father, if you are not in the back mountain meditating, why have you come to my Qingyun Manor?" Chen Mu stepped forward, equally puzzled. "Could it be that you have consumed all the enlightenment tea I previously gave you?" "Mu'er, that is where you are mistaken. Such significant matters cannot be concealed from your father." Chen Tianlin's words left Chen Mu baffled. What significant matter? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Mu's pupils contracted as he suddenly recalled something. Perhaps his elder sister, Chen Juexin, had informed Chen Tianlin of the matters between him and Yi Qingqing. Otherwise, he could not fathom what could compel Chen Tianlin to abandon his previous efforts and decide to conclude his retreat early. "Cousin, realizing his impulsiveness, he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Jiangsheng pays respects to the Holy Master." Seeing his cousin, a renowned weaponsmith, unexpectedly appear, Chen Mu gradually sensed that the situation was becoming rather dire. "Jiangsheng, what brings you here? Do you have matters regarding weapon crafting that you wish to discuss with me?" Chen Mu asked tentatively. "Originally, that was my intention. However, I have changed my mind. Cousin, I am here to congratulate you." Jiangsheng maintained his formal gesture, swaying back and forth in a congratulatory manner. "Congratulations? From what source does this joy arise?" Chen Mu squinted, his lips twitching as he inquired further. "Naturally, I congratulate you, cousin, on forming a Dao companion relationship with the Saintess Yi." Jiangsheng's declaration, though anticipated by Chen Mu, still struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him reeling. Who could have guessed that his elder sister's words would spread so quickly? But then again, with the transmission abilities of an emperor, how could it not be swift? Regret washed over him. He lamented allowing Chen Juexin to break through to the emperor realm prematurely. If only she had remained at the quasi-emperor level, it would have sufficed. "Cousin." Upon regaining his senses, he discovered Jiangsheng had approached with a delicate, long wooden box, bound with bright red ribbons. "This is the 5 elements divine sword I just forged, capable of flexibly utilizing the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since you possess these 5 attributes, it serves as my congratulatory gift for you and your future wife." Hearing Jiangsheng refer to her as future wife, Yi Qingqing looked at Chen Mu, bewildered. As for Chen Mu, he was at a loss as to how to extricate Yi Qingqing from this situation. Such matters were not easily resolved, regardless of one's prowess at the emperor level. Noticing the slight furrow of Yi Qingqing's brow, Jiangsheng quickly added, "Rest assured, future sister-in-law, your congratulatory gift will be prepared promptly and delivered to you. Although I possess numerous divine artifacts as a gift, I must put in more effort." "Young Master Jiang, I am not." Understanding Jiangsheng had misconstrued her intent, Yi Qingqing attempted to clarify. However, Chen Mu stepped beside her, embracing her shoulder and forcing a smile. "After all, it is his heartfelt gesture. You should not refuse." "Yes," Yi Qingqing complied obediently. The 5 elements divine sword, a divine grade weapon. Chen Tianlin, observing the congratulatory gift presented by Jiangsheng and comparing it to the one he had prepared, wore a conflicted expression. He had never expected that as the holy master of the Tianyuan sacred land, he would one day be outdone by a younger generation. His mind raced, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Approaching Chen Mu, he said, "Mu'er, Qingqing, I have nothing worthy to gift you. How about I bestow upon you the position of holy master instead?" Upon hearing this, had it not been for his father's esteemed status, Chen Mu would have almost exclaimed in disbelief. "Father, a token of friendship, however small, carries great sentiment. There is no need for such formality. You should keep the position of holy master for yourself." Chen Tianlin looked troubled. "How could I not give it away? The Tianyuan sacred land is thriving in the southern region. To think I cannot even bestow the holy master position. This son was truly inscrutable. Just give me a bit more time. I will definitely find a gift that satisfies you. Before Chen Mu could react, Chen Tianlin vanished in a flash of light. Chen Mu could somewhat empathize with the feelings of his elder sister, Chen Juexin, when he had glimpsed the heavenly mirror. Ha ha ha, am I finally to expect a grandchild? At that moment, another voice entered the manor, accompanied by hearty laughter steeped in the essence of the Jianghu. Uncle, even you are aware? Chen Mu replied with a wry smile. How could you not inform me of such a significant matter? Li Xianyuan entered and, upon hearing this, reproached Chen Mu. Then he produced 2 books from his robe, handing one to Chen Mu and the other to Yi Qingqing. This is the culmination of my lifelong learning. Accept it. Senior Li, I accept it. Chen Mu pressed down on Yi Qingqing's hand, his eyes signaling her compliance. Refusing would only complicate matters further. Thank you, Senior Li. Yi Qingqing ultimately acquiesced. Senior Li, no rush, no rush. Take your time. Li Xianyuan stroked his beard, comforting himself. Yi Qingqing, indeed, felt like a mute consuming bitter herbs, unable to voice her grievances. Cousin, congratulations. I have long perceived your compatibility with Miss Yi. It is only fitting that you two unite today. The peak master of Yuqing Peak, who possessed the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox demon, Jing Qingzhu, had arrived. The Saintess Yi is extraordinarily gifted and captivating. She is indeed a perfect match for our Xiao Mu, added Chen Wuxin, their quasi-emperor uncle responsible for guarding the heavenly prison. Swordsmith cousin, Chen Yu, followed closely behind. Chen Xiao and Sun Yu were en route. Outside the courtyard, the sounds of disciples congratulating were deafening. Chen Mu's smile froze as he finally comprehended why a single lie necessitated a multitude of others to cover it up. Chapter 133, Frantic Sign-In. System, why are you causing such a commotion? As he gazed at the mountain of congratulatory gifts piled high on the stone tables, Chen Mu contemplated that enduring prolonged pain was worse than suffering a brief discomfort. He resolved to find an opportunity later to repay their kindness. Yi Qingqing. She had seamlessly transitioned from her initial state of bewilderment to perfectly integrating into her role, engaging with various relatives and elders. In that instant, Chen Mu even began to think that having a wife who understood the ways of the world might not be so bad after all. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving the East Sea Knight, Pearl 10,000. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Heavenly Tribute Royal T10,000. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a Divine Grade Divine Weapon 10,000. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10th tier Pill Grade Elixir 10,000. As he beheld the sudden appearance of the system panel and the rapidly refreshing array of rewards, Chen Mu furrowed his brow in confusion. System, what madness are you up to now? System, on such a momentous day for the host, the system naturally must present a gift. Listening to its self-evident response, Chen Mu felt even more speechless. Can't you read my thoughts? You don't even know this is a sham? System, rest assured. The system will only read what the host wishes to share. It will never infringe upon your privacy. With a huff, Chen Mu pursed his lips, contemplating the peculiar system that incessantly sought opportunities to showcase itself, leaving him utterly perplexed. He had never encountered such an eccentric system. Thus, he remarked, all right. Enough with the endless sign-ins. There's too much clutter. It will be inconvenient for me to locate what I need later. Yes, host. Infinite sign-ins have been halted. Note, the system has implemented a one-click categorization and backpack filtering function based on your feedback, allowing you to promptly access the items you require. Chen Mu chose silence, wary that praising the system at this moment would only embolden its antics and disrupt his tranquility. Things were already chaotic enough as they were. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Bang! Chen Mu urged Yi Qingqing to swiftly close the door and hang the no customers today sign. He collapsed onto the long bench, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Finally resolved. Sister, you've truly put me in a bind. Who could have anticipated that? Despite his immortal life, he would face the pressure of marriage at such a young age? It felt absurd. Noticing Yi Qingqing poised to offer a comforting shoulder rub, Chen Mu raised a hand, saying, you've worked hard too. Please, sit down, rest, and have some tea. Where would I be if not for the honor of alleviating your troubles, young master? Yi Qingqing responded, proceeding to pour a cup of enlightenment tea for him, presenting it respectfully with both hands before preparing her own. As the warm tea settled in his stomach, Chen Mu felt a wave of clarity wash over him. His body and mind easing considerably. He reclined comfortably, resting his arms behind his head, savoring the moment. He even entertained the notion of finding an excuse like his father. Chen Tianlin, to retreat to a picturesque location for a year or so of seclusion. Young master, must I continue to feign ignorance? Yi Qingqing suddenly inquired. If you find it difficult, just let me know, and we can tell them that fate has not favored us. Chen Mu had already thought through his response. After all, he had only mentioned forming a partnership with Yi Qingqing, never committing to marrying her. All right, I understand. A fleeting complexity crossed Yi Qingqing's eyes. As dark clouds loomed overhead, a gentle breeze stirred. Yi Qingqing gathered her spiritual energy, softly entered the room, and retrieved a thin blanket to cover Chen Mu. Returning to her seat, she took out the exquisite enlightenment pill he had initially gifted her. With a delicate motion, she placed the pill on her tongue, allowing it to dissolve instantly, and soon, she settled into a meditative posture, eyes closed, as she began to refine its essence. At the same time, in the golden spirit realm, young master, before the flying vessel had even stabilized, Su Baoqing could no longer contain himself and leaped from a height of 100 meters. This startled the accompanying elder, who wished to intervene but was already too late. Fortunately, Su Baoqing summoned a flying sword just in time to land safely. Once the crisis had passed, the elder leaned against the railing, hand on his chest, exhaling in relief. Young master, you nearly frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to Su Baoqing, it would be a light punishment to obliterate his entire lineage. The thought of his spirit dissipating, forever barred from rebirth, was not unfathomable. Sister? Sister? Su Baoqing's voice echoed through the study courtyard. Su Baoqing, what is wrong with you? A stunning woman appeared at the door, her gaze filled with melancholy. Her cascading hair danced in the wind, and her elegant brows arched like the crescent moon. Her expressive eyes sparkled with affection, complemented by a delicate nose and rosy cheeks that exuded an enchanting fragrance. Sister, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you, Su Baoqing exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement. Something of utmost importance? Su Mingwei descended the steps with a steady gait, seemingly unfazed. Shouldn't you be at the Tianji auction house right now? Why have you returned? Do you think I, Su Baoqing, would be so destitute? Besides, how much talent would it take to exhaust the Su family's wealth? If that were the case, I should be awarded a prize. Su Baoqing was not exaggerating. For the current Su family, accumulating wealth was far easier than depleting it. Speak. What is it? Su Mingwei closed the book in her hands, redirecting the conversation. Sister, can you guess what happened to me at the Tianji auction house? Who I met? Su Baoqing leaned closer, his eyebrows wiggling playfully. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Su Mingwei shot him an exasperated glance. I was utterly overshadowed in the realm of spending. A person wielded 200 billion high-grade spirit stones, leaving me utterly speechless and immobilized. Given Su Baoqing's tone, one might mistakenly believe he was the one who had overpowered his opponent. 200 billion, particularly in high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei could not help but feel intrigued by this individual. In her view, such a feat was a rarity in the vast world of Datsong. A person of such immense wealth would traditionally command respect and reverence. Indeed, 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Su Baoqing's admiration was evident. So, who is this person? Do I know them? Su Mingwei inquired further. I don't know them, but you would certainly want to. Enough with the suspense. Just tell me. Su Mingwei insisted, rolling up her book and playfully tapping Su Baoqing on the chest to hurry him along. Seeing her impatience, Su Baoqing wasted no time and slowly uttered 4 words. Jinling, the god of wealth. Chapter 134. His excellence is unparalleled. Sister, your pursuit is justified. What? You actually met him? Upon hearing those 4 words, Su Mingwei was instantly thrown into disarray. She seized Su Baoqing's arms tightly, repeatedly seeking confirmation. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Su Baoqing beamed, as if this were a matter of great pride. Tell me, how does he differ from the rumors? Su Mingwei, intrigued by this formidable individual who overshadowed the Su family, pressed for details. Su Baoqing pondered, seemingly at a loss. Not much different, really. If I had to say, he's even more handsome in person than in portraits. Moreover, I've heard he not only excels in business, but is also an extraordinary talent in martial arts. Oh, what level is he at? Su Mingwei quickly followed up. It seems to be the Emperor realm. The Emperor? Su Mingwei was now thoroughly agitated. How old is he? He looks about my age, perhaps even younger. And his sister is equally stunning. Truly, like attracts like. He's a goddess-level figure you could hardly dream of. Roughly your age, the richest in Jinling, an emperor's strength? Su Mingwei's expression turned skeptical. Surely, this young man was not toying with her? Noticing the doubt on Su Mingwei's face, Su Baoqing had anticipated this reaction. He produced a scroll, unveiling it to reveal his signature. How many people in the world can achieve this level of calligraphy? Besides, sister, do you really think I returned from so far just to toy with you? Upon reflection, Su Mingwei realized Su Baoqing was not the type to act so frivolously. Most importantly, if he were to discover anything, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Since childhood, Su Mingwei had mastered the art of wielding her authority as an elder sister. Sister, do you know what is truly terrifying? Su Baoqing inquired once more. What? I suspect that apart from our golden spirit realm, he is equally affluent elsewhere. Under Su Mingwei's relentless questioning, Su Baoqing disclosed everything he had learned about Chen Mu, including his identity as the young master of Tianyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei could only conclude, this person is excessively outstanding. He leaves no room for others. In comparison, these so-called geniuses in the eyes of outsiders would appear dim and insignificant. Originally, I believed that no one in this world could truly deserve my exceptionally talented sister. However, now anticipating what Su Baoqing was about to say next, Su Mingwei preemptively struck his head, admonishing him to cease his nonsensical chatter. How can this be deemed nonsense? As your brother, I am merely showing concern for your lifelong affairs, especially since our father and mother have been persistently urging you. Drawing closer, I implore you, dear sister, let us speak candidly. Such an outstanding man. If you miss this opportunity, there may not be another. You must seize the moment. What? Are you suggesting that I pursue him? Su Mingwei teased. Surprisingly, Su Baoqing responded with utmost seriousness, asserting that for such a talented individual, it would not be excessive for you to take the initiative. Su Mingwei hesitated, wanting to refute him, but as the words lingered on her lips, she subconsciously acknowledged that he might have a point. Turning away on her way back to the study, Su Mingwei waved her rolled-up documents, stating, enough? Rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself, future head of the Su family. She emphasized each word distinctly. Upon hearing the term head of the Su family, Su Baoqing's expression darkened. Sister, I truly do not wish to take on that role. Why not let you have it? I prefer a life of freedom. I too do not wish to marry. I cherish my freedom, she replied with a polite smile, gently closing the door behind her. Su Baoqing, feeling utterly helpless, had repeatedly urged the family to allow him to practice with a smaller role. Unfortunately, they deemed his current stature too high to necessitate it. Indeed, being too exceptional can also be a burden. Yet compared to you, I still fall significantly short. Opening a scroll, he gazed dreamily. Achoo! Shaking himself awake, Chen Mu sat up abruptly. Rubbing his nose, he pondered, how could this be? As a dignified emperor, could I truly catch a cold? He then noticed Yi Qingcheng diligently cultivating nearby, on the brink of a breakthrough. This girl is remarkably industrious, Chen Mu thought, filled with appreciation. Meanwhile, a powerful wave of energy surged from behind. Without needing to look, Chen Mu knew it was Zhang Shenkai, who had made significant progress in the golden bell body technique. Was this aura reaching perfection? Chen Mu mused that it was time to consider passing on the heavenly demon body technique to Zhang Shenkai, allowing him to become an indomitable shield within the heavenly origin Holy Land. Zhang Shenkai used a transmission technique to inquire, young master, did you call for me? As he approached, wiping the sweat from his face, neck, and shoulders with a handkerchief soaked in mountain spring water, he maintained a respectful distance, wary of the impurities released during his breakthrough that might offend Chen Mu's senses. To what level have you cultivated the golden bell body technique? Chen Mu asked directly. In response, young master, I have reached the pinnacle level, Zhang Shenkai answered, precisely as Chen Mu had hoped. Excellent, you have not disappointed my expectations. Now that your foundation is solid, take this heavenly demon body technique and continue your cultivation. Once mastered, few in this world will be able to harm you. Thank you, young master. Zhang Shenkai knelt, crawling on his knees to accept the heavenly demon body technique with deep reverence, burying his head and receiving it with both hands. Heavenly demon body technique successfully gifted. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one divine demon body technique. After the heavenly demon, is it the divine demon next? Filled with curiosity, Chen Mu withdrew the divine demon body technique. Glancing briefly, he grasped its essence in an instant. Once activated, it would merge one half of divine essence with one half of demonic essence, achieving dual cultivation. How does it compare to the heavenly demon body? In this regard, the outcome is evident, judging solely by the single technique post-rebate. Chen Mu felt an eagerness to test the power of the divine demon body technique. He then noticed Zhang Shenkai, kneeling on the ground, had actually comprehended the first layer. It seems your talent exceeds my expectations, Chen Mu thought, pleasantly surprised. Young master, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am nothing. Humility? Regardless of others' perceptions, Zhang Shenkai spoke from the heart. Since you have perfected the Golden Bell body technique and comprehended the first layer of the heavenly demon body, do you wish to test your current strength? Chen Mu inquired. Zhang Shengkai nodded vigorously, eager to receive his young master's instructions. Chapter 135. The Qingyan Mansion does not harbor idlers. Just a cook casting a glance at Yi Qingqing, who appeared to have quite a while before her breakthrough. Chen Mu chose not to disturb her. He invited Zhang Shengkai to accompany him outside to the training ground. Chen Mu decided to find several inner disciples known for their explosive power to train with Zhang Shengkai, thoroughly assessing the resilience of his current body refinement techniques. Why not join in himself? Primarily because he feared that he might inadvertently unleash too much force and send Zhang Shengkai's spirit scattering. Even between an emperor and a great emperor, there exists a significant gap that is difficult to bridge. Moreover, with the assistance of breathing and cultivation, he had reached the 14th layer of the great emperor realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if Zhang Shengkai mastered the Golden Bell body technique and comprehended the first layer of the heavenly demon body, Chen Mu could still obliterate him with just a glance. Currently, Chen Mu could sever rivers of stars and extinguish the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the training ground. Dozens of figures engaged in fierce battles, clashing swords and fists, creating gusts of energy that elicited applause and cheers. However, upon Chen Mu's arrival, all eyes shifted towards him. And even those locked in combat on the platform ceased their struggle in unison, bowing to him. Greetings, young master. Continue your training. Do not mind me. Chen Mu waved his hand. Yes. They complied and resumed their sparring. Young master, what brings you here? A senior elder hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. I have brought someone from our mansion for a practical demonstration, Chen Mu clarified. Someone from Qingyan Mansion. At this revelation, the disciples' interest was piqued. To further ignite their fighting spirit, Chen Mu offered generous rewards. Any who could best him or knock him off the platform would receive 1,000 ninth-grade medicinal pills. 1,000 ninth-grade pills. Upon hearing this, the training ground erupted in excitement. 1,000 ninth-grade pills could help many among them reach the martial saint level or even ascend to the human immortal realm. Yet, as most considered the prestigious reputation of Qingyan Mansion and the imposing figure of Zhang Shengkai, their resolve began to waver. Disciple Chen Longxing wishes to give it a try. Please grant me your guidance. One disciple stepped forward, sword at his side, gesturing invitingly towards Zhang Shengkai. Zhang Shengkai glanced at Chen Mu, and upon receiving a nod of approval, responded with a hearty laugh. All right, let's do this. Who is this? Chen Mu turned to inquire of the elder. Young master. The elder replied, bowing slightly, this is Chen Longxing, one of the top 100 prodigies of the inner courtyard. He is still young but has already reached the Grandmaster realm, and his swordsmanship ranks among the top 100 in the southern region. Hearing this, Chen Mu began to anticipate the encounter. Forgive me. Chen Longxing raised his sword, his gaze sharper than the blade itself. The 1,000 ninth-grade pills were his to seize. Zhang Shengkai refrained from excessive conversation. Assuming a stance and initiating the Golden Bell body technique, Chen Longxing employed the 7 star steps to close the distance to Zhang Shengkai. He struck with his sword. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce, yet he managed to control his strength, for the heavenly origin Holy Land forbade conflicts among its own disciples. They were united against external foes. It was merely a spar, and Chen Longxing had no desire to cause any fatalities. Boom. To his astonishment, the blade never even grazed Zhang Shengkai's skin. It was deflected by a shimmering golden barrier that encased him completely. As Chen Longxing's sword struck, not only did it fail to breach the defense, but it also seemed to threaten to shatter upon impact. Chen Mu was not surprised. At the pinnacle level of the Golden Bell body technique, a portion of damage would be reflected. While Chen Longxing could withstand it, his sword might not fare as well. Boom. Hearing the sound of whistling fists, Chen Longxing quickly regained his composure. He held his sword diagonally before him, using one hand to brace against the blade, attempting to use the sword as a shield to block Zhang Shengkai's tremendous punch. Bang. Boom. In the next moment, the sword shattered. Chen Longxing slid backward, forced to the edge of the martial arts platform. Fortunately, he swiftly adjusted his footing, preventing himself from being knocked off the stage. What a terrifying punch. It actually shattered Brother Chen's sword. Ridiculous. After all, he came from the Qingyan house, personally trained by the young master. No matter how poor his skills, he was not someone we could compare to. The Qingyan house truly does not nurture idlers. Ah, if only I could enter the Qingyan house. Would I also become that formidable? Dream on. Even in dreams, you might not achieve that. Ouch. Incredible. Chen Longxing discarded the short sword in his hand and grasped the sword hilt that appeared out of thin air, retrieving his finest sword from another dimension. The Qingfeng sword, renowned for its speed, ranked 98th among the earth-level swords. Here I come. He lunged forward in an instant, striking as swiftly as lightning. With a series of rapid slashes, he aimed to pierce, but could only leave faint scratches on the surface of the golden bell, which quickly repaired itself. Such exaggerated body refinement techniques. Chen Longxing could hardly conceal his astonishment. He too began to fantasize. If he could enter the Qingyun house and serve under Chen Mu, could he also become that strong? Indeed, he needed to strive harder. His future path was long. As Chen Longxing unleashed a flurry of techniques, Zhang Shunkai lowered his crossed arms, ceasing to merely defend. He felt it was time to conclude this match. I cannot bring shame to the young master. Body refinement does not simply mean enduring blows. What he practiced extended beyond the golden bell dominance secret and the heavenly demon dominance. His arms overflowed with spiritual energy, forging semi-transparent golden gauntlets that accentuated the muscularity of his arms. Boom, boom, boom. Then, his heavy fists, like a tempest, rained down upon Chen Longxing, forcing him back repeatedly. Chen Longxing's attacks were disrupted, leaving him in a passive defensive stance. With each punch he blocked, the terrifying force reverberated through him, numbing him like a thunderstrike. It felt as if he were battling not a man, but a 10,000-year-old bear, tough-skinned and fleshy, while enduring blows. Its attacking power was equally formidable. I concede. Realizing he had nowhere to retreat, Chen Longxing chose to surrender, even though he possessed lethal techniques. Such moves were not meant to be used against a fellow disciple. He felt it unnecessary to gamble on whether Zhang Shunkai, like him, was holding back. Sparring should be a matter of knowing when to stop. Boom. Zhang Shunkai withdrew his fist just in time, the gust from his punch howling past Chen Longxing's face. I concede. Zhang Shunkai clasped his fists with a smile, feeling immense gratitude towards Chen Mu. He never imagined that one day he could exchange blows with the esteemed disciples of the Holy Land. He was determined to pledge his loyalty to Chen Mu for a lifetime. He would go east, never west. Go north, never south. Did I win? I won. So strong. Truly powerful. The disciples murmured among themselves. Young master, this person in your house must hold a significant position, right? An elder, suppressing his astonishment, inquired. He is merely a cook. He is not as special as you think, Chen Mu replied casually. Chapter 136, Are the proud disciples competing to be servants? The martial arts arena was merely a cook. The elder fell speechless upon hearing this. The esteemed disciples exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Brothers and sisters, am I imagining things? The one who defeated Brother Chun is just a cook in the Qingyun house. A cook defeated one of the top 100 disciples of the inner court. To be honest, I had considered that the people of Qingyun house were strong, but I truly did not expect even a cook to possess such strength. What is wrong with being a cook? Wasn't Saintess Yu merely the young master's bodyguard before? Now, she has not only become our young mistress, but has also reached the emperor realm. As the conversation continued, someone could no longer help but jest. Young master, do you need any servants? I can carry water, chop wood, wash clothes, cook, or even do the accounts. I'm capable. Young master, may I enter your house and serve as a foot warmer? Young master, I can guard your residence. This scene left the external disciples, who had hurried over to watch the excitement, utterly dumbfounded. Normally, the icy cold senior sisters and the domineering senior brothers were now vying to be Chen Mu's subordinates, even competing like dogs for scraps of work. Their reputations were crumbling. Calm down. You are all esteemed disciples. Chen Mu, however, indicated that the Qingyun house was not currently seeking to recruit talent. Little did they know, from this day forth, the Tianyuan Holy Land had gained a formidable new force, named Qingyun House. The disciples, in their hearts, regarded it as the ultimate holy land. They chanted slogans, devote ourselves to relentless training, only to enter Qingyun. Being a servant is not a loss. Being a subordinate is a profitable endeavor. Not only they, but even the elders couldn't help but feel tempted. If even a cook could achieve such prowess in the Qingyun house, how could they not be stirred? Chen Longxing stepped down from the platform. Chen Mu keenly noticed that his sword had a problem. He beckoned him over. Young master, do you need something from me? Chen Longxing hurried to Chen Mu's side, respectfully inquiring. Why didn't you mention your sword was broken? Chen Mu countered. It's just a small flaw. Go find someone in the artifact room to fix it. Chen Longxing was astonished by Chen Mu's sharp gaze. Chen Mu did not rush to reply. He opened his system backpack and retrieved a shadowless sword of the Saint Tier, similar to the Qing Feng's sword, tossing it to Chen Longxing without ceremony. Saint Tier? Young master, this sword? Chen Longxing was utterly bewildered. Fix it. The Tianyuan Holy Land has not fallen so low as to give our esteemed disciples inferior products. Take this sword. If it doesn't suit you, come back and exchange it. Chen Mu waved his hand, urging him to stop rambling and simply accept it. Thank you, young master. Longxing will double his efforts in training, striving to contribute more to Tianyuan. Chen Longxing gratefully accepted. Successfully gifted Saint Tier Shadowless Sword. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Saint Tier weapon 100. The 100-fold rebate emboldened Chen Mu, as he had no need to ponder gains or losses. This act not only granted him a Saint Tier weapon plus 100, but also won him Chen Longxing's and all the disciples' respect, damaging a heavenly tier sword, compensating with a Saint Tier sword. The young master's generosity left me somewhat dazed. The young master's lavish demeanor was truly domineering. It struck me deeply. Sister, close your mouth. You're about to drool. Whereas your usual aloofness. The little junior's smile revealed his exasperation. Meanwhile, more of the lower-ranked esteemed disciples stepped onto the stage to challenge Zhang Shenkai, yet they found it difficult to break through. Enough. This ends here. After the 5th-ranked disciple, who was 72nd, regrettably stepped down, Chen Mu interrupted the next challenger's ascent. Fellow disciples ultimately could not unleash their full power, so Chen Mu decided to change locations. Before leaving, he waved his hand, causing 1,000 pills to hover in midair. Each person could take one, and whether they could obtain one depended on their abilities. After saying this, he entered the spatial portal with Zhang Shenkai. As for the 1,000 pills, most disciples could only covet them from afar, well aware of their own limitations. Countless esteemed disciples surged forth to seize the pills. Just as they were embroiled in the excitement, they discovered that the elders had also arrived. No way. Elders, the probability of obtaining pills was already quite low. How come you're joining the fun too? Facing the disciples' resentful gazes, the elders retorted, Hey, one cannot say that. The young master never mentioned we couldn't participate. Right? Joking aside, 9th grade pills were a rare cultivation resource, even for them. One pill counts as one. It's all about fair competition. Head injuries? Not at all. It's about knowing when to stop. If they couldn't compete, they would retreat in time. It was a source of enjoyment. Successfully granted 1,000 9th grade elixirs. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 9th grade elixirs. Young master, where is this place? Zhang Shenkai inquired, observing the colossal structure before him with a sense of confusion. This is the martial arena, albeit different from the one in our Tianyuan sacred land. Here, there are no restrictions on combat, and fatalities are not uncommon, Chen Mu elucidated. Now I understand. Young master, rest assured, I shall not bring you shame, Zhang Shenkai declared, his fists colliding in affirmation. He too believed that unrestricted combat suited his nature better. Between the disciples of Tianyuan, both sides were restrained. Let us proceed, Chen Mu suggested. And together with Zhang Shenkai, they joined the throng entering the martial arena. Here are your identity tokens. Please keep them safe. Chen Mu received the iron plates handed to him by a woman. He was well acquainted with the rules. Attaining the requisite number of victories would allow for advancement and reward. In the martial arena, the ranks of combatants, from lowest to highest, were represented by iron, copper, silver, and gold tokens. Above the gold token, victories could accumulate indefinitely, with greater numbers signifying greater strength. Chen Mu had little interest in such violent matters, yet since the tokens were handed to him, he saw no reason to refuse. Before long, the duo arrived at the combat zone. Come on, put in more effort. Like that, yes. Don't lose. I've staked all my belongings on you. Useless. How could you possibly lose? The audience was packed, their voices a cacophony, each shouting fervently, as their own interests were at stake. Below the stands, the ground was stained with blood, fresh and old, mingling with dust to create a muddy scene. A flash of cold light surged. A swordsman's blade, along with his head, was shattered by a single punch, scattering in all directions. What are your odds against that fellow? Chen Mu inquired. Young master, I am confident in my victory. Zhang Shenkai replied earnestly, no mere boast. He had already risen, hand raised, prepared to challenge the towering, bronze-skinned barbarian clad in beastly attire. This action drew countless gazes. Chapter 137, like a god of death. Do you know who I am? You think you can challenge me with that puny frame? The barbarian sneered, eyeing Zhang Shenkai with disdain, not even deigning to regard him properly. Zhang Shenkai ignored the provocation, aware that speaking too much often led to missteps. With a firm step forward, he leaped into the arena where life and death were indifferent. Besides, if he could not win, he could choose to surrender, contingent upon the opponent's acquiescence. You dare to step up. Watch my fist. The barbarian bellowed, his massive fist descending upon Zhang Shenkai like a meteor. Zhang Shenkai, donning gauntlets forged from spiritual energy, retaliated with a punch. Boom. The collision reverberated, with Zhang Shenkai remaining steadfast as a mountain. while the barbarian was forced back several paces before regaining his balance. Such immense strength. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shenkai pressed the attack. Unwilling to grant the opponent even a moment's respite, he conjured another gauntlet with his left hand, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the barbarian. The latter was relentlessly pushed back until his back met the wall, with no retreat left. How dare you? Upon hearing the crowd's cheers for Zhang Shenkai, along with a few disparaging remarks from unknown voices, the barbarian erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, his rage surged, exuding a palpable aura of murder. Zhang Shenkai crossed his arms before him in defense, leaping back to create distance for safety. Meanwhile, Chen Mu observed closely, noting that just as the barbarian was about to falter, he bit down on a blood-red elixir hung around his neck. Turning to inquire, he asked, "Can one use potions on stage?" "Of course. Here, there are no frivolous rules. It's all about life and death. You may use whatever you wish," a bystander explained. Given that it conformed to the rules, Chen Mu chose not to argue further. Should the barbarian deliberately breach the rules, he would not sit idly by. He would crush him to a bloody mist. To set an example, he was not naive enough to reason with such individuals. Once more, the mantra prevailed. The mightiest fists dictated the strongest principles, especially in such a bloodthirsty arena. Good heavens, who was that person? The old barbarian couldn't defeat him even after using a potion. Goodness, he looks like someone who wouldn't blink while killing. Truly grim. He deserves it. Let him look down upon us. This barbarian needs a lesson. We have plenty of experts in the southern domain. Zhang Shenkai's emergence provided a cathartic release for the frustrated spectators from the southern domain, who had been stifled until now. I concede. The barbarian, beaten into a corner, bloodied and bruised, raised his hands in surrender. At this, Zhang Shenkai retracted his fist mid-swing. However, just as he turned away, the barbarian revealed an evil grin, drawing a dagger hidden in his boot, its edge glinting coldly. Aiming for Zhang Shenkai's heart, he lunged, shouting, "Die!" Boom. Zhang Shenkai nimbly dodged, taking advantage of in the blink of an eye. The whip and the enchanting woman disintegrated into a mist, finer than sand. Hundreds of spectators, the barbarians, and the young man referred to as the master by the enchanting woman were all equally stunned, frozen in place. Then, his legs gave way, and he almost fell to the ground. "Master, be careful." Fortunately, someone behind him reacted quickly, supporting him. "You, how audacious you are. You dare to kill my people. Do you know who I am?" Before Chen Mu could inquire, the young man introduced himself. "Listen well. I am Yaij, the crown prince of the Howling Tiger Kingdom. The future emperor. Kneel down now and beg for mercy. It is not too late." Yaij regarded both Chen Mu and Zhang Shenkai with considerable interest, contemplating whether to recruit them as subordinates. "Do you know who this crown prince is?" Suddenly, a voice, resonating with authority, pierced through the crowd, capturing the attention of all present. Chapter 138. Before the master, how dare one claim to be a demigod? All eyes swiftly focused on a figure clad in black, hair tied back, wielding an iron fan. His face was obscured by a fearsome iron mask. His arrival incited a considerable uproar among the audience. Isn't that the leader of the Godslayer Pavilion? Why is he personally present at the martial arena? The overwhelming aura he exuded commanded respect, and the guards accompanying him were at least of the martial saint level. Indeed, that elder must be at least in the third realm of the human immortal stage. The third realm of the human immortal stage? No wonder people say the Godslayer Pavilion is filled with human immortals, and martial saints are as common as dogs. Upon hearing the name Godslayer Pavilion, Chen Mu concealed his intrigue with a subtle smile. The mention of the pavilion leader piqued Yaij's interest in the masked man. Turning, he raised his chin, looking down his nose. He assumed a regal demeanor, yet to outsiders, he appeared no different from a street thug, perfectly embodying the essence of a petty tyrant. "Is this martial arena under your jurisdiction?" Yaij inquired, stepping closer. "Indeed," the masked man replied, closing the iron fan with a sharp clap against his palm. "In that case, many of my guards died on your territory. How do you intend to compensate me?" Yaij asked arrogantly. "You must know that raising a guard is no small expense. Each guard costs 3 million high-grade spirit stones, and with 7 dead. You owe me 30 million high-grade spirit stones. That is not unreasonable, is it?" Moving in closer, he whispered in the man's ear, "Think carefully before you respond." Yaij indeed conformed to the preconceived notions I had of the Howling Tiger Kingdom. "Huh." Yaij frowned. "What do you mean? Your Howling Tiger Kingdom is not particularly bright." Despite the mask, Yaij could sense the mockery in the man's eyes. "You dare to insult this crown prince." Boom. Before he could finish, Yaij was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into the opposite audience section. "Master, kill them." Seeing their master struck down was intolerable for the barbarians. They drew their weapons, ready to fight. but as they raised their feet to advance, their bodies exploded one after another, transforming into billowing clouds of blood mist. Boom! The blood mist was swiftly dispersed by the shockwave from a martial saint, leaving behind Yaij, who remained frozen in a smile, gradually solidifying into nothingness. He never anticipated that the formidable guards he had brought would not even have the chance to retaliate against this group, an utter annihilation without a trace left behind. The God Lair Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation, every member a harbinger of death. So swift. I fancied my eyesight as keen as a hawk. Yet I couldn't even discern when they struck. Deservedly so, you arrogant barbarians. Did you think the southern region was your playground? Well done. The Godslayer Pavilion is magnificent. Cheers and applause erupted. Yaij felt his pride wounded, questioning how a prince could be humiliated to such an extent. In his mind, the people of the southern region should have bowed to him, mere weaklings with flowery martial arts and no real strength. Why should they flaunt their power over him? Yaij's eyes widened in fury, his face contorted like a rabid dog, especially with blood seeping through his teeth. This humiliation was unbearable. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, clutching a black jade talisman resembling a tiger's emblem, ripping it away. The black jade transformed into a brilliant light, morphing into a giant tiger with black fur and golden stripes. Roar! The roar shook the ground, causing spectators to instinctively cover their ears. Those who failed to react in time suffered ruptured eardrums, bleeding black blood. A 70,000-year-old beast? Chen Mu had not paid much attention earlier and was surprised that Yaij possessed such a convenient artifact to summon a beast at will. However, it paled in comparison to the spatial treasures he had encountered. Simultaneously, it clarified Chen Mu's curiosity about why there had been no beasts in the Howling Tiger Kingdom. A haven for beast tamers, it turned out Yaij had been keeping one in his grasp. You have good taste. This golden-striped black tiger is a prime specimen, boasting 73,000 years of cultivation. It is more than enough to handle you lot. Yaij proclaimed proudly. I had no intention of slaughtering, but you forced my hand. Anyone who dares oppose this crown prince must die. Hearing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yaij roared in anger. He expected to see fear etched on Chen Mu's face, begging for mercy. I laugh at your ignorance. 73,000 years of cultivation, and you dare call it prime? Then what do you think of mine? With a snap of his fingers, Chen Mu unleashed an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire arena. Yaij sensed something amiss. His eyes filled with terror as he slowly raised his gaze. He stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, a nine-tailed fox. No, this is impossible. How could the legendary beast, the king of beasts, appear in such a place? 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Yaij was nearly paralyzed with fear. The golden-striped black tiger lowered its ears, immediately prostrating itself in submission to the nine-tailed fox. 1,000,000-year-old beast. This was an omen of destruction. The southern region. No, the entire Great Cang World was doomed. Run. Run. No, my legs are trembling. I can't move. How infuriating. How infuriating. He clenched his fists, pounding his legs in desperation. While it was amusing to see the arrogant Yaij humbled, the crowd was equally terrified by the appearance of the nine-tailed fox, their focus shifting entirely away from Yaij. You still haven't answered my question. If that is what you call prime, what do you think of mine? Chen Mu's voice echoed from above. Yaij instinctively looked up, horrified to find Chen Mu standing atop the nine-tailed fox. You madman, have you lost your mind? That is a demigod. How dare you stand on the head of a divine being? If you wish to die, that is your concern, but do not involve me. Yaij screamed, nearly going insane, wanting to crack open Chen Mu's head to see if it was filled with mush. A demigod, an entity even the strongest emperors dared not provoke, a supreme terror beyond challenge. How could you? A demigod? Is it possible you're that formidable? Chen Mu teased. Compared to you, my master, I am still far from it. How could I ever presume to identify as a demigod? The nine-tailed fox interjected. Chapter 139. He is still an emperor. The despairing prince, am I dreaming? The beast is speaking. What beast? That is a demigod. Show some respect. Should he become irate? A mere flick of his claws could lay waste to the entire southern domain, rendering it barren and lifeless. Yet you concern yourselves with whether he might speak? The true matter of concern should be the fact that he dares to address that young man as master. Master. A demigod refers to him as such. What then does that make him? A god. At this moment, Chen Mu, in the eyes of the crowd, truly embodies divinity. For apart from a deity, these mere mortals could scarcely conceive of a being of such lofty stature, one that could dominate a demigod and subjugate him. When the term master escaped his lips, accompanied by a tone of obsequiousness, the one most shattered within the assembly was none other than the prince of the Howling Tiger Kingdom, Ego. He never anticipated, never imagined, that Chen Mu would possess such formidable origins, rendering him regretful to the core. Were it not for his physical constraints, he would have already knelt in supplication, begging for Chen Mu's mercy, imploring him to spare not only himself, but also the howling tiger kingdom behind him. Alas, at this very moment, confronted by a beast master with millennia of cultivation, Ego lacked even the courage to utter a word, paralyzed by fear. Good heavens, Brother Mu, your steed is astonishingly outrageously powerful. However, the iron-faced man's subsequent remark once again sent shockwaves through the hearts of the crowd. Did you hear that? The Lord of the Killing God Pavilion addressed him as brother? Yes, they heard it, nodding in affirmation. The Lord of the Killing God Pavilion indeed referred to him in such a manner. Gulp. Words failed them, stuck in their throats. What? Do you desire something? Chen Mu inquired. Just as the iron-faced man was about to respond, he felt the intense murderous intent radiating from the nine-tailed fox demon's eyes. He took a step back, hastily raised his hand, and denied, "No, I absolutely did not mean that. Moreover, it appeared that she was also reluctant to depart from you." Brother Mu. Upon hearing the iron-faced man's refusal, the nine-tailed fox demon finally reigned in her murderous aura, her crystalline gaze softening considerably. Then, as Chen Mu stepped through the spatial door before him, he soon emerged from the portal in front of the iron-faced man. After years away from home, I thought you had forgotten your elder brother here. Chen Mu recognized the individual's true identity. His name was Lu Yang, a companion from childhood, with whom he had shared countless escapades, from climbing mountains to filching beast eggs, enduring beatings together. Their bond was unbreakably strong. Yet, since Lu Yang was dispatched down the mountain by their sect 3 years ago for training, he had rarely returned. Alas, you know how my family member is. If I do not achieve something noteworthy upon my return, won't I be cast out? Lu Yang sighed as he recounted this. Despite his fearlessness, there were 2 individuals he genuinely feared, Chen Mu and his mother. Is your achievement truly so insignificant? Chen Mu surveyed the surroundings. The words Killing God Pavilion had often graced the pages of martial arts tabloids. They could exterminate demons and even contend with deities. Since its inception, it had never faltered. Their status in the martial world was formidable. No one wished to provoke such a band of lunatics. Yet, Brother Mu, your brilliance is too radiant. You know my mother has always compared us since childhood. How can my modest accomplishments stand in your presence? With a swift motion, Chen Mu struck Lu Yang on the head, saying, "If you do not wish to return, then do not use me as an excuse." This slap left the audience gasping in shock. Remarkably, Lu Yang did not appear angry. Instead, he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, leaving them dumbfounded. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen sight, Brother Mu. To be honest, I prefer the carefree days outside the sacred grounds. That said, I will find time to return to the sacred grounds. My aunt misses you dearly. Chen Mu placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it a few times. Yes, I will make a trip back soon. I have prepared gifts. Lu Yang nodded earnestly. Wait, did they just mention the sacred grounds? Which sacred grounds? Which else could it be? In our southern domain, there is but one sacred ground, Tianyuan Sacred Ground. Tianyuan Sacred Ground. Observing Chen Mu, then glancing at the towering beast above, the realization struck them. He could not possibly be the legendary Prodigy, the young master of Tianyuan, the youngest in history to break the order of heaven and earth and forcibly attain the path of the emperor. Upon this realization, the crowd hastily bent their knees in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor." Before the emperor, respect was not merely an option, it was a necessity, an obligation. The nine-tailed fox demon, with millennia of cultivation, was already an aberration in Egu's eyes, and he could scarcely fathom that beyond her stood an emperor. Struggling to maintain his kneeling posture despite the agonizing pain, Egu slowly uttered, "I was wrong. I was blind. I beseech the emperor's forgiveness." Observing the surrounding commotion, he noticed that no one was paying him heed. Raising his voice, he repeated, "I was wrong. I was blind. I beseech the emperor's forgiveness." Seeing Chen Mu's slight impatience, Lu Yang understood and gestured to a trusted subordinate. The subordinate complied, and in an instant, the once intact figure was reduced to a splatter of blood, shredded into mincemeat. As for the golden-striped black tiger, too weak, Chen Mu deemed it of no use, allowing the nine-tailed fox demon to claim its tail and absorb its essence. Even in comparison to millennia of cultivation, it was akin to a small fry before a giant. Yet every little bit counted. "Brother Mu, this way please." Subsequently, at Lu Yang's invitation, Chen Mu entered the VIP chamber. Zhang Shunkai remained behind, continuing to challenge others to elevate his level and accumulate combat experience. "Brother Mu, you are truly remarkable. Just earlier, some mocked you as a rare sight." Those 2 words hung unspoken in his throat, continuing, "In such a short span, You have broken through to the Emperor realm, and you wield a demigod-level beast. Raising a cup of tea in place of wine, Liu Yang felt it was necessary to celebrate. So you killed them all? Chen Mu set down his teacup. Lifting his gaze to inquire, Liu Yang pursed his lips and chuckled. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, Brother Mu. I dispatched the entire Killing God Pavilion overnight to eradicate those who dared to underestimate you. To this, Chen Mu said nothing further. After all, Liu Yang acted out of good intentions, considering his own interests. How could he dampen his spirit? By the way, Brother Mu, how do you plan to handle the Howling Tiger Kingdom? From my understanding of them, they will not let you or me off easily. A bloody conflict is inevitable. Liu Yang questioned, resolute in his desire to stand by Chen Mu's side through thick and thin. Listening to Liu Yang's words, Chen Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he instructed the system to gather information about the Howling Tiger Kingdom, assessing their military capabilities. Upon review, he found that, in terms of development, they lagged slightly behind the Great Martial Dynasty. Nevertheless, their combat prowess, bolstered by beast masters, was somewhat superior. These beasts performed in battle with a ferocity that rivaled human soldiers. Moreover, since they were beast masters, they felt no fear towards humans. As long as there were no retreat orders, they would fight to the bitter end, each one more frenzied than the last. Their colossal forms also conferred considerable advantages, as a beast measuring 3 to 4 meters could easily restrain dozens of individuals, especially if they possessed cultivation. Most soldiers were ordinary folk, lacking any innate talent for cultivation. Anyone with even a modicum of ability would command a position in the military. After reviewing the situation, Chen Mu concluded that the Howling Tiger Kingdom posed little threat. That being said, if one does not eradicate the root, the grass will grow anew. They are bound to cause trouble for you, Brother Mu. And for Tianyuan sacred ground, leading to unrest. Recognizing the validity of this statement, Chen Mu nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, he opened a spatial rift before the crowd, revealing a lavish scene beyond. A resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade. A massive, tiger-skin seat, fit to be called a throne, caught the eye. However, the most captivating figure undoubtedly belongs to the one seated above, the emperor of the Xiaohu nation, Yi Kuang, the father of Yi Ge. Adorned in a golden-threaded dragon claw robe, he exudes the majesty of royalty. Yi Kuang's attention was similarly drawn to the sudden appearance of a portal. His hand, poised to review official documents, halted abruptly. Bang! Boom! In the next moment, with the sound of splintering doors, countless soldiers, armed from head to toe, surged in, forming layers around Yi Kuang, fiercely protecting him. Long swords and spears glimmered menacingly as they were aimed at Chen Mu. Who are you? Yi Kuang inquired with interest, folding the document in his hands. Tianyuan Sacred Land, replied Chen Mu. Upon hearing the name of the Tianyuan Sacred Land along with Chen Mu's name, Yi Kuang's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. It was evident that he had heard the rumors surrounding Chen Mu. At the very least, the truth about his possession of the spatial sacred body was undeniable. Yi Kuang could not fathom any other technique capable of slicing through space. What brings the young master of Tianyuan to seek an audience with me? Yi Kuang asked directly. Chen Mu did not respond immediately, instead shifting the focus to the pool of blood. Blood? Initially, Yi Kuang was somewhat oblivious to the implication Chen Mu intended to convey until he noticed the faintly golden-tinted tiger talisman within the blood. Gur. Yi Kuang instinctively clenched his fists. Given what you know about him, it should not be difficult to deduce the events that transpired. I shall not waste words. I ask only one thing. How do you wish to handle this matter? Chen Mu stated plainly. The choice lay before Yi Kuang. If a peaceful resolution could be reached, Chen Mu would prefer to conserve his energy. The men of Xiaohu Nation have always been known for their bravery. Now that you have slain my son as his father, how can I remain seated upon this throne in peace if I do nothing? Yi Kuang's rhetorical question revealed a clear stance. War is inevitable. Rumors may remain mere rumors. Even if Chen Mu's imperial cultivation was genuine, Yi Kuang, as the emperor of a nation, was not without his own trump cards. However, Chen Mu had already completely discerned those so-called cards. 10 beasts of 10,000 years. In the realm of beast taming, even within the entirety of the Great Cang World, they could hardly be deemed weak. They certainly warranted the title of trump card. Yet, this card could be effortlessly crushed by Chen Mu, who could summon a single beast from his small realm to overpower them. Even the weakest among them would be insufficient. With mere cultivation of 1,000,000 years, he could intimidate them into submission. Not to mention the suppression of bloodlines. Beasts place greater emphasis on bloodlines than humans. The overwhelming dominance of the nine-tailed fox demon was something they could never resist. Chen Mu decisively utilized the spatial portal to transport the nine-tailed fox demon. Before long, a voice emerged from beyond the portal. Report. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A beast has suddenly appeared in the beast garden and is slaughtering the tamed beasts. What kind of beast could invade the beast garden? Yikwang inquired, perplexed. It is a nine-tailed fox, according to Master Qian's judgment. That beast possesses at least 10 million years of cultivation. A soldier replied. 10 million years. Yikwang's heart trembled upon hearing this. Beasts of 1,000,000 years were already catastrophic disasters. 10 million years. It was unfathomable. How could such a beast appear so suddenly? Is the heavens intent on destroying my Xiaohu nation? Yikwang cradled his head in his hands, bewildered. Your Majesty, I saw it clearly. A portal suddenly appeared in the sky, and the beast emerged from it. The soldier added. A portal? You mean, like this one? Yikwang exclaimed, pointing at the portal created by Chen Mu. Indeed. The soldier nodded vigorously, but it was at least 1,000 times larger. After hearing this, Yikwang hastily turned to Chen Mu. That beast, did you bring it to Xiaohu nation? Indeed, Chen Mu acknowledged generously. By dismantling Yikwang's confidence and trump cards while allowing the nine-tailed fox demon to absorb more demonic energy to elevate its realm, he achieved two objectives at once. The spatial sacred body is indeed terrifying. Yikwang mistakenly believed that Chen Mu had fortuitously discovered the 10-million-year beast and had intentionally transported it to the territory of Xiaohu nation, aiming to bring about its utter destruction. Ruthless. What a cunning means of using a knife to kill. Little did he know, it was Chen Mu's own tamed beast. Xiao Lu, accompany me, Chen Mu instructed, glancing at Lu Yang beside him. All right, Brother Mu. Ever since childhood, Lu Yang had always followed Chen Mu's lead without question. Whatever he said was law. The portal shifted, and Chen Mu and Lu Yang emerged, hovering above the imperial palace of Xiaohu nation. The beast garden, once teeming with life, now lay in ruins. The city guards watched from a distance, too fearful to approach. The more they understood the tamed beasts, the more they recognized the horror these colossal creatures embodied. Any reckless approach would lead to certain death. Brother Mu, being this close, it won't get angry and swallow me whole, will it? Lu Yang gulped nervously, feeling the anxiety radiating even through his mask. With me here, what is there to fear? Chen Mu reassured him. Very well. Lu Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Meanwhile, after the portal before them closed, Emperor Yikwang swiftly led thousands of elite soldiers to the scene. Upon witnessing the nine-tailed fox demon, the thoughts of victory and triumph were utterly obliterated from Yikwang's mind. Victory was impossible. He had never been so certain of anything. Your Majesty, look. There are two figures beside the nine-tailed fox. Figures? Who dares approach such a world-ending calamity? Are they seeking death? Chapter 141. Supreme Beast Tamer. Suppress all disobedience. Yikwang's gaze turned towards the scene. It was him. Yikwang immediately recognized the figure standing in midair beside the nine-tailed fox demon, Chen Mu. As for the other figure, the fierce beast with an iron face, Yikwang also had a recollection of. He couldn't comprehend the significance behind Chen Mu's seemingly reckless actions. Perhaps he was intentionally seeking death, wanting to drag others down with him? Truly, this man was inscrutable. Soon, however, Yikwang's attention was drawn back to the nine-tailed fox demon, whose 9 tails, as pure as snow, ensnared the 10-headed, 10,000-year beasts with a grip as unyielding as a constrictor, rendering them incapable of escape. All were the guardian beasts of Xiaohu nation. Yikwang had envisioned this scene, yet he never anticipated that they would be even more vulnerable than he had imagined. They had no chance to flee. Then, with a slight increase in the tightening force of its tails, the 10-headed, 10,000-year beasts collectively burst apart, their essence absorbed. Whoosh! The remaining bird-like beast, also possessing 10,000 years of cultivation and wings, was similarly pierced by a strike of the fox's tail, reduced to mere fragments. Likewise, Yikwang's confidence shattered into pieces. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He realized just how fragile his perceived strength was when faced with true power. The Xiaohu nation was doomed, because of his insignificant bravado. Yet, there was solace in knowing that the true architect of the Xiaohu nation's demise would also meet his end. Imperial cultivation? What of the spatial sacred body? In the face of a 10-million-year demon king, it was all inconsequential. Then, a voice extinguished all hope within Yikwang. The nine-tailed fox demon turned its head towards Chen Mu, slightly parted its mouth, and an ethereal voice resonated from all directions, akin to a divine sound. Master, I have executed your command and eliminated all the beasts, absorbing and refining their essence. Initially, Yikwang doubted whether he was merely experiencing auditory hallucinations due to overwhelming pressure. However, Chen Mu's subsequent actions dispelled all his doubts. It was as though an invisible slap struck his face, leaving a stinging pain. Chen Mu raised his hand, and the nine-tailed fox demon eagerly leaned in, accepting his caress, its eyes partially closed in bliss. This display felt eerily familiar. Yikwang recalled how similar it was to the wolf beast he had raised since childhood. But a 10-million-year demon beast was not a wolf beast, raised from infancy? Chen Mu's appearance did not suggest such an age. Therefore, it could only be subdued by force. To subdue such a formidable creature through sheer force, one must acknowledge that Yikwang's limitations rendered him incapable of envisioning such possibilities. He could not fathom what kind of strength was required to compel the nine-tailed fox demon to submit. Was such power attainable by the human race? He truly questioned the purpose of life. Xiaolu, don't you always aspire to achieve greatness? I can offer you an emperor to command. Would you accept? Chen Mu raised his voice intentionally. Brother Mu, I shall comply with whatever you request. Lu Yang instantly grasped Chen Mu's intentions. Yikwang, like him, regretted the rapidity of his thoughts at this moment. He reached for the tiger talisman hanging from his chest, contemplating that with the speed of the golden-patterned black tiger, he might seize the opportunity to ascend the tower and perhaps escape, surviving a little longer. Chen Mu noticed his subtle movement. With a clenched fist, the space around Yikwang collapsed, a black hole directly consuming him. Would he wander endlessly, live in solitude until death? Chen Mu was not so benevolent. Within that small world, there was no air, nor any spiritual energy to draw upon. It would not be long before Yikwang suffocated, dying in agony. Observing how effortlessly Chen Mu could make Yikwang vanish from existence, the national master, Qian Yue, knelt hurriedly, proclaiming, I, Qian Yue, pledge loyalty to the new king. I pledge loyalty to the new king. I pledge loyalty to the new king. If even the national master, who stood above all, knelt, what reason did these officials or common soldiers have to continue opposing him? They could not dare to venture into the tiger's den, fully aware of the peril. Indeed, following Brother Mu promised a bright future. Watching the throngs of the Xiaohu nation kneeling in submission, Lu Yang chuckled. In his mind, he had already resolved to utilize Xiaohu nation as a stepping stone to elevate the name of the Killing God Pavilion throughout the vast world of Datsang, establishing it as the premier assassin organization, ensuring that all would tremble at its mere mention. System, summon a beast with 10 million years of cultivation for me. Chen Mu intended to draw a 10-million-year demon beast for Lu Yang to bolster his standing, preventing other factions from perceiving this new emperor as easily trifled with. Although initially locking in rewards was deemed a violation, the system complied enthusiastically. Currently summoning the beast. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 10-million-year demon beast, the Ghost Blade Mantis 1. The Ghost Blade Mantis? It sounded formidable indeed. Confirm retrieval. The ground array manifested, and what was once a mantis the size of a palm now stood towering at 200 to 300 meters, transformed into a terrifying giant. Its blade-like forearms appeared even sharper, giving the impression that it could effortlessly cleave heaven and earth. Yet another demon beast with 10 million years of cultivation. Qian Yue, as the national master, was left utterly dumbfounded. He could not comprehend why Yikwang would dare provoke a supreme beast master capable of commanding two 10-million-year demon beasts. Indeed, supreme, for no beast master had ever been able to control a 10-million-year beast, let alone two. Were contemporary geniuses this terrifying? Witnessing this, the others buried their heads even lower, filled with dread. Xiaolu, I present you with this Ghost Blade Mantis. Use it to suppress all dissent. Chen Mu's words were directed not only at Lu Yang, but also at all present, signaling that any act of rebellion would lead to certain demise. There was no room for negotiation. Brother Mu, you are exceedingly generous. From this day forth, I shall follow you faithfully. You shall always be my esteemed elder brother. Lu Yang exclaimed, excitement causing his voice to tremble. He considered himself the luckiest for having recognized such a commendable elder brother like Chen Mu. He resolved to work diligently, deeming it acceptable to lose face for himself, but absolutely intolerable to bring shame upon Chen Mu. First, he set a modest goal, to seize the entire Spirit Master realm. Qian Yue was already in a state of shock. A 10-million-year beast, given so casually? Was he certain it was no jest? Such a beast could effortlessly dominate a realm. Taking the example of the Emperor of the Spirit Master realm, his highest-level beast boasted only 300,000 years of cultivation. Not even a fraction of the Ghost Blade Mantis. Yet Chen Mu had given it away without a second thought. This decisiveness left Qian Yue in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the confidence Chen Mu must possess to act thus. Even as the national master, with immense wealth, he could not casually give away a single coin as Chen Mu had done so lightly. However, what he failed to see was how advantageous this move was for Chen Mu. A guaranteed profit? A windfall. Successfully gifted the 10-million-year Ghost Blade Mantis. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a random 10-million-year Demon Beast 100. Chapter 142. System Functions Clash and Upgrade Frenzies. A random 10-million-year Demon Beast 100? Chen Mu felt that this method of rebaiting was far more convenient and expedient than directly drawing from the beast summoning function. Most importantly, the rebate level was fixed. And there was even a chance to surpass by enhancing quality while reducing quantity. Indeed, among all functions, the one with the most formidable power must be the 100-fold rebate. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Mu could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. The true strength of the 100-fold rebate lay in its lack of limitations. It could snowball indefinitely. Even a random herb or stone picked up from the roadside could be transformed into an unparalleled artifact through this mechanism, just as he mused. Chen Mu quickly reined in his thoughts. However, it seemed the system did not share his sentiments. System, alert. The Divine Beast Master function has developed an inferiority complex due to the host remarks and is attempting an upgrade. Attempting upgrade 24 times, failed. Attempting upgrade 33 times, data successfully acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. New functions added. 100 draws, 1,000 draws, 10,000 draws, allowing selection of beast summoning levels. Ranging from 1 year to a billion years. If these scattered functions were likened to the system's offspring, Chen Mu could only say, like father, like son. What else could he express? As a father, Chen Mu was uninterested in managing them. As sons, they were even less worthy of concern. Let them be. After all, they posed no detriment to him. A thin-skinned heart, so be it. Chen Mu's expectations were minimal. As long as they did not self-destruct and implicate him, that would suffice. He initially believed this matter would conclude here, but unexpectedly, the system panel, which had just been closed, reappeared the next second. System, alert, the 100-fold rebate function. Feeling provoked by the Divine Beastmaster function, is quite enraged and is attempting an upgrade. Attempting upgrade 12 times, failed. Attempting upgrade 19 times. Data successfully acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. New feature, 1,000-fold rebate. Chen Mu. System. Alert. The Divine Beastmaster function has chosen to accept the challenge of the 1,000-fold rebate function. Stop. Is this never-ending? System. The Divine Beastmaster function has been temporarily forcefully shut down, along with the upgrade permissions of the 1,000-fold rebate function. Well done. Chen Mu silently gave a thumbs up to the overarching system. Yet, he hoped that when it acted in such a manner, his words would similarly hold weight. It was not difficult to surmise that when the moment truly arrived, there would likely be various excuses, system data errors, the function does not exist, feedback submitted. This overarching system exhibited a degree of double standards. Closing the system panel, he noticed Lu Yang retrieving a token from his waist, inscribed with the chilling character, kill. This not only represented his identity as the leader of the Killing God Pavilion, but also allowed him to communicate over great distances with other members who possess this token. What do you intend to do? Chen Mu casually inquired. I will summon all members of the Killing God Pavilion to Xiaohu Nation. They are my trusted subordinates, trustworthy. Lu Yang prepared to completely overturn the existing royal hierarchy of Xiaohu Nation, replacing it entirely with his own people. Have them all head to the Killing God Pavilion and notify me once ready. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang swiftly complied with Chen Mu's instructions. Using the communication token, he summoned all the members of the Killing God Pavilion to return at the fastest speed, excluding those particularly distant, within mere moments. Over 1,000 members had gathered. Whispers spread among them. Why has the Pavilion Master suddenly called us all back? Could it be that something significant has occurred? Thinking positively, I believe there is a high probability that this will be a significant undertaking, perhaps an assassination of the Emperor? An assassination of the Emperor, with just us. Seems quite challenging, doesn't it? Difficult or not, we must proceed. Have we forgotten the tenets of our Killing God Pavilion? As long as the price is right. Even deities are not exempt from our blade. Before others could express their opinions, their expressions suddenly shifted. Have you all sensed it? The power of space. Is that not something only a sacred body of space could achieve? Wait, look outside. Where are we? The entire Killing God Pavilion was being distorted in space by Chen Mu, transported to the nation of the Howling Tiger. After a few moments of stunned silence, Lu Yang finally spoke, clarifying for everyone. This is the Howling Tiger Nation. From now on, it will be the stronghold of our Killing God Pavilion. And I am the Emperor of the Howling Tiger Nation. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Mu thoughtfully helped Lu Yang sign in, adorning him in imperial robes. It must be said, clothing does indeed transform the man. Once clad in dragon robes, Lu Yang's aura dramatically shifted, and standing in midair, he exuded a regal presence. Surveying the world beneath him. Congratulations to the Pavilion Master on his ascension to the throne. Facing the crowd kneeling in unison and offering their congratulations. Lu Yang showed no desire to claim sole credit. He was eager to attribute all accomplishments to Chen Mu. He proceeded to introduce Chen Mu's identity as the young master of Tianyuan and the Emperor. What? He is that legend. Having broken through to emperor status before the age of 20, he is the second emperor of this era. Throughout history, people have only known of the first, with Chen Mu being the notable exception. An emperor, coupled with millennia of beast mastery, it is hard to imagine who could dare oppose him in this world. The young master of Tianyuan is even more handsome than depicted in portraits, with an ethereal grace and supreme countenance. We bow to the young master. The crowd was acutely aware that the Killing God Pavilion and Tianyuan sacred land were inseparable. To be precise, the Killing God Pavilion belonged to Tianyuan sacred land. They served both loyalties. Moreover, they had no intention of distancing themselves from the prestigious reputation of Tianyuan sacred land. They knew all too well how difficult it was to become a member of the sacred land. Seizing the moment, Lu Yong stepped forward to add, from now on, all members of the Killing God Pavilion shall regard Brother Mu as they do me. No, even above me. If our commands ever conflict, you will heed Brother Mu's orders without question, even if he instructs you to kill me. Do you understand? We shall obey the Pavilion Master's command. The resounding chorus from the crowd nearly shook the heavens. Chen Mu swallowed back the words of sarcasm he had prepared. At this moment, there was no need to dampen the spirits. Let it be as it may. Chen Mu adopted a calm demeanor. Subsequently, he began preparations for the coronation ceremony, to announce to the world that the Howling Tiger Nation had a new ruler. Brother Mu, do you think the sudden change of emperor will incite the common folk to revolt? Establishing a prosperous era solely through brute force may prove challenging, Lu Yong pondered. As long as they understand that with you as emperor, their benefits will multiply, it will suffice, Chen Mu replied lightly. Please, Brother Mu, enlighten me. Observing Lu Yong's earnest desire to learn, Chen Mu accessed the system panel to locate the infinite wealth function. Chapter 143. The Ghost Blade Mantis battles the Emperor of the Spirit Realm. When dealing with formidable foes, brute force is undoubtedly the simplest approach. However, when interacting with the common folk, money serves as the most direct and effective means. Many issues can be resolved through financial means. Brute force? It merely eradicates those who pose problems. But should we eliminate everyone? How can we call it a nation? Reflecting on the history of the Great Song, how many tyrannical monarchs have met a favorable end? On the infinite wealth function page, he entered a string of numbers into the prominent input box and clicked to extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. 100 trillion spirit stones have been deposited into the system backpack. Switching to the system backpack, he retrieved the 100 trillion spirit stone cards, waving his hand, creating a mountain of them. 1 million cards, each valued at 1 million premium spirit stones, piled before the hall. This is 100 trillion premium spirit stones. I believe this should suffice for your needs. If it falls short, feel free to come back for more, Chen Mu stated. 100 trillion premium spirit stones gifted successfully. 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring trillions of premium spirit stones. 100 trillion premium spirit stones? Gazing upon the mound of spirit stone cards worth more than mountains of gold and silver, even the well-versed Lu Yong found himself momentarily dazed, speechless. If the leader was so affected, one could only imagine the astonishment of the elders of the Killing God Pavilion. 100 trillion premium spirit stones were a figure they could only dream of. The entire history of the Killing God Pavilion, established for so long, perhaps barely amassed 1 billion premium spirit stones. Chen Mu's generosity amounted to a staggering 100 trillion. The shock delivered to their relatively fragile psyches was irrevocable. Even if their heads were severely injured and they lost their memories, this moment would remain unforgettable. With the combination of beast mastery, emperor status, and this terrifying financial power, all understood why the seemingly emotionless leader of the Killing God Pavilion, akin to a machine of death to outsiders, displayed such subservience in front of Chen Mu. He is deserving. Brother Mu, rest assured, I will ensure that the Howling Tiger Nation becomes the strongest nation in the spirit realm, Lu Yong declared, pounding his chest with conviction. I trust you, Chen Mu replied, giving Lu Yong's shoulder a few encouraging pats. Well then, all necessary matters have been attended to, and I shall take my leave. Chen Mu stood up, intending to head to the martial arena to meet Zhang Xingkai, wondering how he was faring. All right, Brother Mu. Travel safely, Lu Yong bade farewell. As he lifted his gaze, Chen Mu had already vanished. The portal of space closed behind him. Brother Mu. Yet the gratitude that lingered in Lu Yong's heart remained undiminished. He was preparing to recruit talent and establish various regulations beneficial to the common people when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Report. Report. A figure knelt beneath the grand hall, curling into a ball. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Spirit Realm, Fengcheng has arrived. The Emperor of the Spirit Realm? Lu Yong understood immediately the purpose of the visitor. In the past, he might have felt a tinge of trepidation. However, With the millennia-old ghost blade mantis bestowed by Chen Mu, a mere emperor of the spirit realm did not intimidate him at all. If there is to be battle, let it be. Ahem, ahem. Convey my decree, allow him to enter. Speaking for the first time in such a manner, Lu Yang felt somewhat unaccustomed. There is no need for formalities. I have already arrived. Before anyone could react, Feng Cheng appeared with such swiftness that it was as if he materialized beside the messenger. Just as he was about to speak, his attention was captured by the mountain of spirit stone cards. Surely, this must be worth over 1 billion. Greed began to stir within him. I wonder why the Emperor Feng has come to the Howling Tiger Nation, Lu Yang inquired directly, lacking patience for any circumlocution. I had an old friendship with the former Emperor of the Howling Tiger Nation. Your abrupt arrival without any greeting and your intentions to seize power. Is that not somewhat inappropriate? Feng Cheng retorted. What does the esteemed Emperor deem appropriate? Lu Yang pressed further. I find it difficult to negotiate with you. I demand half of those spirit stone cards, Feng Cheng declared, setting the terms. Half? Lu Yang chuckled, responding, 5 trillion premium spirit stones? Your appetite is indeed quite large. Esteemed Emperor Feng, 5 trillion premium spirit stones. Feng Cheng was immediately taken aback, realizing the true worth of those spirit cards. Ahem, ahem. He coughed lightly. His expression remaining cold as he insisted, half, not a single card less. Rest assured, I shall not take these spirit stones in vain. Upon receiving them, this emperor will protect your Howling Tiger Nation. And what then? After your nation falls, will you seek another to extort protection fees from? Lu Yang countered. Upon hearing this, Feng Cheng's expression darkened, sensing the mockery in Lu Yang's words. The implication was clear. You wish to defy me. But before he could finish, the ominous atmosphere thickened. Feng Cheng, akin to a cannonball, transformed into a meteor as he exited the palace. Unexpectedly, a deadly intent pursued him relentlessly. In haste, Feng Cheng conjured a shield of spiritual energy, crossing his hands to protect himself. Bang! Boom! Yet, in the next heartbeat, the shield shattered, and he was flung hundreds of meters away. Spitting out a mouthful of thick blood while clutching his chest, he activated his 1,000-mile eyes. Locking onto the source of his injury, a beast of millions of years, Feng Cheng could scarcely believe his eyes. His most formidable beast had merely 300,000 years of cultivation, a stark contrast to the million-year mark, an entirely different dimension. While he had considered that Lu Yang, capable of defeating Yi Kuang, must possess some abilities, he had never anticipated their magnitude would be so exaggerated. As the ghost blade mantis appeared once more, intent on striking again with its scythe, Feng Cheng hastily summoned his 30,000-year beast. However, a flash of cold light instantaneously obliterated it. Feng Cheng activated his celestial-level technique, combining talismans to forge a barrier, aiming to fend off the relentless assault of the ghost blade mantis. Yet, the scythe was indomitable. The pinnacle of his defensive arts disintegrated in an instant, leaving him reeling from the backlash and coughing up blood. Flee! A singular thought consumed him. He fled without a backward glance, desperate to distance himself from these monsters. Regret gnawed at his insides. Had he known this group possessed such leverage, he would have never dared to approach. He had assumed Lu Yang was as malleable as Yi Kuang, easily manipulated. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, observing every move through the system panel, couldn't he help but murmur, could my brother be the protagonist? The moment the talent departs, trouble immediately follows. His thoughts shifted as he noticed Feng Cheng employing his trump card, attempting to close in on Lu Yang through the Beastmaster. Realizing that external might is no match for inner strength was an epiphany. Initiating the Emperor Experience Pack on target Lu Yang. Usage successful. Emperor Experience Pack granted successfully. A 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Emperor Experience Pack 1000. Chapter 144. A man of greatness can bend and stretch, investing in all things rumbling. The sound of thunder drew Feng Cheng's attention away from his predicament. Dark clouds churned, and crimson lightning flashed ominously. An extraordinary phenomenon. Was it a celestial omen? Was someone attempting to ascend to the emperor level? Feng Cheng was incredulous. As an emperor of the spirit realm, he struggled to comprehend who dared to transcend him. In a world where an emperor already existed, others aspiring to the same must defeat the reigning emperor. After all, not everyone possesses a system like Chen Mu to disregard the heavenly order and forcibly ascend. Why did this happen at such a crucial moment? Or was it intentional? Feng Cheng gritted his teeth, consumed by regret. He chastised himself for being greedy. Having assumed the new leader of the Howling Tiger Nation was an easy target for manipulation, thinking he could teach a lesson to demonstrate who truly ruled the spirit realm. Little did he know, greed leads to self-destruction. On Lu Yang's side, the thunder rumbled like a waterfall, poised to strike. Yet, A chaotic portal opened in midair, devouring the sanguine lightning. The space holy body. Fang Cheng did not foresee that the one aspiring to become an emperor would be Liu Yang. Even more astonishing was the fact that a powerful ally with an awakened space holy body stood behind him, forcefully repelling the heavenly thunder. Having ascended to emperor himself, he understood how long the heavenly lightning would strike. Feeling the great fortune of the Tao being forcibly stripped away, his realm reduced to that of a quasi-emperor. Fang Cheng's lips twitched in a bitter smile, realizing his defeat was inevitable. Liu Yang, however, ascended to the emperor realm without peril, the sheer power overwhelming him. He could hardly believe this was his own body. "Brother Mu, you are astonishing," he exclaimed, never having envisioned that one day he would ascend to the emperor level. Affirming once more that following Brother Mu indeed leads to rewards. "Brother Mu?" Fang Cheng murmured, realizing the significant figure behind Liu Yang. Noticing Liu Yang's icy gaze, he hurriedly adjusted his posture, kneeling in submission. What other choice did he have? Continue to stubbornly court death? A man of greatness can bend and stretch. Boom. Just as he contemplated this, a massive blood-red sword, forged from spiritual energy, descended upon him. Despite retaining his quasi-emperor cultivation, he could not withstand the terrifying power and was torn to shreds. Liu Yang had no interest in Fang Cheng, deeming him unworthy of further discourse. Such a cowardly individual was a liability, and it was better to eliminate him swiftly. Had Fang Cheng shown a hint of resilience, Liu Yang might have considered sparing him. After confirming Fang Cheng's demise, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. No longer did he need to worry about Liu Yang. In the spirit realm, he was now the strongest. Ordinary emperors lacked the audacity to provoke Liu Yang, especially with a million-year ghost blade mantis at his side, a force not easily trifled with. Witnessing everything unfold, Yi Qingqing's admiration for Chen Mu surged like an unceasing river. The ability to make anyone an emperor left her in awe. She had initially believed that empowering others would diminish his own strength, yet she soon realized that Chen Mu had grown significantly stronger. Her judgment had been correct. Through the breathing enhancement technique, Chen Mu's cultivation had ascended to the 15th level of emperor. Each level of emperor required the same experience to advance, but the breathing enhancement function upgraded with continuous use. Thus, Chen Mu's emperor level would rise perpetually, and his upgrade speed would only accelerate, unstoppable. Chen Mu was indifferent to these developments. As dusk approached, he decided to rest. Upon opening the door and lighting candles in his abode, he halted mid-step. The bed had been replaced, noticeably larger than before. Who was responsible? What was their intent? It was clear to him that he could not ascertain the reasons. Yi Qingqing entered with basins of water, noticing the change, but not mentioning it. "Young master, rest well." Qingqing takes her leave. After washing Chen Mu's feet and settling him into bed, Yi Qingqing departed as she had arrived. Once the door closed, a hint of sorrow crossed her face as she sighed softly. The next day dawned. Chen Mu rose early. Stretching in the courtyard before enjoying the pastries Yi Qingqing had brought from the mountain. Zhang Shenkai had also attempted to make some. His specialty lay in stir-frying, but his pastry skills were average. After practicing for a while to meet Chen Mu's standards, he finally felt confident enough to serve them. Chen Mu took a piece of rice cake, savoring it meticulously before praising, "Not bad. Soft, sticky, and delicious. You should make more next time." Indeed, Zhang Shenkai rejoiced, relieved that his anxious heart finally settled. Returning to the kitchen, he continued to experiment. After Chen Mu finished breakfast, Yi Qingqing entered the 100-fold cultivation space to continue her training. She showed no signs of slacking off after ascending to emperor. Rather, she worked even harder. "Chen Mu?" He lounged lazily, gently rocking in his chair. Training? Unnecessary. If he truly felt inclined, breathing a few times was far simpler and quicker. A couple of breaths equated to years, even decades, of ordinary training. Chen Mu could not fathom the terrifying potential of allowing this function to continue evolving. Would a single breath elevate him to the next level of emperor? Limits? None existed. Even if there were, the system would eliminate them. If it truly sought to suppress him, Chen Mu might regard it with a modicum of respect. System attempting to upgrade. Chen Mu was uncertain whether his words had provoked the system, prompting it to hurriedly pledge its loyalty. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. System attempted upgrade the 13th time, failure. The system attempted its 22nd upgrade, successfully acquiring data. The upgrade is in progress. The achievement was realized. The Universal Investment module was now bound, unlocking a new function. Universal Investment. Investment? Chen Mu felt a flicker of interest at those two words. The system responded, "Dear host, this function allows you to invest in all things in existence, be it a person or even the smallest flower, grass, tree, or stone. When the investment object flourishes, you shall reap immense and bountiful rewards." So this is what investment meant. Chen Mu instantly comprehended. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he replied lightly. The door swung open, revealing a youthful maiden who entered. Almost immediately, the system panel materialized beside her. Chapter 145, Deeply Ashamed, hence the upgrade. Mutated dominant body, name, Shan Yuchan, age, 16, strength, 9th level martial apprentice, physique, Ice Phoenix cold body, fortune, level 9. Recent turnaround, soon to break through to the warrior realm, urgently in need of a 3rd grade Xianjing pill for the breakthrough, which would also enhance the Ice Phoenix cold body. Urgently in need of a 3rd grade Xianjing pill. So this is what investment truly entails. Chen Mu rummaged through his system backpack, but found no Xianjing pill. In fact, there were no pills below grade 5 in his possession. Was this not a form of impoverishment? Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Xianjing pill 1000. The system, ever quick-witted, promptly supplemented. Chen Mu, unhurried, first inquired about Shan Yuchan's purpose for visiting. Why are you here at my Qingyan mansion instead of staying at Yuqing Peak? Are you perhaps seeking information about your brother, the thousand-faced demon lord? From what Chen Mu learned, Shan Yuhong was thriving within the Tiangong Pavilion, gaining significant favor and training a master of disguise who infiltrated various factions, spreading an information network throughout the southern domain, leaving no secret undisclosed. Esteemed young master, Yuchan has come at the behest of the master to present this item to you. Shan Yuchan produced a palm-sized, exquisite treasure box and offered it with both hands. Upon receiving it, Chen Mu felt an icy chill piercing through him, stirring his top-tier heavenly ice root. He unlatched the lock and opened the lid. A plume of white mist flowed forth like ethereal smoke, cascading down to his legs, chilling him to the bone. Just as Chen Mu pondered the nature of the blue crystal no larger than a fingernail, the system interjected. This item is known as Extreme Domain Ice, the finest nourishment for the heavenly ice root, formed over countless years in a realm of extreme cold. Extreme Domain Ice? It took thousands of years to yield such a small piece? Chen Mu's horizons expanded. He contemplated that his cousin, Jian Qingzhu, likely acted out of gratitude for aiding her in awakening her nine-tailed fox lineage and for sending such a gifted disciple her way. He intended to express that family should not be so formal, but recognizing her kindness, he decided it better to graciously accept. Please convey my thanks to my cousin. With that, Chen Mu tossed a 3rd grade Xianjing pill towards her. Young master, what is this? Shan Yuchan asked in confusion, gazing at the pill in her hand. Consider it a reward for delivering this item. Chen Mu did not elaborate further. Thank you, young master. Shan Yuchan knelt, bowing in gratitude. All right, return and report. Chen Mu waved her off. As the courtyard door closed, Chen Mu could not help but question the system. Does this count as an investment? The system replied, indeed. All that remains is for the target to consume the pill and complete the breakthrough, and the host shall receive investment rewards. What rewards? Chen Mu pressed. The system responded. 10 3rd grade Xianjing pills. 10 3rd grade Xianjing pills. Chen Mu glanced at another system notification he had not closed. Successful gift of 3rd grade Xianjing pill. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 3rd grade Xianjing pill 1000. So he had to wait. It appeared that the greatest convenience of this investment function lay in the fact that upon correct investments, the recipient would gain additional enhancements. In terms of rewards, they were evidently less direct than the 1,000-fold return. The system then prompted, universal investment function is deeply ashamed, apologizing to the host, feeling inadequate, and is attempting to upgrade. Attempting upgrade for the 11th time, failure. Attempting upgrade for the 45th time, data successfully acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. New known functions. Advance investment rewards. Reward grade enhancement. View upgrade path. Compared to the advance investment rewards and reward grade enhancement. Chen Mu was particularly interested in the ability to view the upgrade path. Zhang Xinkai, you called for me. He responded promptly. There's something I need. While addressing him, Chen Mu began examining Zhang Xinkai's upgrade path. 1. Heavenly Demon Dominant Body. Requires 1 6th grade Iron Skin Pill. 3 5th grade Blood Refining Pills. 2. Mutated Heavenly Demon Dominant Body. Requires 1 7th grade 9 Transformation Bone Refining Pill. 5 6th grade Iron Skin Pills. Mutated Heavenly Demon Dominant Body? This could mutate, the system explained. Compared to the Heavenly Demon Dominant Body, the mutated version will return half of the damage received. After becoming a Heavenly Demon, one's strength will increase even more. With toughened skin and the ability to reflect half the damage, one could withstand attacks and still defeat the opponent. This mutation was indeed formidable. Chen Mu immediately developed a keen interest in the new universal investment function. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 7th grade 9 transformation bone refining pill 1000. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 6th grade iron skin pill 1000. The system had thoughtfully prepared the necessary pills for Chen Mu. Take these pills. They will greatly aid your cultivation of the heavenly demon-dominant body. He casually tossed them aside. Thank you, young master. Investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mutated heavenly demon-dominant body. Upon checking his personal panel, indeed, the heavenly demon-dominant body he once mastered now bore the notation of mutation. Furthermore, he noticed that the previously stated 50 damage reflection had now doubled to 100. Both defense and the attacking power post-transformation saw exponential increases. With the 15th layer of the Emperor realm, Chen Mu need not exert effort against formidable foes, merely standing there. He could exhaust his opponents through reflection alone. He had become an embodiment of invincibility. As the saying goes, the nature of the system dictates its functions, each more indulgent than the last. At Yuqing Peak, Master, I have returned. Upon hearing this, Jian Qizhu opened her eyes. The 6 tails behind her and the fox ears atop her head returning to their normal human form. After days of tireless effort, she had successfully cultivated her 6th tail. Now only 3 tails away from the complete 9-tailed form. How did it go? Did you deliver the items? Jian Qingzhu inquired. Master, I have personally delivered the items you instructed to the young master. Shan Yuchan responded. What did he say? Jian Qingzhu asked eagerly. The young master expressed his gratitude and mentioned that when you have time, you may visit Qingyun Mansion for tea. Shan Yuchan conveyed truthfully. Tea, huh? I still prefer wine. Jian Qingzhu chuckled, her smile enchanting, unable to conceal her joy. By the way, master, the young master also rewarded me with a pill before leaving. Shan Yuchan produced it. A 3rd grade Xinjing pill? Jian Qingzhu observed the pill with confusion. Could it be that her young cousin had recently become overly generous and less affluent? Should she offer him some support? Based on his past behavior, he should not be so lacking. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning? Chapter 146. Drunken Immortal, Playing the Fool? In the next moment, Jian Qingzhu shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. With her understanding of Chen Juexin, given his almost obsessive fondness for Chen Mu, how could poverty ever be associated with him? It is impossible, utterly impossible. Thus, there exists only one possibility. The reason Chen Mu gifted this 3rd grade Xianjing Dan to Shan Yuchan is laden with deeper significance. Upon inquiry, Jian Qingzhu learned that Shan Yuchan had reached the critical moment for a breakthrough, merely a step away from success. With a shift in her gaze, she probed into Shan Yuchan's meridians and internal organs, including the condition of her sacred body. She then glanced at the Xianjing Dan in her hand, which resembled ice crystals. Jian Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in realization. It became clear now. Master, is there something wrong with this pill? Shan Yuchan asked, bewildered and unable to grasp the underlying meaning. Although this elixir is of modest quality, it is the best choice for you at this moment. Consuming this pill will not only facilitate a flawless breakthrough, but will also enhance your Ice Phoenix cold body. Jian Qingzhu elucidated. To her surprise, her cousin's insight was remarkably sharp. In just one glance, he had discerned her character and devised the optimal breakthrough strategy for her. Listening to Jian Qingzhu, Shan Yuchan couldn't help but shiver, realizing that Chen Mu was evidently far more formidable than she had anticipated. In his presence, she felt utterly exposed, her entire being laid bare before him. Prepare yourself. You can attempt the breakthrough now, Jian Qingzhu said, rising and placing the Xianjing Dan back into Shan Yuchan's hands. Master, are you going out? Shan Yuchan inquired. I have recently encountered some obstacles in my cultivation. Perhaps he can assist me, Jian Qingzhu replied, referring, of course, to Chen Mu. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuchan refrained from asking further questions. Before she had the chance to inquire more, Jian Qingzhu vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. At Qingyun Mansion, upon sensing Jian Qingzhu's presence, Chen Mu lowered the fan that had concealed his face and sat up. Cousin, what brings you here? You asked me to come for tea when I had the time, and now I am free, Jian Qingzhu replied with a charming smile, lightly waving her sleeve to summon a gentle breeze that swept away the dust from the stone bench before she took a seat. System, please sign me in for some fine wine, Chen Mu thought to himself, aware that his cousin preferred wine over tea. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the eternal brew, wine drunk immortal 1000. This was a rare occasion for Chen Mu to command the system, which responded with remarkable swiftness, far more rapid than usual. He reached into an unknown space and retrieved a jar of aged wine. Jian Qingzhu was overjoyed and quickly accepted it, exclaiming, You truly understand me, cousin. With a resounding pop, she opened the jar, and the rich aroma of the wine surged forth, enveloping the entire Qingyun mansion. This wine. Jian Qingzhu was taken aback by its quality. She prided herself on having tasted countless wines and considered herself a connoisseur. Yet this jar of wine from Chen Mu made her previous experiences seem trivial. This wine is called Wine Drunk Immortal, Chen Mu introduced. Wine Drunk Immortal? Isn't that the top-ranked wine on the list? Not only is its flavor multifaceted, but it also enhances cultivation levels, rivaling even the Enlightenment tea. It is truly a celestial brew. No, this wine is far rarer than the Enlightenment tea. As far as I know, it has long been lost to time. Jian Qingzhu exclaimed, gazing at Chen Mu with admiration and gratitude. If others were present, they would surely be astonished. For the usually frigid master of Yuqing Peak revealed such emotions. Rumors are merely rumors. I stumbled upon this wine in a secret realm, preserved in ancient spirit soil for 10 millennia, which is why its flavor is even more exquisite than ordinary wine drunk immortal, Chen Mu fabricated. Every word he spoke was a fabrication. May I have a taste? Jian Qingzhu could hardly contain herself, swallowing in anticipation. Of course, Chen Mu gestured graciously. With delicate fingers, Jian Qingzhu lifted the jar, and a stream of clear wine leapt forth like a dragon, flowing directly into her mouth. Chen Mu, who had been prepared to ask if she needed a large bowl, promptly closed his mouth. He had expected her to lift the jar and drink heartily. But that did not occur. She cradled her face with both hands, her fox ears perking up. The wine was rich and mellow, with a lingering sweetness that painted her senses, and she finally understood why it was the #1 wine on the list. With just one sip, she felt as if she had been transported to a realm of immortals. Observing the blush blossoming on Jian Qingzhu's originally fair complexion, Chen Mu surmised that the wine was quite potent. He was well aware of her drinking capacity. He had witnessed her single-handedly out-drinking 1,000 towering disciples during a celebration at the sacred grounds, earning her the title of the Supreme Wine God. Upon discreetly checking Jian Qingzhu's personal panel, he noted a significant improvement in her cultivation. This was merely from a single sip. If one sip had such an effect, what might the consumption of an entire jar, or even 1,000 jars, entail? Successfully gifted wine drunk immortal. 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring wine drunk immortal 1,000. No, to be precise, it was 2,000 jars. In a moment of distraction, Chen Mu realized that Jian Qingzhu had already drawn out the entire jar of wine drunk immortal, creating ripples that surrounded her. She swayed unsteadily in the courtyard, not quite falling yet not entirely upright. Not only had her fox ears appeared, but now, even her 6 tails were out. Her eyes shimmered with a change, and paired with her intoxicated state, she exuded an irresistible charm. With a subtle movement of her fingers, another stream of clear wine found its way to her lips. Cousin, you seem quite intoxicated, Chen Mu remarked, raising a hand to his forehead, surprised by how potent the wine drunk immortal was, completely transforming Jian Qingzhu into someone else. From her initial exuberance, she transitioned to wielding ice as a sword, beginning to dance. Her movements grew more structured and aesthetically pleasing. Little Mu, do you believe me when I say I am not drunk? Jian Qingzhu tilted her head, her gaze hazy. Before Chen Mu could respond, she continued to speak to herself. Honestly, I have never felt so wonderful, as if I am in another world. It's quite marvelous. What I see before me and what I feel within are entirely different. I seem to be on the verge of enlightenment. She sounded somewhat uncertain. If this wine-drunk immortal had not come from Chen Mu, he might genuinely have doubted that Jian Qingzhu was consuming fake wine. Before he could interject, the air was filled with the sound of swords singing, and she began to dance once more. Suddenly, the aura she emanated and the look in her eyes changed dramatically. Sword intent. Chen Mu was certain he felt an intense sword intent. It was clear that Jian Qingzhu was not merely indulging in drunken antics. If it were so, then every drunkard in the world could justifiably roll around and claim, I am cultivating. Chen Mu concluded that it was likely due to the wine. He opened his system bag, located the wine drunk immortal, and examined the details. Wine drunk immortal. Consuming this wine greatly enhances one's cultivation and comprehension, allowing entry into a unique state of enlightenment, and guarantees mastery of a wine-related technique. Note: when using the technique while inebriated, its power will be doubled. The higher the quality of the wine, the greater the enhancement. Indeed, it was the wine's influence. Confirming this, Chen Mu inquired, System, is this effect inherent to wine drunk immortal, or did you add it? System, replying to the host, ordinary wine drunk immortal does not possess the exclusive technique comprehension effect. It is limited to the eternal brew. Excellent. This is now indisputable. Phew. Jian Qingzhu released her grip, and the icy sword dissipated like mist. She exhaled, and her fox ears, tails, and the unusual hue in her eyes all faded away. This intoxicated state seemed to end once she comprehended the exclusive technique. Little Mu, this wine is truly extraordinary. Do you have any more? I can buy it. Price is no object. Jian Qingzhu exclaimed, stepping closer to Chen Mu and taking his hand with excitement. If you desire it, take as much as you wish. We are family, so why discuss money? Chen Mu gestured. Jian Qingzhu turned and gasped as she noticed 9 jars of congratulations on successfully gifting the drunken immortal. The 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. And congratulations to the host for acquiring drunken immortal 9,000. Little Mu, I truly adore you. If only you weren't my cousin, otherwise, I would gladly offer myself in gratitude. Observing Jian Qingzhu's earnest gestures as she patted her chest in promise, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. Is it really that frivolous? Is she already so eager to pledge herself? Fortunately, their familial ties kept him from such thoughts, and he was not inclined to pursue romance. Once Jian Qingzhu had collected all 9 jars of drunken immortal, Chen Mu returned to the matter at hand and asked, Cousin, you must have come to see me for reasons beyond mere drinking, right? Jian Qingzhu, not being a deity, could not have anticipated that Chen Mu would possess such exquisite wine. With a knowing smile, she confessed, Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. The truth is, I've encountered a bottleneck in my recent breakthroughs. Little Mu, if you can discern the obstacles faced by Yuchan, surely you can offer me guidance as well? As she spoke, Chen Mu had already activated the universal investment feature. Since investing in anyone is akin to investing in oneself, why not invest in those closest to him? Name, Jian Qingzhu. Skipping a long list of unnecessary details, he went straight to the recent turning points section. Facing a breakthrough bottleneck, lacking direction, can provide guidance, methods as follows. Then came the upgrade paths. 1. Nine-tailed Flame Emperor. Requires 1 flame heart fire from 30,000 meters of ground. 5 9th-grade Sunfire pills. 1 Fire Kirin Horn. 2. Nine-tailed Ice Emperor. Requires 1 Tianshan Ice Lotus from 100,000 years. 5 9th-grade Ice Blood pills. 10 Ice Jade Kirin Scales. The choice between fire and ice beckoned. Chen Mu felt that flames were rather domineering. Yet the 9-tailed Ice Emperor was undeniably more suited to Jian Qingzhu's path of advancement. After all, she had practiced ice techniques since childhood, earning the title of Ice Sovereign. The fire attribute and her skills were worlds apart. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tianshan Ice Lotus from 100,000 years 1,000. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9th-grade Ice Blood Pill 1,000. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Ice Jade Kirin Scales 1,000. Just as Chen Mu finalized the upgrade path, the system promptly signed in for all materials, fully prepared. Without further ado, he laid them out on the table and shared the cultivation methods with Jian Qingzhu. Upon hearing him, she felt a sudden clarity, as if a single conversation could surpass the wisdom of countless years of study. She was astonished that Chen Mu could so easily procure such top-tier cultivation resources. Gift of Tianshan Ice Lotus from 100,000 years successful. The 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Tianshan Ice Lotus from 100,000 years 1,000. Gift of 9th-grade Ice Blood Pill successful. The 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9th-grade Ice Blood Pill 5,000. Little Mu, you are far too generous. I truly do not know how to repay you. Jian Qingzhu exclaimed, moved to the point of tears. How about I offer myself in return? Cousin, you mustn't let uncle and aunt hear that, or they would surely skin me alive. Chen Mu knew Jian Qingzhu was joking, yet he felt compelled to caution her. That might not be the case. Knowing them, they would likely go to great lengths. In truth, among their generation, the bloodlines seemed to have. Cousin. Chen Mu found himself uncertain whether Jian Qingzhu was still jesting. With a hearty laugh, she clarified, I was just kidding. If you wish to ascend to the position of the Holy Master, I will certainly cast my vote for you. At her words, Chen Mu felt his retort fade away. If he truly harbored such ambitions, would he even require a vote? He sincerely hoped that Jian Qingzhu could apply her lofty, frost-like demeanor, one she reserved for others, towards him as well. The unattainable always stirs restlessness, while the favored remain fearless. Chen Mu did not dismiss this notion. Human nature is indeed fickle. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9-tailed Ice Emperor bloodline. Though he had anticipated this moment, seeing the system notifications still left him awestruck. He could hardly imagine what it would be like to unleash the 9 tails. Does the host wish to activate the 9-tailed Ice Emperor form with one click? The system inquired kindly. As the 9-tailed Ice Emperor bloodline bound to him, Jian Qingzhu raised her hands, rubbing her arms as an involuntary chill coursed through her. "Little Mu, do you feel a bit cold?" This chill surged through his meridians, reaching his very core, penetrating his bones. It was far more overwhelming than the strongest ice technique Jian Qingzhu had ever wielded. Upon closer inspection, she realized it emanated from Chen Mu. "Little Mu, your ice attribute spirit root seems somewhat agitated. Do you need my assistance to calm it?" Jian Qingzhu, believing herself experienced in this matter, approached with confidence. "No need," Chen Mu replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that this chill had nothing to do with his ice root. It was the nine-tailed Ice Emperor bloodline, stirring restlessly. "Activate." Activating nine-tailed Ice Emperor form. Activation successful. Boom, boom, boom. As the words echoed, his long lashes turned as white as snow, and the nine tails erupted forth from the residence. Clad in white garments, he was perfectly attired for the occasion. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Chapter 148. Beast Tide, Unprecedented. Bout of the Demon King. Jian Qingzhu parted her crimson lips, and even she felt her heart stirred by the spectacle before her. The nine tails, akin to a ravenous serpent, filled the courtyard, and Chen Mu's transformation left her in awe. The snowflakes landing on her skin brought an exhilarating chill that resonated deeply within her. In Nine Tails, Jian Qingzhu was certain that the bloodline now activated within Chen Mu bore similarities to her own, yet also stark differences. Both belonged to the nine-tailed fox clan. But even if Jian Qingzhu were to activate her ninth tail, she could never match the power Chen Mu displayed. The disparity was vast. "Little Mu, could it be that someone in your family has concealed their bloodline, perhaps a sect leader?" Jian Qingzhu could hardly suppress her thoughts, as the DJVU was overwhelming. "Absolutely not." Chen Mu shook his head vigorously, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. "As for the origin of this bloodline, I discovered a nine-tailed fox corpse within the Hahuan sect, its soul lingering, and ultimately refined it." "I see," Jian Qingzhu nodded, finding no reason to doubt him. Chen Mu surpassed her understanding, so she accepted his explanation without question. Seeing her belief in his words brought Chen Mu a sense of relief. "Cousin Qingzhu, if you refine those materials as I instructed, you too can attain such a level, transforming your bloodline into that of a nine-tailed fox demon, enhancing your capabilities across the board. The nine-tailed Ice Emperor bloodline aligns perfectly with your ice cultivation techniques. Is that so? Good. I will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to my training and strive not to disappoint your efforts, Little Mu." Jian Qingzhu's spirit ignited with determination upon hearing that she could grow as powerful as him. Just then, Chen Mu noticed Jian Qingzhu suddenly turn her head, her gaze shifting towards the courtyard wall. He sensed it too. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking up, he saw numerous disciples and elders soaring past on their swords, heading towards the mountain gate. It seemed the Holy Land was in turmoil. Jian Qingzhu concluded. Chen Mu was puzzled. Given the current influence of the Tianyuan Holy Land in the southern region, what sort of reckless individuals dared to provoke them? Even before he had bound the system, there had been no audacious confrontations for decades. Judging by the scale of personnel dispatched, this was no minor affair. "Little Mu, I must depart," Jian Qingzhu declared resolutely. As the peak master of Yuqing Peak, she had to take the lead alongside the elders. Otherwise, how would the other disciples perceive themselves? Where's the dignity? "All right," Chen Mu replied, having no intention of joining the fray. With so many powerful beings in the Tianyuan Holy Land, he was but a mere drop in the ocean. Jian Qingzhu shared the same sentiment, deeming the matter trivial and not worth troubling Chen Mu. With a deft movement, she ascended into the sky, her ethereal form far more graceful than that of the other sword-wielding cultivators. Soon enough, Jian Qingzhu arrived at the mountain gate alongside a group of disciples. Lowering her gaze, she beheld a formidable array of ferocious beasts glaring hungrily from the foot of the long staircase, each more agitated than the last. Moreover, in the distance, an uncountable number of beasts surged forth like a relentless tide, converging from all directions. No one present had ever encountered such a massive beast tide before. How could so many beasts gather at the Tianyuan Holy Land? In a mere glance, thousands of beasts were visible, all gathered from across the southern region. It was perplexing, truly strange, with no trace to follow. Had someone recently slain a powerful beast, leaving behind a scent that lured these creatures? Jian Qingzhu inquired, using her spiritual energy to ensure her voice reached every ear. She suspected that a unique scent, imperceptible to humans, had drawn these beasts. The crowd exchanged glances, silently questioning one another, unable to recall any such incident. When no one stepped forward to acknowledge the matter, Jian Qingzhu turned her gaze to the other elders of the inner court. Meeting her eyes, they quickly shook their heads, indicating ignorance of the situation. "Qingzhu, What do you propose we do? Among those present, Jian Qingzhu held the most authority, and all eyes turned to her, awaiting her command. Faced with this array of unrefined, savage beasts, even if Jian Qingzhu wished to reason with them, she felt utterly powerless. The only remaining option was to resort to slaughter, to repel the enemy with bloodshed. For the Tianyuan Holy Land, this could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. The more powerful the beasts, the greater the resources they possessed: fur for clothing, teeth, blood, marrow, and beast cores for alchemy. With such a vast number of beasts, even slaying half would sustain the Tianyuan Holy Land for a considerable time. However, one concern lingered in Jian Qingzhu's mind. Logically, the beast tide should have already surged up the mountain, launching an assault on all present. Why then, were they merely surrounding the Tianyuan Holy Land without taking further action? Jian Qingzhu feared there was a hidden agenda. A reckless attack could lead to unnecessary casualties. Suddenly, a resounding tremor shook the ground beneath her feet. Following the sound, she beheld a colossal elephant, a red-tailed white wolf, and a golden lion emerging from the swirling dust. The oppressive aura they emitted was terrifying. These creatures were at least 1,000,000 years old. Beasts of such ancient lineage seemed to have attained a level of sentience. Had they grown weary of being hunted and now sought to hunt us instead? Let us fight, exclaimed Jian Qingzhu. The Grand Tianyuan Holy Land could not be cowed by a horde of beasts. They must understand the principle of the survival of the fittest. Witnessing the emergence of these three ancient beasts, Jian Qingzhu found herself partially agreeing with the murmurs behind her. Historical accounts of beasts uniting to combat humanity existed, though sparse. The current scale was ample enough to be recorded in the annals of history. With a swift motion, she opened her fingers and clenched them tightly, conjuring a sword of ice that blossomed from her spiritual energy. Jian Qingzhu was prepared to lead thousands of Tianyuan disciples into a bloody battle against the ignorant beasts below. Reasoning? No more. What could be said to a horde of beasts? The sooner they were dispatched, the sooner it would all come to an end. Disciples of Tianyuan, follow me. Wait. Jian Qingzhu's command was abruptly interrupted by a voice emanating from the beast below. It came from the colossal elephant. We come not to wage war, but to submit to the Beast King, it declared. Did you hear what it said? Submit to the Beast King? Why would they come to our Tianyuan Holy Land? Clearly, it is a ruse to lower our guard. Everyone, remain vigilant. I sense treachery as well. Beasts are even less trustworthy than humans. The disciples were not swayed by the elephant's words, nor did they lower their weapons. Rather, they perceived the beast's aggressive demeanor as a clear threat. Each of them unleashed their spiritual energy, ready for a fierce battle. They saw this as an excellent opportunity to prove themselves. Perhaps if they performed well, Chen Mu might notice them and grant them a position in the Qingyan house. As their fervor grew, they yearned for a clash of blood. The elephant, red-tailed white wolf, and golden lion exchanged glances, seemingly exasperated. Could there not be more trust between man and beast? Suddenly, the red-tailed white wolf seemed to notice something. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Jian Qingzhu. It turned to the elephant and golden lion, inquiring, "Do you not sense that the aura of that human female bears a striking resemblance to that of the Beast King? Is she the Beast King?" The golden lion questioned uncertainly. The elephant shook his head, perhaps in the future, but she is far from that power now. I believe there exists some connection between her and the Beast King. What the three beasts spoke echoed clearly in Jian Qingzhu's ears. A similar aura? A connection to the Beast King? She whispered to herself, increasingly convinced they were referencing her. Speaking of a similar aura, the nine-tailed bloodline. Jian Qingzhu's thoughts clicked into place. Connecting the dots, she could not fathom how Chen Mu was unrelated to this matter. Within the entire Tianyuan Holy Land, he was the only one with any relation to the title of Beast King. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox's bloodline, when fully realized, was already at the level of a Beast King, not to mention the altered state of the nine-tailed Ice Emperor bloodline. With this realization, everything began to make profound sense. Jian Qingzhu concluded that the Beast King the three beasts sought was indeed her prodigious cousin. Perhaps it was the overwhelming impression Chen Mu had left in the past that rendered her unsurprised by this discovery. Calmly, she used her long-distance communication technique to reach out to Chen Mu, who was lounging in the courtyard of Qingyun House, basking in the sunlight. "Little Mu, come to the mountain gate at once. There are beasts seeking you." Chen Mu opened his eyes, setting aside his fan, bewildered. "Beasts are looking for me." He assumed Jian Qingzhu was jesting. As he set the fan aside, a spatial portal opened before him. He was eager to see who had the audacity to summon him personally. "Wow, quite the spectacle," Chen Mu exclaimed, surveying the scene. He quickly spotted Jian Qingzhu and inquired, "Cousin, who wishes to see me?" "Look," Jian Qingzhu gestured with a slight lift of her chin, indicating the mountain below. Chen Mu turned to gaze downwards. Oh, I can't believe it. She's not joking. He glanced skyward, or more accurately, at the dragons concealed within the clouds. Logically, they should be unresponsive at such a moment. Playing dead. Otherwise, Chen Mu would not hesitate to let the system reclaim them for a fresh selection or directly summon beasts. There were many methods. Dragons were not indispensable. The three beasts, boasting at least 1,000,000 years of cultivation, claimed to have come to submit to the Beast King. Jian Qingzhu clarified. Submit to the Beast King? Does our Tianyuan Holy Land have a Beast King among us? Chen Mu asked earnestly. Seeing he was not joking, Jian Qingzhu responded dryly. That person is none other than you. I am the Beast King. Chen Mu was even more perplexed by Jian Qingzhu's assertion. When had he transformed into a beast? Let alone become a Beast King? The system conveyed a striking revelation. Once the nine-tailed fox clan activates its tails, it ascends to the level of a demon king. While the host possesses an even higher variant of bloodline, equivalent to the supreme among demon kings. Chen Mu, taken aback by this unexpected boon, watched as his raven hair transformed to white, his 9 tails unfurling. Facing the throngs of demonic beasts, he inquired, Are you referring to me as the Demon King? In response, the colossal elephant, the crimson-tailed white wolf, and the golden lion immediately bowed in submission, acknowledging him as the Demon King with their actions. The other beasts, despite lacking intelligence, mimicked their leaders, some howling in reverence, particularly from the wolf clan. The system then prompted, Does the host accept the submission of the myriad demons? Acceptance will automatically link the divine beast mastery function, ensuring loyalty and facilitating the feeding and cultivation of the host. With the prospect of acquiring an immense fighting force without cost, Chen Mu had no reason to refuse. He envisioned potentially bringing a few to Tianyuan's sacred land for mutual cooperation, undoubtedly amplifying their overall strength. Submission accepted. The divine beast mastery function has been fully associated with all demonic beasts and categorized for the host's convenience in viewing and management. The realization dawned upon him. The blood of the demon king coursed through his veins. His fortune was enviable. To have all demons bow before him marked him as the foremost figure since the inception of the vast song world. How many formidable identities remained concealed from their knowledge? The principles of surpassing one's predecessors were well understood, yet this was sheer domination. While I, 3 years Chen Mu's senior, remained merely a foundational martial artist. The pressure was immense. If your foundational martial artist feels the strain, what of my existence as a mere martial artist? Echoed voices filled with awe. Without exception, they were captivated by Chen Mu's display of strength, perceiving him as the closest embodiment of invincibility. Yet, were they to grasp the entirety of his power, their perceptions would swiftly shift. The closest to invincibility? Indeed, but not entirely accurate. He was invincible. Subsequently, at Chen Mu's command, the multitude of demonic beasts dispersed, leaving only 3 as a new force dedicated to safeguarding the sect. With 1,000,000 years of demonic heritage, they could serve adequately. Should the need arise, he could summon all beasts, leveraging their numbers to secure victory. Furthermore, the few divine dragons overhead would not remain indifferent. Their absence was solely due to the 3 beasts not exhibiting hostility. Any misstep would lead to their demise. Is it not a disgrace for you, the leaders of myriad demons, to voluntarily submit to a human? Just as the assembly believed the matter concluded, a discordant voice emerged, a young earthfire serpent, boasting no less than 800,000 years of cultivation. An elder recognized the creature. The earthfire serpent? He recalled having previously tamed one, albeit older. As the serpent's scales bore red rings that signified its age, Chen Mu recalled the one he had tamed had 14 rings. This one, with 8 rings, displayed a slightly lighter hue, suggesting it had recently reached its peak. Chen Mu pondered whether there was a connection between this serpent and the one he had previously subdued. However, this remained a mere idle speculation. Silence. When did it become your turn to speak? Before anyone from Tianyuan's sacred land could respond, the crimson-tailed white wolf bared its teeth, bowing low, its tail lashing in warning toward the young earthfire serpent. Boom. Rumble. You submissive old beasts of humanity lack the right to instruct me. The earthfire serpent lashed its tail like a whip against the ground, creating a tremendous crack that spread toward the 3 beasts. From Chen Mu and Jing Qingtian's perspective, it seemed as if the earthfire serpent was launching an offensive against them. The fissure grew deeper and wider, revealing bubbling magma beneath, ready to erupt. For mere mortals and most cultivators, lacking sufficient physical strength or protective treasures, falling into such depths would mean instant annihilation. The earthfire serpent clearly intended to exploit this weakness against the 3 beasts, compensating for its inferior numbers and cultivation level. Such cunning aligned perfectly with Chen Mu's preconceived notions of serpentine treachery. The crimson-tailed white wolf and golden lion opted for agile, evasive maneuvers. In a flash, the white wolf transformed into a shadow, dashing toward the earth-fire serpent, while the golden lion opened its maw, gathering lightning into a colossal golden arrow, poised for release. Boom, boom, rumble. The massive elephant, hindered by its size, could not match their swiftness but stomped the ground with its feet. Raising its trunk, it unleashed a thunderous trumpet, sealing the chasm that threatened to engulf it. Rumble, rumble. The white wolf continuously leapt, predicting and dodging the magma geysers erupting unexpectedly from the ground, closing the distance rapidly. Its claws, hidden beneath its fur, emerged like steel blades, delivering a powerful strike that pierced into the earth-fire serpent's body. Boom. As the golden lion unleashed its formidable arrow, the earth-fire serpent, now helpless, was flung away. The thunderous explosions echoed as lightning lashed wildly, scorching the surroundings, leaving charred marks. The earth-fire serpent, caught at the center, endured the relentless assault, suffering the torment of having its very soul stripped away. Completely overpowered by the three beasts, it had merely gained the advantage of initiating the assault. Even if you kill me, I shall never submit to humanity. Despite its body beginning to char and smoke, the earth-fire serpent remained defiant. Chen Mu admired this resilience. He opened a spatial portal, contemplating whether to allow the earth-fire serpent to handle this young serpent. Should he manage to tame it, it would serve as a warning to other beasts that defiance would yield no benefit. Only submission would pave the righteous path. If taming proved futile, then simply let the earth-fire serpent consume it, maximizing the benefits rather than outright killing it, while simultaneously increasing the loyalty of the elder earth-fire serpent. Master, you called for me. The elder earth-fire serpent slithered forth from the spatial portal. The contrast was striking. A million-year-old earth-fire serpent. Chen Mu had not anticipated that he had tamed an even more powerful one. With 16 red rings, an increase of half. It was no wonder it could effortlessly obliterate a city. The mastery of the young master is beyond my comprehension, remarked an elder of human ascent. 16 red rings? Chen Mu realized that the elder earth-fire serpent had indeed gained 2 additional rings, translating to an elevation of 200,000 years of cultivation. It was clear that during its time in the 100-fold training space, it had diligently pursued its advancement, leaving no moment wasted. With the beast striving for excellence, it was no wonder humans felt compelled to do the same. Handle your kin, Chen Mu gestured. Kin? The earth-fire serpent flicked its tongue, its eyes, shimmering like gold flecked with moss, narrowed in disdain. With a swift motion, it descended the long staircase, arriving in moments, and with a powerful flick of its tail, sent the young earth-fire serpent flying 100 meters away. Seemingly an act of punishment, it also spared the young serpent's life. For if the golden lightning continued its rampage, it would surely perish. Father, father. The young earth-fire serpent weakly raised its tongue, noticing the newcomer. Its expression remaining unchanged, a stark contrast to humans, who exhibited a spectrum of emotional expressions. Father. The bond between these two serpents is indeed profound. For Chen Mu, this was entirely expected. Father, how did you end up here? Were you not meditating in the magma of the earth's core? The little serpent inquired with confusion. Silence. Apologize to the master at once. Offer your severed tail as penance. The earth core flame serpent barked, perfectly embodying the image of a stern father. Master? Following the gaze of the earth core flame serpent, the little serpent's eyes finally landed on Chen Mu. In that moment, its heart sank, and its faith crumbled. It was unimaginable that even a being as powerful as its father had submitted to that human, and even before the three beasts. Most importantly, the little serpent could sense that its father held far greater reverence for Chen Mu than for the three beasts. If one had to describe it, the fear outweighed the admiration. As it spoke, its voice trembled uncontrollably. The earth core flame serpent could not fathom what Chen Mu had done to reduce the once invincible pride of the serpent clan to this state. The leader, the legend, reduced to such a plight. Father, you have changed. You have willingly submitted to the human race. Do you not feel? Bang. The earth core flame serpent did not allow the little serpent to finish, swinging its tail and sending it flying into the sky, landing hundreds of meters away. Worthless creature. The might of the master is not something you can casually discuss or defame. Should the little serpent persist in its misguided beliefs, the earth core flame serpent would not hesitate to prioritize righteousness over kinship. It was impossible to risk the future of the entire serpent clan for the little serpent. Its body shimmered with 16 glowing red scales, radiating heat like flowing magma. The scorching aura rendered the surroundings barren for 1,000 meters, and even a fierce visage formed from the rising heat could be seen behind it. The murderous intent was palpable. Chapter 151. The Emperor of All Beasts. The Red Thread of Fate. The overwhelming killing intent unleashed by the demon beasts after 160,000 years made even the three beasts retreat in fear, avoiding the sharp edge to escape injury. It further confirmed that they had not chosen the wrong demon king. Even the leader of the serpent clan had chosen to submit early on. The Earth Core Flame Serpent had once been a formidable presence in the southern domain of the demon beast realm, known for its ruthless prowess. Beasts within 100 miles fled in a frenzy, terrified, their roars echoing in the ears of all, especially the cacophony of birds and beasts, chaotic and piercing. The little serpent, far from retreating, instead emulated its father, igniting its red scales, vowing not to submit. Crack! Chen Mu, losing patience entirely, snapped his fingers. The clouds above churned violently, as if the sky were collapsing. The three beasts, anxious, looked up to see several shadows slowly expanding within the mist. Then, the shadows began to take form, the clouds rolling aside, revealing a dragon's head in striking clarity. It emerged. The Holy Dragon. The three beasts were astonished and quickly knelt on the ground in reverence. Before the leader of all spirits, they dared not show disrespect. Who would have thought that within the sacred land of Tianyuan, sacred dragons were concealed, and not just one. Each one was a supreme existence capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. If you cannot make up your mind, then allow me to assist you. How about that? As Chen Mu spoke, the dragon beasts descended, positioning themselves behind him as a backdrop. At his command, the three holy dragons would unleash their breath, obliterating both the Earth Core Flame Serpent and its offspring. Chen Mu had already given the little serpent a chance. It had squandered it. Thus, Chen Mu did not mind fulfilling the little serpent's fate, letting it depart with its proud spirit intact. The holy dragon. But upon witnessing the three holy dragons revealing their heads at Chen Mu's behest, the little serpent's already negligible killing intent was effortlessly dispersed by the dragon's might. Just as it was about to express its intention to submit, boom. The Earth Core Flame Serpent swung its tail, cleaving through the air with a visible blood-red crescent wave, severing the serpent's head at its 7 inches. Father, no, do not kill me. I am willing. Bang. The Earth Core Flame Serpent abruptly crashed down with the weight of 10,000 tons, smashing down on the little serpent's head, causing an explosion that left only a large pool of blood. Silly child, it is too late. The Earth Core Flame Serpent sighed deeply. Observing this, Chen Mu waved his hand. The three holy dragons retreated, vanishing back into the clouds. The three beasts, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably. They certainly knew Chen Mu was powerful, but they had not anticipated that his might could summon and dismiss sacred dragons at will. The Demon King? No. The three beasts deeply believed that Chen Mu was qualified and capable of becoming the Emperor of all beasts. After slaying the little serpent, the Earth Core Flame Serpent coiled around the demon core, returning before Chen Mu to present it, saying, Master, I have slain that ungrateful child. Chen Mu flicked his fingertip, tossing the demon core to the alchemists, instructing them to use it as an ingredient for their concoctions. Since ancient times, it has been said that a tiger does not eat its cubs. The Earth Core Flame Serpent had voluntarily offered it, and Chen Mu had no intention of forcing it further. Let it return to the realm of 100-fold cultivation to continue refining its skills. In turn, he would do the alchemists a favor. An 800,000-year-old beast blood core was a rarity. Even in the largest auction houses, it would take a decade to see one. Being able to use it for alchemical concoction was an honor for any alchemist, a topic of conversation that could be boasted about at banquets. Ah, Chen Mu yawned, turning to face Jian Qingzhu. Cousin, if there's nothing else, I shall retire for a midday nap. Observing Chen Mu's calm and seemingly indifferent demeanor, Jian Qingzhu found both amusement and helplessness. Go on, go on. Watching his lazy and carefree figure, it was hard to reconcile with the plethora of exaggerated achievements he had amassed. Just one of his accolades could overshadow others and shake the world. She could not help but wonder, if Chen Mu possessed even a hint of ambition, would he not easily become the sole king of the entire Ditsong world? From Jian Qingzhu's perspective, it would surely not be difficult for Chen Mu to achieve such a feat so powerful. Now, with the addition of the title of Demon King, I am eager to see who would dare to oppose us at the sacred land of Tianyuan. Dare to come? We would command hundreds of thousands of demon beasts to trample them. Enough said, I must head to the trial tower. I feel that the number of people coming to seek refuge in the sacred land of Tianyuan will only increase, becoming more competitive, if we do not strive to improve. Those of us who arrived earlier will eventually be eliminated. No way. Trying to sneak away? Not a chance. I must conquer the 10th level today. I shall reach the 20th level. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, He had incited quite a stir among the disciples of the sacred land of Tianyuan. Jian Qizhu smiled faintly and prepared to return to her Yuqing Peak, following Chen Mu's advice to cultivate and awaken her 9 tails as soon as possible. Qizhu, what has happened? Why are there so many disciples gathered at the mountain gate? Suddenly, a figure landed beside Jian Qizhu. I have met the Holy Master. Jian Qizhu clasped her fists in greeting. No need for such formalities. Chen Tianlin's face was filled with curiosity. Recognizing this, Jian Qingzhu ceased to be indirect and recounted all that had transpired, simplifying it as much as possible. What? My son, has he become a demon king? The bloodline of the 9-tailed Ice Emperor? Chen Tianlin was taken aback, unable to comprehend that while he had merely ventured out to find a gift to congratulate Chen Mu and Yu Qiqing on their union upon returning, Chen Mu had achieved heights never before reached by the human race. The human race, the demon king. Had he not known Jian Qingzhu's character, Chen Tianlin would have genuinely thought she was trying to amuse him with outlandish tales. All right, I understand now. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tianlin's presence rapidly faded as he made his way to Qingyun Mansion. Bang! He pushed open the door with a loud crash. Mu'er, your father has returned. Chen Mu had sensed Chen Tianlin's return early on, so he was not surprised. Father, where have you been? Chen Mu inquired curiously. I want to find gifts for you and Qiqing. Gifts? Chen Mu suddenly remembered that he had previously dismissed Chen Tianlin's offer of the title of Holy Master as a congratulatory gift, wishing to give it to himself. After being refused, his father had confidently declared that he would find a gift that would satisfy Chen Mu. This old man is quite serious, Chen Mu thought to himself, having initially regarded it as a joke, only to find that Chen Tianlin was indeed earnest. Oh, that matter. I remember now. Chen Mu feigned an expression of anticipation. So, father, did you find one? Who would spoil their own child? Who else would? I found it. Chen Tianlin nodded, then raised his hand to reveal a roll of red thread. What is this? Noticing the bewildered expression on Chen Mu's face, Chen Tianlin felt a surge of pride as he explained, this is known as the red thread of fate. When 2 individuals are connected by it, their hearts resonate with each other, blessed by destiny, leading to a lifetime of happiness. Listening to Chen Tianlin's description, Chen Mu felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. As if he had heard a similar tale before, he recalled a story from his past life about a deity named Yu Lao, who would use red threads to bind couples together, bestowing them with marital bliss. Could it be that this world has its own version of Yu Lao? Just as he pondered this, a portal opened, and Yi Qingqing fortuitously stepped through, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Having successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the Emperor realm, she had intended to relax at the trial tower, only to find both Chen Mu and Chen Tianlin present in Qingyun Manor. Quickly adjusting her posture, she offered her respects, saying, Greetings, Holy Lord and young master. Noticing the peculiar look in Chen Tianlin's eyes as he regarded Yi Qingqing, Chen Mu raised a hand to his forehead, furrowing his brow. It was easy to guess what Chen Tianlin was about to say, given their upbringing together. Qingqing, this is the red thread of fate I specially sought from the marriage tree in the Western Sea for you and Mu'er. With this, you shall be bound for eternity. Chen Tianlin reiterated. From Yi Qingqing's expression, it was evident that she was familiar with this concept, and her recollection seemed quite profound. Could this truly be effective? What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Chen Tianlin glanced between Yi Qingqing and Chen Mu, tentatively inquiring. Yi Qingqing looked at Chen Mu with an expression of hesitation, seeking his guidance. Then, let us give it a try, Chen Mu agreed with a nod. Given Chen Tianlin's enthusiasm, it seemed futile to resist. All right, extend your pinky fingers. Following Chen Tianlin's instructions, Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing raised their hands and curled their pinky fingers. Chen Tianlin softly intoned a word, and the red thread of fate seemingly came to life, automatically coiling around their fingers before tying itself into a knot, then vanishing from sight, visible only to Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing. How does it feel? Chen Tianlin eagerly asked. I feel nothing, Chen Mu replied, shaking his head, with Yi Qingqing echoing his sentiment. This shouldn't be. According to that old woman's claims, you should be experiencing the destined bond of fate right now. How could there be no sensation? Chen Tianlin mused, perplexed. Father, you haven't been deceived, have you? Such trickery was not uncommon in my past life, Chen Mu remarked. I believe it may take some time to manifest. If that old hag dares to deceive me, I will surely burn her tree. Chen Tianlin exclaimed indignantly. The system provided an explanation. This item is indeed effective. It will cause 2 individuals in love to cherish each other more and enhance their fortune. However, both the host and target, Yi Qingqing, being emperors, has rendered the effect of the red thread negligible, nearly non-existent. So it does have an effect. Chen Mu was taken aback by this revelation. While Yi Qingqing scrutinized the red thread on her finger, deep in thought, Chen Mu felt a sense of relief that the effect was nearly negligible. He had no desire to forcibly claim Yi Qingqing's affection through such means. He belonged to the romantic school of thought. System is attempting an upgrade. Chen Mu was puzzled, wondering what kind of upgrade could possibly exist. A sense of foreboding began to take root in his mind. System attempt 1, failed. System attempt 7, data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The more children, more blessings module has been bound. New function unlocked. More children, more blessings. More children. More blessings. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Chen Mu was rendered speechless. He lacked even the interest to explore what this function might entail. The system, however, continued its explanation. Under the more children, more blessings function, the host will receive substantial rewards for each additional child, as well as an overall family enhancement effect. The function seems promising, but unfortunately, I am not in the right mindset for such matters at the moment. Chen Mu surmised that the system mistakenly believed the red thread had failed to produce results, leading to its hasty unveiling of a new feature in an attempt to impress him. More children, more blessings. Was it implying how many children he should raise? Well then, I shan't intrude any further. I will observe the outcomes in a few days, Chen Tianlin concluded, waving his hand as he turned to leave, leaving Chen Mu feeling quite awkward. He glanced at Yi Qingqing, then at the red thread binding their pinky fingers. He wanted to pull it off, but his hand passed through it as if it were an illusion. Interesting, he thought, somewhat surprised. Young master, this item has no impact on us. And to avoid raising suspicion with the Holy Lord, perhaps we should maintain this connection, Yi Qingqing suggested proactively. If you do not mind, then neither do I. Chen Mu soon discovered that the red thread could stretch infinitely, transcending all barriers, and could be concealed at will, leaving only a short segment at their fingertips. It was remarkably convenient, adapting to his thoughts. It is not bothersome at all, Yi Qingqing assured him. Very well, Chen Mu conceded, not wishing to elaborate further. If there are no further instructions, I shall proceed to the trial tower, Yi Qingqing inquired. Go ahead, Chen Mu replied, noting her recent breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Emperor realm, sensing her eagerness to practice. Understood. Yi Qingqing exited Qingyan Manor, quietly closing the door behind her. Once she confirmed that no one was around, she clenched her fists to her chest, her lips pressed tightly together, silently celebrating in a burst of joy. Her gaze lingered on the red thread entwined around her pinky, filled with tenderness. After ensuring her solitude once more, she leaned in and gently kissed the red thread. Meanwhile, in Qingyan Manor, noticing a slight tug on the red thread of fate, Chen Mu furrowed his brow but dismissed it, picking up a fan from the stone table to shield his face, clearing his mind of all thoughts. With the sun shining perfectly, he felt it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge in a splendid afternoon nap. In contrast to this tranquility, at this very moment, on the boundary of the southern domain, where the realms converged, a colossal being lay dormant within a chasm. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, amber and golden threads swirling within its gaze, exuding an overwhelming psychological pressure. A circling eagle descended, landing on a withered tree trunk protruding from the cliff, struggling to maintain its balance. Upon meeting the creature's eyes, the eagle felt a chill run down its spine as it recounted everything it had witnessed in the southern domain. Those fools have betrayed me? How intriguing. I must see who possesses the audacity to challenge me. With that, a roar erupted that shook the heavens and the earth. The dragon has emerged from the abyss. Chaos ensued wherever the black dragon ventured, with everyone in a state of panic and disarray, scurrying aimlessly through the city and forests. Some affluent merchants, disregarding their dignity, desperately leaped into large vats of pickled vegetables by the roadside, seeking only to preserve their lives. As the black dragon had stated, these humans were no different from ants in its eyes. It had no interest in dealing with them. Its sole focus was to hasten to the human sacred ground described by the Black Hawk. The emergence of a demon king among humans had piqued the black dragon's curiosity. In principle, humans and demons should be irreconcilable. A select few humans could form contracts with demonic beasts, but this was merely to command them to fight on their behalf through the suppression of blood pacts. The black dragon, existing for millions of years, had never heard of a human attaining the status of a demon king through their own cultivation. As a demon king dominating the 4 worlds, the black dragon decided to emerge from the abyss purely out of curiosity. It was unconcerned about whether Chen Mu possessed the strength to become a demon king. Even if he did, it was still insignificant and unworthy of attention in its eyes. Within the imperial study of the Howling Tiger dynasty, Liu Yang, the newly enthroned emperor, was racking his brains, contemplating how to make good use of everything Chen Mu had bestowed upon him to strengthen the Howling Tiger Kingdom. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door. Liu Yang swiftly removed the pen held between his nose and lips, donned his iron mask, and sat upright. "Enter," he commanded. Upon discovering that the visitor was a general from the court, he inquired, "I wonder, General Qiao, what brings you to me?" "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the border that a black dragon is rapidly approaching the capital and will arrive soon," the general reported truthfully. "May I ask, Your Majesty, how should we respond?" Black dragon. Liu Yang was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there were other sacred dragons in this world besides those under Chen Mu's command. "If I can make it submit to me and cooperate with the Demon Blade Mantis, it would definitely have a greater deterrent effect." Without delay, Liu Yang teleported to the outside of the Imperial study. "Your Majesty?" Before the general could inquire further, Liu Yang tapped his toes and soared dozens of meters into the air. A flying sword appeared from nowhere, adhering to the soles of his feet. With a blink, the viewed image magnified and drew closer. The originally tiny black that rapidly transformed into a 100-jong black dragon, flying menacingly. A dragon? Liu Yang felt that the black dragon before him was inconsistent in style with the 9-dragon supreme chariot he had seen Chen Mu riding, lacking a certain domineering aura. Why does it seem serpentine? He wondered. Suddenly, something occurred to Liu Yang, and his already limited vigilance vanished. Moments later, the two were face to face, only a few dozen meters apart. Seeing Liu Yang's calm demeanor, completely disregarding him and intentionally blocking his path, the black dragon bellowed, "Get out of the way. Human, I don't have time to waste with you. A mere flood dragon. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant?" In Liu Yang's eyes, the black dragon was not a fully formed dragon, only deserving to be called a flood dragon, an existence between a snake and a dragon. Nicely put. It was a flood dragon. Bluntly put, it was a flood snake. Not a true dragon, a difference of one word, but a vast difference in reality. Flood dragon. Hearing these words, the black dragon was infuriated. "Old human, how dare you insult me? You seek death." Opening its abyssal maw, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within, with blue and white lightning patterns flickering and converging energy, blindingly bright. A beam of lightning, like an arrow, shot towards Liu Yang, cleaving the sky. Liu Yang lifted his foot, found the right moment, and kicked out. With brute force, he forced the lightning beam to curve upwards, piercing the sky and breaking through the clouds. A human emperor? The black dragon was quite surprised, finally understanding why Liu Yang dared to stop him. "A mere human emperor is not worthy in front of me." A cold light pressed against its throat, and a chilling killing intent swept from head to tail. At such close range, it was easy to notice that tiny blood beads were emerging one after another from under the skin, tightly pressed by the sharp edge. With a little more force, the skin would be torn, causing a major hemorrhage. An ancient demonic beast. Without looking, the black dragon had already sensed it through its aura. "I'm sorry, but this mere human emperor is more than enough to deal with you," Liu Yang said. In reality, with just his emperor cultivation, even with the addition of the entire god-slaying pavilion, Liu Yang didn't have much confidence in defeating the black dragon. But with the demon blade mantis possessing millions of years of cultivation, it was a different story. Even without Liu Yang, victory was assured. He increasingly admired Chen Mu, even suspecting that he knew divination and had foreseen this event, leaving the demon blade mantis to him. If Chen Mu knew what he was thinking, he would undoubtedly refuse to add to the narrative. As the black dragon was about to struggle, it could feel the demon blade mantis's blade sinking into its flesh. In disbelief, it asked, "With your strength, you don't need to submit to humans. How about we join forces and rule the entire beast realm together?" The demon blade mantis gave no response. The only sound was the buzzing of its wings. "I advise you not to waste your energy. What truly controls it is a being hundreds, thousands, 10,000 times stronger than me. You, a mere imposter, cannot contend with him. An even stronger being?" Liu Yang's words alerted the black dragon. It didn't believe that Liu Yang had the ability to conquer the demon blade mantis. After all, this was a monster terrifying enough to easily kill it in an instant. "I'll give you two choices," Liu Yang said, raising a finger. 1. Sign a blood pact with me and submit to me. 2, he said, raising a second finger and sneering, "Die." The blade sank in a little further. I understand. I choose one. The black dragon didn't want to die. The two smoothly signed the blood pact. After confirming everything was in order, Liu Yang signaled the demon blade mantis to release the black dragon. "I wonder if Brother Mu will praise me if he finds out I've subdued a flood dragon?" Liu Yang looked forward to it, realizing that he had only signed a blood pact with the black dragon and that he was truly relying on the demon blade mantis. He didn't have enough confidence to take credit for it. Lu Yong knew that this power was borrowed. It was okay to show off in front of others. But not Chen Mu, because he wasn't qualified. He had to give up. He thought about how to govern the Howling Tiger Kingdom and how to make the best use of the Black Dragon as a chess piece to maximize its value. Master, I have a request, the Black Dragon said, deciding to use Liu Yang's power to eliminate the demon kings of the southern domain and consolidate its own position. So you have something to ask of me? Liu Yang wanted to hear what good could come out of the Black Dragon's mouth. You must be up to no good. To be honest, I have been controlling the four worlds, leading millions of demonic beasts, but just now, a demon king emerged from nowhere in the southern domain and stole my territory. I asked that master allow me to take action and kill it. The Black Dragon blurted out. You are the demon king of these four worlds? Liu Yang was surprised. He didn't expect the Black Dragon to have such a big background, able to rule the demonic beasts of the four domains at the same time. He felt like he had found a treasure. Subduing the Black Dragon, the demon king, was equivalent to indirectly controlling all the demonic beasts of the southern domain, the spirit domain, and the other four worlds. This was all beneficial to the Howling Tiger Kingdom, which was dominated by beast tamers. It was hard not to suspect that Chen Mu had foreseen all of this and deliberately arranged it. Brother Mu is awesome. He secretly admired. Okay, granted. The southern domain was the base of the celestial origin Holy Land, and a sudden unstable factor had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Liu Yang felt that he could take this opportunity to perform well in front of Chen Mu. He could also take this opportunity to go back and see his old mother, killing two birds with one stone. He flew onto the Black Dragon's head. Lead the way. Yes, master. After thinking about it, the Black Dragon convinced itself to accept its new life. Isn't this an opportunity? By relying on the powerful forces behind Liu Yang, the strong man he called Brother Mu, there might be a chance to transform from a flood dragon into a true dragon. They arrived in the southern domain. As they ascended into the celestial sanctuary, the black serpent showed no signs of halting, soaring towards the heart of the sacred land. Liu Yang was perplexed. This demon king was so formidable that it dared to intrude into the very center of the celestial sanctuary. Did it fear for its life? Master, we have arrived. That scoundrel is hiding within this sanctuary, the black serpent announced, coming to a stop before the sacred mountain gate. Liu Yang marveled at the audacity of this demon king. Having infiltrated the sanctuary, he sighed in relief that they had discovered it early. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. At Qingyan Mansion, Chen Mu, having set aside his fan, sensed Liu Yang's presence and wondered how the lad had returned so swiftly. Noticing the ominous clouds gathering overhead, he observed that the blazing sun was completely obscured by the vast clouds stirred by the three sacred dragons. As the three dragons broke through the mist, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed by their sudden aggression towards their own kind. Activating a spatial portal, he stepped through and found himself before Liu Yang and the Black Serpent, both of whom appeared pale and startled by the grand spectacle above them. Brother Mu, why are you still here in the sanctuary with the dragon? Liu Yang exclaimed, nearly frightened to death by Chen Mu's unexpected appearance. The tremors in Liu Yang's heart settled upon seeing Chen Mu. Chen Mu remained composed, observing the three sacred dragons above and then the Black Serpent at Liu Yang's feet. He deduced that it was the Black Serpent, not Liu Yang, who had provoked the dragons. It harbors animosity towards the celestial sanctuary, Liu Yang exclaimed. But first, we must address a grave matter. I heard that a demon king has infiltrated our sanctuary. We must uncover it swiftly before it wreaks havoc. Who told you this? Chen Mu inquired. A black serpent I recently subdued claimed to be the demon king of this realm, stating that a new demon king has usurped its subjects in the southern domain and is hiding within our sanctuary. Liu Yang replied urgently. Feeling Chen Mu's scrutinizing gaze upon him, the black serpent wished it could vanish into a chasm, hiding away for eternity. It was utterly unforeseen. Upon piecing together the situation, Liu Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Mu, you possess great power. Please help us find it. Together, we can eliminate this threat. He insisted, mimicking a slashing motion with his hand. I have located it, Chen Mu stated. Located it? Where? Liu Yang inquired, scanning his surroundings. It is me, Chen Mu replied. You? Brother Mu, are you the demon king? Liu Yang laughed, incredulous. Surely you jest. How could you possibly be a demon king? With the emergence of 9 ethereal tails, Chen Mu's hair transformed from black to silvery white, his eyes glistening like ice. Liu Yang stood frozen for 3 seconds, then began circling Chen Mu like an enamored disciple, exclaiming, Wow, Brother Mu, you look magnificent. Those 9 tails. A 9-tailed fox? Goodness, with your striking silver hair and handsome visage. Any celestial empress would be drawn to you with but a beckoning finger. Liu Yang was overwhelmed with envy. Yet, in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Turning to the black serpent, which was desperately searching for a chasm to hide in. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. Lu Yong furrowed his brow, questioning, "Do you intend to kill Brother Mu?" The ghost blade man is cleaved through space, emerging from the chaos to position its scythe against the black serpent's neck. "Master, spare me. It was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea the new demon king of the southern domain was the same person as you mentioned, Brother Mu." The black serpent trembled, lamenting its fate. It was clear that this was not someone it could afford to offend. Having subdued the ghost blade mantis and raised the 3 sacred dragons, along with possessing a cultivation level far exceeding that of the mightiest emperors the black serpent had encountered, it felt utterly overwhelmed. It pondered how much better it would have been to remain in the abyss, instead of courting disaster. "Brother Mu, how do you suggest we handle this creature?" Lu Yong asked. "Setting aside the demon kings of the other 3 realms, this one could serve as a valuable pawn for you, with a demon king's assistance. Forging a beast contract will be considerably easier," Chen Mu analyzed coolly. "This is not an issue, at my command. No demon beast from the other 3 realms would dare to resist. I willingly offer my support to help you both achieve your ambitions. Please grant me this opportunity." The black serpent pleaded desperately, seizing upon the chance for survival. "Have you already forged a blood contract with it?" Chen Mu inquired. "Indeed," Lu Yong replied, as crimson ancient characters materialized in the air at his fingertips. "Then there is no need for concern. Let it live for now," Chen Mu decided. "Very well. I shall heed your words, Brother Mu." Lu Yong nodded. "Thank you, Brother Mu. Thank you. How dare you call him that?" Chen Mu chided, and Lu Yong swiftly kicked the black serpent's head. The serpent flew backward, crashing hundreds of meters away with a thunderous boom that captured the attention of the 3 beasts. Chapter 155. The first assassin, I will follow him. Initially feeling the dragon's might, they believed it to be the intimidation emanating from the 3 sacred dragons and dared not gaze directly. Yet soon, they felt a familiar voice echo in their ears, as if they had heard it before. Then, a loud explosion reverberated, and a shadow raced past overhead. Instinctively, they turned to follow, their pupils contracting in unison. The old demon king. Wait, what is it doing here? Is it seeking trouble with the demon king? They considered it absurd for the old demon king to challenge the Lord of Demons. Since we have already pledged our allegiance, we cannot simply stand by. Shall we engage? They watched as the black serpent shook its head, recovering its senses and heading towards Chen Mu and Lu Yong, the red-tailed white wolf displaying its fierce demeanor, readying for battle, awaiting the decision of the oldest and most powerful giant elephant. The opportunity to show loyalty was too good for the giant elephant to pass up. Just as it was about to make a decision, it noticed the black serpent abruptly halt, adopting an excessively obsequious tone, saying, "Master, you are correct. Master, you are correct. Call him young master. Young master of the celestial sanctuary." Lu Yong interjected with a roll of his eyes. "Young master." The black serpent complied hastily, not daring to delay. Seeing this, the red-tailed white wolf retracted its claws, the giant elephant lowered its trunk, and the golden lion similarly closed its massive jaws, dispersing the gathered spiritual energy. The black serpent had considered resisting Chen Mu, but as a dragon, such submission was unexpected. In contrast to the 3 sacred dragons, which loomed majestically above, the black serpent appeared diminutive and cowardly, a stark reminder of its inferiority. Instantly, the black serpent understood why it was seen as a tyrant among the beasts, forced to cower before the might of others. Any pride from millions of years of cultivation was rendered insignificant in this context. After addressing the black serpent, Chen Mu opened a portal to bid farewell to Lu Yong and returned to Qingyun Mansion. Lu Yong urged the black serpent to hasten towards Tianyang Mansion, intending to surprise his mother, Yang Hui, and show her how he had returned in glory. Upon arriving at Tianyang Mansion, Lu Yong leaped down from the serpent's head, exclaiming, "Mother, I have returned." Yet Yang Hui, seated at a stone table sipping tea, completely ignored him. Lu Yang's smile faltered as he attempted once more, "Mother, I have come back." Seeing Yang Hui raise her hand as if to splash tea at him, Lu Yong instinctively dodged, but she retracted her hand, deciding that such fine tea should not be wasted. "Mother, I admit I returned a bit late. There's no need to be so upset, is there? I only wish to achieve something to bring you honor." Lu Yong approached Yang Hui from behind, gently massaging her shoulders, earnest in his efforts. "And what have you accomplished?" Yang Hui retorted. "Mother, brace yourself for what I am about to say," Lu Yong warned, preparing to share his news. "Over the years, my child has established the God of Death Pavilion, amassing thousands of elite assassins under his command. Now, he has ascended the throne as the emperor of the Xiaohu kingdom." And Lu Yong intentionally kept the suspense, hoping Yang Hui would inquire further. To his surprise, Yang Hui displayed no curiosity, nor did she show any astonishment. Remaining utterly unfazed. Left with no choice, Lu Yang continued, and my child has already entered the realm of the great emperor, commanding the spirit realm. And what else? Yang Hui shot him a glance. Was this not enough? Mother, this is an achievement that many aspire to for lifetimes, and I. Stop. Lu Yang's words were abruptly cut off as Yang Hui raised her hand, ruthlessly interrupting him. Aside from the God of Death Pavilion, which of these accomplishments have you achieved on your own? Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile. Mother, since you already know, you should have exposed me sooner. I wasted my breath elaborating so emotionally. He had intended to feign a bit before confessing everything, but now he was at fault? Yang Hui frowned. It's all my fault. Mother can never be wrong. Lu Yang sat beside her, reaching for the teapot and cup to pour himself a drink. As his throat felt parched, are you drinking that? Yang Hui pretended to reach out to stop him, evading her. Lu Yang quickly poured himself a cup and drank it all in one go. Heh. He turned the cup upside down, signaling that it was empty. A triumphant smile on his face. However, his expression soon changed. Wait, have I just experienced a moment of enlightenment? How could this be? Could it be that Brother Mu not only bestowed upon me the cultivation of a great emperor, but also awakened the latent talents within me? Stop flattering yourself. This tea is called enlightenment tea. 1 cup brings enlightenment, and it works for anyone, Yang Hui retorted, exasperated. Enlightenment tea? 1 cup brings enlightenment? Which person did you kill to acquire this? Lu Yang asked casually. He had founded the God of Death Pavilion primarily because he learned the art of assassination from Yang Hui, who was once renowned as the world's foremost assassin. After being betrayed, she fled to the Tianyuan sacred land, saved by an elder, and out of gratitude, chose to remain, becoming a lethal weapon for the sacred land, training many disciples skilled in assassination. Not long after, she fell in love with a talented disciple from the sacred land, giving birth to Lu Yang. This tea was given to me by Little Mu. He is the only one in the world who possesses it. No amount of killing could procure it, Yang Hui said as she reached for the teapot. Lu Yang stood to evade her, pouring cup after cup. Really, I never expected Brother Mu to possess such a treasure. I truly admire him. After experiencing enlightenment several times, the teapot was emptied completely. Satisfied, he returned to his seat. By the way, Mother, how did you know that Brother Mu was helping me from behind the scenes? The Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion? ISNT, that Chen's sister S. Wait, has someone from Tianji Pavilion infiltrated my circle? Who? When did this happen? Lu Yang exclaimed, rising in shock. He quickly rifled through his memory, but could not identify anyone. He realized he would need to confront them face to face, leveraging the overwhelming power of the great emperor. Knowing he had trusted them too much, he had failed to notice when he was being swapped. A lesson learned. The current Tianji Pavilion, with Little Mu's assistance, had undergone a transformation. Not only did it monitor every whisper and movement across the southern region and surrounding worlds, but it also relayed information back to the Tianyuan sacred land in real time. Recalling the past, Yang Hui often compared herself with Chen's mother, debating whose son was more exceptional. At that time, it was merely jest. But now, the disparity. Yang Hui found herself at a loss for words. Truly, my idol, Brother Mu is incredibly powerful. In this lifetime, I am devoted to Brother Mu. Even if you try to drive me away, I will not leave. Hearing Lu Yang's brazen declaration, filled with numerous points of contention, Yang Hui was momentarily speechless, only managing a wry smile. Observing the bond between Lu Yang and Chen Mu remained as strong as their childhood, Yang Hui felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She couldn't help but reflect that her ability to join the Tianyuan sacred land was indeed a blessing earned from her past life. Mother, where are you going? Lu Yang asked, noticing Yang Hui moving away. Continue drinking your tea. Without looking back, Yang Hui exited the Tianyang mansion, intending to pay a visit to the Qingyan mansion. Given how well Chen Mu treated Lu Yang, as an elder, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Lu Yang opened the teapot lid, glancing inside, finding it empty. How can I drink this? Should I brew it again? Is that possible? Chapter 156. The King of Assassination and Chun Tianlin's Conspiracy at Qingyan Mansion. After wandering back and forth outside for some time, looking at the item in his hand, though it was a family heirloom, he felt it was unworthy to present. Despite being coveted by various factions over the millennia, it remained unattainable. Inside the mansion, Chen Mu had already sensed Yang Hui's presence and was prepared to receive her. Little did he expect, in the span of a tea's time. Yang Hui attempted several times to knock on the door, but eventually gave up each time. With no other option, Chen Mu took the initiative, stepping forward to open the courtyard door. Greetings, Aunt. Chen Mu clasped his hands in salute. No need for such formalities. Little Mu, are you heading out? Yang Hui instinctively hid her hands behind her back. Chen Mu saw through her, but chose not to comment. Just opening the door for some fresh air, Aunt. You know I'm not fond of going out. I see. Yang Hui replied. Do you have something to discuss with me? Chen Mu inquired further. Yes. I wish to speak with you about Lu Yang. Yang Hui hesitated, still not revealing everything. All right, Aunt, please come in. Chen Mu gestured for her to enter. With a flick of his finger, the teapot lid opened automatically, and enlightenment tea was added within as a stream of heavenly spring water surged from a large vat nearby. Enveloped by flames, rapidly heating it. Once it filled the teapot, the flames vanished, and it reached a boil instantaneously. Chen Mu poured a cup for Yang Hui. Aunt, tea. Thank you. Yang Hui placed the wooden box on the table and accepted the cup with both hands. Chen Mu seized the opportunity to inquire about the box. Oh, this is our Yang family's ancestral assassination manual and the crafting book for hidden weapons. Yang Hui pushed it toward Chen Mu. You've helped Lu Yang so much. I have nothing else to offer you. Please, you must accept this. The Yang family's assassination manual and hidden weapon crafting book. As far as I know, these two items are immensely valuable, worth several cities. Aunt, can you truly give this to me? Chen Mu feigned surprise. The items were indeed precious. But for someone with a system who relished the thrill of receiving rewards for signing in, Chen Mu found it challenging to feign much interest. Of course, compared to what you've given Lu Yang, this is nothing. I worry Aunt might not be satisfied. Seeing Chen Mu appear genuinely pleased, Yang Hui felt a wave of relief. Not at all. Chen Mu opened the wooden box, retrieving the assassination manual and a scroll detailing various hidden weapons. Upon reviewing them, he indeed found himself intrigued. The King of Hell's Needle. Those struck by it are as if receiving a decree from the King of Hell, certain death. This item is renowned in the Datsang world and is exceedingly rare. Chen Mu never expected it would be connected to Yang Hui's family. No wonder my cousin was able to forge the King of Hell's Needle. It must have been Aunt who provided the schematics. Not only were there common hand-thrown needle variants, but also sleeve arrows and blow darts, among others. The sheer number of hidden weapons and poisons listed dazzled Chen Mu. Upon opening the assassination manual, he discovered over 10 types of lightness skills, with 5 ranking among the top 10. This truly broadened Chen Mu's horizons. The system is attempting to upgrade. Attempt 14 to upgrade failed. Attempt 29 to upgrade successful. Data acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The King of Assassination module has been bound. New function unlocked. The King of Assassination. In summary, with this function, Chen Mu merely needs to select skills such as stealth technique, lightness skill, disguise technique, to achieve maximum proficiency instantly. A skilled assassin must master an array of abilities, encompassing those that have been lost to time for centuries, even millennia. The options are fully customizable, allowing for both single selection and bulk selection. Chen Mu has long grown accustomed to this. His intrigue with the art of assassination is genuine. And since his aunt has expressed such sentiments, he graciously accepts the ancient tome and forging manual, placing them within a box and stowing it away in his system backpack. It is surely a matter of satisfaction on your part. Although he is aware that this pales in comparison to what he provided Lu Yang, there are no superior treasures Yang Hui can offer in return. He reassures himself. A humble gift carries profound sentiment. By the way, Xiaomu, will you be attending the South Region's Talented Youth Conference in 3 days? Just as he prepared to rise, Yang Hui suddenly recalled this matter. The Talented Youth Conference, to put it plainly, involves various factions dispatching their own prodigies to compete. The victor stands to gain vast resources for cultivation and enhance their faction's influence throughout the South region. Such matters hold little interest for me, and furthermore, with my current level of cultivation, my participation would invite gossip, suggesting that our Tianyuan sacred land is deliberately bullying others. Chen Mu gently shook his head. No, you misunderstand. The master wishes for you to represent Tianyuan, to preside over the proceedings and uplift morale. Yang Hui conveyed Qin Tian an intent. I will consider it. If I find myself free at the time, perhaps I shall attend. Upon reflection, it seems I have indeed been quite idle. Very well, give it due thought. Yang Hui rose to leave, choosing not to disturb Chen Mu any further. The Talented Youth Conference. Chen Mu reclined on a bench, hands behind his head. Uncertain whether, given the current strength of Tianyuan's sacred land, sending someone to participate would be tantamount to harassment. The outer courtyard could easily overpower a vast majority. In fact, the combat prowess of the outer courtyard at present is more formidable than that of the inner courtyard, where various factions intermingle. Countless prodigies and elders from other sects have flocked to join. It is not uncommon for a mere 30-year-old, having arrived early, to be addressed as senior brother by someone 200 years of age, possessing at least martial saint-level strength. Chen Mu was taken aback upon witnessing this for the first time. Only after gaining understanding did he realize the fierce competition within the outer sect, all vying for a place in the inner courtyard. The ultimate goal? If Chen Mu recalls correctly, they envisioned their destination as his humble Qingyan mansion. Speaking of which, shouldn't he the master personally oversee the Talented Youth Conference? What sense does it make for a mere young master to take on such a role? Chen Mu mused. It feels as though his father, since ascending to the emperor realm, has become increasingly erratic. Or perhaps he is not yet resigned, seeking to acclimate me to this role gradually, inching the position of master toward me. Chen Mu privately entertained the notion that the latter was quite plausible. Such cunning, alas. With a deep sigh toward the heavens, in this day and age, is it even possible to renounce power? By the way, where has my mother gone all these years? Whenever I inquire, my father always stumbles over his words. Could it be that there lies a colossal secret that cannot be revealed? Chen Mu pondered, wishing that if his mother were present, they might practice their skills while still young. Although his own high level seems daunting, he harbors a desire to relax. As for his elder sister, Chen Juexin, he does not mind her assuming the role of master. Perhaps under her guidance, Tianyuan's sacred land could flourish even more rapidly. Unfortunately, Chen Juexin has even less interest in the position than Chen Mu. That said, is it truly necessary to participate in the Talented Youth Conference? Chen Mu contemplated, determined to thwart Chen Tianlin's subtle scheme to transfer the master's position to him. After living for tens of thousands of years, does he expect to retire at a mere 100? No way. With the life extension pills that can infinitely amplify vitality, Chen Mu even considered keeping Chen Tianlin in the master's position for eternity, until the end of time itself. In the back mountains, Chen Tianlin inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 157. Mass Production of Emperors and the Cataclysmic Thunder Tribulation of Pure Destruction. Why do you suppose the young master has suddenly summoned the top 3 from the inner courtyard, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Li, and Senior Sister Yan, to Qingyan Mansion? Could it be that simply by becoming one of the top 3 from the inner courtyard, one might directly serve the young master? Goodness, why wait? Let us hasten our cultivation. But what good is urgency now? By the time those ancient figures from the outer courtyard contribute sufficiently for ascension to the inner courtyard, we will all be left behind. It's quite peculiar. I'm ranked in the top 10,000 among inner courtyard disciples at the half-step martial saint realm. Yet those in the outer courtyard are ranked beyond 50,000, with 136 in the human immortal realm. A bitter smile graced his lips, full of self-deprecation. Once this was spoken, the room erupted in uproar. Each understood all too well that such a stark contrast was solely due to the existence of young Master Chen Mu. The Tianyuan's sacred land, at present, is not only teeming with powerful individuals, but also fortified by hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts, forming a formidable barrier. Even if an army of thousands were to arrive, it remains uncertain if they could breach the first layer. In terms of safety, it is undoubtedly unrivaled throughout the south region. Not only on the ground, but the skies are also protected by 3 sacred dragons. Even those of the Emperor realm must weigh the costs and benefits carefully. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qishan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and resolutely pushed the door open. They too could not decipher Chen Mu's intentions. Of course, if they could enter Qingyan Mansion to serve him, their hearts were undoubtedly 100, if not 1,000, times willing. Upon their entrance, the courtyard gate closed automatically. Inner courtyard Lu Qinshan pays respects to the young master. Inner courtyard Li Lushui pays respects to the young master. Inner courtyard, Yin Yutong pays respects to the young master. The 3 knelt before Chen Mu, their movements synchronized as if chiseled from the same mold. Rise, Chen Mu commanded. With a thought, 3 cups of tea were prepared and floated before them. Thank you, young master. They accepted the tea with both hands and drank deeply. The feeling of enlightenment that followed astonished them, confirming that this was indeed the renowned supreme enlightenment tea. They felt immense gratitude toward Chen Mu, never expecting he would bestow such a precious item upon them. Chen Mu wasted no time, directly inquiring. For the upcoming South Region Talented Youth Conference, have arrangements been made for you 3 to participate? Indeed, historically, the top 3 disciples from the inner courtyard always take part in the Talented Youth Conference, Lu Qingshan affirmed. Then, could you not voluntarily withdraw from the competition? Given the current influence of Tianyuan's sacred land, there is no longer a need to prove yourselves in this manner to gain disciples, is there? Chen Mu pressed further. While that may be true, without sufficient justification, to forego attending the Talented Youth Conference might attract considerable criticism toward the sacred land, suggesting that we are arrogant and disdainful of other sects, creating rifts. Lu Qingshan expressed his viewpoint. He was keenly aware of the importance of maintaining a positive image for Tianyuan's sacred land throughout the South region. It must be said, no disciple of Tianyuan is indifferent to this. That reasoning holds merit. Allow me to rephrase my inquiry. Chen Mu's demeanor grew more serious. If the three of you were to simultaneously reach the Emperor realm and choose to withdraw, would anyone consider that as an affront to them? Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong were taken aback. To achieve the Emperor realm simultaneously, though they each possess human immortal realm cultivation, they are still far from the Emperor realm. And moreover, to attain it concurrently, such a notion contradicts the natural order of the heavens. None among them would naively believe that what Chen Mu could accomplish, they too could replicate. This is only natural. They ought to be grateful for their very lives, as even those on the verge of the Emperor realm could easily lose their lives in the presence of a true emperor. Lu Qingshan did not dwell on this further, interpreting Chen Mu's words as mere whimsy, not to be taken too seriously. As expected, he thought. After confirming his thoughts, Chen Mu opened his system backpack, gazing at the items within, selecting several 99 Emperor Experience packs, confirming their use. Initiating the use of the Emperor's Experience package on the targets Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong. Usage successful. Boom, boom, boom. 3 beams of light in different colors shot up to the heavens, their grandeur visible from miles away. Celestial phenomena? Chen Mu was already accustomed to such sights. He found it bothersome, like thick smoke obstructing the sun, creating a stifling atmosphere. With a mere flick of his fingers, he dispersed the haze, restoring the blue sky and bright sunshine. The heavenly tribulation? Since Chen Mu discovered that it served as the finest nourishment for the thunder attribute sacred body, he had been voraciously absorbing it. Wherever Chen Mu was, the heavenly thunder would avoid him, fearing it might be drained dry. Chen Mu couldn't help but think, is it really so? In such a vast sky, is it too much to ask for this little thunder tribulation? Truly stingy. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the billion pure annihilation thunder tribulation. Upon opening the details, Chen Mu saw that, as the system indicated, this billion pure annihilation thunder tribulation, if divided into even a single strand, could turn an entire realm like the South Domain into scorched earth, causing millions of lives to extinguish in an instant. The Emperor? Likewise annihilated. For Chen Mu, who possessed the supreme thunder spirit root and the thunder attribute sacred body, this was the finest resource for cultivation. Using the annihilation thunder tribulation as a cultivation resource would be fatal for an ordinary person 1,000 times over. However, Chen Mu was different. He possessed an immortal body and an endless dantian, completely unafraid and able to consume it without concern. Compared to this, heavenly thunder was of no consequence. Successfully gifted the Emperor's experience package. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving Emperor's experience package 3,000. Am I truly not dreaming? Have I broken through to the Emperor realm? I have reached the Emperor realm. How could this? Li Liushui's words trailed off as the three of them simultaneously lifted their gazes, focusing intently on Chen Mu. Sensing their eyes upon him, Chen Mu nodded, affirming, yes. It was I who facilitated your breakthroughs to the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, the three knelt before Chen Mu with astonishing speed, knocking their heads thrice against the ground. The floor cracked like a spider's web, shattering into pieces. The young master is indeed our rebirth and savior. We are willing to go through fire and water for the young master. To the ninth heaven, to the depths of hell. Lu Qingshan spoke first. I would lay down my life. Yin Yutong followed suit. Li Lushui glanced between Lu Qingshan and Yin Yutong, clasping his hands and saying, I feel the same. Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. This sentiment felt eerily familiar, as though he had heard it before. I have great expectations for your futures, so do not disappoint me. Also, you may forfeit the Celestial Talent Tournament. He began with flattery before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand, lending it a formal tone. All shall be carried out according to the young master's orders. The three replied in unison. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, voices buzzed with excitement. The terrifying phenomena, swift in arrival and departure, left them utterly bewildered. Chapter 158. For every bit he gives, I will return tenfold. If I am not mistaken, the scenes just witnessed should only occur upon entering the Emperor realm, correct? This spectacle seemed even more shocking than when both the Holy Lord and the young master ascended to the Emperor realm together. Could the three beams of light signify that the young master has stepped into the divine realm above the Emperor? The divine realm? What gods exist in this world? There has never been any record of such. The absence of records does not imply non-existence, and the lack of previous accounts merely indicates their insufficient strength. Does that mean the young master is not stronger than them? As this thought crossed their minds, those who wished to argue swiftly swallowed their words. It was not out of fear of Chen Mu's authority. Upon reflection, such events happening to others might seem unreasonable. However, for their young master, the probability was 99.9, simply due to the countless unreasonable occurrences that had befallen him. The discussion heated up until a corner of their eyes caught sight of the courtyard door swinging open. Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong emerged, and before closing the door, they did not forget to bow deeply to Chen Mu within the Qingyan pavilion. Once the door shut, they turned to face everyone. Do you not feel that these three are like entirely different individuals compared to before? Indeed, they nodded emphatically. Their aura was transformed, exuding an ethereal quality. Earlier, I was 2 realms apart from Sister Yin, but with some relentless effort, I could catch up. Yet now, why does it feel like she is already so far ahead that I cannot discern the distance? Once they recognized who had spoken, no one dared to refute. At least among the gathered, there was no one with a higher realm than hers. Wait. Suddenly, a quick-witted disciple realized that the 3 beams had corresponded precisely to Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong. Could it be? He raised 3 fingers, totaling 6. Some began to lose their composure. If memory served, had not Lu Qingshan and the others only been at the pre-emperor stage, ascending directly from the human immortal realm to emperor? Their first instinct was not to doubt Chen Mu's capability, but rather to question their understanding of the world, wondering if it needed correction. Have you forgotten? What realm was Saintess Yi in when she first arrived at our Tianyuan sacred land, entering Qingyan Pavilion? And what realm is she at now? Another asked. Regardless, to allow 3 individuals to ascend from human immortal to emperor simultaneously seems too enough. Lu Qingshan, seeing their enthusiasm grow, worried it might disturb Chen Mu's rest, decided to reveal the answer directly to prevent further speculation. With this time and energy, we might as well refine more spiritual energy and challenge the trial tower. Thanks to the young master's favor, I have attained the emperor cultivation. Lu Qingshan raised his hands in salute. What? Brother Lu, you all have ascended to the emperor? It was no surprise that the young master could easily shatter their perceptions of this world. The order of heaven, in the presence of the young master. The heavenly order is worth nothing. How the order stands is entirely at the young master's discretion. Does this mean our Tianyuan sacred land now has 3 more emperors? Reflecting on the current number of emperors in Tianyuan sacred land, they could hardly fathom the courage it would take to stand against Tianyuan. After all, in their realm, there was often only one, if any. Previously, the human immortal realm was common, and pre-emperors clustered like stars, which was already absurd. Yet now, the situation was even more exaggerated. Noticing that some disciples still struggled to accept the reality, Lu Qingshan glanced at Li Lushui and Yin Yutong. The 2 understood and released a minuscule fraction of their emperor might, ensuring that their younger brothers and sisters would not be harmed in the process. They simply needed to prove that they had indeed broken through to the emperor realm. Emperor. Truly an emperor. Mass-produced emperors. I say, the young master is the strongest in the annals of Datsong history. Without exception, no one would refute me, right? Entering Qingyan Pavilion. Even if it cost me my lifespan, I would enter Qingyan Pavilion and serve the young master. Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully achieving the emperor path. With their strength evident, there was no room for doubt. A fresh perspective on Chen Mu's might emerged, swiftly updating the legend of Qingyan Pavilion too. Entering Qingyan leads to becoming an emperor. In the Holy Lord's residence, what? Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong are all withdrawing from the Celestial Talent Tournament? Why? Chen Tianlin looked perplexedly at the elder who had come to deliver the news, demanding an explanation. He was well aware of Lu Qingshan's character. Unless there were unavoidable circumstances, they would not choose to concede defeat on the eve of the tournament. They visited the young master's residence. The young master's residence. Just as the elder's words trailed off, Chen Tianlin sprang to his feet. That kid. Could he have seen through my intentions and deliberately used spirit stones and treasures to sway them? This child, Mu'er, is rather too clever. No. This is not the time to discuss that. Chen Tianlin quickly realized the situation and urgently instructed the elder, go find Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong, and convey my message that what the young master can offer them, the holy master will provide tenfold. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and tried to calm his nerves. The position of holy master felt like a hot potato to Chen Tianlin. He was eager to pass it on to Chen Mu so he could settle down and start a family. Unfortunately, his son and daughter were each more peculiar than the last. In a mere small empire, the struggle for power could lead to all sorts of machinations, resulting in rivers of blood. Yet here he was, unable to even pass on the title of Holy Master, which governed a realm and held the reins of several dynasties. Regret washed over him for not having given Chen Mu more siblings. Alas, The intentions of blooming flowers are met with the indifference of flowing water. Turning around, he noticed the elder still standing in place, a look of difficulty etched on his face. Chen Tianlin set down his teacup and asked, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "Master, there is indeed one more matter, though I am uncertain if I should speak of it." The elder hesitated, clearly aware of the reaction his next words would elicit from Chen Tianlin. "If you wish to speak, then do so. If not, then keep silent. We have known each other for many years. Spare me the formalities." Chen Tianlin waved his hand, urging him to sit. He initially thought the elder would leave after this, but it seemed something significant was afoot. Pouring a cup of hot tea for the elder, he encouraged him to take a moment to compose himself and not to feel anxious. No matter how dire the situation, Chen Tianlin would stand firm and face it head-on. All right. Following Chen Tianlin's lead, the elder accepted the tea and took a sip. Setting it aside, he resolved to speak the truth. "The Holy Master just mentioned that for every benefit the young master offers, you would provide tenfold?" "Indeed. No deception here." Chen Tianlin thumped his chest confidently, while the elder straightened his back, clearing his throat gravely. After Lu Chongqing and the others left Qingyun Mansion, they all entered the realm of the great emperor and publicly declared it was a blessing granted by the young master. Chen Tianlin was taken aback. Chapter 159, The Fruit of Immortality, Dragon Yuan Order. Regarding Chen Mu facilitating Yi Qingqing and Chen Juexin's ascension to the great emperor, Chen Tianlin had indeed heard whispers. What was there to say? It was beyond evaluation. Even he, who had watched Chen Mu grow since childhood, could not help but feel that his son was exceptionally gifted, defying the laws of heaven and earth. With mere intent, he could elevate anyone to the status of great emperor. Previously, he had often heard others boast about their unmatched prowess, but in comparison to Chen Mu, Chen Tianlin felt he was but a small fry, utterly incomparable. Noticing Chen Tianlin's awkward demeanor, the elder, with his fists pressed against his lips, hesitated before finally asking, "Holy Master, perhaps we should heed the young master's advice and refrain from participating in the upcoming Genius Conference. If we were to send 3 great emperors to attend, they would surely accuse us of bullying and playing unfairly." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianlin indeed felt a curiosity to witness the reactions of the various sects and dynasties when they saw that the Tianyuan Holy Land had sent forth a trio of great emperors as their top talents. It seemed quite amusing. "I'll handle this matter. You may return now." Chen Tianlin snapped back to reality, issuing his directive. "Understood, Holy Master. I shall take my leave." The elder departed, recognizing the unspoken understanding. As soon as the elder left, Chen Tianlin stepped out, heading straight for Qingyun Mansion. Outside, with his hands clasped behind his back, he pondered whether his recent visits had become too frequent, potentially annoying Chen Mu. He was keen on preserving his image in his son's eyes. "Father, since you are here, there is no need to hide." Chen Mu's voice emerged from behind the door. "That boy, such keen insight." Chen Tianlin marveled, astonished that despite his efforts to mask his presence, Chen Mu had still detected him. Dispelling the aura that cloaked him, he pushed the door open and entered. "Truly, you are my son. Your powers of observation are unmatched across the land." "Father has come regarding the Genius Conference, hasn't he?" Chen Mu asked bluntly. "Indeed. It seems nothing escapes your keen eyes." When Chen Tianlin locked eyes with Chen Mu, he felt as if he were unclothed, fully exposed. "Little Mu, is there no limit to your ability to create great emperors at will?" Chen Tianlin settled onto a stone bench, pouring himself tea with ease. "There is none." Chen Mu replied candidly. "As long as I desire, I can elevate anyone to the status of great emperor, even turn the entire Tianyuan into great emperors at my whim. However, as you know, power can change a person's nature. Thus, I won't bestow such capabilities on anyone until I am entirely certain of their character." Indeed, Chen Tianlin had witnessed numerous instances where individuals, upon suddenly acquiring immense power, became arrogant and ultimately squandered their bright futures. He did not see any fault in Chen Mu's approach, especially concerning the power of the great emperor, which was unparalleled by any ordinary artifact or technique. "Come, father. Do not only drink tea, have some fruit." Chen Mu conjured a peculiar green fruit resembling a human form from thin air. "This fruit looks remarkably strange. I've never seen anything like it." Chen Tianlin examined the fruit closely. "I obtained this from a celestial ruin. It is juicy and sweet. And I saved one for you to taste." Chen Mu spun another tale, showcasing his storytelling prowess. "Is that so? Wonderful, let me try." Chen Tianlin beamed at the thought of his son's filial piety. Without hesitation, he took a bite, and the juice flooded his mouth, fragrant and delightful, filling his heart with joy. In just a few bites, he polished it off, leaving not even a seed behind. "By the way, little Mu, Since this fruit was found in a celestial ruin, it must have significant properties, yes? Chen Tianlin inquired curiously. Yes, it grants immortality, making one undying and imperishable. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. At first, Chen Tianlin could hardly process the calmness of his son's tone, but then he sprang to his feet. What did you say? Immortal? Undying? Yes, Chen Mu affirmed. This way, Father, you can serve as the Holy Master for eternity, leading our Tianyuan Holy Land down the path of invincibility. Chen Tianlin felt no sense of being deceived. The prospect of gaining immortality and being undying would have countless individuals clamoring to seek Chen Mu's favor. It was evident that Chen Mu held no genuine interest in the position of Holy Master. Very well, as your father, I shall no longer pressure you to take the throne. However, this position shall always be yours. Should you desire it, simply tell me, and I will gladly step aside. Good. Chen Tianlin's willingness to concede reassured Chen Mu. Yet, he wondered why such a precious gift was not kept for himself, more than his own immortality. Chen Tianlin longed for Chen Mu to possess such a fate. Father, have you forgotten? I already possess the undying sacred body. Chen Tianlin smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that Chen Mu was indeed a rare being who alone held one of the 10 supreme sacred bodies. Little did he know, Chen Mu had plenty of the fruit of immortality. The system had provided him with 10,000 of them. They were practically free. Luckily, he had an infinite system backpack. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to store the mountains of divine artifacts and treasures. Speaking of the Genius Conference, Chen Mu's interference made it a conundrum. Participating or abstaining both posed challenges. Allowing disciples other than Lu Qingshan and the others to join might invite unwarranted gossip. To this, Chen Mu responded, Father, why concern yourself with others' opinions? Given our Tianyuan Holy Land's current influence, do we need to worry about their thoughts? If they are dissatisfied, let them fight. That is a valid point. Chen Tianlin recognized that he had overthought the matter, complicating what was inherently simple. Thus, it was decided, Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong would proceed as planned to participate in the Genius Conference and secure the Dragon Yuan Order with confidence. The Long Yuan Order? If Chen Mu recalls correctly, it is a reward for the top 3 participants in the Tianjiao Conference, with the number of Long Yuan Orders awarded increasing with higher rankings. Each Long Yuan Order grants an individual access to the Long Yuan Ruins, where one might acquire the inheritance of a secret treasure. As long as one returns successfully and gains the treasure's legacy, their future accomplishments will undoubtedly be formidable. Numerous examples exist of individuals who have ascended to greatness through the inheritance of Long Yuan treasures. It is a premier cultivation resource eagerly anticipated by all aspiring talents. However, Chen Mu has already achieved his objective and wishes to refrain from further involvement. Yet the system has other plans. Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Long Yuan Order 10,000. It firmly believes that no treasure should be lacking for its own host. Chapter 160, The Long Yuan Secret Realm. The strongest lineup 10,000 Long Yuan Orders. Casting aside the system panel, Chen Mu inquired about the rewards from his father, Chen Tianlin. Father, how many Long Yuan Orders can the top 3 of the Tianjiao Conference obtain? Chen Mu had only heard vague details about the Tianjiao Conference. The first place receives 10 orders, the second 5, and the third 2. Chen Tianlin elaborated, though even with 10 orders, it remains uncertain whether any of them will secure a treasure inheritance. Moreover, the Long Yuan ruins are exceedingly perilous, being the domain of the ancient dragon clan, where vengeful dragon souls are particularly troublesome. Chen Tianlin recounted his own experience battling a vengeful dragon soul. Had he not had a guiding protector by his side, he might have perished. Nonetheless, high risks often yield high rewards. Chen Tianlin had acquired and fused a dragon bone, which allowed him to cultivate dragon energy, significantly enhancing his spiritual power and accelerating his training speed. The more he listened, the more Chen Mu felt that his father resembled a protagonist in a tale of the underdog overcoming adversity. Hopefully, he was merely overthinking. Moreover, considering that the Tianjiao Conference is held only once every decade, the cumulative total of 17 Long Yuan Orders for the top 3 positions is hardly enticing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu lost interest in participating. The system casually bestowed him with 10,000 orders, and if that wasn't sufficient, he could always increase the amount or utilize a 1,000-fold rebate to obtain more. There were countless methods available. Why squander several days on endless challenges and promotions? Chen Mu felt that since acquiring the system, he seemed to have become more complacent. There was no way around it. The resources were simply too abundant, leaving no space for genuine effort. Father, I actually have plenty of Long Yuan Orders in stock. There's no need to rely on the Tianjiao Conference. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu retrieved 100 long yuan orders from the system's inventory and placed them on the table. The excess could not be accommodated. Witnessing the array of dragon-shaped tokens before him, Chen Tianlin's thoughts were laid bare on his face, utterly astonished. Throughout a century of life, he had never encountered so many long yuan orders, and judging by Chen Mu's demeanor, this seemed to be merely the tip of the iceberg. Mu'er, these long yuan orders. Chen Tianlin hesitated, his intent unmistakable. Father, please take them. These items hold little value for me. Chen Mu encouraged his father to make use of them. Long yuan order gifted successfully. Thousandfold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received long yuan order 100,000. Excellent. I will promptly gather a select group of elite disciples to venture into the Long Yuan ruins and seize the opportunity. Chen Tianlin swiftly began making arrangements. It is essential to note that those who would venture into the Long Yuan ruins for treasure are not limited to just the southern domain. No one knows when the opportunities and inheritances within may be exhausted, so action must be taken swiftly. Father, I am also curious about the Long Yuan ruins. Let me accompany you. In case of any unforeseen events, I can lend my assistance. Despite his many words, the ultimate reason was singular: boredom, a sudden desire for engagement. That works. Each person may only enter the Long Yuan ruins once in a lifetime, with no restrictions on cultivation levels. Chen Tianlin concurred. There may be many talents in the Tianyuan sacred land, but that does not imply they can be sacrificed at will. Is there really a limit on the number of entries? Chen Mu gained new insights. The system. The unlimited check-in function hereby states, all Long Yuan orders obtained through this function are top-tier Long Yuan orders, with no restrictions on usage. Chen Mu had anticipated this. It was not his first day binding the system. As always, the quality of the system determines the nature of its functions. Upon learning about the distinction between top-tier Long Yuan orders and ordinary ones, Chen Tianlin adapted more quickly than before, gradually becoming accustomed to it. Before long, the top 100 talents of the Tianyuan sacred land, including the newly ascended Emperor Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yen Yutong, arrived. The scale of this assembly was truly unprecedented. Chen Tianlin could easily envision the complex expressions on the faces of those who would encounter Chen Mu and his companions within the Long Yuan ruins. Upon realizing that it was Chen Mu who provided the Long Yuan orders, granting them the chance to enter the ruins for treasure, excitement erupted. The brilliance of Chen Tianlin. The acting sovereign was entirely overshadowed. Father, are you not coming? Chen Mu asked. No, I have other matters to attend to, Chen Tianlin replied, shaking his head. Young master. At that moment, Yi Qingqing arrived on her sword. Upon hearing that Chen Mu intended to venture into such a dangerous place as the Long Yuan ruins, she immediately abandoned her current task and rushed over at the fastest speed. You should come too. Chen Mu tossed a Long Yuan order to Yi Qingqing. Yes. Yi Qingqing caught the token, her expression visibly lightening. She feared not the expenditure of effort or the risk to her life, only that Chen Mu might not require her presence. Long Yuan order gifted successfully. Thousandfold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received Long Yuan order 1000. Subsequently, everyone shattered their Long Yuan orders, and after a flash of light, they were transported into the Long Yuan ruins. Sensing a force of rules attempting to disperse them, Chen Mu directly utilized his spatial sacred body to construct a special domain, enveloping everyone within and forcibly shielding them from the dispersing force. Is this the Long Yuan ruins? It appeared more like a desolate wasteland, devoid of any greenery. Look over there. A massive dragon bone. It's at least 400 or 500 meters long. This dragon bone no longer possesses spiritual energy. Subjected to years of wind and rain, it would be unsuitable for weapon crafting due to its insufficient hardness, Li Lushui remarked. Is it merely a decoration? One disciple inquired. Indeed, Li Lushui confirmed with a nod. Aside from Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yen Yutong, including Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing, it was everyone's first journey to the Long Yuan ruins. Many were filled with curiosity about their surroundings. Chen Mu attempted to extend his consciousness, only to discover that this secret realm was boundless. Finding hidden opportunities would be no easy task. Exiting, however, was straightforward. One merely needed to think of leaving, and they would return to where they came from. Yet, activating the teleportation array required time, and during that period, any attacks could lead to demise. Young master, what should we do next? Lu Qingshan approached Chen Mu. Even though he had previously entered the Long Yuan ruins, returning felt akin to being a headless fly. Everything depended on Chen Mu's decisions. Yet, Chen Mu found himself equally uncertain. Scattering might increase the probability of finding treasure inheritance, but it also posed greater dangers. Conversely, Staying together would significantly enhance their survival chances, albeit with a sharply reduced likelihood of uncovering the treasure. Was there truly no way to achieve both? The power of an emperor's consciousness is formidable, yet when faced with deeply concealed treasure inheritances, which are further disguised by array barriers, it proves to be a case of wanting to help but being unable to. Effective, yet not omnipotent. The system is attempting an upgrade. It decisively took action. Chapter 161. Opportunity Viewing Function, Vengeful Dragon Soul, System Attempts Upgrade, 34th time, failed. System Attempts Upgrade, 89th time, data successfully acquired. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Opportunity Viewing Module has been bound. New function unlocked. Opportunity Viewing. It must be acknowledged that possessing the ability to view opportunities in a place like the Secret Realm is indeed an extraordinary and somewhat overpowered ability. There is no need to delve into the details. Merely by glancing at the term opportunity, Chen Mu has already discerned the simplicity and straightforwardness of this new feature. The system announced, scanning and analyzing the entirety of the Longyuan Secret Realm. Moments later, it continued, scanning and analysis successful. Would you like to view and display the opportunity lines? Without hesitation, Chen Mu chose to view. In an instant, countless vibrant, multicolored aura lines appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Each hue represented a different type of opportunity, ranked from the lowest to the highest: white, green, yellow, blue, purple, red, and gold. Additionally, there existed a color, black, denoting a trap opportunity, which not only posed a significant risk to one's life, but also could yield no rewards even if successfully navigated. Before Chen Mu lay 4 golden opportunity lines, the pinnacle of potential. It is noteworthy that the deeper and thicker the color of an opportunity line, the more powerful and abundant the opportunity it signifies. Chen Mu selected 3 of the golden lines and informed Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong of their respective locations, instructing them to gather 20 or so individuals each to enhance efficiency in their treasure hunt. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Yi Qingsheng would lead the remainder towards the last golden opportunity line. After traversing several kilometers, they arrived at a cliff. Peering over the edge, they beheld an expansive landscape, no longer merely a desolate scene of sandstorms and crumbling ruins, but a vast pool of blood-red water. Is that dragon blood? Yi Qingcheng detected through the scent wafting through the air. Indeed, it was dragon blood. Immersing oneself within it would allow one to replace their mortal blood with that of a dragon, as Chen Mu explained. The prospect of substituting their blood for dragon blood ignited excitement among the group. Possessing dragon blood would fundamentally transform one's being, accelerating their cultivation speed to unparalleled heights, enhancing comprehension, strength, and physique across the board. How could they not be exhilarated? They regarded their young master with reverence, marveling at his extraordinary fortune in uncovering such a rare resource shortly after entering the Longyuan Secret Realm. Unbeknownst to them, many formidable cultivators had spent months in vain, ultimately leaving with nothing, and some had even lost their lives in pursuit of treasures. In comparison, their admiration and awe for Chen Mu only deepened. It was as if he could see where all the hidden treasures were concealed. The disciples resolutely believed that Chen Mu's ability to effortlessly locate the dragon blood pool was due to his exceptional fate and unrivaled luck. Young master, there seems to be someone in the dragon blood pool, Yi Qingxing keenly observed. Indeed, there are 3 individuals, Chen Mu had already sensed, with ample dragon blood available. If they bore no ill intent, there was no need to engage in conflict. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Better to have one more friend than one more enemy. All present nodded in agreement, ready to follow Yi Qingqing's lead as they descended on their flying swords toward the dragon blood pool. Senior brother, Elder Yi, someone is approaching us. A woman in the pool exclaimed, her white garments thoroughly stained crimson with dragon blood. Elder Yi, should we confront them? The disciple referred to as senior brother inquired. There is no need to cause trouble when we cannot even exhaust the vast amount of dragon blood here, Yi Chainen replied, shaking his head. Besides, they outnumber us, and engaging them may not yield any benefit. Although the youth verbally acquiesced, he felt a sense of discontent within. What did numbers matter? With his 3-layered cultivation in the human immortal realm, and Yi Chainen being a half-step to quasi-emperor, even their weakest companion possessed a single-layer human immortal cultivation. Dealing with a mere few individuals should be effortless. Yet, respecting the authority of Elder Yi, the youth chose silence, knowing that contradicting him would be unwise. Dragon blood. It is truly dragon blood. Moreover, it is of exceptionally high purity. Such abundant spiritual energy. This is undoubtedly a sacred place for cultivation. Observing the reactions of those from the Tianyuan sacred land, the youth scoffed internally, mocking them as country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The insignia on their chests was unfamiliar to him, and he suspected they belonged to a nameless small family or sect that had stumbled upon an unexpected stroke of luck to acquire so many Longyuan tokens. Chen Mu and Yi Changnan exchanged knowing glances and then beckoned all disciples to enter the dragon blood pool without needing to disrobe, as it would not impede the absorption of dragon blood. The female disciples sighed in relief, while the male disciples wore expressions of disappointment, realizing their earlier excitement was in vain. They then set aside their superfluous thoughts and one by one stepped into the pool, ensuring the dragon blood reached their shoulders, diligently absorbing and refining it. The process of blood replacement required focus. Any negligence would result in loss. "Young master, want you join us?" Yi Qingqing inquired, glancing back at Chen Mu, who remained on the shore. "No need. I already possess enough bloodlines within me. I do not wish to expend energy on replacing my blood again. Furthermore, even if successful, it would not significantly enhance my strength." The youth frowned, unable to comprehend Chen Mu's indifference towards dragon blood, which many coveted as a treasure. The opportunity lay before him, yet he chose to decline, leaving the youth feeling unsettled. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme dragon bloodline. If he were to glimpse the system panel before Chen Mu, his discomfort would only intensify. The supreme dragon bloodline, the apex among dragons, exerts dominance over all dragonkind. Chen Mu could only surmise that this was to be expected. Suddenly, someone noticed the previously tranquil surface of the dragon blood pool rippling with increasing intensity, becoming tumultuous as if something colossal approached. "This is bad. It's the vengeful dragon spirit." Yi Changnan sensed the looming danger. The vengeful dragon spirit? Chen Mu had only recently heard of it from Qin Tianlin. It was the remnant soul of a dragon that had perished, filled with murderous intent. In the face of the vengeful dragon spirit, most individuals within the Longyuan secret realm would choose to evade battle and flee. Firstly, the vengeful dragon spirit was indeed a formidable adversary, and secondly, they feared that defeating it would yield no rewards, ultimately leaving them as mere prey to greater threats. No one knew how many treasure seekers roamed the Longyuan secret realm. The treasures hidden within the realm were not solely the relics of the secret inheritance, the pills, techniques, and weapons they carried were treasures in their own right. Even the smallest fly's leg is still meat. Moreover, in such an unfamiliar and perilous secret realm, even if one were to be killed, the backing forces would often have to resign themselves to misfortune, unable to ascertain the identity of their assailant or where they hailed from. Thus, avoidance was often the wisest choice. Even with their human immortal strength, the trio could not shake the worry of falling victim to the vengeful dragon spirit and being harvested by Chen Mu's group in the process. Trusting others was a gamble. Showing kindness only once does not guarantee kindness for a lifetime. You should leave quickly. The vengeful dragon spirit is not easy to deal with. Yi Changnan cautioned as the enormous, dark form of the vengeful dragon spirit surged toward them like a ghost. Before departing, he offered this warning to Chen Mu and the others. Yi Qingqing and the others did not rush to rise, but looked to Chen Mu, awaiting his decision. If he commanded them to flee, they would, and if he urged them to fight, they would do so without hesitation. Continue absorbing the dragon blood. I shall confront the vengeful dragon spirit, Chen Mu resolved, eager to test the potency of the supreme dragon bloodline and its ability to subdue all dragons as described by the system. Yes, young master. Witnessing the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land remain motionless at Chen Mu's command, they continued to absorb the dragon blood with peace of mind. Yi Changnan and the others unanimously believed that Chen Mu had likely lost his mind, even if they combined their strengths. Facing the vengeful dragon spirit would be a formidable challenge. The prospect of standing alone against such a colossal entity, spanning 100 feet, was far from simple. It's futile to reason with the damned spirit. Elder Yi, let us disregard them and depart swiftly. We can return to absorb the dragon's blood once the crisis has passed, the youth suggested. The junior sister glanced at Chen Mu, then at the crowd from Tianyuan, puzzled. Surely, they were aware of the perils within the dragon origin secret realm. Why did they exhibit such confidence in Chen Mu, willing to wager their lives? Her gaze fixated on Chen Mu, trying to fathom the source of his composure in the face of the enormous vengeful dragon spirit. Although the vengeful dragon spirit was not as powerful as a complete dragon, it was more ferocious and difficult to handle due to its incorporeal nature. Standard weapons would scarcely have any effect. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the space, and its furious visage loomed before Chen Mu, rapidly engulfing his field of vision in darkness and eerie mist. That kid is finished, the youth asserted. He had previously inquired of his seniors, learning that once an ordinary person was consumed by the vengeful dragon spirit, their soul would be swiftly devoured, turning them into sustenance for the spirit. Such was the fate of many, including celestial beings and quasi-emperors, who had perished in the dragon's maw. What made Chen Mu immune to such a fate? Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, dispersing the ominous mist. Superior dragon might. Yi Chen gasped in astonishment. Isn't that a trait exclusive to dragon clan leaders? Why is it manifesting in a human? The youth doubted his own perception, realizing that Chen Mu must have acquired a more advanced treasure before arriving here, rendering the dragon blood pool beneath his notice. Yi Chen, resolute, dismissed the notion that he was merely growing senile. The youth wanted to voice his skepticism, but was struck dumb as the vengeful dragon spirit disintegrated under the might Chen Mu had unleashed. The last remnants of the dark mist snuffed out mercilessly. Stunned, he could hardly believe that what was deemed a formidable foe by many elders was so easily dispatched by Chen Mu. With the undeniable evidence before him, he found himself devoid of rebuttal regarding Yi Chenan's claims of superior dragon might. Young master is formidable, he thought. Without lifting a finger, he annihilated the dragon spirit. His strength has surpassed anything I could have imagined. At this rate, how long will it take me to catch up? Shame washed over him. He felt he had demeaned the title of genius, dragging it down. Yet, he did not entirely lose hope. The disciples of Tian Yuan, particularly those of exceptional talent, were far from fragile. Instead, they hastened to absorb the dragon's blood, determined to follow Chen Mu. Yi Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had prevented the youth from acting recklessly. Otherwise, they might have met a grim fate akin to that of the vengeful dragon spirit. The youth glanced at Yi Chen, hesitating to speak. Previously, he had looked down upon Chen Mu, but now, witnessing him confront such a grave threat, and then return to continue absorbing the dragon's blood, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. It was as if he had been soundly slapped, a painful reminder of his earlier arrogance. Let us proceed back and continue. With a bit more. I should be able to completely replace this mortal blood, Yi Chen urged, unwilling to squander time, fearing that further delays would attract more vengeful dragon spirits. The youth nodded, barely above a whisper. The junior sister, perceptive to his thoughts, chose to remain silent. They were all members of the same sect. There was no need to create an uncomfortable atmosphere between them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very earth. Yi Chenan's foot hung in midair, caught in disbelief. Just as I feared, what I dread has come to pass. And this time, there was not just one vengeful dragon spirit. From all directions, ominous mist poured down like a flood, revealing several dragon spirits stirring chaos, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere. The youth spun around, dismayed to find that every route of escape was sealed. Is this how I meet my end today? Anxiety and fear gripped him. Activating the formation to escape the secret realm? In such a scenario, that would be tantamount to inviting death. The vengeful dragon spirits would prioritize attacking those who made themselves targets. Yi Chen resolved to join forces with Chen Mu, prepared to confront the formidable enemy and seek a path to survival. Young master, I will assist you, Yi Qingcheng declared, sensing the peril, leaping ashore and drawing her long sword. A divine weapon. But what shook the youth to his core was the realization that she was exuding imperial might. Wait, she is an emperor? Chapter 163. The scope narrows, the gains magnify in the youth's sect. A divine weapon was so rare that even he, a talented disciple, could not wield one, let alone the sect leader. Such treasures were guarded by the strongest members of the sect, and only those with sufficient strength could temporarily hold them. It was astonishing enough that Yi Qingqing wielded a divine weapon, but even more so was her display of imperial might. Far beyond their understanding of supremacy, territory untraveled by even the emperors of their realm, making it impossible to mistake her for a quasi-emperor. This left the youth perplexed. Why, with such power and a divine weapon, did Yi Qingqing submit to Chen Mu, behaving so humbly before him? The emperors they had imagined were aloof, viewing all as mere trifles. Yet, Yi Qingqing, who surpassed them, exhibited none of that arrogance. While superior dragon might was formidable, to equate it with that of an emperor was indeed a stretch. Could it be that Chen Mu possessed other advantages? Something surpassing an emperor? The youth swallowed hard, shaken. The junior sister approached, gently nudging him with her elbow, speaking softly, so only he could hear. Thank goodness, brother, you refrained from your usual arrogance. If you had mocked them, we would likely have ceased to exist by now. Hearing her words, the youth's emotions were tangled. He finally grasped the lesson that too much talk can lead to downfall. Resolute, he decided to be more mindful of his words. Just as the junior sister noted, he had been overshadowed by Yi Chen, keeping his thoughts to himself. Had he spoken, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There was no need to waste time on those wretches. through the annihilation of the vengeful dragon spirits. Chen Mu had gained a clear understanding of the supreme, holy dragon bloodline. With his curiosity satisfied, there was no reason to linger with those beings any longer. With a dismissive wave, an overwhelming divine might erupted, resonating throughout the secret realm, dispersing in all directions. The ground trembled, fissures splitting the earth, climbing the 1,000-meter cliffs, crashing down in a cacophony. The clouds were instantly forced out of sight, revealing a pristine blue sky, a stark contrast to the desolation below. As for the multitude of vengeful dragon spirits, they had vanished without a trace, their elimination so swift that none could discern when they had ceased to exist. The astonishment was beyond comprehension. Was this truly achievable with a mere flick of a finger? Even more outrageous was the realization that throughout, Yi Chunan and the others had not sensed any external release of spiritual energy from Chen Mu. This implied that he had accomplished this feat solely through raw strength, an achievement that most, if not all, could not hope to achieve even with full power. He was terrifyingly powerful, strangely so, in stark contrast to his youthful and unassuming appearance. According to Yi Chunan's understanding, at Chen Mu's age, attaining the realm of a human immortal is indeed a qualification worthy of being called an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, he finds himself pondering. On the brighter side, at least some questions have found their answers. Yi Qingcheng is undeniably powerful, yet before Chen Mu, she exudes no imperial majesty. The trio must concede that their perspectives were too narrow. Considering that Yi Qingcheng could achieve the imperial path at such a tender age, wielding divine weaponry, it is highly probable that her connection to Chen Mu is inextricable. Very well, you may now absorb the dragon's blood. The vengeful dragon souls within this 1,000-mile radius have all been vanquished by me. Chen Mu calculated roughly, perhaps 200 or 300 souls. Slay the dragon. In contrast to the sense of ease felt by the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land upon hearing this, Yi Chenan and the young lady were enveloped in fear. To be able to slay dragons at will within a 1,000-mile radius, would they not find themselves even more vulnerable? Unaware of the two emperors' arrival, Yi Chenan hastily approached Chen Mu and Yi Qiqing, kneeling in reverence. The young lady exchanged glances with her companion, mimicking his gesture and pleading for forgiveness on behalf of the emperor. Even without witnessing Chen Mu's display of imperial power, the three found it worthy to bow. For even if he were not an emperor, he was undoubtedly stronger, capable of commanding the respect of emperors themselves. Chen Mu, indifferent, waved his hand, urging them to attend to their own matters without dwelling on him. Thank you, Emperor. Yi Chunan led the way, bowing deeply to Chen Mu. A wave of relief washing over him, he retreated to a small dragon blood pool that barely measured 7 meters, fearing that Chen Mu and Yi Qingcheng might suddenly turn hostile. Was it truly necessary? The disparity in strength was vast. To survive, anything was permissible. With his own meager abilities, a mere flick of a finger from them could extinguish his existence, leaving no trace behind. Observing the stark contrast in demeanor between the trio and the disciples of Tianyuan, the latter remained silent, focusing on absorbing the dragon blood. Determined not to tarnish Chen Mu's reputation, they understood their young master's aversion to trouble, yet for their safety, he had still come. Such immense grace and virtue could not be taken for granted. Absolutely not. Chen Mu paid little mind to their self-congratulatory behavior. He instructed the system to utilize the fortune viewing function to duplicate the map, marking all locations of treasures and secrets. The system complied promptly. Copy successful. The fortune map has been placed in the system's backpack. Please check it, host. Upon opening the system's backpack, he found the rolled map, revealing countless treasure points and hundreds of inheritance sites, all laid bare, including areas of black fortune to avoid pitfalls. Chen Mu decided that once Yi Qingcheng and the others successfully underwent their transformation, he would distribute copies of the map so they could thoroughly empty the entire Dragon Yuan secret realm. Consider others? Chen Mu was not so altruistic. If he were to consider, it would certainly be in favor of his own interests. Moments later, cheers erupted. Wonderful. I have successfully replaced my dragon blood. This is dragon blood? I feel as though my entire being has undergone a profound transformation. My strength has increased at least tenfold from its original foundation. I was weaker than Brother Yang, only eightfold. Hearing such declarations, Yi Chunan and his companions, who had arrived earlier but were delayed in their transformation, wore expressions akin to discomfort, akin to constipation. Taking Yi Chunan as an example, despite successfully replacing his dragon blood, he had only managed to achieve a meager threefold increase in strength. In contrast to the Tianyuan disciples' claims of eightfold enhancement, it could only be said that without comparison, there is no harm. How could each of these individuals be such monsters? Young master, We have successfully located 6 dragon eggs and a multitude of forgeable dragon bones, reported Lu Qingshan. Young master, we have found numerous dragon scales, dragon crystals, and dragon teeth. Young master, here are 3 pieces of holy dragon blood cores, along with several tomes of dragon clan cultivation secrets. As for the dozen or so spatial rings, Yutong speculated they belonged to those who perished in the secret realm. Soon after, Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, Yin Yutong, and others, who had been searching elsewhere for treasures, arrived to regroup. Chapter 164. Another Emperor. Do they not require payment? Dragon scales, dragon clan blood cores, dragon crystals, dragon bones, even dragon eggs. Before them stood nearly 100 individuals, and upon hearing about their findings, Yi Chenan and his companions were profoundly astonished. Any one of the treasures they discovered could incite a bloodbath between 2 nations or sections. Such resources were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, even for those with strength. Luck and power are both indispensable. To acquire even one was tantamount to being favored by the fates. Yet, Chen Mu and his group had nearly monopolized it all, an array of treasures, vivid and diverse, rendering them incredulous. What further perplexed Yu Chenan was the terrifying power of the family behind Chen Mu, allowing 100 individuals to simultaneously enter the Dragon Yuan secret realm. 100 Dragon Yuan tokens surpassed the total their sect had amassed since its inception. Finally, he understood the meaning of without comparison. There is no harm. They had been utterly crushed, without question. Sensing the gaze of the trio upon him, Lu Qingshan grew vigilant, releasing a hint of imperial might to warn them against causing trouble for Chen Mu. The 3 trembled, submerging themselves further into the dragon blood pool, their eyes wide with trepidation. Another emperor. How could this emperor not require payment? Even more unfathomable was how powerful a sect must be to simultaneously host 3 emperors. Is there truly anyone in this world who can stand against them? The male disciples felt increasingly as though they had narrowly escaped death, as if they had been granted a second chance at life. You all should join in, absorb and replace the dragon blood. Do not waste such a splendid resource. Yes, young master. Everyone had been waiting for Chen Mu to utter these words. They eagerly descended into the dragon blood pool, yearning to undergo a transformation like Yi Qingcheng and her companions, raising their strength by at least 6 or 7 times. To achieve such results through their original cultivation speed would require several years. Such is the power of opportunity. Unlike them, who could only rely on luck, Chen Mu, possessing the fortune-viewing function, had opportunities laid out before him, ripe for the picking. He could even intercept others' resources simply by following the threads of fortune connected to them, easily locating them. Among the 100 present, he could see a dozen or so threads. The highest was merely purple fortune. Before long, Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yin Yutong had all replaced their dragon blood, experiencing increases in strength of up to 20-fold at most, and at least 9-fold at minimum. The extent of their growth varied, yet their reverence and gratitude towards Chen Mu were unparalleled. Without further ado, Chen Mu split his fingertip into 100 beams of light, each piercing the brows of the crowd. This is a map? Yi Qingcheng inquired, perplexed, unable to discern the meanings of the red, green, and yellow markers. She was bewildered. This is the map of the Dragon Yuan secret realm. The colored markers indicate locations of hidden opportunities and inheritances, ranked from high to low in fortune: gold, red, purple, blue, yellow, green, and white. Notably, black indicates traps. Avoid them at all costs. Chen Mu emphasized. After hearing Chen Mu's words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each ready to speak, yet unsure how to articulate their thoughts. They understood that Chen Mu was immensely powerful, but this was beyond comprehension. While others stumbled through seeking fortune and opportunities, relying on fate, they held a treasure map, with opportunities laid out for their choosing. These opportunities, whatever you find, count as yours. First come, first served. Remember, do not engage in internal strife. Chen Mu declared firmly. Should anyone dare to fight amongst themselves over a mere trifle of resources, I shall be the first to show no mercy. Yes, we shall obey the young master's command. Without delay, everyone soared into the air, heading in various directions, swords drawn and ready to fly. You aren't going? Chen Mu glanced at Yi Qingcheng, who remained by his side. I shall not. Yi Qingcheng shook her head resolutely. I am the young master's personal guard. My sole wish is to ensure your safety. As you wish. With Yi Qingcheng's affirmation, Chen Mu refrained from uttering anything that might disrupt the atmosphere, opting instead to stroll alongside her, exploring the wondrous realm of the dragon domain. Yi Chenan and his companions felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders as the sharp sword that loomed over them finally vanished from sight. With a long exhale, the tension began to dissipate. Elder Yi, Do you believe what they just claimed? That there exists a map to the secret realm? A male disciple inquired, perplexed. I can't imagine he would speak such falsehoods. With his strength, he has no need for deceit. Just because you are incapable does not mean others are, retorted the younger female disciple with conviction. Why are you defending him? The male disciple asked, visibly displeased. I am not defending anyone. I am merely stating logic. She replied boldly. It was undeniable that she held a certain admiration for Chen Mu. Throughout history, beautiful women have often favored heroes, and Chen Mu, as a great hero, was no exception. What is the problem with admiring him? I'm not inclined to discuss this further, the male disciple scoffed. He truly doesn't need to fabricate such lies. Yi Chen asserted. It is certain that a tremendous power lies behind Chen Mu. With so many of them and a treasure map in hand, couldn't they simply plunder the entire Dragon Yuan's secret realm? What will happen to those who come here afterward? The male disciple finally grasped why Chen Mu had brought such a multitude into the Dragon Yuan's secret realm. It was evidently a long-conceived plan. Don't act as if you alone harbor noble intentions. If you possess the strength and opportunity, would you consider the plight of others? The younger female disciple felt increasingly irritated with her senior brother, especially since he often brought Chen Mu into their conversations. Enough. This matter is not to be mentioned again, Yi Chen declared, leaving no room for dissent. He hoped the two would understand the wisdom of speaking less. Understood, they replied in unison. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive force descended upon them. The three were immobilized, nearly drowning in the dragon blood pool. Clambering ashore, they gasped for air, looking utterly disheveled, as if they might perish at any moment. Complaining? They dared not voice their grievances. That was the might of an emperor. They were left speechless, suffering in silence. They had initially believed that finding the dragon blood pool was a stroke of fortune, only to face relentless, formidable foes. They were acutely aware that against an emperor, they stood no chance. Even if they united their strength, it would be insufficient to contend with their opponent. They quickly knelt and begged, "Spare us, great emperor. We shall leave at once and will not impede your absorption of the dragon blood." Leave? Did I ever say you could go? The voice, as ethereal and sacred as a divine proclamation, sent chills down their spines. Did this individual intend to strike them down? Amidst their frantic thoughts, the voice echoed again. Did you not just say that someone possesses a treasure map of the Dragon Yuan's secret realm? Chapter 165, The Emperor's Confrontation. Submit? Do you think you are worthy? Upon hearing the inquiry, the three fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Yi Chen understood that only he and his two disciples knew of this matter. If it were to leak, Chen Mu would undoubtedly pinpoint him as the source of the betrayal. Should that occur, his demise would be inevitable. Did you not hear me questioning you? The words carried an edge of impatience. After a resounding noise, Yi Chen's pupils dilated in terror as he noticed a chasm, over 10 meters deep and 100 meters long, cleaved into the ground beside him. Were that to fall upon him, his mortal form would be instantaneously obliterated. I believe you must have misheard, great emperor. We never uttered such, he stammered, but before he could finish, an invisible force seized his neck, lifting him off the ground, rendering him powerless. His two disciples could only watch helplessly. Yi Chen felt the constriction deepen, his face flushing as the sensation of suffocation intensified. I have a profound aversion to deceit. Yes, I admit it. There are indeed individuals who hold the treasure map of the Dragon Yuan's secret realm. I know where they have gone. In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Chen had no other choice. Upon hearing his confession, the man smiled faintly and released Yi Chen, allowing him to plummet to the ground. Gasping for breath, Yi Chen clutched his chest, his face a mask of despair after experiencing 2 brushes with death. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never entered the secret realm. Just as he thought he could leave, he suddenly found himself and his 2 disciples ensnared within a cage formed of spiritual energy. Daring not to move, they sensed the ominous destructive power radiating from the bars of the cage. To touch it would mean instant death. Do not be alarmed. If you obediently guide me, once I acquire what I seek, I shall grant you a chance at survival, the man reassured them. Did they believe him? Frankly, not a single word was trusted. Yet, even the slightest possibility compelled them to grasp at it, for life was singular, especially when faced with an emperor-level powerhouse. Yi Chen and his companions had no room to gamble. They could only hope the man would indeed grant them passage out of the Dragon Yuan's secret realm once he obtained what he desired, sparing them from Chen Mu's wrath. The thought of facing a being capable of obliterating the vengeful dragon spirit in an instant was unbearable. With no glimmer of hope for retaliation, they were left with but one path, death. Subsequently, relying on memory, they randomly selected one among them to lead the way for the man. The speed of the emperor's actions rivaled that of lightning. Yi Chen felt as if he were chasing after a figure that flew ahead while his soul lagged behind. The dragon's steel inheritance. The man was elated. Such an immense opportunity must belong solely to him. Is it him? Yi Qinnan's gaze fell upon an individual standing beside the colossal stone tablet, who likewise turned to meet their eyes. Yi Qinnen nodded. Yes, it is he. If memory served correctly, this individual was named Li Lushui. He thought to himself, do not hold it against me. Blame only your own misfortune for being the chosen one among 100. An emperor? Li Lushui appeared unexpectedly composed. Yet, to the man, it was merely a facade of calm. Since you are aware of my status as an emperor, if you wish to live, hand over the secret realm's treasure map, and perhaps I might consider sparing you. By your merit? Li Lushui scoffed. Retreat was not an option. His presence represented the Tianyuan's sacred land. He did not mind losing face, but he could not afford to tarnish the reputation of the Tianyuan's sacred land or Chen Mu. How could he justify their training otherwise? Even as a celestial immortal, Li Lushui had never yielded to a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, and like the infamous Chen Mu Xian of the Tianyuan's sacred land, he was known for his combat prowess. Seeking death, the man raised his hand, summoning dark clouds and blinding lightning, manifesting a colossal sword over 100 meters long. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender the treasure map or face death. The only one seeking death is you. Seeing that Li Lushui was undeterred and instead drew his sword, launching an attack at the man, Yi Qinnen and the others collectively believed Li Lushui had lost his mind. How dare you challenge an emperor? Stubborn to the core, the man sighed in exasperation. Since you wish to die, I shall oblige. With that, he brought the giant sword crashing down. Li Lushui swung his sword with ferocity, manifesting sword intent that became visible, taking the form of a crescent moon stretching several dozen meters, clashing with the man's colossal sword in midair. As their blades met, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the secret realm, threatening to collapse it entirely. The earth and mountains shifted, cracked, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. He, too, was an emperor. The astonishing imperial might emanating from Li Lushui's sword intent was unmistakable to Yi Qinnen, coupled with their earlier revelations. It turned out there were 4 emperors among them. The male disciple wore a dazed expression, while the younger female disciple contemplated whether to leave the sect and align herself with Chen Mu. This level of strength was unparalleled. So, he was also an emperor-level powerhouse. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly and disregarded them. The man chuckled, unperturbed. How unfortunate for you. It seems you have only recently ascended to the status of an emperor, and your foundation pales in comparison to mine. Here's the deal. Hand over the secret realm map, and I may grant you an opportunity to submit. The man spoke arrogantly. How could you possibly think you are worthy? Yet Li Lushui remained unfazed, his fingers glimmering with the radiance of his spatial ring as hundreds of swords from his collection flew forth, suspended around him. The Li family was renowned in the southern domain for their mastery in forging weapons. Half of the famed swords were crafted by their hands. Thus, Li Lushui had forged an unbreakable bond with swords since childhood. Unlike other sword cultivators who transformed one sword into 10, 100, or even 1,000, Li Lushui had the unique ability to control numerous tangible blades simultaneously. As he confronted the man's onslaught, he deftly maneuvered the other swords like an expansive net, launching them towards his adversary. The man found himself continually forced back, the might of an emperor combined with these at least heavenly-tier swords proving to be quite troublesome. Seeking death, the man conjured 2 enormous swords once more, intent on decisively eliminating Li Lushui, aware that prolonging the battle would only work against him. Li Lushui strategically recalled half of his long swords, dividing them into 2 streams, surging forth like a ferocious iron python to counter the man's assault. The imperial might clashed, creating a vacuum around them, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Yi Qinnen and the others felt this pressure acutely, finally grasping why emperors were the absolute sovereigns of their realms. The scene of their battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. They witnessed a mountain peak shatter and flatten, reduced to massive boulders that rolled away, while the ground cracked like a spider's web, continually spreading outward. Rare to see you so beleaguered. Should I lend a hand? Upon hearing the sudden voice, Yi Qinnen quickly turned. The girl's name seemed to be Yin Yutong. Chapter 166, The God of Killing and the Holy Body. The melon eaters find themselves in trouble. Yi Qinnen and the others dismissed Yin Yutong's words as mere jest. What business did they have intervening in the conflicts of emperors? The residual force alone could cause even a martial saint or a celestial being to perish instantly. Fortunately, the 3 of them were shielded by a cage of spiritual energy created by the man, protecting them from much of the imperial pressure. The remaining force was manageable with their own strength and protective aura. Without that cage, they would have been reduced to mere bones by now. Observing the changes in the world with their own eyes, it was evident that such a level of combat was beyond their realm of participation. This was a true celestial battle. They could only watch in awe. Thus, Yin Yutong's audacious involvement appeared to them akin to courting death. A male disciple lamented the impending demise of such a stunning beauty. Upon first seeing Yin Yutong, he had been captivated. He believed his own junior sister was extraordinarily beautiful. But in comparison to Yin Yutong, she paled significantly. Such a loss was truly regrettable. Yin junior sister, please assist me in vanquishing this foe. Li Lushui had no intention of showing off. He understood that continuing in this manner would only waste valuable time. If he could join forces with Yin Yutong to eliminate their enemy, gain combat experience, and share the glory, why not? After all, it was a win-win situation. When Li Lushui openly requested Yin Yutong's assistance in overcoming a formidable opponent, Yi Chunin could hardly believe his ears. Was she mistaken? As an emperor, Li Lushui should know the perils of involving others in battles of such magnitude. Even a quasi-emperor, with a moment's carelessness, might pay the ultimate price. Since we are fellow disciples, then I shall lend you my strength. Yin Yutong was taken aback by Li Lushui's decisive plea for help. Being fellow disciples of Tianyuan was one factor, but more importantly, Chen Mu had expressed the hope that they could unite and face challenges together. Boom. Spiritual energy surged forth like an ocean, its overwhelming momentum swallowing Yi Chunin and the others within its depths. She is also an emperor? How monstrous. This group was undeniably extraordinary. Sect? No, it must be a celestial sect. If not for the divine beings establishing this sect, how could they possibly possess so many emperors? The three shared their astonishment, seriously doubting that Chen Mu, Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and the others hailed from the same world as themselves. Otherwise, their combat prowess was simply incomprehensible. No one could rival them. Oh, another one? The man's curiosity deepened. He wondered what astonishing opportunities Li Lushui and Yin Yutong possessed to achieve what had taken him millennia to accomplish. He was increasingly determined to capture them and extract the secrets of their fortunes. Seizing this chance might allow him to become the foremost immortal among humanity, overpowering all emperors. Old fool, where are you looking? Has no one taught you not to daze off during a fight? As Yin Yutong's voice fell, her whip descended upon the man. The whip summoned a bolt of lightning, merging its might into a formidable strike. Even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast would be effortlessly cleaved in two, its flesh charred. The man snapped back to reality, raising his hand to conjure a golden giant arm beside him, grasping the whip and bracing against the lightning. With a powerful tug, he attempted to pull Yin Yutong closer to him, seeking to dominate her. Yin Yutong twirled her wrist, wrapping the whip around her entire arm, pulling back with all her strength, resisting the golden arm. The whip was taut, yet showed no signs of breaking, as it was a divine-grade weapon of assured quality. Don't mind me, focus on him. Sensing Li Lushui's intention to come to her aid, Yin Yutong declined his offer, asserting her ability to handle the situation. Good. Li Lushui intensified his release of spiritual energy, shouting, "Break!" as he commanded his iron sword to shatter the man's conjured giant sword. Immediately afterward, he turned back towards the man, pressing the attack. The myriad of swords danced in the sky, their brilliance rivaling the stars, creating a stunning spectacle akin to the Milky Way, impossible to ignore. At this moment, Yin Yutong also broke free from the golden arm, her whip skillfully coiling around the man's arm, pulling him away to prevent him from casting spells and conjuring troublesome illusions. Faced with the onslaught of 100 swords and the overwhelming strength of Yin Yutong akin to a rampaging beast, the man displayed no sign of fear or panic. Instead, he laughed heartily. Very well, I must admit, you two juniors are indeed quite capable and deserve my full attention. Serious attention? Yi Chunin was taken aback, realizing that even at this level, the man had yet to unleash his full power and still retained hidden cards. How formidable must his true strength be? Boom. A palpable blood wind erupted, and under Li Lushui's control, hundreds of swords, though not blown away, struggled to advance, their speed significantly hampered. At the center of the blood wind, the man was enveloped by a colossal, translucent blood-colored giant, reminiscent of a vengeful deity returned from the abyss. Standing there without action, yet exuding a substantial psychological pressure. The whip that was meant to be entwined around the man's arm had instead found its way to the wrist of the slaughter god. With a mere flick, it unleashed a power that Yin Yutong found difficult to resist. Feeling her feet lift from the ground, she quickly released the whip to avoid being airborne. The slaughter god, now unrestrained, followed the man's movements, wielding its hands to send flying the swords that had become sluggish and seemingly frozen in place around them. The slaughter god's holy body, The well-informed Yi Chunin recognized it instantly. The slaughter god's holy body? If memory serves. It ranks somewhere in the 50s on the list of 3,000 physiques. The male disciple had done some research. No wonder he could handle 2 emperors with such ease. He must have awakened a holy body. The junior sister realized this with clarity. The previously balanced situation had now become clouded with uncertainty. As they could not ascertain whether Li Lushui and Yin Yutong possessed hidden cards like the man did. Perhaps they too had awakened holy bodies? Yet, in reality, neither Li Lushui nor Yin Yutong bore such a physique. The slaughter god's holy body? Upon hearing the familiar voice once more, Yi Chinan's heart suddenly raced. There was no need to look. It was undoubtedly him. Chen Mu had arrived. Initially, Chen Mu had merely followed the sounds, intending to observe the commotion as a bystander. Little did he expect that this uproar would be connected to his own disciple. The spectacle had landed right at his doorstep. Chapter 167. Customizing the Sacred Body. The Extraterrestrial Demon Young Master. Upon Chen Mu's arrival, Li Lushui and Yin Yutong displayed expressions of concern, primarily feeling they had let Chen Mu down. Despite the considerable assistance he had provided, when the moment truly called for their efforts, they had squandered a significant amount of time and still failed to resolve the adversary before them. Chen Mu, however, did not dwell on such matters. After all, no matter how much he gave, he would receive 1,000-fold in return. When compared to 1,000, that minuscule one was hardly worth his concern. Accessing the personal interface of a man, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall be victorious in every battle. Name, Zhao Shixiang. Age, 3,789. Gender, male. Cultivation, first layer of the Emperor Realm. Sacred Body. Killing God's Sacred Body. Zhao Shixiang's breakthrough to the Emperor Realm had occurred over a millennium ago, and now his cultivation was perilously close to the second layer of the Emperor Realm. Coupled with the vast array of techniques and incantations in his mind, including the killing God's Sacred Body, it was hardly surprising that he could simultaneously suppress Li Lushui and Yin Yutong. Had it not been for the reputation of the entire Tianyuan's sacred land, they would have fled. No matter how formidable Zhao Shixiang's strength, he could not kill them. The young master? Zhao Shixiang, commanding the towering killing god manifested by his sacred body, turned his gaze toward Chen Mu. The fact that he could command the loyalty of not just 2, but 3 emperors, counting Yi Qingcheng, who stood beside Chen Mu, undoubtedly piqued Zhao Shixiang's curiosity. These individuals, though exceedingly youthful, possessed profound cultivation levels. Particularly, Yi Qingcheng's cultivation was so inscrutable that even Zhao Shixiang could not fathom it. She appeared to be on par with him, if not superior. Yet, despite this realization, Zhao Shixiang's demeanor remained devoid of any trace of panic or trepidation. He had slain those stronger than himself before. Hand over the opportunities and the map to the secret realm, and I shall treat today's events as if they never transpired, granting you a chance to escape. Zhao Shixiang declared to Chen Mu, fully aware of his authoritative position. The map to the secret realm? Chen Mu glanced at Yi Chunan and the others. Realizing they had divulged information about the map, which had placed Li Lushui and Yin Yutong in peril. With a mere snap of his fingers, the cage shattered effortlessly, and 3 streams of blood mist erupted. Chen Mu was unconcerned with their plight. Who permitted you to harm them? Furious, Zhao Shixiang extended his colossal hand, intent on seizing Chen Mu. His rage stemmed not from the potential murder of Yi Chunan and the others, but rather from Chen Mu's audacity to disregard him. Feeling that his imperial authority had been challenged, in a flash, Yi Qingcheng appeared before Chen Mu, unsheathing her sword, its cold gleam flashing as she struck, severing the arm of the killing god apparition. Her gaze was icy and resolute. If you wish to harm the young master, you must first step over my corpse. Though the arm quickly regenerated, Yi Qingcheng's strike left Zhao Shixiang profoundly shaken. The sword intent was unparalleled, surpassing any sword cultivator he had encountered in over 3,000 years. It was unbelievable that such prowess emanated from a girl too young to be his great-granddaughter. Although she called him young master, Zhao Shixiang perceived her loyalty to be even greater than that of a mere master. Immediately, Li Lushui and Yin Yutong moved to stand before him, exhibiting an unwavering resolve. This only reinforced Zhao Shixiang's conviction that Chen Mu possessed something he desired. He must subdue him by force to compel him to relinquish all opportunities. Seeing through Zhao Shixiang's intentions, Chen Mu smiled nonchalantly, not treating them as a serious threat. It seems unfair that only he awakens the sacred body, he mused. Opening his system backpack to retrieve the customized sacred body, he selected a Sword King's sacred body for Li Lushui, which was among the top 50 related to swords. While for Yin Yutong, he chose the thunder-related sacred body, The first he had awakened, the 10,000 Thunder Body. Bestowal of Sacred Body successful. Thousandfold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring custom Sacred Body 2000. Sacred Body. I have awakened a Sacred Body, exclaimed Li Lushui, while Yin Yutong echoed, me too. The 10,000 Thunder Body. Then, as if they realized something, they hurriedly turned to Chen Mu, seeking confirmation. Young master, did you bestow this sacred body upon us? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded, encouraging them to unleash their full potential in battle, assuring them that he would support them from behind. Disagreement was not an option. They wouldn't find death so easily. The Sword King's sacred body. The 10,000 Thunder Body. The shock on Zhao Shixiang's face was palpable, as he sensed the undeniable transformation in Li Lushui and Yin Yutong. One wielded a sword that could slice through vast distances, while the other was surrounded by thunder, exuding world-destroying power. Even if he wished to doubt, he lacked the courage to voice it. Who was this young man, capable of bestowing sacred bodies at will? Zhao Shixiang's previously calm visage finally shifted, his brows knitting together in increasing unease. He sensed that he had entangled himself with the wrong individual. Escape? Zhao Shixiang was not foolish enough to believe that things had escalated to this extent, and that Li Lushui and Yin Yutong would allow him to depart unscathed. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Manipulating the body of the killing god, he raised his hands, fingers clenched into fists, akin to a meteor from the heavens, aiming directly at Li Lushui and Yin Yutong with a fierce strike. The air compressed, igniting sparks and a thunderous roar. Li Lushui and Yin Yutong exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing their ultimate techniques in concert with their sacred bodies. A multitude of swords merged with the Sword King's sacred body, exponentially enlarging the blades. Yin Yutong wielded a long whip, summoning a deluge of thunder to converge into a ferocious beast, poised to devour Zhao Shixiang. Boom! The clash of divine powers sent shockwaves through the air, leaving the earth in tatters. The sense of impending doom was palpable. Both sides sustained varying degrees of injury, yet Zhao Shixiang bore the brunt of it. The regenerative speed of the killing god body was far outpaced by the damage inflicted by Li Lushui and Yin Yutong. The integrity of the killing god body was reduced to less than 20%, the rest shattered. Zhao Shixiang clutched his chest, coughing up blood. The crimson stain on his lips stark against his earlier vitality, presenting a stark contrast to his former self, now appearing rather disheveled. Realizing this could not continue, Zhao Shixiang acknowledged that Li Lushui and Yin Yutong's sacred bodies were completely superior to his own. If they fully acclimated to their sacred bodies, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, fleeing became the most prudent course of action. He needed to escape this cursed place, distance himself from the two, and especially from Chen Mu, this anomaly who behaved so contrary to the laws of heaven. Opening his arms, he concentrated a massive sphere of blood energy before him and hurled it toward Li Lushui and Yin Yutong. As Li Lushui swung his sword to counter, a deafening explosion ensued upon contact, akin to a boulder plunging into water, creating tumultuous waves that spread outward. Scarlet mist engulfed the surroundings, thick enough to obscure one's own hand. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Shixiang fled several thousand meters away, glancing back with a triumphant smile. Bang! However, he collided with what should not have existed, a wall. Reeling back, he looked up, his gaze reaching its limit, utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere wall. It was a towering extraterrestrial demon. Chapter 168. Crushing the Emperor underfoot, immortal and indestructible, its colossal form loomed, stretching beyond sight, with its waist and abdomen shrouded in clouds. Reaching for the heavens, Zhao Shixiang had only ever seen such a sight in his dreams before, waking up in a cold sweat. He seriously questioned whether he had once again entered a dreamlike world. Slapping himself across the face, he winced at the sharp pain. Not a dream? Then why would an extraterrestrial demon manifest within this secret realm? Zhao Shixiang's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation. That aura, could it be the young master? Yin Yutong sensed it keenly. There was no mistake. Certainly, my young master. I have previously heard that within the residence of the young master, there exists a chef named Zhang Shankai, who possesses a remarkable technique known as the Heavenly Demon Overlord Body, which is said to be accurate to its description, if not even more formidable. As Li Lushui recollected, upon hearing the phrase Heavenly Demon Overlord Body, Zhao Shixiang became visibly unsettled. Was that not the technique wielded by the Emperor Zhuang Fan, who once proclaimed himself impervious to harm and had successfully contended against two legendary warriors with this very skill? How could such a renowned technique be in the hands of this young man? As the saying goes, teach the apprentice, starve the master. Such hidden techniques are seldom passed on lightly, typically reserved for dire circumstances. To Zhao Shixiang's knowledge, Zhuang Fan was still very much alive and was the sole being privy to the source of the Enlightenment tea. Although he had fallen from the status of an emperor, he was still revered by influential figures. Coupled with Chen Mu's earlier bestowal of the sacred body upon Li Lushui and Yin Yutong, Zhao Shixiang could not help but suspect that this individual might possess not only the sacred body, but also the ability to manipulate techniques at will. The fact that even a mere cook in the residence could wield the emperor's ultimate technique nearly dropped Zhao Shixiang's jaw. This only served to reinforce his suspicions. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended upon him like a cascading waterfall, rendering Zhao Shixiang immobile, his knees buckling under the weight. With great difficulty, he glanced upward, only to see a colossal foot, obscuring his entire field of vision, descending towards him. Even though Zhao Shixiang's formidable physique had fully recovered, the disparity between them was akin to that of an ant against an elephant. With a primal roar, Zhao Shixiang summoned all his might, raising his arms in an attempt to leverage Chen Mu's foot, which was about to unleash the heavenly demon overlord body. The result? A mere touch shattered him, leaving him utterly defenseless. The earth quaked as Chen Mu's foot struck down, fracturing the ground and creating several unfathomable chasms. Such overwhelming destructive power left Li Lushui and Yin Yutong profoundly shaken. The once mighty emperor, along with the previously esteemed sacred body, found themselves utterly powerless before Chen Mu. Crushed beneath a single foot, it was likely that Zhao Shixiang never envisioned that his life would conclude in such a manner. Chen Mu had initially intended to use this opportunity to test the might of the heavenly demon overlord body. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized that Zhao Shixiang's presence had completely vanished, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to Zhao Shixiang's inherent weakness as an emperor or the overwhelming strength of this mutated version of the heavenly demon overlord body, which possessed a built-in counterattack capability. On the surface, Yi Qingcheng remained silent, but internally, she was far from at ease. She had witnessed Zhang Shengcai's use of the heavenly demon overlord body, yet it paled in comparison to Chen Mu's prowess. Perhaps it was slightly superior to Zhao Shixiang's, but such a distinction would not alter the inevitable outcome of being crushed underfoot by Chen Mu. As the heavenly demon overlord body dissipated like a passing breeze, Chen Mu returned to his normal stature. He had thoroughly explored and observed everything of interest within the Dragon Yuan secret realm. Losing interest in the realm, he decided to open the system panel once more, selecting the custom sacred body to bestow 101 copies upon individuals such as Yi Qingcheng, Lu Qingshan, and Li Lushui, ensuring they received the undying sacred body. This was to prevent future occurrences like Zhao Shixiang, who preyed on the weak, seeking their lives in his absence. With the undying sacred body, even if they faced exhaustion, they could outlast their adversaries, whether it took 1 year or 1,000 years. Who could surpass the longevity of the term undying? Bestowal of the undying sacred body successful. 1,000-fold return triggered. Custom sacred body, 10,100. The 6th-ranked undying sacred body. Yin Yutong was taken aback. Young master, this, Li Lushui stammered, unsure of how to express his astonishment, his gestures animated. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingcheng displayed an air of familiarity. Thank you, young master. Yin Yutong and Li Lushui, now aware of the situation, followed suit, imitating Yi Qingcheng. All right, you all continue. I shall return to Tianyuan. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. Farewell, young master, the three chorused in unison. Yi Qingcheng chose not to follow, realizing that Chen Mu had not summoned her and had instead bestowed the undying sacred body to encourage her to remain in the Dragon Yuan secret realm, seeking opportunities to strengthen herself. The disciples, including Lu Qingshan, soon learned that the divine body had indeed been conferred upon them by Chen Mu. They were overwhelmed with gratitude, fearing for their lives within the secret realm. Such an extravagant young master, unparalleled since the dawn of humanity. They hurriedly sought treasures, opportunities, and various inheritances, their minds consumed with the thought of not disappointing Chen Mu. Mu'er, why have you returned alone? Chen Tianlin rose from the stone bench upon seeing Chen Mu emerge from the spatial portal, momentarily believing he had misidentified his coordinates, mistaking Qingyun Mansion for the Sacred Lord's residence. After surveying the surroundings and confirming it was indeed Qingyun Mansion, he pondered whether Lu Qingshan and Li Lushui had all. Chen Tianlin promptly halted, wishing to avoid speaking of ill omens. Father, do not worry. I have returned first. Qingcheng and Lu Qingshan are still in the secret realm, continuing their treasure hunt, and all are unharmed. Subsequently, Chen Mu recounted the events that transpired within the Dragon Yuan secret realm to Chen Tianlin. Zhao Shixiang. Chen Tianlin vaguely recalled the name from somewhere, but could not place it, dismissing it as a trivial character. What of the emperor? Was he not also ruthlessly slain by his own son? Chen Tianlin felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. After all, in the vast world, who else could so effortlessly turn the act of slaying an emperor into a trivial affair but Chen Mu? However, more concerning to him was the unexpected presence of an emperor within the Dragon Yuan's secret realm. If Chen Mu were absent, what would happen if they encountered a formidable foe? Perhaps I should personally enter to safeguard them. Chen Tianlin contemplated requesting another Dragon Yuan token from Chen Mu, determined to ensure the safe return of all Tianyuan disciples, especially his daughter-in-law, Yi Qingcheng. He hoped that the bond between Chen Mu and her would deepen, allowing him to hold a grandchild sooner. Father, do not fret. I have made arrangements, Chen Mu replied with a smile. He had anticipated this. Arrangements? What divine artifact have you bestowed upon them? Chen Tianlin inquired curiously. No divine artifacts, merely the undying sacred body for each of them. Chapter 169, The Secret Realm Emptied. The talented gathering force to cancel no divine artifacts, just the undying sacred body, merely? Observing Chen Mu's nonchalant demeanor, one would assume he was referring to the 6th-ranked undying sacred body on the 3,000 physique rankings, while those unaware might think he spoke of the common, lowly physiques at the bottom of the list. Furthermore, could such a divine body be casually bestowed? Was that not the prerogative of the heavens alone? Chen Tianlin's understanding was forcibly overturned. As he gaped, hesitating to speak, Chen Mu directly asked, Father, you are not contemplating interest in the undying body, are you? You have already consumed the fruit of eternal life. The undying body would not significantly enhance your power. Would you prefer to select from the top 10 sacred bodies instead? Select at will? Chen Tianlin's mouth fell agape, astonished. However, with the opportunity laid before him, he had no reason to refuse. He sought to verify whether Chen Mu truly possessed the extraordinary ability to bestow sacred bodies upon others. Then, forget it. I shall simply bestow all 10 sacred bodies upon you. Use whichever you desire. Chen Mu reconsidered. We are family. Why bother with such distinctions? It is not a rare treasure, at least not to me. All 10 sacred bodies. You would grant them all to me. Chen Tianlin struggled to process this. But before he could fully comprehend, the 10 sacred bodies, myriad path sacred body, spatial sacred body, 5 elements sacred body, starry sky sacred body, blazing heaven sacred body, undying sacred body, myriad poison sacred body, were all awakened and bound to him. Bestowal of sacred body successful. Thousandfold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining custom sacred body 10,000. Chen Mu, uninterested in the accumulation of 10,000 sacred bodies, waved his hand dismissively, closing the system panel. The gifts were endless, simply inexhaustible. Muer, surely I am not hallucinating? The 10 supreme sacred bodies have awakened just like that? Chen Tianlin asked in astonishment. It is not an illusion. They have indeed awakened, Chen Mu confirmed with a nod. Chen Tianlin pinched himself, and after a brief experiment of opening a spatial door, he was finally convinced that he had truly awakened the 10 supreme sacred bodies. Muer, if we weren't father and son, I would surely bow to you. Chen Tianlin's expression management had completely crumbled. There is no need for that. Really, Chen Mu replied with a wry smile. Father, please take your time. After seeing Chen Tianlin off, Chen Mu returned to his cherished recliner. The moment he lay down, the entire world seemed to transform into something far more beautiful, relaxing, and delightful. He glanced at Zhang Shenkai, who was chopping firewood nearby, and casually handed him a dragon source order and a treasure map, advising him to also venture into the secret realm to exchange for dragon blood and dragon bones, which would greatly enhance the celestial demon body. The undying sacred body? There is no need for that. Given Zhang Xingcai's current physical strength, even if Li Lushui, Lu Qingshan, and Yin Yutong were to unleash their full power, it is likely they wouldn't heal as quickly as his wounds. Ah, Chen Mu yawned, curling up slightly. The cool breeze tonight felt a bit too boisterous. The system understood immediately. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a heavenly silkworm blanket 1000. The system even kindly produced a heavenly silkworm blanket to cover Chen Mu. It was soft and carried a hint of sunlight, making it incredibly comfortable to sleep under. Unexpectedly, he slept straight through to 3 days later. As he gazed at the blazing sun overhead, along with Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Shenkai, who had just returned from the secret realm brimming with rewards, Chen Mu stretched lazily and couldn't help but admire himself. One must ask, with such quality of sleep, who could rival it? Oh, dragon horns? Chen Mu noticed a pair of tender dragon horns sprouting from Zhang Xingcai's head. It seems you have had quite the harvest. Chen Mu praised. Not at all. It is thanks to the young master granting me this opportunity that I could obtain the true legacy of the dragon clan. Zhang Xingcai turned to reveal a pair of similarly tender dragon wings on his back. Rolling up his sleeve, he revealed several patches of glossy black dragon scales on his wrist, transforming into a dragon person. Quite intriguing. From the system, Chen Mu learned that once Zhang Xinsai's entire body was covered in dragon scales, he would not only gain the dragon clan's high attack and defense, but could also transform into a dragon. Such an opportunity is among the rarest within the entire Dragon Source secret realm. How about it? Did our disciples suffer any casualties? Chen Mu inquired of Yi Qingqing. None. She shook her head. We worked together to slay the 3 emperors, completely clearing the Dragon Source secret realm of its treasures and legacies. Now, all that remains are piles of useless dragon bones and swirling dust. Very well. This is precisely the answer Chen Mu wished to hear. Opportunities are reserved for one's own people. Why share them with others? That would merely invite more rivals, which is akin to being well-fed, yet having nothing to do. In stark contrast, upon returning from the Dragon Source secret realm, 100 talented disciples left behind a small portion of the resources they needed for cultivation, surrendering the rest to the Holy Land, ensuring that all would benefit. The other disciples admired them while also noticing their tremendous transformations, starkly different from before their entry into the Dragon Source secret realm. In response to everyone's confusion, Lu Qingshan chose to reveal the truth. The young master was concerned for our safety within the secret realm and specifically granted each of us the undying sacred body. As soon as these words left his lips, the thousands of people present fell into an eerie silence, as if they were in a graveyard at night. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape. What? Did I hear that correctly? Each person received a sacred body. You heard right. Not only did each person receive a sacred body, but it was also the undying sacred body, ranked 6th among the 10 supreme sacred bodies. Eternal life? More astonishing than eternal life, it grants a lifespan equal to that of the heavens and cannot be killed. Even the emperors are powerless against it. Regret, I regret it. Why did I slack off back then? If only I had put in a little more effort, I could have entered the ranks of the 100 top talents. You regret? What do you have to regret being ranked 109? I, at 103, have said nothing. Boo-hoo. 103? Should I show you my 101? He pursed his lips, tears shimmering in his eyes, on the verge of crying. This distance, so close yet so far, weighed heavily on his heart. The others placed their hands on his shoulders, offering words of comfort. A little consolation is worth more than seeing someone in a worse predicament than oneself. Observing the other's lips curving upward uncontrollably, the male disciple felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the day arrived when the news of the cancellation of the Talented Disciples Conference reached all the sects, causing a stir. Why? We waited so long, and just like that, it's canceled? We need an explanation. How can I return to my disciples with this? Do you know how hard they worked for this day? Elder Qian, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us the reason. The elder known as Qian slowly spoke. The Dragon Source secret realm has been emptied. Chapter 170. The 3 domains unite to attack the southern domain Tianyuan. Due to the outrageousness of the news, the group remained speechless for several seconds before reacting. The Dragon Source secret realm has been emptied? Are you joking with us? Indeed. The Dragon Source secret realm is known to be the most abundant in treasures and legacies among all known secret realms. How could it be emptied? Elder Qian, where did you hear such news? Could you share the source? Yes, Elder Qian, at least tell us who did it. It's not that we don't believe you. Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Elder Qian initially had no intention of concealing anything, revealing the Tianyuan Holy Land. As soon as the words Tianyuan Holy Land were spoken, the crowd fell into silence once again. All the absurdities suddenly made sense at that moment. Recently, they had been inundated with news about the Tianyuan Holy Land, their ears nearly calloused from it. Each event seemed more outrageous than the last, and none should have been feasible in their eyes. Take, for instance, the fact that multiple emperors appeared in one world that is undoubtedly against the natural order, and they should have faced divine retribution. If they had the chance to witness how the heavens avoided Chen Mu, an insatiable void, they would think otherwise. Divine retribution? Chen Mu would welcome more powerful heavenly lightning, hoping for a chaotic storm that would invigorate him, perfecting his thunder body. Utilizing heavenly lightning to cultivate his thunder attribute spiritual root alongside the sacred body technique would yield far greater results than ordinary spiritual energy. Due to the absence of restrictions, heavenly lightning transcends order itself. Thus, absorbing it for cultivation is akin to exploiting a glitch, allowing for limitless enhancement. The heavens likely never anticipated that someone would turn heavenly tribulations into a means of cultivation, becoming an indestructible anomaly. Some witnesses noted that approximately 100 Tianyuan disciples, as if they knew precisely where the treasures in the secret realm were located, frantically looted everything without leaving a trace. Elder Qian continued, 100? Where did they get so many dragon source orders? They are being too excessive. The dragon source secret realm belongs to everyone. How can they claim it as their own? Indeed, it is outrageous. If this continues, it is hard to guarantee that one day their hands will not reach into our territories. This is the greatest concern of the crowd. Moreover, it has been reported that among the 100 disciples from the Tianyuan Holy Land who entered the dragon source secret realm, 3 have broken through to the Emperor realm. Elder Qian, seeing the rising complaints, promptly added this information. The purpose of this statement was straightforward, to remind them not to act recklessly. Silence, an eerie stillness. Eyes wide, they stared at one another, seemingly wanting to speak, yet at a loss for words. You should be familiar with those 3. They are the 3 talented disciples originally intended to be sent by the Tianyuan Holy Land to the Talented Disciples Conference: Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yan Yutong. As soon as Elder Qian made this declaration, questions erupted. Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, Yan Yutong? If my memory serves me correctly, shouldn't the 3 of them only possess the human immortal realm? How could they suddenly attain the status of a great emperor? Especially when they are not even at the level of a true emperor. Could it possibly be related to that young master of the Tianyuan? Although Elder Qian was unaware of the specifics, he did not voice any denial. Beyond this, no other reasonable explanation could be found. Noticing that Elder Qian seemed to have more to say, someone spoke up. Elder Qian, please express your thoughts. We can handle it. Elder Qian resolutely continued. It appears that those 100 disciples have awakened their sacred bodies, and not just any sacred bodies, but the undying and unbreakable sacred bodies. With the support of the 3 young great emperors and every disciple possessing an undying and unbreakable sacred body, they have slain several great emperors within the Dragon Yuan secret realm. At this revelation, they were utterly speechless, silenced. Complaints? There were none. Instead, from the perspective of the Tianyuan sacred land, they began to defend their actions. With such strength, why should they not monopolize the treasures? The legacies and secret treasures have always been there. As long as one possesses the strength, anyone can claim them. The Dragon Yuan secret realm belongs to everyone. Does it not? They merely cleared out the treasures. The secret realm did not vanish. It was laughable. Even they found themselves ridiculous. Yet what could they do? This was an era where martial prowess reigned supreme. Their disciples each possessed an undying and unbreakable sacred body, one of the 10 supreme sacred bodies, making the slaughter of great emperors seem effortless. How could they muster the courage to challenge them? With such prodigious disciples, what could be imagined of those above them? The figure from the Qingyan mansion was even more unfathomable. Instead of dwelling on this, it would be wiser to consider how to placate their disciples. That was the pressing concern. The events that transpired in the Dragon Yuan secret realm were known even to outsiders, let alone the 3 prominent families that had lost their great emperors: the Xingluo realm, the Canglong realm, and the Tianying realm. The 3 leading families that governed these realms convened in the Xingluo realm, faced with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Their interest was completely eclipsed by their simmering rage. Bang! The patriarch of the Canglong realm, Li Xiaozuan, slammed his palm down on the long table, shattering it. Despicable. This is utterly intolerable. How difficult it is to cultivate 3 great emperors, and yet they dare to bully us in the southern region. Indeed, it was merely a treasure hunt. Must it lead to life and death? It was said that my ancestor had knelt in submission only to have his head severed by a merciless sword. The patriarch of the Tianying realm, Yi Beichen, mentioned this incident with gritted teeth. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Why don't we 3 families join forces to deal with and eradicate the southern region? Proposed Zhao Entai, the patriarch of the Xingluo realm. This was precisely why he had summoned the representatives from the 3 realms to his mansion. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozuan and Yi Beichen exchanged glances. Their confidence was evidently not as robust as before. Rumors suggested that the Tianyuan sacred land of the southern region was exceedingly mysterious and powerful, boasting several great emperors and at least 100 undying and unbreakable bodies. Even if they combined the strength of the 3 realms, it would likely be challenging to achieve anything substantial. Li Xiaozuan articulated his genuine concerns. Yi Beichen folded his arms and nodded in agreement. The loss of a hard-earned great emperor was already a tremendous blow to their Tianying realm, one they could ill afford to endure. Regarding this matter, he had long decided that, despite the anger, it was best to discuss it privately and vent their frustrations. Publicly, they could only swallow it bitterly. After all, rumors were just that, rumors. Even if they truly possessed so many great emperors, the heavenly Taoist fortune would be divided among various factions. How could any one faction be overwhelmingly strong? Seeing that Yi Beichen and Li Xiaozuan seemed to be swayed by his words, Zhao Entai seized the moment and candidly stated, What if I were to tell you that we in the Xinglua realm are about to unveil a new great emperor? Moreover, this individual possesses a sacred body even more formidable than the undying and unbreakable body, ranking 5th among the 10 supreme sacred bodies, the Burning Heaven sacred body. Would that pique your interest? At the mention of the Burning Heaven sacred body, Li Xiaozuan and Yi Beichen's eyes lit up, and they sprang to their feet in surprise. Just as Zhao Entai had anticipated, the prospect of a great emperor, coupled with the 5th-ranked supreme sacred body, was beyond their imagination in terms of strength. What does an undying and unbreakable sacred body matter? It merely cannot be killed. They could trap them and eliminate others instead. Furthermore, I have a close relationship with the Lord of the North Underworld realm. If the stakes are high enough, perhaps I can persuade him to join us in our campaign against the southern region. Zhao Entai dropped another bombshell, aiming to reassure them and solidify their resolve to engage in battle. The Lord of the North Underworld? Are you referring to the one with the 4th-ranked supreme sacred body? The Starry Sky sacred body, Zhou Xiao? Li Xiaozuan expressed admiration upon hearing this name. Indeed, Zhao Entai confirmed with a nod. Excellent. As long as the Patriarch Zhao can convince the Lord of the North Underworld to participate, our Songlong realm will join the fray. With the 4th-ranked Starry Sky sacred body and the 5th-ranked Burning Heaven sacred body, Li Xiaozuan believed they had more than enough leverage, potentially even surplus. Not to mention the combined might of over 100,000 cultivators from the 3 realms. Li Xiaozuan was confident that such a significant investment could surely eliminate the southern region. Then, their gaze turned towards Yi Beichen, the only one in the room who had yet to express his stance. Since Patriarch Li has decided to participate, we, the Tianying Yi family, certainly have no reason to abstain. Yi Beichen's intent was clear. As long as Li Xiaozuan joined the battle, he would lead tens of thousands of cultivators from Tianying into the fray. To refuse? That was not an option. He knew full well that, should he decline, it would not be the Tianyuan that retaliated first, but rather himself, given the cunning and decisive nature of Li Xiaozuan and Zhao Entai. Having boarded this ship, there was no turning back. Very well, boom. Just as Zhao Entai raised his cup, intending to deliver an uplifting speech, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind, engulfing the skies in a sea of flames that seemed to ignite the very heavens themselves. The crimson light illuminated the entire world. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Entai could not help but smile in delight. Wonderful. My Xinglua realm has produced another great emperor, the Burning Heaven Great Emperor. Li Xiaozuan and Yi Beichen exchanged relieved smiles, confident that their campaign to eradicate the southern region's Tianyuan was nearly assured. They only needed the Lord of the North Underworld, Zhou Xiao. Half an hour later, within the courtyard of Qingyan Mansion, a spatial portal opened, and Chen Juexin stepped out. Xiao Mu, something terrible has happened, she exclaimed in a state of panic. Sister, please sit down and tell me slowly. There's no need to rush, Chen Mu reassured her. At that moment, even if the sky were to fall, it would not concern him. All right. Chen Juexin sat on a stone bench, took a sip of tea to calm herself, and then said, Xiao Mu, the Tianji Pavilion has received news that the Xinglua realm, Songlong realm, and Tianying realm are planning to unite in an assault against the southern region, specifically targeting us at Tianyuan. Targeting Tianyuan? What grievance do we hold against them? Chen Mu countered. During our expedition in the Tianyuan secret realm, Lu Qingshan, Li Lushui, and Yan Yutong slew several of their great emperors. Recalling Chen Juexin's words, Chen Mu acknowledged the truth of her statement. In his view, there was nothing to fear. However, it was rather audacious of them to challenge Tianyuan after losing their great emperors. They certainly possessed a spirit of sacrifice. I have received news that the Xinglua realm has produced a new great emperor, or rather, he originally intended to inherit the position of the former great emperor. But we have compelled him to ascend sooner than expected. Furthermore, according to Shan Yurong, this great emperor has awakened the Burning Heaven sacred body, the 5th among the 10 supreme sacred bodies. Moreover, the Xinglua realm has developed a close relationship with the North Underworld. The patriarch of the Zhao family has already begun to persuade the Lord of the North Underworld, Zhou Xiao, to join in this endeavor. Chen Juexin recounted everything she knew, without omitting a single detail. The Lord of the North Underworld, Zhou Xiao? Is he truly formidable? Chen Mu inquired casually. He was not particularly interested. He merely sought to follow Chen Juexin's narrative. For anyone named Zhou Xiao, no matter how strong, could not possibly surpass him. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to equip himself with 999 Great Emperor experience packs to demonstrate the meaning of absolute suppression. The former Great Emperor, who ruled the North Underworld for 5,000 years, possessed the 4th-ranked Starry Sky sacred body, Chen Juexin clarified. If that is all, I believe there is no need for concern. Chen Mu had just indulged in a hearty meal and did not mind the sudden approach of those individuals, welcoming the opportunity to move about and aid digestion. Indeed, in his eyes, the combined might of the three realms was merely an insignificant tool for alleviating his fullness, posing no real threat. Were these words to be uttered by anyone else, Chen Juexin would have retaliated immediately. However, upon hearing them from Chen Mu, Chen Juexin understood that there was no need for further concern. The outcome was virtually assured. System. The Puppet Master module attempts to link with the Assassination King module. Do you permit this? Linking? Such a possibility? Chen Mu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the system panel. Inwardly, he inquired, what would be the outcome if I consent to this linkage? An enhancement? System. Replying to the host, upon linking, all puppets will be able to share the various functionalities of the Assassination King module. Chen Mu comprehended instantly. To put it simply, he was about to cheat. The combat prowess of the puppets was already extraordinarily formidable, and with the shared capabilities of the Assassination King module, selecting various enhancement features, their battle strength could multiply by 100-fold, if not more. Resolutely, he granted permission. System. Linkage in progress. System. The Puppet Master module and Assassination King module have been successfully linked. Note, the linkage will not affect their original functionalities, and the host can still utilize them at will. System. Signing in. System. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 million divine shadow puppets. 1 million? Chen Mu could see clearly that it was indeed 1 million divine shadow puppets. He immediately grasped the situation. The system seemed excessively cautious, fearing for his safety even more than he did. Throughout, Chen Mu had never shown any timidity. Faced with such a staggering number of shadow puppets, he could only remark on the system's overabundance of caution. Even if it were merely 10,000 divine shadow puppets, coupled with all the Assassination King functionalities checked, the entire three realms would meet their end in the southern domain. Moreover, after their demise, they would be summoned by Chen Mu to form an undead army, bound to his will, eternally unable to resist, unless Chen Mu released the necromantic contract. Even those among them who might have a chance at reincarnation would remain excluded from that possibility. Thus, Chen Mu eagerly awaited the arrival of the Xinglor realm, Songlong realm, and Tianying realm to promptly deliver their heads, serving as experience fodder to fortify his leisurely existence, contributing to his cause. Observing the sinister smirk at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth, Chen Juexin felt a chill run down his spine, shifting from concern for the southern domain and Tianyuan to preemptive sympathy for the unfortunate souls of the three realms. Why provoke his invincible brother? Chapter 172. Your confidence is at my fingertips. 2 days later, at Zhao family's Immortal King Mountain in the Xinglor realm, Zhao Entai gazed at the dwindling aura of the great Tao above him, reflecting that the time for the one he awaited to emerge was nearing. Thus, he had come in advance, accompanied by others, to welcome the individual. Boom. As expected, in the next moment, the colossal stone sealing the cave entrance rolled aside, revealing a figure. The person appeared to be in their early 20s, youthful, yet exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded respect without a hint of anger. A rejuvenation, mastery of cultivation. Zhao Entai was overjoyed and quickly approached, kneeling and proclaiming, "Congratulations, Father, on achieving the status of a great emperor and becoming a true immortal king." This Immortal King Mountain, originally known as Purple Fog Mountain, had its name changed because Zhao Qianquan believed he would ascend to become the immortal king of the mortal realm. Otherwise, it would not align with his strength, thereby diminishing his prestige. How was the old man faring? After his fall from grace, was there any backlash? While in the cave, Zhao Qianquan had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Upon noticing his father's silence, Zhao Entai's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Father, has something happened?" "Yes." Zhao Entai nodded and recounted the events within the Longyuan secret realm in detail, embellishing certain aspects. Primarily concerned that Zhao Qianquan, having finally achieved the status of a great emperor, might choose to endure the situation for the sake of stability, while he could tolerate it. Zhao Entai could not. Yet, without his father's presence, there was little he could do. It was truly infuriating. Did they truly believe the Xinglor realm had no capable individuals? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianquan unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom. The formidable force obliterated a nameless peak nearby, reducing it to dust that scattered with the wind, leaving only a flat expanse. The onlookers were astounded. They had not anticipated that Zhao Qianquan's casual strike could wield such terrifying power. If he were to exert himself seriously, coupled with the burning heaven's sacred body, he believed this expedition to the southern domain would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Perhaps there would be no need for Zhao Qianquan to intervene, as the sheer intimidation alone would suffice to subdue them. My son has allied with the Songlong realm, Tianying realm, and the North Sea realm's master, a formidable great emperor with the starry sky sacred body, to prepare an assault on the southern domain, seeking vengeance for you. Please join us in battle, father. Zhao Entai clasped his hands in reverence, sensing the timing was right. The others behind him echoed in unison, urging, please, great emperor, take action. Very well. As I have just broken through, it is an ideal opportunity for practice. The southern domain is quite suitable. Zhao Qianquan readily agreed. Having just entered the great emperor realm, he was at the peak of his confidence. Even the heavenly Tao, he would dare to challenge, feeling utterly invincible. With the aid of a communication talisman, upon learning that Zhao Qianquan had successfully ascended to the great emperor status and agreed to join the battle, Li Xiaozuan and Yi Beichen of the Songlong and Tianying realms immediately gathered all cultivators and set forth to the southern domain to eradicate Tianyuan. Countless flying vessels took to the skies, a veritable swarm of individuals riding upon flying swords, advancing en masse toward a single destination. The spectacle was incredibly grand. Particularly when the three factions converged and passed through other worlds, it caused quite a stir. They could not help but worry if they were the target of this assembly, but ultimately realized it was merely a false alarm, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, there are truly a lot of people. Under the observation of the celestial mirror, every action of Zhao Entai, Li Xiaozuan, and Yi Beichun was captured by Chen Mu, leaving no room for concealment. It was no fewer than 1 million individuals. Unexpectedly, the North Sea realm's master, Zhou Xiu, had indeed chosen to join the fray. Chen Juexin could only hope that with Chen Mu present, the casualties on the side of Tianyuan's sacred land would be minimized. A complete absence of casualties seemed unrealistic. After all, ultimately, Chen Mu was but one person, with 2 hands. It was impossible for him to confront 1 million cultivators simultaneously, right? Yi Qingcheng, silently sharpening her blade nearby, showed no signs of hesitation, prepared for battle. The act of killing one individual was the same as that of 100,000. An additional life mattered little to her. Chen Mu remained indifferent. In his eyes, whether it was Zhao Entai, Zhao Qianquan, or Zhou Xiu, they were all mere corpses. Brother Zhou, I raise my glass to you. Zhao Qianquan lifted his cup, astonished that such a prominent figure would willingly lend a hand. Zhou Xiu reciprocated with a toast, stating that he was merely taking payment to resolve troubles. Indeed, Zhao Entai had a good son. To be blunt, Zhou Xiu agreed to assist solely because the stakes presented by Zhao Entai were compelling enough to sway him. There was no reason to decline. Here, senior. Zhao Entai smiled as he poured wine for Zhou Xiu, unexpectedly pleased to be praised before Zhao Qianquan. A splendid return on investment. Brother Zhou speaks truly. Zhao Qianquan glanced at Zhao Entai, already contemplating how to reward him once this matter concluded. He believed that with his burning heaven sacred body paired with Brother Zhou's starry sky sacred body, they would undoubtedly intimidate the people of Tianyuan into surrendering without a fight. The more they discussed, the louder their laughter grew. The more they spoke, the less significant Tianyuan's sacred land appeared, as if it could be crushed effortlessly like an ant. It hardly warranted the mobilization of 1 million cultivators. These 2 individuals were exceedingly arrogant. Watching from the celestial mirror, Chen Juexin felt his heart sink, fist clenched in frustration. Rising in anger, sister, let them speak. Let the 2 doomed individuals have their moment of joy. Chen Mu grasped Chen Juexin's hand, offering comfort. The great emperor's cultivation? The starry sky sacred body? The burning heaven sacred body? These were mere trinkets, easily within reach for the 2 proud individuals. Opening the system backpack was tantamount to grasping riches. Not only were they easily attainable, but they could be summoned in abundance. One could be exchanged for 1,000. With the system, one could act with impunity. Glancing at the Great Emperor Experience Pack and the customizable sacred bodies, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Chen Mu's mind. Inquiring of the system, can the Emperor's Experience Pack and the custom holy body be utilized for the lifeless entity known as the Divine Shadow Puppet? The system responded. Permission for the Divine Shadow Puppet has been unlocked. The system further affirmed yes. It was a question that perhaps should not have been asked, regardless of the answer. It would be forced to be affirmative. The system continued, signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained custom holy body 1,000,000. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Emperor's Experience Pack 1,000,000. Surprised? There is nothing to be astonished about. The system's attentiveness is not a new experience for Chen Mu. Indeed, a 1,000-fold return is substantial, yet acquiring 1 million requires considerable time and effort. As a considerate system, How could it allow Chen Mu to engage in such meaningless repetition? It directly gifted him 1 million custom holy bodies and 1 million Emperor's Experience packs. Opening the system's inventory, since they had been gifted, it would be remiss of Chen Mu not to utilize them. He selected 1 million Emperor's Experience packs and applied them to the Divine Shadow Puppet. Emperor's Experience pack used successfully. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 billion Emperor's Experience packs. He then selected 1 million custom holy bodies, scrolling through the panel to confirm it as the Burning Heaven Holy Body. Custom holy body used successfully. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 billion custom holy bodies. With the Burning Heaven Holy Body acquired, the Starry Sky Holy Body could not be neglected. Custom holy body used successfully. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 billion custom holy bodies. Chapter 173. The Stance of the 100 Sects. The descent of heavenly fire gazing at the system space, filled with 1 million divine shadow puppets. Each possessing emperor-level cultivation along with both the Burning Heaven and Starry Sky holy bodies. Chen Mu was curious to see if Zhao Qianquan and Zhou Xiu could still smile and drink as they had while peering into the heavenly mirror after witnessing these entities. In any case, he decided to arrange for all disciples to be ready for battle at a moment's notice, should the need arise. Chen Juexin stood and departed, unwilling to allow Chen Mu to confront the million cultivators alone. Faced with such formidable foes, how could the disciples of Tianyuan remain cowards, hiding behind Chen Mu to survive? Alas, before Chen Mu could speak, Chen Juexin left behind a graceful silhouette and swiftly vanished. Sigh, my elder sister is truly impulsive. Chen Mu had no intention of chasing after her to offer counsel. He merely needed to show her the results in due time. Brother Mu, that group has already entered the spirit control realm. Should I intervene to stop them? Lu Yang communicated through the 1,000-mile sound transmission, his words reaching Chen Mu's ears. No, let them proceed directly into the southern region. With the resources currently at Lu Yang's disposal, Chen Mu did not believe that he would be outmatched by someone like Zhao Qianquan. Primarily, he felt that allowing Zhao Qianquan and Zhou Xiu to perish on the southern region's territory would maximize benefits. Firstly, he would not need to make a special trip to the spirit control realm for necromantic summoning. Secondly, the grim fate of 1 million cultivators in the southern region would serve as a stark warning to the outside world, making it clear what befalls those who oppose the Tianyuan sacred land. Understood, I will follow Brother Mu's instructions. Lu Yang made no further comments. Retracting the ghost blade mantis into the beast control space, he then leaped atop the head of the black flood dragon, instructing it to trail the million cultivators discreetly. Master, didn't the young master instruct us not to take action? The black flood dragon hesitated, unsure whether to stop Lu Yang. Fearing to offend Chen Mu despite the risk of violating their blood contract. Who said I was going to take action? Lu Yang replied, exasperated. I merely wish to witness Brother Mu's gallant prowess in slaughtering them, and perhaps see if there is any way I can assist. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, the black flood dragon's anxiety finally settled. It was genuinely concerned that Lu Yang's rapid rise in strength and status might lead to arrogance and a loss of self-awareness. Reminiscent of its own past, after suffering a heavy blow from Chen Mu, it immediately learned the importance of humility. Moments later, thousands of flying boats sped into the skies above the southern region. Various nations, sects, and prominent families became aware that the three factions, Xing Luo, Song Long, and Tianying, had united to wage war against Tianyuan. Calm. It was impossible to remain calm. At the forefront, Lin Wentian, as the sect leader of the Tianjian sect, paced restlessly on the stage in the main hall. Your Highness, the elders from both the internal and external courts are in heated discussion. What should we do? The million cultivators approached with great force. This battle would either lead to their demise or theirs. Should the Tianjin sect participate in the conflict? If they lost the gamble, the people of the three domains would undoubtedly not spare them. Choosing silence might at least preserve a single life. Yet, if they refrained from participating, it would signal their stance. Should the Tianyuan sacred land emerge victorious, suspicions regarding the Tianjin's loyalty would inevitably arise. In this precarious situation, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. All eyes turned to Lin Wentian, hoping he could provide a solution. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wentian forced himself to calm down, halted his pacing, and addressed the crowd, declaring his decision to summon all disciples to swiftly proceed to Tianyuan and confront the enemy together. The enemy's scale was indeed formidable, yet Lin Wentian chose to place his bet on Tianyuan. Most importantly, Tianyuan had Chen Mu. All disciples of the Haoying sect immediately head to Tianyuan. All disciples of the Qingfeng sect, hastily make your way to Tianyuan. The great martial dynasty will swiftly dispatch 100,000 iron cavalry to Tianyuan. After considerable internal debate, every nation, sect, and prominent family, without exception, placed their bets on Chen Mu. Indeed, it was Chen Mu, rather than the Tianyuan sacred land. They chose to trust this prodigious young master, powerful to the point of being uncanny, consistently performing miraculous feats without retribution from the heavenly Tao, instead bestowing various fortunes. As the various factions approached the Tianyuan sacred land, the 3 domains flying boats, carrying 1 million sword-wielding cultivators, had already descended upon the Tianyuan sacred land. They could advance no further. The protective array had been activated. To proceed recklessly would only result in senseless sacrifice. "Why have we stopped?" Zhao Qianquan inquired. "Reporting to father. The Tianyuan sacred land has activated its protective grand array, and with several killing formations in place, breaking through will require considerable time," Zhao Entai replied truthfully. "How long will it take?" Zhao Qianquan pressed on. "At least a day. This array is exceptionally intricate and powerful. A slight misstep could lead to unbearable consequences." Zhao Entai explained. What unbearable consequences could a mere protective array cause? Zhao Qianquan stood, dismissing the concern. Glancing at Zhou Xiu, he chuckled. "Brother Zhou, I shall proceed to break the array. Such trivial matters need not trouble you." "All right," Zhou Xiu nodded. Seizing the opportunity to observe how Zhao Qianquan's power had evolved since attaining the emperor status with the burning heaven holy body. If he could not even break this external array, Zhou Xiu would have to reconsider his demands for assistance. After all, Zhao Qianquan's strength was directly proportional to how much effort Zhou Xiu would need to contribute. Zhao Qianquan emerged from the ship's cabin and stepped onto the bow, raising his right arm high. Boom, boom, boom. Several thick flames swiftly coiled in the air like dragons, forming a colossal fireball. The fireball expanded exponentially, soon rivaling the blazing sun on the horizon. The searing radiance made the entire world appear to ignite, turning it a fiery orange. The temperature rose significantly, causing many present to sweat profusely. Observing the massive fireball, which he had conjured himself and measured nearly 300 meters in diameter, Zhao Qianquan felt the moment was right. He dropped his arm. With a thunderous crash, the heavenly fire plummeted, trailing a long blaze as if tearing open the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it descended towards the protective grand array. The magma-like colors surged within, threatening to explode and engulf everything in their path, leaving only scorched earth in their wake. It was a sight that evoked awe at the might of the emperor and the burning heaven holy body. "Look quickly, what is that? Hey, person? Such an unusual attire, clad entirely in silver armor. Could he possibly think to withstand this cataclysmic strike alone? It's utterly ludicrous. Foolish. The inhabitants of Tianyuan truly have a penchant for courting death." Chapter 174. As formidable as he is it not reasonable for him to deviate from common sense? The divine shadow puppet faced a heavenly fireball many times its size, showing not the slightest inclination to retreat. The disciples of Tianyuan focused their gaze upon it, anxiety evident in their expressions, unable to suppress a bead of cold sweat. Yi Qingqing had once witnessed the might of the divine shadow puppet in a secret realm. Yet now, the adversary it faced was an emperor-level powerhouse with the burning heaven's sacred body. Even Yi Qingqing could not ascertain whether it could withstand a strike capable of annihilating billions of lives. Without Chen Mu's command, she dared not act rashly to assist. However, upon noticing Chen Mu's serene countenance, her anxious heart felt considerably steadied. He had never let her down. In terms of composure, Yi Qingqing privately believed there was no one steadier than Chen Mu. He is doomed. Not acting will not lead to death. To perish at the hands of an emperor. Is it not a form of honor? From the perspective of those standing on flying swords and vessels in the 3 domains, it appeared that the divine shadow puppet had indeed been engulfed by the heavenly fire, melting into molten iron. Yet in the next moment, they observed with astonishment that the colossal fireball was visibly shrinking. What was happening? Had it been neutralized? Could it be the protective formation of the sect? Was that formation truly so potent? No, it had not even made contact. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Qianquan, who had unleashed the strike, understood clearly that his spiritual energy was being voraciously consumed. As the fireball diminished to the size of a human head, everyone finally discerned that it was not the protective formation at work, but rather the divine shadow puppet was raising its right arm, its palm wide open, continuously absorbing Zhao Qianquan's blazing flames. Shock rendered them speechless. In stark contrast, the disciples of Tianyuan were filled with delight. To effortlessly neutralize an emperor's lethal move. Does our Tianyuan sacred land truly harbor such fierce individuals? Did someone not say they clearly saw this fellow emerge from Qingyan Mansion? As expected, another formidable warrior under the young master's command. It had not been reported that besides that chef and the Saintess of Yi, there were others from Qingyun Mansion. They prided themselves on their knowledge of Qingyun Mansion, always keeping a close watch on any sign of movement. A person? That is no mere human. At this moment, an elder's voice emerged from the crowd. Elder Jian, are you saying he is not human? The crowd turned their attention to him, curiosity piqued. Indeed, he is not human, but a lifeless divine puppet, Chun Jian elucidated. A divine puppet? The young master is also a puppeteer? The news had indeed lagged. Shortly after the Saintess of Yi entered the mansion, it had been revealed that the young master possessed astonishing talent in the art of puppeteering. Such a puppeteer is capable of such strength? Could one puppet contend with an emperor? The puppeteer may not be that strong. But do not forget who is orchestrating it from behind. Who is it? Certainly not Chen Mu. Chen Mu would have no interest in wasting his energy. Wouldn't it be more efficient to simply delegate the task? How delightful. I shall see just how many more times you can withstand this. In front of 1,000,000 cultivators. Zhao Qianquan could not afford to lose face. With arms raised high, spiritual energy billowed like mist, enveloping him, converging at his fingertips. Simultaneously, a far greater heavenly fire rapidly coalesced. With this strike, Zhao Qianquan intended to render the divine shadow puppet, along with the Tianyuan sacred land behind it, utterly annihilated. What lay before him would be flattened. In the face of Zhao Qianquan's accumulating strike, the divine shadow puppet remained motionless, while two fireballs emerged behind it. Growing larger with each rotation, evidently aspiring to surpass Zhao Qianquan's power. The burning heaven's sacred body. An emperor's cultivation. Zhao Qianquan was taken aback. That pure fire, infused with the overwhelming aura of imperial might. As one who possessed both treasures, how could he not recognize it? Finally understanding why the divine shadow puppet could so easily neutralize his offensive, he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Then let us compare whose cultivation and mastery over the sacred body is superior. Zhao Qianquan remained confident, his expression betraying no hint of defeat. However, the faces of those from the three domains behind him grew increasingly grim. That monster possessed both the cultivation of an emperor and the burning heaven's sacred body. Just like the ancestor, it was no wonder the Tianyuan sacred land dared to kill 3 domain emperors simultaneously. They indeed had formidable backing. I have heard that unlike other worlds, the Tianyuan sacred land boasts several emperors. If they are all as monstrous as this one, do we truly stand a chance? What is there to fear? We still have the Lord of Baiming and the stellar emperor Zhou Xiu at our side. They cast a glance backward. Their trump cards extended beyond just Zhao Qianquan. Zhao Entai, Li Xiaozuan, and Yi Beichen consoled themselves with similar reasoning. If Zhao Qianquan faltered, the stellar emperor Zhou Xiu remained. Together, would they not be able to breach their opponent's defenses? Concerned about losing? There was no need for worry. One party was anxious while the other rejoiced. The disciples of Tianyuan wore smiles as if the crisis had dissipated or perhaps had never existed. Elder Jian, can puppets attain the level of an emperor? Can they awaken a sacred body? Even the elite disciples ranked within the top 500 of the inner court, who once prided themselves on their erudition, found themselves perplexed by this question and turned to the elder, Chen Jian, for assistance. Chen Jian found himself unable to respond. In all his hundreds of years, had he ever encountered such a situation? Although he lacked talent in puppeteering, he held some interest and possessed considerable knowledge. Yet he had never heard of a puppet being able to cultivate or awaken a sacred body like a human. But upon further contemplation, since it was a puppet controlled by the young master, perhaps it was reasonable for it to deviate from common knowledge. This answer, though seemingly implausible, would undoubtedly command respect. Every inconsistency, combined with the name Chen Mu, instantly became logical. In the future, it could serve as a new standard. However, only Chen Mu could reach such a benchmark. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianquan's expression turned ashen, a visage of utter despair. Unable to comprehend why, despite sharing the same emperor-level cultivation and burning heaven's sacred body, the divine shadow puppet surpassed him so dramatically. In terms of both the quantity and speed of the heavenly fire, it was utterly overwhelming. Boom, boom. As 2 heavenly fires hurtled towards him, their molten brilliance blindingly intense, Zhao Qianquan could not afford to hesitate. With a swift motion, he struck down the heavenly fire. At the moment of collision, Zhao Qianquan's flames were severely weakened and devoured. This is bad. Witnessing the divine shadow puppet's unstoppable momentum, Zhao Qianquan could no longer hold back his trump cards, releasing all his spiritual energy. Boom. Accompanied by the burning heaven's sacred body, the entire sky ignited in a blazing inferno, cascading downward like a torrential flood. The deaths of disciples and kin? Zhao Qianquan was a selfish individual. He cared more for his own survival than for theirs. A family could be rebuilt. As long as he had strength, there would be no shortage of followers. Flee quickly. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Countless disciples, sensing the impending doom, scattered in all directions, desperate to avoid being engulfed in the inferno. Chapter 175, A Bloody Storm. The massacre of 1,000,000 cultivators. The disciples could never have imagined that in their endeavors for the sect and the prosperity of the Xingluo realm, risking their lives, their own ancestor would treat them as expendable, willing to kill them at will, instead of dying at the hands of the enemy. They found themselves perishing at the hands of their own, a truly chilling reality. Observing this, the people from the Songlong and Tianying realms were equally displeased. Li Xiaozuan was the first to voice his concerns, questioning Zhao Entai. What do you mean? Do you intend to eliminate us along with the rest, thereby conveniently absorbing the Songlong realm as well? Zhao Entai, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Seeing the overwhelming flames, Yi Beichen's legs weakened in fear. There was no way to withstand such a force. If it fell upon them, they would evaporate in an instant, leaving no trace. Zhao Entai shook off Li Xiaozuan's grasp on his collar, declaring, this place is not solely occupied by your Songlong and Tianying realms. Our Xingluo realm is here as well. Li Xiaozuan and Yi Beichen exchanged glances, realizing that even they could not withstand such terrifying celestial might, let alone the people from Xingluo realm. However, this outcome was clearly not what they desired. Zhao Qianquan was evidently driven to madness, indistinguishable between friend and foe. I will seek out Elder Zhou Xiu for assistance. The only person Zhao Entai could think of to salvage the situation was Zhou Xiu, who had remained hidden within the cabin. Just as he turned around to leave, he heard someone shout, what has happened to the ancestor? Zhao Entai quickly looked up, only to see a gaping wound the size of a fist in Zhao Qianquan's chest. Through the gash, the scene behind him was visible. Suddenly, the image flickered as the system unchecked the Assassination King's complete concealment feature, revealing a divine-grade shadow puppet. It withdrew its arm, which had pierced through Zhao Qianquan's body, not a drop of blood staining its unique material. What? Zhao Qianquan swiftly turned, summoning a wave of flames with one hand in an attempt to fend off the divine shadow puppet. With the other, he hastily retrieved a 9th-grade healing pill from his spatial ring, not daring to waste a moment. Yet, his speed was far from sufficient. The divine shadow puppet evaded his attack effortlessly, seizing his throat. With a sharp crack, it snapped his neck and forcefully extracted his entire spine, resembling a blade. His body plummeted like a meteor, and the heavenly fire above dissipated rapidly as it lost its source of spiritual energy, collapsing without a fight. Neither the three realms nor the Tianyuan sacred land anticipated that the initial divine shadow puppet was merely a decoy. The true lethal strike would only be revealed at the last moment. Complete concealment? Is that not invisibility? Chen Mu mused, realizing that one might overlook its presence if not for careful observation. The system explained, the complete concealment feature is far more powerful than traditional invisibility, as it renders one's presence undetectable, disregards realm disparities, and shields against divine senses. This is somewhat monstrous, Chen Mu had to admit. Fortunately, such an outrageous ability belonged solely to him. If it were someone else, the consequences were unimaginable. The ancestor is dead. We must flee. Victory is impossible. It is utterly unattainable. What kind of monsters were in this Tianyuan sacred land? Run. The faster, the better, the farther, the better. 1,000,000 cultivators, in utter disarray, witnessed Zhao Qianquan's demise, their morale shattered. They had initially thought they were the ones dominating the situation, only to realize they were the ones being crushed. The Emperor of Flames would kill without mercy. I will not participate any longer. Li Xiaozuan also chose to join the fleeing crowd. Yu Beichen had already taken the lead. Among the first to escape, he lacked the courage to face danger head-on, fully aware that he had been completely deceived by Zhao Entai. Zhao Entai collapsed to the ground. Despair and disbelief etched across his face. Father. As for the starry sky Emperor Zhou Xiu, escape? It was merely a strategic retreat. The Tianyuan sacred land was far from as simple as he had imagined. The rewards paled in comparison to the risks. He had no interest in a losing venture. Chen Mu chuckled. Do you think the Tianyuan sacred land is a marketplace where one can come and go at will? He commanded the system, enough of this hesitation. Deploy 1,000,000 divine shadow puppets, leaving none alive. It was time to bring this farce to an end. The system responded, understood. As the command was issued, countless shadow puppets appeared as if from an ocean, descending upon the sky. They silently emerged behind the 1,000,000 cultivators, piercing hearts with their fists or exploding heads with direct blows. The scene was drenched in blood, utterly overshadowing Zhao Qianquan's attempted awakening of the unique sacred body technique. The Sea of Flames. A torrential rain of blood poured down, accompanied by countless fallen corpses. The sight left those from the Tianyuan side numb and shuddering. There must be at least 1,000,000 puppets. Could they all possess imperial-level cultivation? If memory served. Even the most adept puppet masters cowl, I am willing to lead the entire Biming region and form an alliance with you in the southern domain, promising never to invade. If the southern domain encounters misfortune, I assure you that Biming will be the first to come to your aid. How does that sound? Suddenly, a divine shadow puppet appeared behind Zhou Xiao, striking with lightning speed, its cold blade flashing as it severed his neck. In an instant, Zhou Xiao's head rolled away. Shock etched on his face. Chen Mu accepted Zhou Xiao's proposal, albeit in a different manner. Can the undead not serve? Although devoid of self-awareness. One could argue that Zhou Xiao gained the coveted immortality long sought after by countless individuals, including himself, currently summoning the undead. Target, Zhao Cheng. Undead summoning successful. Target, Lin Tian, summoning successful. Target, Zhao Qianquan, summoning successful. Target, Zhou Xiao, summoning successful. 1,000,000 cultivators, including 2 emperors with supreme holy bodies, were all summoned as undead, stored within the shadow world for future invocation. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000,000 divine shadow puppets vanished from sight. Was that the end? Together, the 3 domains had amassed 1,000,000 cultivators and 2 emperors. Yet they couldn't even breach the outer gates. Our Tianyuan Holy Land is truly formidable. This is all thanks to the power of our young master, isn't it? Throughout this ordeal, we have done nothing at all. Upon reflection, everyone realized this was indeed the case. In contrast, Chen Juexin, as a tycoon of her realm, was certainly not lacking in spiritual stones. However, that did not prevent her from feeling like a fool for expending vast amounts of resources to activate the protective array, fearing that the formidable enemies from the 3 domains would invade and harm the disciples of Tianyuan. Toiling endlessly for such a ridiculous outcome, an invasion that never even crossed the threshold, she ordered the protective array to be deactivated and instructed a portion of the disciples to soar into the skies on their swords, gathering the precious resources from the flying boats, as well as cleaning the battlefield of various weapons, elixirs, magical treasures, and techniques. Thanks to the physical nature of the divine shadow puppet's output, the spatial storage items like rings and bags remained unharmed. The collection of elixirs alone, gathered from the 1,000,000 cultivators, was worth a fortune, enough to sustain the Tianyuan Holy Land for an entire year. Not to mention the various earthly and heavenly weapons, unique techniques, and magical artifacts. The bounty was simply overwhelming. Miss, regarding Biming, Songlong, Tianning, and Xingluo, now that the 4 domains are leaderless, how should we proceed? Elder Chen Jian approached Chen Juexin, inquiring about her thoughts. He was well aware that she possessed the authority to decide. Having witnessed her confront Chen Tianlin, the current holy master, in the main hall, he knew that he had no means to contend with her. In her eyes, it seemed there was only right and wrong, with no regard for status, except when it came to Chen Mu. Go find the 4 peak masters, each leading 10,000 Tianyuan disciples, and swiftly set sail in the flying boats. Any dissent shall be met with lethal force. This was far from a merchant's mindset, even for ordinary individuals. If one could gain an advantage through strength, there was no reason not to seize it. Chen Juexin eagerly anticipated the day when, under Chen Mu's leadership, the entire Datsong world would be renamed the Tianyuan world, or perhaps the Chen Mu world, with a ruler as a brother. Just the thought of it filled her heart with delight and anticipation. At this moment, the spatial portal suddenly opened, and 2 shadows emerged alongside 2 divine shadow puppets. That young man was as thoughtful and steady as ever. Chen Juexin instantly understood Chen Mu's intentions. He aimed to firmly establish the Tianyuan Holy Land over the 4 domains, with the elite forces of the 4 domains severely weakened and devoid of emperors. Dispatching 2 emperor souls along with divine shadow puppets made it hard to imagine they could offer any resistance. They would have no choice but to surrender obediently and pledge their allegiance to Tianyuan, never to betray. While she remained calm, the nearby disciples and elders, including Xinjian, were far from composed. What on earth? If I'm not mistaken, those 2 dark figures look exactly like the 2 emperors we just saw. They indeed bore a striking resemblance. Their aura and imperial might identical. Could it be that they were truly the same individuals? Impossible. Did we not witness them being slain by the puppets under the young master's control? What was this phenomenon? It was unlike anything they had seen before, resembling shadows in a peculiar state. At the very least, it was clear that they bore no ill will towards them. Miss, who are these 2? Chen Jian too felt the immense pressure of imperial might emanating from the 2 dark figures. Coupled with their appearance alongside Chen Mu's exclusive divine puppets, curiosity overwhelmed him. Turning to see Chen Juexin's calm demeanor, as if she already knew the truth, he boldly inquired for an explanation. Chapter 177. Emperors abound, semi-emperors like dogs? Observing the curiosity and doubt among the crowd, Chen Mu did not mince words. Explaining, what you see is indeed the same as the Starry Sky Emperor and the Burning Heaven Emperor. However, while they are the same, they are also different. They are indeed dead, yet in the form of undead, enslaved and controlled by your young master. The revelation stunned everyone, summoning the souls of emperors for enslavement. Each word was familiar, yet together they formed a concept that was difficult to comprehend. The young master's power was beyond our ability to fathom or understand. It was truly formidable. Previously, I thought that since the Starry Sky Emperor was willing to ally with us, it was a blessing, a reason not to kill. Now it seems the young master has foreseen much further. Indeed, as the saying goes, cutting the grass without removing the roots will allow it to grow again. Keeping them alive is always a hidden danger. This is the most prudent approach. Yet, one wonders how much their strength has diminished after becoming undead? A disciple curiously asked. Hearing this, Chen Mu clarified, after becoming undead, their strength compared to their living form does not diminish. In fact, it may even be enhanced. Shock rendered them speechless. Elder Chen Jian and the other elders felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, supporting one another. They understood the terrifying nature of the technique that Chen Mu wielded. If he so wished, he could slay one emperor after another and enslave their souls. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Tianyuan Holy Land would witness a time when emperors were abundant and semi-emperors were as common as dogs. It is essential to understand that the strength of an emperor lies not only in their power, but also in the wealth of insights and experiences they have amassed over the years. The teachings left by a single emperor could sustain a sect, family, or holy land for hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of years. Dozens of emperors. Hundreds of emperors. It was unimaginable. Moreover, there is no need for concern. Your young master has already. Where was there any room for intervention? Everyone aspired for their children to become dragons, yet little did they know the immense pressure on a father with an invincible son. Chen Tianlin made a silent exit, returning to his own Holy Lord's mansion, feeling that his title of Holy Lord was no longer befitting. Alas, Chen Mu had no interest in the Holy Lord's position, leaving Chen Tianlin to continue in the role. Eternal life could not be obtained for nothing, nor could the 10 supreme sacred bodies. Chen Tianlin was primarily concerned that if he reneged, Chen Mu would follow suit and take back the eternal life and the 10 supreme sacred bodies. He knew full well that if Chen Mu could give them to him, he could certainly take them back. Absurd? Unreasonable? But this was Chen Mu. He finally understood what it meant to be beholden to someone who had given you something. At this time, the 4 domains, whether it was the North Underworld, Azure Dragon, Shadow, or even the Star Luo realm, were all in a state of panic. A large number of soul lamps were extinguished and life tablets shattered into pieces, composing a mournful scene that made them tremble with fear. It was clear that something had definitely gone wrong with the expedition to the Heavenly Origin Holy Land. A major event. Although the North Underworld did not experience the scene of soul lamps being extinguished and life tablets shattering on a large scale, only Zhou Xiu's soul lamp and life tablet were extinguished and shattered. But in any case, he was also a great emperor, the Lord of the North Underworld, which shook the entire North Underworld more than the death of 1,000,000 cultivators. Inside a magnificent palace, specially built for Zhou Xiu, its opulence was rarely matched even in the Great Song. Could something have gone wrong? Has the Lord of the Realm fallen? The materials used for the Lord of the Realm's soul lamp and life tablet are much more advanced than ours and have never failed. Even if they did, they wouldn't fail simultaneously. Indeed, the timing of the soul lamps extinguishing and the life tablets shattering was perfect, down to the second, making it hard to explain as a coincidence. It seems that the Southern Domain's heavenly origin is not as simple as Zhao Entai said. They convinced themselves and gradually accepted the fact of Zhou Xiu's demise. So what should we do next? The Lord of the Realm died in the Southern Domain. Are we going to do nothing and just wait and see? Then what do you think we should do? Gather all our forces and attack Heavenly Origin, following the Great Emperor's old path? One sentence silenced everyone. What path? A dead end. They asked themselves. Even Zhou Xiu couldn't handle the formidable enemy. What ability do we have? Going there would just add another corpse to the Southern Domain, nothing more. If we don't show any reaction, how will we convince the public in the future? How will other domains view us? They were worried that the power system established by Zhou Xiu would collapse, plunging the North Underworld into chaos. Of course, they were also reluctant to give up the power they held in their hands. They had spent most of their lives climbing to this position, and they couldn't bring themselves to return to simplicity. Report. No, it's not good. Elders. There are a large number of airships, at least 10,000 people, rushing towards the Emperor's palace. A man in a white robe ran into the hall in a panic and knelt down. So soon? Someone is impatient to take over as the Lord of the Realm? What a pack of wolves! Quickly summoned the law enforcement pavilion and the 3,000 Emperor's palace guards to meet them. In their view, this was also an opportunity. A chance to make an example of someone. As long as they could withstand this first wave, the subsequent attacks would be much easier to resolve. It was all about psychological deterrence, letting them know that besides the great Emperor Zhou Xiu, there were also quasi-emperors guarding the North Underworld Emperor's palace. If they wanted to stir up trouble, they should take a look in the mirror and see if they had the qualifications. Soon, the airships arrived, hovering overhead, casting a vast shadow. The 500 law enforcers and 3,000 Emperor's palace guards were also ready to strike. Wait, that's... Suddenly, an elder noticed the black figure standing on the airship. Old Yang, what did you see? Noticing the change in the old man's expression, someone walked up to him and asked. Quasi-Emperor Yang Wenchang pointed and said, "Don't you think that the black figure on that airship, whether in aura or appearance, is too similar to the Lord of the Realm?" Hearing this, not only the person who asked the question, but also several other quasi-emperors turned their attention to that figure. It's indeed very similar. And even this imperial might is exactly the same. Is it possible that they are the same person? But hasn't the Lord of the Realm already died? The soul lamp extinguished, the life tablet shattered. The strength of a great emperor is beyond what you and I can understand. Perhaps the Lord of the Realm has comprehended the realm of true God through this trip to the southern domain and entered the divine realm. How can a mortal soul lamp and life tablet compare? These words convinced many people present. They also felt that the Lord of the Realm Zhou Xiu would not die so easily. Perhaps, as he said, Zhou Xiu had not only not died, but had also obtained a great opportunity and entered the realm of immortals. This was undoubtedly good news for them. No, that's not right. Just as everyone was convincing themselves to believe this, Yang Wenchang stood up and shattered their dreams. He took out a tabloid newspaper from his space ring, opened it, and carefully compared it. Only then did he speak. "I think you're all wrong. The patterns on those airships are the emblems of the heavenly origin Holy Land in the southern domain. Perhaps the Lord of the Realm is using airships to bring back the gains from this battle in this way." Even though they knew that with the strength of a great emperor, it was completely unnecessary to be so troublesome, they really didn't want to think about the worst. Then, two figures teleported from the airship to the front of the group. One was Zhou Xiu's wraith, and the other was Chen Mu, the peak master of the Great Scarlet Peak of the Heavenly Origin Holy Land, who was in charge of conquering the North Underworld. He originally had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, but before setting off, Chen Mu casually gave him a Great Emperor experience package for stability. So now he was the Great Emperor Chen Mu. "Your Lord of the Realm Zhou Xiu is now a wraith slave of my young master. If you don't want to be destroyed, then obediently submit to Heavenly Origin." Chen Mu was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. After explaining the ins and outs in a few words, he didn't intend to say another word. As long as Yang Wenchang's reply was not what Chen Mu wanted to hear, he would directly take action, first destroying this group of people, and then taking down the North Underworld with more forceful means, replacing Chen Mu and taking charge of all affairs in the North Underworld. In the future, he would be both the peak master of the Great Scarlet Peak of Heavenly Origin and the Lord of the North Underworld. Wraith slave. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wenchang and others' gazes turned to Zhou Xiu. They suddenly realized why they felt this person was so familiar. How could they not be familiar? It was his soul. What to do? Grit your teeth and fight for dignity. No one had the strength or courage. Led by Yang Wenchang, they took the lead in bending their knees, curling up their bodies, and prostrating themselves on the ground. "I, Yang Wenchang, am willing to be loyal to Heavenly Origin. Please spare my life." Seeing that Yang Wenchang, the most senior and second most powerful person in the Emperor's palace after Zhou Xiu, had knelt down, the others looked at each other and felt that there was nothing to hesitate about. They all knelt down and shouted in unison, "We are willing to submit. Be loyal to Heavenly Origin. Please spare our lives." Dignity? In the face of life and death, it was worthless. Whether others were willing to stand and live rather than kneel and die for that bit of pride was their own business. Yang Wenchang and others only wanted to live. They didn't want to have cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm with great difficulty, only to end up with nothing. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Knowing that it was a dead end, why continue to push forward? The main members of the emperor's palace had knelt down. The law enforcement pavilion and the 3,000 emperor's palace guards were no exception, kneeling down in droves, with no one standing. It was much more decisive than Chen Mu had imagined. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed, leaving his great emperor divine might nowhere to be released. After that, he perfectly took down the entire North Underworld without losing a single soldier. Chen Mu became the new Lord of the Realm. The North Underworld. which was relatively the most difficult to conquer among the 4 domains, went so smoothly, let alone the Star Luo, Azure Dragon, and Shadow Worlds. As soon as the Heavenly Origin army arrived, before they could say anything, they knelt down and begged to be conquered, vowing to be loyal to the Heavenly Origin Holy Land forever. This seems exceedingly smooth, does it not? Within the Qingyan mansion, Chen Mu, who had been observing the entire process of subjugation through the 4-sided sky-watching mirrors, was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, predominantly joyous. However, she could hardly fathom that everything would transpire so seamlessly, without a hitch. Yet upon reflection, in the face of the arrival of 2 great emperors, even if some individuals harbored intentions, they would not possess the audacity to voice them. Speaking out would be tantamount to courting death. Now, in this great realm of song, so much has already been claimed in your name, Chen Mu. You truly astonish me, dear sister. Chen Mu gaze returned to Chen Mu, exclaiming in wonder. It is not merely in my name, but in the name of the entire Tianyuan, Chen Mu replied, ever loyal to the collective. In his heart, he mused. This has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to recline in ease. You are formidable, you are correct, Chen Mu did not counter. Entirely at the mercy of Chen Mu's joy. I eagerly await the day you become the master of the great song. The master of the great song? Chen Mu grimaced, filled with disdain. He had no desire to even be the sovereign of Tianyuan, let alone govern the entirety of great song. Would that not be a bid for his own demise? Yet, seeing the anticipation etched on Chen Mu's face, he refrained from dousing her enthusiasm, merely smiling in response. After all, whether or not to speak was her affair, while to act remained his own. He took the liberty of preemptively warning the system in his mind. Do not sign me up for any nonsensical upgrades again. System, all actions shall comply with the host arrangements. Ah, speaking of which, Chen Mu suddenly recalled something and conjured a talisman out of thin air, presenting it before Chen Mu. During your previous visit to the Lanyuan secret realm, Li Xianyuan paid a visit. This is a new talisman he has crafted for you. More talismans? Chen Mu marveled at his adoptive father Li Xuanyuan's speed and quality of talisman crafting. He genuinely felt that this adoptive father surpassed Chen Tianlin in every regard, wholeheartedly considering his well-being. Moreover, he asked me to convey that you should visit the leisurely bamboo grove when you have time. It is currently the most pleasant and comfortable season there, and it should suit you well. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Chen Mu envisioned himself reclining in a bamboo chair, with a babbling brook before him, a gentle breeze overhead, and the dense bamboo forest whispering softly, accompanied by the faint, refreshing aroma of bamboo wafting into his senses. Indeed, it seemed an idyllic destination. Very well, it's decided. I shall visit the leisurely bamboo grove to pay my respects to my adoptive father, Chen Mu resolved. Qingqing, you have been diligently cultivating of late. Come along with me to unwind. He turned to the hesitating Yi Qingqing, predicting her response. All right. Chapter 179, Leisurely Bamboo Grove. The Sword Dancer sister, you have been tirelessly managing the shop. Are you not considering treating yourself to a short holiday to rest? As they were about to depart, Chen Mu inquired of Chen Mu, would you care to join us at the Leisurely Bamboo Grove? I shall not accompany you. Furthermore, Li Xianyuan is your adoptive father, not mine. He may not welcome me and might resent me for intruding upon your intimate world. Intimate world? Upon seeing Chen Mu's sly smile, Chen Mu discerned that she was being deliberately provocative. Understanding yet choosing not to confront it, he replied, very well, since you do not wish to go. I shall not insist. He then set out with Yi Qingqing, escorting Chen Mu away while simultaneously accessing the system map, swiftly filtering through it to locate the leisurely bamboo grove. As it lay beyond the borders of the southern domain, he needed to extend the map further. Just as he was about to employ his spatial sacred body to open a portal for transport, Chen Mu noticed a series of large, redwood treasure chests being carried by a group of people. Curiously, he asked, Sister, who is getting married? Getting married? No one is getting married, Chen Mu replied, perplexed by Chen Mu's question. Following his gaze, she chuckled upon seeing the chests adorned with red silk flowers. You misunderstand. These are not betrothal gifts, but rather offerings of apology from the 100 sects of the southern domain for their tardiness, as well as gratitude to the Tianyuan sacred land for defeating external foes and safeguarding the peace of the southern domain. Protection money? Chen Mu chuckled, bemused by how these people seemed to treat the Tianyuan sacred land as if it were a tyrannical dynasty. What does it matter? We accept their gifts, and they can feel justified in their actions, a win-win situation. Having stated her case, Chen Mu left no room for further discussion, and Chen Mu found her reasoning quite sound. Refusing these gifts would only breed suspicion and anxiety among them, leading to a state of perpetual unease. The Tianyuan sacred land, including Chen Mu, had never truly regarded them as significant. They were merely overthinking the matter. There are quite a few treasures within. Would you like to take some as a token for Li Xianyuan? Chen Juexin inquired. Chen Mu quickly scanned the contents with his divine sense. Treasures? For an ordinary person, they would indeed be considered valuable. However, compared to the stock in his system backpack, the disparity was astronomical. Not. Chen Mu's words were interrupted. System attempting upgrade. Great. After failing to sign in and upgrade, it has come here to await me. Chen Mu was curious to see what the system had in store. Attempting upgrade 12 times, failure. Attempting upgrade 55 times, data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Great Talisman Master module bound. New function unlocked. Great Talisman Master. Chen Mu glanced briefly at the new function, realizing that the Great Talisman Master feature bore similarities to the one-click alchemy, artifact forging, and array modules. The brilliance of this function lay in its ability to access talismans that had existed, disappeared, or were rarely encountered, from the origins of the world to the present. And it would elevate Chen Mu's talisman crafting skills to their zenith. Furthermore, his prowess was now so formidable that he could draw talismans using his fingers as brushes, spiritual energy as ink, and the cosmos as parchment, rapidly sketching various powerful talismans for immediate use. On a positive note, this meant he need not ruminate on what to gift Li Xianyuan to elicit his delight. What could possibly excite a talisman master more than acquiring a long-lost talisman blueprint? Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine grade divine pattern brush, 10,000. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine grade earth spirit, ink, 10,000. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine grade divine talisman, paper, 10,000. Gazing at the string of dazzling divine grade items, Chen Mu was left speechless. Did the system truly regard him as a villain to be thwarted? Never mind. He chose not to dwell on it. Opening a spatial portal, he addressed Chen Juexin. Then, sister, we shall take our leave. Enjoy yourselves. Chen Juexin bid them farewell with a smile. As Chen Mu stepped through the spatial portal, Yi Qingqing nodded to Chen Juexin before following him in. Upon emerging from the portal, a refreshing breeze imbued with the scent of bamboo greeted them, enveloping Chen Mu in a delightful embrace. Truly delightful. He even contemplated asking Li Xianyuan for some seeds to plant back at Qingyan Mansion. This bamboo was unlike ordinary bamboo. It was spiritual bamboo, nurtured by the heavens for millennia. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000-year spiritual bamboo, 10,000. Ignoring the notifications, Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing began their ascent up the mountain, stepping onto the soft earth blanketed with fallen leaves while admiring the lush, serene bamboo forest. It felt as though their entire bodies and minds were relaxing. Young master, there are individuals ahead. Yi Qingqing's ears perked up as she keenly sensed the sound of swordplay just beyond their line of sight. Sword? Chen Mu heard it clearly, perplexed. It was strange. For Li Xianyuan had never shown any interest in swords, being wholly focused on talisman crafting. Had his interest shifted towards sword cultivation? The likelihood seemed low. He reasoned that it must be someone else. Let us go see. Chen Mu gestured, unperturbed. Since Li Xianyuan allowed that person to remain in the leisurely bamboo grove, it indicated his approval of their identity, necessitating no apprehension. All right. Despite the circumstances, Yi Qingqing firmly grasped the hilt of her sword, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice should the need arise. Soon, Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing, guided by the sound of the sword's wind, traversed the bamboo forest and arrived at a clearing. Before them, the sky was adorned with falling bamboo leaves, and a lone figure danced gracefully with the sword. Clad in a pure white robe, her tall silhouette harmonized with the bright moon. The blade glimmered with a cold light, complementing her frosty visage. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a dark waterfall, gently swaying in synchrony with her movements. A resolute determination radiated from her brows, and her eyes sparkled with a depth reminiscent of stars. Her steps were light, yet steady, her figure slicing through the night like a flash of lightning. With the sword shining brilliantly, Yi Qingqing discerned that the woman possessed the cultivation of a congenital martial artist, yet her mastery of swordsmanship clearly surpassed that realm. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the falling bamboo leaves were severed in midair before they touched the ground, cleaved by the sword's edge. Such precision demanded extraordinary observational skills and reflexes. The leaves descending from above numbered not merely 5 or 6, but at least hundreds. Throughout the performance, the woman maintained unwavering composure, exhibiting no hint of panic. What a swift sword! Yi Qingqing could not help but express her admiration. Who goes there? In Chapter 180, Foster Mother? Assassin's attack. The woman instantly pointed her sword. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, roaring like a lion, charging toward Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing. However, it inflicted no real harm, merely startling them. After all, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to cause chaos within the leisurely bamboo grove of the Talisman King. Li Xinyuan, Chen Mu, and Yi Qingqing had not concealed their presence, and the woman had long sensed their existence. Initially, she assumed they were visitors coming to pay respects to Li Xinyuan, only to discover they had been watching her in secret. Thus, she swung her sword, conjuring a gust of sword wind to test and warn them. Unbeknownst to her, had she released her spiritual energy, Yi Qingqing might have misconstrued her intentions as hostile and hastily drawn her sword with lethal intent. Do not misunderstand. We are merely passing through, Chen Mu assured as he stepped out of the bamboo grove with Yi Qingqing. Not sensing any malice in their demeanor, the woman lowered her sharp sword and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to the leisurely bamboo grove? If you seek a talisman from the king, you may as well turn back. He does not grant talismans to outsiders at this time." In response, Chen Mu casually replied, "We do not come for talismans, but specifically to pay him a visit." A visit? The woman scrutinized Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing from head to toe. She had expected visitors to Li Xinyuan to be at least several hundred years old. Yet here stood such a youthful pair. "Very well, I shall take you to him. At this hour, he should not be at the bamboo hut." From her words, Chen Mu deduced that she shared a close relationship with Li Xinyuan. Could it be that the old tree, which had remained solitary for a lifetime, was now seeking a foster mother? This old fellow certainly knew how to enjoy life. "Thank you." Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement. He and Yi Qingqing then followed the woman up the mountain. "By the way, may I ask how to address you?" Chen Mu inquired, eager to learn more about someone who might become his foster mother in the future. "Xiao Yuning." Chen Mu noticed the woman's lips move. Yet the voice that reached his ears was unmistakably masculine. In an instant, several masked figures surged forth from the depths of the bamboo forest, brandishing blades, surrounding Chen Mu. Yi Qingqing and Xiao Yuning. "Xiao Yuning, come with us quietly. Do not make it difficult for us. We do not wish to harm you." One of the masked men spoke. Sighing, Xiao Yuning pressed her orchid fingers to her forehead, her brows knitted in annoyance. "Why do you all insist on dragging this out? Today we have esteemed guests in the leisurely bamboo grove, and I do not wish to waste time with you. If you have any sense, leave now." Or her gaze turned sharp, colder than before. "You shall die?" The man chuckled. "Xiao Yuning, we know you are strong, but do you think we came unprepared this time?" He referred to the 7 present, of whom 5 were congenital martial artists and 2 were grandmasters. No matter how formidable Xiao Yuning's swordsmanship, they held absolute confidence in subduing her and forcefully taking her away. "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us just knock her out and bag her." One of the underlings with shifty eyes rubbed his hands together eagerly. "What about these 2? Someone pointed out Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing, noticing their presence with a glint of desire in his gaze. "Such a stunning beauty. It would be a shame to kill her. We can't touch her. Capturing this woman to enjoy should be fine, right? As long as we can successfully capture Xiao Yuning, what happens to them is of no concern." The leader was singularly focused on completing the mission. "Ha ha ha. With your words, I shall give my all." The mention of being able to deal with Yi Qingqing ignited excitement among the group. In stark contrast, Yi Qingqing remained impassive. She turned to Chen Mu and asked, "Young master, may I take action?" "Young master?" Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's address, Xiao Yuning cast a curious glance at him. "Just avoid harming the bamboo grove." Chen Mu replied, unwilling to see this rare verdant bamboo forest destroyed over a few lowly scoundrels. "Understood." Yi Qingqing stepped forward, observing her unarmed stance against 7 assailants. Xiao Yuning felt compelled to take action and retrieved a sword from her spatial ring, intending to hand it to Yi Qingqing to bolster their strength. Such eagerness. "Are you eager for your brother to act?" One of the underlings sneered as Yi Qingqing approached with a cold expression. With a flick of her fingertip, his laughter abruptly ceased. Instantly, a line of blood appeared on his neck before his head tumbled from his shoulders, crashing to the ground. 6 men Xiao Yuning, in stark contrast to their shock and complex emotions, took a deep breath and remarked, "That was close. I almost lost control and harmed the spiritual bamboo." Using a fingertip as a sword, projecting sword energy, a swordsmanship master, Xiao Yuning exclaimed in astonishment, finally grasping why Yi Qingqing could remain so composed in the face of 7 opponents. This was not arrogance, but confidence. Stowing the secondary sword retrieved from her spatial ring, her gaze instinctively returned to Chen Mu. Her curiosity piqued about his identity and the terrifying prowess of his escort. It was undeniable that anyone who came to visit the Talisman King Li Xinyuan could hardly be ordinary. "This woman is problematic. Let us all team up and eliminate her." The leader, realizing the precarious situation, swiftly ordered. Understood. The remaining 5 echoed, armed and charging from all directions toward Yi Qingqing, their focus solely on eliminating this threat. What does she intend to do? Seeing Yi Qingqing raise her hand, preparing to strike, Xiao Yuning's worry deepened when she suddenly halted and lowered it. No need to worry. Chen Mu effortlessly discerned Yi Qingqing's intent. Rather than directly unleashing sword energy, it would be more prudent to form barriers of sword energy around her, awaiting the enemy to throw themselves into her trap. Chen Mu had to admit that Yi Qingqing possessed a creative mind, her thoughts agile and adaptable. As the 7 assailants closed in, their blades mere inches from her, Yi Qingqing remained unperturbed. Draw your sword, Xiao Yuning urged, unable to contain herself any longer. It is imperative to intervene, lest Yi Qingqing should perish in vain. However, the moment I stepped forward, I beheld a scene that left me dumbfounded. Yi Qingqing stood motionless, yet her adversaries were instantly torn asunder, their remains strewn across the ground. Xiao Yuning was profoundly shaken, scarcely able to believe her eyes. While she knew Yi Qingqing possessed formidable power, she had not imagined its extent. Let us proceed, Chen Mu commanded with a wave of his hand. The corpses and blood ignited in a fierce conflagration, yet the surrounding foliage remained untouched. A sacred physique? The heaven-burning sacred physique, one of the 10 supreme physiques. Xiao Yuning, still reeling from Yi Qingqing's display, was further astounded by Chen Mu's casual exhibition of power. Her conviction that Chen Mu was of extraordinary origin deepened. A supreme physique, a master swordsman as a guardian surely. He has an emperor as his patron. My apologies for any inconvenience caused, Xiao Yuning said with a bow. It is of no consequence, Chen Mu replied, reassuring her. Might I inquire as to how you managed to dispatch those villains without lifting a finger? Xiao Yuning ventured, approaching Yi Qingqing for guidance. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's explanation, her astonishment grew. She had never conceived of such applications of sword energy. No wonder she has become a master swordsman at such a young age. It is not without reason. Speaking of which, who were they? Why would they risk offending Li Xianyuan to abduct you? Chen Mu inquired. Allow me to elucidate, Li Xianyuan announced, descending gracefully to Chen Mu's side. He was overjoyed that Chen Mu had visited the azure bamboo grove. Foster father, Chen Mu greeted him. Foster father? These words unsettled Xiao Yuning. To her knowledge, Li Xianyuan had but one adopted son, Chen Mu, the young master of the celestial origin Holy Land in the southern domain. His recent exploits had eclipsed those of all the emperors in the Great Azure, and he had defied convention by attaining emperorship at a young age. Xiao Yuning knew this because Li Xianyuan often boasted of Chen Mu, much to her weariness. Having heard the tales countless times, she had committed them to memory. Upon learning Chen Mu's true identity, Xiao Yuning's questions were answered. A master swordsman as a guardian. A supreme physique, he certainly possesses the strength and backing for such things. Li Xianyuan nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. Her name, as you know, is Yi Qingqing. Her true identity is that of a princess of Hengyang. A princess of Hengyang? Chen Mu was unfamiliar with the term. A princess of Hengyang? Are you referring to the Hengyang kingdom in the realm of heavenly Daos? I thought it had fallen, Yi Qingqing remarked. Recalling information from the tabloids she had perused in her pursuit of accounts of Chen Mu's exploits. Possessing a photographic memory, she had made note of matters pertaining to the realm of heavenly Daos and the Hengyang kingdom. Indeed, 3 months ago, Hengyang was plunged into internal strife. The royal family was massacred, and the government was overthrown, Li Xianyuan confirmed. After the rebellion, my kin risked their lives to smuggle me out of the city. I fled to the azure bamboo grove, where I was rescued by the Rune King, Xiao Yuning added. I understand now, Chen Mu said, piecing together the events. This has nothing to do with my foster mother. A reconciliation is still a distant prospect. Soon, the group arrived at the bamboo house on the water. Chen Mu was struck by its elegance. A sanctuary sought by many. I shall prepare tea, Xiao Yuning offered, departing. I will assist, Yi Qingqing volunteered, carrying with her some enlightenment tea, a favorite of Chen Mu's. As the 2 women left, Li Xianyuan sighed deeply, prompting Chen Mu to inquire, foster father. What troubles you? Are you unwell? No, I merely lament a missed opportunity, Li Xianyuan replied. Do you lament the fall of Hengyang and her displacement? Chen Mu pressed. Nay, I lament that I rescued her with the intention of making her my daughter-in-law, only to find that you had already formed a bond with young Yi. Li Xianyuan explained. Daughter-in-law? Chen Mu fell silent. Li Xianyuan had but one adopted son. I am fortunate to have feigned a relationship with Yi Qingqing. Or else, however, given your status and position, maintaining a harem would be justifiable, and none would dare object. I merely wonder if young Yi would permit you to take a concubine, Li Xianyuan mused, his expression thoughtful. Foster father, while Qingqing is usually compliant, she is fiercely possessive in matters of the heart, Chen Mu declared, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance. Indeed, I had not noticed, Li Xianyuan replied, surprised. However, I believe you should persuade her. Marrying Yuning as a concubine would be advantageous. Intrigued, Chen Mu inquired, why? The celestial origin Holy Land has no shortage of talented cultivators. Chen Mu now possessed the means to mass-produce emperors. Indeed, the celestial origin Holy Land has no shortage of talented cultivators. However, the heavenly alluring physique is unique to the Great Azure World, appearing perhaps once every tens of thousands of years, Li Xianyuan explained. The heavenly alluring physique? Chen Mu had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, if you were to cultivate with her, your cultivation speed would increase manifold. A rare and exquisite furnace. Li Xianyuan continued. Upon discovering Xiao Yuning's physique, Li Xianyuan had immediately thought of Chen Mu. One should not let good fortune fall into the hands of outsiders. As for myself, I am past my prime and would not wish to take advantage of her. Furthermore, I am devoted to the art of runes and have no interest in cultivation. Cultivation speed would increase manifold, Chen Mu said with a wry smile. So that was Li Xianyuan's intention. It was difficult to argue with someone who had his best interests at heart. Seeing Chen Mu's silence, Li Xianyuan assumed he was considering the proposition. Are you tempted? Imagine how formidable you would become if your cultivation speed increased manifold. Foster father. A manifold increase in cultivation speed is of little consequence to me, Chen Mu stated. Of little consequence? Li Xianyuan was incredulous. This is an opportunity that many would covet. I possess a minor world that grants 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, Chen Mu revealed. A minor world? 100-fold increase in cultivation speed? Li Xianyuan scrutinized Chen Mu. He reached out and patted Chen Mu's shoulder, saying earnestly, "You have suffered much, my son." I have suffered? Chen Mu was taken aback by the pity in Li Xianyuan's eyes. Foster father, you misunderstand. I speak the truth. System, initiating sign-in. System, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000-fold cultivation space. Chen Mu surmised that the system, sensing that he was being underestimated, had hastily intervened to vindicate him, upgrading his existing 100-fold cultivation space to 1,000-fold. Seniorly, the young master speaks the truth. He possesses a minor world within which one can enjoy 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. It is because I have had the privilege of cultivating within that world that my strength has increased so rapidly. Yi Qingqing affirmed as she and Xiao Yuning entered the bamboo house with tea. Though I had not previously heard discussions regarding dual cultivation, the heavenly enchantress, or furnace cauldrons, upon witnessing Li Xianyuan's skepticism towards Chen Mu's claim of possessing 100-fold cultivation space, Yi Qingqing immediately stepped forward to vouch for him. She knelt beside them, serving tea to Chen Mu. At this, Li Xianyuan's expression darkened, and his tone turned serious. Mu'er, do you truly possess 100-fold cultivation space? He no longer treated the matter as a mere jest. Indeed, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. Without waiting for Li Xianyuan to speak further, he raised his hand and opened a spatial portal. What is this? The spatial sacred body. While there are many capable of opening spatial portals, none could do so as effortlessly as Chen Mu, who required neither artifacts nor spiritual energy, opening the door at will. Aside from possessing one of the 10 supreme sacred bodies, the spatial sacred body, Xiao Yuning could think of no other possibility. This young master of Tianyuan was even more extraordinary than the rumors suggested. At such a young age, having attained the status of an emperor, he simultaneously possessed dual sacred bodies, both of which were supreme. Her face was filled with envy as she witnessed the portal leading to 100-fold cultivation space open. Li Xianyuan had no mind for tea. He quickly rose, eager to enter the cultivation space and explore its wonders. Suddenly halted, he caught a whiff of an unusual tea aroma, mingled with a faint bamboo scent. Where did this tea come from? Li Xianyuan could not recall having such high-quality tea at home. It was brought by Miss Yi, known as Enlightenment Tea, Xiao Yuning explained. Enlightenment Tea. Li Xianyuan retracted his steps, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. Instant enlightenment. Such exquisite tea was not to be wasted. Once he had finished, he stepped through the spatial portal. Noticing Xiao Yuning's curious demeanor, Chen Mu encouraged her. Please, go ahead. Thank you, young master, Xiao Yuning beamed, hastily rising to follow Li Xianyuan into the portal, eager to discover the effects of the 100-fold cultivation speed. Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing followed closely behind. Upon entering, they saw Li Xianyuan surrounded by divine symbols, a wary expression on his face. Xiao Yuning also held her 3-foot green sword, poised for battle. Upon seeing Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing emerge from the portal, Li Xianyuan shouted, Mu'er, Qingqing, come back quickly. There's a beast tied here, and they're all million-year-old beasts. Some even reach 10 million years. Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing exchanged glances, struggling to contain their amusement. Yi Qingqing explained, "Seniorly, Miss Xiao need not worry. Those beasts are all loyal spirit pets of the young master, just like me, here to cultivate." Li Xianyuan and Xiao Yuning found this revelation hard to believe. However, upon reflection, if it were otherwise, the beasts would have attacked long ago. How could they possibly wait until now? Mu'er, you truly have impressed your adoptive father. Li Xianyuan stored the divine symbols into his Qingquan bag. Xiao Yuning returned her sword to its sheath, gaining a newfound understanding of Chen Mu's power. How could one describe it? Words failed her. Chen Mu's strength surpassed her comprehension by several dimensions. She felt immensely fortunate that during their first encounter, she had not displayed hostility. Otherwise, he might have defeated her effortlessly, reducing her to mere dust. Your adoptive father overestimates me, Chen Mu replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, Li Xianyuan attempted to cultivate, absorbing spiritual energy into his body. To his astonishment, as he absorbed and refined it, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000-fold. He looked at Chen Mu, frowning. Mu'er, did you not say that in this space, the cultivation speed would increase 100-fold? Why then, when I just tried, does it seem to be at least 1,000 times faster than the outside world? 1,000-fold cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning trembled, her legs feeling weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She could not fathom what it would mean to remain here for a year, closed off, only to emerge as an unparalleled force. 1,000-fold cultivation speed? Yi Qingqing was puzzled, having cultivated in the space for so long at 100-fold rate. Could it be that Senior Li possesses extraordinary talent? Following suit, Yi Qingqing absorbed the spiritual energy, refining it, her expression mirroring shock as she exclaimed, "Young master, it truly has 1,000-fold cultivation speed. I believe it must be due to the enhanced spiritual veins," Chen Mu casually suggested, not wishing to elaborate further. For he certainly could not disclose that the system was quietly providing this boon. It's simply too exaggerated. If one could refine symbols here, wouldn't it be as easy as child's play? Li Xianyuan rejoiced. This was exactly why he had entered the 100-fold cultivation space. Even Li Xianyuan, hailed as the symbol king, could not guarantee success every time he crafted a divine symbol. The success rate depended on both the symbol master's skill and the quality of the spiritual energy. In the 1,000-fold cultivation space, one need not worry about the quality of spiritual energy. Poor quality could not yield 1,000-fold cultivation speed. Considering Li Xuanyuan's symbol crafting prowess, it would undoubtedly yield great results. Understanding Li Xuanyuan's intentions, Chen Mu expressed his willingness to grant him permission to open the portal at will and enter the 1,000-fold cultivation space for symbol crafting. After all, most of those divine symbols would ultimately end up in his possession. Just as Li Xianyuan was about to express his gratitude, Xiao Yuning suddenly knelt before Chen Mu, her forehead touching the ground, deeply bowing her head. What is the meaning of this? This unexpected behavior left both Li Xianyuan and Yi Qingqing bewildered, while Chen Mu felt equally puzzled. Was she wishing to express gratitude for allowing her to witness such a spectacle? Upon reflection, even a 10-fold cultivation space would be astounding for any quasi-emperor or emperor. Otherwise, why would Li Xianyuan have been so agitated when mentioning the heavenly enchantress? Additionally, considering the rarity of the heavenly enchantress, it was not difficult to comprehend. I wish to join the young master's ranks, to avenge my fallen nation, to make those who killed my father and mother pay with blood. In terms of symbol crafting, Xiao Yuning lacked exceptional talent. In the original Dao Tian realm, her reputation as a swordsmanship genius was indeed well known. Yet, relying solely on this meager talent to cultivate the supreme path and return to avenge her nation was akin to a fool's errand. Xiao Yuning understood this better than anyone. Chen Mu was her only hope, especially after experiencing the terrifying power of the 1,000-fold cultivation space. Merely inhaling a breath of spiritual energy had instantly shattered her long-standing bottleneck, successfully elevating her realm. It was so effortless that she began to question whether what she was seeing was real. Chen Mu pondered. While he had no intention of utilizing the heavenly enchantress for dual cultivation, bringing her into the Tianyuan sacred ground was indeed an excellent choice. Just because he did not want her did not mean he would allow others to take her, even if he kept her as a trump card. No one else should think to lay claim. In this dog-eat-dog world of fantasy, being selfish would not lead to loss. Chen Mu raised his hand, releasing a stream of azure spiritual energy that coiled around Xiao Yuning's wrist, forming a beautiful mark resembling a bracelet. As Xiao Yuning pondered the purpose of this item, Chen Mu explained that by infusing spiritual energy into it, she could open the portal leading here. He then declared, "From this day forth, you are a part of Tianyuan. You must wholly dedicate yourself to the sacred ground. Any hint of betrayal will be met with death." Young Master-S grace. I shall remember for life and never betray. Xiao Yuning responded, her voice tinged with emotion. Countless times she had dreamt of her loved ones dying before her, waking in despair, wishing for an end. This period marked the darkest time in Xiao Yuning's life. Yet, Chen Mu was like a ray of light, dispelling all darkness and illuminating her being, allowing her to see hope. The day she would slay her enemies was not as distant as it once seemed. Such immense kindness meant that even if Chen Mu commanded her to die, she would obey without hesitation. As long as revenge is attainable, Xiao Yuning will acquiesce to anything. This sentiment she once expressed to Li Xianyuan. Li Xianyuan initially intended to forge some divine talismans, take a brief journey to the heavenly realm, eradicate that group of individuals, and then have Xiao Yuning fulfill her promise to marry Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu already possessed a possessive little wife, forcing him to abandon his plan. Now that Xiao Yuning has chosen to enter Tianyuan, the outcome remains unchanged for Li Xianyuan. Perhaps, in their frequent encounters, there might be opportunities for sparks to ignite. Li Xianyuan unwaveringly supports Chen Mu in seeking multiple partners, to beget numerous grandchildren, spending their days crafting talismans for amusement. The mere thought of such a scene is heartwarming, serene, and fulfilling. Having experienced the might of a thousand-fold cultivation space, the group emerged from the spatial portal, returning to the bamboo house on the water. Chen Mu recalled that he had yet to present the gifts he had brought. Thus, he took them out one by one. Father, these are specially prepared for you. Upon seeing the exquisite gift boxes, Li Xianyuan felt immense joy within, yet he feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, why go through all this for family? Besides, I lack for nothing. Don't trouble yourself next time." However, his actions contradicted his words as he eagerly opened one of the boxes. His smile froze, and his pupils widened. Divine-grade divine pattern brush. This item had long been thought destroyed. The divine pattern brush, once wielded by the ancestor of talismans, had been shattered in a great battle millions of years ago. Li Xianyuan had always been curious about the sensation of using the world's finest brush to draw and forge talismans. Just when he thought all hope was lost, Chen Mu turned the tables and slapped him with the unexpected gift. To add insult to injury, after being metaphorically slapped, Li Xianyuan found himself applauding and thanking Chen Mu. "I have some knowledge of weapon forging techniques, and by fortunate coincidence, I acquired the method to forge the divine pattern brush. So I specially crafted it for you as a token of gratitude for all the exquisite talismans you've made for me," Chen Mu fabricated. "Young master can forge weapons too." Xiao Yuning's expression displayed surprise once more. When her gaze turned to Li Xianyuan, she could see the glimmer of tears in his eyes. She immediately reached out, enveloping Chen Mu in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I am truly fortunate to have such a son." Chen Mu felt Li Xianyuan's excitement palpably. The strength of the embrace would likely break the bones of an ordinary person. Not an exaggeration. "There are other items for you to see as well," Chen Mu said, subtly struggling to breathe, his brow furrowing with a forced smile. "All right." Li Xianyuan released him and proceeded to open the other two gift boxes. Earth Spirit ink. Divine-grade talisman paper. Turning away, Li Xianyuan ultimately could not restrain his tears. Worth it. Truly worth it. Just as he had said, having such a son is indeed a blessing in this lifetime. Rising, he resolved to venture out to gather some spiritual bamboo shoots and pair them with a century-old phoenix chicken to prepare a hearty meal for Chen Mu as a proper treat. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, in Hingyang Kingdom, upon learning of yet another failed mission, Emperor Jiangxiang's face darkened, his eyes betraying worry and fear. He was reluctant to take direct action, dispatching a large army to forcibly reclaim Xiao Yuning, fearing such a move would offend the Talisman King, Li Xianyuan. Yet, with each failure to adhere to the agreement of presenting Xiao Yuning to the esteemed figure, Jiangxiang fretted that his decades of plotting to secure the throne would come to naught. Just then, a powerful gust of energy burst open the door to the imperial study. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiangxiang hurriedly rose from his dragon chair, approached, and knelt before him. "Jiangxiang pays respects to your majesty." In that moment, he was devoid of imperial dignity, reduced to a humble state. "As per our agreement, I assisted you in seizing the throne, and in return, you pledged to offer the Tianyin Mei body to me as compensation. Yet now, months have passed since you ascended the throne, and I have yet to receive my rightful reward. Is this not rather inappropriate? Or do you intend to renege on our agreement and hoard the Tianyin Mei body for yourself?" His tone abruptly shifted to one of severity. "I would not dare." Jiangxiang lowered himself further, repeatedly denying, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "It is not that I am unwilling to present the Tianyin Mei body to your majesty. It is merely that Xiao Yuning is too cunning. Having allied herself with the Talisman King, Li Xianyuan, my subordinates have repeatedly failed in their attempts." "Li Xianyuan?" The man waved his sleeve dismissively. That insignificant fellow dares to contest with me for the Tianyin Mei body? A death wish. Chapter 184. The Emperor's Descent. The Talisman King awaits battle. Hearing the words of Emperor Yi Qingtian, Jiang Xiang could not help but voice his thoughts, confirming his speculation. Does your majesty intend to take matters into your own hands against Talisman King Li Xinyuan? Do you expect me to continue relying on you, a useless wretch? By the time you possess the strength to confront Li Xinyuan, how long must I wait to obtain the Tianyin Mei body and ascend to the realm of immortality? Achieving immortality had always been Yi Qingtian's greatest aspiration. He firmly believed that with sufficient refined spiritual energy and a formidable realm, he could surpass the emperor and ascend to the celestial realm. It took him a millennium to attain the status of an emperor. Even now, with ample resources and elixirs at his disposal, the prospect of becoming an immortal remained a distant dream at the current pace. Thus, Yi Qingtian had his sights set on the Tianyin Mei body. Upon learning of Jiang Xiang's intentions to instigate a rebellion to seize the throne and seeking his aid, claiming that Xiao Yuning was the coveted Tianyin Mei body he had long searched for, Yi Qingtian agreed without a second thought. He not only provided Jiang Xiang with divine artifacts but also offered his endorsement, lending support, should Jiang Xiang's rebellion fail due to his own inadequacies. Yi Qingtian would decisively intervene and suppress all dissent. Additionally, with the emperor's backing, public opposition to Jiang Xiang's ascension would diminish, for in their eyes, the emperor carried the mandate of heaven, and Yi Qingtian's support signified divine ordination. This was why Jiang Xiang preferred to expose Xiao Yuning's possession of the Tianyin Mei body, relinquishing exclusivity to curry favor with Yi Qingtian. Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. Jiang Xiang knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Yet internally, he felt a sense of secret delight. He had finally extricated himself from this troublesome matter. Though Talisman King Li Xinyuan was formidable, he did not perceive him as a rival capable of challenging a sovereign emperor. Once Yi Qingtian took action, he would undoubtedly have no trouble retrieving Xiao Yuning. The weight that had hung over him was finally lifted. After several breaths, Jiang Xiang slowly raised his head, only to discover that Yi Qingtian had already vanished from the imperial study. Sighing deeply, he collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a long breath. Was he being pathetic? Indeed, he was. Yet to preserve this hard-won kingdom, Jiang Xiang endured. What other choice did he have? He couldn't possibly confront Yi Qingtian directly. Even though Jiang Xiang held the reins of imperial power, the imperial seal, and commanded 1,000,000 troops, to the emperor, slaughtering these ironclad soldiers was akin to mowing grass. Nonetheless, he remained in a familiar position of being just below 1, above 10,000. At least in the eyes of outsiders, he was the supreme ruler of Hingyang Kingdom. Jiang Xiang felt a sense of satisfaction. Dinner is ready. At the bamboo house on the water, Li Xinyuan proudly presented his culinary masterpiece, a pot of century-old phoenix chicken stewed with spiritual bamboo shoots, fragrant and bountiful. Even Chen Mu, accustomed to the exquisite dishes prepared by Zhang Shankai, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of this dish. He was immensely tempted. Grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, he quickly picked up a piece of phoenix chicken with skin and brought it to his mouth, savoring its unparalleled sweetness. The meat was exquisite, tender, complemented by the soft, gelatinous chicken skin and the bamboo shoot broth, a true delicacy. Tasting the bamboo shoot, its crisp sweetness was delightful, especially when bitten into, releasing a burst of broth that lingered in the memory. Father, I had no idea your culinary skills were so refined, Chen Mu exclaimed in surprise. Having perfected this dish over centuries, Li Xinyuan had mastered it with ease. There was little he felt the need to conceal from Chen Mu. If he were to boast, and Chen Mu became genuinely interested, asking him to prepare other dishes, only to fail, it would diminish their rapport, which was simply not worth it. With this dish alone, paired with a bit of wine, he could easily establish a thriving tavern. Chen Mu indeed found great pleasure in this dish. Upon making the decision, he inquired with Li Xinyuan for the recipe, intending to take it back to Zhang Shankai, allowing him to occasionally prepare a delightful dish. Wine? Yes. Li Xinyuan mistakenly assumed that Chen Mu desired a drink, rising to fetch it. That's not what I meant. Simply the food will suffice. Chen Mu gently placed his hand on Li Xuanyuan's shoulder. No worries, I happen to have a fine bottle of wine. Let me bring it for you to taste. Li Xinyuan insisted on retrieving it, and Chen Mu, with no other option, acquiesced to his wishes. He continued to savor his meal, enjoying the tender bamboo shoots and phoenix chicken, accompanied by a soothing soup, truly a moment of bliss. Especially as he gazed out at the dense bamboo forest swaying gently in the breeze. This was precisely the leisurely life Chen Mu had always yearned for. Suddenly, a furious shout from Li Xinyuan pierced through the serene atmosphere. Yi Qingtian, how dare you disrupt my enjoyment? Chen Mu recalled hearing from Xiao Yuning that this individual was the shadowy figure backing the treacherous Prime Minister Jiang. It was evident that Yi Qingtian's intentions were not benign. Another fool seeking immortality, Chen Mu mused. He is here for me. Clearly, Xiao Yuning had deduced Yi Qingtian's purpose as well. Chen Mu leisurely picked up some phoenix chicken and bamboo shoots, carrying his bowl outside. Li Xianyuan had already activated the array of the bamboo house with a talisman, ensuring that Yi Qingtian would not disturb Chen Mu's meal. Simultaneously, hundreds of talismans surrounded them, continuously launching attacks. Fire talismans transformed into fiery orbs, while ice talismans morphed into icy spikes, all directed at Yi Qingtian. As he countered the assault, Yi Qingtian unleashed several massive energy palms. Having resolved to eliminate anyone who dared obstruct him from obtaining the coveted Tian Yinmei body, he showed no mercy. Li Xianyuan reacted swiftly, summoning a series of earthen walls that rose up before him. While a single wall might not withstand Yi Qingtian's onslaught, the cumulative strength of multiple walls could significantly diminish the force of the attack. Seizing the moment when Yi Qingtian was preoccupied, he concealed his hands behind his back. Invoking a wood talisman that summoned thick vines from the ground to bind Yi Qingtian's limbs. Li Xianyuan, do you truly wish to oppose me today? Yi Qingtian's brows furrowed, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. Energy surged around him as he bellowed, shattering the vines with a forceful wave, causing the entire bamboo forest to tremble violently. How absurd! You dare to stir trouble in my territory and expect me to treat you with courtesy? What a fool! Li Xianyuan, with fingers poised like a sword, flicked a yellow talisman towards Yi Qingtian. With a swift motion, Yi Qingtian grasped it in his hand, igniting flames that consumed it. However, his expression soured further as he opened his fingers to reveal a blackened palm, the poison rapidly coursing through his veins. It was as if a centipede writhed within him. Indeed, Li Xianyuan had employed a poison talisman, expertly exploiting Yi Qingtian's psyche, allowing him to entrap himself and providing an opportunity for the lethal toxin to infiltrate his body, spreading through his veins to his vital organs. The Talisman King? Yi Qingtian chuckled derisively, merely a child's trick. He unleashed his imperial might, effortlessly countering the encroaching poison that threatened his heart, forcing it back into a single droplet of blackened toxin that dripped to the ground. In that instant, vast stretches of bamboo forest withered and decayed upon contact. Isn't it fitting to call this the poison of a city slaughter? He mused. Quite troublesome indeed. Fear? Not at all, Li Xianyuan replied, primarily concerned that his precious time with Chen Mu would be interrupted. He clasped 3 lightning talismans together and hurled them skyward. Upon ignition, a massive storm cloud rapidly coalesced above Yi Qingtian, crackling with thunder. With a resounding roar, 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a man, descended with blinding brilliance, targeting Yi Qingtian. The sheer force of the thunder was overwhelming, emitting an oppressive aura that could shatter the heavens. Yi Qingtian remained unfazed, channeling golden energy around his fists, transforming them into a tangible golden dragon that roared in response, charging at the descending lightning with equal ferocity. Yi Qingtian recognized the technique as a supreme skill of the heavenly tier. While he wished to assist, he hesitated, knowing that acting independently might offend the old master. Instead, he resolved to wait until Li Xianyuan was genuinely at a disadvantage before intervening. As for Chen Mu, he continued to savor his meal, blissfully detached from the unfolding chaos. The collision of the golden dragon and the lightning bolt produced a spectacle of contrasting energies and colors that rippled outwards for miles. Neither side could gain the upper hand, as their forces nullified each other. Yi Qingtian, however, expressed confidence, declaring, Li Xianyuan, cease your futile efforts. You are no match for me. My energy is boundless, and your talismans will inevitably be exhausted. He had to concede, though, that he had underestimated Li Xianyuan. Achieving this level without relying on cultivation was indeed commendable. If you are willing to surrender the Tian Yinmei body to me, I shall overlook your transgressions, he proclaimed, maintaining an air of superiority as if he were a deity among mortals. Li Xianyuan, unperturbed, replied with a light chuckle, endless. You truly dare to boast. The talismans will not run out. You need not concern yourself with that. The Tian Yinmei body? Do not even think about it. He left no room for Yi Qingtian's pride. Very well, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Yi Qingtian roared, raising one hand to the sky, conjuring a colossal chaotic axe that could cleave the heavens. With a thunderous crash, he swung the axe towards Li Xianyuan, the air igniting from the friction, rendering the axe an even more perilous weapon. Li Xianyuan spread his arms wide, summoning dozens of talismans that he cast without reserve. As they ignited, they formed a magnificent golden shield that enveloped the entire bamboo grove. The chaotic axe struck the shield with a resounding impact, sending tremors through the air. Yiqing Tian and Xiao Yuning watched closely as the shield held against several waves of assault, but began to show cracks, indicating imminent destruction. Young master, do you require my assistance? Yiqing Tian inquired of Chen Mu. No need. That fellow is no match for my adoptive father, Chen Mu stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Yiqing Tian chose to remain silent, placing his trust in Chen Mu, while Xiao Yuning anxiously clasped her hands. Li Xianyuan, if you do not surrender, you will perish beneath my chaotic battle axe. Yiqing Tian taunted with glee. Perhaps not, Li Xianyuan replied, as the previously used talismans began to coalesce anew. Amounting to thousands in number, an overwhelming sight that tightened Yiqing Tian's chest. What a bothersome individual. Break for me. Yiqing Tian amplified the power of his chaotic axe. Just as the golden shield began to fracture, Li Xianyuan swiftly summoned new talismans, creating not just one but layers of shields, at least dozens thick, with gritted teeth. Yiqing Tian seethed in frustration. Above them, the thunder roared ominously, and the gathering storm clouds appeared even more menacing, as if they were determined to engulf the sky entirely. The churning black clouds bore faces of vengeful spirits attempting to escape the depths of hell, a truly terrifying sight. There have been emperors who were forcibly reduced from their lofty heights by my thunder formation. I wonder if you can withstand it? You may be slightly stronger than them. So out of respect, I shall add a little more fuel to the fire. With that, 100 thunder talismans ignited beside Li Xianyuan, amplifying the storm's ferocity. Amidst the dark clouds, the lightning crackled like boiling water, and this newfound respect left Yiqing Tian feeling uneasy. If given the choice, he would prefer that Li Xianyuan show him a little less reverence. With a cataclysmic roar, hundreds of bolts of thunder converged, taking the form of a colossal serpent with a gaping maw, plunging down upon Yiqing Tian. Countless lightning patterns blanketed the earth, especially dazzling under the night sky. The stars overhead, in their brilliance, render the silver moon pale in comparison. Even the rising sun cannot compete with their majesty. From thousands of miles away, this terrifying scene is visible. Xiao Yuning, unable to bear the sight, lowers her head, shielding her face with her hands. Yiqing Tian dares not be careless or underestimate his opponent. With a powerful thrust, he unleashes two golden dragons that intertwine as they surge towards the thunder python, only to be instantaneously shattered and torn apart. A sudden shock courses through Yiqing Tian, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He never imagined that this heavenly thunder formation could be so fearsome. To his astonishment, his top-tier celestial technique proves utterly ineffective. Left with no choice, he abandons the futile endeavor of breaking the shield, sweeping his hand to redirect the chaotic giant axe, aiming to sever the python at its vital point. Li Xianyuan, quick-witted and astute, anticipates the move and activates the shield talisman. Bang! The chaotic giant axe is once again halted by layers of colossal shields, unable to advance even an inch. You scoundrel! This scene ignites a furious rage within Yiqing Tian, who cannot help but curse Li Xianyuan as a vile coward. In response, Li Xianyuan merely smirks coldly, suggesting that those who lack skill resort to barking like dogs. Yiqing Tian is rendered speechless by the retort. At this moment, Yiqing realizes she has vastly underestimated Li Xianyuan's prowess as a talisman king. No wonder Chen Mu exuded such confidence, assuring her there was no need for concern. Indeed, there was no cause for worry, for Yiqing Tian is thoroughly subdued by Li Xianyuan's tactics. Even with Yiqing's formidable second-tier emperor-level strength, she cannot guarantee an advantage against the agile and versatile use of talismans. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yiqing Tian seethes, proclaiming that if Li Xianyuan dares to be so arrogant, he should not blame the emperor for being ruthless. He resolves to summon the Dao Emperor weapon. Delay no longer, or he risks losing his life in this battle. Chapter 186. New function. Infinite 10 consecutive draws for Emperor weapons. The Dao Emperor weapon. What astonishing luck this fellow possesses. Yiqing expresses her envy. The Dao Emperor weapon? Xiao Yuning is unfamiliar with this term. Yiqing explains. The Dao Emperor weapon is a divine artifact that mortals may receive as a rare blessing from the Dao when they ascend to the Emperor realm. It surpasses any divine grade weapon. The probability of obtaining it is minuscule. Miss Yi, have you not received one? Xiao Yuning inquires. I belong to the unfortunate group. Yiqing replies, pouting slightly. No worries, I am in the same boat. Chen Mu reassures Yiqing not to dwell on it. If all else fails, they can wait until Yiqing Tian is defeated and then claim the equipment, simply requiring a drop of blood to recognize ownership. The Dao Emperor weapon does not self-destruct upon the holder's death. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can forcibly conquer the Emperor weapon for their own use. Chen Mu initially intended to comfort Yiqing, but the system could not tolerate such words. System is attempting upgrade 14. Failed. Attempting upgrade 15. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Infinite 10 consecutive draws for Emperor Weapons module has been bound. New function unlocked. Infinite 10 consecutive draws for Emperor Weapons. Among 10 Emperors, perhaps only one has the opportunity to awaken an Emperor Weapon. Yet the system has generously upgraded itself to provide a module for 10 consecutive draws of Emperor Weapons, and it's infinite. System. Hint. One-click refining module is attempting to upgrade. Upgrade successful. New function added. Emperor Weapon Directory, one-click selection for refining. What can Chen Mu say? He can feel the intense competition among these system functions, each fearing obsolescence and relegation to the depths of neglect. The benefits of infinite consecutive draws are convenience, speed, and heightened anticipation. As for the one-click refining, as long as the materials are sufficient, there are no limits on quantity. Compared to the randomness of infinite consecutive draws, the directory allows for customization, ensuring precision. Each has its merits. Strangely enough, why does the Tao seem so indulgent towards the young master, yet not grant him an Emperor Weapon? Yi Qingqing wonders aloud. Chen Mu merely smiles, keeping his thoughts to himself. Perhaps it is because he anticipates my binding of the infinite 10 consecutive draws for Emperor Weapons module. Opening the system panel, he navigates to the infinite 10 consecutive draws function. Since the system has upgraded, he might as well give it a try. Currently in 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Emperor Weapon Ghost Emperor Wheel. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaotic Celestial Bell. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Celestial Demon Ghost Umbrella. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Immortal Slaying Ruler. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Xuanwu Divine Shield. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Underworld Ghost Seal. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skybreaking Axe. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Celestial Mystical Brush. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Demon Sealing Banner. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 4 Sacred Swords. 10 Tao Emperor Weapons effortlessly acquired. So effortlessly, in fact, that even Chen Mu begins to question whether these Emperor Weapons are actually commonplace relics. Thunder rumbles ominously in the sky. Chen Mu raises his gaze, unexpectedly discovering that the Emperor Weapon wielded by Yi Qitian is precisely the skybreaking axe he possesses. Li Xuanyuan's layered talismans seem pitifully weak against the might of the skybreaking axe. Were it not for the sheer number of talismans Li Xuanyuan possesses, any other opponent would have long been cleaved to oblivion by that sharp blade. With the appearance of the Tao Emperor Weapon, it is evident that Li Xuanyuan is at a distinct disadvantage. If this continues, he will inevitably be overwhelmed by Yi Qingtian. This scene is precisely what Yi Qitian yearns to witness, relishing in Li Xuanyuan's plight as he struggles to burn through his talismans. Yi Qitian mocks mercilessly, Li Xuanyuan. Spare your efforts. No matter how powerful your talismans, they can never rival the Tao Emperor Weapon. Today, the body of the heavenly enchantress is destined to be mine. Li Xuanyuan refrains from retorting, primarily due to a lack of energy, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. He knows all too well that no matter how many divine talismans he has, they cannot withstand such immense consumption. Each time he withstands the might of the skybreaking axe, he exhausts hundreds of talismans just to nullify its power. Evading? That is impossible, for behind Li Xuanyuan lies a bamboo house on water. If he were to dodge, the skybreaking axe would surely breach the protective barrier and descend upon Chen Mu and his companions. He cannot afford to lose face. Young master, perhaps. Yi Qingqing begins, but is interrupted when Chen Mu produces a golden-silver axe. The intricate patterns, radiant with golden light, mirror the trembling sky-breaking axe above, identical in every detail. Young master, did you not say you had not awakened a Tao Emperor Weapon? Yi Qingqing realizes she has been deceived. The Tao Emperor Weapon? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's gaze drops, and when he notices what Chen Mu holds, his previously radiant smile vanishes at an observable pace. The sky-breaking axe. A Tao Emperor Weapon. He possesses one just like me. He is also an emperor. Yi Qingtian stares in disbelief. A talisman king, coupled with an emperor wielding the same emperor weapon as himself. No matter how confident Yi Qingtian is, he cannot see any glimmer of hope for victory. However, the next moment, Chen Mu's words plunge Yi Qingtian into despair. I have indeed not awakened a Tao Emperor Weapon. This sky-breaking axe is one I forged myself, Chen Mu explains. Yi Qingtian, a Tao Emperor Weapon? Forged? Surely, This cannot be a jest. Yi Qingqing thinks otherwise, primarily taken aback. Being from the Tianyuan sacred land, how could she not know that Chen Mu possesses extraordinary talent in forging? Long ago, he could already craft divine-grade weapons. After such a time has passed, is it so strange that he can now forge Tao Emperor weapons? Not at all. It is entirely reasonable. Regardless of others' opinions, Yi Qingqing firmly believes this. Foster father, catch. Chen Mu tosses the sky-breaking axe towards Li Xianyuan. The protective array, as Li Xianyuan had surmised, holds no defense against the Tao Emperor weapon, shattering upon contact. As Li Xianyuan grasps the Tao Emperor weapon thrown by Chen Mu, he can only lament his past lack of diligence in training. Now, wielding a divine weapon, one finds it ineffective. The Imperial weapon can only be wielded by those who have reached the realm of the Great Emperor. Observing this situation, Yi Qingtian derisively remarked, "Fool, how could an ordinary person possibly utilize the Taoist Imperial weapon? Is it conceivable that the Taoist Imperial weapon I forged is fundamentally different from what you perceive?" Chen Mu retorted. Chapter 187, Celestial Quality. Is he the embodiment of the Tao? Yi Qingtian chuckled, continuing to mock Chen Mu's ignorance, asserting that a Taoist Imperial weapon is just that. There can be no variance. The difference lies in the fact that the Taoist Imperial weapon I crafted does not require the cultivation of a great emperor to be utilized. Chen Mu responded. A Taoist Imperial weapon that can be wielded without the cultivation of a great emperor? Are you jesting with me? Before Yi Qingtian could utter another word, he was left astonished, witnessing the heaven-splitting axe, infused with Li Xuanyuan's spiritual energy, magnify 1,000-fold. With a powerful swing, it cleaved through the air, sending Yi Qingtian's own heaven-splitting axe flying away. How is this possible? Yi Qingtian exclaimed, unable to comprehend how. Even if Chen Mu's forged Taoist Imperial weapon could be wielded without the prowess of a great emperor, his own weapon, a Taoist Imperial weapon, was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away. With half-closed fingers, he directed his gaze towards the axe's trajectory and inhaled sharply. Shouldn't he, with the cultivation of a great emperor, be the dominant force? Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the heaven-splitting axe spiraled back, and Yi Qingtian caught it with precision. Just as he prepared to swing it again to confront Li Xianyuan, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the axe blade bore a new notch. Yi Qingtian was certain it hadn't been there before. He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be from that last strike? This is no joke. To think that my power, as a Taoist Imperial weapon, pales in comparison, not merely in might but also in quality? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Taoist Imperial weapons indeed come in grades. Yours, in terms of quality, can at most be called a mundane product, while mine is a celestial one, Chen Mu stated candidly. The system had informed him thus. A product of the system is invariably exquisite. There is absolutely no room for substandard quality. Enough of this nonsense. Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth, his emotions unraveling. Yi Qingqing, Xiao Yuning, and even Li Xianyuan could easily empathize. If they were faced with an opponent like Chen Mu, they too would be driven to despair. The divine weapon, a gift from the heavens, could be forged by the opponent at will, as if that were not enough. In terms of grade, he was deemed inferior, while Chen Mu was exalted. Surely, this could not be right. How could a forged Taoist Imperial weapon surpass one bestowed by the heavens? And in every conceivable aspect, it was a crushing superiority. Yi Qingtian refused to accept this absurdity. Armed with the heaven-splitting axe, he resolved to bring this battle to a definitive conclusion. He would eliminate Li Xianyuan and seize the celestial enchantress. He had no desire to return to this melancholic bamboo grove. Little did he know, there would be no escape for him. As the two Taoist Imperial weapons clashed, it was as if the very fabric of the universe shattered, and the heavens crumbled. The dense spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, crashing down upon Yi Qingqing, Xiao Yuning, and the others, though they bore no visible wounds. It felt as if they were being relentlessly pummeled by hundreds of invisible fists, mercilessly, with a mere wave of his hand. Chen Mu deflected the might of the Imperial weapon, dissipating the energy and sparing Yi Qingqing and Xiao Yuning from further torment. Young master, so powerful, Xiao Yuning thought, filled with admiration. No, this cannot be. A mere illusion. It must be an illusion. I refuse to believe it. Yi Qingtian's voice echoed in despair from above. Yi Qingqing and Xiao Yuning swiftly turned their gazes, only to be shocked to discover that the heaven-splitting axe in Yi Qingtian's grasp had been reduced to naught but a handle. The blade had been severed and vanished into the void. The Imperial weapon had been destroyed. No matter how Yi Qingtian summoned it, it was futile. In stark contrast, Li Xuanyuan's heaven-splitting axe, also a Taoist Imperial weapon, remained unscathed, not even bearing a scratch. This further substantiated Chen Mu's claim regarding the gradations of Taoist Imperial weapons. Mundane wares are indeed inferior to celestial ones. Even among low-grade yellow-tier weapons, there exists a chasm of difference, let alone between Taoist imperial weapons. Wait, a bold thought suddenly struck Yi Qingsheng's mind. Chen Mu could defy the very fabric of the Tao, treating its order as non-existent. Mastering weapon crafting, martial arts, alchemy, and beast taming, he was a paragon of versatility. And he could effortlessly elevate anyone to the Great Emperor realm. Now, he had even forged imperial weapons that could only be granted through the Tao, and of superior quality to boot. Yi Qingqing's gaze shifted toward Chen Mu, and it became increasingly difficult to dismiss the notion that he was the embodiment of the Tao, here to experience the mortal realm. However, she kept this thought to herself, for the reason was simple. Regardless of whether Chen Mu was the embodiment of the Tao, she only needed to know that he was her young master. Who are you really? Yi Qingtian's attention was now solely fixated on Chen Mu, disregarding Li Xianyuan entirely. Why does it matter who I am? Chen Mu rolled his eyes. With a plan to instill fear and despair, he activated his system backpack, selecting the remaining 9 Taoist imperial weapons, which he summoned forth, surrounding him in a radiant display of spiritual energy, akin to an unfurled fan of divine light. Yi Qingtian's heart trembled, entirely unprepared for Chen Mu's casual display of 9 additional Taoist imperial weapons, all celestial quality. Which of these do you wish to perish beneath? Chen Mu queried. Choose your own fate. Yi Qingtian cursed inwardly before turning to flee, transforming into a shooting star racing into the distance. Glancing back, he noted that Li Xuanyuan's group had long been left behind, their figures fading from view, and inwardly, he relished the moment. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Today, I, Yi Qingtian, will remember this debt. One day, I shall make you pay in blood. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west? Chen Mu chuckled softly. Do you think you are the protagonist in a tale of the underdog rising? How could that be? As he watched a hand emerging from the spatial portal, tightening around his throat, Yi Qingtian's complexion turned pale. Could it be the space holy body? He finally comprehended the grave nature of the entity he had provoked. Please, spare me. I beg you. If you grant me my life, I shall serve you loyally from this day forth. Very well. Crack. Chen Mu's agreement was swiftly followed by the sound of Yi Qingtian's neck snapping, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Breach of contract? Chen Mu firmly disagreed. How could this be deemed a breach? Yi Qingtian himself had vowed to serve him. Killing him and later summoning him as a specter would fulfill that promise. Retrieving his hand, he pulled Yi Qingtian's body through the spatial portal. There were numerous spoils to collect from him, and leaving them in the wilderness would be a waste. He decided to let Yi Qingchang handle the task of collecting the spoils, including the space ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuning stood frozen in awe, entirely at a loss. Crafting Taoist divine weapons and slaying the great emperor of the celestial realm. Such feats were inconceivable to ordinary people, yet for Chen Mu, they were as effortless as eating or drinking. How could she not be astonished? Chapter 188. Invincible. Custom Taoist imperial weapons. Seeing Yi Qingtian retreat, Li Xianyuan prepared to pursue him. Such a person, capable of killing him yet choosing not to, would undoubtedly pose future threats. Li Xianyuan was a firm believer in eliminating threats at their roots. However, just as he was about to take action, he caught sight of Chen Mu dragging Yi Qingtian, whose neck had been twisted, out from the spatial portal, a display of sheer ferocity. Li Xianyuan surmised that even Yi Qingtian could not have anticipated that he, a dignified great emperor, would meet such a humiliating end. It was not entirely his fault. He had unwittingly provoked an opponent far beyond the ordinary. Had he arrived a few hours earlier, he likely would not have suffered such a fate. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Xianyuan descended from the skies, returning the Taoist imperial weapon. Mu'er, he teased. The weapons bestowed by the Tao are outclassed by those you forge yourself. You are the true embodiment of the Tao, are you not? With a faint smile, Chen Mu casually remarked that he simply possessed a knack for it. He swiftly transitioned the discourse, inquiring, Father, what are your impressions of the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon I forged? Invincible. These words escaped Li Xianyuan's lips without a moment's hesitation. He genuinely could not conceive of a more fitting descriptor. The heavenly Tao Emperor weapon was, in the eyes of many, an existence of unparalleled might. Emperors who wielded such weapons invariably held sway over their peers. Chen Mu, however, not only possessed the ability to forge these weapons, but also to craft them with a quality that utterly eclipsed and dominated all others. What was even more astounding was that their use was not restricted by the wielder's cultivation realm. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send tremors throughout the great Azure world. Countless individuals would flock to him, seeking to ingratiate themselves and align with Chen Mu. Emperors themselves would be no exception. Before Chen Mu, all beings were equal. Given this, I observe that you wield the sky-piercing axe with considerable finesse, Father. Perhaps you should accept it as your own. This would be a magnanimous gesture, potentially yielding a thousandfold return. This, despite knowing Chen Mu's capacity to forge heavenly Tao Emperor weapons, it was self-evident how arduous the process must be. The sheer difficulty of procuring the necessary materials alone would likely confound most individuals. We are family, after all, and I have no need for so many heavenly Tao divine weapons, Chen Mu asserted. Very well, I shall accept it with gratitude. Li Xianyuan nodded emphatically, his resolve firm. He genuinely coveted the sky-piercing axe. Paired with divine talismans, he could effortlessly contend with 3 or 4 emperors simultaneously, all with remarkable ease. Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon bestowed successfully. A thousandfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a custom Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon 1000. Remarkable. It can be customized? Upon further inspection, it became apparent that the rebate module was interconnected with the one-key forging module. Since the latter provided a catalog of Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons, the option for customization became available. Chen Mu perused the catalog, which contained thousands of Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. He arbitrarily selected 2, the 9 Stars Celestial Domain Sword and the Gemini Yin-Yang Sword. Customization in progress. Customization successful. He then navigated to his system inventory, retrieved the 9 Stars Celestial Domain Sword and the Gemini Yin-Yang Sword, and presented them to Yi Qingqing and Xiao Yuning, respectively. These 2 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons should suit you well. If they do not, inform me, and I will replace them, Chen Mu stated. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing, accustomed to such gestures, accepted the gift with practiced ease. Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon bestowed successfully. A thousandfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a custom Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon 1000. Xiao Yuning, on the other hand, gazed at the Gemini Yin-Yang sword in her hands for a considerable time before she could fully process the situation. She turned to Chen Mu, uncertainly inquiring, young master, may I truly accept such a valuable item? She had never imagined that upon joining the Heavenly Yuan Holy Land, Chen Mu would immediately bestow upon her 2 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. These were, after all, Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons, artifacts that even emperors yearned for. No, to be precise, they were even more potent. One was of ordinary quality, while the other was of immortal quality. The disparity was considerable. Observing that Xiao Yuning felt even more burdened than Li Xianyuan, Chen Mu hesitated. Rather than attempting to explain with words, Chen Mu decided that a more direct demonstration would be more effective. He once again summoned the system inventory page, selected 1,000 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons, and extracted them all. Countless sacred pillars of light erupted, illuminating the heavens and earth with their resplendence. Precisely 1,000 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons materialized. Li Xianyuan, Yi Qingqing, Xiao Yuning. What could they possibly say? They were rendered speechless. These are Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons that I forged in my spare time, Chen Mu declared, his countenance serene and unperturbed. It was a benevolent fabrication. He could not ascertain the consequences of revealing the existence of the system, nor the potential harm it could cause. While the system had not explicitly stated that divulging information about it would result in his demise or any other form of punishment, Chen Mu saw no reason to disclose it. It sufficed to benefit his family. Whether they knew or remained ignorant made no difference. Moore, how many Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons are there? Li Xianyuan inquired, struggling to close his agape mouth. Precisely 1,000. I intend to use them as rewards for outstanding disciples and elders within the Holy Land, Chen Mu clarified. Your father previously extended an invitation for me to join the Heavenly Yuan Holy Land as a peak lord. It seems that I must give it serious consideration. This was not a jest. Li Xianyuan was earnest. One could only imagine the magnitude of influence and the number of formidable individuals, even emperors, who would proactively seek to join the Holy Land once word spread that Chen Mu possessed 1,000 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons and was willing to bestow them upon its members. A Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon that was not restricted by cultivation realm was far more alluring and attainable than becoming a great emperor. Chen Mu waved his hand, returning all the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons to his system inventory. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Yuning, inquiring, do you wish to avenge your clan? Yes. Xiao Yuning affirmed without hesitation, her words and gaze unwavering. Rather than allowing this matter to continue to plague you, potentially leading to the formation of a heart demon, shall we embark on a journey to eliminate the treacherous minister? Chen Mu inquired directly. With the demise of the great emperor Yi Qingtian and Xiao Yuning's possession of authentic imperial blood, Chen Mu contemplated seizing the opportunity to legitimately conquer a world and enthrone Xiao Yuning as empress. How could I trouble you with such a trivial matter, young master? If possible, Yuning wishes to personally slay her adversaries. However, given her current cultivation level, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to contend with the treacherous minister. Xiao Yuning possessed a lucid understanding of this. Strength? That is easily rectified. Chen Mu mentally navigated the system interface, locating the Great Emperor Experience packs among the numerous divine rewards. They were now so abundant that they occupied an entire page, a conspicuous display. Witnessing such a plethora of Great Emperor Experience packs, only one thought occupied Chen Mu's mind. I cannot possibly exhaust them all. Not only could he not exhaust them, but their numbers continued to proliferate. It defied all reason. He selected one and designated Xiao Yuning as the target. System, do you wish to use the Great Emperor Experience pack on the target, Xiao Yuning? Yes. In progress. Usage successful. Subsequently, the familiar spectacle of celestial phenomena unfolded, accompanied by Xiao Yuning's expression of astonishment as she sensed the boundless power surging into her body. Great Emperor Experience Pack bestowed successfully. A 1,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Emperor Experience Pack 1000. Congratulations, Sister Yuning, on successfully attaining enlightenment and becoming an empress. Through their previous interactions, Yi Qingsheng and Xiao Yuning had discovered a mutual affinity and shared interests, leading them to adopt the appellation of sisters. As for their shared interests, they primarily revolved around extolling Chen Mu's exceptional handsomeness and unparalleled strength, a topic that could be discussed for days without end. Enlightenment? Becoming an empress? Me? Xiao Yuning inquired incredulously. Yes, in this world, the young master can elevate whomever he desires to the position of emperor, Yi Qingsheng explained. Her tone as placid as if she were discussing the most mundane of matters. Was it because she had become accustomed to being in Chen Mu's presence? Or had she simply grown numb? She was uncertain how to react to such events, resulting in an appearance of extraordinary composure. To elevate whomever he desires to the position of emperor. Now you can avenge yourself with your own hands, Chen Mu said with a smile. Xiao Yuning snapped out of her reverie and prostrated herself before Chen Mu. Young master, I shall never forget your profound benevolence. Rise, Chen Mu responded with a nod. He then opened a spatial portal and addressed Li Xianyuan. Father, we shall return shortly. Very well. Young people's affairs are best left to them, Li Xianyuan thought, believing it prudent for an old man like himself to refrain from meddling. Let us depart, Sister Yuning, and ensure that the treacherous minister who murdered your entire family pays for his transgressions with blood. Yi Qiqing extended her hand to Xiao Yuning. As tears shimmered in Xiao Yuning's eyes, she placed her hand upon Yi Qingsheng's, tightly clasped together as they stepped through the spatial portal. Meanwhile, Jiangxiang paced restlessly in the imperial study, hands clasped behind his back, a frown etched deeply across his brow. It was peculiar, given his prowess. Yi Qingtian should have returned by now. Why was there still no word? Yi Qingtian resided within the palace, indulged and well cared for. Jiangxiang had dispatched men to guard the entrance of the residence, awaiting the moment when Yi Qingtian would return with Tian Yin Meiti, ready to alert him for a gracious reception. Yet, the time had far exceeded Jiangxiang's expectations. From Jiangxiang's understanding of Yi Qingtian's strength, eliminating Li Xianyuan should have been a trivial matter, not one that consumed so much time. Could something have gone amiss? Anxiety gnawed at Jiangxiang. His position relied heavily on Yi Qingtian's backing. If anything were to befall him, it would be challenging to ensure that those in the court, who fancied themselves loyal and righteous, would not seize the opportunity to rebel against him. How could that happen? Jiangxiang reassured himself, convinced that Yi Qingtian must have vanquished Li Xianyuan and, unable to contain himself, had directly conquered Tian Yin Meiti on Li Xianyuan's territory. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiangxiang swiftly turned towards the door, hopeful for news from Yi Dadi. Your Majesty, the soul lamp of Yi Dadi has extinguished. A soldier clad in armor knelt before him, laying bare the grim tidings. What? Repeat that. Jiangxiang could scarcely believe his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. The soul lamp of Yi Dadi has extinguished. The soldier reiterated. Jiangxiang staggered back, hand pressed to his forehead. Your Majesty. The soldier rushed forward to steady him. I'm fine. Jiangxiang waved his hand, desperately seeking confirmation. What you say is true. I swear upon my life, it is all true. The soldier understood that deceiving the emperor was a crime punishable by death, potentially even the annihilation of his entire clan. To serve the emperor was akin to courting death. How could this be? He is the emperor, a figure of immense power with the heavenly Tao imperial weapon. Li Xianyuan? What right does he have? Jiangxiang grappled with disbelief. Who? A voice, unfamiliar yet commanding, pierced the air, drawing Xiao Yuning is truly fortunate. having managed to turn the tides in such a short span. It is evident that her swift return, bearing the cultivation of a great emperor along with the heavenly Tao imperial weapon, is intricately linked to Chen Mu. With a swift strike, a sword pierced through the heart, halting its rhythm. Xiao Yuning achieved her revenge, gazing skyward and calling out to her father, mother, and relatives, asking if they could see her fulfillment of vengeance. After retracting the black dragon into a thousandfold cultivation space, Chen Mu caught a glimpse of a lingering soul escaping from Jiang Xiang's corpse. With a flick of his hand, he dispersed the spiritual essence. Rebirth? Claiming the protagonist's script? Not a chance. Young master, thank you. Xiao Yuning expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chen Mu, bowing deeply. She understood that without Chen Mu's assistance, avenging Jiang Xiang would have been an insurmountable task. Boom. Shortly thereafter, tens of thousands of armored soldiers arrived, encircling the imperial study in layers. A small contingent armed with weapons surged into the courtyard. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiang, dismembered and pierced through the heart, their attention shifted to the woman beside him. The princess. The general recognized Xiao Yuning, astonished that she still lived. What are your intentions, General Li? Xiao Yuning retorted. General Li found himself in a quandary. Under these circumstances, he could easily rebel and declare himself king. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yuning released her imperial might, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire palace, making it feel as though an unseen hand was tightly gripping their hearts, suffocating them. With a slight exertion, she could shatter their hearts. Imperial might. As a cultivator, General Li was well aware of its significance. In light of the scene before him, he instantly comprehended everything. No wonder Jiang Xiang, despite having 4 quasi-emperor guards, met such a grim fate. Discarding his sword, he knelt and declared, Li Chang'an is willing to pledge loyalty to Her Majesty. This proclamation was straightforward. In his eyes, Xiao Yuning had emerged as the new sovereign of Hingyang. With her royal bloodline and great emperor cultivation, who would dare to oppose her? Yiqing Tian? If he possessed such power, he would have appeared by now. Little did they know, even if Yiqing Tian truly existed, he would have no opportunity to manifest, for he was already beyond salvation. Long live the emperor. Upon seeing Li Chang'an kneel, the soldiers behind him followed suit, raising their voices in unison. Thus, Xiao Yuning ascended the throne, becoming Hingyang's first female emperor in centuries. Initially, she had no interest in wielding power or the throne, but acknowledging Chen Mu's desire for her to occupy this position, she resolutely agreed. As she observed Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing opening a spatial door and stepping through, she couldn't help but envy Yi Qingqing for being by Chen Mu's side. Setting aside her thoughts, it was imperative to address the aftermath left by Jiang Xiang. Xiao Yuning was determined to prevent Hingyang from descending into chaos, ensuring that she did not leave Chen Mu with an impression of her ineptitude. A grand coronation ceremony was promptly organized to declare her ascension to the throne, proclaiming her as both the ruler of Hingyang and the newly appointed great emperor of the Daotian realm. Simultaneously, she needed to inform everyone in the Daotian realm that she had now entered the Tian Yuan Holy Land. This news, once disseminated, sent shockwaves throughout the vast world. The speed at which Chen Mu was claiming territories left not only outsiders, but even the Tian Yuan clan members astounded. Chapter 191. The Annihilation Heavenly Fire. You call this a mere acquaintance? Chen Mu paid no heed to the murmurs. After all, if opportunities presented themselves, why not seize them? It would be foolish to do otherwise. With matters concerning the Daotian realm and Hingyang resolved, Chen Mu shifted his focus back to the tranquil bamboo grove, picking up his chopsticks to continue savoring the warmth of the phoenix chicken stew with spirit bamboo shoots. Indeed, the soup had not yet cooled. Having already laid claim to the Daotian realm, his speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Mu'er, where is Yuning? Li Xianyuan observed that only Chen Mu and Yi Qicheng had returned. She successfully avenged herself and likely remains in the Daotian realm, attending the coronation ceremony. Chen Mu speculated, if your foster father is interested, I could open a spatial door to send you there. There's no need for trouble, Li Xianyuan declined, still feeling a hint of regret over missing the opportunity to witness such a day of Inmei body. Chen Mu, however, seemed entirely disinterested. Reflecting on it, the Inmei body paled in comparison to the thousand-fold space. I'm full. Putting down his chopsticks, Chen Mu wore a satisfied expression. The entire pot of phoenix chicken soup had been consumed, leaving nothing behind. Yi Qingqing took the initiative to clean the utensils, while Li Xianyuan seized the moment to inquire about a question that had long lingered in his mind. Mu'er, you possess the skills of alchemy and artifact forging. Yet why do you show no interest in runecrafting? We mustn't be one-sided in our studies. If you wish, I could teach you. Li Xianyuan felt a twinge of imbalance, thinking that Chen Mu had mastered everything except runecrafting. In response, Chen Mu glanced at the Great Rune Master Function module and confidently replied, "Actually, I do possess some knowledge of rune crafting." "Oh, you can craft runes?" Li Xianyuan was taken aback, then asked, "What types of runes can you create?" He assumed Chen Mu had only recently learned rune crafting and, even if he were a genius, would likely only manage basic spells like fireballs or frost. However, Li Xianyuan held no disdain, as long as Chen Mu had an interest in it. As a foster father, he was eager to showcase his own collection of divine runes. Preempting Chen Mu, he stood up and said, rather than discussing it, "Let's put it into practice. I'll take you to a fine location." "All right." Chen Mu acquiesced to Li Xianyuan's wishes, rising to leave the bamboo house with him. Noticing their departure, Yi Qingcheng made no move to pursue them, continuing to wash the dishes, ensuring they were thoroughly cleaned for Chen Mu's next use. Before long, a vast lake glistening like a sapphire under the silver moon came into view. Standing at the shore and gazing at the boundless expanse of water, one might easily mistake it for the sea. "I usually conduct my rune experiments here. There's no need for concern. You can proceed freely," Li Xianyuan explained. "Now, let me see what runes you can craft." He was fully prepared to assume the role of a stern mentor, ready to guide Chen Mu through the intricacies of rune crafting. "All right, prepare yourself." Chen Mu focused his thoughts, opening a system panel visible only to him, switching to the Great Rune Master function, and accessing the Divine Rune Compendium. He filtered through over 1,000 top-tier divine runes. To put it in more relatable terms, if ordinary runes were graded as F level, then the divine runes he selected were SSSSS level. Chen Mu was considerate enough not to burden Li Xianyuan with worries about his mastery of rune crafting. By presenting the strongest divine rune outright, he had eliminated any need for concern. Ultimately, Chen Mu chose a divine rune named Annihilation Heavenly Fire. It appeared quite formidable. Seeing Chen Mu's determination, Li Xianyuan swiftly produced the necessary tools for rune crafting. However, before he could speak, he witnessed Chen Mu begin to inscribe intricate patterns in the air with his fingers, using his fingertip as a pen, spiritual energy as ink, and the heavens as paper, rapidly sketching complex orange red designs. Even Li Xianyuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Despite being hailed as the Rune King, he could not accomplish such feats. He had never heard of crafting runes in such a manner. It didn't stop there. It seemed that the incantation Chen Mu inscribed was far more complex than he had imagined. The average person would likely be overwhelmed just by trying to read it. "Wait, this is..." Li Xianyuan stared intently, the realization dawning upon him that what Chen Mu had written was an ancient divine rune. "The rune is complete." Chen Mu lightly waved his finger, and the rune ignited with a roar like a paper talisman. Suddenly, the previously dark night sky blazed with light. No, it was brighter than day. Li Xianyuan shielded his eyes, squinting against the dazzling brilliance. It is quite peculiar, according to his estimations. There should still be some time before dawn. Moreover, is the sun truly that radiant? He retrieved a light-warding talisman, pinched it between his fingers, and twirled it around before igniting it. Once his eyes adjusted, he slowly lowered his hands and opened his eyes. Raising his gaze, he realized that what he saw was not the sun at all. Daylight had never arrived. Instead, a colossal apocalyptic fireball, capable of incinerating the entire world to ashes, was hurtling towards them from beyond the starry expanse. Those unaware might mistakenly believe it was a fallen sun. Lowering his gaze, he could clearly see the vast lake surface, thick with mist, bubbling furiously as it boiled. The surrounding fog began to thicken. That fireball, you didn't summon it with your talisman, did you?" Li Xianyuan asked, riddled with doubt. "Indeed," Chen Mu nodded. "It is known as the world-destroying heavenly fire talisman." The phrase world-destroying heavenly fire left Li Xianyuan utterly speechless. The destructive power it implied was indeed formidable. You don't truly intend to annihilate this world, do you?" Li Xianyuan gulped anxiously. "Rest assured, my adoptive father, I am no dark overlord. What purpose would there be in destroying the world?" With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu dispersed the apocalyptic fireball, as if it had never existed, and the night descended once more. Li Xianyuan patted his chest, exhaling with relief. He had almost believed he was destined to part ways with this world. Despite holding the title of Talisman King, Li Xianyuan could not guarantee he could withstand such a blow. Given another decade to prepare, perhaps he might stand a chance, though merely a chance. "Why don't you teach me how to refine talismans?" Li Xianyuan turned to face Chen Mu, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking earnestly. After witnessing Chen Mu effortlessly sketch talismans, Li Xianyuan felt utterly unqualified to consider himself a mentor. As Chen Mu was about to agree, his peripheral vision caught sight of something amiss in the lake. After an extensive evaporation of water, a colossal entity long concealed beneath the surface was now revealed. Chapter 192, The great upgrade of the invincible domain. Instant kill domain to be precise. What could be seen now was merely the tip of this creature's massive form, with the majority still submerged. An island? No, that notion was quickly dismissed by Li Xianyuan. The curvature and patterns appeared akin to a turtle shell. A turtle shell? The mention of these words sparked a thought in Li Xianyuan's mind. He muttered to himself, "There has been a rumor that a Xuanwu divine beast lurks within this forest. It seems the tales hold truth." He was astonished that it had been hidden beneath this lake all along, which explained the abundant and rich spiritual energy of this place compared to others. Xuanwu divine beast? Chen Mu had the system verify the existence of the so-called Xuanwu divine beast that Li Xianyuan spoke of, which was indeed one of the four sacred beasts, alongside the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and white tiger. However, Chen Mu was not particularly interested. Even if this creature possessed millennia of cultivation, for someone like him, who could summon beasts with a mere flick of his wrist, it was not a matter of concern, as long as he wished. How could he not have a multitude at his command? The Xuanwu divine beast lay dormant in the lake, having done no harm. There was no need to disturb it unnecessarily. As a guardian beast of this realm, any rash action might disrupt the ecological balance of the surrounding bamboo forest. It stirred. Li Xianyuan sensed impending danger and quickly summoned a dozen talismans to hover around him, brimming with vigilance. He understood well that the more powerful the beast, the more peculiar its temperament. It would not hesitate to strike with brutal efficiency, even against its own kind. A colossal form emerged from the depths, with torrents of lake water cascading down like a waterfall, as if a mountain had suddenly risen before them, obscuring the moonlight. The turtle's head finally broke the surface, revealing a pair of eyes as luminous as jade moons, glaring furiously at Chen Mu and Li Xianyuan, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves were so potent that the ripples on the water's surface indicated it could be heard clearly from miles away. Not good. It is enraged. Li Xianyuan had never faced a millennia-old beast and did not believe he stood a chance against such a formidable creature. Looking to Chen Mu, he intended to persuade him to flee, but found him utterly unfazed by the Xuanwu divine beast's presence. Suddenly recalling what he had witnessed in the thousand-fold training space, he realized that Chen Mu had encountered numerous millennia-old beasts. From Chen Mu's perspective, with so many ancient beasts at his command, how could he possibly regard a Xuanwu divine beast with any significance? Employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, he could simply exhaust it into submission. Damn humans. Seeking death once more. You wish to dominate me? You truly have no idea who you are challenging. The Xuanwu divine beast's voice resounded like thunder, booming and deafening. Observing its behavior, Chen Mu felt speechless. He had never expressed any intention of dominating it. System. Alert. Invincible domain module is attempting to upgrade. Attempting upgrade. 15th time. Failure. Attempting upgrade. 33rd time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. New features added. Invincible domain has no regional limitations, can be activated anytime, anywhere. Instant kill domain mode. Given Chen Mu's current cultivation level, to be frank, achieving an invincible domain was not particularly challenging. However, having the ability to toggle this feature on and off at will was undeniably convenient. Not to mention, the recent module upgrade had introduced a new feature. Instant kill domain? Chen Mu was uncertain if the system meant what he thought it did. He clicked to view details regarding the instant kill domain. Instant kill domain. Once activated, any being within the domain that harbors murderous intent towards the host will be instantly eliminated. Indeed, the invincible domain was already exceedingly formidable, and now, with the addition of the instant kill domain, he could confront powerful foes without even lifting a finger. Encountering such an opponent, even Chen Mu, who was extraordinary in his own right, could not help but feel a tinge of absurdity. However, as the one wielding these enhancements, he felt exhilarated. Boom. As the Xuanwu divine beast opened its jagged maw, unleashing a beam of cataclysmic energy, Li Xianyuan instinctively ignited several talisman shields, stacking them layer upon layer before him. To his astonishment, the beam never came close to touching any of the shields, as if it were hindered by an invisible barrier. The power of the domain. Unable to resist glancing at Chen Mu, he could think of no one else who could achieve such a feat. Chen Mu consistently surprised Li Xianyuan with the unimaginable. The Xuanwu divine beast sensed something was amiss and intensified its energy beam. Yet, before the might of the invincible domain, its efforts were utterly futile. Describing the effect as mere tickling would be too generous. Why not activate the instant kill domain? The creature seemed eager to submit, its intentions written plainly on its face. Chen Mu had no reason to refuse. Having multiple Xuanwu divine beasts guarding the Tianyuan sacred land or any other conquered realms would be a splendid asset. Will you submit willingly, or must I resort to force? Chen Mu asked directly, unwilling to waste time with idle chatter. Hearing this, Li Xianyuan pressed his lips tightly together, reflecting on the fact that across the realm, only Chen Mu dared to threaten a millennia-old beast, demanding it choose between submission or death. It was unlikely anyone else would possess such audacity. This confidence left Li Xianyuan feeling inadequate. What a farce. A mere human dares to command me? What do you take me for? The Xuanwu divine beast roared. Stubborn are we? Chen Mu sighed, shaking his head. He inwardly confirmed with the system. The undead summoning system should be effective against such beasts, right? The system promptly replied. 100% effective. Host, please rest assured. Excellent. With the system's assurance, Chen Mu felt at ease. He had not denied the Xuanwu divine beast a choice. It simply failed to appreciate the opportunity presented. Opportunities are precious. Offer them once, and they are opportunities. Offer them repeatedly, and they become trivial. Currently conducting a tenfold beast summoning. Tenfold summoning successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained Xuanwu Divine Beast 10. Chen Mu instructed the system to selectively extract 10 Xuanwu Divine Beasts and deposit them into the Beastmaster space. He relished the thrill of both human and beastly conquest. After all, everyone has their peculiarities. Upon accessing the Beastmaster space interface, he found the 10 Xuanwu beasts and clicked to retrieve them, effectively encircling the entire lake's edge. How could this be? This scene startled Li Xianyuan, prompting him to take a step back. Xuanwu divine beasts were rare even throughout the annals of history, with some legends claiming their extinction. Yet here, 10 of them suddenly materialized. How could Li Xianyuan not be astonished? Not only him, even the Xuanwu divine beast at the lake's center was caught off guard. This unfolding spectacle was entirely unexpected, especially upon witnessing the 10 Xuanwu brethren mimic its actions, opening their immense jaws, their power coalescing and radiating light, collectively locking onto it. Chapter 193, Experience Fruit. A billion years of cultivation. For the proud Xuanwu divine beasts, Chen Mu's expression of respect was straightforward. You attack me. I shall return the favor tenfold. You refuse to submit? Then I shall show you that your existence is utterly dispensable. Mu'er, these Xuanwu beasts, they belong to you, don't they? Li Xianyuan could not help but confirm. Indeed, Chen Mu nodded affirmatively. Li Xianyuan's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not find the right way to express them. Impossible. How could the Xuanwu clan submit to a mere human? The Xuanwu divine beast protested vehemently. Isn't the evidence right before your eyes? What is there to doubt? Chen Mu retorted, suggesting that instead of engaging in futile conversation, they should contemplate how to survive. The Xuanwu beast was rendered speechless. Boom, boom, boom. 10 beams of energy simultaneously shot forth, striking the Xuanwu divine beast. Viewed from above, it resembled a golden lotus blooming against the backdrop of the tumultuous lake, a sight to behold. From Li Xianyuan's vantage point, it was equally spectacular. Faced with an identical bloodline and equally formidable assault, the Xuanwu divine beast's response was rather simplistic and brutish. It retracted its limbs and head into its shell. After all, the Xuanwu divine beast was renowned not for its destructive power, but for its unparalleled defensive capability. Legends spoke of its shell being forged from the finest shield materials, nearly impenetrable even to emperors. After observing the scene, Chen Mu had to concede that the Xuanwu divine beast was indeed formidable. System, signing in. System, sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Beastmaster Experience Fruit 1000. Chen Mu noted that this experience fruit was far more extraordinary than the Emperor Experience Pack. Each fruit contained the essence of a billion years of cultivation, not to mention the Xuanwu divine beasts. Even a common little demon beast plucked from the roadside could experience an instantaneous surge of a billion years of cultivation upon consuming this fruit. After wholesale acquiring emperors, was he now set to wholesale billions of years of demon beasts? Chen Mu chuckled softly, feeling the loneliness of invincibility. Wholesale? Chen Mu's voice was too soft, and the cacophony of energy beams drowned it out, leaving Li Xianyuan unable to catch his words. It's nothing. Chen Mu shook his head, urging him not to dwell on it. He then opened his system backpack, retrieved 1000 Beastmaster Experience fruits, and took out 10, enveloped in spiritual energy. The fruits shot forth like meteors towards the 10 divine beasts. That is, the Xuanwu divine beast, curled within its shell, keenly sensed the immense aura of the experience fruits. It watched as the 10 Xuanwu brethren opened their mouths, consuming the experience fruits, their cultivation skyrocketing to surpass the billion-year threshold with ease. What is this? The Xuanwu divine beast exclaimed in shock. This fruit, when consumed by your kind, augments your cultivation by billions of years, Chen Mu patiently explained. Billion years of cultivation. The Xuanwu divine beast gasped, allowing the lake water to flood into its open mouth. Having survived from the chaotic era to the present, it possessed merely 20 million years of cultivation. Yet Chen Mu casually produced a fruit that contained 1 billion years of cultivation? Humans were astounded. Beasts were equally astonished. I submit. I am willing to submit to you. The Xuanwu divine beast's pride crumbled, its words a blend of plea and resignation. No matter how tough its shell, it stood no chance against the overwhelming superiority in cultivation and numbers. Chen Mu smiled faintly, his words dripping with malice. It's too late. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 divine beasts, now infused with the experienced fruits and elevated to billion-year cultivators, launched their assault, swiftly reducing the Xuanwu divine beast to nothingness, vaporized. Energy converged at the lake's center, resembling a rising sun, creating a massive pit that exposed the lake bed. Soon after, the lake water rushed back in, quickly filling the void. All returned to tranquility. Initiating undead summoning. Undead summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Xuanwu divine beast. Before him, the shadow gate opened, revealing a resplendent Xuanwu divine beast, its imposing figure emerging unscathed. Its body, as dark as ink, with edges reminiscent of flames, exuded a formidable aura. After witnessing so much, Chen Mu spoke. If you have something to say, do so. Indeed, one worthy of subduing and commanding the Xuanwu divine beast. Your skills in disguise are truly remarkable. A figure materialized in the air, smiling. Noticing the undead Xuanwu divine beast targeting him, the man's smile vanished, and he hastily shook his head. No misunderstandings. I harbor no ill will. More, he is a dear friend of my father, certainly not an enemy. Li Xianyuan interjected quickly. A friend of my adoptive father? Chen Mu inquired, waving his hand to dismiss the undead Xuanwu divine beast and the other beasts back to where they came from, perfectly illustrating the concept of summoning and dismissing at will. Phew, the man sighed in relief, grateful for having Li Xianyuan as a friend. No longer lofty. He grounded himself. Mu'er, this man is Dai Jinshan, a great emperor of this realm, Li Xianyuan introduced. I have known your adoptive father for nearly 3 centuries. Dai Jinshan emphasized, eager to avoid being mistaken for an adversary by Chen Mu. Since ascending to the rank of emperor, he had attempted several times to subdue the Xuanwu divine beast, all ending in failure. Upon hearing of disturbances near the lake, he rushed to ascertain the situation. As a world-renowned emperor, it was imperative for him to intervene at once to prevent harm to innocent civilians and uphold his authority. To his surprise, upon arrival, he found Chen Mu leading a pack of Xuanwu divine beasts, employing overwhelming numbers to intimidate the once mighty Xuanwu divine beast into submission. Then, he witnessed Chen Mu conjuring an otherworldly fruit, granting those beasts an instant billion-year cultivation boost, obliterating the Xuanwu divine beast. But that was not the most extraordinary part. What truly astounded him was that the seemingly deceased Xuanwu divine beast was resurrected by Chen Mu using an almost devilish technique, bending it to his will. The term devilish technique here was meant in a commendatory sense, referring to an incomprehensible, terrifying, and mysterious power that transcended common understanding. Having encountered the elder, Dai Jinshan, being a close friend of Li Xianyuan, Chen Mu naturally adopted a more courteous demeanor. Ah, young Master Chen, you mustn't. Please, don't. Dai Jinshan exclaimed, alarmed, as he grasped Chen Mu's elbows. Seeing Dai Jinshan, who usually remained unflappable in the face of any calamity, now so flustered before Chen Mu, Li Xianyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Dai Jinshan chose to remain silent about his thoughts. He had more pressing matters to address and resolved to make a significant decision. He sincerely asked Chen Mu, might you permit me to join Tianyuan? It would be an honor to serve the Holy Land. Chapter 194, Proclaiming to the World, the Emperor's Allegiance, Bestowing Emperor's Armament. Dai Jinshan's voluntary decision to join Tianyuan and pledge his loyalty to the Holy Land did not surprise Li Xianyuan as an old friend. However, reflecting on a century ago, when he single-handedly quelled the beast calamity and foreign threats, his invincible demeanor was a stark contrast to the sight of Dai Jinshan kneeling before Chen Mu now. This contrast stirred a complexity within Li Xianyuan's heart, fostering a profound comprehension of just how prodigious Chen Mu had become. Esteemed senior, please rise. I shall see to this matter. From this day forward, Senior Dai shall be a member of my heavenly origin lineage. Indeed, it is our heavenly origin Holy Land that is honored by the inclusion of such an unparalleled powerhouse as Senior Dai, Chen Mu remarked with customary politeness. Regardless, Dai Jinshan was an old comrade of his adopted father, Li Xianyuan, a consideration Chen Mu was certain to extend. As the adage goes, one must consider the monk as well as the Buddha. Grateful thanks to the young master. The stone that had weighed heavily on Dai Zhenshan's heart finally found its release, given that he perceived Chen Mu to be a man of great ambition, under whose aegis the entirety of the Great Song would inevitably fall. It was better to preemptively pledge fealty than to live in constant trepidation of an impending assault. Opposition. Dai Zhenshan was no fool. He was no match even for the Xuanwu divine beast, let alone Chen Mu, who could effortlessly summon 10 Xuanwu beasts and obliterate divine beasts with ease. Wisdom lies in knowing one's own limitations. Upon opening his personal interface, Chen Mu verified that Dai Zhenshan's loyalty was at 100 and irrevocably locked. He then navigated to the system's inventory and located the customized Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, prompting the system to generate one best suited for Dai Zhenshan at random. Customization in progress. Customization successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer. Dai Zhenshan's combat style was inherently fierce, his twin hammers wielding a force both barbaric and indomitable, reputed to shatter all. This was, of course, an exaggeration, as evidenced by his centuries-long inability to subdue the Xuanwu divine beast or breach its carapace. A Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Dai Zhenshan's heart quailed as Chen Mu conjured a pair of dark gold hammers, their surfaces etched with intricate divine patterns. He mistakenly surmised that Chen Mu sought to impress upon him the disparity in their strengths, discouraging any thoughts of betrayal. As Dai Zhenshan was about to prostrate himself and swear a solemn oath, Chen Mu tossed him the 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer. His hands instinctively grasped it. Young master, what is the meaning of this? Dai Zhenshan inquired, perplexed, unable to fathom Chen Mu's intent. Old Dai, do not neglect to thank the young master for bestowing upon you a Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Li Xianyuan jested, observing Dai Zhenshan standing stock-still as a wooden post. A Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon? Bestowed upon me? Dai Zhenshan's brow furrowed deeply, his confusion deepening. He knew only that Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons were divine artifacts that one had the opportunity to obtain from the Heavenly Tao upon attaining the Great Emperor realm. You are unaware that my son, Mu, possesses the supreme skill to forge Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the cultivation realm of the wielder. Most importantly, those bestowed by the Heavenly Tao are merely ordinary, while those he forges are celestial grade. Li Xianyuan's pride swelled as he spoke, his chin nearly touching the heavens. The young master can forge Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. Celestial grade? Stronger than those bestowed by the Heavenly Tao? Dai Zhenshan found it difficult to dispel his incredulity, especially as these words came from Li Xianyuan's own mouth. To quell Dai Zhenshan's doubts and assure him of the propriety of accepting the 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer, Chen Mu casually produced over 100 Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. Pillars of iridescent light connected heaven and earth. He then addressed Dai Zhenshan, Senior Dai, if you are not satisfied with this 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer, you may select any item from these Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons. Dai Zhenshan was expressionless, utterly petrified. It was a long while before he regained his senses, shaking his head vehemently. No need. This one is excellent. This one is excellent. Bestowal of Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon successful. Thousandfold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a customized Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon 1000. Upon seeing the notification of the successful rebate, Chen Mu waved his hand, returning the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapons whence they came. Dai Zhenshan, on the other hand, could not wait to fly to the center of the lake, standing atop the water's surface, causing gentle ripples. He then raised the 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer high above his head and brought it down with a resounding crash. Bang! Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar and earth-shattering tremors. Chen Mu and Li Xianyuan clearly saw the lake water erupt, leaving not a single drop. Before them stood only a massive crater. Then, like a torrential downpour, a waterfall of 10,000 meters cascaded down, filling the void. Dai Zhenshan gazed at the 8 Desolations demon-slaying hammer in his hand, utterly astounded. He could scarcely imagine that a mere brute force strike could unleash such an astonishing effect. What unimaginable power would it possess if infused with spiritual energy and wielded with cultivation techniques? No wonder Li Xianyuan had said that the Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon bestowed by Chen Mu was of a higher grade than those bestowed by the Heavenly Tao. Outsiders might find this preposterous, but in Dai Zhenshan's eyes, it was an undeniable truth. This heavenly origin Holy Land, indeed, I have chosen correctly, having only just joined. He had already obtained an invincible divine weapon that even those who attained the Great Emperor realm had failed to acquire. What would the future hold? Dai Zhenshan's anticipation knew no bounds. Noticing the change in his expression, Chen Mu turned to Li Xianyuan and asked, Adoptive father, What do you think would happen if I were to proclaim to the great song that all who attain the great emperor realm and are willing to submit to the heavenly origin will be rewarded with a heavenly Tao emperor weapon? Chen Mu, to be honest, had little interest in ruling the world. Yet he sensed that, at this pace, even if he did not desire it, certain events were destined to unfold. Why not accelerate the process? It would be akin to engaging in a casual thousandfold rebate, a surefire win. Within a day, over half of the great song's worlds would belong to the heavenly origin. Among the remaining individuals, there would inevitably be those who are unyielding or who already possess heavenly Tao emperor weapons. Chen Mu inquired earnestly, and Li Xianyuan thoughtfully shared his views on the matter. Then let us proceed in this manner. As the young master of the heavenly origin, I must do something for everyone, Chen Mu declared. At this, Li Xianyuan pursed his lips, yearning to retort, this is hardly just a small matter. Throughout history, countless unparalleled powerhouses had never accomplished such a feat. Li Xianyuan was convinced that, in his lifetime, he would witness the day when Chen Mu unified the Great Song. He, alone, would govern the Great Song's 3,000 minor worlds. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He, too, could not afford to rest on his laurels and must strive to refine his talismanic skills. Otherwise, he would surely be ridiculed for his unworthiness to be Chen Mu's adoptive father. Which great emperor do you seek? Chen Mu paid little heed to the changes in Li Xianyuan's expression. He opened a spatial gate. What was the quickest way to disseminate information? The first thing that came to Chen Mu's mind was the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a purveyor of under the banner of Qinju Xian's Chamber of Commerce. 1 would tell 10, 10 would tell 100, 100 would tell 1,000. The efficiency would be unmatched. Before the portal had fully opened, a jade foot emerged from within. Following closely behind was Qinju Xian herself. Little Mu, you summoned me? Qinju Xian inquired directly. Curious as to what new and exciting matter Chen Mu had sought her out for this time. Chen Mu never failed to bring her surprises. Chapter 195, Qinju Xian. This younger brother is quite unconventional. Suddenly, Qinju Xian felt a powerful sense of oppression wash over her. Instinctively, she turned her wary gaze. She beheld a figure striding across the lake's surface, causing white waves to surge, wielding a pair of colossal hammers. That is, a heavenly Tao emperor weapon. Qinju Xian not only knew of heavenly Tao emperor weapons, but had also touched one before. So she was well aware of what a heavenly Tao emperor weapon should look like. As the figure drew closer, his features becoming clearer within her field of vision, Qinju Xian immediately recognized him as the old great emperor, Daijin Shan. He had a good relationship with Chen Mu's adoptive father, Li Xianyuan, and they had interacted before. She was curious as to why he was here. Could it be that this old codger intends to attack little Mu? Realizing this, Qinju Xian's entire aura underwent a dramatic shift. The atmosphere in the area also changed drastically, becoming noticeably colder. Qinju Xian was poised to strike at any moment, slaying Daijin Shan and eliminating any obstacles or enemies for Chen Mu. Then, she heard Chen Mu confirm with Daijin Shan, how is it? Is this heavenly Tao emperor weapon to your liking? Replying to young master, it is very much to my liking. I have never wielded such a wondrous divine weapon. All thanks to young master's gracious bestowal. Daijin Shan placed the twin hammers by his side and bowed in gratitude. Young master? Bestowal? These words left Qinju Xian bewildered, struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. Miss Chen, Daijin Shan, noticing Qinju Xian's presence, greeted her proactively. Knowing that she was Chen Mu's sister, he naturally treated her with courtesy. Senior Dai, what did you mean by those words just now? Why would you call my younger brother young master? And what is this about a divine weapon and a bestowal? Qinju Xian voiced her confusion. She is not one to keep secrets. Miss Chen, I have pledged my allegiance to the Tianyuan sect, and this celestial emperor's weapon was bestowed upon me by the young master. Daijin Shan spoke candidly. In Qinju Xian, he saw a reflection of his former self from a mere moment ago. Pledging allegiance to Tianyuan? This, Qinju Xian could understand. After all, there had been many emperors who had traveled great distances to willingly submit to Tianyuan in recent days. However, the notion that the celestial emperor's weapon was granted by the young master left her utterly perplexed. It is common knowledge that the celestial emperor's weapon is a coveted treasure, obtainable only through a chance encounter with the celestial path. What exactly is going on with Chen Mu? Qinju Xian's sparkling eyes widened, brimming with curiosity for the answer. Sister, I've recently gained some personal insights into weapon forging, Chen Mu replied ambiguously. So your personal insight means you can forge a celestial emperor's weapon? Qinju Xian chuckled bitterly, her lips twitching at the absurdity of his words. She found it equally ridiculous that she had become accustomed to such bizarre claims. One could say that. Chen Mu responded with a smile. Qinju Xian hesitated, then returned to the matter at hand. So, you summoned me here for what purpose? I still possess several Celestial Emperor's weapons, and I wish for you to disseminate this information through the Tianji Pavilion. Any emperor who willingly submits to our Tianyuan sacred land shall be rewarded with a Celestial Emperor's weapon. Chen Mu articulated his intentions. Despite having mentally prepared herself, Chen Juexin was momentarily taken aback by his words. She raised a hand to her forehead, compelling herself to regain composure. So how many Celestial Emperor's weapons do you have? She needed a precise figure. Otherwise, sending people on a wild goose chase could lead to unforeseen complications. Ordinary individuals might struggle to contain their anger, let alone an emperor among millions. About a few thousand, Chen Mu conservatively estimated. Li Xianyuan, Dai Jinshan, and Chen Juexin shared a stark contrast in their interpretations of what conservative meant. Dai Jinshan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, realizing that his decision to pledge allegiance to Tianyuan had been astutely wise. All right, I understand. I will return and instruct the Tianji Pavilion to release the news promptly, Chen Juexin assured him. Thank you, sister. Here's something for you. Everyone else has one. So how can I not offer one to my elder sister? The Xianyuan fan was a Celestial Emperor's weapon best suited for Chen Juexin, calculated through the system's vast data. Celestial Emperor's weapon granted successfully. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a custom Emperor weapon 1,000. Thank you, Xiaomu. I love you. Chen Juexin exclaimed, overcome with excitement, and impulsively hugged Chen Mu's face, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. This display of affection between siblings was hardly beyond bounds, and neither Li Xianyuan nor Dai Jinshan saw any issue with it. Farewell, Chen Juexin waved as she departed. Having long been troubled by her inability to obtain a Celestial Emperor's weapon upon reaching the Emperor realm, she was astonished that Chen Mu had so effortlessly resolved the issue. Upon closer inspection, she found that his weapon surpassed even those bestowed by the Celestial Path. My brother is indeed extraordinary. Chen Juexin mused sincerely. Once she left, the portal automatically closed. Dai Jinshan seized the opportunity to inquire, Young master, what should I do next? Dai, you merely need to maintain the current state and protect this territory. Should any troubles arise, feel free to seek assistance from the Tianyuan sacred land. Chen Mu explained his plans. Dai Jinshan obeyed the young master's orders dutifully. On the other side, at the Tianji Pavilion, the printing of the Jianghu tabloids accelerated, with bold and enlarged fonts ensuring that no one would overlook the fact that emperors entering Tianyuan could obtain Celestial Emperor's weapons. Once confirmed, various factions would distribute the news to Tianji Pavilion branches across the world for sale and dissemination. Once the new sign was hung at the Tianji Pavilion, there was no need to worry about clientele. Customers would flock in droves. Everyone desired first-hand news about the Great Cang World, and the tabloids from the Tianji Pavilion often contained sensational revelations. Wait, are you kidding me? Entering Tianyuan can grant you a Celestial Emperor's weapon? I know the Tianyuan sacred land is formidable and has been gaining momentum lately, but this claim is rather extravagant. Indeed, who in the world is unaware that the Celestial Emperor's weapon is the pinnacle of divine armaments, bestowed only by the Celestial Path? Even the most skilled forge master can only craft divine-grade weapons. The Tianji Pavilion was backed by Chen Juexin, who was associated with the Tianyuan sacred land. It was only natural that she would boast about her own sect's prowess, and people merely found amusement in it. However, it was true that few were willing to believe that the Tianyuan sacred land possessed the capability to bestow Celestial Emperor's weapons. The deeply ingrained beliefs passed down through hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years are not easily shattered or overturned. In a place known as the Taiyuan region, a disciple in white rushed to an elder, exclaiming, Master, good news, good news. You may have the chance to obtain the Celestial Emperor's weapon you've always dreamed of. Waving the Jianghu tabloid, the disciple hurried towards a pavilion atop a mountain. Chapter 196, A New Type of Scam? Gathering of Emperors. What a commotion over a trivial matter. The elder did not take the disciple's words to heart. Having just placed a white piece on the board, he reached for a black piece from another box, engaging in a game against himself. Emperor weapon? As a former great emperor, how could I not know how to obtain one? He suspected the disciple was merely deceived by those down the mountain. The world is full of scammers nowadays. Fools are becoming scarce. Master, you must see this. It's a major event. The disciple eagerly presented the wrinkled Jianghu tabloid. The elder glanced at it, but did not take it, scolding. Have you forgotten what I said before? Who permitted you to descend the mountain before your cultivation breakthrough? Master, I. The disciple knelt familiar with the routine, offering the tabloid again. Please, consider that I found a way for you to obtain the Celestial Emperor's weapon and spare me this time. Ridiculous. What is destined by the Celestial Path cannot be easily altered by mere mortals like us. The elder remained skeptical, waving the disciple away while engrossed in his game. Master. The disciple attempted to argue further. Must I punish you to transcribe the rules 1,000 times? Upon hearing this, the disciple promptly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Transcribing the rules, which were as thick as a palm, 1,000 times? His hand would surely be rendered useless. Before long, the game concluded with the black pieces victorious. The elder sighed. It seems my skills still need refinement. At that moment, he noticed the Jianghu tabloid, still bearing the disciple's fingerprints. Without giving it much thought, he picked it up, purely out of curiosity to see what new scams the people below had concocted. Upon reading the contents, he could not help but burst into laughter. This was undoubtedly the funniest joke he had encountered in years. Joining the sacred land can grant you a celestial emperor's weapon? Do they think they are the celestial path itself? He was utterly speechless, intrigued by the audacity of those who dared to target emperors as their victims. Did they seek to endanger their entire lineage? When emperors take action, they are far more ruthless than any emperor. After all, there are very few who can impose punishment upon them. Destroying a city in anger is not unheard of. If displeased, they must simply endure. As the saying goes, beneath the emperor, all are mere mortals. Suddenly, the elder sensed the arrival of other emperors. In a moment, he vanished from the pavilion, appearing several kilometers away to intercept the newcomer. Shen Qingyun, what brings you to my Taiyuan realm? Jiang Leguai, I did not come today to engage in a conflict with you. Rather, I have urgent business that requires me to make a swift journey to the southern domain. Merely seeking a shortcut. Please do not misunderstand. Shen Qingyun hastily clarified, anxious not to delay his journey. A shortcut? The southern domain? Jiang Yulin recalled seeing these terms in the recent martial arts newspaper. It mentioned a sacred place that was to bestow the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon, located in the southern domain. You wouldn't also have seen that, would you? Jiang Yulin produced the martial arts newspaper and inquired. Indeed, Shen Qingyun nodded, revealing no concealment. Ha! Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulin erupted into hearty laughter, astonished that the illustrious Emperor Shen Qingyun could fall for such a crude trick. Nevertheless, it wouldn't take much time to take a look, would it? What if? Jiang Yulin considered this logic and decided, I shall accompany you. Excellent. Shen Qingyun readily agreed, fearing that a refusal would provoke Jiang Yulin's temper, leading to a confrontation. This old monster has been idly passing time lately, often playing chess with himself. What else could he be if not idle? The two, hands clasped behind their backs, mounted their flying swords and sped towards the southern domain. Crossing several vast realms, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they could already see the majestic heavenly Yuan Holy Land from afar. What an impressive sight! The heavenly Yuan Holy Land indeed possesses great capital, Shen Qingyun remarked. Yet, no matter the capital, it cannot possibly be on par with the heavenly Tao. Jiang Yulin firmly believed that the heavenly Yuan Holy Land could not produce the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon. Otherwise, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Wait, is that a sacred dragon? And not just one. As they gazed upward, Shen Qingyun noticed several enormous shadows swirling amidst the dense clouds above. The fabled golden dragon of fortune. I never expected such divine beings still existed in the world. Jiang Yulin was slightly moved. Though he could not recognize the other dragons, he could sense their extraordinary nature. Soon, the two arrived at the outer courtyard, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Within the outer courtyard, there were numerous beings at the pre-emperor realm, with those at the immortal realm abundant as dogs. There were even formidable emperor realm experts referring to martial saints as senior brothers. Jiang Yulin and Shen Qingyun exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless. Their thoughts wavered. Could it be that this heavenly Yuan Holy Land truly possesses the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon? You must be here for the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon, right? A melodious voice reached their ears. Jiang Yulin and Shen Qingyun felt a chill run down their spines, utterly oblivious to when Yi Qiqing had appeared beside them. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yi Qiqing, at such a tender age, had already attained the Emperor realm. Reflecting on his own ascent to the Emperor realm, he realized he could now be considered her ancestor. Yes, please lead the way, Shen Qingyun responded courteously as he regained his composure. This way, please. Yi Qiqing gestured invitingly. Subsequently, under Yi Qiqing's guidance, Jiang Yulin and Shen Qingyun arrived at an open space. At this moment, the area was already bustling with no less than 100 emperors from various realms, still arriving in droves. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingyun and Jiang Yulin felt reassured. With so many emperors present, even if it turned out to be a deception, they could save face when it spread. Is it true that one can obtain the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon simply by joining heavenly Yuan? We've traveled a great distance. If you dare to deceive us, you should know the consequences. Where's the Emperor's weapon? Stop stalling and present it quickly. My time is limited. No chairs, no tea. Is this how you treat your guests? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each contributing to the noise. Please rest assured, my young master's words are guaranteed to be truthful. Yi Qingcheng assuaged the crowd's emotions. All of this was observed clearly by Chen Mu in the carefree bamboo grove through the sky-viewing mirror. Rising to stretch, his bones cracking. He felt the time was ripe to deliver a shock to these proud emperors from various realms. Today, let us set a modest goal, to seize half of the 3,000 small worlds of Ditsong. If words fail, no matter, I have the prowess of arms. Chapter 197, on what basis? On the basis that I command 1,000,000 emperors. A spatial portal? Could it be the spatial sacred body? Noticing the portal opening, astonished murmurs filled the air. This young man seems to be an emperor. At such a young age, not only does he possess the supreme sacred body, but he has also successfully attained the emperor realm. Judging by his attire, he appears to be one of heavenly Yuan's own. Just how many emperors does this heavenly Yuan holy land possess? Since earlier, I have already seen no less than 4. Qingcheng pays her respects to the young master. Yi Qingcheng cupped her fists, announcing Chen Mu's true identity to all present. Chen Mu nodded. Then, accompanied by a thunderous roar and the trembling of the earth, a 5-story pavilion emerged from his system backpack. This display left many in attendance utterly astonished. Yet upon reflection, given Chen Mu's emperor cultivation and his spatial sacred body, such feats were not overly difficult. The young master of heavenly Yuan has summoned us all this way. Surely it is not merely to showcase tricks? I have no interest in tricks. Where is the emperor's weapon? It is widely known that the heavenly Tao emperor's weapon has but one source. That being the bestowal of the heavenly Tao. How dare you utter such grand claims without being of the heavenly Tao? From within the crowd, there were voices of challenge. Chen Mu, however, was not one to relent, releasing a minuscule fraction of his emperor's might. This immediately bore down upon many, their shoulders feeling as though burdened by 2 immense iron mountains, causing their knees to buckle uncontrollably. Their expressions darkened considerably, unable to comprehend why, as fellow emperors, they found themselves unable to resist. Chen Mu's emperor energy far surpassed their own. Were there to be a selection for the supreme among emperors, he would undoubtedly claim that title without contest. Chen Mu was not surprised by this revelation, though he had not been particularly diligent in his cultivation. The breathing for cultivation module had been operating at full capacity, allowing him to breach the 35th layer of the emperor realm long ago. How could those at merely the first layer of the emperor realm hope to resist him? The disparity between the 35th layer of the emperor realm and 35 emperors was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The latter would not even qualify to carry the shoes of the former. If one were to assert that a supreme deity existed in this world, Chen Mu would undoubtedly be the rightful candidate. It seems everyone is now inclined to calm down and listen to my words. Chen Mu smiled faintly. To this, the crowd could not refute. Under the oppressive force, they found themselves unable to even speak, let alone voice objections. This building, I shall temporarily name the Emperor's Pavilion. Anyone willing to submit to heavenly Yuan and possessing emperor-level cultivation, or those who aspire to reach the emperor realm in the future, may enter the pavilion and receive a heavenly Tao emperor's weapon. However, it must be noted that this submission is not merely that of an individual. What Chen Mu intended to convey was simple. The emperors must bring their respective worlds along with them into submission. Some among you may wish to inquire what would happen if one does not comply. Chen Mu rhetorically answered himself. Simply put, there are 2 kinds of wine in this world. One is a toast, and the other is a penalty drink. You must drink one. But I am a person who only gives one chance. Once the heavenly Yuan people arrive, it will be too late to consider submission. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words and feeling their knees firmly planted on the ground, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. They recognized that they had fallen into a trap. Over 100 emperors, ensnared by a single individual. Absurd, yet an undeniable reality. Then, with a grand gesture, Chen Mu summoned thousands of heavenly Tao emperors' weapons from his system backpack, a dazzling array resembling countless stars filling the vision of all present. At a glance, apart from the heavenly Tao emperor's weapons, there were only more heavenly Tao emperor's weapons. It was at this moment that Chen Mu retracted his emperor's might. The crowd sighed in relief, rising from the ground, utterly astonished. My goodness, so many heavenly Tao emperor's weapons. Moreover, these heavenly Tao emperor's weapons seem to be of a higher grade than any I have encountered before. Why? Why is this the case? Is it not true that only the heavenly Tao can bestow the heavenly Tao emperor's weapon? Is there a connection between the sacred land of Tianyuan and the Tao of heaven? Questions arise one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Yulin and Shen Qingyan gaze upward in awe, their mouths agape as if they could easily fit an entire fist inside, rendered speechless. While the imperial weapons of the Tao are indeed alluring, To compel an entire world to submit under our dominion seems too much to utter. Another person interjects, continuing the inquiry. Even if the Tianyuan possesses the might to forcibly conquer a world, do they not fear a backlash, a united resistance? In the vast expanse of the Great Song, if the 3,000 emperors were to unite, even with so many imperial weapons at your disposal, it would be difficult to contend, would it not? Some genuinely seek to understand the basis of Chen Mu's confidence, while others aim to raise the stakes for their own gain. On what grounds? Chen Mu chuckles softly. With a snap of his fingers, 1,000,000 divine shadow puppets spread across the limits of vision. All imperial weapons then autonomously soar toward the imperial weapon pavilion, hanging in place. Puppets? And divine puppets at that. How can he manipulate so many divine puppets simultaneously? Who exactly is this individual? This number, this scale, must be in the hundreds of thousands. Surely, 1,000,000 divine puppets. How? Is this sufficient? Chen Mu inquires further. The 3,000 emperors are not without the capacity to fight. One individual clenches their fist, gathering courage to step forward. Snap. What about this? With another snap, the 1,000,000 divine shadow puppets unleash an overwhelming imperial might, directed solely at the 100 or so emperors present. Their knees, which had barely lifted from the ground, suddenly buckle and they kneel again, rooted in place, unable to move. Imperial might. At this moment, the faces of all present seem to bear the four characters, questioning life. They cannot comprehend why these puppets can wield the power of emperors akin to human cultivators. The crux lies in the fact that these 1,000,000 imperial puppets are all under Chen Mu's command. What manner of creature is he? They cannot fathom. Even with thousands of years of experience among them, they remain perplexed. Chen Mu is deeper than the abyss, more terrifying than a black hole. To attempt to see through him would only lead one to an inescapable doom. What? Is this still not enough? Then, how about this? In an instant, the divine shadow puppets activate the stellar sacred body with their left hands and the burning heaven sacred body with their right. At that moment, the silence in the venue is so profound, it rivals that of a graveyard at night, perhaps even surpassing it. They finally understand why Chen Mu has consistently maintained an air of superiority, asserting that they have no choice, with his power, to conquer not just the world he safeguards, but the entirety of the Great Song, could be achieved in less than a day. 1,000,000 emperors is no jest. Chapter 198. Emperors? Merely hounds. Visitors from the sacred domain. Do any of you have further objections? My patience is limited. Swiftly inform me of your decision. Chen Mu's tone grows more forceful. He expends this energy and time not to reason with them. From the moment he arrived at the sacred land of Tianyuan, Du Fei has willingly bowed in submission to Tianyuan. He has completed all the kneeling he could in this lifetime. This time, however, it is a willing submission. Rather than futilely resisting like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it is better to compromise and submit to Tianyuan, and by extension, to Chen Mu. The term submit may sound demeaning to some, but if the object of submission is sufficiently powerful, it bears no difference from seeking the favor of the mighty. An emperor is still human. Moreover, submitting to Chen Mu also grants an additional reward of an imperial weapon of heavenly grade. What's not to like? They have lived for thousands of years, no longer the youthful, impetuous individuals who once boldly ventured into the martial world, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Knowing full well the dangers, they now choose to tread cautiously, seeking to minimize losses and seize opportunities. In the nine-source realm, Zhao Zidong expresses his willingness to submit to Tianyuan, to submit to the young master. In the true young realm, Qin Shou declares his willingness to submit to Tianyuan, to submit to the young master. In the royal dragon realm, Lu Huang agrees to submit to Tianyuan, to submit to the young master. In the water cloud realm, Song Lan expresses her willingness to submit to Tianyuan, to submit to the young master. One person leads the way, and the others follow suit with increasing determination. Among the 100 emperors, not a single one remains standing. All kneel before Chen Mu. Excellent. Chen Mu smiles with satisfaction and announces, "You may now enter the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to select your Imperial Weapons of the Tao, with each person limited to one. Once a decision is made, you will be promptly expelled from the pavilion. Any attempts to forcibly break in will only lead to your demise." Chen Mu cautions, ensuring that no one will hold him accountable later for not providing prior warning. "Thank you, young master." They rise, rushing in a glowing stream into the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. From now on, these 100 or so emperors will serve as the best external promotional banner, no longer needing to rely on 1,000,000 divine shadow puppets to assert dominance. With a wave of his hand, the spatial door opens, and the puppets retreat into their designated space. The oppressive aura that lingered above them dissipates completely, as if it had never existed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. My goodness, The quality here surpasses any imperial weapon I have ever encountered. Where on earth did the sacred land of Tianyuan acquire such a vast array of high-grade imperial weapons? Could it be that Tianyuan is truly a sacred domain blessed by the fortunes of the Tao? In any case, whether it be young Master Chen or Tianyuan, neither can be opposed by mere mortals like us. Henceforth, we must consider how best to serve as loyal hounds. Hounds. In the past, if anyone dared to insult them with such a derogatory term, they would have undoubtedly erupted in fury, annihilating all life in the region of the offender as punishment. Yet now, they find it impossible to refute and must accept this reality. Upon reflection, becoming a hound of the divine envoy of the Tao is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, it could be viewed as forging a connection with the Tao, a source of honor. They can only console themselves in this manner. One after another, individuals choose their coveted imperial weapons of the Tao and exit the pavilion, expressing their immense gratitude to Chen Mu. Not only have they fulfilled a lifelong dream, but these weapons are also far more powerful than typical imperial weapons. Successfully granted imperial weapon of the Tao. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving a custom imperial weapon of the Tao 1000. Successfully granted imperial weapon of the Tao. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving a custom imperial weapon of the Tao 1000. They may have profited, but Chen Mu will never incur a loss. The 1,000-fold return continues to take effect, with custom imperial weapons overflowing in abundance. Wait, if I am not mistaken, is that not the Lord of the Celestial Star Realm, one of the top 10 sacred domains, Cold Proud Sky? Even beings of such esteemed rank as those from the top 10 sacred domains are flocking to Tianyuan for the imperial weapons of the Tao. Reflecting on this, a sense of balance returns to their hearts. The top 10 sacred domains? Chen Mu is not well versed in this matter. Yi Qingsheng promptly explains that the top 10 sacred domains are recognized as the 10 strongest realms among the 3,000 minor worlds of the Great Song. Ah, I see. Chen Mu muses that if he could directly subjugate the top 10 sacred domains, the remaining neutral worlds would likely be swayed more swiftly, sparing Tianyuan the trouble of sending envoys to compel submission through force. He checks and retrieves the personal information panel. Name, Cold Proud Sky, age, 15,000 years, gender, male, cultivation level, second layer of the Emperor Realm, affiliated world, Celestial Star Realm, possess sacred bodies, Berserk Sacred Body, Super Thunder Sacred Body, possessed Imperial Weapon, Howling Thunder Sword. It is already astonishing that the other party has broken through to the second layer of the Emperor Realm. To his surprise, not only does he possess both a sacred body and an Imperial weapon, but he also wields dual sacred bodies. One ranks 23rd, and the other ranks 54th. Even the powerful figures of the top 10 sacred domains are not to be underestimated. Cold Proud Sky, rumored to possess dual sacred bodies and imperial weapons, unexpectedly intends to proactively submit to Tianyuan. I beg to differ. Based on my understanding of Long Outyin, this individual has always been aloof, holding no regard for anyone, viewing all beings as mere ants. Rather than believing he would pledge allegiance, I would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree. After emerging from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and noticing Long Outyin's presence, a considerable uproar ensued. The unfolding plot felt oddly familiar to Chen Mu, as if he had encountered it before. The other party, confident in his own strength, delivered scornful taunts while exerting his absolute power to suppress and humiliate. Such a narrative left Chen Mu feeling weary. A sporadic experience of simple, violent retribution might be tolerable, but too much of it would inevitably become tiresome. Yet, human nature is such that those accustomed to high positions rarely treat everyone equally. Indeed, as many had observed, Long Outyin had learned of a place called the Southern Region, where a holy ground seemed to possess the secret to forging the Taoist imperial weapons. He intended to act swiftly, ahead of other holy domains, to conquer the Southern Region and compel them to serve the Tianqing realm. Once he acquired the method for forging these weapons, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in enhancing the overall strength of the Tianqing realm. The opportunity lay before him, and Long Outyin was determined not to miss it. The aura of the imperial weapons was palpable. He could sense it within the pavilion, rivaling the might of his own Howling Thunder Sword. He felt fortunate to have come. Prior to his departure, some clan members cautioned him against believing this was anything but a ruse, urging him not to waste his energy. He nearly missed a monumental opportunity. What remained was to exhibit the demeanor of an absolute powerhouse and conquer this obscure, unheard-of locale. Chapter 199, Cultivation. Imperial Weapons. Holy Body. All devoured. Long Outyin saw no fault in referring to the southern region Tianyuan as a small place. Until now, he had never heard of anything pertaining to the southern region. It could be said that, in his eyes, apart from the 10 great holy domains, other worlds were simply not worth the effort to consider seriously. The 10 holy domains occupied the most abundant spiritual energy in the vast Song world, fundamentally surpassing all lesser realms. This is why other emperors, despite dedicating their lives, never managed to transcend the level of an emperor. Yet, at over 9,000 years of age, Long Outyin successfully crossed that threshold, becoming the sole sovereign of the Tianqing realm. He stood in the air like a deity, surveying Chen Mu and his companions from a commanding height. Suddenly, his holy body manifested. The super thunder holy body emerged, enveloped in a thick crimson aura, complemented by flickering azure lightning patterns. And wielding the howling thunder sword, his domineering presence swept over the entire Tianyuan holy ground. This commotion caught the attention of Chun Tianlin within the Holy Lord's residence. That was a person from the holy domain. He contemplated intervening, but upon detecting Chen Mu's presence, he decisively refrained. Though he might appear invincible to outsiders, Chen Tianlin was acutely aware that he could not compare even to a single finger of his precious son. Moreover, with so many powerful emperors present, it was not his place to act. Surrender or death? This emperor grants you but 3 seconds to choose. Though Long Outyin did not utter a word, his voice resonated like a sacred mantra, forcefully invading the ears of those present. Admiration. The assembly of emperors indeed felt a degree of respect for Long Outyin, not for his power, but for his reckless audacity. To dare propose the notion of submission in the presence of a prodigy like Chen Mu was commendable. Chen Mu, too, was taken aback by Long Outyin's directness. If he was to be so forthright, how could Chen Mu falter? He planned to surprise Long Outyin while instilling a lasting fear in the hearts of the 100 or so emperors present. He activated the long and used devouring technique, the swallowing heaven art. The last time he employed it was in the holy prison. A system panel emerged. 1. Emperor level 2 cultivation. 2. Lifespan. 3. Magical artifacts, pills, money, spirit stones. 4. Holy body. 5. Taoist imperial weapons. 6. All the options for devouring were presented before Chen Mu, far exceeding those from before. He had reason to suspect that the system had secretly enhanced itself while he slept. Meanwhile, Lang Outyin had already begun his countdown. He resolved to unleash a fierce sword energy from the howling thunder sword, aiming to slay hundreds or even thousands, teaching Tianyuan a lesson and instilling dread. The other emperors? Long Outyin dismissed them entirely, confident they lacked the courage to oppose the holy domain. Observing Lang Outyin raise his right arm, gripping the sword, a thunderous power surged forth. Chen Mu calmly selected the first option, Emperor level 2 cultivation, currently devouring. Devouring successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Emperor level 2 cultivation. This cultivation increase was achieved with ease, simpler than eating or drinking. What is happening? My cultivation? It's gone. While one party rejoiced, another lamented. After losing his cultivation, Long Outyin could no longer maintain his levitating state, plummeting like a shooting star. He could not manifest his holy body, and even the exclusive imperial weapon felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his hands. My apologies, but your cultivation now belongs to me. Chen Mu's voice, calm to the point of despair, reached Long Outyin's ears. Long Outyin's pupils trembled as he hastily turned his gaze toward Chen Mu. It was you. You stole my cultivation. He was unwilling to believe such an absurdity could exist in this world. Yet, the loss was undeniable, leaving him utterly devoid of strength. He had devolved into a worthless being, incapable of even sensing spiritual energy. The onlookers, hearing the exchange between Chen Mu and Long Outyin, wore expressions of disbelief. Did you hear what they were saying? Long Outyin's imperial cultivation was robbed by the young master? How could this be possible? It was hard to fathom. The truth was laid bare, leaving no room for doubt. They felt immense relief for their earlier decision to kneel in submission, avoiding a futile confrontation. Otherwise, they might find themselves in the same predicament as Long Outyin, once a high-ranking emperor, now reduced to a powerless wretch. The contrast was almost too much to bear. Chen Mu did not respond to Long Outyin, continuing to interact with the system panel, currently devouring holy body, devouring successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the frenzied holy body. Super Thunder holy body. My holy body. It's gone too. You are not human. You are a demon. Long Outyin nearly went mad. Though he could not utilize his holy body, he still felt the excruciating pain of its forcible extraction, leaving him helpless. Currently devouring successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Taoist imperial weapon, Howling Thunder Sword. Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Mu raised his hand, fingers half clenched, drawing the Taoist imperial weapon to him. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Witnessing what was once Lung Aoyan's exclusive weapon now willingly flying, and to see congratulations to the host for obtaining a lifespan of 38,600 years. Before the aloof cold Ao Tian could finish his words, Chen Mu decisively selected the last option to devour. As his lifespan dramatically increased, it was evident to all that cold Ao Tian was rapidly withering away, becoming dehydrated and emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. His once lustrous silver hair dried up in an instant, losing all its sheen. In the blink of an eye, he perished in a kneeling position. Chapter 200. The appearance of the strong. Descending upon the sacred domain, even the most ordinary of deaths, witnessed in such a manner, is enough to leave a profound impact on the heart. Moreover, this individual was a formidable presence in the sacred domain, capable of overshadowing numerous peak emperors. If I am not mistaken, did young Master Chen just plunder cold Ao Tian's cultivation, sacred body, heavenly imperial weapon, and even his lifespan altogether? There can be no doubt. Although cultivation and the sacred body are intangible, his exclusive heavenly imperial weapon has undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the young master, and his millennia-long lifespan is visibly dissipating. To rob another of their cultivation, sacred body, and lifespan. How does this differ from the practices of a sinister cult? There is indeed a difference. The potency of such dark arts pales in comparison to this. However, the words lingered on the tongue, unable to find a rebuttal. This is undoubtedly a fact. Gulp. The Adam's apple bobbed as one swallowed hard, a sense of survival after calamity growing ever stronger. Fortunately, they were not adversaries of Chen Mu. Losing one's life is trivial compared to the real fear of living on without one's cultivation. To watch helplessly as the achievements earned over thousands of years are forcibly devoured by Chen Mu in an instant is, for them, a pain far worse than death. Subsequently, Chen Mu had the now skeletal cold Ao Tian hung by ropes in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, a display for future emperors to behold, to reflect upon whether they possess the strength to act recklessly in Tian Yuan. If not, they should obediently submit and avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in one of the top 10 sacred domains, the Tianqing realm, a shocking revelation emerged. What? The ancestral soul lamp has extinguished? How is that possible? You must be joking. The ancestral soul lamp is right here. Do I seem like I am jesting? Gazing upon the soul lamp that belonged to cold Ao Tian, which should have radiated brilliance akin to the sun, it now lay in darkness. The family head, Cold Chuan, struggled to convince himself of the grim truth, that the old clan had indeed perished. So, what exactly transpired during my absence? Cold Chuan inquired. According to rumors from the Tianji Pavilion, it seems someone in the southern domain's Tian Yuan sacred land can forge heavenly imperial weapons, prompting the ancestor to personally investigate. If someone can indeed forge heavenly imperial weapons, it would be prudent to bring them back to the Tianqing realm before the other sacred domains discover this. The clansman answered truthfully. The southern domain? Tian Yuan sacred land? Cold Chuan was unfamiliar with these terms, having seldom heard of them. It felt as though he had encountered them somewhere before, yet could not recall. How could humanity possibly forge heavenly imperial weapons? This is clearly a trap. How could the ancestor fall for such an obvious ruse? Cold Chuan stamped his foot, sighing repeatedly. Now, with the Tianqing realm devoid of the emperor's protection, it was likely to face the fate of being divided and devoured by the other 9 domains. After all, the prosperity and stability of the Tianqing realm relied entirely on cold Ao Tian's ability to restrain the 9 sacred domains. Conflicts were bound to arise. And now that cold Ao Tian had been slain, it was only a matter of time before those enemies would come knocking. Inform all clansmen to gather their belongings and prepare to leave the Tianqing realm. Cold Chuan commanded. They must depart this perilous place before the news spreads completely. As the old saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. To live is to have hope. Yes. The clansmen acknowledged the order and turned to leave, intending to inform all blood relatives of the Cold family about Cold Chuan's decision. However, as they stepped forward, they were met with the sudden opening of a spatial portal. A spatial sacred body. Be careful, head. The clansmen reacted swiftly, retreating a few steps to create distance. Simultaneously, the spatial rings on their fingers glimmered, and they drew forth a sacred grade long sword embedded with sapphires. Having resided in the Tianqing realm for over 1,000 years, he knew there were no spatial sacred bodies present. The timing of such an appearance in the Tianqing realm made it difficult for the clansmen not to suspect that another sacred domain had received news and planned to act first, seeking to seize the Tianqing realm before the others could react. As the head of the family, Cold Chuan shared this sentiment, believing it to be highly probable. However, upon seeing the young man emerge from the spatial portal, Cold Chuan's brows furrowed immediately. Among the top 10 sacred domains, many interactions occurred. Yet he had never encountered this youth, having no recollection of him. To put it mildly, even though the Tianqing realm had lost its great protector, its foundation still surpassed that of most worlds. It should not be so easily overtaken by a mere child. Which sacred domain do you hail from? Cold Chuan asked bluntly. Southern domain, Tian Yuan. Yi Qingcheng, who accompanied Chen Mu, answered willingly. Southern domain, Tian Yuan. This revelation truly caught Cold Chuan off guard, exceeding his expectations. If previously he had held a sliver of hope regarding Cold Ao Tian's demise, it vanished entirely upon witnessing the Tian Yuan clansman standing before him. So, what is your purpose in coming to my Tianqing realm? Do you intend to wipe us out completely? Cold Chuan clenched his fists, tension at its peak. He dared not act recklessly, his eyes fixed on the portal behind Chen Mu, certain that the one who had slain Cold Ao Tan was concealed within. Should his faction dare to make a move against Chen Mu and his group, they would undoubtedly face swift retribution. Unbeknownst to him, the one who had slain Cold Ao Tian was indeed Chen Mu. Do not be anxious. I have come to negotiate with you. Yi Qingqing procured a chair, and Chen Mu sat down, crossing his legs, resting his chin on his fist, and scrutinizing Cold Chuan. He exuded an air of authority that left even the already formidable Cold Chuan feeling a chill, as if standing before a primordial beast. Suddenly enlightened, Cold Chuan understood why Chen Mu had been chosen as the representative for negotiations with him. He indeed possessed the capability to command such presence. Given time, his future would be boundless. Negotiation? I wonder how you intend to negotiate. Cold Chuan, being a clever man, understood that if he uttered the word refuse, the fate awaiting him and his clansmen would be dire. Even if not for himself, as the family head, he had to consider the survival of the entire Cold lineage. Cold Chuan did not wish to face his ancestors with shame. Continue to be the lord of your sacred domain, but on behalf of Tian Yuan, you shall govern. Should there be any dissent, I will show no mercy, Chen Mu stated plainly. With the ancestor deceased, maintaining stability in the Tianqing realm by my own strength is, to be frank, exceedingly difficult. Once the news spreads, the other 9 domains will undoubtedly not spare the Tianqing realm this delectable morsel. Even if one can hide for a time, one cannot hide for a lifetime. The truth will eventually surface. Cold Chuan expressed his stance. This is simple. Chen Mu activated the necromancy summoning interface. Chapter 201. Capture the thief by capturing the king. Target the strongest. Everything belonging to Cold Ao Tian in life was fully plundered by Chen Mu. Even in death, he could not escape the fate of being summoned as a specter to pledge eternal loyalty to Chen Mu. An emperor-level specter of the second realm delivered right to his hands. How could he possibly refuse? This, simple. Cold Chuan was inclined to advise Chen Mu against speaking so boldly, no matter how powerful they were in the southern domain. What of it if they could slay Cold Ao Tian? If the emperors from the other 9 sacred domains banded together, the southern domain would surely face utter annihilation. A blazing inferno consuming all. Chen Mu remained indifferent to Cold Chuan's thoughts. Upon locating the specter known as Cold Ao Tian, he clicked to summon him. A pitch-black portal leading to the shadow world opened before him, and Cold Ao Tian slowly emerged from within, kneeling. The portal then closed behind him. The ancestor? Cold Chuan was taken aback, instantly recognizing the dark figure before him as the esteemed ancestor of the Cold family, Cold Ao Tian. Every contour of his face and his very essence were identical. Cold Ao Tian paid no heed to Cold Chuan's words, treating him as if he were a mere stranger. Even less significant, regarding him as if he were nothing but air. He knelt obediently before Chen Mu, awaiting his next command. How could this be? Wasn't the ancestor already dead? The clansmen, holding their soul lamps, glanced again at Cold Ao Tian kneeling before Chen Mu, doubting their very existence. He had indeed perished. But I have resurrected him in another form, Chen Mu remarked nonchalantly. For Cold Chuan and the clansmen, however, this revelation struck like a cataclysm, leaving their hearts in turmoil. How? With him present, could you maintain the stability of this realm? Chen Mu rose, placing his hand atop Cold Ao Tian's head, inquiring of Cold Chuan. Observing Cold Ao Tian, who previously displayed formidable strength, now subjected to such a humiliating treatment by Chen Mu, it was evident he had no intention of resistance. Cold Chuan bent one knee to the ground, followed by the other, bowing deeply, declaring, Cold Chuan is willing to lead the entire Cold family in submission to you. It was only at this moment he realized that Chen Mu was the unparalleled powerhouse who had slain his ancestor, though seemingly youthful and still bearing the marks of innocence. Beneath the facade lay a supreme harbinger of death. Resistance? That was absurd. Even their ancestor knelt before him in submission. What right did he have? What capability did the Cold family possess? What merit did the Tianxing realm hold? Other than the path of submission, all Cold Chuan could see was a dead end. Seeing the situation, the clansmen hastily sheathed their weapons and followed suit, kneeling in submission. Confirming their loyalty, they sealed their fate. Chen Mu resumed his seat, inquiring of Cold Chuan about the other 9 domains, asking, among the 10 holy realms, which possesses the greatest strength? Replying to the master, among the 10 holy realms, the realms of Pangu, Balong, and Songhai rank as the strongest. Cold Chuan answered truthfully, addressing Chen Mu with reverence. Chen Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he opened the system map, locating the Pangu realm. In that case, I shall pay a personal visit, he resolved. His thoughts straightforward, much like the strategy of capturing the leader before addressing the rest. To engage in battle, one must surely target the strongest. This approach would also serve to intimidate the relatively weaker holy realms into voluntary surrender. Master, it is rumored that the emperor of the Pangu realm, Lu Xingchen, bears the bloodline of the divine. Unless absolutely necessary, I sincerely advise against opposing him, Cold Chuan cautioned, seeking stability. He did not wish for the fragile hope of the Cold lineage's continuation to be extinguished once more. Rest assured, I am well aware. Chen Mu gestured dismissively. The spatial portal, while appearing unchanged, had indeed altered its coordinates, locking onto the Pangu realm. He took Cold Chuan along, as he was quite familiar with the 9 domains, serving effectively as a guide to introduce the various realms. Cold Chuan, though extremely reluctant to venture into the Pangu realm, especially to stir trouble, feared he might not return alive. Constrained by Chen Mu's overwhelming power, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Silently, he followed closely behind Yi Qingqing, stepping into the spatial portal. In an instant, they arrived at the Pangu realm. Is this the spatial sacred body? How convenient. Cold Chuan finally understood why the spatial sacred body ranked second in the Great Song's 3,000 physiques. Its reputation was well-deserved. Suddenly, they were surrounded by 6 fully armed guards of Quasi-Emperor realm, their weapons drawn. Are all the guards here at the Quasi-Emperor level? Chen Mu had to admit that the Pangu realm indeed possessed considerable strength, worthy of his conquest. I seek your realm's lord. Kindly relay my request, he stated, unwilling to waste energy on these individuals. You think you can meet the realm lord? How presumptuous. Depart at once. Or do not blame us for being ruthless and turning you to dust. Seeing the fierce countenance and murderous intent of the guards, Chen Mu sighed, utterly speechless. Why do people today relish courting death? He exchanged a glance with Yi Qingqing. Make your move. Yes, young master. As soon as Yi Qingqing responded, Cold Chuan witnessed a chilling flash of sword light expanding outward. In an instant, the 6 guards ceased to exist, their bodies severed, collapsing to the ground. Blood pooling seconds later from their severed necks. What? Cold Chuan barely suppressed an exclamation. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingqing's strength was so formidable. The 6 quasi-emperors, all of whom were on par with him, had been eliminated before he could even perceive when she drew her sword. In less than a blink, all 6 quasi-emperors lay slain. Could she also be a great emperor? Yi Qingqing couldn't help but speculate. Her gaze fell upon the sword she wielded. Heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Is she truly a great emperor? Though she had suspected this answer, the confirmation still left her in shock. Most astonishing was that Chen Mu's personal guard possessed great emperor strength and wielded an emperor weapon. What then could be the true extent of his power? Perhaps there was a chance he could contend with Lu Xingchen? Her inner convictions began to waver. In Cold Chuan's understanding, Lu Xingchen was an entity nearly invincible in this world. Yet, with Chen Mu's emergence, his previously unshakable perception wavered. Those who dared obstruct the young master's path and issue threats were the ones who truly did not know their place. Yi Qingqing sheathed her sword. Let us go meet the lord of the Pangu realm. Chen Mu stepped over the bodies, advancing towards the heart of the holy realm. Before long, a series of swishing sounds echoed above as blades sliced through the air. Looking up, they beheld hundreds of ethereal cultivators racing toward them, their faces revealing a fierce demeanor. As if eager to kill, these individuals respond remarkably quickly, Chen Mu remarked appreciatively. The value of summoning the undead was rapidly escalating. Cold Chuan looked up at this scene. Feeling his hands and feet grow cold, his fingers clenched tightly, drenched in cold sweat. Among these hundreds, 2/3 were at the celestial realm, while the remainder were quasi-emperors, most of whom stood on the brink of becoming emperors. It was evident that, were it not for the restriction of having a single emperor per realm, they would easily ascend to emperor status. He couldn't help but reflect, truly, this is the Pangu realm, where power abounds. In his heart, he had already sentenced himself to death. The might of Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing was their matter. Cold Chuan understood one truth. When immortals engage in battle, mortals suffer. He could not guarantee he would escape unscathed from the aftermath of their confrontation. especially when witnessing hundreds of figures towering over him, swords in hand, their spiritual energies radiating brilliantly, interconnecting to form a grand formation. This was the 8-star formation, Cold Chuan. With limited understanding of formations, could not discern the exact type of formation they employed, but he could clearly see how advanced it was. It was evident that the Pangu Holy Realm took their arrival seriously, not dismissing them lightly. The last flicker of hope for survival in Cold Chuan's heart was ruthlessly extinguished. With a bitter smile, he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Today, I fear I shall undoubtedly perish. Those who dare trespass into the Pangu Holy Realm shall die." A resounding voice thundered down like a cascading waterfall. With an enraged roar, a colossal golden elephant shadow, towering 100 feet, surged forth from the center of the formation, intent on crushing Chen Mu and Yi Qingsheng to dust. Through the formation compendium feature, Chen Mu easily discerned that this formation was called the Savage Elephant Killing Formation, containing 10 elephant powers. The difficulty lay in the fact that even if one managed to fend off one elephant's power, there were still 9 identical savage elephants poised to strike. The formation compendium did not merely catalog formation types, levels, and methods of breaking formations, it also recorded details extensively. As the colossal elephant loomed nearer, Yi Qingsheng swiftly drew her sword. However, Chen Mu waved his hand, shattering the elephant's illusion as if it were a multitude of stars dispersing into the air, their brilliance gradually dimming. In the Panga sacred domain, there was not the slightest hint of panic. They remained remarkably composed, merely having blocked the power of a single elephant. With 9 more to contend with, they doubted Chen Mu could effortlessly resolve them all. 3 seconds passed, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Still, there was no sign of the second elephant. Upon closer inspection, they noticed cracks appearing in the formation, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The crowd had no time to react or mend it before it shattered with a resounding crash. The backlash of spiritual energy surged back into their bodies, creating chaos and causing many to vomit blood, clutching their chests in agony. Hastily, they focused their energy to suppress and refine the tumultuous spiritual force. If this continued, their internal organs would surely suffer damage. How could this be? Why had the formation suddenly spiraled out of control and collapsed? The crowd was utterly baffled. Is it not obvious? Your cultivation is inadequate, allowing someone to destroy the formation's core and break the array. A strange voice echoed unexpectedly. Had anyone else spoken such words? The hundreds of cultivators present would have certainly taken offense. Yet, the speaker was Lin Shuyuan, the most esteemed formation master in the Panga sacred domain. Recognized among the 10 sacred domains for his unparalleled expertise in formations. Lin Shuyuan, noticing the sheer terror on Lang Chuan's face, Chen Mu cast a sidelong glance and inquired, "Do you recognize him?" "Yes." Lang Chuan nodded vigorously, explaining, "He is the most formidable formation master among the 10 sacred domains, hailed as the one most likely to surpass the Grandmaster of formations." He had to concede that he had underestimated Chen Mu's strength. He never imagined that Chen Mu could so effortlessly dismantle the 8-star formation laid by hundreds of celestial and quasi-imperial cultivators. However, with Lin Shuyuan now stepping into the fray, Lang Chuan believed that Chen Mu's chances of breaking the formation seemed insurmountable. He could either fight desperately or flee. Lang Chuan had been fortunate enough to witness Lin Shuyuan's formations, both offensive and defensive, which were nothing short of extraordinary, leaving little opportunity for his opponents. The oppressive force was vividly etched in his memory. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained unruffled, dismissing Lin Shuyuan's presence entirely. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how formidable this strongest formation master truly was, and how he would struggle against the formation compendium. "Join me in forming the array," Lin Shuyuan commanded, planning to unite everyone for another execution of the barbaric elephant slaughter formation, this time elevating its level from 8 stars to 9 stars. If it were still an 8-star formation, his appearance would be entirely redundant. Acknowledging that Chen Mu had effortlessly unraveled the 8-star barbaric elephant slaughter formation, Lin Shuyuan concluded that Chen Mu's comprehension of formations was not to be underestimated. Regrettably, he had encountered Lin Shuyuan at such a young age. Achieving such feats was surely a blessing from the heavens. Had Chen Mu not acted recklessly and instead waited a few hundred or thousand years to challenge him, Lin Shuyuan might have felt some pressure. Alas, it was a pity. He hoped that in the next life, Chen Mu would learn to be grounded and not to become arrogant, recognizing that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Uninterested in Lin Shuyuan's inner musings, Chen Mu observed as Lang Chuan's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the formation, whether in size or intimidation, far surpassed the previous barbaric elephant slaughter formation. His voice trembled with anxiety. "In 9-star formation, Master, shall we leave before the formation activates? We can regroup and strike Pangu's sacred domain later," Lang Chuan suggested. hoping Chen Mu would reconsider. Given his spatial sacred body, retreating unscathed should not be difficult. Lung Chuan attributed Chen Mu's fearless demeanor to his spatial capabilities. Do you think I'm no match for him? Chen Mu asked. Lang Chuan fell silent, neither confirming nor denying, but his attitude was unmistakable. In his established perception, Lin Shuyuan was undoubtedly the representative figure among this generation of formation masters. No matter how powerful Chen Mu became, he remained a rising star, still requiring time to mature. Given time, he would undoubtedly surpass Lin Shuyuan, a belief Lung Chuan held steadfastly. Array activate. The oppressive force surged like a tide. 1,000-foot-tall elephant charged forth, its roar shaking the heavens and jarring the eardrums. As it swung its long trunk, the gusts it created slammed into Lung Chuan, akin to a devastating punch that sent pain coursing through his bones. Witnessing the rampaging elephant, Lang Chuan's eyes glazed over, resigned to the inevitable outcome. Chen Mu, however, remained unfazed, quietly flipping through the pages of the compendium to locate the 9-star barbaric elephant slaughter formation. Array activate. Chapter 203, no cooldown, no consumption, infinite array deployment. Did you think to challenge me with formations? Chen Mu's decision not to flee surprised Lin Shuyuan. He never anticipated that Chen Mu would choose to engage in a contest within his area of expertise, rather than admire Chen Mu's courage. Lin Shuyuan began to perceive him as somewhat foolish. Clearly, he was not alone in this assessment. This young man, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world, dared to compete with the foremost formation master. How absurd, they thought. Understanding the inevitable death, why not flaunt one's arrogance before the end? Indeed, even in death, one could boast of having clashed with the world's greatest formation master. As Chen Mu overheard their mockery of his young master, Yi Qingqing clenched her teeth in fury. The sound of grinding teeth was clear to Chen Mu. With a mere command, Yi Qingqing would undoubtedly rush forward without hesitation to eliminate them all. The formation diagram floated above, circles automatically composing themselves. Lin Shuyuan gradually sensed something amiss. Though there was a disparity, upon closer inspection, he recognized that the formation being employed was indeed the barbaric elephant slaughter formation he had just utilized. Had he drawn it incorrectly? Just as Lin Shuyuan pondered this, the formation successfully activated. A 10,000-foot elephant charged forth, its roar scattering the 1,000-foot elephants he had summoned into dust. In that moment, the hundreds of cultivators who had been smirking and mocking suddenly fell silent, rendered speechless. Anyone with functioning eyes could discern the disparity in power. The comparison between 1,000 feet and 10,000 feet was pitifully stark. The massive elephant swung its trunk, and their second elephant barely had a chance to emerge before the formation was shattered once more by sheer force. 2/3 of the cultivators, unable to escape, perished beneath that mighty trunk. He had decisively dominated Lin Shuyuan in the realm of formations. Lang Chuan rose from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Chen Mu. Who was this young man? Lin Shuyuan, too, was at a loss. It was one thing for Chen Mu to activate the 9-star formation instantaneously, but why were the elephants he summoned far more formidable than his own? Lin Shuyuan had barely managed to summon a 1,000-foot elephant using the spiritual energy of hundreds of cultivators. How could Chen Mu, relying solely on his own strength, utterly overwhelm him? It was unacceptable. There must be a catch. Lin Shuyuan refused to concede, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. In an instant, the world around them transformed. Lin Shuyuan acutely felt the peril Chen Mu posed. He had to eliminate him before he fully awakened, erasing his existence from this world. Otherwise, his title as the world's foremost formation master would be in jeopardy. Yet, Chen Mu had no time to indulge Lin Shuyuan in games. After hearing Lang Chuan's praises, he had developed a modicum of interest. However, after witnessing Lin Shuyuan's performance, he realized that this so-called top formation master was rather average, especially when compared to the strongest formation master of the Tianyuan sacred land. Weibo was indeed far too low-key. As he spoke, he summoned 3 9-star barbaric elephant slaughter formations beside Lin Shuyuan. Seal off all 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, leaving no avenue for retreat or escape. The mighty 4 elephants emerge, their roars reverberating through the heavens and shaking the earth. Faced with these colossal beings, Lin Shuyuan freezes, his lips twitching. Soon, he manages a wry smile and lowers his hands. Realizing the vast disparity in strength, he feels it unnecessary to expend further effort. Despite being hailed as the world's foremost formation master, he cannot simultaneously activate 4 9-star great arrays. Moreover, Chen Mu's 9-star formations are far superior to his own. Lin Shuyuan even begins to question his long-held beliefs, contemplating the existence of 10-star formations in this world. With this thought, everything suddenly becomes much more comprehensible. How absurd. He muses that a weakling like himself would dare to teach others about the existence of realms beyond their own. Boom. The four elephants collide with Lin Shuyuan, their overwhelming divine might shaking the entirety of the Pangu realm. Under the force of the formation, Lin Shuyuan is utterly obliterated. The other cultivators fare no better, all perishing without a single survivor. Necromancy summoning in progress. Necromancy successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the undead Lin Shuyuan. Observing the incessant system notifications regarding the successful summoning of the undead, Chen Mu reflects that he has never summoned a spirit proficient in formations before. He wonders what kind of formations the undead Lin Shuyuan will create. System. Note: the necromancy summoning function has been enhanced for the target Lin Shuyuan. The formation can be activated without cooldown, and the consumption of spiritual energy is 0. Upon seeing this new system notification, Chen Mu can only describe the situation as extraordinary. In his previous life's online games, skills that had no cooldown and consumed no mana were akin to cheating. Upon further thought, he realizes he is indeed cheating, which is quite convenient. Those who trespass into the sacred domain shall perish. Lin Shuyuan's demise draws the attention of the sacred domain, prompting thousands of cultivators to converge, intent on exterminating Chen Mu and preventing him from entering the inner sanctum. Otherwise, their reputation would suffer greatly. They are concerned that allowing such a transgression would diminish the prestige of the Pangu sacred domain in the eyes of others. This is fortuitous for Chen Mu, who has been pondering where to test the strength of the undead Lin Shuyuan. It is as if his hunger has been met with food and his thirst with water. By the way, the system functions can interact with each other, right? Chen Mu queries the system. System. Yes. Can I link the formation manual with the necromancy summoning function? A bold idea blossoms in Chen Mu's mind. Since he is already cheating, why not take invincibility to its utmost? System. Do you authorize the target Lin Shuyuan to use the formation manual function? The system responds to Chen Mu's inquiry with immediate action. Yes. Authorization in progress. Authorization successful. With a single click, it is remarkably convenient. Instantly, a familiar shadowy portal opens before Chen Mu, and a figure kneels as it materializes. This person, Lung Chuan, is unmistakably familiar to Yi Qingqing, as she has just witnessed his downfall. The original world's foremost formation master, Lin Shuyuan. Although it was known that Chen Mu possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life, witnessing it firsthand leaves Lung Chuan momentarily stunned. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, even more astonishing events await. Chapter 204, Epic Enhancement. Instantly unleashing 1,000 killing arrays as Lin Shuyuan raises his foot and brings it down. A formation manifests beneath him, serving as a stepping stone to propel him into the heavens. Thousands of cultivators are halted by him alone. They stare at each other, unable to decide. Is it Master Lin? Why does he appear so strange? Uncertain, they conclude that, based on his aura, he is indeed the same person. Could it be that Master Lin has fallen into darkness? Can a formation master succumb to such madness? They are utterly perplexed. An elder from the outer court steps forward. Cupping his hands in greeting, Elder Lin, what is your intention? Lin Shuyuan's demeanor clearly indicates he intends to obstruct them from approaching Chen Mu. However, they are here under the orders of the outer court's palace master to eliminate the scourge threatening the sacred domain. They cannot comprehend why Lin Shuyuan, an honorary elder, would impede their mission. Could it be that he has betrayed the Pangus sacred domain? Perhaps he seeks to ally with outside forces or even demonic entities to seize power. With this thought, everything seems to fall into place. Elder Lin, please step aside. We come under the palace master's orders to deal with this villain. If you obstruct us further, we shall be compelled to act against you. The elder emphasizes his words, hoping Lin Shuyuan understands the gravity of the situation. It is not too late to turn back. Given Lin Shuyuan's previous contributions to the Pangu sacred domain, along with his status as the foremost formation master, it is likely that the sacred domain would overlook this incident. As the saying goes, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, they disdain to ally with someone like Chen Mu, who mercilessly slaughters hundreds of disciples from the sacred domain. Lin Shuyuan, equally disdainful, does not respond to the elder's inquiry. Seeing Lin Shuyuan raise his hand, the elder can only sigh in resignation. Elder Lin has already betrayed us. All disciples, heed my command, show no mercy. As his words fall, a thick, blood-red radiance suddenly emanates from above. The crowd looks up to find a mysterious, rotating formation hovering over their heads, unbeknownst to them until now. Each disciple is ensnared beneath thousands of these formations. This is bad. Everyone, quickly summon your energy to defend. The elder senses the danger, his expression changing dramatically as he broadcasts his voice forcefully to the ears of 10,000 disciples. The intent to kill. He feels an unprecedented killing intent, suffocatingly intense. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Shoyuan's arm descends, from the myriad formations, countless blood-red arrows fall like lightning, slicing through the air with explosive force. In an instant, over half of the thousands of cultivators are annihilated. The remaining disciples, realizing that a direct confrontation leads to dire consequences, hurriedly flee on their swords. But to their horror, the blood-red arrows follow, unrelenting in their pursuit. No matter how they twist and turn, they cannot shake free of the arrows. Before their spiritual energy runs out, they are swiftly caught. One arrow pierces through the chest, exploding with a resounding crash. Like fireworks bursting, a mist of blood scatters everywhere. Lung Chuan is left speechless, having never witnessed such a bloody massacre. This scene will be forever etched in his memory. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he murmurs, was he always this strong? Or, his gaze shifts to Chen Mu, contemplating whether the power he wields after being revived through necromancy is even greater. Aside from that, Lung Chuan cannot fathom any other reasonable explanation. If Lin Shuyuan had possessed such power before, he would not have been completely dominated and ruthlessly beaten by Chen Mu. This thought causes Lung Chuan's heart to waver, contemplating the notion of dying once, only to be summoned by Chen Mu in an undead form, experiencing the sensation of epic enhancement. Lin Shuyuan, in life and in death, is an entirely different entity. After his death, he resembles an invincible war god, unstoppable in his might. The elite cultivators of the Pangu realm find themselves utterly powerless before him. Within less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all have met their demise. Not a single one among the thousands remains with a complete corpse. Necromancy summoning in progress. Chen Mu revels in the outcome, summoning the undead across the entire Pangu realm with a single click. The undead army visibly expands behind him, creating an overwhelming visual effect intended to intimidate the Pangu realm into submission. Whether the Pangu realm submits or not is uncertain to Lung Chuan, but he himself has indeed succumbed. This technique is undeniably monstrous. The more enemies fall, the stronger they become. After the necromancy summoning, not only does their power not diminish, but it actually amplifies. How is one to contend with that? Even Lung Chuan, a member of the Lung family, cannot help but think that Lung Outyin, who dared to provoke such a monster, has met a fitting end. To court death is one thing, but to force others to take up arms against one is entirely another. Such reasoning is utterly incomprehensible. Glancing behind him, Cold River beheld an army of countless spirits, their numbers stretching into the tens of thousands. This only solidified his convictions further. If rules were to be established, they would be those dictated by Chen Mu. After all, rules are crafted by the powerful, not the weak. There is no room for dissent. Following Chen Mu's decisive actions, even the Grand Panga's sacred domain, despite its vast resources, had nearly annihilated the elite disciples of the outer court. The remaining individuals lacked remarkable strength, relegated to mere cannon fodder, and frankly, even that was a stretch. At this moment, within the outer court's grand hall, anxiety permeated the atmosphere. The hall master, Lin Yin, along with several elders, wore expressions of utmost distress. How should we handle this matter? Should we activate the protective formation? Upon hearing this query, Lin Yin was rendered speechless. Did they truly believe that the formation was devised by someone else? After a moment of contemplation, the elder fell silent. It was indeed absurd to employ a formation laid by Lin Xiuyuan against its own creator. It would only serve to turn against them. What on earth were those within the inner court doing? With the situation having escalated to such a dire extent, why had they yet to take action? They would relish seeing us all eradicated, for then no one would contest their power, allowing the inner court to effortlessly seize control of the entire Pangu sacred domain. Uncertain of how Lin Yin intended to resolve this, the assembly prepared for battle, vowing to coexist or perish with the sacred domain. Lin Yin commanded, at this juncture, retreat is not an option. We must press forward, even if it means striking against a stone with an egg. We swear to coexist or perish with the sacred domain. We shall stand tall in death rather than kneel in life. There is no such word as surrender in our lexicon. With that, Hall Master Lin Yin and the elders rose from their seats, exiting the grand hall to retrieve their treasured weapons stored within their spatial rings. True to their declarations, they were resolved to share the fate of the Pangu sacred domain. Suddenly, a radiant light caught Lin Yan's attention. Upon looking up, he was met with the sight of the 9-star killing array. Many found their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, their weapons slipping from their grip as resolve dissipated. An immense roar echoed as the formidable Manicore surged forth from the formation, crushing Lin Yan, the elders, and the entire outer court hall into oblivion. Currently summoning the undead. Summon successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the undead Lin Yan. All 34 individuals, without exception, were absorbed into Chen Mu's undead army. Report. Sacred Lord. All elders and the Hall Master of the Outer Court have been slain. Not a single one remains. A young disciple rushed into the hall, recounting all he had witnessed. Silence fell over the assembly. It was true that they had hoped to leverage Chen Mu's strength to eliminate the increasingly ambitious Lin Yan and his ilk. Yet, they were taken aback by how effortlessly the once mighty outer court of the Pangu's sacred domain had been obliterated. Sacred Lord, I suspect that individual is a demon cultivator. A demon cultivator? Sacred Lord Lin Shen urged the disciple to elaborate on how he arrived at such a conclusion. Even after the deaths of Hall Master Lin and the elders, not a single intact bone remains, yet miraculously, they have resurrected in a different form to follow him. This certainly resembled the methods of a demon cultivator. Sacred Lord, this individual is exceedingly peculiar. Should we summon the ancestor for assistance? The outer court has been destroyed, and if the inner court faces calamity, the Panga's sacred domain may very well be cast out. I second the elder's proposal. I urge the Sacred Lord to enlist the ancestors' aid to confront this formidable foe. An increasing number of elders stood to voice their agreement, approaching the steps to plead their case. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. The ancestor is currently in seclusion. Striving to break through to the third tier of the Emperor realm, it is ill-advised to disturb him. Lin Xian, you and the others, hasten to the armory and retrieve all divine-grade weapons. We must stop him at all costs and minimize our losses. Lin Shen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for objection. Lin Xian accepted the command. Upon receiving Lin Shen's approval to utilize the 36 divine-grade weapons, Lin Xian sighed in relief, feeling their chances of victory had significantly increased. After all, these were divine-grade weapons. The 36 inner court elders corresponded perfectly with the 36 divine-grade weapons. The cleansing moonblade. It has been far too long since we met. The 100-legged sword, at last, I have the chance to wield the strongest weapon beneath the heavenly Tao Emperor's arsenal. With this wind and thunder flute, I am confident I can stand against Lin Xiaoyuan. At the armory's entrance, after retrieving the divine-grade weapons they had previously wielded, the elders' expressions shifted from panic to confidence. Let us proceed together to vanquish the invaders. The Grand Elder Lin Xian raised his Dragon King's sword high, his eyes filled with a hidden murderous intent. Kill. The assembly raised their weapons in response. They soared through the air, adopting a regal demeanor as they quickly encountered Chen Mu, Yi Qingcheng, and their cohorts. These individuals were the inner court elders of the Pangu's sacred domain, and indeed, they had brought forth all their divine-grade weapons. This time, without waiting for Chen Mu to inquire, Cold River was quick to respond. Divine-grade weapons? The strongest sacred domain among the 3,000 small worlds is surprisingly impoverished? In a different sense, this revelation opened Chen Mu's eyes. After all, he had long achieved freedom with the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons and had no intention of regarding a mere 36 divine-grade weapons as significant. As he observed the formidable undead army trailing behind Chen Mu, Lin Xian and his companions found themselves repeatedly at a loss for words. They had never witnessed such an eerie and unsettling spectacle. If this were not a demon cult, then what was it? It perfectly matched their understanding of a demon cult's nature. To trespass upon the sacred domain and slaughter our kin, you must pay the price. However, I can offer you a chance. If you are willing to submit to the Panga's sacred domain, I can recommend you to the Grand Hall to meet the Sacred Lord and become an elder of the inner court. What say you? Lin Xian extended an olive branch to Chen Mu, valuing talent while also seeking to avoid conflict. Even with divine-grade weapons in hand, without engaging in true combat, no one could ascertain whether they would maintain an absolute advantage. Submit to you? Chen Mu chuckled, dismissing the notion as a waste of breath. Opening his system interface, he switched to the system backpack function and retrieved precisely 36 heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons. Since Lin Xian and his 36 companions possessed 36 divine-grade weapons, they felt emboldened enough to act so brazenly. Chen Mu saw no harm in allowing them to broaden their horizons before meeting their end. 36 beams of brilliance shot skyward. Each heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon radiated an overwhelming divine might, causing the divine-grade weapons in the hands of the 36 to tremble in fear. In terror, heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons? Am I dreaming? An emperor is only granted a single heavenly Tao Emperor's weapon, yet he commands dozens? Is this truly not an illusion? Goodness! This cannot be a mere figment of my imagination. The 36 were left in utter astonishment. The weapons they gripped suddenly broke free from their control, soaring toward the heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons, encircling them in defection. This scene took Chen Mu by surprise. He had not anticipated that even among weapons, there existed a bloodline suppression akin to that among monstrous beasts. However, the most astonished was Cold River. After finally regaining his composure, his legs once again turned to jelly, causing him to collapse. Heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons. So many Heavenly Tao Emperor's weapons. I must be dreaming, surely. He babbled, repeating himself incessantly. In that moment, Chen Mu transcended the realm of humanity in Cold River's eyes, regarded as a deity or an immortal. Otherwise, it was unfathomable to conceive an explanation. Cold River could only attempt to comfort himself with an even more absurd notion to accept reality. Chen Mu, however, was indifferent to how Cold River perceived him, be it as a human, a god, or an immortal. With a flick of his fingertips, 36 celestial imperial weapons were unleashed in an instant, launching forth like arrows released from a bow, rapidly targeting the 36 individuals. No, please, spare me. I submit. I am willing to yield to you. No, I do not wish to die. Pleas for mercy were futile. After all that had transpired, Chen Mu was beyond reasoning. The 36 elders of the Pangu's sacred domain were annihilated in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single survivor, not even a complete bone remained. Only blood mist lingered in the air. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the distant sovereign, Lin Chun. Although he said little, his demeanor mirrored that of Lung Chuan, as he collapsed to the ground, his legs unresponsive and numb. He could not comprehend how the celestial order could permit such an overwhelming monstrosity to exist in the world. It shattered the balance of the Great Song realm, leaving no equilibrium in its wake. Boom. The ground rumbled. Just as Lin Chun was overwhelmed with emotions and despair, a pillar of light surged forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, shooting into the sky, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. This was, the ancestor had broken through. Chapter 206, Your third level of Emperor? I have attained the 38th level. A magnificent celestial aura descended upon the world, rich with sacred resonance. Golden rays illuminating the heavens as if an immortal were to descend. Apart from his own ancestor, Lin Chun could hardly fathom anyone else possessing such capability. Indeed, when an emperor successfully attains enlightenment, it often invokes a cosmic spectacle. However, such phenomena vary in grandeur. The more magnificent the spectacle, the greater the individual's strength and the divine blessings they have received from the celestial order. In times past, even with Lin Chun's typically composed temperament, he would have applauded this scene. Yet now, not a trace of a smile graced his face. While the third level of Emperor was indeed formidable, Chen Mu's recent feat of using 36 celestial imperial weapons to instantly slay the 36 elders of the Pangu's sacred domain remained vividly etched in his mind. Lin Chun found it impossible to determine who was stronger between the two. Ultimately, all would be revealed upon meeting the ancestor. He resolved to head toward the cave dwelling abundant in spiritual energy at the back mountain. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling stone rolled aside, and the ancestor, Lin Yuan, emerged from the cave, clad in robes as white as snow. Lin Chun noticed that the ancestor, as previously white hair, had transformed to a deep black. His skin was tighter, and wrinkles had vanished. It was astonishing. Breaking through to the third level of Emperor also had the effect of rejuvenation. Lin Chun, why are you the only one here? Lin Yuan scanned the area, confirming that only Lin Chun had come to greet him. In the past, at least several hundred people would have come to welcome him, though Lin Yuan cared little for such formalities. Seeing only Lin Chun present upon his recent breakthrough to the third level of Emperor left him feeling somewhat slighted. Ancestor, something has happened in the sacred domain. Lin Chun spoke up. What has transpired in the sacred domain? Lin Yuan inquired, his expression shifting. Lin Chun quickly recounted the events to Lin Yuan. Bang! Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was filled with rage, sweeping his hand to shatter the massive ceiling stone into ashes. How audacious! To dare massacre my Lin clan within the Pangu sacred domain. If I do not rend you to pieces today, I, Lin Yuan, am unworthy of the title of Emperor. Wait, ancestor. Lin Chun attempted to offer further explanation, but he saw Lin Yuan transform into a streak of light, soaring hundreds of meters away. He hastily summoned his flying sword to pursue, calling out, Ancestor, wait for me, fearing that even the ancestor might fall victim. He was aware that the Pangu sacred domain was in grave danger. Young master, a powerful aura of an emperor is approaching us. Yi Qiqing perceptively informed Chen Mu. Third level of Emperor? This insignificant Great Song realm truly harbors hidden talents, Chen Mu remarked. Third level of Emperor. Lung Chuan suddenly realized that the celestial phenomenon had been caused by the breakthrough of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of the Lin clan in the Pangu sacred domain. Third level of Emperor, and with the bloodline of the divine race. If memory serves me right, Lin Yuan possesses the most powerful celestial imperial weapon recognized throughout the Great Cang realm. No wonder he is referred to as the pinnacle of combat power. Master, can we triumph? Lung Chuan gazed at Chen Mu, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood that this battle would either solidify Lin Yuan's reputation as the pinnacle of combat power or see a title change hands, heralding a new era of dominance. In a flash, Lin Yuan and Lin Chen arrived, one after the other. Lin Yuan emanated a fierce aura, his eyes shimmering with golden light, exuding an air of divinity. However, upon noticing the numerous celestial imperial weapons surrounding Chen Mu, Lin Yuan could not help but frown slightly, his lips twitching. Those are celestial imperial weapons? How could there be so many? He was perplexed. Looking behind Chen Mu, he beheld the vast, imposing necromancer army, and his frown deepened. Without uttering a word, Lin Yuan unleashed a wave of imperial might to gauge Chen Mu's depth and strength. Since Lin Yuan was curious, Chen Mu had no qualms about indulging him, releasing merely 1/1000th of his imperial might. As the two imperial forces clashed, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, reverberating like the explosion of divine thunder. The violent air currents nearly swept Lung Chuan off his feet. Even with all his spiritual energy summoned to stabilize himself, he was forcefully pushed back several dozen meters. Is this the contest between emperors? How terrifying. Lang Chuan marveled quietly. Puff. Just a moment ago, he had expected a scene of equal strength. Only to witness Lin Yuan stumble backward several steps, hand pressed to his chest, his complexion paling as he coughed up blood, the crimson liquid stark against his pallor. The ancestor of the Pangu realm was defeated in a single exchange? Lung Chuan could hardly believe it. In stark contrast, Chen Mu appeared completely at ease, unaffected, as though nothing had occurred. His calm demeanor stood in sharp contrast to Lin Yuan's distress. To an observer, it might seem that the emperor was bullying a celestial being, as their power levels were clearly not on the same tier. Yet, if Lung Chuan recalled correctly, Lin Yuan's cultivation was at the 3rd level of emperor. Chen Mu had not even lifted a finger, merely drawing upon a thought, and had severely injured him? How much cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? Questions flooded his mind, but he refrained from directly inquiring of Chen Mu. Fortunately, Lin Yuan spoke up, providing clarity. 36 levels? No, that cannot be right. You must possess at least 37 or 38 levels of emperor cultivation. How is that possible? It cannot be. Even with rejuvenation, living from the chaotic era to this day, it was inconceivable to attain such a high level of power. Lin Yuan questioned his very existence. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Lung Chuan were equally incredulous. Even Yi Qingcheng exhibited surprise, her autumn-like eyes fixed upon Chen Mu. The young master possesses the power of the 38th level of emperor? This is extraordinary. To describe him as invincible would not be an exaggeration. In fact, the phrase invincible was practically crafted for him. 38th level of emperor? Ancestor, you are not jesting with me. Are you? You took so long to merely reach the 3rd level of emperor. How old is he? Not to mention the immense resources, spirit stones, and energy invested by the entire Pangu sacred domain to facilitate your breakthrough to the 3rd level of emperor. After enduring so much, witnessing the dawn of hope, only to be confronted by a 38th level emperor, a supreme killing god poised to obliterate the Pangu realm. Could fate be so cruel as to twist in such a manner? Lin Chen felt as though he were on the brink of madness. At that moment, Lung Chuan finally emerged from his shock, gazing intently at Chen Mu's imposing, secure figure from behind. He believed that the entire world ought to be grateful to Chen Mu. Grateful for revealing that not only was it possible to break through to emperor, but that even during the breakthrough, one could receive celestial imperial weapons. Thus, it made sense that Chen Mu could produce 36 celestial imperial weapons in an instant. He was simply exceptionally fortunate. Heaven favored him, bestowing upon him a celestial imperial weapon as a reward nearly every time he broke through. It all made perfect sense. Before persuading others, Lang Chuan first sought to convince himself. Chapter 207, Seizing Pangu Divine Blood. A 1000-fold enhancement, however. What Lung Chuan did not realize was that the 36 celestial imperial weapons before him were but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the reserves within Chen Mu's system backpack. The sheer number had long surpassed what Chen Mu could accurately recall, and he had grown indifferent to the specifics. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Yuan fell into deep contemplation and sensed something peculiar. Chen Mu observed that Lin Yuan did not appear to possess the strength of a 38th tier emperor, which should be impossible for anyone to attain. Lin Yuan shrugged off Lin Chen's supportive hand and steadied himself. He took a deep breath, and his aura shifted dramatically. His internal energy surged, and a drop of divine blood activated within his heart, coursing through his veins to the extraordinary meridians in every limb. His body expanded immensely, doubling in size. In that moment, he He resembled a true deity, towering at nearly 100 meters in height, aligning perfectly with Chen Mu's rigid impression of Pangu. He also noticed that as Lin Yuan's body enlarged, his spiritual energy and cultivation level soared exponentially. However, given that it was just a single drop, its duration would undoubtedly be limited. Could one drop of divine blood yield such effects? Chen Mu felt a flicker of curiosity as he initiated the absorption process. 1. Cultivation. 2. Holy Body. 3. Lifespan. He swiftly identified the 6th-ranked Pangu divine blood and activated the absorption. Absorbing. Absorption successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Pangu divine blood. As the system's voice faded, Lin Yuan uncontrollably opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, mouth, and other orifices, coalescing into strands of crimson that twisted in the air before forming a single drop of pure blood that flew into Chen Mu's hand. Immediately after, Lin Yuan, who had just completed his transformation, was reverted to his original form. Return my divine blood, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his emotions running high. With a swift motion, Chen Mu slapped him away, sending him flying over 1,000 meters, leaving a deep trench in his wake. Lin Chen, who once held a glimmer of hope for Lin Yuan, stood frozen, his thoughts in turmoil, utterly petrified. He never anticipated that Lin Yuan's strongest trump card, the Pangu divine blood, would be so effortlessly seized by Chen Mu, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The method was brutally direct. Observing the scene, Chen Mu deemed the Pangu divine blood rather ordinary after reviewing its details in the system, his interest waning. Ordinary? Lin Chen nearly lost control, wanting to retort that Chen Mu simply did not comprehend. He lacked the confidence and courage to grasp that Lin Yuan and the entirety of the Pangu's sacred land owed their current achievements to that single drop of Pangu divine blood. Did he consider this ordinary? Was there anything in this world that was not extraordinary? Chen Mu had no time to ponder Lin Chen's subtle expressions, shifting his gaze to Yi Qingqing, then to Lang Chuan. He decided to use Lang Chuan as a test subject, hoping to trigger a 1,000-fold return and potentially enhance the divine blood's quality. If that failed, quantity would serve as a safety net. Open your mouth. Yes. Lang Chuan dared not resist Chen Mu's command and obediently complied. Whatever Chen Mu intended to do, he would cooperate fully. Chen Mu raised his hand and thrust the drop of Pangu divine blood into Lang Chuan's mouth. With a gulp, Lang Chuan instinctively swallowed. Immediately, he was engulfed by an unbearable heat, golden rays shimmering in his eyes, gradually taking on a divine appearance. His body rapidly merged with the Pangu divine blood. Yet, Chen Mu's focus remained solely on the system panel before him. Success in granting Pangu divine blood. 1,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring pure Pangu divine blood 100. Pure Pangu divine blood? Observing the quantity drop from the guaranteed 1,000 to 100, Chen Mu, though not fully understanding the intricacies of the pure bloodline, immediately recognized that its potency had undoubtedly escalated. Upon examining the details, he could only conclude that it was indeed worthy of its title as pure divine blood. Compared to dragon blood, it was akin to refuse. The ordinary Pangu divine blood merely allowed one to borrow a fraction of divine power, while this pure Pangu divine blood enabled one to master divine strength, transcending into godhood. A true terrestrial immortal, Chen Mu extracted a portion of pure Pangu divine blood. Cradling it in his palm, its size reminiscent of an orange, pulsating, he gently pressed it into Yi Qingqing's chest, merging it with her. Success in gifting pure Pangu divine blood. 1,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring pure Pangu divine blood 1,000. Yi Qingqing's feet lifted off the ground, her entire being suspended in midair. Her long hair turned silver, her skin pale as snow, almost fragile. Her eyes sparkled with golden threads, and a faint golden divine pattern appeared on her forehead. Divine power continuously drew in spiritual energy from the cosmos, flooding into her body. Her dantian expanded infinitely, seemingly insatiable, inexhaustible. The world around her transformed in her eyes, becoming remarkably clear, her thoughts more coherent than ever. The effect of a mere wisp of spiritual energy was now amplified by divine power, capable of slicing through even the most formidable of imperial prodigies with a single strike. A thought could shift mountains and fill seas, shaking the very cosmos. That was the essence of becoming divine. Just as Lin Yuan returned from his momentary stupor, witnessing Yi Qingqing's transformation, he was taken aback. He questioned the reality of what he saw. Though he was hailed as a terrestrial immortal, compared to Yi Qingqing, he was ultimately just an ordinary mortal, now stripped of his divine blood by Chen Mu. At this moment, Lang Chuan finally grasped why Chen Mu would bestow the Pangu divine blood upon him instead of Yi Qingqing. She evidently possessed something even more extraordinary. How do you feel? Chen Mu inquired, observing Yi Qingqing, who had descended gracefully. Her post-transformation aura was distinctly captivating, exuding an unapproachable purity that compelled one to desire to pull her down from her pedestal and tarnish her sanctity. Returning to the young master, the entire world feels utterly renewed. It is marvelously enchanting. Yi Qingsheng, unchanged in her attitude towards Chen Mu, now regarded him with unwavering reverence. That's good. Chen Mu extracted another portion of pure Pangu divine blood, plunging it into his own chest, merging it within himself. As his appearance transformed, an internal upheaval ensued, causing the hearts of those present to feel as though they were gripped by an invisible hand, leaving them breathless under the immense pressure. This was due to the high compatibility of the pure Pangu divine blood, synergizing with the diverse energies within Chen Mu, including those from the nine-tailed fox clan and dragon blood, enhancing their effects. When Lin Yuan and Lin Chen locked eyes with Chen Mu's divine gaze, they instinctively bent their knees and knelt before him in an act of homage. However, Chen Mu's attention was not on them. He was immersed in experiencing the world anew, as described by Yi Qingsheng. Indeed, it was a profound difference. It felt as if the entire world was now at his command. At this moment, Chen Mu could effortlessly manipulate the flow of spiritual veins at will. In Chapter 208, the supreme prodigy from a century ago, the 10,000 Emperor Bell, integrated with the current Emperor's realm, allowed Chen Mu to suppress others without needing to steal their cultivation, rendering them unable to harness spiritual energy. Even an Emperor, devoid of spiritual energy, was merely a common brute, lacking finesse. Finally, Chen Mu understood why Lin Yuan, with only a single drop of Pangu divine blood, was so extravagantly praised. This divine blood was truly exceptional. For the human race, it was a rare treasure, far more scarce than artifacts of celestial origin or sacred bodies. Chen Mu was curious about the origins of this divine blood. Did Lin Yuan's ancestors possess divine lineage? If that were the case, with so many members in the Lin family, why was he the only one to awaken? Not to mention, the quantity was exceedingly scarce, limited to a mere drop. Unlike the system's thousand-fold return of pure Pangu divine blood, Lin Yuan's Pangu divine blood was a consumable, diminishing in purity and efficacy with each activation. Over time, it would become entirely ineffective, merely bearing the name of Pangu divine blood. In contrast, pure Pangu divine blood elegantly eliminated this flaw, allowing for unlimited usage, and paradoxically growing stronger with each application. In this regard, Chen Mu had to concede that the system had never disappointed him. System, thank you for the host's praise. This system will remain humble and continue to strive for excellence. To facilitate the host's journey on the path to invincibility, Chen Mu bestowed the Pangu divine blood, which originally belonged to him, upon Lung Chuan as if it were a mere trifle. Subsequently, he produced an even purer divine blood, far surpassing the Pangu blood, and gifted a portion to Yi Qingsheng, not content until he had fused a portion himself. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with awe and envy, devoid of any other sentiments. Formidable. Truly formidable. He surmised that even if Chen Mu remained stationary, waiting for him for millennia, he would not be able to harm him in the slightest. Even with the Pangu divine blood, he was baffled as to which short-sighted member of his clan dared to provoke Chen Mu. Such a magnate should be revered as an ancestor. Lin Yuan was filled with remorse, regretting his premature seclusion. He had picked up a sesame seed, only to lose a watermelon, an entire melon patch. Offending the Celestial Venerable is due to our lack of discernment. We implore the Celestial Venerable to grant us leniency. Henceforth, this humble servant shall be at the Celestial Venerable's beck and call. Lin Yuan saw no impropriety in addressing Chen Mu as Celestial Venerable. In his view, only a celestial being could possess such power. Before Chen Mu could utter a word, a voice echoed from the void. Is this all it takes? To surrender to an external foe so readily? Are all members of the Lin clan so devoid of valor? Who dares to utter such audacious remarks? Lin Yuan bellowed in fury. His heart, already lodged in his throat, nearly leaped out of his mouth. He feared provoking Chen Mu, which would exacerbate the plight of the Pangu sacred domain. The sacred Lord Lin Chen remained silent, his brow furrowed. The voice seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Turning around, he saw Yi Lin. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Chen immediately identified him as a once-renowned prodigy from a century ago. Initially, he was an outer disciple subjected to bullying, but one day, he rose to prominence, defeating various heroes and talents. With countless inner and outer courtyard prodigies falling at his hands, he repeatedly rendered great service to the sacred domain, ascending to the position of inner courtyard elder. He was hailed as the most likely candidate to become the next supreme. However, after becoming an elder, Yi Lin suddenly vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that he was overzealous in his pursuit of power, practicing cultivation to the point of demonic possession and self-immolation. Others claimed that he had ventured out to gain experience. Lin Chun was surprised to see him appear at such a juncture. His aura was completely different from what it had been a century ago. The inherent aura of slaughter sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine with the slightest proximity. It was as if he were facing not a person, but a great demon. Sacred Lord Lin, if you are willing to entrust the Lin family's treasure, the myriad emperor bell, to me, I shall resolve this person for you. What say you? Yi Lin proposed his terms. This fellow. Yi Qingcheng was bewildered by Yi Lin's audacity to utter such words. Was he blind? Could he not discern the surrounding circumstances? Even Lin Yuan, once hailed as the foremost powerhouse of the Great Azure, was no match for their young master. What made him think he could succeed? Ignorant youth. How dare you antagonize the celestial venerable? Lin Yuan rebuked, urging Yi Lin to kneel and atone to Chen Mu. Celestial venerable? Yi Lin chuckled, his hands clasped behind his back. Before me, he is unworthy of the title of celestial. To have me kneel before him? I fear he could not bear it. Yi Lin was unwilling to waste any more words on Lin Yuan. He turned his gaze back to Lin Chen. Sacred Lord Lin, what is your decision? He knew that the myriad emperor bell was always carried by Lin Chun. He pressed on. In any case, you cannot utilize that object. Why not offer it up and exchange it for a chance to live? Very well. I agree. Lin Chen finally relented after a moment of hesitation. Accustomed to wielding absolute power, standing high above, and looking down upon others, he could not fathom what it would be like to stand below and gaze up at someone else. He felt only humiliation, rather than debasing himself. He would take a gamble. Rebellious son. What do you intend to do? Lin Yuan raised his hand, intending to strike Lin Chen. He could hardly believe that he had raised such a disappointing, oblivious son. The outcome was already determined. How could an ant hope to shake the heavens? Boom. In the next moment, Lin Yuan felt an immense force descending upon him, causing his knees to buckle involuntarily. He knelt down, unable to resist. Yi Lin's eyes were icy as he said, "Old thing, when did you get a say in this matter?" This is. Lin Yuan struggled to speak. Never expecting to be completely suppressed by Yi Lin, he attempted to discern Yi Lin's cultivation level, but all he saw was chaos, boundless darkness. Lin Yuan quickly closed his eyes and retracted his divine sense, fearing that lingering too long in that world would prevent him from extricating himself and lead to his complete downfall. Seeing this, Lin Chen was overjoyed. As if he had grasped at hope, a lifeline. Without delay, he hastily retrieved the myriad emperor bell from his spatial ring. It was only the size of a palm, and 9 lifelike golden dragons were carved on the golden bell. They gave the impression that they could detach from the bell at any moment and fly away. Excellent. Yi Lin was equally delighted. With the myriad emperor bell, he would return to his supreme peak. Boom. Bang. In the next moment, Yi Lin's smile froze and vanished in an instant. He clearly saw Lin Chun being crushed under an invisible, intangible wisp of formidable pressure, his body exploding, even his bones turning to dust, shattering on the ground. A large patch of bloody traces remained, and the myriad emperor bell, which Yi Lin had longed for, was also shattered into several pieces under that pressure. He watched helplessly as the cooked duck flew away. Do you take me for granted? Chen Mu inquired. Chapter 209, Protagonist of Destiny? Supreme Villain Module Binding. Yi Lin did not respond to Chen Mu's question. Instead, he crouched down and picked up the useless fragments of the myriad emperor bell from the pool of blood that belonged to Lin Chen. His expression was a mixture of laughter and tears. Then, he revealed a self-deprecating smile. I am truly a case of made by Xiao He, destroyed by Xiao He. Putting aside strength, Chen Mu felt that this fellow was like a lunatic. Even though Lin Yuan had lost the pang of divine blood, he still possessed the strength of the great emperor's third layer. Yi Lin could easily suppress him, so he definitely had strength. As for how much, Chen Mu had the system open Yi Lin's personal panel to study him. He could directly view the data, so why waste his divine sense and energy? Was the system's instant viewing not more comfortable? Checking. Check successful. Name: Yi Lin. Identity: Elder of Pangu's Sacred Domain. Life script: Reincarnated Demon Lord. Reincarnated Demon Lord? Chen Mu finally understood why he felt such a strong sense of DJVU after Yi Lin appeared. Looking at the cultivation level column, he was relieved that he wasn't too strong, only at the Great Emperor Realm's 5th layer. He could suppress Lin Yuan, but not to the extent of astonishing Chen Mu. After all, this fellow was a reincarnation of a powerful being. Relying on his previous experience, techniques, and cultivation methods, his strength would inevitably increase far faster than ordinary people. Not to mention, he might also be carrying treasures accumulated from his previous life. He was definitely a protagonist of destiny, a child of fortune. After all, this was a fantasy world, so Chen Mu wasn't too surprised. He joked to himself, is he the protagonist of destiny? Then wouldn't I become the villain? The system is attempting to upgrade. Chen Mu could roughly guess what would happen next. Attempted upgrade 6 times, failed. Attempted upgrade 34 times. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Supreme Villain module has been bound. New function unlocked. Supreme Villain. Sure enough, it perfectly matched Chen Mu's prediction. He could only say that reading more novels in his previous life was not wrong, as it had come in handy. Chen Mu roughly understood it. The Supreme Villain function could be summarized in one sentence: suppress and eliminate the protagonist to obtain massive rewards. In addition, the function came with a villain-exclusive shop, selling various villain props. For example, Aura Value Reset card, price, 10 villain points. Opportunity Seizure card, price, 5 villain points. Red Beauty Favorability Reset card, price, 1 villain point. The myriad of items available ranged from the Red Face Fate Snatching card, priced at 5 villain points, to the Protagonist Luck Reversal card and the Betrayal card, each similarly priced. All these items were intricately connected to the torment of the protagonist. Any protagonist, regardless of their mental fortitude, would likely crumble under the weight of such despair, exclaiming in frustration, "What is the point of this? It's utterly pointless." However, to wield these potent items, one would need to acquire villain points, which could not be gifted to others, and triggering a 1,000-fold return seemed a futile endeavor. As Chen Mu pondered this, he inadvertently noticed the bottom right corner of the system panel, where the villain points section boldly proclaimed, "Unlimited." Chen Mu had to admit his earlier recklessness. "Be careful, young master. Master, watch out." As Chen Mu seemed lost in thought, Yilin charged toward him with fierce intent. Despite the chilling sense of helplessness that enveloped Yu Qiqing and Ling Chuan in the presence of Yilin, they resolutely decided to intervene and shield Chen Mu from any harm. No matter the cost, they would not allow him to act against Chen Mu. However, just as they drew their weapons, Chen Mu casually waved his hand, sending Yilin hurtling thousands of meters away, fast enough for the human eye to scarcely perceive. Lin Yuan, witnessing this astonishing feat, was left in shock. The formidable adversary who had effortlessly suppressed him was now sent flying by a mere flick of Chen Mu's hand, utilizing sheer brute force without the aid of spiritual energy. How could the youth of today be so extraordinary? Chen Mu was surprised to find that his strike had merely left Yilin's physical form battered, with only a remnant of his soul remaining. The system then clarified, the fated individual is protected by the heavenly Tao's fortune. While their fortune is not null, they cannot be slain. This statement resonated with Chen Mu's understanding of protagonists possessing an indomitable vitality akin to cockroaches. He mused, if their fortune can be reduced to 0, then they can indeed be killed, correct? The system confirmed, yes, a fated protagonist devoid of the heavenly Tao's protection is no different from an ordinary person. And with your strength, you could eliminate them in an instant. With this realization, Chen Mu accessed the villain shop and located the fortune nullification card. Purchase successful. Villain points -100, 000. He nonchalantly decided to sell 1,000 cards of fortune nullification. After all, with unlimited villain points, he could afford to be extravagant. The system declared, 10,000 villain points successfully spent. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 million villain points. While the prospect was exhilarating, Chen Mu questioned the significance of having unlimited villain points with a return mechanism. The system responded, the host's feedback has been noted. The system has optimized the return feature and will no longer interrupt the host's valuable time with pop-up notifications. Recognizing the system's capacity for improvement, Chen Mu had no reason to harbor resentment. Shall I use the fortune nullification card on the target, Yilin? He confirmed without hesitation. Chen Mu had no intention of engaging in the long-winded games typical of protagonists. When the opportunity arose, he would strike decisively, understanding the adage of not leaving roots behind. Chen Mu was more than familiar with the principle. In progress. Usage successful. Yilin's fortune of 13,000 points has been entirely nullified and transferred to the host. Chen Mu couldn't help but be taken aback by the system's notification. He had expected a simple nullification, but instead, the system had transferred all of Yilin's heavenly Tao fortune to him. It was well known that the protagonist's fortune was of an entirely different caliber compared to that of an ordinary person. The effectiveness of this transfer could be magnified by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. In light of this, being a villain had its advantages. You shall perish. The words echoed even from a distance of thousands of meters. In the next moment, those two words resonated in front of Chen Mu. This movement was a manifestation of Yilin's self-created supreme lightness technique from his previous life as a demon lord, allowing him to traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, unmasked. Chen Mu had thwarted Yilin's grand scheme, and thus, he must die. Just as Yilin prepared to close the distance, he sensed something ominous as Chen Mu began to make a move. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. It felt as if countless reapers were standing behind him, eagerly awaiting his advance to deliver him to his doom. Chapter 210. The Fated Protagonist. Am I merely an experience pack? Yi Lin quickly halted, retreating several dozen meters to maintain what he considered a safe distance. The pounding of his heart echoed like a drum, and he struggled to comprehend why Chen Mu, merely standing there, had instilled such immense pressure upon him. How could he, a resurrected demon lord, be intimidated by such a young boy? This was a matter of pride, especially as he aspired to reclaim his ultimate peak and return to his original world to avenge the treacherous woman who had betrayed him. On the other hand, Yi Lin could distinctly sense that Chen Mu was not comparable to the lesser minions he had previously dispatched with a mere flick of his hand. This one warranted his utmost seriousness. The aura of demonic energy enveloped Yi Lin, and Yi Qingqing's keen perception detected the surging malevolence emanating from him. It was as if the air itself was filled with the wails of countless souls, victims of Yi Lin's past slaughters, their resentful spirits fueling his chaotic demonic body. The chaotic demonic body was a technique Yi Lin had painstakingly created, amalgamating the wisdom of countless schools of thought. It was through this mastery that he ascended to the Demon Lord's throne and commanded the 6 realms. This technique had no upper limit and could infinitely refine resentment. The more resentment he absorbed, the stronger his killing intent became, thus amplifying the power of his chaotic demonic body. Yi Lin eagerly anticipated the strength he would gain after slaying Chen Mu and refining the resentment that belonged to him, perhaps even surpassing the might of the 10,000 Emperor Bell. With a roar, a black mist spiraled upward, reaching hundreds of meters in height. As the mist dissipated, it revealed Yi Lin, his skin tinged with purple, adorned with crimson runes on his chest, neck, cheeks, and arms, sprouting 2 pairs of obsidian wings. With fingers sharper than daggers, he conjured a purple fireball from thin air. This flame, known as Earthian fire, once ignited, would consume not only the flesh but also the 3 souls and 7 spirits, reducing them to ashes. Yi Lin had once wielded this fire, no larger than the size of a palm, to annihilate an entire city, claiming the lives of over 100,000 souls. He reveled in the sight of them struggling helplessly in the inferno, consumed bit by bit, their anguish cries one of his few pleasures. Never had he anticipated such eagerness to witness Chen Mu engulfed by Yi Lin. Found it incomprehensible how Chen Mu was able to accomplish what even he, as the demon sovereign, could not achieve. Instead of anger, he laughed, convinced that Chen Mu was merely ensnaring himself. Such a massive ball of earth flame, even Yi Lin, the demon sovereign, could not guarantee he could withstand it completely. Even if Chen Mu managed to fend it off, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. At that point, Yi Lin would strike to finish him off and send Chen Mu to the afterlife. The temperature of the air suddenly surged. The fireball, taller than a person and several meters in diameter, collided with Chen Mu's palm. However, the decisive, lethal scene Yi Lin envisioned did not materialize. The earth flame gradually diminished, absorbed and refined by Chen Mu, enhancing his fire's spiritual root. The joy of the fire's spiritual root finally resonated with the thunder spiritual root. It frantically refined itself, nourishing Chen Mu's cultivation. Keep going, bring me more. My spiritual root is on the verge of a breakthrough, Chen Mu urged Yi Lin. This kid, is he truly refining the quality of his spiritual root by absorbing my earth flame? How humiliating. Yi Lin had never felt such disgrace. The esteemed demon sovereign had become another's power booster? If word got out, where would Yi Lin's dignity as a demon sovereign go? Yi Lin altered his strategy, preparing for close combat to eliminate Chen Mu and prevent him from extracting further value. Since Yi Lin was unwilling to grant experience, but rather chose to offer his own head, Chen Mu, with a kind heart, readily agreed. With a gentle wave of his arm, a roaring wind surged forth, pushing Yi Qingqing and Lung Chuan a few steps forward involuntarily. Looking back at the demon sovereign Yi Lin, whose claws were mere inches from Chen Mu's heart, he found himself unable to move forward even an inch, no matter how hard he tried. Damn it, who are you, really? Before he could finish, he was swept away by the whirlwind, tossed into the air. The white gusts were dense, obscuring the situation within. The only visible aspect was the increasingly crimson tornado itself. It was easy to imagine the inhumane torment Yi Lin was enduring inside. The wind cut like a knife, its high-speed rotation gradually wearing away at Yi Lin's body. First, his protective barrier shattered, followed by his flesh and demon wings. Ultimately, even his exposed bones were ground to dust. If the hardest parts could be obliterated so easy, Yi Qingqing was aware of Chen Mu's aversion to complications. So she inquired about his decision in advance to facilitate their actions. Suddenly, Chen Mu's eyes flew open, and he sat up in alarm, completely forgetting about this matter. Turning his head with a clumsy motion, reminiscent of a rusted machine long out of use, he sheepishly asked, Ching-chung, do you think I can recall all the shadow puppets in time? This was a terrifying thought. The dual sacred bodies. 100 great emperors. One could hardly imagine how those in the Holy Realm would cope. At this moment, they were likely already on their knees pleading for mercy. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smile wryly. She found her young master quite amusing. If it were anyone else, given such an opportunity, they would be eager to seize the position of the realm lord immediately. In contrast, Chen Mu seemed terrified of such a heavy responsibility, doing everything to decline it. Oh, what a blunder, he lamented, raising a hand to his forehead and reclining back into his chair. Yi Qingqing gently massaged his temples with her fingertips, helping him to relax his mind. In the sweltering summer heat, the coolness of her touch indeed provided Chen Mu with significant relief. Young master, even if you were to become the realm lord, I believe it would not be an issue. You could simply hold the title while appointing a deputy realm lord to handle all the troublesome matters, Yi Qingqing suggested. Chen Mu pondered, realizing the wisdom in her words. I excel at delegating such responsibilities. He had already decided whom to entrust with this significant task. Meanwhile, at the Holy Lord's estate, Chen Tianlin sneezed, rubbing his nose and rubbing his arms together, involuntarily inhaling a sharp breath. Glancing up at the blazing sun, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What was this chilling sensation all about? The next day arrived. Chen Tianlin intended to descend the mountain to visit an old friend, but was abruptly halted by a disciple who stepped forward, blocking his path. Holy Lord, an esteemed guest wishes to see you. Oh, an esteemed guest? Who is it? Chen Tianlin inquired curiously, noticing the disciple's evident trepidation. The 10 domain lords, the disciple replied. The 10 domain lords. Chen Tianlin's eyes widened in realization as he confirmed. You mean the 10 great sacred domains? Indeed, Holy Lord. They have all arrived and wish to meet with you regarding a significant matter. The disciple responded earnestly. A significant matter to discuss with me. Chen Tianlin crossed his arms, a frown settling on his face as he fell into deep thought. He could not fathom why the 10 great sacred domains, which had previously been utterly unrelated to the Tianyuan sacred land, would suddenly mobilize to descend upon the southern domain. Could it be that the Tianyuan had been drawing too much attention in the Great Cang World, prompting the 10 sacred domains to feel threatened and seek to collaborate in imposing sanctions? Beyond that, Chen Tianlin couldn't think of any other suitable reasoning. Surely it couldn't be that they came to submit to Tianyuan? Pressure? Chen Tianlin felt no pressure at all. In the past, the Tianyuan sacred land had never flinched before the 10 sacred domains. Now, it was even less likely. His true trump card would ensure that even with the arrival of the 10 sacred domains, they would all be eliminated without exception. Moreover, there was his spirited son, Chen Mu, to consider. While others relied on their parents, Chen Tianlin took pride in relying on his son. After all, few others had the opportunity to do so. Rumors and slander? Merely envy and jealousy. He would accept it all. Let us head to the main hall. Chen Tianlin decided to postpone his other matters and first investigate what the 10 sacred domain representatives had come for. On the way, he confirmed. Did they mention the purpose of their visit to the Tianyuan sacred land? No, they said they would only speak after seeing you. Holy Lord, the disciple divulged. How many of them are there? Chen Tianlin probed further. Not many, the disciple replied. Each sacred domain has no more than 4 representatives, and at least one. Not more than 4. Some even sent just one individual. If this is truly an attempt to sanction the Tianyuan sacred land, I feel they are somewhat underestimating us. Do they truly believe that the Tianyuan sacred land is so easily bullied? He steeled himself to maintain dignity and prepared to deliver a formidable warning to all. As the Holy Lord, his presence could not be inferior to others. He never even considered the possibility that only one had come, indicating that his entire sacred domain had been reduced to a single representative. Before long, Chen Tianlin, accompanied by the young disciple, dismounted from their flying sword and stepped into the main hall. The overwhelming aura of strength immediately enveloped the young disciple, causing him to feel somewhat rooted to the spot. In contrast, Chen Tianlin remained unfazed, striding confidently. He ascended the steps to the main hall, seated himself in the Holy Lord's position, and looked down upon the assembly, declaring, I am curious why you have traveled such a long distance to my southern domain Tianyuan. He sought to amplify his imposing presence to intimidate the gathered crowd. However, to his astonishment, the representatives from the 10 domains, without exception, knelt before him. Holy Lord, please do not be angry. We come with no hostile intent. Someone exclaimed. This scene left Chen Tianlin utterly bewildered. Was this truly the demeanor of the sacred domains? In his memory, the denizens of the sacred domains were always ambitious and proud, looking down on those from outside their realms. Yet now, they knelt collectively at his command without hesitation. Chen Tianlin could hardly comprehend it, and began to suspect whether these individuals were genuinely from the sacred domains or mere charlatans. His gaze swept the room, suddenly fixating on one individual, Lin Yuan. Chen Tianlin recognized him as someone he had encountered decades ago, known as the strongest emperor in the Great Cang World. The aura he emitted was unmistakable. Why would even he kneel? What is the meaning of this? Chen Tianlin asked directly. We have come to seek refuge with the Tianyuan sacred land and request the permission of Holy Lord Chen, Lin Yuan responded. What? Chen Tianlin, hearing this, sprang from his seat in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. It was hard not to suspect that Lin Yuan was merely jesting at his expense. If one or two sacred domains sought to submit to the Tianyuan, he could understand, but now all 10 sacred domains clamored to submit. Could there be no underlying conspiracy? He forced himself to maintain composure, not wanting to give outsiders cause for laughter. Sitting back down, he inquired, Your sacred domain's name is certainly more renowned than ours. It stands to reason you would not voluntarily seek refuge. Voluntarily seeking refuge? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, looking toward the shadows. It was as if they could see pairs of eyes filled with lethal intent, keenly focused on them. Any words that might seem unsatisfactory to Chen Mu would elicit a swift and merciless response, reminiscent of how they had dealt with the denizens of the sacred domains before. Indeed, the hundreds of shadow puppets dispatched by Chen Mu were currently concealed within the shadows of these few individuals, exerting continuous psychological pressure. Having witnessed the might of the Emperor's shadow puppets and the formidable power of the dual supreme sacred bodies, the rulers of the 10 sacred domains had no choice but to acquiesce, traveling great distances to the southern domain Tianyuan, simply hoping to be spared. To become a laughingstock? It was far better than losing their lives. They could not afford to gamble on a certain defeat. Once again, it was Lin Yuan, the highest-ranking individual present, who stepped forward to clarify the situation. We have witnessed the young master's strength firsthand and are willing to submit. We earnestly request the Holy Lord's approval. The young master's strength? Chen Tianlin suddenly comprehended. So it was his spirited son who had forcefully subdued the 10 sacred domains through sheer might while he remained unaware. It was no surprise to him at all. Everything now had a rational and perfect explanation. Very well, from this day forth, the 10 sacred domains shall be incorporated under the banner of my southern domain Tianyuan. Chen Tianlin proclaimed emphatically. Thank you, Holy Lord. We shall serve with utmost dedication. The assembly responded in unison, relieved as they sensed the oppressive presence of the hundreds of formidable figures finally recede from their shadows, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. I fear that Chen Tianlin might execute some reckless maneuver, leading to his immediate demise. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there lies a silver lining. He has managed to preserve the lives of all his kin. In this fantastical realm, where the strong reign supreme, there is little room for complaints. They have chosen to accept the harsh realities. Soon after, Chen Tianlin declared that he had matters to attend to and departed from the Grand Hall, leaving his disciples in charge of entertaining Lin Yuan and others. The assembly was divided into 2 groups. One comprised of those with the strength of emperors, while the other consisted of those on the brink of emperor status, following the protocols established by Chen Mu. Those possessing emperor-level power were escorted to the imperial armory to select their weapons, thereby increasing their loyalty. Simultaneously, this was also an opportunity to convey to the others the principle that those who align with the heavenly origin flourish, while those who oppose it perish. On Chen Tianlin's end, the so-called urgent matter involved hastily making his way to Qingyun Mansion, eager to meet the esteemed Chen Mu, the conqueror of the 10 domains. With the 10 domains under control, the complete domination of the Great Cang World by heavenly origin was merely a matter of time. Chapter 213. Initiating with 800 emperors. Is this a surrender? Boom. Moor. Chen Tianlin forcefully pushed open the courtyard door and strode in. Hearing his voice, Chen Mu could easily surmise the purpose of his father's visit. Father, he greeted as he rose to meet him. Moor, you have truly surpassed my expectations. What method did you employ to compel the 10 domains to submit willingly? Chen Tianlin placed his hands on Chen Mu's shoulders, his eyes brimming with joy. It's quite simple. Father, I first subdued the Heavenly Star Sacred Region, then nearly annihilated the Panga Sacred Region until only Lin Yuan remained. After which I dispatched 800 emperors to persuade the remaining 8 domains to surrender, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. To subdue the Heavenly Star Sacred Region and reduce the Panga Sacred Region to a solitary survivor? At that moment, Chen Tianlin finally grasped why the other sacred regions had at least 2 representatives, whereas the Panga Sacred Region had only Lin Yuan standing alone, utterly isolated. It wasn't that they disregarded maintaining relations with the heavenly origin sacred land. Rather, they had no one to send. As Chen Tianlin began to voice his thoughts on dispatching 800 emperors, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. He could fully comprehend why his mere utterance had caused Lin Yuan and others to collectively kneel in terror. The psychological impact of 100 emperors descending upon a sacred region was not difficult to imagine. Father, since you are here, I happen to have something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Mu gestured for Chen Tianlin to sit down and speak at length. Just then, Yi Qingsheng returned with a pot of freshly brewed tea, placing cups before both men and serving exquisite pastries, before quietly returning to Chen Mu's side, awaiting further instructions. Mu, what is it you wish to discuss with your father? Could it be that you have decided on a wedding date with Qingsheng? Chen Tianlin inquired, brimming with excitement. Yi Qingsheng tightened her grip, startled. Chen Mu, calm and composed, shook his head. It pertains to who shall succeed as the realm lord once heavenly origin has conquered the Great Cang World. Mu, you don't mean to suggest that I should take on that role, do you? Absolutely not. That would be impossible to garner support. Chen Mu had anticipated this reaction from Chen Tianlin and replied, I can take on the role of realm lord, but the responsibilities of this position will be entrusted to you, father. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianlin immediately understood Chen Mu's intentions. You wish to be a hands-off leader, delegating all responsibilities to me, don't you? Father, I excel in warfare, but governance is truly not my forte, Chen Mu clarified. System attempting to upgrade. Be quiet. System. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements, Chen Tianlin said, seeing through Chen Mu's intentions without confronting them. As long as Chen Mu was willing to assume the title of Realm Lord, even if it was merely nominal, Chen Tianlin would be thoroughly satisfied. He could say that he had no regrets in this lifetime, having seen his son flourish beyond expectations. By the way, father, I have something for you. Chen Mu presented the purest Pangu divine blood. What is this? Although Chen Tianlin could not discern the nature of the pulsating blood in Chen Mu's palm, he recognized it as something extraordinary. The purest Pangu divine blood, upon integration, can amplify your strength 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, Chen Mu explained. Pangu divine blood? Isn't that the divine bloodline possessed by Lin Yuan, the emperor of the Pangu sacred region? Chen Tianlin was genuinely astonished to learn that Chen Mu had forcibly acquired this sacred treasure from Lin Yuan. Father, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Before Chen Tianlin could inquire further, Chen Mu astounded him with an explanation. This purest Pangu divine blood surpasses your existing divine bloodline in every aspect. It is indeed superior. Mu, have you already? Yes, both Qingsheng and I have merged with it, Chen Mu confirmed with a nod. Ah, I see. Chen Tianlin finally understood. No wonder their previous meeting felt so vastly different. Trusting in the fusion of the purest Pangu divine blood, their strength skyrocketed. Confidence surged as they prepared to challenge the 10 sacred regions. Successfully gifted purest Pangu divine blood. 1,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring purest Pangu divine blood 1,000. This is divine transformation. Chen Tianlin felt as though he had entered a new world. Everything appearing wondrously novel. Were it not for the father-son bond between him and Chen Mu, he would have bowed in gratitude. Such a profound debt of gratitude could never be repaid. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Armory, the disciples of heavenly origin led Lin Yuan and others inside. Gazing at the gaunt and proud cadaver hanging in the Imperial Armory, Lin Yuan fell into silence, unable to express anger or discontent. He was already grateful that Chen Mu had spared his life, let alone the opportunity to select an Imperial weapon. Speaking of which, the prowess of the young master was indeed astonishing. Indeed, the ability to manipulate a divine shadow puppet with dual supreme sacred bodies and emperor-level prowess, and to forge heavenly Tao Imperial weapons, this is nothing short of divine. The young master's talents are beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. They had never anticipated that the Imperial weapons they could not obtain through heavenly Tao would be available in such a manner. Truly a dream come true. Everyone, please enter the Imperial Armory to select your weapons, a disciple interjected, gesturing invitingly. Excellent. The crowd was eager to see how Chen Mu's crafted heavenly Tao Imperial weapons compared to those bestowed by heavenly Tao. Among them, including Lin Yuan. 3 had already received Imperial weapons from heavenly Tao. Some were concerned about possible conflicts between the dual Imperial weapons. Filled with questions, they entered the Imperial Armory one by one. Faced with a dazzling array of Imperial weapons, they were left speechless, utterly astonished. Especially Lin Yuan and the other 2. Are these truly crafted by the young master? They seem even more formidable than the Imperial weapons I received from heavenly Tao. As they took them out for comparison, the disparities became immediately evident. Clearly, the heavenly Tao Imperial weapons crafted by the young master were far superior. Is this truly possible? The evidence lay before them. Before long, everyone had selected their desired Imperial weapons, perfectly attuned to their needs. Lin Yuan held the Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon crafted by Chen Mu in one hand and the one bestowed by Heavenly Dao in the other, effortlessly wielding them in harmony. It was hard for anyone not to exclaim in awe, "Incredible. Absolutely incredible." Suddenly, they felt that submitting to another was not as stifling as they had imagined. This was clearly a fortuitous opportunity, a grand opportunity. Successfully gifted Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon. Thousandfold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring custom Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon 1000. Successfully gifted Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon. Thousandfold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring custom Heavenly Dao Imperial weapon 1000. Just as Chen Mu had seen Chen Tianlin off, the system panel rapidly refreshed before his eyes. This frequency. Chen Mu surmised that Lin Yuan and the others had likely been taken to the Imperial Armory. He had lost interest in the custom Heavenly Dao Imperial weapons due to their overwhelming numbers. Instead, he preferred to explore the rewards obtained from the Supreme Villain module after defeating the protagonists, which he had yet to claim.